At Crescent High School, in Class 3-1, students were gathered, chatting animatedly. This was a high-powered world of magical card battles. In the year 2024, Blue Star suddenly merged with a planet from another dimension, increasing in size by hundreds of times. Not only did resources become abundant, but magical beasts also proliferated. Additionally, the world saw the emergence of various spatial rifts, dungeons, secret realms, and abysses. Since then, humanity began a prolonged struggle against magical beasts. They discovered that upon defeating these beasts, cards would drop. Those individuals who possessed a magical power source and infused it into the cards could turn them into magical cards for use in battle. These individuals were called magic card masters. Magic cards were divided into three categories: summoning beast cards that summoned magical pets to fight alongside them, equipment cards that equipped the user, and skill cards that could unleash abilities. Additionally, there were special magic cards and one-time use cards as well. Over the past 5 centuries, humanity had entered the era of high-powered magic cards, and the world transitioned into the era of the Grand Federation. We're doing all right, but Chun-Ge has it rough. He has been humiliated by Quan Xian for so long. A group of classmates chatted, their gazes shifting to the boy sitting at the back, propping his chin on his left hand with a bored expression. Chun-Ge. Sigh. Chun-Ge sitting there is practically a painting. From now on, we'll probably only see the brilliance he once had in our dreams. For 3 years, he has dominated Quan Xian in every way, but now, even he is being crushed by her. I wonder what Chun-Ge is going to do in the future? Chun-Ge's magic power source is grade A. Even if he doesn't draw good cards, top guilds or corporations will definitely recruit him, so don't worry. The students chatted casually. Meanwhile, Chun-Ge sat there, waiting for the teacher to hand out the federal subsidy card packs. In this world, one could only become a magic card master after awakening a magical power source, typically around the age of 16. However, less than 10% of the global population could awaken a magical power source, meaning that the majority were destined to lead ordinary lives. The students of Crescent High School were all elite individuals who had awakened their magical power sources. Being in Class 3-1 meant that their magical power source levels were among the highest, and their performance in all areas was top-notch at Crescent High. Among them, Chun-Ge was the best. His magical power source was grade A. The grades of magical power sources range from SSS to F, with the grade representing innate talent. For instance, among Bronze 1-star magic card masters, those with a grade A power source could use more magic and control more cards, making them significantly stronger than those with grade B. Chun-Ge's grade A power source was already extremely exceptional, but that wasn't his greatest advantage. When he awakened his magical power source, he also accidentally awakened a talent, Emperor of Luck. No one had ever heard of someone awakening a talent alongside their magical power source. He was the first. In a world where strength was built on drawing cards, the implications of the Emperor of Luck talent needed no further explanation. At that moment, a cold-faced girl with long, straight black hair, dressed in a high school girl's uniform and exuding an air of superiority, walked into the classroom. Behind her followed 2 boys and 2 girls, all carrying an air of dissolute arrogance. The girl with the long black hair was Quan Xian, and the group behind her comprised her small circle of wealthy heirs. Compared to Quan Xian, a true heiress of a financial conglomerate, these wealthy children were nothing by comparison. However, in the class, they were all considered top-tier rich second-generation heirs. After Quan Xian entered, all the students returned to their seats. She glanced at Chun-Ge before taking her own seat. Xian, I heard you've already drawn an epic-level magic card? Cui Tianling, a member of Quan Xian's group, intentionally spoke loudly. As he spoke, he glanced at Chun-Ge, clearly targeting him. The other classmates, upon hearing this, were full of envy. In this world, magic cards were categorized by rank: low, intermediate, advanced, rare, legendary, epic, mythical, and divine. Cards without magical power infused into them were called blank cards. 99.9% of magic cards were low rank. Intermediate cards accounted for 99% of the remaining 0.1%, with the ranks diminishing sharply from there. The average salary in Crescent City was just over 4,000, yet a single blank card cost 10,000. Drawing a low or intermediate card could mean some were given away for free, while others might be worth a few hundred or thousand. However, blank cards were incredibly rare, which explained their high price. It could be said that magic card masters were essentially gamblers. If someone managed to draw a rare or legendary card, they could become famous overnight. But such luck was exceedingly rare. Most people would exhaust their savings without drawing a good card, ultimately being forced to join companies, financial groups, or guilds. Well, I'm not too embarrassed. I've already drawn a legendary magic card. Chui Tianling casually summoned his legendary card, flashing the card in his hand. Hearing this, Chen Gu instinctively glanced at him. Magic card masters generally wouldn't display their cards to others so easily, especially legendary ones. Since Chui Tianling had already shown it, there was no harm in looking. Chen Gu's gaze only made Chui Tianling more smug. For the past 3 years, Chen Gu had overshadowed them in every area, and now they finally had a chance to show him up. So what if you had good grades? It still all came down to luck, didn't it? Did anyone really believe that the federally subsidized card packs could produce rare or even legendary cards? About 10 minutes later, the beautiful homeroom teacher walked into the classroom with a batch of federal subsidy card packs. Except for Quan Zian and her group of friends, the other students couldn't help but stare at the card packs, their eyes glowing with excitement. Students, today you'll be receiving your magic card packs. After opening them at home, don't forget to come back tomorrow to participate in the preliminary trials. The homeroom teacher said, adjusting her glasses. The magic cards of magic card masters were a closely guarded secret, never to be revealed lightly to outsiders. Even if someone obtained a divine level card, they wouldn't report it. Strength could only be evaluated through the preliminary trials. After the trials, it would be determined which students qualified for which level of school examinations. The challenges of top-tier academies differed greatly from ordinary schools, and attempting to force one's way in without sufficient strength could be life-threatening. Yes, teacher. The students responded enthusiastically. All right, we'll distribute the card packs based on your magical power source levels. The homeroom teacher smiled as she began handing out the card packs. Those with an F-level power source could only receive 1 card pack. Chen Gu, being grade A, was entitled to 6. Teacher, my magical power source is now grade S, so I should receive. Sitting in the front row, Quan Zian spoke with an air of arrogance, not even sparing a glance at the card packs. She turned her head to look at Chen Gu with disdain and said, give my 7 card packs to Chen Gu instead, just so he doesn't complain about not drawing anything good because he didn't have enough packs. Over the past 3 years, Chen Gu had completely overshadowed her, ignoring her efforts. Now, it was her turn to retaliate. As soon as these words were spoken, the homeroom teacher and everyone present were stunned. Even Chen Gu was surprised. A card pack contained 10 cards, each worth 10,000. 7 packs would amount to 700,000, and she was just giving it to him for free? Was there really such a good thing? So what if she looked down on him? With capability, others had to concede, so he might as well take advantage of the situation. The more card packs, the higher the chance for a lucky draw of high-level cards. Thank you, Chen Gu smiled as he looked at Quan Zian. Quan Zian initially thought Chen Gu would be angry, but she hadn't expected him to actually thank her. She felt a wave of frustration. It felt like she had miscalculated this time. But the words had already been spoken. As the daughter of a financial magnate, she couldn't take them back. Gritting her teeth, she turned her head away and ignored Chen Gu. Not long after, Chen Gu already had 13 card packs in his possession. Although he held back his smile, his heart was overjoyed. This day, he had effortlessly gained 700,000. It was exhilarating. To Quan Zian, this amount might be trivial, but to Chun Ji's family, it was definitely a substantial fortune. Moreover, for someone with lucky traits, the more card packs, the higher the chances of drawing a powerful magic card. How could he not be thrilled? All right, the magic card packs have been distributed. Everyone may go home now. Thank you, teacher. After the beautiful homeroom teacher finished speaking, the students stood up to express their gratitude. Quan Zian gave Chen Gu a deep glance before leaving with her little posse. Chen Gu, satisfied with his haul of card packs, left the classroom and rode his bike home. 13 card packs, so satisfying. I didn't expect Quan Zian to be so generous. I like it. Gu exclaimed loudly as he rode his bicycle. At this moment, a stretched luxury car drove past him, with Quan Zian sitting inside. Hearing Gu's words, she felt a wave of frustration again. She had come to mock him today, yet not only was he unbothered, but he also said something like that. Gu, just wait. I'll show you the gap between us during tomorrow's preliminaries. Quan Zian folded her arms, her face full of disdain. Gu rode his bike to his old residential community. Although the facilities were average, the neighborhood was full of warmth and friendliness. Gu, you're back? Yeah, Grandpa. Along the way, Gu greeted the elderly in the neighborhood before finally arriving at his building. He locked his bicycle, climbed the stairs, and opened the door. Brother. As soon as the door opened, his 3.5-year-old sister, Shi, ran toward him in her sweet, childish voice. Gu immediately squatted down and scooped Shi into his arms. Moi. Shi kissed Gu on the cheek, her face beaming with joy. Did you bring back the card packs? A gentle and beautiful woman walked in from the doorway, Gu's mother. Gu nodded, holding Shi as he walked into the house. Just as he set Shi down, his mother took out 2 card packs from a bag nearby and placed them in front of Gu. These are from your father. I already have the subsidized packs from the Federation. Why spend this money? Gu was a bit stunned. His mother stayed home to take care of him and his sister, with no job, and the family relied entirely on his father's salary to live. For this family, 20,000 was already a significant amount of money. This is for you. Take it, his mother said with a smile. After thinking for a moment, Gu said, Mom, can I open the card packs now? Sure, his mother replied, her face full of anticipation. Good luck, brother. She hugged Gu's leg, looking up at him with her little face. All right. Gu picked up Shi and gave her a big kiss before turning and heading to his room with the card packs. Hiss. Taking a deep breath, Gu stared at the 15 card packs on the table, feeling a bit nervous. To be honest, even with a lucky talent, he was still anxious because drawing cards determined his future. If his luck wasn't good, he'd have no choice but to join those guilds and conglomerates, becoming their pawn. Closing his eyes and calming his emotions, Gu began opening the first card pack. Each pack contained 10 magic cards. For the first card, he infused it with magic. A low-level magic card. The second card, a low-level magic card. The third card, magic card name, infinite summoning. Quality, divine grade. Type, skill card. Effect, allows infinite summoning of the same magical pet card. The number of summons depends on the magic user's power. Description, a seemingly ordinary divine grade magic card. Staring at this card, Gu froze, unable to react for a long moment. This was only the third card from the first pack, and he had already drawn a divine grade magic card. Quan Zian had opened 20,000 ordinary cards before she got an epic grade card, and he had just drawn a divine grade card from his first pack. Was there no justice? If Quan Zian found out, she'd probably be furious. With this infinite summoning, I can infinitely summon low-level goblins or skeleton warriors. Even though their level is low, sheer numbers make a huge difference. Gu finally felt relieved. With this card, he was set. From then on, no matter what magic cards he drew, he wouldn't get too excited. He continued opening packs. Most of the cards were low-level, occasionally yielding a couple of mid-level cards, but Gu remained calm. Until the 8th pack, the 10th card. Magic card name, Heavenly Moon Saber. Quality, epic grade. Type, equipment card. Effect, each strike carries the effect of a crescent slash. Description, a weapon forged with Heavenly Moon Stone, imbued with the power of the moon. Every strike radiates moonlight. An epic grade saber? Gu's smile was impossible to suppress. He kept opening. In the 15th pack, the final card. Magic card name, Wings of the Hero. Quality, legendary grade. Type, equipment card. Effect, grants the ability to fly, tripling the magic user's speed. Description, a legendary piece of equipment that only those with the heart of a hero can manifest. Phew. Having opened all 15 packs, Gu let out a long sigh of relief. A divine grade card, a legendary grade card, an epic grade card, and the rest were low-level and mid-level cards. Gu was extremely satisfied. With these 3 cards, he could collect even more magic cards and eventually equip himself with a full set of divine-grade cards. With a thought, he placed the 3 high-level cards into the magic source. The moment they were placed in, they were bound. Once bound, they could either be kept forever or discarded to disappear. They couldn't be transferred. Next, he selected a few useful cards from the low-level and mid-level ones, such as the Skeleton Warrior card. During the preliminaries, he would summon an army of skeletons to easily pass the round. When he acquired better magical pet cards in the future, he would replace these low-level ones. The magic source panel appeared before Chenji's eyes. Name: Chengu. Talent: God of Luck Unique. Level: Black Iron 1 star. Magic source grade: A. Magic pet card: Skeleton Warrior low level. Skill cards: Infinite Summon Mythic, Cross/low level, Double Jump intermediate. Equipment cards: Wings of the Brave Legendary, Heavenly Moon Blade Epic, Warrior's Armor low level. Alright, this setup is more than enough to easily pass the preliminary trial. The remaining cards can be sold to recyclers. Even if they don't fetch much, it's better than throwing them away, Chengu said with a smile. Suddenly, he remembered something. Quan Xian mentioned today that her magic source had already upgraded to S level. Does that mean she pulled an S level magic source card? There were many special cards in the realm of magic cards, and magic source cards could also be upgraded through such special cards. However, these types of cards were rarely traded, and the market essentially had no fixed price for them. Looks like Quan Xian really has some amazing luck. Chengu stroked his chin in admiration. What he didn't know was that this card was actually purchased by Quan Xian's father at a high price. Pulling an epic-level magic card from 20,000 cards was already a testament to Quan Xian's incredible luck. If it weren't for Chengu's innate good fortune, the 15 card packs he had would most likely have all been duds. By the time Chengu came back to his senses, it was already getting late. He packed up the useless cards and got up to leave his room. Clack! The door opened, and Chengu stepped out to see his younger sister, Chenxi, and his mother staring anxiously at him. Clearly, they had been waiting for the results of his card draw. You might not believe this, but I pulled a legendary magic card, Chengu announced, breaking the news with an upbeat tone. He figured that giving them a piece of good news first would help ease his mother into the idea, as she might find it hard to believe all the details at once. Really? His mother's eyes lit up, and a smile spread across her face. She hadn't held out much hope, knowing that those card packs rarely yielded anything good. When Chengu hadn't come out for a long time, she had started to worry. But hearing that he had actually drawn a legendary card instantly lifted her spirits. A legendary magic card, it was already a win. For Chengu, it was also a great start. Big brother, you're amazing. Chenxi clung to her brother's leg, looking up at him with a bright smile. Chengu crouched down, lifting his little sister into his arms. She gave him a big kiss on the cheek. I've got all the ingredients ready. I'll start cooking now. Your dad will be thrilled when he gets home and hears about this. Their mother headed quickly toward the kitchen. Though their home was small and old, it was always filled with warmth. Now, everyone's faces were adorned with smiles. Chengu sat on the living room sofa with his sister in his arms, playing with her and watching cartoons together. Click. Over half an hour later, their father returned home, his face weary from a long day. In a world filled with the powerful and the privileged, the life of a worker was far from easy. Dad, you're back. Daddy, Big brother pulled a legendary magic card. Chenxi chimed in as Chengu greeted their father. The fatigue on their father's face vanished instantly, replaced by a look of disbelief and joy. Really? He stared at his son, his expression brimming with excitement. His son had always been outstanding and had never given him cause for concern. Even if he hadn't drawn a high-tier magic card, his future would still be bright. But now, pulling a legendary magic card was an unexpected delight. How could a father not be overjoyed? Yes, Chengu nodded solemnly. Ha ha, tonight, we must celebrate properly, his father said with a hearty laugh. Soon, their mother had prepared a table full of dishes. The family ate and chatted, the atmosphere warm and joyful. As for the specific details of the magic card he'd drawn, his parents didn't ask. After all, the information about magic cards was a magic card master's secret. It was better for them not to know. The next morning, when Chengu woke up, His father had already left for work. "Son, good luck." "Big brother, good luck." Moi. The cheers of his mother and sister sent him off. After breakfast, Chun-Ge hopped onto his bike and headed to Crescent High School. By the time he arrived, the school's playground was already crowded with senior students preparing for the preliminary trial. The preliminary trial was a trial arena where 10 consecutive waves of magical beasts would appear. Anyone killed by the beasts would be teleported out. Typically, surviving 8 waves would qualify a participant for the entrance exams of top-tier academies. "Chun-Ge, how was your card draw?" asked his homeroom teacher, a beautiful woman who immediately approached him. After all, Chun-Ge was the top student in the class and was also very handsome, so naturally, he was her main focus of attention. "Not bad. Surviving 8 waves won't be a problem," Chun-Ge replied with a smile. Hearing this, the teacher encouraged him enthusiastically. "I knew you could do it. Go for it, Chun-Ge." "Yes, ma'am." Chun-Ge nodded and moved to the back of the class group. At that moment, Quan Zian, dressed in her school uniform and short skirt, crossed her arms and shot Chun-Ge a disdainful glance. Now an S-level magic source holder, she possessed 1 epic magic card and 2 legendary magic cards, with the rest being rare or high level. For this preliminary trial, she was confident she would take first place. Once the trial was over, the humiliation of being defeated by Chun-Ge would finally be erased. So what if Chun-Ge had better grades? Could he possibly pull cards more powerful than her epic level magic card from just a dozen packs? That was absolutely impossible. Every time I see Chun-Ge with that indifferent attitude, it makes me furious. "I just want to fight him," said Cui Tianling, who stood behind Quan Zian, unable to contain his irritation. As he spoke, he glanced in Chun-Ge's direction, his face full of resentment. He is just a bit better in magic source level and grades. Does he have to act so superior? If I ever run into him outside, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. The small group behind Quan Zian all glared at Chun-Ge in frustration. In truth, Chun-Ge rarely talked and had never been arrogant. It was simply that he excelled in every aspect, making these wealthy kids uncomfortable. Quan Zian, however, had stopped them from making a move. She believed that resorting to underhanded tactics was beneath her if she were to win. It had to be fair and square. In reality, most of Chun-Ge's classmates were friendly toward him, occasionally even greeting him. After all, his top position was earned through his own efforts, and many admired him, with little jealousy involved. Before long, the principal of Crescent High School took the stage to deliver a speech. Then the homeroom teachers led their students onto buses, headed for the trial arena. The trial arena was located in the suburbs. Crescent High School students were usually the first to undertake the challenge, followed by students from other schools. When Crescent High's students arrived at the trial arena, dedicated staff greeted them and guided them inside. The trial arena is actually a very safe secret realm with no risk to life. Once students enter from the secret realm's entrance, they can begin the challenge. Alright, time to distribute the Magic Card Master wristbands. After the students from Crescent First High entered, the principal finally spoke, and the homeroom teachers began handing out the wristbands. The wristbands, made of metal, are a standard accessory for Magic Card Masters. They can identify a person's identity and level, and with the other party's consent, retrieve relevant data about them in the trial arena. Most importantly, if spatial rifts, secret realms, or dungeons appear, the wristbands can detect the corresponding level of danger. Once the wristbands were distributed, the middle-aged principal, whose temples were streaked with gray, spoke with vigor. "Students, although today is just a preliminary test, it is still an important trial. Give it your all, strive for greater heights, and off you go." He waved his hand, and the students marched orderly toward the secret realm's entrance. The principal watched the large group of students with a smile, then turned to the Federation inspector beside him and said, "Among those entering this time is the daughter of Chairman Quan. With the strength of the Quan family, she'll easily secure first place." Although the inspector was sent by the Federation, he was, in reality, one of Chairman Quan's people. Hearing the principal's words, he smiled slightly. "It's still early. By the time of the official college entrance exams, our Miss Quan's card deck will have reached an even higher level." To him, the principal's words were a matter of course. "By the way, I've heard there's a student in your school named Chungu who has outperformed our Miss Kwan in other areas over the past 3 years? The inspector suddenly asked with a frown. The principal glanced at Chungu, who was walking toward the entrance not far away, and said, "That's him. He is indeed outstanding in every respect, but his only shortcoming is his family background." After a moment of thought, he continued, "His family is ordinary, with only his father working. I doubt they can afford good magic cards." He looks promising. Quite a pity. If the opportunity arises, I'd like to invite him to join our Crescent Consortium, the inspector said, nodding solemnly as he observed Chungu. The principal chuckled and said, "That would undoubtedly be an honor for him." The inspector smiled confidently, clearly dismissing the matter as of little consequence. 5 minutes later, Chungu entered the trial arena. Each student was assigned a separate trial area upon entering, and the environments varied. Chungu's trial area was an open plain, with 5 or 6 bloodthirsty rabbits in the distance. As soon as the rabbits spotted Chungu, their eyes turned red, and they charged at him, intending to devour him alive. In the next moment, Chungu summoned a magic card, drawing out Infinite Summon and pairing it with Skeleton Warrior. Immediately, dozens of skeleton warriors appeared around him. Before long, the number of skeleton warriors surged to hundreds, and then to thousands. The bloodthirsty rabbits, initially charging forward, were startled by the sight and turned to flee. They thought they had the advantage in numbers, only to realize they were vastly outnumbered. In fact, the disparity in numbers was so overwhelming that it wasn't a battle, it was a massacre. Seeing the dense swarm of skeleton warriors, Chungu brimmed with confidence and laughed. In the world of Chungu, I rely on 3 things. More brothers. More brothers. More brothers. In an instant, the few bloodthirsty rabbits were shredded into minced meat by the thousands of skeleton warriors. Soon came the second wave. A dozen wild boars charged out, but before they could react, they were hacked to death by a flurry of swords. The third wave, the fourth wave, by the fifth wave, the number of skeleton warriors had already approached 2,000. At this point, Chungu's magic power had been significantly depleted. He stopped summoning and instead utilized the existing skeleton warriors to hold the line, waiting for his magic power to recover before continuing. By now, Chungu's magic card master level had risen to Black Iron 2-star. The levels of magic card masters are divided into Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Emerald, Diamond, Master, Grandmaster, and King. Advancing in level not only enhances magical power, but also represents improvements in physical stamina, strength, speed, and other capabilities. At this moment, Chungu was effortlessly sweeping through the 8th wave of enemies, while Quan Xian on the other side was rapidly clearing the 4th wave. In her hand was an epic grade magic card in the form of a sword, paired with a legendary grade magic pet card, giving her immense strength. Here, she was nearly invincible, though unlike Chungu, she had to personally engage in combat. Her movements were agile, and she quickly eliminated the 4th wave of magical beasts. Glancing at the time, she nodded in satisfaction. "Only 7 minutes, and I've reached the 5th wave. Not bad." She smiled faintly, the corners of her lips curving upward. Shortly after, Chungu had already advanced to the 10th wave. Since it was the final wave, he decided to unleash all his remaining magic power. Instantly, over 6,000 skeleton warriors appeared on the battlefield, forming a dense black mass that radiated an overwhelming aura. The 10th wave's enemies were over 100 axe-wielding minotaurs. They charged out ferociously, thinking to intimidate their opponent. But upon surveying the scene, they froze. Gulp. The minotaurs couldn't help but swallow hard. They realized they were surrounded by an ocean of skeleton warriors. Their earlier bravado disappeared instantly, replaced by trembling fear. It's worth noting that in one-on-one combat, the skeleton warriors summoned by Chungu were only at the Black Iron 2-star level, something the minotaurs wouldn't normally take seriously. What's more, they were the 10th wave boss level enemies, with strength at least at Bronze 1-star. However, faced with thousands upon thousands of skeleton warriors, they were utterly outmatched. "Charge! Cut them down!" At Chungu's command, 6,000 skeleton warriors surged forward like a tidal wave, overwhelming the minotaurs. The Minotaurs could swing their axes and take down dozens of skeleton warriors, but the sheer number of enemies was too much to handle. Before long, the Minotaurs were engulfed by the skeleton warriors and torn to pieces. And just like that, the preliminary test ended. Chun-Gu leveled up to Black Iron 3-star and received a total of 2 magic cards, indicating a very low drop rate. Still, for ordinary people, 2 magic cards valued at $20,000 were already a considerable fortune, especially when some only earned $3,000 to $4,000 a month. The next moment, Chun-Gu appeared at the exit. "Chun-Gu, why are you out so early?" The beautiful homeroom teacher nearby hurried over upon seeing him emerge. By now, many students had already been eliminated and sent out, but the homeroom teacher had always expected Chun-Gu to last until the final group. Coming out so early suggested that he hadn't even cleared the 8th wave, making it difficult for him to qualify for recommendations to top-tier or first-rate schools. Chun-Gu was the most outstanding student in the class, and the homeroom teacher didn't want to see such an outcome. "Teacher, clearing the trial obviously means being sent out." Chun-Gu replied with a calm smile, his tone light and easygoing. "Cleared it." The beautiful homeroom teacher looked at the timer in disbelief. Only 15 minutes had passed. Normally, reaching the 8th wave would take at least 20 minutes. How could it be done so quickly? However, she knew Chun-Ji's personality. He always spoke and acted truthfully. Nodding, she said, "All right, go over there and register." The homeroom teacher led Chun-Gu toward the assistant inspector in charge of recording scores. Turning to Chun-Gu, she said, "Chun-Gu, show your wristband." Chun-Gu nodded and extended his hand. Beep. Immediately, the relevant data appeared on the screen. Name, Chun-Gu. Card Master level, Black Iron 3-star. Magic Source level, Grade A. Preliminary test results. Cleared, 15 minutes, 12 seconds. Seeing these stats, the assistant inspector froze, staring at Chun-Gu. 15 minutes and 12 seconds? The best record in Crescent City's trial arena was 36 minutes and 17 seconds. Chun-Gu was a full 21 minutes faster? Could this even be real? You really cleared it? The beautiful homeroom teacher was also astonished, staring at the data on the screen. 15 minutes and 12 seconds, how could it be so fast? Unless. She looked at Chun-Gu in disbelief. Did you draw a legendary magic card? Handsome, academically excellent, and now apparently lucky too. It was hard not to envy him. At this moment, both the principal and the inspector noticed the unusual commotion and came over. What is going on? The inspector glanced at Chun-Gu, questioning the assistant beside him. Originally, the inspector had high expectations for Chun-Gu. After all, Chun-Gu possessed an A-grade magic source and should theoretically last much longer. To hear that he had completed the trial in just over 10 minutes was shocking. It seemed almost disappointing. He had even considered inviting Chun-Gu to join the Crescent Consortium. Now, it appeared Chun-Gu wasn't qualified. The inspector shook his head subtly. Nearby, the principal observed Chun-Gu with mixed emotions. Moments earlier, he had been boasting to the inspector about Chun-Ji's strong abilities. Now, it felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Gulp, the assistant stood up immediately. Inspector, reporting. This student successfully cleared the trial arena with a time of 15 minutes and 12 seconds. What? How is that possible? Both the inspector and principal turned to Chun-Gu in utter shock. 15 minutes and 12 seconds? The two hurriedly leaned in to examine the information on the screen. The time was indeed accurate. Their faces were filled with disbelief as their eyes shifted to Chun-Gu, who stood there with a faint smile. Every wristband was rigorously calibrated by the Federation and could not be faulty. Unfortunately, to protect the privacy of card masters, no video recordings were available, leaving them uncertain about exactly what had occurred. However, after exchanging a glance, the inspector and principal reached a shared conclusion. The Chun-Gu before them had likely drawn a legendary magic card, a particularly powerful one at that. Otherwise, there was no way to explain the astonishing result. Yet due to the confidentiality rules surrounding card masters, they couldn't directly ask him. They could only nod and say, "Understood. Carry on. Chun-Gu, please come with us." The principal eagerly invited him. An A-grade magic source, coupled with a legendary magic card, meant limitless potential for the future. Though drawing a magic card relied largely on luck, In this world, luck was considered part of one's strength. Chungu glanced at his homeroom teacher. She smiled warmly. Go on, Chungu. Yes. Chungu nodded and followed the principal into a nearby room. Chungu, have a seat. The principal said enthusiastically as they entered. Thank you, principal. Chungu sat across from him. The principal then pulled out a card and slid it toward Chungu. Chungu, this is a 1 million credit scholarship. Please accept it. No matter what happens in the future, don't forget the support Crescent High has provided you. Without hesitation, Chungu accepted the card, nodding earnestly. I will always be grateful for Crescent High's guidance. Over the past 3 years, the teachers at the school had taken great care of him, and Chungu was deeply appreciative. Now, with this 1 million credit scholarship, his gratitude grew even stronger. This money would significantly ease his family's financial burdens. His father wouldn't have to work so hard anymore. Ha 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 ha. The principal couldn't contain his laughter as he looked at Chungu, clearly overjoyed. Such an outstanding student was bound to aim for the Divine Capital Academy. If Chungu could make a name for himself in the Divine Capital, or even across the Federation, the principal's reputation would naturally soar alongside his success. Principal, is there anything else you'd like to say? Chungu asked hesitantly. The principal immediately straightened his posture. Make the most of the next 7 days to train hard. Aim to reach bronze 4-star status. That way, you'll stand out in the college entrance exams and secure a place at Divine Capital Academy. This was Chunji's goal as well. After all, Divine Capital Academy was the Federation's premier institution, offering resources far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Chungu nodded solemnly. Understood. Good. Off you go then, the principal said with a smile. Chungu left the room, nodding in greeting to the inspector before walking toward his homeroom teacher. Teacher, I'd like to leave with the other students, Chungu said. Some of the early finishers had already started heading back. Once students knew their scores and target institutions, there was no reason to linger. All right, there's a bus leaving soon. You can take that one, the beautiful homeroom teacher said, genuinely happy for Chungu. She nodded repeatedly and quickly made arrangements for him. 5 minutes later, Chungu boarded the bus heading back to school. A while later, other students began emerging from the trial arena. Quan Zian came out, panting for breath and drenched in sweat. It was clear she had faced a tough time inside. Glancing at her watch, she smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. 34 minutes and 52 seconds, I've set a new record. Looking around, she noticed that her group members hadn't come out yet. She assumed Chungu was also still inside. Huh, you're still not good enough. A victorious smile crept onto Quan Zian's lips. Quan Zian, did you clear the trial? The beautiful homeroom teacher immediately approached her. Yes, teacher. Quan Zian replied sweetly. Then let us go register, her homeroom teacher said with a smile. Quan Zian nodded, following her teacher to register. Registration complete, the assistant inspector confirmed, his face expressionless. Congratulations, Quan Zian, the beautiful homeroom teacher said, offering her congratulations once again. This dampened Quan Zian's initial pride. She had just set a new record, yet everyone around her seemed so indifferent. Shouldn't they be overjoyed, offering enthusiastic congratulations? At that moment, the principal and inspector also came over. After briefly reviewing her results, they congratulated her. Congratulations on clearing the trial. The inspector, who usually liked to flatter students, remained stern-faced this time, leaving Quan Zian feeling irritated. Her face turned somewhat unpleasant, but she said nothing, only letting out a helpless sigh. After a dozen or so minutes, the members of her small clique gradually emerged as well. Zian, how did it go? Did you clear it? Chui Tianling walked up, smiling as he asked. The other clique members sneered. Do you even need to ask? Zian must have cleared it long ago. She might have even set a new record. I'm so envious of Zian. I've only ever owned 2 legendary cards in my life, and I just barely passed the 9th wave. I'm a bit stronger. I made it to the 10th wave before those minotaurs kicked me out. As they spoke, Quan Zian's face immediately turned sour. Indeed, she had set a new record. But what was the principal and those inspectors doing? Shouldn't they be cheering her on? As the daughter of the chairman of the Crescent Consortium, she placed great importance on these things. Chui Tianling noticed Quan Ziyin was unhappy and didn't say anything more, heading off to register his scores first. By the way, where S. Chingu? How did he do? Chui Tianling suddenly realized he hadn't seen Chingu come out and couldn't help but ask. Quan Ziyin froze for a moment too. Chui Tianling and the rest of them had already come out. Yet Chingu still hadn't. Someone in the clique sneered. He is probably barely hanging on thanks to his mana source. Exactly. The only thing he can brag about is that mana source of his. Without high-level magic cards, in the end, wouldn't he just end up working for Ziyin in the Crescent Consortium? After all, we're not on the same path. Their family backgrounds were powerful, and they looked down on working for a consortium, their faces full of disdain. The beautiful homeroom teacher had been silent this whole time. Hearing their remarks, she frowned and spoke up. Chengu already cleared it a while ago. He has taken a car home. What? Quan Ziyin and Chui Tianling were both stunned, unable to utter a word. How is that possible? How could he be faster than me? I even set a new record. Quan Ziyin's icy demeanor completely crumbled, her face darkening as she questioned aloud. Yeah, how could he possibly be that fast? Teacher, you must be mistaken. Chui Tianling and the others looked unconvinced. The beautiful homeroom teacher smiled slightly. Chengu's clearing time was 15 minutes and 12 seconds. It's already been recorded. I'm not lying to you. 15 minutes and 12 seconds? Impossible. Quan Ziyin and the others were stunned. They couldn't believe that anyone could clear the trial arena in just over 15 minutes. Pull up the data. I want to see it. Quan Ziyin arrogantly ordered the deputy inspector. The deputy hesitated for a moment, glancing at the chief inspector. Although the results were public, directly showing students someone else's information wasn't entirely appropriate. After receiving a nod, he finally displayed Chun-Gu's record. Name, Chun-Gu. Magic card master level, black iron. Mana source level, a grade. Pre-trial result, cleared, 15 minutes, 12 seconds. It really is 15 minutes and 12 seconds. Seeing this glaring number, Chui Tianling and the others panicked completely. They had fought desperately for over 40 minutes, only to be defeated by the monsters, while Chun-Gu had breezed through in just 15 minutes. Was there even fairness anymore? Did competition even make sense? Quan Ziyin's face turned ashen, her mind in turmoil. The wristbands issued by the Federation wouldn't malfunction, but this timing was just too unbelievable. Teacher, did Chun-Gu cheat? Chui Tianling was flustered. He had thought he could crush Chun-Gu this time, only to be completely overshadowed. Even Quan Ziyin's epic-level magic card had been utterly outclassed. Chui Tianling stole a glance at Quan Ziyin. A frosty expression had clearly descended over her face. Everyone else fell silent. In this little clique, Quan Ziyin was the undisputed queen. When her mood soured, no one dared to speak to her. Off to the side, the inspector averted his gaze, not daring to meet her eyes. He wasn't originally assigned to monitor the Crescent City pre-trial, but had transferred over specifically to curry favor with Miss Quan. Now, not only had he failed to please her, but he might have also angered her instead. He felt miserable. Had he known, he wouldn't have come to Crescent City. Now, any hope of a future in the Crescent Consortium seemed out of reach. The principal, however, remained composed. After all, the school had produced 2 students who cleared the trial, and he was quite satisfied. Maybe Chun-Gu just got lucky and drew a powerful magic card. Chui Tianling tried to comfort Quan Ziyin. Yeah, don't take it too seriously. This is just the pre-trial. You'll have plenty more magic cards in the future. The college entrance exams are the real battleground. He probably only has 1 magic card, but you can have as many as you want. Ziyin, don't be upset anymore. The clique members cautiously tried to console her. Forget it. I'm not feeling well. I'm leaving. Quan Ziyin snapped coldly before turning to leave. Without acknowledging anyone else, she left straight away. Not feeling well. Chui Tianling and the others winced slightly at her words, but said nothing. 5 minutes later, Quan Ziyin sat inside her luxury car, her face dark and brooding. She bit her lower lip, muttering to herself. Chun-Gu must have drawn a legendary magic card. A nagging thought that made her increasingly uneasy kept surfacing in her mind. Could Chun-Gu's advanced magic card have come from one of the 7 card packs she had given him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Quan Ziyin furiously shook her head in the car. The mere thought of this possibility made her feel utterly uncomfortable. Chun-Gu, just you wait. 7 days from now, during the college entrance exams, I will claim first place and enter the Capital Academy, she vowed silently. But every time she thought about the possibility that Chun-Gu's advanced magic card was drawn from her gifted packs, she felt more and more distressed. Chun-Gu had overshadowed her for 3 whole years at Crescent High. She had intended to turn the tables this time, but instead, he had crushed her again. Thinking of her earlier pride and confidence, she almost wanted to give up. Chun-Gu had cleared the trial in 15 minutes and 12 seconds. While she had taken over 30 minutes, there was absolutely nothing to celebrate. Chun-Gu, I want to let you get away with this. Quan Ziyin clenched the fabric of her skirt tightly, her face filled with resentment. Meanwhile, back at school, Chun-Gu stood by his bicycle, checking an app related to magic card masters. Dungeons frequently appeared in the city, and the app showed their locations so he could head over directly. There's a bronze-tier secret realm in the wilds, but it's too far away. A platinum-tier dungeon has appeared in the eastern part of the city? That's way too high level. Chun-Gu browsed for a long time, but couldn't he find a suitable target. In places like dungeons and secret realms, lower-level magic card masters could enter higher-level zones. But higher-level ones couldn't enter lower-level zones, it would cause serious trouble otherwise. Forget it. I'll head to the eastern forest tomorrow. I heard secret realms appear there daily. Chun-Gu sighed, put away his phone, and pedaled his bike toward home. New Moon First High School was the best high school in the city, located in the city center. To get home, one had to pass through the commercial district. Damn it! A dungeon entrance appeared in the bathroom of that fried chicken shop. That scared me to death. I nearly lost my life just eating fried chicken. Aren't there any card masters around here? That's a black iron 7-star dungeon. All the nearby card masters are only bronze tier. They can't even enter. Chun-Gu was riding his bike past the commotion when he saw the chaos in the distance, signaling a high probability of a dungeon appearing. He approached and overheard the news. A black iron 7-star dungeon? The information made Chun-Gu excited. He stopped his bike and immediately walked toward the fried chicken shop. Sorry, a dungeon has appeared inside, and entry is prohibited. A staff member stepped up to stop him. I'm a black iron 3-star card master, Chun-Gu said, showing his card master wristband. All right, you can enter and wait. A dungeon requires a team of 5 people to enter, the staff member said, stepping aside for Chun-Gu. Thank you. Chun-Gu entered the fried chicken shop and saw a few other staff members and a middle-aged woman sitting in the lobby. The woman was crying bitterly, muttering to herself, my child, please let me go in. What happened here? Chun-Gu asked. The staff explained, this lady's son accidentally entered the dungeon. What? Chun-Gu was stunned. For ordinary people, entering a dungeon was almost a death sentence. Since the dungeon had just appeared, there might still be a chance to save the child. I'll go take a look. Chun-Gu turned and headed toward the restroom. Wait, the staff tried to say something, but Chun-Gu had already entered the restroom. Typically, entering a dungeon required a team of 5. However, as soon as Chun-Gu stepped into the restroom, he saw a stone door leading underground. Without hesitation, he rushed in. A black iron 7-star dungeon posed no threat to him. Entering alone meant he could kill the monsters by himself, absorb all the magical energy, and level up more quickly. Besides, with a child lost inside, waiting to gather a team would likely be too late. There was no room for hesitation in his decision. Tap, tap, tap. Chun-Gu ran deeper into the dungeon, fully activating his equipment cards for defense. Mommy, where are you? The dungeon's torches lit the walls on both sides, illuminating the path. Not far in, Chun-Gu heard the faint sound of a child crying. No, stay away from me. Just as Chun-Gu was catching up to the sound, the child suddenly let out a terrified scream. Not good. Chun-Gu's heart tightened. Activating the wings of the hero skill, he accelerated instantly, rushing toward the source of the child's cries at full speed. At that moment, a 5 or 6-year-old boy was sitting paralyzed on the ground, as several cat demons lunged toward him. Mommy! The child screamed, tightly hugging his head, too scared to look. Suddenly, A towering figure blocked the boy's view. With a casual swing, Chun-gu killed the attacking cat demons. Are you okay? Chun-gu cleared the surrounding cat demons and squatted down, smiling gently at the boy. I'm okay. The boy looked at the kind older brother and stopped crying. Come on, I'll take you out. Chun-gu reached out to pull the boy up. Okay. The boy nodded vigorously. By the way, what is your name? Chun-gu asked as he carried the boy on his back. Chun-nai? The boy answered cautiously. Little Nai, hold on tight. I'll take you out. Chun-gu reassured him with a smile. The boy nodded firmly. At the end of the passage, hundreds of glowing eyes appeared. It was a horde of cat demons. Chun-gu waved his hand, summoning all his cards. He drew Infinite Summoning and Skeleton Warrior, beginning an unending summoning spree. Was it a competition of numbers? In no time, the ground was filled with countless skeleton warriors. Wow, big brother, you're amazing. Chun-nai clung to Chun-gu's back, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Chun-gu chuckled as a swarm of skeleton warriors charged at the cat demons. Meanwhile, chaos erupted outside the fried chicken shop. What is going on? Where is that card master? A staff member asked anxiously. The staff member comforting the crying mother sighed. He has already gone in. What? He has only a black iron 3-star. Entering a black iron 7-star dungeon alone is suicide. Another staff member frowned. If the card master got into trouble, they might lose their jobs. Chui Tianling, standing nearby, sneered. What kind of fool thinks they can handle a dungeon alone? He must have a death wish. Chui Tianling had come to eat and rushed over after hearing the news. But without a full team, he naturally wouldn't go in. This is bad. A staff member turned pale. What now? The mother of the lost child cried in despair. Mommy. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared at the restroom door. Chun-nai ran out, smiling, and threw himself into his mother's arms. Nayo. The woman cried tears of joy, hugging her son tightly. Moments later, Chun-gu calmly walked out of the restroom. By now, he had already leveled up to Black Iron 4-star and was close to reaching Black Iron 5-star. Inside, he had obtained 3 blank cards, despite their extremely low drop rate. Chun-gu, why are you here? Chui Tianling stood up immediately upon seeing him. I heard there was a Black Iron level dungeon here, so I came. Chun-gu replied nonchalantly. Thank you for saving my little Nai. The boy's mother bowed deeply in gratitude. Clap. The surrounding staff and onlookers broke into applause. Saving a life was always worthy of praise. Cardmaster, thank you. Once we gather 5 people, let us challenge the dungeon together. A staff member smiled and extended an invitation. The dungeon is already closed. Big Brother defeated all the monsters by himself. He is amazing. Chun-nai exclaimed excitedly. What? The staff were dumbfounded. How could a Black Iron 3-star card master possibly clear a Black Iron 7-star dungeon? And in such a short time? I'll go check. A staff member quickly went to confirm and returned with trembling lips. It's true. All the monsters are gone. The scene was filled with astonishment. A Black Iron 3-star clearing a Black Iron 7-star dungeon in such a short time was utterly unbelievable. Clap. The crowd could only express their admiration with applause. High-ranking card masters looked at Chun-gu in amazement. Chui Tianling immediately understood the outcome. Chun-gu had cleared the trial arena in 15 minutes and 12 seconds. What was a mere Black Iron 7-star dungeon compared to that? Even a bronze 1-star dungeon wouldn't be a challenge for him. At that moment, Chui Tianling was filled with frustration. For 3 years, he had wondered how Chun-gu managed to achieve this. Being overshadowed by Quan Zian was one thing, but now, even a boy from an ordinary family was surpassing him. He couldn't accept it. Thank you. I should be heading home now. Chun-gu smiled and nodded, leaving under the admiring and envious gazes of the crowd. Goodbye, big brother. Chun-nai shouted loudly as he walked out the door. You too, keep it up. Chun-gu replied, mounted his bicycle, and headed home. On the way, he deliberately stopped by the magic card shop and purchased 5 packs of magic cards, spending a total of 500,000. Improving his strength was the most important thing right now, and leaving 50,000 of the scholarship money for his family was already a significant amount. Click. As soon as he opened the door, he saw the tiny Chun-shi running towards him with a big smile. Brother, she called out in her sweet, childish voice. Smack. Gu immediately scooped her up into his arms, and Shi gave him a big kiss. How did the test go today? In the kitchen, their mother was cooking and poked her head out to ask. I think I got first place. 7 days from now, I'll have the highest level exam. Gu replied while teasing his little sister in his arms. That's good. His mother nodded, looking as though it was only natural. Gu had always been first place since he was a child. Anything less than first would actually feel unusual to her. After playing with Shi for a while, Gu sent her to the living room to watch cartoons, then went into his room to start opening card packs. 5 packs of cards, plus the whiteboard cards he had acquired today, totaled 55 cards. Gu spread the 55 whiteboard cards across the table, rubbed his hands together, and said, "It's time to show my real skills." With that, he began to infuse magic into the first card. A low-level magic card normal. The second card, a mid-level magic card. The third card, magic card name, S-level magic source. Type, special magic card. Effect, when used on an A-level magic source bearer, it can upgrade their source to S-level. Description, an extremely rare S-level magic source card. This description seemed understated, but in reality, this card was as rare as a legendary magic card. For a B-level magic source to ascend to S-level, one must first use an A-level magic source card along with an S-level magic source card. An S-level card alone wouldn't suffice. But this S-level magic source card was practically tailor-made for Gu. Use it. Gu picked up the S-level magic source card and directly applied it to himself. In an instant, the magic source within him gained an additional layer, becoming even more radiant and dazzling. If an A-level magic source allowed him to summon 6,000 to 7,000 skeleton warriors at once, now he could summon tens of thousands. As his magic card master level increased, the numbers would grow even more. Awesome! To get an S-level magic source card on just the third draw was a huge win. Gu was thoroughly satisfied. He continued to open cards. Low-level cards always dominated the majority, with the occasional mid-level card appearing. The second to last card. Magic card name, Crescent Slash. Quality, legendary. Type, skill card. Effect, upon drawing a weapon, unleash a crescent-shaped slash at surrounding enemies. Description, a legendary level area attack skill. No need for further thought, he directly placed it into his magic source. Skill cards of this level were absolutely not for sale. The final whiteboard card was infused with magic, just a low-level magic card. Useless and only fit for recycling. During dinner. Son, you'll definitely be busy leveling up tomorrow, so eat plenty. Their mother had made several hearty dishes to replenish Gu's energy. All right, Gu smiled and nodded. Brother, you can have this drumstick. Shi, in her sweet voice, handed the drumstick from her bowl to her brother. Thank you. Gu smiled back, wishing he could kiss her. Dad wishes you success in getting into the Divine Capital Academy in one go. His father chimed in. All right, Gu nodded firmly, then took out the card with 50,000 scholarship money left on it. This is the scholarship the school gave me. I spent 50,000 on card packs today, the rest is for the family to use. As he spoke, he pushed the card towards his parents. So much scholarship money. His parents were a bit shocked. His father's annual salary was just over 140 to 50,000, which was considered middle income. Gu's scholarship alone was $1 million. One had to admit, magic card masters in this world truly earned a lot. Keep this money for more card packs or daily expenses. The family still has enough. His mother said earnestly. Yes, your studies are the priority. His father agreed. Gu smiled and said, I just drew an S-level magic source card. My luck probably won't be as good going forward, so you keep the money. I'll rely on my own strength to get more cards. An S-level magic source card? Their son was originally an A-level magic source holder, and now he had obtained an S-level magic source card. How could his parents not be thrilled? Their family's life was bound to keep improving. Truth be told, 140 to 50,000 might sound like a lot, but living in the city with a family of 4 was still tight. The 2 card packs they bought yesterday had actually cost nearly all of the couple's life savings. If Gu's grades had been average, they wouldn't have been able to afford it. But Gu was the top student at Crescent High, so they would have sold their house or car if necessary to come up with the money. Now, things were looking up. Their son was successful, and they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Then I'll hold on to it for you for now. His mother, knowing Chun-gu's personality, didn't insist further. The money would be saved for Chun-gu's future needs. As for themselves, they absolutely wouldn't touch it. The family enjoyed a warm dinner together, then sat down to watch TV. The next morning, after breakfast, Chun-gu was already prepared. A bronze 2-star dungeon, missing one member. Seeing the message on the Magic Card Master app, Chun-gu felt tempted. Since it wasn't too far from home, he decided to go and give it a try. After saying goodbye to his mother and Chun-shi, Chun-gu quickly arrived nearby. The dungeon entrance was located in a clothing store, with staff stationed at the door. I'm an Iron 4-star Magic Card Master. Can I enter? Chun-gu asked directly. Let me check. The ones inside are all Magic Card Masters from the Crescent Guild. Most of them are Bronze 5-star. They could be entered earlier, but the Federation's rules require a full team. The staff replied, then turned to go inside. Bronze 5-star Magic Card Masters entering a Bronze 2-star dungeon was no problem. Higher star levels were allowed. But an Iron level Magic Card Master entering a Bronze level dungeon was simply courting death. A few minutes later, the staff returned and said, "You can go in, but you won't be allowed to share any of the whiteboard card drops. Can you accept that?" No problem. Defeating magical beasts could still grant him magic power, which was akin to experience points. The magical beasts in the dungeon had more magic power, and one could even level up by gaining magic power beyond their current rank. It was such a bargain. Afterward, they could even explore the forest to the east. It was perfect. All right, then follow me inside. Led by the staff member, Chun-gu followed them in. Inside, four individuals were dressed in the uniforms of the Crescent Guild. "This is the card master who wants to enter," the staff member introduced. "Kid, don't run around in there and don't cause us trouble, got it?" A burly man said nonchalantly. "Got it." Chun-gu nodded indifferently. After all, he was here to claim free magic power, so what was the harm? The group of 5 then formed a team and entered through the stone gate of the dungeon. Torches lined the walls on both sides, illuminating the space brightly. Bang! As soon as they entered, the gate suddenly slammed shut behind them. "What is going on?" a blonde-haired man exclaimed in surprise, turning back. The arrogant, burly man from earlier laughed and said, "Looks like this is a special dungeon. It only lets people out if they clear it. Doesn't that mean the drop rate for white cards will be especially high?" "Awesome, we're really lucky. A Bronze 2-star dungeon is a piece of cake for us," the other two said with smiles. At this moment, Chun-gu quietly followed behind them, his face full of excitement. The higher the dungeon's level, the more magic power one could acquire. In previous years, the highest level achieved during the college entrance exams was Bronze 6-star. He intended to break that record within these 7 days and enter the Divine Capital Academy as the top-ranked candidate. The group hadn't walked far through the dungeon passage when they encountered a large number of ghouls. Most of the Crescent Guild's card masters used mid to high-level magic cards, so they managed to deal with the ghouls relatively easily. "Kid, you're probably a candidate this year, right? Watch closely and learn from how we fight." "Ah, I really miss my student days. Back when I was at Crescent High School 18. The 4 chatted as they fought, reminiscing about their pasts while Chun-gu watched coldly from behind, unimpressed by their posturing. Before long, the group had cleared dozens of ghouls. Phew. After the battle, the blonde-haired man looked at Chun-gu with a smug expression. "Did you learn some combat techniques?" Chun-gu perfunctorily nodded. To be honest, these guys were already this old, and still only at Bronze 5-star. It was a clear lack of skill. Their magic card levels were weak, their combat methods were clumsy, and watching them gave Chun-gu a headache. "All right, let us rest a bit before moving on," the burly man said. The others rested on the spot, pleased with the single white card they had obtained. Not bad at all. Standing at the back, Chun-gu silently watched them pop champagne to celebrate. Soon, the group continued forward. The number of ghouls began to increase from dozens to hundreds. The 4 members of the Crescent Guild were visibly struggling. To be honest, they were far too weak. Their combat was riddled with flaws, and several times they were nearly killed by the Iron 2-star ghouls. This was still a special dungeon, and they were already faltering at the start. How much further could they go? Finally, standing at the back. Chun-gu couldn't stand it anymore. Dragging things out like this was just a waste of time. He focused his mind, and his magic cards materialized in front of him. He activated the Heavenly Moon Saber, Warrior Armor, and Wings of the Brave all at once, then charged directly at the group of Bronze 2-star ghouls. Hey, you're just an Iron 4-star? What are you trying to prove? Get back here. Don't throw your life away. The four shouted anxiously as they saw Chun-gu rush forward. Skill card, Crescent Slash. Chun-gu swung his saber. The Heavenly Moon Saber South innate crescent-shaped slash effect was unleashed, followed by a crescent slash that wiped out over 100 ghouls in an instant. The four were instantly silent. One move, and they were all dead. The burly man, the blonde-haired guy, and the others twitched at the corners of their mouths, their faces darkening. How could there be such a huge gap between people? While they struggled to kill even one ghoul, this guy wiped them all out in an instant. Clearly, the weapon in his hand was no ordinary item. Do the white cards dropped here belong to me? Chun-gu turned and asked. Why, yes. They're yours. They're yours. The four froze for a moment before nodding repeatedly. Good. Chun-gu nodded, picking up 2 white cards. The special dungeon drop rate was indeed high. Shall we continue? Chun-gu asked again. Sure. The burly man and the blonde-haired guy nodded awkwardly. The more boastful they had been earlier, the more embarrassed they felt now. Especially the burly man, who had kept calling him kid. Now he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. If this guy was a kid, then what were they? Elementary schoolers? Giant babies? The four immediately became cautious, whispering among themselves as they followed behind. Third bro, we've run into a real master. This isn't just a master, he's only Iron 4-star and can already one-shot Bronze 2-star ghouls. His magic card levels must be incredibly high. Thinking back to our attitude earlier is so embarrassing. What do we do? Same here. I was bragging about how awesome Crescent High School 18 was, but it turns out it's the worst. He is obviously the top player from Crescent First High School. The group whispered awkwardly, wishing they could dig a hole to hide in. Pretending to be tough in front of a real expert, how humiliating. Wave after wave of ghouls appeared, but Chun-gu still refrained from using unlimited summons. He wanted to hone his combat techniques. While unlimited summons was powerful, polishing his skills was essential to avoid panic when facing truly formidable foes. These enemies were mere childish play to him. Before long, Chun-gu reached Iron 5-star and had 4 white cards in his possession. Wow, his double jump is so precise. His slashes are so powerful. Look at how he waits for the ghouls to charge at him before using cross, slash. He is so bold and skilled. He doesn't even need skill cards, he could be our teacher. Earlier, Chun-gu had been watching them. Now, the 4 of them were watching Chun-gu. As they say, tables turn. Among the ghouls, there were also enhanced and rare types, but they were no challenge for Chun-gu. Phew. Not long after, Chun-gu let out a long breath. They had finally reached the dungeon's final stage. By this point, he had reached Iron 6-star and had 8 white cards in hand. Special dungeons truly had high drop rates. Another thing to note was that those who landed the killing blow gained more magic power than those who simply observed. This was why he had leveled up so quickly. The 4 Crescent Guild members who had brought him here stood not far away, lost in thought. How could there be such a gap between people? How could someone so young have such perfect combat techniques and skill timing? And why, of all things, did he have to be so incredibly handsome? Originally, they had planned to show off in front of him, but now it was the 4 of them silently stepping back while he took center stage. This was truly a matter worth pondering. Creak, creak. As Chun-gu pushed open the final gate of the dungeon, a deep, resonant sound echoed. Instantly, it was as if a door sealed for 1,000 years had been opened. The oil lamps on the walls on both sides ignited into roaring flames, illuminating the final grand hall of the dungeon completely. Before their eyes stood a massive demon statue, crouched silently atop a stone platform, staring at the people at the doorway. Ding! Lord level boss. Through the magician's bracelet, they learned the level of the boss before them. A lord level. A lord level boss in a Bronze 2-star dungeon. We're doomed. For a moment, all 4 were so tense that goosebumps rose all over their bodies. They felt like this time, they were truly done for. Creak, creak. Suddenly, cracks began to appear on the demon's statue atop the platform, and the demon gradually revealed its true form. Its sharp teeth glinted, its blood-red eyes glared, as if it would pounce at any moment. A suffocating sense of oppression filled the air. Hiss! The four of them involuntarily gasped, pressing their backs tightly against the door, their faces filled with panic. However, Chungu, standing before the demon, remained calm. With a single thought, his magic cards floated into the air, and he quickly drew Unlimited Summon and Skeleton Warrior. There was no way he could take down this boss alone. He could only rely on an army of skeletons. Skill card, Unlimited Summon. Pet card, Skeleton Warrior. In an instant, hundreds of skeleton warriors appeared. In the blink of an eye, their numbers surged to over 1,000. Without realizing it, the grand hall was already packed to the brim with skeleton warriors. Gulp! The four members of the New Moon Guild swallowed hard, their faces filled with disbelief as they took in the scene before them. What exactly was going on here? Can someone explain why he can summon so many low-level skeleton warriors? Does he actually own that many skeleton warrior cards? Impossible. There's a limit to how many magic cards one can have. Even if he's an SSS level magic source, he couldn't possibly have over 1,000 cards, right? Who is this guy really? That card of his must be legendary, maybe even divine. Legendary? Divine, great. The four were filled with envy. As they whispered amongst themselves, tens of thousands of skeleton warriors charged at the demon boss with swords drawn. The first wave was swept away by the boss's single strike, but it didn't matter. The second wave immediately followed, wave after wave, like a relentless tide, crashing against the demon boss. No one knew how much time had passed, but the demon boss, without even letting out a single roar, was completely overwhelmed. Ha ha! The corners of the four's mouths twitched as they let out awkward, bitter laughs, unable to utter a word. This guy in front of them, his strength was absurd. Yet, they couldn't help but feel fortunate. If not for him, they would probably have met their end today. Lord-level bosses were no joke. When it was all over, Chungu collected his magic cards and walked forward to pick up the 10 plain white cards dropped by the demon boss. One of them even emitted a special glow. What luck! Chunji's lips curled into a faint smile. This dungeon run had raised his magician level to Black Iron 7-star, and he had obtained 18 plain white cards. Most importantly, one of them was a special white card, capable of yielding rare or even higher-grade magic cards. Such special white cards were incredibly rare and wouldn't normally be available for sale. In the next moment, the 5 of them were teleported back to the clothing shop where they had first entered. Back so soon. Once someone entered a dungeon, the gates would usually close. This was clearly a special dungeon, which typically required at least a full day to complete. Yet, they had only taken half a day. Remarkable. More importantly, among them was a Black Iron 4-star magician. You four truly live up to being the elite magicians of the New Moon Guild. Impressive. Indeed, anyone from the New Moon Guild is exceptional. The staff couldn't help but marvel. Well then, I'll be off. Chungu turned back with a smile and left without a second thought. He had already spent too much time in this area and saw no need to linger further. He's just leaving like that? Without even a word of thanks. How rude, the staff murmured among themselves. Meanwhile, the 4 members of the New Moon Guild, hearing these comments, looked even more uncomfortable. If anyone should be expressing gratitude, it was them thanking Chungu. But at their age, how could they face the humiliation of thanking someone younger? Just think about it. 4 bronze 5-star magicians being led through a bronze 2-star special dungeon by a Black Iron 4-star magician. Their pride had taken a severe hit. Let us just leave. Embarrassed beyond words, the 4 immediately fled the clothing shop as if running for their lives, leaving the staff utterly perplexed. Remember, nothing happened today. Once outside, the burly one whispered, "What happened? We didn't do anything just now." The other 3 quickly feigned ignorance. If word of this got out, their reputations would be ruined. Pretending nothing had happened was the safest option. The New Moon Guild wasn't an easy place to survive, and they had always been at the bottom. If people found out they were carried through a dungeon by a Black Iron 4-star, they would surely become the laughingstock. After leaving the clothing shop, Chungu hopped onto his bicycle and found a quiet spot to take out his phone. He checked if there were any suitable dungeons nearby that he could enter. Sigh. Back when I didn't qualify to enter, the map was filled with black iron level dungeons. Now that I want to go in, there's nothing. Chungu sighed helplessly and glanced at the time. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. Truth be told, that bronze-level dungeon earlier had wasted quite a bit of his time. Forget it. I'll just go home, let Mom know, and head straight to the Eastern Forest. I need to level up to around Bronze 8 star as quickly as possible in the coming days. Chungu made up his mind. Waiting in the city for a dungeon wasn't a wise choice. Seeking opportunities in the wild was far more practical. The wild lacked the restrictions of the city when it came to entering secret realms. With this thought, Chungu hurried home to pack some clothes and informed his mother of his plans. Under Chun-Chi's reluctant gaze, he left. The Eastern Forest was far from home. Going back and forth would only waste time, so it was better to stay there for a few days and return before the college entrance exams. At around 7 in the evening, Chungu arrived at the Eastern Forest on his bicycle. Clear objective here lay a black iron 9-star dungeon instance, accessible for re-entry every midnight at 12. Black iron 4-star, normal instance. Anyone want to team up? Black iron 8-star, hard instance. Players of similar level welcome. Black iron 8-star, rare magic card carrier leading the team. Paid carry available. Chungu parked his bicycle and approached the vicinity of the dungeon instance, where a crowd of players was eager to form teams to enter. The crowd was dense at night. It must be even busier during the day. Hey, classmate, what's your black iron star level? Want to join our team? Our captain carries a high-level black iron 5-star magic card. Someone called out to him immediately. Chungu waved his hand. Thanks, but no. Hey you, we're a black iron 7-star team. If your level's low and your magic cards are basic, there's a fee involved. Another person chimed in. No need, thanks. Chungu smiled, declining as he continued walking toward the dungeon. Classmate, this dungeon is really tough. Even on normal difficulty, it's no joke, a young man warned him upon seeing him prepare to enter. No worries, I'm good alone. Chungu replied with a smile, selecting hell level difficulty directly and stepping in. Is this guy kidding? The young man was stunned to see Chungu challenge hell level solo. What's wrong? Something happened? His teammates asked, curious. The young man's lips twitched. I tried to give him some advice earlier. He's quite good looking, but he just went in alone and picked hell level. Is he insane? Oh my god, some people really have no fear of death. I think he's just crazy. He's done for. These days, arrogance kills plenty. He'd just be another one. Let us keep looking for teammates. The crowd unanimously believed Chungu had lost his mind. Generally speaking, even a full team of black iron 9-star players without a powerful magic card wouldn't dare select hell level, let alone attempt it solo. It was practically asking for trouble. At this time, Chungu had already appeared in a swamp. Surrounding him were hundreds, even thousands, of swamp mermen wielding tridents, their aura menacing. This was undoubtedly the intense scene of a hell-level dungeon. Chungu immediately activated his skill card, Infinite Summoning. Magic Pet Card, Skeleton Warrior. In an instant, skeleton warriors filled the area, about 2,000 of them. There was no need to summon too many at once. He could always summon more if necessary. The skeleton warriors began clearing out the swamp mermen, while Chungu took out a newly acquired blank card to test his luck. He flipped through a few ordinary blank cards. The fourth one. Magic card name, Healing Card. Type, Special Card. Effect, quickly scab over minor wounds. The healing card was a special card. Though its effect was basic, it was still worth some money. Not bad. Chungu muttered under his breath. He didn't see much personal use for it, and planned to sell it for cash. He continued flipping through several more blank cards, but they were all low-level magic cards. Then, Chungu pulled out a blank card shimmering with a unique glow and infused it with magic. Magic card name, Frostfire Hatchling. Quality, Legendary. Type, Magic Pet Card. Skills, Frostfire Blaze, Icy Dragon Flame. Description, dragons are the strongest mythical species. A hatchling can reach legendary rank, and an adult dragon would be a divine tier magic card. Fantastic! Chungu exclaimed without hesitation, immediately placing the card into his magic reservoir. Next, He summoned the hatchling to give it a test run. Though infinite summoning conserved magic power, summoning a legendary Frostfire hatchling consumed significantly more magic than summoning a low-level skeleton warrior. Unless necessary, wasting magic for show was pointless. Roar! The next moment, a Frostfire hatchling appeared in the sky. With a single blast of its icy dragon flame, a swamp merman in its path was instantly frozen solid, shattering into icy fragments. Immediately after, the Frostfire hatchling unleashed Frostfire Blaze, wiping out a vast area of swamp mermen in a single move, leaving them incapacitated. With the Frostfire hatchling leading the charge, the thousands of skeleton warriors swiftly cleaned up the battlefield, working seamlessly together. A powerful magic card can significantly compensate for a magic card master S-level shortcomings. Next, I need to focus on finding bronze-level dungeons. Only then can I stand out during the college entrance exams. Chingu observed the battle with a smile. He then activated the remaining blank cards. Among them, the only noteworthy one was a high-level skill card. While others might boast endlessly over obtaining a single high-level magic card, to Chingu, with his extraordinary luck, it was merely passable. With the Frostfire hatchling and skeleton warriors, Chingu swept through everything in his path effortlessly. A special bronze 2-star dungeon would be no match for his powerful card deck, let alone this black iron 9-star dungeon instance. In just over 10 minutes, Chingu had cleared the entire dungeon. His magic card master level had risen to black iron 8-star, and he had gained 4 additional blank cards. That day alone, he had collected 22 blank cards, far surpassing the average player. This proved one thing: the magic card master profession was, without a doubt, the most lucrative in this world. Shortly after, Chingu was teleported out of the dungeon. Outside, those who hadn't yet gathered enough teammates were still shouting for parties, unable to enter. Chingu glanced around and decided to find a nearby spot to rest. It was late, visibility was low, and it was more practical to rest and resume searching for other dungeons or wild monsters in the morning. As Chingu prepared to leave, a student whispered to those nearby, "Hey, look, that guy who went into the hell-level dungeon alone just came out." "Where? Where?" someone asked eagerly. "Right there." The student pointed to Chingu's retreating figure. "Are you sure?" someone asked, skeptical. "With looks like his, how could I possibly be mistaken?" The pointing student retorted confidently. Another person scoffed. "That's a black iron 9-star hell-level dungeon. Do you think it's his backyard vegetable patch? He has barely been in there, and you're saying he is already out." Others chimed in agreement. "Yeah, no way. A black iron 9-star hell-level dungeon requires hours, even for a group, unless they have insanely powerful magic cards. I bet he died in there." Seriously, what was he thinking, recklessly charging in alone? The student who insisted it was Chingu stood firm. "I swear, I saw him come out." Someone shrugged and said dismissively, "Unless he had a legendary magic card, there's no way I'd believe he cleared it that fast." Legendary grade. The other students sneered with disdain. Even with money and connections, it's not guaranteed to get a legendary magic card. What a joke. Legendary magic cards are extremely rare in Crescent City. You could count the number of people who have one on one hand. I heard the daughter of the Crescent Consortium's president had to open tens of thousands of cards before she got an epic grade magic card. And that was considered lucky. If you're unlucky, you could open 40,000 cards and still not get one. Enough. Let's just focus on forming a team and completing today's dungeon. With our current level, we're not even sure if we can make it into an average magic card academy. Everyone chimed in, completely disbelieving that Chingu could come out alive. "I really saw him." The student who was certain he had seen Chingu whispered as he watched Chun-Ji's departing figure. "There aren't many dungeons around here. He'll probably come back tomorrow. Then you'll see if I'm telling the truth or not." Chingu pushed his bicycle and quickly found a campsite where many other students had also set up tents. He casually picked a spot, ate some dry rations and water, and went to sleep early. Such were the conditions in the wilderness. If it were in a forbidden zone or a secret realm, the environment would only be harsher, and one would have to constantly be on guard against high-level magical beasts. ####. The next morning, people around began bustling about early, and Chingu woke up naturally. A small river flowed nearby. So he casually washed his face, ate a little, and then pushed his bicycle toward the nearby dungeon. Although the dungeon wasn't high level, the advantage was its convenience, no need to search for one. He planned to finish this one first before deciding on the next step. It's him, it really is him. Still groggy from sleep, the students who had been gossiping about Chun-gu last night suddenly recognized him and hurried to wake the others. They had stayed late clearing a dungeon the previous night and decided to camp nearby to attempt it again during the day. I told you it was him. He came out a long time ago, said the student who had seen Chun-gu the night before, with a smug expression. Everyone else stood up and looked in Chun-gu's direction. It really is him. No way. He went in alone yesterday. How could he have come out so quickly? Looks like he's going in again. I bet he's attempting a hell-level difficulty dungeon again. He's gone in. He has gone in. The few who still looked tired moments ago suddenly had their eyes wide open, their faces filled with disbelief. Clearing a black iron 9-star hell-level dungeon alone and coming out alive? For these rookies, that was nothing short of godlike. The previous night, their 5-person team had attempted a normal difficulty dungeon, and it had taken them a full 3 hours to clear it. The difficulty was obvious. Quick, start timing. Let us see how long he takes this time, someone shouted urgently. A group of people stared at the empty space in front of the dungeon's entrance, not daring to blink even once. If you didn't look closely, you wouldn't even notice when someone was teleported out of the dungeon. This time, it'll probably take over an hour, right? Not necessarily. He didn't even take that long yesterday. Are you sure it was him you saw yesterday? I already said. He is so good looking. There's no way I'd mistake him. No way. Clearing a black iron 9-star hell-level dungeon in under an hour? The difference between people is just too vast. By the way, I think I heard he's south the heartthrob of Crescent High number 1? No way. The students quarreled and speculated. Soon, Chun-gu was teleported out of the dungeon. How long did it take? Tell us. Someone asked the person timing, their voice filled with urgency. 17 minutes and 12 seconds. The timer's face was filled with shock as they answered. Impossible. A few of them exclaimed, completely unable to believe their ears. The people around all turned to look, and even Chun-gu glanced at them once before turning and leaving. He had no time to bother with these irrelevant people. 17 minutes? That can't be a hell-level dungeon. Some students were unconvinced, feeling the gap between them and him was too vast. He definitely chose a hell-level dungeon last night. Why would he pick a lower difficulty now? The rewards for lower difficulties are way less in terms of magic energy. Could he really have a legendary magic card? Haha, comparing yourself to him is just asking for trouble. Look, it's really Crescent High number 1's heartthrob, Chun-gu. Someone took out a photo of Chun-gu's side profile and confirmed it. I heard he has always been outstanding in every aspect, even outshining the Crescent Consortium's heiress, Quan Zian. What kind of person is he really? Let us stop comparing. It's pointless. He is clearly aiming for the capital's Divine Academy. Divine Academy. That place is full of the children of tycoons, military leaders, and high-ranking officials. I heard the school looks like a palace, with resources so abundant it's enviable. Wake up. We should focus on leveling up. Otherwise, we want to even get into an average magic card academy, and we'll end up working for others. The group of students muttered as they packed up and prepared to re-enter their normal difficulty dungeon. Chun-gu, having completed the dungeon, got on his bike and began searching the forest for magical beasts and secret realms. If he couldn't find anything here, he planned to venture deeper into the forest. Though riskier, the opportunities would also be greater. #####. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, 5 people. They're finally here. A team of 5 students spotted a group of individuals wearing Dynasty Guild uniforms approaching, their faces lighting up with excitement. This abyss is yours to take. One of the students pointed to the crack behind them, speaking with excitement. In the wild, if someone discovered an abyss or secret realm but didn't enter it themselves, they could sell the coordinates to others or organizations. These 5 students had been wandering nearby searching for secret realms and magical beasts when they accidentally stumbled upon an abyss. Compared to secret realms, abysses contained more magical beasts, had higher drop rates for common cards, and could yield special items, making them incredibly valuable. The crack in the ground before them was a bronze 5-star abyss, and its coordinates were worth at least 500,000. Not bad. The leader of the Dynasty Guild stepped forward, nodding with satisfaction and a faint, meaningful smile on his lips. The 5 students noticed the strange smile and felt uneasy. One of them, bolder than the others, asked, "Excuse me, but shouldn't you pay us now?" Heh. The Dynasty Guild leader chuckled softly and glanced back at his men. Suddenly, one of the guild members behind him summoned a dagger and, in an instant, slit the throats of all 5 students. They had no chance to resist. HHHH. The 5 students stared in shock at the man before them before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Ever since this world expanded 100-fold, its population had also increased 100-fold. In the wilderness, it was already commonplace for 1 or 2 people to die without anyone pursuing responsibility, unless you had the backing of a financial conglomerate or a military faction. All right, deal with the bodies and notify young Master Chui immediately. Let him know we've discovered a bronze 5-star abyss here. He needs to come and check it out. The leading man instructed those around him. Yes, boss. A member of the guild responded and immediately contacted the guild headquarters. The Dynasty Guild was a C-level guild founded by Chui Tianling's father, and in Crescent City, it was a force that couldn't be ignored. Recently, their primary task was to locate suitable secret realms and abysses to help Chui Tianling level up. Just as the Dynasty Guild members were killing and burying the bodies, Chen Ge happened to ride past on his bicycle and witnessed the scene. Although murder in the wilderness was often ignored, it was a different matter if they were seen wearing the Dynasty Guild's uniform. It could cause trouble. Moreover, there was an abyss nearby, which certainly couldn't be exposed to outsiders. Chen Ge froze upon seeing the scene before him. The corpses of several students lay on the ground, clearly students who had come out for training but ended up dead. He couldn't help but think how ruthless these people were. The leader of the Dynasty Guild cast a cold glance at the subordinate who had just acted. The next moment, that man summoned a dagger and swiftly lunged at Chen Ge. It was clear he had an invisibility card, disappearing just as he approached Chen Ge. Chen Ge immediately used an equipment card to enhance himself, leapt off his bicycle, and assumed a combat stance. Humph, this kid has got some guts. The members of the Dynasty Guild, all bronze 5 or 6-star card wielders, looked at this seemingly inexperienced young man with disdain. The leading man smirked and lit a cigarette nonchalantly. Tian was his most skilled subordinate. Taking care of a mere rookie would be a piece of cake. But in the very next second, he was utterly stunned. Just as Tian flashed in front of Chen Ge to strike, Chen Ge suddenly stepped back and, with a reverse slash, cut Tian clean in half. Tian's face was filled with shock as his body fell in two, lifeless. It was unbelievable. Tian had attacked from point-blank range, giving his opponent no chance to react. And Tian was a bronze 7-star card wielder. A low-level card user shouldn't have been able to break through his defense. Yet this bicycle-riding kid had done it effortlessly. The leading man, a bronze 9-star card wielder with a rare magic card in his possession, remained unfazed. He stepped forward, asking coldly, "Kid, do you dare to attack members of the Dynasty Guild?" Chen Ge was completely dumbfounded. They were the ones who attacked first, and he retaliated. How was it now framed as if he had attacked first? What? Were they saying only they were allowed to act, and he had to sit and take it? What a joke. Dynasty Guild? Chen Ge frowned, racking his brain but finding no clue. It was some nameless guild, apparently. The man chuckled smugly. "Looks like you've heard of our Dynasty Guild?" "Nope." Chen Ge shook his head nonchalantly. In Crescent City, the only guild he had ever heard of was the Crescent Guild, founded by the Crescent Consortium. "You're courting death." The middle-aged man's expression darkened. Someone dared to insult the Dynasty Guild, his pride. Right to his face. This could not be tolerated. "Kid, I know you've got skills, but you're all alone here," he said, glancing back at his subordinates. The guild members immediately stepped forward, summoning their magic cards to equip themselves for combat. "You're planning to gang up on me?" Chen Ge side-eyed them, frowning. "And you figured that out?" The man sneered, just as he was about to order his men to attack. Chen Ge casually asked, "Are you sure about that? You don't know what's good for you." The man shouted at his guild members, "Attack!" In an instant, a group of magic card users surrounded Chun-Gu. Chun-Gu smirked coldly, summoning his infinite summons and skeleton warriors. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of skeleton warriors materialized, and soon after, they multiplied into thousands. The situation flipped entirely. Originally, the Dynasty Guild members had encircled Chun-Gu, but now they were the ones surrounded by an army of skeleton warriors. The man was stunned, staring in shock at the endless sea of skeleton warriors around him, frozen in place. Boss, what now? This kid was playing dumb to trick us. The subordinates stood trembling, too afraid to act. What do you want? The man's face turned grim as he forced a bitter smile and asked Chun-Gu. Chun-Gu smiled calmly. What else? Just like you guys, I'll bully the few with the many. With that, the swarm of skeleton warriors lunged at the Dynasty Guild members. At first, the guild members managed to put up some resistance. But as the overwhelming number of skeleton warriors surged, they were quickly overpowered. The leading man, clearly of a higher level, kept retreating, looking for a chance to escape. Just as he thought he might make it out, Chun-Gu suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his path. What do you want? You better think carefully. I'm with the Dynasty Guild. If you offend the guild, the consequences will be dire. The man stammered nervously. The guild reinforcements will arrive soon. If you're smart, you'll step aside. He was terrified now. Judging by the situation, though this student relied on powerful magic cards, he was no ordinary opponent. Is that so? Chun-Gu chuckled softly, pulling out and summoning the frost wormling. A dragon? Though it was just a wormling, dragons were a high-ranked species, representing top-tier magic cards. The man's eyes widened in disbelief. Ruhar. The next second, the frost wormling unleashed its icy dragon-esque breath, engulfing the man and leaving not even a trace behind. When it was all over, Chun-Gu walked over and inspected the bodies, finding no blank cards on them. It wasn't surprising most magic card users would use blank cards as soon as they acquired them, leaving none behind. He then pushed his bicycle over to the 5 students' corpses and sighed. Magic card users might earn a lot, but the risks were even greater. Not only did they have to guard against high-level magical beasts, but they also had to beware of other malicious magic card users. These 5 students lost their lives in vain, without even causing a ripple in the world. If Chun-Gu hadn't awakened the Luck Emperor trait and drawn powerful cards, he might have only dared to linger near the forest's edge or join some corporate or guild faction. He would never have risked venturing deep into the forest, meeting such a grim fate. In truth, Chun-Gu didn't realize that these 5 had died purely out of greed. In the wild, one should never trust anyone. He glanced at the corpses on the ground, too lazy to deal with them, and turned toward the abyss entrance nearby, scanning it with his wristband. Beep, bronze 5-star abyss detected. What a fantastic place! Chun-Gu exclaimed with delight. He hid his bicycle in the nearby woods and walked into the abyss alone. The leader of the Dynasty Guild had mentioned earlier that their headquarters would soon send reinforcements, so he needed to prepare in advance. Upon entering the abyss, he planned to clear the area as quickly as possible, aiming to resolve the issue before the Dynasty Guild's people arrived. Chun-Gu descended through the underground fissure. The walls were lit with torches, but unlike a dungeon, the light was dim and visibility was poor. He donned his equipment, summoned 3 frost wormlings and 2,000 skeletal warriors, and advanced toward the end of the passage. Beep, bronze 5-star evil ghost beast. Moments later, his wristband detected a monster ahead and issued an alert. Charge! Chun-Gu shouted, leading his minions forward. There was no time to waste. The key concern was not knowing who the Dynasty Guild would send. If they deployed a gold level or higher magic card master, even with his phantom god level magic cards, he might not be able to escape unscathed. The gap in levels was too immense. Even a phantom god level magic card couldn't break through their defenses. The first wave of evil ghost beasts was annihilated instantly by the skills of the 3 frost wormlings, leaving Chun-Gu no need to intervene. Legendary tier magical pets were truly extraordinary, and this was with Chun-Gu being underleveled. If he were also a bronze 5-star magic card master, the damage would be even more astonishing. After advancing a bit further, the evil ghost beasts increased from hundreds to thousands, clogging the passageway in a dense, black mass. This is the terror of the abyss, Chun-Gu sneered. If it were those Dynasty Guild members from earlier, they'd probably have been wiped out by now. Magic card masters might earn a lot, but the risks were equally high. While the levels of secret realms and abysses were roughly known, the dangers far exceeded expectations. Even Chingu wasn't entirely safe. If the final boss turned out to be a king-level entity, it would spell serious trouble. Before long, tens of thousands of evil ghost beasts fell once again under the combined assault of Chingu and his 3 frost wormlings. The skeletal warriors primarily served to draw fire, as there were simply too many enemies. After eliminating this wave of evil ghost beasts, Chingu's level rose to Black Iron 9-star. To be honest, this wasn't particularly fast, especially considering his goal was Bronze 8-star. However, along the way, he'd already looted 12 common cards, which wasn't bad at all. Chingu continued advancing with his magical pets until he reached a spacious cavern. Beep, Bronze 6-star Ghost Power Beast. Here, tens of thousands of ghost power beasts filled the area, creating a scene so overwhelming that even Chingu felt a twinge of nervousness. Moments ago, he thought the Dynasty Guild members would be wiped out if they entered. Now he was certain they'd be marching to their deaths. He activated a skill card, Infinite Summoning. He used a magical pet card, Frost Wormling. In an instant, Chingu summoned 10 more Frost Wormlings. The entire cavern was soon engulfed in the Frost Wormlings area of effect skill Frostfire Cascade. At the same time, he summoned another batch of skeletal warriors to draw enemy fire while he slashed through the enemies himself. Wow, I really underestimated this abyss. The difficulty level is outrageous. 20 minutes later, Chingu surveyed the chaotic scene on the ground and couldn't help but shake his head. Truth be told, if not for the Frost Wormlings and a few key cards from Infinite Summoning, he would likely died countless times by now. He commanded the skeletal warriors to pick up the common cards scattered across the ground, an impressive haul of 30 cards in total. This abyss hasn't even been halfway cleared, and I've already looted 42 common cards. This is insane, Chingu exclaimed. In a typical secret realm or dungeon, a team of 5 might only acquire 1 card to split among themselves, hardly worth the effort. But Chingu, clearing the abyss solo, was raking in massive rewards. If it were a guild attempting this, the resource investment would be far greater, and they might not even break even. After clearing the ghost power beasts from the cavern, Chingu didn't rush to leave. Instead, he decided to rest for a while. The difficulty of this abyss was no joke, and haste could lead to disaster. If he encountered members of the Dynasty Guild, it would all come down to whose fists were stronger. For now, the priority was to use up all the common cards he had collected. He began infusing the cards with magic power. The first card, Basic Magic Card. The second card, Basic Magic Card. Until the 8th card. Magic Card Name, Magic Recovery Card. Type, One-time Special Magic Card. Effect, immediately restores all magic power upon use. It restores all magic power? Chingu's eyes lit up. Such a card was incredibly valuable to high-level magic card masters, and likely worth at least $1 million. However, given Chingu's current low level, using such a high-end card now would be wasteful. I'll save it. It might come in handy someday, he said, carefully storing the card away. This type of card didn't need to be placed in a magic source and could be used at any time. He continued drawing cards. The 15th card. Magic Card Name, Time Acceleration. Quality, Phantom God Level. Type, Skill Card. Effect, accelerates the growth rate of a specific magical pet. Note, can only be used on your own magical pet cards. Misuse is not allowed, as it would be too overpowered. Another Phantom God level magic card? Chingu was overjoyed. There was no denying it, luck truly favored him. He had only drawn a few cards, and Phantom God level, legendary, and epic magic cards were popping out one after another. To put it into perspective, Quanxian had to open 20,000 cards to get just one epic magic card, and that was considered lucky. If she found out about Chingu's incredible luck, her arrogance would surely take a hit. Chingu didn't dwell on it. He immediately placed the Time Acceleration card into his magic source and continued drawing cards. The 16th card, Basic Magic Card. The 17th card, Basic Magic Card. By the 32nd card, he finally drew an Advanced Magic card. Magic card name, Dragon Strike. Quality, advanced. Type, skill card. Effect, summons a dragon head to forcibly smash through any obstacles in its path, dealing damage. Note, force displacement is an essential skill for strong magic card masters. A force displacement skill, this is amazing. Shingu was ecstatic. Though Dragon Strike was an advanced magic card, its value was nearly on par with a rare tier card. As the description stated, force displacement could be a lifesaver in critical moments, making it a must-have skill for powerful magic card masters. He placed the advanced magic card into his magic source and continued drawing cards, though the subsequent draws were all basic magic cards. Shingu had already made a significant profit. Feeling calm and satisfied, he rested for a while longer before pressing onward. The dozen or so frost wormlings and the 1,000 skeletal warriors charged forward in a grand procession. Beep, bronze 6-star, elegant demon detected. The wristband issued another warning as a massive horde of shadowy elegant demons surged toward Shingu. To be honest, the Dynasty Guild should be thanking me. If their ordinary bronze-level members were to come in, they'd probably be wiped out completely. Shingu sighed. This abyss was far more challenging than it appeared on the surface. It was clearly an advanced bronze 5-star abyss. As the two sides instantly clashed, Shingu immediately used Unlimited Summon to summon another batch of skeleton warriors to draw the enemy's fire. The mana consumption for summoning thousands of skeletons was far less than that for a single frost wormling. At this moment, an idea struck Shingu. He drew a Time Acceleration skill card from his magic deck. He directly used Time Acceleration on one of the frost wormlings that was spewing icy dragon flames mid-air. The wormling rapidly began to grow, and in no time, it transformed into a fully grown frost drake. Roar, the frost drake unleashed a blast of icy dragon flames, its power far exceeding that of several wormlings combined. Immediately afterward, it activated Frostfire Stream, covering a wider area and dealing even more devastating damage. Before long, Chun-Ji's level rose, and he became a bronze 1-star magic card master. However, Chun-Gu didn't use Time Acceleration on the other frost wormlings after that, as the mana cost for the card was exorbitant. That was only natural after all. It was Time Acceleration. If it only cost a small amount of mana, wouldn't it be too overpowered? Imagine instantly growing a frost drake into a millennia-old ancient dragon, sweeping away everything in moments. At the end of the day, my magic card master level and mana source level are just too low. Chun-Gu sighed inwardly, his hands continuously wielding the heavenly moonblade. If others heard him say this, they would probably spit blood in frustration. How long had it been? Chun-Gu had already reached bronze 1-star, while the highest among his classmates, Quan Zian, was only black iron 7-star. Moreover, Quan Zian and the others had the backing of powerful resources and financial support to progress so quickly. Meanwhile, Chun-Gu, with his S-rank mana source, still felt it wasn't enough. How would others even survive? Most of their classmates only had C-rank or D-rank mana sources. If even Chun-Gu found his mana insufficient, how much longer could they hold on? With a frost drake, a dozen frost wormlings, countless skeleton warriors, and Chun-Gu himself, they swept through everything in their path. At this moment, members of the Dynasty Guild were rushing over. Quan Zian and her small group were sitting in Chui Tianling's south off-road vehicle, heading toward the abyss. Zian, that's a bronze 5-star abyss. It cost quite a bit of money, Chui Tianling said smugly, sitting beside Quan Zian. Chui Tianling had always liked Quan Zian, but unfortunately, her family background was far too illustrious, and he could only play the role of a sycophant. Today was a rare opportunity, and he was determined to make a good impression. Tianling, your guild is truly impressive to have discovered such an abyss, someone else said with a smile. Quan Zian's small group included Chui Tianling, 2 other women, and 1 man. They all came from well-off families, some from military clans, others the children of officials in Crescent City. However, compared to massive corporations like the Crescent Consortium, they were still far behind. Haha, it did cost quite a bit, Chui Tianling replied with a laugh, not daring to slack off. Before long, the off-road vehicle stopped near the destination, and everyone immediately noticed the corpses near the abyss. What is going on here? Chui Tianling was the first to get out of the car to inspect, with the others following closely behind. Young master, these students seem to be the ones who sold the coordinates. The wounds on their throats look like the work of old Wang's subordinate, the assassin A. Tian, whispered one of the Dynasty Guild members who had come along. It seems old Wang and his team were taken out by someone else. What a bunch of idiots. Spending $500,000 just to get someone killed. Chui Tianling's face darkened. Quan Zian walked over and glanced at the 5 student corpses on the ground, quickly piecing together the situation. She chuckled and shook her head. A bronze 5-star abyss, how much was it worth? Was it worth killing over? The Dynasty Guild was merely a second-rate C-rank guild. So, can we go down now? Quan Zian cast a sidelong glance at Chui Tianling, saying little else. She had always looked down on Chui Tianling, and now she found him even more useless. If it weren't for the bronze 5-star abyss, she would have left long ago. Enough. Enough. Chui Tianling quickly followed. Young master, should we send more people in? There might already be someone inside. Just as they were about to enter the cave, the members of the Dynasty Guild discovered footprints leading downward. Chui Tianling's face darkened, and he glanced at Quan Zian. The 5 of us are enough. Sending more people would just waste magic power unnecessarily. It's just a bronze 5-star abyss, we're sufficient, Quan Zian said coldly. All right, I understand. Chui Tianling followed them into the cave. Inside the cave, the 5 of them saw the ground littered with the corpses of magical beasts. Judging by the footprints at the entrance, there was only one person. How could they clear so many so quickly? Chu Yao, one of the group, said in surprise. After all, this was a bronze 5-star abyss, and the magical beasts inside were not low level. It must be a bronze 9-star magic card master with powerful magic cards, Quan Zian said flatly. The footprints outside are chaotic from fighting, but the footprints leading into the cave are singular. It's likely a magic card master specializing in summoning. Are there still summoning-type magic card masters? Equipping oneself is the real deal. Yi Tian, another member of the group, retorted. The world is vast, there are all kinds of strange things. Another girl, Chen Qin, said with a light laugh. At this moment, Chui Tianling finally spoke up. Whether it's a bronze 9-star or a summoning type, Zian has 2 epic-level magic cards now, and we also have several legendary-level magic cards. What's there to be afraid of? When magic card masters are of similar levels, and everyone has powerful magic cards, there's naturally no need to fear. Not to mention, they had Quan Zian, a dual epic-level magic card master. All right, stop wasting time. Let's move. Quan Zian said impatiently, quickening her pace. The others followed closely behind her. As they walked, their expressions grew increasingly grim. Earlier, they had just fought hundreds of magical beasts, but now they were facing thousands. What kind of magic card master could eliminate so many bronze 6-star magical beasts so quickly? It seems that this bronze 9-star magic card master's magic cards must be incredibly powerful. As the number of corpses on the ground increased, Chui Tianling's once confident expression began to turn heavy. The magic card master who entered ahead of us is too strong. Chu Yao bit her lip, finding it hard to believe. I think we should retreat. Don't forget, there might be more than one person on the other side. Chen Qin started to waver as well. Whether it was the difficulty of this abyss or the magic card master ahead of them, both far exceeded their expectations. Judging by the time it took us to get here, it's likely a team of over 10 people. Otherwise, how could they kill so many magical beasts so quickly? Chui Tianling was also starting to panic. Even a bronze 9-star magic card master with powerful magic cards might not be able to achieve such speed. If you want to leave, then leave. Suit yourselves, Quan Zian said coldly, her face icy as she continued deeper into the cave. Although the situation was strange, her pride was too strong to let her retreat because of a little difficulty. Soon, they arrived at a massive cavern filled with the corpses of bronze 6-star ghostly beasts. The cave was in utter chaos, with mountains of bodies piled high, creating a truly spectacular scene. The skeleton warriors summoned by Chun Gu would disappear once they died, as they were formed purely by magic and had no physical bodies. The area was filled with charred corpses, densely packed and piled into towering mountains of bodies. The number of magical beasts here must be in the thousands, maybe tens of thousands, right? Yi couldn't help but swallow hard, his eyes wide open. If high-level magic card masters weren't prohibited from entering, his first thought would be that a high-level magic card master must be fighting here. Seeing the densely packed corpses of ghost force beasts before him, he couldn't help but wonder, what kind of bronze 9-star magic card master could have done this? At this moment, Quan Xian's previously cold demeanor began to waver. She had managed to stay calm earlier, but the shocking scene before her left her deeply shaken. Even if this scale of destruction was caused by a bronze-level team, it would be enough to astonish anyone. If it was achieved by just one person, then that person must possess a phantom god-level magic card. To be honest, the person who entered here before them was their only hope for survival otherwise. With their team's average level of only Black Iron 8-star, they would have been doomed long ago. Even she couldn't guarantee her own survival here. What kind of bronze-level team could this be? Chuyao couldn't help but exclaim. The sight of tens of thousands of bronze 6-star Ghost Force Beast corpses was simply too overwhelming. Roar at that moment. A piercing dragon roar echoed from deep within the cave. It's a dragon. Cui Tianling completely broke down. Whether summoned magical pets or enemy magical beasts, dragons were incredibly powerful beings that ordinary people couldn't possibly contend with. Roar, roar, the first roar was from a frost giant dragon, while the subsequent ones were the cries of frost dragonlings. Although not as awe-inspiring as the giant dragon, the continuous dragon roars caused Quan Xian's face to change dramatically. Dragons. They were legendary creatures. Xian, it's too dangerous in here. We should retreat. Cui Tianling's voice trembled. This world was truly perilous. He hadn't understood before, but now he was utterly terrified. That's right. There are dragons here. Whether they're magical beasts or summoned magical pets, they're not something we can deal with. Chen Qin's body trembled slightly. These once high and mighty second-generation elites were now completely panicked in the face of such beings. Retreat. Quan Xian's face turned pale as she turned to leave. The others quickly followed, eager to escape this abyss. Whether it's one person or a team, whoever managed to achieve this here must be the heir of a top-tier family. Someone analyzed. Crescent Moon City wasn't considered a major city in the Eastern Federation, and the Crescent Moon Consortium was insignificant compared to the top financial and military powers in the capital. The card decks owned by the heirs of these families were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. If it weren't for such a super-strong individual, Quan Xian and the others couldn't fathom how a bronze-level magic card master could be this powerful. I've heard that those world-class families prepare legendary or even phantom god-level magic cards for the new generation. Cui Tianling said enviously. But why would such a being appear here? Chen Qin couldn't help but ask. Who knows? The group fell silent for a moment. Everyone chimed in with their thoughts, but Quan Xian's face grew increasingly grim. In the presence of true strength, she was still far too weak. Meanwhile, Chun Gu's strength had already reached close to bronze 4-star. After killing tens of thousands of bronze 7-star rotten demons, he continued deeper into the abyss. As he walked, he drew out the 18 blank cards he had just obtained, one by one. The difficulty of this abyss was beyond imagination, but the drop rate was surprisingly high. He infused magic into the first blank card. Magic card name. Stamina recovery card type. One-time special magic card effect. Instantly restores 50% of the user's stamina. Typically, magic card masters are also warriors, consuming a lot of stamina during battles. This type of magic card, which restores stamina by percentage, is extremely valuable. Fortunately, Chen Gu hadn't consumed much stamina, relying mainly on his powerful magic to sustain himself. He continued drawing cards. The second card, a low-level magic card. The third card, still a low-level magic card. On the 18th card, magic card name, magic recovery card type, one-time magic card effect. Instantly restores 50% of the user's magic. Not great luck this time. Chen Gu said casually. If others heard this, they'd surely be infuriated. You have to understand, these one-time recovery magic cards are incredibly expensive. Others might open 10,000 cards without getting even one, yet he got 2 out of 18, both capable of instantly restoring half of his magic, and he still dared to say that. Truly speechless. Chen Gu entered a more spacious cavern, with only a few torches barely illuminating the surroundings. Beep! Bronze 8-star giant bat demon. As soon as he entered, the cave was empty, with nothing in sight. Hearing the bracelet's alert, Chen Gu instinctively looked up. Swarms of giant bat demons were flying toward him in a dense, black mass. Awoo! The Frost Sky Dragon and a dozen Frost Sky Dragonlings also looked up at the sky, spewing icy dragon flames. In an instant, hundreds of giant bat demons turned to ashes in mid-air. However, the number of giant bat demons on the cave ceiling was overwhelming, charging wave after wave. Naturally, the Frost Sky Dragon and Dragonlings became the main damage dealers. The skeleton warriors beside Chen Gu could only watch, unable to help, as they were all melee units. Chen Gu wasn't idle either. Each swing of his Sky Moon blade unleashed a crescent slash, striking giant bat demons dozens of meters away. With the support of the legendary magic card Crescent Slash, he also became a primary damage dealer. As time passed, Chun Ji's magic card master level skyrocketed to an astonishing bronze 4-star. It was only the second day, and he was already 6 levels higher than Quan Zian and the others, creating a massive gap in strength. Before long, the number of giant bat demons in the air began to dwindle, but the cave ceiling was too high to see clearly what remained. Beep! Bronze 9-star King level giant bat demon. At this moment, the bracelet sounded again, and Chun Gu was shocked. King level? This was almost the pinnacle of bronze level magical beasts. The next level up would be emperor level. Gulp! A strong sense of oppression emanated from the cave ceiling, and Chun Gu couldn't help but swallow nervously, as this was his first time facing a king level magical beast. Suddenly, a massive creature, 2 to 3 times larger than the previous giant bat demons, charged toward Chun Gu. It was ferocious and terrifying, moving at incredible speed, reaching Chun Gu in the blink of an eye. Awoo! At the critical moment, the Frost Sky Dragon confronted it head-on, engaging the giant bat demon while spewing icy dragon flames. The giant bat demon unexpectedly spewed a ball of ghostly blue flames, countering the Frost Dragon's flames. Obviously, the strength of the Frost Sky Dragon was still insufficient, and the situation was very dangerous. Awoo, awoo! The Frost Sky Dragonlings joined the attack, but their flames had no effect on the giant bat demon. As expected of a bronze 9-star, with king-level strength, Chun Gu muttered under his breath, taking out a one-time magic card that could instantly restore 50% of his mana. At this critical moment, with his mana running low, he couldn't afford to save on such an expensive card. Instantly, half of his mana was restored, and combined with the remaining portion, his mana was now sufficient. With a thought, the magic card appeared, and he drew the required magic card. Skill card, Time Acceleration. He then used Time Acceleration on the struggling Frost Sky Dragon. Before long, the Frost Sky Dragon rapidly grew, its body expanding and gradually approaching the powerful form of a Millennium Dragon. Awoo! Just as Chun Ji's mana was about to be depleted, a massive Millennium Dragon appeared. With a thunderous roar, the dragon's flames instantly reduced the giant bat demon to ashes. Outside, Quan Zian and the others were all stunned. What just happened? Cui Tianling looked around, his face full of fear. That doesn't feel like an ordinary dragon. That roar made my legs go weak. So powerful. Who on earth is that? Chen Qin and Yi Tian's expressions changed drastically, finding it hard to believe. Young master, we should retreat. No matter what's happening inside, it's beyond our ability to handle. Someone from the Dynasty Guild stepped forward to advise. Cui Tianling's face was filled with panic. The dragon's roar had left him trembling. Dragons were almost impossible to encounter in the abyss, and the only possibility was that a magic card master with a dragon-type pet card was fighting inside. Dragon-type pet cards were extremely rare, and anyone possessing one was undoubtedly a top-tier expert. It was best to avoid provoking such individuals. Zian, what do you think? Cui Tianling turned to Quan Zian, seeking her advice. Let's go. Quan Zian also felt immense pressure and could only choose to retreat at this point. All right, the corpses around the abyss had already been cleaned up, and upon hearing Quan Zian's decision, Cui Tianling didn't hesitate and immediately ordered his men to withdraw. Whoever was inside. Possessing a dragon-type pet card meant they were no ordinary person, likely a young elite from a top family. It was best to steer clear. At this moment, Chun-gu stepped forward and picked up over 50 blank cards scattered on the ground, one of which emitted a special glow. Haha, when luck comes, nothing can stop it. Chun-gu looked at the blank card in his hand, grinning from ear to ear. At this moment, he could only ask, who else? The next second, he returned to the abyss exit, looked around, and noticed the environment had changed. What's going on? Where are the corpses? He was momentarily stunned, but didn't dwell on it. He returned to his bicycle and first took out some food to fill his stomach. This trip to the abyss had taken half a day, and he was already starving. While eating, he began injecting mana into the blank cards. The first card, a low-level magic card, as expected. The second card, still a low-level magic card, completely within expectations. By the 15th card, magic card name, shattered unparalleled quality, legendary type, skill card effect, ignores 50% of the target's defense. Introduction, ignores part of the target's defense, extremely powerful, almost invincible when facing powerful magical beasts. Just put it directly into the magic source. Chun-gu didn't hesitate and placed the magic card into the magic source. He continued eating while opening whiteboard cards. Low-level magic cards were the most common, and occasionally he would get mid-level or high-level magic cards. These were treasures to others, but to Chun-gu, they were no surprise. After finishing the ordinary whiteboard cards, there was nothing particularly good. He injected magic power into the special whiteboard card. Instantly, the magic card radiated brilliance. Magic card name, divine block type, one-time passive magic card effect. After being placed in the magic source, it can block any damage once during a critical moment. Introduction, a life-saving magic card, extremely rare, comparable to Phantom God level magic cards, must be cherished. Isn't this just an extra life? Chun-gu was overjoyed. In fact, there were countless types of magic cards, and this card was a new type he had never seen before. Without hesitation, he immediately placed it into the magic source. Life-saving items must never be spared. I have to say, this time the abyss was a huge profit, with nearly 100 whiteboard cards. Who knows when I'll encounter such an abyss again? Chun-gu felt a bit regretful. Such high difficulty abysses were rare, and he might not come across one for a long time. At this moment, his magic card master level had already risen to bronze 5-star. The massive magic power provided by the king-level giant bat demon was perfect since no one else shared it. Now, Chun-gu was almost a one-man army, practically invincible among the current silver-level magic card masters. He glanced at the status of the magic source. Name, Chun-gu talent. Super luck unique level. Bronze 5-star magic source level. S-level magic pet cards. Frost Dragon Hatchling Legendary. Skeleton Warrior low-level skill cards. Infinite Summon Phantom God level. Time Acceleration Phantom God level. Crescent/Legendary. Shatter Unmatched Legendary. Dragon Pursuit Strike High level. Double Jump mid-level. Cross/low-level equipment cards. Wings of the Brave Legendary. Heavenly Moonblade. Epic Warrior Armor low-level special cards. Divine Block. I really wish I could get an SS-level magic source card. The magic power is a bit tight right now. Chun-gu looked at the panel, feeling a bit helpless. Also, give me a high-level magic card, Skeleton Warlord. He placed another Skeleton Warlord into the magic source. However, he didn't plan to abandon the Skeleton Warrior. Although its level was low, its magic consumption for summoning was minimal, making it an ideal cannon fodder. After eating, Chun-gu didn't idle around and continued searching the forest for magical beasts and secret realms. Unfortunately, as night fell, he didn't find anything new and had to find a place to rest, planning to continue the hunt tomorrow. Early the next morning, Chun-gu woke up, took out his phone, and looked at the Magic Card Master app. Pointing in a direction, he said, although it's a bit far from here, let's try that bronze 9-star dungeon. Searching for magical beasts and secret realms in the forest was too troublesome, so Chun-gu wanted a clear target. He might even find something valuable along the way. As for the deeper parts of the forest, he planned to proceed cautiously. There might be golden or even stronger magical beasts there, and if he were defeated, it would be truly embarrassing. Fortunately, Chun-gu was riding a bicycle. Although the road was rough, it was still more convenient than walking. Along the way, he occasionally encountered a few low-level magical beasts, which he easily dealt with. However, these beasts were of low level, and the magic rewards they provided were pitifully small. After more than 2 hours, Chun-gu finally arrived near the bronze 9-star dungeon. He parked his bicycle to the side and walked toward the dungeon. By this time, quite a few people were already standing at the entrance of the dungeon. If you want to enter this bronze-level dungeon, you have to pay. If you don't pay, don't even think about going in. A sharp-faced, yellow-haired man blocked the entrance, speaking impatiently. You guys are too much. Isn't the dungeon supposed to be public? Why are you charging fees? Yeah. If the Federation finds out about this, don't blame them for being ruthless. A group of bronze-level magic card masters were furious at the yellow-haired man's behavior. But the yellow-haired man and the silver-level magic card masters behind him appeared arrogant, completely disregarding them. Ha ha. Go ahead and report us if you dare. The yellow-haired man sneered. Do you think the Federation has time to deal with such trivial matters? If you want to enter the dungeon, you have to pay. 1,000 per entry. If you don't pay, get lost. A skinny, monkey-like man behind the yellow-haired guy stepped forward, his face full of impatience. Move aside, don't waste my time. Chun-gu saw through their behavior, pushed past the crowd, shoved the yellow-haired man and his companions aside, directly chose the hell-level difficulty dungeon, and walked in. Everything happened so quickly that the yellow-haired man, his companions, and the people who wanted to enter the dungeon were all stunned. Damn, where did that guy come from? He actually dared to push me? The yellow-haired man and his group were notorious bullies in the area, having loitered around the dungeon entrance for a long time. This was the first time they had encountered someone so brazen. I think that guy must be tired of living, daring to ignore us like that. His companions were also furious. When he comes out, I'll make sure he suffers. The yellow-haired man was livid. He turned to the bronze-level magic card masters who didn't want to pay but wanted to enter the dungeon and said, if you want to go in, pay up. If not, scram and stop causing trouble here. At this moment, one of the magic card masters said, that guy just now chose the hell-level difficulty dungeon. What? The yellow-haired man froze. When Chun-gu had pushed him earlier, he hadn't noticed anything else. Did any of you see that? He asked his companions. His companions shook their heads and said, that guy suddenly shoved you aside. We were all stunned. How could we have noticed anything else? He's a bronze-level magic card master, and he dares to be so arrogant. He must be tired of living. These people were all small-time thugs who had been mingling in the low-level magic card master circles for years. Seeing Chun-ji's demeanor, they were all intimidated. Once they regained their composure, they started acting arrogant again. I'm asking you, did you see him choose hell level or not? Stop talking nonsense, the yellow-haired man said impatiently. No. His companions shook their heads one after another. The yellow-haired man turned to Chun-gu and asked, Kid, are you sure? How could anyone enter the hell-level difficulty of the bronze 9-star dungeon alone? I saw it too. He definitely chose hell level. I saw it too. His aura was too strong. Me too. The people who wanted to enter the dungeon all confirmed it. I thought he was out of his mind. Going into a hell-level dungeon alone is simply asking for death. The yellow-haired man sneered, finally feeling reassured. Fine, I said it before. If you don't want to pay, you can choose the hell-level dungeon. It's free for you. The yellow-haired man said indifferently. He was well aware of the difficulty of the hell-level dungeon. No one dared to try it lightly. Then I'll go in. At this moment, a woman wearing a uniform skirt, with long legs and a cold demeanor, walked over. She stared coldly at the yellow-haired man, her eyes full of disdain and contempt. The newcomer was none other than Quan Ji-yun. She had originally been with her small team, but after witnessing the overwhelming aura yesterday, she decided to venture out alone for some training. As she approached, she saw someone acting arrogantly here, so she stepped forward. You. The yellow-haired man stared at the cold and stunning beauty in front of him, his eyes gleaming. But when he saw her proud and imposing aura, he didn't dare to act rashly. After thinking for a moment, he said defiantly, if you don't pay, you can only enter the hell-level dungeon. You better think it through. Quan Ji-yun chuckled lightly, and, without hesitation, directly chose the hell-level dungeon and stepped inside. Her every move exuded contempt for the yellow-haired man and his group. The yellow-haired man and his group were stunned to see her actually choose the most difficult, hell-level dungeon and enter. To be honest, even though they were silver-level magic card masters capable of entering bronze 9-star dungeons, they wouldn't dare choose the hell-level difficulty. They knew exactly what that level of difficulty entailed. The nearby bronze-level magic card masters watching the commotion were also dumbfounded, unable to speak for a long time. For someone to dare challenge the hell-level dungeon, how confident must they be? The only reasonable explanation was she had powerful magic cards. Indeed, Quan Ji Yun was carrying 2 epic-level magic cards, 3 legendary-level magic cards, and several rare-level magic cards. For most magic card masters, this was a dream configuration. Although the Crescent Financial Group was nothing compared to those world-class conglomerates or the top families in the Divine Capital, in the Eastern Federation, the Crescent Financial Group was already a top-tier existence. For a wealthy heiress of such a group to possess such a combination of magic cards, it was evident how abnormal Chun Ji's current magic card setup was. There are so many lunatics nowadays, each crazier than the last. Isn't this just courting death? Seeing Quan Ji Yun choose the hell-level dungeon, the yellow-haired man finally snapped out of his daze and forced himself to add a comment. Otherwise, he'd lose face. Look at how young they are. You can only say young people are too impulsive. Yeah, they don't even know how to fear death. I think those two are just tired of living. The yellow-haired man's companions chimed in. If they're not impulsive, can they still be called young people? At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang out, carrying an undeniable authority. Hearing someone refute them, the yellow-haired man and his companions turned their heads in unison. The hesitant bronze-level magic card masters nearby also looked toward the source of the voice. It was the man who had just ignored the yellow-haired man. Standing tall at 1.8 meters, with a handsome appearance, he was instantly recognizable to everyone. It's him. He's out already? How is that possible? Even for a normal dungeon, it wouldn't be this fast. The surrounding crowd exclaimed in disbelief, their faces full of shock. I'm sure I saw him choose the hell-level dungeon just now. How could he be out so quickly? A bronze-level magic card master said firmly, though his tone was filled with disbelief. I also saw him choose hell-level. How could he come out so fast? Another person echoed, equally incredulous. For ordinary bronze-level magic card masters, even the normal and hard difficulty dungeons are already torturous, let alone nightmare and hell levels. Yet, this young man in front of them actually came out so quickly. Judging by his age, he seemed to be around 16 or 17, likely this year's examinee. Gulp, a group of people swallowed nervously in unison, as if they were gazing at a deity. Just how strong was this magic card master? It indicated that he must have an incredibly powerful magic card behind him. Epic level, legendary level, those were the highest levels of magic cards they could imagine. As for the divine level, that was practically a mythical card, something they didn't even dare to dream of. It's really him. The blonde-haired guy and his companions instantly turned pale, their faces full of disbelief. Chungu walked forward with a smile, a hint of contempt on his face. It didn't matter whether he had come out of a normal difficulty or hell difficulty dungeon. What mattered was that he had done it in such a short time, clearly indicating he possessed an extraordinarily powerful magic card. What do you want to do? Seeing Chungu approach, the blonde-haired guy panicked, afraid that the other would make a move. They were just a bunch of low-level magic card masters who had been muddling along for years, barely reaching silver 1 star, and had no confidence to compete with Chungu. Slap. Slap. Chungu stepped forward and patted the blonde-haired guy's face, chuckling lightly. Nothing. Just this. The blonde-haired guy and his companions laughed foolishly, following Chun Ji's lead. Suddenly, Chun Ji's expression changed, and he shouted angrily, "Since I'm not doing anything, why aren't you getting lost already?" Chun Ji's roar was like a thunderclap on a clear day, scaring the blonde-haired guy and his companions out of their wits. We'll leave right away. Immediately. We're leaving. The blonde-haired guy and his group fled in panic, terrified out of their minds. If it had been some ruthless characters, They might have tried to use their numbers to gain an advantage and stubbornly fought Chungu a few times. But the blonde-haired guy and his group were typical bullies who feared the strong and preyed on the weak. They didn't even dare to make a sound and disappeared without a trace. If I see you bullying others again next time, don't blame me for being merciless. With so many people watching, it wasn't appropriate to resort to violence directly. Besides, these guys were fundamentally different from the villains in the Dynasty Guild. They weren't worth being completely eradicated. Scaring them a bit would likely make them behave better in the future. Before long, the blonde-haired guy and his group had vanished completely. All right, you can go in now. Chungu turned around and said with a smile, Thank you so much. Are you this year's examinee? You're amazing. Hey, handsome, can I get your contact info? The bronze-level magic card masters who had been blocked outside the dungeon began to thank Chungu one after another. Some of the prettier girls even took the initiative to approach him. Haha, you should hurry up and form teams to level up. Chungu politely declined. He had no interest in dealing with these people right now. Becoming stronger was the most important thing at the moment. Don't be fooled by the apparent calm in Crescent City. The entire world was actually fraught with danger. Just a few days ago, the southern coastal city was swallowed whole by a king-level magical beast in one gulp, and the entire city disappeared from the map. This world was far from as safe as it appeared. At a time like this, how could he have the leisure to care about trivial matters? Who knows? One day Crescent City might face a king-level spatial rift or dungeon, and if his strength wasn't enough, he wouldn't even be able to protect his family. Those bronze-level magic card masters were quite reasonable and didn't bother Chungu further. They quickly formed teams and entered the dungeon in an orderly manner. Most of them only dared to challenge the normal dungeons, not even attempting the difficult ones, as their magic card levels were quite low. Because of this, many magic card masters found it hard to quickly level up. Killing too fast can be troublesome sometimes. Looking at the dungeon entrance ahead, Chungu shook his head helplessly. Entering the dungeon had a time limit. It could only be entered once every hour, and after 24 entries, it would be permanently sealed. Finally, an hour passed, and just as Chungu was about to enter, he ran into Quan Zian, who had just been sent out. Quan Zian seemed a bit surprised to see Chungu. Hi, Quan Zian. Chungu felt there was no major conflict between them, and since they ran into each other by chance, he casually greeted her. Quan Zian merely glanced at him sideways, nodded slightly, but didn't respond. That was just her usual attitude, and Chungu didn't mind. He turned around and entered the dungeon directly. Without hesitation, he chose the hell-level difficulty. Quan Zian caught a glimpse of the difficulty he selected, frowned, and glanced at her watch, trying to estimate how long it would take for Chungu to come out. In truth, she felt a bit unwilling to accept it. Her magic card setup had cost her father nearly $1 billion to build. Yet during the preliminary test, she was far behind Chungu. She had looked into Chun Ji's background. His family was ordinary and couldn't possibly provide him with much support. How could he compare to her, who had spent $1 billion, and even surpass her by a wide margin? Is his luck that good? Opening legendary or even higher-level magic cards from just a dozen card packs. How is that possible? Even though she knew Chungu had powerful magic cards, Quan Zian still couldn't accept this fact. Her father had spent a fortune buying card packs and blank cards to assemble her current lineup. Yet Chungu managed to surpass her with just a few card packs. How could she accept that? 10 minutes later, Chungu emerged from the dungeon. Only took a little over 10 minutes? Quan Zian's face turned extremely grim. She had chosen hell level difficulty and had taken a full 42 minutes to complete it. Chungu, however, had done it in just 10 minutes? To her, this was a heavy blow, an unbearable humiliation. Hello, Quan Zian. Chungu remained friendly, greeted her again, and found an empty spot to sit down, preparing to wait for the next entry. Although the rewards from this dungeon were few, they were stable. Who knew how long it would take to find another one? As soon as Chungu sat down, Quan Zian strode over with her long legs and stood in front of him, looking down at him sitting on the ground. What level are you now? Quan Zian's tone was arrogant, carrying a commanding air. Chungu initially wanted to say a few words to her, but upon hearing her attitude, he frowned and ignored her. Back when they were in the same class, she had used this tone with him before, and he hadn't paid her any attention. He didn't expect to offend Quan Zian over such a trivial matter, but he didn't care at all. "I'm asking you, did you hear me?" Quan Zian's voice was full of queen-like arrogance. Chun Gu continued to ignore her, leaning against a tree and closing his eyes to rest. He was the type who responded better to kindness than force. The more aggressive the other party was, the less he cared to engage. Swish! At that moment, a shiny sword suddenly appeared in Quan Zian's hand. Feeling the threat, Chun Gu opened his eyes, glanced at Quan Zian, and frowned deeply. "Chun Gu, you've ignored me for the 12th time. I've had enough. Get up and duel me." Quan Zian said coldly. "Has it really been that many times?" Chun Gu was stunned. In his memory, he had ignored Quan Zian at most 3 times. He never expected that he had unintentionally overlooked her so many times, nor did he know which instances they were. "Women, Chun Gu, fight me," Quan Zian said icily. "Sigh, is there something wrong with your brain?" Chun Gu complained helplessly. What was this all about? Was it really necessary to call for a duel? This woman was truly a headache. "You." Upon hearing Chun Gu say she had issues, Quan Zian immediately swung her sword and charged at him. Chun Gu quickly equipped all his gear cards, moving as fast as lightning, retreating several steps. "This woman really isn't right in the head," he muttered to himself, gripping the Tianyue horizontal blade and charging directly at Quan Zian. If she wanted to try, then so be it. Swish, swish, swish. The two didn't use skill cards, relying purely on their techniques to compete. During the second clash, Chun Gu leveraged his equipment and level advantage to place the horizontal blade against Quan Zian's neck. He had to admit, Quan Zian's swordsmanship was exceptional. After all, she came from a prestigious family and had undoubtedly hired top-tier swordsmanship instructors. Unlike Chun Gu, who had learned in school, and not even with a weapon like the horizontal blade. If it weren't for his level and the speed boost from the wings of the brave, relying solely on his blade skills, he probably wouldn't have defeated her so quickly. "How about now? Satisfied?" Chun Gu asked mockingly. Quan Zian stared at the blade against her neck, her face pale, unable to utter a word. She knew there was a gap between her and Chun Gu, but she hadn't expected it to be this vast. Just 2 rounds, and Chun Gu had defeated her. "Since we can't get along, let's just go our separate ways and not interfere with each other, all right?" Chun Gu asked, looking at her. Quan Zian bit her lip tightly, her face pale, refusing to respond, as if she had suffered a great humiliation. Forget it. Chun Gu couldn't be bothered to argue with her. He put away his weapon, sat to the side, and continued waiting for the next opportunity to enter the dungeon. Quan Zian, on the other hand, stood frozen in place like a statue, unable to calm down for a long time. She had only one thought in her mind: why? Why did she, a wealthy heiress, lose to someone like Chun Gu, a poor boy? She had spent over $1 billion just on hiring swordsmanship instructors, yet she couldn't even block 2 of Chun Ji's strikes. Why? Quan Zian was indignant, but what could she do? Chun Gu was naturally talented, lucky, and essentially a child of fortune. No matter how much money was spent, it was useless against such a god of luck. Soon, Chun Gu was able to enter the dungeon again. He glanced at Quan Zian, who was still standing motionless, and ignored her, walking straight in. This time, entering the dungeon, Chun Gu didn't use Infinite Summon, because his battle with Quan Zian earlier had revealed his weakness. The pet cards were merely auxiliary. Relying entirely on them was absolutely unwise. When facing truly powerful and intelligent monsters, they would bypass the pets and directly attack the card master. Once the card master was killed, the pets would disappear. At that point, the card master could only rely on themselves. This was also why summoning-type card masters were not highly regarded. Shattered unparalleled. Half Moon Slash. Without using Infinite Summon this time, Chun Gu spent a full 15 minutes, 5 minutes longer than usual. You can't take shortcuts. Training yourself is the key. Chun Gu exited the dungeon, muttering to himself. Quan Zian didn't mind after all. She had been out longer than him. "Chun Gu, shall we team up?" At this moment, Quan Zian coldly stepped forward. "No need, thank you." Chun Gu decisively refused. Why should the magic one person could use be shared between 2? That would slow down his leveling speed. There aren't many dungeons near Crescent City. Once you've used up your attempts here, it might be hard to find suitable secret realms and underground dungeons. Quan Zian suddenly spoke. Chen Gu agreed with this point, but said nothing, wanting to hear her out. You know the strength of our consortium. After this dungeon, I'll ask my father to allocate resources to help me find suitable secret realms and underground dungeons. By then, I can bring you along. How about it? Quan Zian remained proud, but her offer was indeed tempting. Although he was a lucky one, having good luck with card draws didn't mean he could easily find secret realms. His goal was bronze 8 stars, or even higher, and if he wasted time due to the lack of secret realms, it wouldn't be worth it. All right, I agree to your request. Chen Ge nodded. I'm just inviting you, not forcing you. Quan Zian said coldly. She simply wanted to team up with Chen Ge to see what powerful magic cards he had. Nothing more. Heh. Chen Ge chuckled lightly, not taking it seriously. No matter what, Quan Zian's invitation was too enticing to refuse. Besides, without high difficulty secret realms and abysses, his leveling speed had already slowed down significantly. The experience from the current dungeon was far too little. The few times he entered, the whiteboard cards he obtained were pitifully few. Shall we enter the next dungeon together? Quan Zian said in a cool tone. All right, but you'll have to wait for me. I need an hour before I can enter. Chen Ge nodded. Quan Zian said nothing, quietly waiting on the side. An hour later. Shall we go? Chen Ge stood up, looking at Quan Zian, who was standing nearby with her arms crossed. Quan Zian nodded slightly. One had to admit, this wealthy young lady still hadn't been phased. Sigh. Chen Ge shook his head and sighed inwardly, heading toward the dungeon. He selected the Hell level difficulty, and the two entered together. Inside the dungeon was a scorching desert, with the sun blazing overhead. Why has the dungeon changed? Chen Ge was momentarily stunned. The last time he entered, it was a desolate wasteland. Why had it turned into a desert this time? How unlucky, Chen Ge muttered. Looks like it's a special dungeon. Dungeons aren't fixed occasionally, special dungeons appear, and this was clearly one of them. His recent luck had been rare if it weren't for his extraordinary luck, encountering various special secret realms and abysses. His level might not have reached bronze 5 stars by now. Chen Ge glanced at Quan Zian beside him and noticed she now had a sun hat on her head. She hadn't been wearing it earlier, so it must have been an equipment magic card. One had to admit, a young lady is indeed different from ordinary people. She even thought about sun protection at a time like this. Girls' thoughts are really hard to guess. Chen Ge muttered to himself. Ding! Bronze level 9 star lizard dwarves. Suddenly, hundreds of lizard dwarves appeared around them, encircling Chen Ge and Quan Zian. Chen Ge equipped the magic card and turned to glance at Quan Zian. She merely smiled politely, remaining motionless. What does this mean? Chen Ge looked puzzled. Quan Zian continued to smile, showing no signs of preparing for battle. Suddenly, a lizard dwarf leaped toward her, yet she still stood motionless, her face adorned with a polite smile. This woman is truly insane. Chen Ge was speechless and stepped forward to slash the lizard dwarf with a single strike. Clearly, Quan Zian just wanted to test Chen Ji's true strength, even at the risk of her own life. This woman is absolutely crazy, Chen Ge thought to himself as he continued to swiftly clear out the surrounding lizard dwarves. This move must be a legendary skill. The timing of the double jump is so precise. Judging by the power of his weapon, it must be epic level. The detailed information about magic cards is a secret among magic card masters, and Quan Zian was desperately collecting data on Chen Ji's magic cards. But the more she observed, the more something felt off. How many card packs had Chen Ge opened to have so many high-level magic cards? Moreover, his combat awareness far surpassed that of ordinary people. No wonder the teachers all favored him. Every skill was released at just the right moment. However, his use of the horizontal blade was not very proficient, which was a bit of a pity. But even with this level of skill, he defeated me in just 2 moves? The more Quan Zian thought about it, the darker her expression became. All these lizard dwarves were killed by me, so I'll take the dropped white cards. You don't mind, right? Chen Ge asked helplessly. Quan Zian shook her head, clearly indifferent to the white cards. Chen Ge picked up the white cards on the ground and continued forward, with Quan Zian quickly following behind. As they moved along, Chungu glanced back at Quan Zian with disdain. This woman is truly insane. Was I too impulsive to agree to team up with her? Quan Zian kept staring at Chungu, but when she saw his expression, she didn't mind. She thought to herself that she had indeed been a bit reckless earlier. Chungu, how many card packs have you opened? She finally voiced the question that had been on her mind. This time, Quan Zian's tone was relatively normal. Chungu thought for a moment and replied, probably 30 or 40 packs. 30 or 40 packs. Quan Zian stopped in her tracks, her brows furrowing tightly. How is that possible? The magic cards you're using now, are they all from those 30 or 40 packs? Quan Zian continued to ask. That's right, Chungu nodded casually. Ding, silver 1-star lizard monster. At that moment, a lizard monster much larger than the previous lizard dwarfs suddenly appeared in the desert. More importantly, the level of magical beasts in this dungeon far exceeded that of a regular bronze 9-star dungeon. After all, in a normal bronze 9-star dungeon, silver-level magical beasts would never appear. But this situation only made Chungu even more excited. It meant he could obtain more white cards and a large amount of magic power and opportunity that wasn't always available. He turned to glance at Quan Zian, who was still standing in place, her face full of disbelief as she stared at him. Sigh. Chungu sighed and had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. Quan Zian felt a mix of emotions. Why? Why is it that he only opened 30 or 40 card packs, yet his level is so high? I opened so many packs and only got 2 epic level magic cards, and one of them was even purchased. Earlier, she might have deliberately refrained from taking action, but now her mood was terrible, and she had completely forgotten about the battle. She just wanted to figure out why Chungu could obtain a powerful magic card after opening only 30 or 40 packs, while she had spent tens of thousands of packs and still hadn't gotten one. Moreover, she could sense that Chungu hadn't even revealed his full strength yet. That damn man, why do you keep suppressing me? What? Quan Zian roared angrily in her heart. Jealousy can make a beautiful woman turn hideous, and Quan Zian was no exception. She pursed her lips, standing there silently, watching Chungu fight alone, her face full of dissatisfaction. This is a special dungeon. I want to see when you'll finally reveal your trump card. She stood still, letting the lizard monsters approach without dodging. At this moment, Chungu couldn't be bothered with her. Killing monsters head-on yielded more magic power, so whatever she wanted to do was up to her. He had no intention of relying on magic pet cards anymore. He wanted to continuously improve his own strength. Over the past few days, he had indeed been too dependent on the convenience brought by infinite summoning and magic pet cards, which was not a long-term solution. Unless he encountered real danger, he wouldn't easily use magic pet cards. He swung his blade, slashing and precisely chaining skills together. Facing these silver-level lizard monsters, he handled them with ease. No one knew how much time had passed, but all the lizard monsters around him were defeated. He walked over and picked up the whiteboard cards scattered on the ground. Can you stop acting like a spoiled princess? If this continues, it'll be hard for me to keep working with you. Chungu turned and said. Quan Zian, with a cold expression, took out 2 card packs and handed them to Chungu. Are these enough for you to protect me? These were worth 200,000. Chungu nodded and took the 2 card packs without hesitation. Quan Zian not making a move was truly a blessing. At this moment, Chungu had over 30 whiteboard cards in his hand, including the ones Quan Zian had given him. It was simply exhilarating. Without saying much, he turned and continued forward. Are you sure you only opened 30 or 40 card packs? Quan Zian followed behind him, asking skeptically. Chungu turned to glance at her stunning yet cold face. You should know my stats. I have no reason to lie to you. Most of the cards I have now were earned through battles. So you're saying you got a powerful magic card from just 13 card packs earlier. Quan Zian felt deeply regretful upon hearing this. If she had known, she wouldn't have tried to show off by giving Chungu those 7 card packs to flaunt her generosity. Now, seeing the powerful magic cards in Chunji's hands was more painful than being killed. It made her want to tear her hair out. What's your current magic card master level? Just as she asked, a lizard monster much larger than the previous ones suddenly appeared in the desert. More importantly, The level of monsters in this dungeon was far higher than that of a regular Bronze 9-star dungeon. After all, normal Bronze 9-star dungeons wouldn't have silver-level monsters. However, Chun-Gu was thrilled because these high-level monsters meant opportunities for whiteboard cards and a large amount of magic power rare treasures. He glanced back at Quan Zian, who was still standing there, staring at him in disbelief. Sigh. Chun-Gu sighed and had no choice but to take action himself. Meanwhile, Quan Zian's emotions were a mix of bitterness and frustration. Why? Why could he get such high-level magic cards from just 30 or 40 packs? She had opened tens of thousands of packs and only gotten 2 epic cards, one of which she had even bought. Earlier, she might have deliberately refrained from fighting, but now her mood was so terrible that she had completely forgotten about the battle. She just wanted to know, why were the cards Chun-Gu got from opening 30 or 40 packs better than the ones she got from opening tens of thousands? Moreover, she felt that Chun-Gu hadn't even revealed all his cards. That damn man. Why does he always overshadow me? Why? Quan Zian roared inwardly. Jealousy made beautiful women ruthless, and Quan Zian was no exception. She pursed her lips, stood quietly, and watched Chun-Gu fight alone with resentment. This is a special dungeon. I want to see when you'll finally reveal your cards. She stood there, staring defiantly, letting the lizard monsters approach without dodging. Chun-Gu couldn't be bothered to pay attention to her. Killing head-on yielded more magic power, and he didn't care what she wanted to do. He didn't plan to rely on pet cards anymore. He wanted to keep improving his own strength. Over the past few days, he had been overly dependent on the convenience of infinite summoning and pet cards, which was not a sustainable approach. Unless there was real danger, he wouldn't use pet cards lightly. He swung his blade, striking at the right moments and skillfully using his abilities, handling the silver-level lizard monsters with ease. No one knew how much time had passed, but eventually, all the lizard monsters around him were defeated. He picked up the whiteboard cards scattered on the ground. Can you stop acting like a spoiled princess? It's really hard for me to keep cooperating with you like this. Chun-Gu turned and said, Here. Quan Zian coldly pulled out 2 card packs and handed them to Chun-Gu. Is this enough for you to protect me? That was worth 200,000. Chun-Gu nodded and took them without hesitation. Quan Zian not taking action was truly a blessing. At this point, with the 2 card packs Quan Zian had given him, Chun-Gu now had over 30 whiteboard cards in his possession, a huge profit. Without saying more, he turned and continued forward. Are you sure you've only opened 30 or 40 packs of cards? Quan Zian followed behind him, skeptical. Chun-Gu turned back to look at her beautiful yet cold face and said, You should know my stats, right? I have no reason to lie to you. Most of the cards I have now were earned through battles. Hearing this, Quan Zian regretted it deeply. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have tried to show off, nor would she have given Chun-Gu those 7 card packs to appear generous. Now, seeing how powerful Chun-Gu's magic cards were, she felt worse than if she had been killed. Her heart itched with envy. What is your current magic card master level? Quan Zian asked again. Chun-Gu turned back with a smile. A little mystery makes me more attractive, doesn't it? He finished speaking and turned back around, not giving her a direct answer. Quan Zian was speechless. She didn't find Chun-Gu charming at all. She found him downright annoying. This was the 1095th day she had found him annoying. That's right. She held grudges like that. You still have high-level magic cards you haven't used, don't you? Quan Zian probed again. Chun-Gu turned back with a serious expression. Quan Zian, you've already violated the basic principles of being a magic card master, he said, and continued walking forward. What an infuriating man. Quan Zian gritted her teeth, but was helpless because she was no match for Chun-Gu. Ding! Silver 1-star lizard giant has appeared. Suddenly, thousands of magical beasts surrounded the two of them. Although the difficulty of this special dungeon was moderate compared to the previous Abyss dungeon, facing so many lizard giants, Chun-Gu remained calm and didn't care whether Quan Zian would take action. After all, she had already paid the protection fee. After an unknown amount of time, Chun-Gu once again slaughtered thousands of lizard giants. Whoosh! He let out a long breath, picked up the whiteboard card on the ground, and sat down leaning against a big tree. Fighting with magical pets was completely different from fighting personally. It consumed a lot of energy, and he needed to rest. Quan Zian also walked over sat down next to him, and stared at Chun-gu intently, as if trying to see through him. I know I'm handsome, but can you tone it down a bit? Chun-gu felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by Quan Zian and casually said, why can you draw so many powerful magic cards with just 30 or 40 ordinary cards? Quan Zian asked, full of unwillingness. Although you have money, the thing is, I'm handsome. Isn't that obvious? Chun-gu teased with a smirk. Quan Zian remained expressionless and didn't respond. She muttered to herself, it's just a pair of eyes, a nose, and a mouth. What's so handsome about that? Chun-gu ignored her, walked to the side, took out all the whiteboard cards, and continued drawing cards. He infused magic into the first card. Magic card name, Weapon Master quality, Legendary type, Skill card effect, Passive skill, Mastery of all known weapons. Description, a true master always maintains a learning mindset. What? Chun-gu froze. The first card was already so powerful? This card perfectly solved his problem of being unfamiliar with wielding the broadsword. It was simply amazing. However, as the description said, he couldn't become arrogant and complacent. He still needed to keep practicing. He continued drawing cards. Sitting on the other side, Quan Zian saw Chun-gu hiding to draw cards and looked at him with disdain. He only had 20 or 30 ordinary cards. What powerful magic cards could he possibly draw? And he was deliberately hiding from her. What was that supposed to mean? Boring, she muttered under her breath. In her opinion, there was no way he could draw any good cards with just 20 or 30 cards. If she knew that Chun-gu had drawn a legendary magic card on his first try, who knows what she would think? On Chun-ji's side, after drawing the first legendary card, it seemed his luck had run out, as the following cards were all low-level magic cards. Still, having drawn a legendary magic card, he had already profited no matter what came next, so he wasn't disappointed. About half an hour later, Chun-gu felt his energy had mostly recovered. He stood up and said, shall we continue? Seeing that he didn't seem particularly excited, Quan Zian assumed he hadn't drawn any high-level magic cards and secretly felt pleased. She was happy when Chun-gu was upset, though she couldn't quite explain why. What she didn't know was that even if Chun-gu drew powerful magic cards, he could remain calm. Don't be upset. You can't expect to draw high-level magic cards with just 20 or 30 ordinary cards. Quan Zian pretended to comfort him, but inside, she felt as sweet as honey. Chun-gu glanced back at the gloating Quan Zian, nodded, and said nothing. There was no need to talk much with this crazy woman. Whether he had drawn good cards or not, he knew in his heart. Would you go around telling everyone at the table that you have 4 aces? Only a fool would do that. After walking for a while, the two entered a lava swamp, and the temperature quickly rose. The overall improvement brought by the Magic Card Master's level up made it bearable. An ordinary person would have long been unable to endure it, but for a Magic Card Master, it was no problem. We're getting close to the final boss. The situation here is complicated, so be careful, Chun-gu said to Quan Zian behind him. Although Quan Zian was crazy, she knew this wasn't the time for fun and immediately equipped her full set of equipment cards. The magnificent sword and luxurious armor made her look valiant and exuded an aura of wealth, forming a stark contrast to Chun-ji's simple knight armor. I wish I had a set of advanced armor too. Chun-gu looked at Quan Zian's armor with a hint of envy in his heart. Quan Zian quickly noticed the fleeting envy in his eyes and felt delighted. She finally had something that made Chun-gu envious. The more she thought about it, the happier she became. The two ventured deep into the lava swamp, fully focused and not daring to relax for a moment. If they were pushed into the lava, it would be game over. This was no joke. Ding! A silver 2-star lava lizard has appeared. Suddenly, the bracelet emitted a notification sound, and a giant lava lizard leapt out of the swamp. The Weapon Master passive skill didn't need to be activated intentionally, and at this moment, the horizontal blade in Chun-ji's hand became significantly more powerful. Flash, flash, flash. Each strike precisely hit the lava lizard's vital points. With the combination of the epic horizontal blade and the legendary Weapon Master skill, Chun-ji's monster killing speed increased considerably. Wait a second. Quan Zian followed behind Chun-gu, feeling little pressure since most of the monsters were blocked by him. She could clearly observe his movements. How did his blade technique suddenly become so smooth? It's almost like my swordsmanship teacher, Quan Zian exclaimed in surprise. Then, Chun Gu swung a few more strikes, his movements elegant and precise, almost like an artistic performance. Quan Zian secretly marveled. Quan Zian, are you crazy? How could you think his blade technique is so good? Quan Zian snapped back to reality and began reminding herself. Chun Gu was the disgrace of her life. She absolutely couldn't applaud someone like him. She felt like she was losing her mind. He's just pulling off a few moves by chance. She kept comforting herself. At that moment, Chun Gu executed a move called Dragon Tail Sweep with horizontal blade, a maneuver both beautiful and practical. She couldn't help but secretly admire it. Wow, that move is so cool. But she quickly started reflecting. Quan Zian, this is all an illusion. Think about how this man ignored you for 3 years. Think about the pain he caused you. How can you still have the mood to applaud him? Are you crazy? Seeing Chun Ji's blade technique improve at an astonishing speed from clumsy at first to now proficient, Quan Zian felt deeply unsettled. Could he really be one of those naturally gifted warriors my teacher mentioned? I refused to believe it. I absolutely refused to believe it. As they fought, Quan Zian's mind was filled with frantic thoughts. As a wealthy heiress born with a silver spoon in her mouth, she had never encountered anyone more outstanding than herself. Chun Gu was just someone from an ordinary family. The rules of this world had long been set. Children from ordinary families could never surpass someone like her. Absolutely impossible. But her eyes couldn't deceive her. Quan Zian fell into deep self-doubt. Chun Ji's growth speed clearly exceeded her expectations. No wonder. After all, there were countless types of magic cards, and cards like Weapon Master weren't even mentioned in the books. Quan Zian, don't worry. In the next few days, my dad will produce over 40,000 blank cards, and we'll definitely draw some powerful magic cards. By then, my college entrance exam results might not lose to Chun Gu. She kept reassuring herself. Chun Gu was just lucky, in her opinion. Money was the most reliable thing. Luck meant nothing. Slash. Up ahead, Chun Gu wielded the horizontal blade with increasing proficiency, each strike more stunning than the last. This feeling made him intoxicated. He had long left Quan Zian behind, focusing on improving himself. As for Quan Zian observing his magic cards, he had already noticed it, but as long as one uses magic cards, it's hard to avoid being discovered by others unless they never use them. So, there was no need to worry too much about this. Even if Quan Zian figured out the general situation of his magic cards, it didn't matter. In front of a true powerhouse, such things are insignificant. Sigh, the leveling speed has dropped too much. After all, Chun Gu had high goals, and there wasn't much time left, leaving him somewhat helpless. Hint, a silver 2-star lava giant lizard has appeared. Just as he was about to take back his previous thoughts, he turned his head and saw that the lava canyon ahead was densely packed with lava giant lizards. They were massive and numerous, looking very difficult to deal with. Hiss! After taking down this batch of lava lizards, Chun Gu took a deep breath and prepared to move forward. For him, this was the kind of challenge he dreamed of. Hiss! Quan Zian saw the situation and couldn't help but gasp. Honestly, she was a bit scared. The dungeon was becoming increasingly difficult, far beyond her expectations. Protect yourself. Chun Gu turned back to remind Quan Zian. Since she had paid the protection fee, he would naturally do his best. Protect yourself first. Quan Zian crossed her arms, her attitude arrogant. Chun Gu sighed. This was the temper of a spoiled young lady, and he couldn't be bothered to argue. Kill. Chun Gu charged forward, wielding the sky moonblade. Hey! Quan Zian was dumbfounded. In situations like this, the usual strategy was to lure out a portion of the enemies and slowly wear them down. But Chun Gu just rushed straight in. Is there something wrong with his brain? She complained inwardly. But Chun Ji's thoughts were simple, to quickly overcome the obstacle in front of him. If he dragged it out, when would he ever leave this dungeon? After charging into the group of lava giant lizards, Chun Gu used basic moves while seizing opportunities to unleash skills, his actions smooth and skillful. However, the lava giant lizards were too numerous, wave after wave, and he soon found himself in a tough battle. After all, he was only a bronze 5-star magic card master, and facing so many silver 2-star lava giant lizards was still challenging. Magic Pet Card Frostling Dragon. At this moment, Chun-Gu summoned a Frostling Dragon to assist him. A woo! With a dragon's roar, the Frostling Dragon flew into the air. First, it unleashed Frostfire Stream, followed by Frost Dragon Flame, instantly wiping out a large group of lava giant lizards around it. The power of a single Frostling Dragon was so strong that if he summoned more, or even summoned a Frost Giant Dragon, Chun-Gu would be completely invincible. This was a perfect opportunity for him to practice coordination with his magic pet. With the Frostling Dragon's assistance, Chun-Ji's speed in eliminating the lava giant lizards was as fast as slicing vegetables. The coordination between man and dragon was exceptionally seamless. From afar, Quan Zian watched this scene, stunned. She felt the dragon's roar sounded familiar, but it was slightly different. That day, they had heard the roar of the Frost Giant Dragon, but this time it was the Frostling Dragons, deeper and overshadowed by the giant dragon's roar, so she didn't immediately realize it. More importantly, a dragon. Quan Zian stared at Chun-Gu in disbelief. He only opened 30 or 40 card packs. How many powerful magic cards has he drawn? The shocked Chun-Gu brought her came wave after wave, leaving her completely unprepared. I, Quan Zian, have opened so many magic card packs, and there are barely any powerful magic cards. Why can he draw dragon-type magic cards? She couldn't help but scream in her heart. Chun-Gu said he was handsome, so he had good luck. But Quan Zian, with her beautiful face, great figure, and long legs, how was she any worse than others? Why didn't she have the same luck as Chun-Gu? Why? The usually aloof expression on Quan Zian's face began to show a strange look. She couldn't understand at all how Chun-Gu could draw so many abnormal magic cards with just 30 or 40 card packs. Up until now, her father had already invested $1 billion in her magic card setup, yet the results were still not as good as Chun-Ji's with so few card packs. Moreover, to save time, her family had specifically hired people to help her draw cards. But could they really draw dragon cards? Dragons were high-level creatures. Even a baby dragon should be of legendary level. He has a legendary magic pet card, along with the saber in his hand and those faintly visible wings on his back. A wave of unprecedented frustration surged in Quan Zian's heart. She couldn't understand at all how Chun-Gu could draw so many abnormal magic cards with so few card packs. At least I'm an S-level magic source now. Quan Zian refused to allow herself to be inferior to Chun-Gu and began searching for reasons in her heart to feel superior to him. Fortunately, others couldn't tell that Chun-Gu was also an S-level magic source now, or her last shred of self-esteem would have been trampled underfoot. Faced with the extraordinarily gifted Chun-Gu, Quan Zian's wealthy background meant nothing. Roar, Chun-Gu, and the Frost Baby Dragon were becoming increasingly synchronized, effortlessly controlling thousands of lava giant lizards together. After an unknown amount of time, Chun-Ji's magic card master level finally rose to bronze 6-star. In the past, the highest level for candidates in Crescent City and surrounding cities was bronze 6-star, and he had already broken the record. Next, it was time to set a new record. He first picked up all the whiteboard cards that had fallen to the ground, counting 12 in total. Not bad. Since he had killed all these lava giant lizards, these whiteboard cards naturally belonged to him. Quan Zian didn't care about these whiteboard cards at all. Quan Zian, you're always so lazy. Chun-Gu turned to talk to her, but she handed him another card pack. Lazy or not, as long as you're happy. Chun-Gu took the card pack without saying much. Anyway, as long as she provided enough card packs, nothing else mattered. Let's rest for a while, and then continue. After killing over 1,000 lava giant lizards, his stamina was quite drained. After saying this, Chun-Gu walked away to rest. Quan Zian's face remained cold, and no matter how she looked at him, she found Chun-Gu annoying. She had lived for so long, and every boy had always revolved around her, vying to please her. But Chun-Gu was the exception. No matter what he did, he was always distant, ignoring her, which was infuriating. It was just a few powerful magic cards, so what was there to be so smug about? Actually, whether he had powerful magic cards or not, Chun-Gu was always like that. On Chun-Ji's side, without saying a word, he started drawing cards directly. The first card, low-level magic card. The second card, low-level magic card. All the way to the 22nd card, the last one, still a low-level magic card. Chen Ji's expression turned a bit grim. As a naturally lucky person, what did it mean to draw 22 low-level magic cards in a row? It had to be said, even for Chen Gu, it wasn't possible to draw powerful magic cards every time, let alone for ordinary people. The originally valued 220,000 card pack was now worth less than 22,000. So, don't be fooled by the fact that a single whiteboard card sells for 10,000 while magic card masters earn money easily. They spend it just as quickly. However, today a legendary magic card was added to the collection and Chun Ji's displeasure vanished in an instant. If powerful magic cards were so easy to draw, humanity would no longer be at a disadvantage in the struggle against magical beasts. About half an hour later, Chen Gu stood up. Looks like your luck has run out, huh? Quan Zian had been observing from the side. Seeing Chen Gu open so many blank cards, she frowned slightly but felt secretly pleased. She seized the opportunity to mock Chen Gu. After all, she didn't care as long as Chen Gu was unhappy. She was happy. Powerful magic cards aren't something you can get just because you want them. Don't take it too seriously. Chen Gu turned around, waved his hand casually, and didn't seem to care at all. Stop pretending. That was 220,000. I don't believe your family is so well off that you wouldn't feel a bit of pain. Quan Zian kept bickering with Chen Gu in this way, though it was more to comfort herself. Chen Gu had opened so many powerful magic cards in just 30 or 40 packs, which made her feel quite uncomfortable. The two of them made their way into the lava canyon, and soon they saw a massive lava giant lizard, as big as a small mountain. Ding! Silver 3-star Lord level lava giant lizard. Their wristbands simultaneously emitted a notification. You stay back and watch, I'll handle this. Chen Gu said eagerly. Lord level monsters were highly likely to drop those special blank cards. By yourself? This is a Lord level lava giant lizard. Quan Zian was a bit surprised. All the blank cards that drop are mine, okay? Chen Gu turned to ask. Seeing his confident demeanor, Quan Zian put on a calm expression and nodded slightly. Suit yourself. In her heart, she was already looking forward to Chun Ji's performance, curious about just how powerful this frost dragon hatchling really was. All right, Chen Gu summoned equipment cards to arm himself and charge forward. After all, it was a silver-level Lord monster, so he couldn't afford to be careless. Skill card, Infinite Summon. Skill card, Frost Dragon Hatchling. He directly summoned 2 Frost Dragon hatchlings to share the firepower. Roar, roar. The 2 hatchlings roared and followed Chen Gu as they charged at the Lord-level lava giant lizard. Suddenly, the lava giant lizard, which had been lying down asleep, opened its cold eyes and charged forward fiercely. 1 man and 2 dragons immediately engaged in a fierce battle with the lava giant lizard. Quan Zian furrowed her brows tightly from behind. 2 dragon-type magic cards. She pursed her lips, full of disbelief. Others couldn't even draw one. Yet, Chen Gu had drawn 2 dragon-type magic cards? No wonder he cleared levels so quickly. With 2 dragon pets and his own strength, no one could compare. Why can he draw 2 dragon-type magic pet cards? Why him? Quan Zian couldn't help but roar inwardly, full of resentment. Meanwhile, Chen Gu and the 2 frost dragon hatchlings were becoming increasingly coordinated. If the frost giant dragon were to appear, they might be able to take down the lava giant lizard quickly, but the time acceleration card consumed a massive amount of magic power. Unless absolutely necessary, Chen Gu preferred to conserve his magic power. After all, an excellent magic card master must manage their magic power wisely, defeating enemies with the least amount of expenditure. Those magic power recovery cards were too expensive, even using one occasionally made Chen Gu feel the pinch. If he could use less, he would. Even landlords don't have unlimited resources, and he wasn't a landlord. So how could he afford to waste recklessly? Roar, the 2 frost dragon hatchlings continuously spewed icy dragon flames, occasionally using frost flow fire to create combat opportunities for Chen Gu. Although fighting with 2 dragons alone was stressful, their coordination became increasingly seamless. Skill card, Dragon Pursuit Strike. Finally, with the cooperation of the 2 young dragons, Chun-Gu swiftly moved towards the lava giant lizard and unleashed a combo of unmatched shatter and crescent slash directly at its abdomen. Woo 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 thud. With the whimpering sound of the Lord-level lava giant lizard, it collapsed to the ground, slain by Chun-Gu. It dropped 14 blank cards, but no special blank cards. Chun-Gu looked at the cards in his hand, feeling a bit helpless, but quickly adjusted his mindset. Over the past 2 days, he had already obtained 2 special blank cards, which was considered extremely rare luck, as the drop rate for such cards was incredibly low. Quan Zian had been quietly watching Chun-Ji's back from a distance, feeling uneasy. If I were facing that Lord-level lava giant lizard alone, I probably wouldn't have handled it as easily as Chun-Gu. She was a competitive woman, and seeing Chun-Ji's strength inevitably made her feel a bit disheartened. 5 minutes later, they were teleported out of the dungeon. As soon as they emerged, they were surrounded by men in suits and sunglasses. Each stood straight and exuded an imposing presence, clearly bodyguards. "Why are you here?" Quan Zian frowned and asked. Many magic card masters around them were staring at her. She had already told her father that she wanted to train alone and didn't need so many people following her. "Miss, a legendary magic card was just drawn from the latest batch of magic cards. The president instructed us to deliver it to you immediately." A man in his 50s, dressed in a black suit, stepped forward and spoke. Several people carried a metal box to Quan Zian. "Legendary. Isn't that Quan Zian from the Crescent Financial Group? Wow, so envious." The surrounding bronze-level magic card masters were filled with envy. A legendary magic card was something they couldn't even dream of. Is this the privilege of a financial magnate? Truly enviable. Even Chun-Gu, known as the Luck Emperor, couldn't help but feel envious at the sight. Such treatment was beyond the reach of ordinary people. Someone was at home drawing cards for her, and when a good card was drawn, they sent a team of bodyguards to deliver it. She could upgrade her cards without any interruptions. Who wouldn't envy that? Not to mention, her privileges didn't stop there. Sigh, luckily I have the Luck Emperor Constitution. Otherwise, how could I compete with her financial resources? Chun-Gu consoled himself inwardly. As long as he advanced step by step, one day he would ensure that his sister Chun-Shi could enjoy such treatment. His parents too. The slightly disheartened Quan Zian instantly regained her confidence. "So what if you're lucky? My family's wealth could crush you. My magic cards will surpass yours sooner or later." Her cold eyes glanced at Chun-Gu indifferently. She raised her hand, and the metal box slowly opened. After all, a legendary magic card wasn't something that could be casually delivered. This special metal box couldn't even be opened by top-tier magic card masters. Quan Zian immediately took out the magic card and carefully examined its details. Magic card name: Pegasus Beast Quality, Legendary Type, Magic Pet Card Effects, Wings of Light, Divine Impact Description. Pegasus is a very gentle magic pet with incredible speed, serving as a powerful mount and companion for magic card masters. Although the legendary Pegasus couldn't compare to Chun-Ji's dragon-type magic cards, it was still an exceptionally powerful magic pet card. Quan Zian immediately placed the magic card into the source of magic power and summoned it. Hiss hiss, the pure white Pegasus spread its white wings, raised its front hooves, and let out a neigh, looking majestic. Wow, what a beautiful Pegasus. It's exactly the horse I've always dreamed of. So cool. The surrounding magic card masters exclaimed in admiration, their faces full of envy. But in Chun-Ji's eyes, all of this reeked of money. How many cards did she have to draw to get this one? Sure enough, having money means you can do whatever you want. Quan Zian mounted the Pegasus, looking valiant and exuding an even colder and more noble aura. Clop, clop, clop. She rode the Pegasus in a circle around Chun-Gu, looking smug. "So what if you have 2 dragon-type magic cards? They're just 2 baby dragons, while I'm riding a Pegasus." She didn't say it out loud, but her expression said it all. Sigh. Chun-Gu looked at Quan Zian riding the Pegasus and couldn't help but think she was really childish. Despite her usual cold goddess demeanor, she was actually quite immature. Satisfied, Quan Zian put away the Pegasus beast and walked toward the leading man in a suit. "Uncle Quan, thank you for your hard work. Please help me find a nearby secret realm or dungeon that we can enter." "Understood, Mississippi. I'll take care of it right away." Butler Quan nodded in agreement and immediately took action. Quan Zian then walked over to Chun Gu with an air of superiority and said, "I've already sent someone to look. If we find a secret realm or abyss, we'll tackle those first. If not, we'll continue to finish the remaining attempts in this instance. Before the college entrance exam, I estimate we can level up to Bronze 6-star. Quan Zian's current Magic Card Master level was only Bronze 3-star, which is why she said that. As for Chun Ji's level, she had no idea. If she knew, her newly inflated confidence would be instantly shattered. All right, Chun Gu agreed readily. As long as there were secret realms and abysses to tackle, he was satisfied. However, finding a suitable secret realm in terms of level and distance would still depend on luck. An hour passed, and there was still no news. Chun Gu and Quan Zian entered the instance again. This time, it was a regular instance. All right, so you won't say I'm always slacking off. I'll handle this instance, and you can watch from the back. As soon as they entered the instance, Quan Zian immediately summoned her Pegasus, donned her ornate armor and sword, and said to Chun Gu, "I want to join the fight otherwise. What if the whiteboard cards drop?" Chun Gu only cared about picking up whiteboard cards. "I'll kill the beasts, and all the whiteboard cards that drop will be yours." Satisfied, Quan Zian didn't care at all about the whiteboard cards that dropped in the instance. Believe it or not, Quan Zian had never picked up a single whiteboard card that dropped in instances or secret realms. For a super rich heiress like her, that amount of money wasn't even enough for a single beauty treatment and was a complete waste of time. "You said it, so don't blame me for taking advantage of you later," Chun Gu reminded her in advance. Humph. Quan Zian looked indifferent and immediately turned to charge into battle. Even the special instance from earlier was nothing to Quan Zian now that she had the Pegasus, let alone a regular instance. What other Magic Card Masters considered hell-level difficulty was nothing in the face of Chun Gu and Quan Zian. Chun Gu lazily picked up whiteboard cards in the back, while Quan Zian unleashed a frenzy of attacks in the front. Sigh, this woman is at least somewhat normal most of the time, Chun Gu thought to himself, feeling slightly comforted. Next, Quan Zian still hadn't found any news about the secret realm or abyss, so the two could only wait patiently and enter the dungeon when the time came. Unknowingly, another day had passed. All right, that's it for tonight. Quan Zian was teleported out of the dungeon and spoke. Chun Gu glanced at the time and nodded. At that moment, a massive off-road RV stopped in front of them. It looked extremely luxurious, the kind of vehicle Chun Gu had only seen in the news. This is... Chun Gu was momentarily stunned. "People can't sleep outdoors in the open, it's too hard on the body," Quan Zian said as she strode toward the RV. Chun Gu thought to himself, "This is a lifestyle that poor people can't even imagine. You should come up too. Since you're my teammate, I won't treat you poorly." Quan Zian turned her head at the door and said to Chun Gu, "All right." Chun Gu had been sleeping outdoors for the past few days, so he certainly wouldn't refuse such a good opportunity. The two got into the RV, which unfolded into several rooms like a base. "No one has lived here before, so you can stay in this room," Quan Zian arranged. "Thank you," Chun Gu responded. Quan Zian went to her room, while Chun Gu eagerly entered his own. As soon as he stepped inside, Chun Gu fully understood the gap between their worlds. There was a bed, a bathroom, a desk, and a computer, and it was even more spacious than his home. When he opened the bathroom door, there was even a bathtub. Quan Zian wasn't here to train, she was clearly here to enjoy life. Chun Gu couldn't help but sigh and silently made up his mind to ensure his parents and sister could live like this one day. When Shi grows up, she'll definitely live even more luxuriously than this, he thought to himself. Afterward, Chun Gu went to the bathroom to take a shower and changed into the clothes he had brought when he left home. Knock, knock, knock. Over an hour later, Quan Zian knocked on the door and called out, "Chun Gu, come out for dinner." Thinking about the unappetizing food he'd been eating for the past 2 days, Chun Gu felt deeply moved. Quan Zian's meals were definitely better than his, so he immediately went out. The table in the living room was filled with all kinds of delicious food, stir-fried dishes, steak, fruits, and desserts. Quan Zian called it dinner, but it was actually a feast. Sure enough, this is the life of the rich. Chun Gu marveled inwardly and began to eat heartily. Compared to the food he'd been eating in the wild for the past 2 days, This was on a whole other level. Even at home, he never had the chance to eat such lavish meals every day. Since Quan Zian was treating him, he naturally wanted to eat his fill and enjoy it. Seeing Chun Ge eat far more than she did, Quan Zian widened her eyes, feeling both surprised and annoyed. As a magic card master, one's physical fitness improves with their level, and their appetite increases accordingly. This made Quan Zian start to suspect Chun Ji's level, guessing it might be much higher than hers. Damn it, this guy even eats more than me. Quan Zian's competitive spirit ignited, and she began to eat faster. Meanwhile, Chang'e didn't notice her expression at all and continued eating heartily. There's nothing wrong with eating more when you can. After eating and drinking their fill, the two didn't have much to talk about. Every time Quan Zian looked at Chang'e, there was a hint of unwillingness in her eyes. Finally, the two returned to their rooms to rest. The bed was soft and undoubtedly expensive, and Chang'e slept deeply and comfortably. No matter what, he had definitely profited from this deal with Quan Zian. The next morning, Chang'e lazily got up, washed up, and came out to find breakfast equally sumptuous. After eating, news came from Quan Zian. A secret realm was discovered 30 kilometers away. The off-road RV was quickly packed up, and they rushed to the scene. By the time they arrived, the entrance to the secret realm was already surrounded by Quan family bodyguards, completely blocked off. When drawing cards, they easily outmatched ordinary people's luck with their immense wealth. When acquiring resources, they relied on their powerful connections and manpower to forcibly seize them. You say Chang'e has no talent, so how can he compete with them? Without the blessing of talent, how could he let Shi live a life comparable to Quan Zian's? Miss Quan Zian and Chang'e got out of the car, and the bodyguards saluted Quan Zian. Quan Zian nodded and stepped forward to investigate. Beep, Silver 2-star secret realm. Shall we go in together? Quan Zian turned to ask. Chang'e nodded, and the two entered the secret realm together. Beep, Silver 2-star snowman monster. Inside the secret realm, it was a world of ice and snow, filled with silver 2-star snowman monsters. As Chang'e prepared to use his equipment card to fight, Quan Zian immediately turned back and said, "Don't move, let me handle this." Watching Chun Ji's almost perfect knife skills, Quan Zian decided she needed to intensify her own training and casually said to Chang'e, "As long as you enjoy it." Chang'e didn't mind after all. The two had already agreed that all the whiteboard cards dropped inside would belong to him. Since someone was willing to let him help, he was naturally happy to take it easy. Although the magic power gained from not personally fighting was slightly less, who wouldn't enjoy this kind of ease? Next, Quan Zian fought fiercely at the front, while Chang'e waited on the side for the monsters to drop whiteboard cards. Every time a whiteboard card appeared, Chang'e quickly picked it up and infused it with magic. Low-level magic cards were always the most abundant. Finally, Chang'e drew another powerful magic card. Magic card name: Wind Blade quality, legendary type, skill card effect, instantly unleashes a wind blade, dealing damage to enemies in a straight line. Description: Wind Blade is a skill formed by condensed wind. Its effect is enhanced if used before a strong wind arrives. He directly placed this card into the magic source card without hesitation. Although Chang'e already had quite a few legendary skill cards, having more skills was always beneficial. A truly powerful magic card master could never rely on just one or two strong cards. Many king-level magic card masters carried dozens of epic-level magic cards. The reason why these students were so happy about a few cards now was that their levels were still low, and the monsters they encountered weren't strong enough. Thus, Quan Zian fought fiercely at the front while Chang'e collected cards at the back, creating a rather harmonious scene. From Chun Ji's position, he could feel Quan Zian's confidence and unique beauty. On the monotonous path of leveling up, such feelings were a kind of enjoyment. Over the next 2 days, Chang'e and Quan Zian didn't encounter any particularly challenging dungeons or secret realms. They were all ordinary and posed no difficulty. The battles were almost entirely handled by the highly competitive Quan Zian, while Chang'e practically gained magic power for free. Although Quan Zian was somewhat arrogant, she was very trustworthy and consistently took Chang'e to find secret realms and abysses. 2 days before the college entrance exam, in the morning, buzz, buzz, Buzz Chungu was having breakfast in Quan Xian's off-road RV when she suddenly received a phone call. All right, got it. I'll head over right away. She nodded, hung up the phone, looked up at Chungu, and said, Chui Tianling's Dynasty Guild has discovered a resource-type secret realm filled with magical beasts. Do you want to go? Many secret realms and dungeons hide precious resources or mineral deposits, and such places are called resource-type secret realms. When encountering such situations, corporations and guilds usually send people in to collect resources. As long as the boss inside hasn't been cleared, these secret realms generally won't disappear easily. Our dungeon attempts here are already used up, so why not go? Searching for secret realms and abysses is troublesome, and even if he doesn't fight the boss, Chungu is willing to go. All right, then let's head over. Quan Xian nodded, told the driver, and headed toward Chui Tianling's location. At this time, Chun Ji's magic card master level had already risen to bronze 7 stars, just one step away from bronze 8 stars, thanks to the secret realms and abysses that Quan Xian had helped him find. If he had relied on himself, his level would definitely be much lower. Quan Xian was now at bronze 5 stars, not far from bronze 6 stars. After more than 2 hours, they finally arrived near the secret realm where Chui Tianling and his team were. Xian. Seeing Quan Xian's off-road RV approaching, Chui Tianling and Yi Tian quickly came forward to greet her. They had been waiting here specifically, as Quan Xian was the big sister of their small team. The car door opened, and Quan Xian and Chungu stepped out one after the other. Chui Tianling and Yi Tian's faces immediately turned ashen. These two had followed Quan Xian for years, but had never ridden in her car. How could Chungu get to ride in it? Chu Yao also looked surprised, glancing at Quan Xian and then at Chungu, asking, Xian, what's going on? Why is Chungu here? What's going on? Chen Qin was equally puzzled. Quan Xian disliked Chungu so much, why would he appear here? It made no sense at all. Quan Xian walked up to the group and said indifferently, I invited him. Hi, Chungu greeted casually. He had no direct conflict with these people, and as a polite and well-mannered student, he naturally wouldn't be rude. Chui Tianling and Yi Tian remained expressionless, completely exposing their lack of manners. Chu Yao and Chen Qin were slightly better, nodding slightly at Chungu. In fact, they quite liked Chungu after all. He had good grades and looked decent, but they hadn't shown it because of Quan Xian. Xian, were you tricked by him? Why did you invite him? Seeing Chungu step out of the RV, Chui Tianling was already fuming inside. He had pursued Quan Xian for so many years, only to see someone else ride in her car, someone he disliked the most. This was truly a sad story. Do you think I'm that foolish? Quan Xian retorted in a proud queen-like tone. Chui Tianling was a bit provoked, but managed to hold back. Have all the relevant personnel gone in? Quan Xian turned to ask Yi Tian beside her. Yi Tian quickly nodded. They've all gone in. We can enter now. Then let's go in, Quan Xian said, and the others followed with varied expressions, while Chungu joined them with an indifferent look. Chui Tianling had disliked Chungu for a long time, but Chungu didn't care at all. The key now is to enter this secret realm, killing magical beasts, and leveling up as a magic card master is the most important thing. Ding! Silver 7-star secret realm. Silver 7-star? After detecting the secret realm's level, Quan Xian's eyes flashed with excitement. The secret realms she had found in the past few days were all below silver 5-star level, lacking any real challenge. This silver 7-star secret realm before her was the perfect opportunity to showcase her skills. Xian, what do you think? When I found this secret realm, the first person I thought of was you, Chui Tianling said happily. Quan Xian glanced at Chui Tianling and gave him a rare smile. Then let's go in. Under Chui Tianling's lead, the 6 of them entered the secret realm. It was a lush canyon filled with towering trees. There are many magical beasts here, we might have to spend the night here. Chui Tianling walked ahead, explaining, my family's mining team went over there, where there's a large amount of mithril. We'll head this way, where it's full of magical beasts. After speaking, he led everyone in the direction he mentioned. Along the way, the group split into 3 teams. Chui Tianling kept talking to Quan Xian, while Yi Tian, Chu Yao, and Chen Qin stood together, occasionally glancing back at Chungu. Chungu naturally became a one-man team, but he didn't mind at all. Taking advantage of the distance between himself, Quan Zian, and Chen Gu, Chui Tianling spoke up. Zian, my buddy in Tianyue City, also got a legendary magic card. On the day of the college entrance exam, he'll definitely help you vent your anger. As he spoke, he sneered and glanced back at Chen Gu. He got lucky and drew a legendary magic card. My buddy not only has a legendary card, but also an epic one. More than enough to crush Chen Gu. Chui Tianling said smugly. In this world, the college entrance exam is attended by students from 9 cities, each with top-tier families. His buddy was certainly no ordinary person. My buddy's uncle is a king-level magic card master who personally trains him. There's no way Chen Gu can compare. Chui Tianling continued boasting. As soon as he finished speaking, Quan Zian glanced at him, her heart full of disdain. She knew that Chen Gu possessed 2 dragon-type legendary magic cards. Ordinary legendary magic cards couldn't compare to dragon types. If it were only 3 or 4 ordinary legendary magic cards, she might understand the claim that Chen Gu was lacking. Moreover, aside from those 2 dragon-type legendary magic cards, Chen Gu also had at least 1 epic magic card. Even if trained by a king-level magic card master, it might not be enough to deal with Chen Gu. What Quan Zian despised most was Chui Tianling's habit of bragging about how amazing others were. What did that have to do with him? Only those without strength rely on others' power to elevate themselves. Truly strong individuals. Quan Zian turned to glance at Chen Gu, who remained calm and composed. Chen Gu always carried an air of superiority, as if he didn't regard anyone as worth his attention. That was the true aura of a strong person, though it was somewhat off-putting. But Chen Gu felt wronged. He was usually very gentle at school. It was just that Quan Zian and the others thought themselves superior, and as long as he didn't cater to their whims, in their eyes, Chen Gu was arrogant. If it were other classmates in the class, no one would think that way. But Chen Gu didn't care at all. In this world, strength is everything. Whatever you say must be backed by strength. Ding! Silver 7-star ferocious spider monster. At that moment, everyone's wristbands simultaneously emitted a notification sound. Subsequently, ferocious spiders over a meter tall surged from all directions. Wow, so disgusting. Chen Qin couldn't help but shout. Everyone, be careful. Chui Tianling was about to remind everyone to maintain formation and advance slowly when he suddenly saw Chen Gu draw his blade and charge forward. 1 slash per spider. His movements were clean and efficient. Chen Gu single-handedly wielded his blade, slaying hundreds of spider monsters, moving swiftly and showcasing his swordsmanship and speed to perfection. Wow, as expected of Chen Gu, his movements are so graceful. Chu Yao watched Chen Ji's agile movements, her cheeks slightly flushed, secretly amazed. Everyone in their small group had specialized martial arts instructors and were top-notch in their class. But compared to Chen Gu, they were not even close. Even without using a blade, I can tell that Chen Ji's swordsmanship has reached a very high level. Chen Qin whispered beside her. Hearing the 2 girls in their group praise Chen Gu, who was like a thorn in their side, Chui Tianling and Yi Tian felt utterly frustrated. Charge! The 2 exchanged glances, immediately activated their equipment cards, and charged forward desperately. The 3 girls watched from behind as Chen Gu and the others fought fiercely at the front. It would have been better if they hadn't gone up. Now the gap is even more obvious. Chen Qin whispered. Chen Ji's movements have always been smooth, and the timing of his skill releases is just perfect. He seems even more skilled than my martial arts instructor. Chu Yao nodded. Hearing this, Quan Zian felt a mix of emotions and turned her head to say, "Stop talking and hurry up." Although she knew Chen Gu was strong, hearing her own people praise him in front of her made her extremely uncomfortable. She was someone with a particularly strong sense of competitiveness. With a shout, Quan Zian summoned her equipment card and charged forward directly. Chu Yao and Chen Qin stood in place, looking bewildered. She was the one who invited Chen Gu, and we just praised him a little. Why is Zian mad at us? Chu Yao pouted in grievance. Chen Qin said discontentedly, "Don't you know Zian by now? She has a very strong sense of pride. Even if she knows Chen Gu is better than her, she won't allow others to say it. It's not the first time. Forget it, let's charge too," Chu Yao said, pulling Chen Qin along with her. Facing the monsters that were far above their level, Chui Tianling and Yi Tian quickly showed signs of fatigue. Whether it was the level of the magic card masters or the strength of their magic cards, they were far inferior to Chen Ge. Watch out! Suddenly, a ferocious spider monster pounced down from above Chu Yao's head. The others were still busy dealing with their own battles, but only Chen Gu reacted swiftly, slashing down with his blade and instantly killing the spider monster, saving Chu Yao's life. Swish! Chu Yao found herself in Chun Ji's arms, her face instantly turning red to the tips of her ears. From her angle, Chun Ji's side profile was simply perfect, making her heart flutter. Be careful! Chen Ge let go of Chu Yao and reminded her. Chu Yao nodded shyly. Chu Yao was different from Quan Ziyan. She had a gentle and elegant demeanor, the typical image of a refined young lady, and could be considered a beauty. Since Chen Ge had no direct conflict with Chu Yao, seeing her in danger naturally prompted him to help. If it had been Chui Tianling or Yi Tian, Chen Ge would probably have had to think twice about whether to intervene, let alone whether they would survive. No need to thank me, Chen Ge casually replied, then turned and charged back into the swarm of spider monsters. This scene made Chui Tianling and Yi Tian even more frustrated. Damn it, with so many silver 7-star monsters, this guy Chen Ge still has the time to flirt with girls? This is just outrageous. They are all so busy now that they can't even take care of themselves. Ultimately, this situation was caused by Chen Ge. Originally, if they had maintained their formation, the battle would have been much easier. Now, they're fighting individually, so it's no wonder things turned out this way. Chu Yao's accident, to some extent, was also Chun Ji's fault. Quan Ziyan's face didn't look good. Either she hadn't expected Chen Ge to still find time to save someone. Compared to Chen Ge, she was far inferior. Thinking of this, Quan Ziyan's fighting spirit grew stronger, and the sword in her hand swung even more fiercely. With Chen Ge and Quan Ziyan as the main force, after an unknown amount of time, the surrounding spider monsters were finally all defeated. Whoosh! With the monsters cleared, Quan Ziyan and the others let out a long sigh of relief and sat down to rest. How should we divide the whiteboard cards that dropped? Chen Ge, still full of energy as the main force, eagerly asked. I don't want them. Quan Ziyan disdainfully glanced at the whiteboard cards on the ground. There were so few of them that they weren't worth fighting over. As expected of the daughter of a financial magnate, Chen Ge deliberately gave her a thumbs up in praise, then looked at Chui Tianling and the others. Actually, his compliment carried a hint of sarcasm, implying, Quan Ziyan is the daughter of a financial magnate, so you rich kids shouldn't fight me for them either. Chen Ge, thank you for earlier. You can have all my cards. Chu Yao said gratefully. I don't want those spider monster cards, Chen Qin said with disdain, curling her lips, as the cards were still stained with spider monster blood and dirt. Thanks a lot. Chen Ge expressed his gratitude and turned to look at Chui Tianling and Yi Tian. What use are a few cards? Just take them as a gift from me, Yi Tian said indifferently. Chui Tianling sneered. They're just a few whiteboard cards. What's the big deal? They're useless anyway. Take them as you please. Then I won't hold back. Chen Ge smiled and picked up the 14 whiteboard cards on the ground. Rich kids are indeed rich kids. 14 whiteboard cards mean nothing to them. But that's 140,000 yuan. An average white-collar worker wouldn't even earn that much in a year. Chen Ge happily took the cards and walked to the side. Over the past few days, he had opened dozens of whiteboard cards with almost no results, so he kept some aside, planning to try his luck in a few days. Even a player as gifted as him could end up drawing a bunch of useless cards consecutively, which shows how difficult it is to get high-level magic cards. At this moment, besides the blank card he had just picked up, Chen Ge still had 11 blank cards on him, making a total of 25 cards. While the 5 others rested, Chen Ge leisurely began drawing cards. The first card, low-level magic card. The second card, low-level magic card. The 15th card, still a low-level magic card. Chen Ge was already used to this situation and remained very calm. A few low-level magic cards didn't affect him at all. By the 20th card. Magic card name. SS level magic source type. Special magic card effect. Can be used on a holder of an S-level magic source to upgrade their magic source to SS level. Description. The strength of a magic card master not only depends on powerful magic cards, but also on high-level magic sources. The higher the level of the magic source, the more significant the improvement in the physical attributes of the magic card master after leveling up. At lower levels, the difference in magic source levels only affects the amount of magic power, but as the magic card master's level increases, the disparity in physical attributes becomes more and more pronounced. Chungu stared at the SS-level magic source card in his hand, his eyes lighting up that a few days ago, he was already very happy to draw an S-level magic source card. But he never expected good fortune to come so suddenly. He immediately used the magic card on himself, and the magic source within his body instantly expanded rapidly, more than doubling the size of an S-level magic source. This feeling was absolutely exhilarating. So all those Air Force days were just building up for today's explosion. Hara! Chungu couldn't help but laugh out loud. At this moment, Chui Tianling, who was resting with Yi Tian, glanced at Chungu, who was laughing so joyfully, and sneered. Look at Chungu, just a few blank cards, and he's laughing like he won the lottery. Is it really worth it? Yi Tian chuckled lightly. His family is ordinary 140,000 is no small amount for him. Don't compare us to him, there's no comparison. Even if he's lucky now and got a few powerful cards, so what? My dad has already prepared 5 billion magic cards for me, and the card opening speed is still accelerating. By the time I go back, I might even open a legendary magic card. True, Chui Tianling nodded. Just a few blank cards, what use could they have? His arrogance now is pointless. Once we open more cards, the gap will become apparent. I really don't understand what he's pretending to be every day. Chui Tianling looked at Chungu, feeling a bit annoyed, and suddenly remembered something. One of my buddies broke their pre-test record over there. I told him to give Chungu trouble during the college entrance exam, preferably making sure he can't get into the Divine Capital Academy. Let's see how he keeps pestering Xian then. Good move. Yi Tian gave a thumbs up and smiled as he looked at Chungu in the distance. Although Chungu was stronger than them now, the gap in family background was clear, and they didn't take him seriously at all. In their eyes, Chungu was destined to be trampled underfoot sooner or later. This was the rule of the world. Over on Quan Xian's side, Chen Qin was teasing Chu Yao. Chu Yao, how was it? Being held by Chungu just now felt pretty good, right? I saw you were completely dazed. No way. Stop talking nonsense. Chu Yao blushed and retorted, giving Chen Qin a slap. The two laughed and played around, though Chen Qin was actually a bit envious of Chu Yao. After all, Chungu was handsome, and being held by him must have felt nice. But Quan Xian had no mood for jokes. She sat quietly, her gaze fixed on Chungu. The fact that Chungu was stronger than her made her feel very uncomfortable, and she couldn't let it go for a long time. If she couldn't even surpass Chungu, how could she compete with the true heirs of the elite families in Divine Capital? Those family heirs probably already had 2 or 3 legendary magic cards in their hands. Rumor had it that for the children of top-tier families, even before they awakened their magic source, their families had already prepared legendary or even divine illusion-level magic cards for them. I must surpass you. Quan Xian's eyes were filled with unwillingness, and this determination made her look even more captivating. Chungu didn't notice any of this at all. He continued drawing the remaining magic cards, but after finding nothing worthwhile, he summoned the magic source panel to check. Name: Chungu Talent. Luck Emperor Unique Level. Bronze 7 Magic Source. SS Grade Magic Pet Cards. Frost Dragon Hatchling Legendary. Skeleton Warlord Advanced. Skeleton Warrior Low Level Skill Cards. Infinite Summon Mythical. Time Acceleration Mythical. Weapon Master Legendary. Crescent/Epic. Shatter Supreme Epic. Wind Blade Epic. Cross/Low Level. Double Jump Intermediate. Dragon Pursuit Strike Advanced Equipment Cards. Wings of the Brave Legendary. Heavenly Moon Saber Epic. Warrior Armor Low Level Special Cards. Divine Block Sai. I think I need to get myself some advanced armor. Looking at his detailed stats, Chungu sighed inwardly. Compared to Quan Xian's magnificent armor and the increasingly flashy gear of Chui Tianling and the others, his equipment was far inferior, completely lacking in presence. After opening so many blank cards, most of them were low-level magic pet cards and low-level skill cards, with very few low-level equipment cards. He had only drawn 1 armor card, leaving him somewhat disappointed. More than an hour later, the group had mostly rested. Quan Zian was the first to stand up. All right, let's move forward. The college entrance exam is the day after tomorrow. We don't have time to waste here. Okay. The others also stood up one after another and began heading deeper into the forest. Ding! Silver 7-star enhanced blood diamond spider. As they walked, a swarm of blood-red spiders, their bodies glinting with diamond-like luster, appeared before them. Enhanced level? So many. Seeing thousands of blood diamond spiders, Yi Tian couldn't help but exclaim. These magical beasts were already high level, and now they were enhanced? Magical beasts of the same level are further divided into ordinary, enhanced, rare, and elite tiers. Enhanced level means a significant boost in attributes and combat power. Even 2 or 3 ordinary silver 8-star magical beasts might not be able to defeat a single silver 7-star enhanced magical beast. For players like them, who were only around bronze 4-star, they could barely handle silver 7-star beasts using the advantage of their magic cards. But this swarm of enhanced silver 7-star magical beasts made them panic. They had already struggled against a group of ordinary silver 7-star magical beasts earlier, let alone these blood diamond spiders, which surpassed them in both numbers and strength. I think Cui Tianling was already considering retreating, but before he could finish his sentence, Chenggu had already charged forward, casually saying, "If you want to retreat, go ahead." With that, he had already plunged into the swarm of blood diamond spiders. Such a great opportunity. Of course, he wouldn't let it slip away. If the others retreated, he could absorb even more magic power. I'm not retreating either. Quan Zian didn't hesitate and followed him into the fray. This guy Chenggu really isn't afraid of death. Yi Tian gritted his teeth as he watched the scene unfold. Encountering enhanced magical beasts in just the second wave meant the difficulty ahead would only increase. Retreating now was the wise choice. Who does he think he is? Does he think he can clear this silver 7-star secret realm on his own? At best, he's only bronze 5-star right now, isn't he? Cui Tianling, standing nearby, was also fuming. At that moment, feeling the pressure, Chenggu summoned a frost dragon hatchling. A woo! The Frost Sky hatchling let out a dragon roar, followed by releasing Frost Sky Flowfire and Frost Dragon Flame, instantly reducing a large group of blood diamond spiders to ashes. A dragon-type magic pet? He actually has a dragon-type magic pet card. Cui Tianling and Yi Tian stared at the Frost Sky hatchling in the sky in shock, their eyes filled with envy, jealousy, and anger. Why? Why does Chenggu actually have a dragon-type magic pet card? Just based on his family conditions, how many card packs did he have to open to draw such a card? Crunch! Cui Tianling gritted his teeth, staring at the Frost Sky hatchling, his face full of unwillingness. The weapon in his hand is at least an epic-level equipment card, and now he has a dragon-type magic pet card? How many card packs has he opened? Yi Tian asked, staring at the Frost Sky hatchling. Chu Yao and Chen Xin were also full of envy. Impossible. With Chun Ji's family conditions, he couldn't have opened many card packs. How could he possibly draw a dragon-type magic pet card? Chen Xin looked bewildered, turning to Chu Yao. Chu Yao opened her small mouth and remained silent for a long time. If drawing cards depends on luck, then it's normal. Chen Xin was speechless. Although Chun Gu was handsome, being handsome in this world couldn't count as luck. What was going on? Why does Chenggu have at least one epic-level magic card and even a legendary-level magic card? Based on their understanding of magic cards, that Frost Sky hatchling was very likely a legendary-level magic card. Really infuriating. Cui Tianling's face grew darker and darker. In fact, he had held back during the preliminary test, planning to shine during the college entrance exam. But compared to Chenggu, what was an epic-level magic card? Chenggu had a legendary-level dragon-type magic pet card. Yi Tian's face was also gloomy. Like Cui Tianling, he hadn't fully displayed his strength yet. But unlike Cui Tianling, his father had spent a fortune after the preliminary test to buy him an epic-level magic card. He had planned to amaze everyone during the college entrance exam, but in front of Chun Ji's legendary-level dragon-type magic pet card, it seemed utterly worthless. Don't be fooled by these rich second-generation kids who act like spoiled brats every day. They are actually very calculating, including Chu Yao and Chen Xin, who had also held back. But at this moment, their reservations were rendered meaningless in the face of Chun-Ji's dragon-type magic pet card, Chenggu. Among the four, the most unwilling was Cui Tianling. He stared at the frost sky hatchling, his eyes burning with jealousy. His father had spent over 800 million on him so far, yet he only had one epic-level magic card in his hand. Chenggu came from a poor background. How could he have better magic cards than him? You should know, epic-level magic cards can still be bought at high prices through connections, but legendary-level magic cards can't be bought even with money. They can only be exchanged for cards of the same level. Unless his father had incredible luck and drew a legendary-level magic card, he would definitely be overshadowed by Chenggu during the college entrance exam. Moreover, his friend's legendary-level skill card was no match for Chun-Ji's legendary-level dragon-type magic pet card. To go head-to-head with Chenggu would be asking for trouble. While Chenggu and Quan Ziyan were fighting desperately at the front, Cui Tianling and the other three were in chaos at the back. The previously clear secret realm suddenly darkened. A wave of dark energy began to spread above their heads. Not good, it's a dark invasion. Cui Tianling looked up at the sky, his face turning pale, and shouted urgently. Apart from special secret realms and dungeons, occasional dark invasions occur, where magical beasts are controlled by dark forces, becoming stronger and more ferocious. As for why this happens, the Federation has yet to find an answer. These incidents happen almost daily, causing many magic card masters to lose their lives. The worst case was when a team of king-level magic card masters entered a dungeon and encountered a dark invasion, resulting in the entire team being wiped out. Later, the world's top magic card masters entered, defeated the final boss, and retrieved the bodies of those king-level magic card masters. The scene was unimaginably tragic for ordinary people. Ziyan, we need to retreat quickly, Cui Tianling shouted at Quan Ziyan, who was still fighting ahead. That's right. There's no way we can win this. Ziyan, let's retreat quickly. Yi Tian echoed. If we delay too long, the exit might be sealed by the darkness, and we won't be able to get out. We'll be trapped inside. Ziyan, let's go. Chu Yao and Qin Qin couldn't sit still anymore. Ding! A silver 7-star enhanced dark blood diamond spider has appeared. At this moment, the surrounding blood diamond spiders were infected by the darkness, mutating into even more ferocious forms, crazily charging at Chenggu and Quan Ziyan. Since they attracted most of the aggro, the pressure on Cui Tianling's group was slightly reduced. Chenggu, let's retreat. Quan Ziyan was struggling to hold on, asking him while fighting. You retreat, I won't. Chenggu glanced at Quan Ziyan and said firmly. Then he chanted a spell, drew out Infinite Summon, and summoned another frost dragon hatchling. There were definitely tough battles ahead, so he needed to conserve his magic and stamina. 2 frost dragon hatchlings should help share the burden. There was no need to recklessly exhaust his magic power. That would be foolish. I'll let 1 frost dragon hatchling help you share the pressure. You guys retreat first. Despite the complex situation, Chenggu showed no intention of retreating. Moments like these only fueled his fighting spirit. This was merely a silver 7-star secret realm encountering a dark invasion. If he was afraid of this, how could he ever become a magic card master? Compared to truly powerful magical beasts, these were just small fry. To become strong, one must fight desperately, otherwise, they would only be eliminated. Seeing the determination in Chun-Ji's eyes, Quan Ziyan dismissed her hesitation and frowned slightly. I don't need it. With that, she summoned her Pegasus and began a frenzied slaughter. Nay, the Pegasus spread its white wings and launched skills at the surrounding dark blood diamond spiders. You guys retreat quickly. I, Quan Ziyan, will never give up easily. Riding on the Pegasus, Quan Ziyan turned back and shouted. Cui Tianling, Yi Tian, and Chu Yao were stunned. Two identical dragon-type magic pet cards? How is this possible? How does he have 2 legendary dragon-type magic pet cards? Cui Tianling finally couldn't hold back. 1 legendary dragon-type magic pet card was already outrageous, but now Chenggu had 2? How? Chenggu was just a poor guy, so how could he have 2 dragon-type magic pet cards? 2 identical legendary dragon-type magic pet cards? Could they have come from the same pack? Yi Tian stared at the 2 frost dragon hatchlings roaring and spewing fire in the sky, his eyes full of envy. One legendary dragon-type magic pet card was already incredibly powerful. What did having two mean? This time, among the 9 nearby cities, probably no one could defeat Qingge, right? Qingge, how on earth did you manage to draw so many powerful magic cards? My father spent more than 700 million for me, yet he couldn't even get a few powerful magic cards. And you, what makes you so special? Why does he have two identical dragon-type magic pet cards? Qin stared blankly at the two frost sky hatchlings in the sky and muttered, "Just one dragon-type magic pet card is enough to make a magic card master stand out among their peers. But two? What does that even mean?" Qin's family was highly influential in the Eastern Federation, but she had never heard of anyone in her family owning a dragon-type magic pet card. Yet, Qingge had two. It was unbelievable. Why? Yao bit her lip, her face full of shock. Owning two dragon-type magic pet cards placed Qingge far beyond the realm of an ordinary family. As long as he grew normally, he was bound to become one of the top magic card masters in the Eastern Federation. Of course, there was still a gap between him and the true top-tier masters, as those masters often possessed divine phantom-level magic cards. Roar! The two frost sky hatchlings began to unleash their skills, spewing dragon flames that completely overshadowed Quan Xian's white horse magic pet. In the eyes of Cui Tianling and the others, only the two frost sky hatchlings soaring through the air mattered. Ding! Silver 8-star enhanced dark phantom gold spider. Ding! Silver 8-star rare dark thunder spider. Even more powerful magical beasts began to surge in from all directions. Quick, we need to retreat. This place is way beyond what we can handle. Cui Tianling shouted, turning to leave. What about Xian? Chu Yao asked anxiously, looking back at Quan Xian as Qin pulled her away. This was her own decision, we can't stop her. Yi Tian gritted his teeth. Cui Tianling added, if you want to blame someone, blame Qingge. He must have refused to leave. And that's why Xian wouldn't leave either. Having grown up together, Cui Tianling knew Quan Xian's personality well. He continued, even with two dragon-type magic pets, it won't matter. In a secret realm like this, they won't survive. Qingge may have two dragon-type magic pet cards, but it's still a dead end. Let's go. Yi Tian nodded in agreement. Just because he has two dragon-type magic pet cards, he thinks he's invincible. But a magic card master who hasn't matured yet is nothing. Let's get out of here. The four of them quickly left. As they exited the range of the magical energy, the magic energy around Qingge and Quan Xian grew stronger and stronger. Awesome! Surrounded by magical beasts, Qingge shouted as he fought. He loved the thrill of intense combat. As time passed, the number of magical beasts increased, and the two of them were already fighting with bloodshot eyes. By the time Cui Tianling and the others reached the exit, workers from the Dynasty Guild were desperately fleeing. They managed to escape just before the entrance to the secret realm was engulfed in darkness. Huff huff, a group of people bent over, gasping for breath. Looking back, the entrance to the secret realm was now completely shrouded in darkness. This meant that anyone inside would have to defeat the final boss to escape, otherwise they would be trapped and left to die. Of course, people outside could still enter, but what silver-level magic card master would dare step into a secret realm consumed by darkness? This place was practically synonymous with death. It's over. Xian Shi. Chu Yao's eyes reddened as she looked at the darkened entrance, on the verge of tears. There's no way those two will survive now. Cui Tianling's face was equally grim. Although he wished for Chun Ji's death, the fact that Quan Xian, whom he liked, would also perish made him unable to feel happy. Quickly report this matter to the Crescent City government and notify President Quan. Yi Tian said urgently. Soon, the Crescent City government and President Quan received the news. President Quan was sitting in the top-floor office of Crescent Tower, his face pale. Xian, what are you thinking? The Silver 7-star secret realm invaded by darkness is no place for you to show off your strength. He slumped weakly in his chair and, after a long while, dialed the phone number of Crescent City's highest executive officer. Hello, President Quan. I am aware of your daughter's situation. I am currently assembling powerful silver-level magic card masters to carry out a rescue. Please wait patiently for updates. Crescent City's chief executive officer responded immediately. All right. President Quan suppressed his anxiety and said in a deep voice, "Tell those magic card masters that as long as they can rescue my daughter, I am willing to offer each of them 10 million, no, 20 million, as a reward." "I understand, President Quan. I will arrange it right away." Faced with the powerful financial conglomerate, the chief executive officer could only bow his head and comply. This is the reality. More than an hour later, President Quan, dressed in an elegant suit and with a solemn expression, arrived at the entrance of the secret realm by helicopter. Behind him were over 100 people, crowding the originally narrow entrance area to the secret realm. "President, when I saw the dark invasion, I immediately told Xian to retreat, but that Chenggu refused to leave, so naturally, she didn't leave either." Chui Tianling stepped forward first, angrily complaining, "President, you know Xian has been stubborn since she was a child. If Chenggu doesn't leave, she won't leave either." "President Quan, this is all Chun Ji's fault." Yi Tian chimed in. Chen Qin and Chu Yao stood silently to the side, their faces full of worry, staring at the entrance without saying a word. "President, you absolutely cannot let Chen Gu and his family off the hook," Chui Tianling said through gritted teeth. He wished President Quan would directly take action against Chen Gu and his family. "Then why didn't you follow Xian in and fight to the end?" President Quan suddenly asked, his voice gentle yet authoritative, like that of a mature man in his 40s. Chui Tianling and Yi Tian were instantly stunned, their resentment blocked by this question. The situation was too dangerous. Who would be foolish enough to risk their lives for someone else? They quickly had an answer in their hearts, but dared not say it in front of President Quan. After all, they were all heirs of top families, and the Crescent Consortium was far more powerful than their families, so they naturally couldn't afford to offend him lightly. Another 20 minutes passed, and Crescent City's chief executive officer also arrived. Behind him were over 100 people, making the already crowded entrance even more congested. "Dad," Yi Tian called out, and Chui Tianling and the others followed suit in greeting. Yi Tian's father nodded slightly and walked over to greet President Quan. "Have all the people been assembled?" President Quan asked with a frown. Chief Executive Yi said helplessly, "I'm sorry, President Quan. Not a single silver-level magic card master in Crescent City is willing to enter that secret realm. The secret realm invaded by darkness was extremely dangerous. Even with a reward as high as 20 million, no one was willing to risk their lives. Higher-level magic card masters couldn't enter either, as it would cause even greater trouble. Someone once forced a high-level magic card master into a low-level dungeon to rescue their son, but not only did they fail to save him, the dungeon collapsed and disappeared, summoning an unknown magical beast that has now become a major global government issue. Is there really no other way? If not, I can increase the reward 50 million, paid up front." Chairman Quan's face was grim. Chief Executive Officer Yi replied, "I've already issued a bounty to the surrounding cities, and we'll get responses soon. I'll raise the reward as you suggested." After speaking, he turned and instructed his adjutant to relay the message immediately. Seeing his son Yi Tian safe and sound, he breathed a sigh of relief. As for Chairman Quan's daughter, he had already given up hope in his heart. The invasion of darkness is no joke. Every year, countless magic card masters die or are injured. Even heirs of top families are not spared. If even they couldn't handle it, how could Quan Xian or those silver-level magic card masters possibly succeed? Chairman Quan was merely comforting himself with money at this point. Ultimately, it was his failure to properly train his daughter in such situations. He should have voluntarily stepped back. In secret realms invaded by darkness, few make it out alive. Soon, the principal of Crescent High School arrived at the scene. "Chairman Quan, Chief Executive Officer Yi, what on earth happened? How could something like this occur?" The principal's face was pale. By all accounts, Chun Gu and Quan Xian were supposed to shine in this year's exams across the 9 cities. These 2 students were his pride. With the college entrance exams approaching, such a major incident was like digging a pit for him. Chief Executive Officer Yi, with a dark expression, retorted, "Principal Zhu, how do you usually teach your students? Isn't the first response to a dark invasion supposed to be retreat? Why did Chen Gu drag Chairman Quan's daughter in with him?" Chairman Quan's face was cold, not even sparing Principal Zhu a glance. Blaming him now was pointless. All he could think about was how to save his daughter, but he had no clue where to start. Principal Zhu said helplessly, "Chief Executive Officer, this is common knowledge. It's all in the textbooks. Chen Ge and Quan Ziyan are both top students. They must know this." Seeing Chairman Quan's expression, Chief Executive Officer Yi chose to remain silent. After all, his son was safe, so why rush? Besides, with the school's top 2 students gone, his son's competition pressure had lessened. He was quite pleased with the situation. Ah, what a mess. Principal Zhu chuckled bitterly. He had always thought Chen Ge was a reliable young man, someone who acted with discretion. How could this happen? Perhaps it's youthful recklessness. But judging by his preliminary test scores, maybe there's still a chance. Principal Zhu consoled himself and turned to ask Cui Tianling, "What level is this secret realm?" "Silver 7 star." Cui Tianling responded immediately. "What? Silver 7 star?" Principal Zhu's eyes widened, and his last shred of hope instantly shattered. Even if Chen Ge and Quan Ziyan were currently at bronze 7-star strength, the gap was far too wide. Without exceptionally powerful magic cards, the level difference made it impossible to break through the magical beast's defenses. It's over, my life is completely ruined." Principal Zhu slumped powerlessly to the side, feeling his future was bleak. The more he thought about it, the more he felt Chen Ge was unreliable. "If you're going to die, at least don't drag Quan Ziyan down with you. You too, at least leave me some hope." Meanwhile, inside the secret realm, Chen Ge and Quan Ziyan faced the surging tide of magical beasts with calm expressions, their blood already boiling from the fight. "Watch out!" Suddenly, a massive magical beast leapt out from an extremely tricky position. The exhausted Quan Ziyan almost fell victim, but fortunately, Chen Ge reacted swiftly. The wings of the brave accelerated sharply, rushing forward to save her. "Are we going to die?" Quan Ziyan began to feel fear. Even with recovery cards on her, she couldn't hold on any longer. The number of magical beasts in front of them was overwhelming. Even after slashing with her sword several times, she couldn't kill them. Once the recovery cards were used up, there would likely be no way out but death. "Don't give up. Leave everything to me." Chen Ge pulled Quan Ziyan aside, comforted her, and quickly used the magic recovery card and stamina recovery card. He had underestimated the intensity of the dark invasion and the number of magical beasts in the secret realm. Now, his magic and stamina were nearly depleted and had to be replenished. "We're doomed." Quan Ziyan shed tears of fear. She felt a deep sense of helplessness. After all, she was a wealthy heiress who had never faced such a desperate situation. Among this group of magical beasts, many were rare silver 8 or 9-star level, far exceeding their own level. Worse still, the number of magical beasts showed no signs of decreasing. Faced with such a huge disparity, she finally felt fear, and her pride completely vanished. Chen Ge, however, was as calm as a still lake. Although he had underestimated the secret realm and the dark invasion, he had yet to reveal his trump card. Skill card, Infinite Summon. Magic Pet card, Frost Dragon Hatchling. Magic Pet card, Skeleton Warrior. Magic Pet card, Skeleton Warlord. As soon as he drew these 4 cards, a large number of magical pets appeared above and around Chen Ge and Quan Ziyan. Awoo. Before long, more than 20 Frost Dragon hatchlings began attacking the surrounding magical beasts from the air. Meanwhile, thousands of skeleton warriors and skeleton warlords surrounded them. "Attack!" Chen Ge shouted loudly, and the real battle had just begun. This scene directly shocked Quan Ziyan, who had already lost her fighting spirit. Where did all these hatchlings come from? And what's with these skeleton warriors and skeleton warlords? Quan Ziyan raised her hand to wipe her eyes. Her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. After wiping her eyes, the hatchlings and skeletons were still there. She still couldn't believe it, so she closed her eyes and opened them again. This time, she was certain that everything in front of her was real. So many hatchlings, so many skeletons. "Chen Ge, what kind of magic cards did you use?" Chen Ge was already fully immersed in the battle, wielding his horizontal blade without hesitation. Quan Ziyan quietly watched his unfathomable figure, lost in thought. "How many more trump cards are you hiding? Do you really have a god-tier magic card?" The usual coldness on Quan Ziyan's face had long disappeared. She stared at Chen Ge in a daze, completely unsure of how to express her current feelings. Clearly, Chang'e didn't just possess two legendary dragon-type magic cards, he must have replication-type magic cards as well. Such magic cards were likely God tier. Did he really draw a God tier magic card? Quan Zian murmured softly to herself. She couldn't understand why Chang'e could draw so many powerful magic cards, even God tier ones. Was it just because he was handsome? But I, Quan Zian, am no less. She looked down at herself, feeling that she was excellent in every aspect. Why could Chang'e draw so many strong cards just because he was handsome? Chang'e, what secrets are you hiding? No wonder you can remain so calm in the face of the dark invasion. No wonder you stay so composed no matter what I say to you. It turns out you have such a powerful magic card. Quan Zian's heart was filled with unwillingness. Now I understand. My previous mockery was nothing but self-humiliation. At this moment, Chang'e's magic card master level had already risen to bronze level 8 stars. At this rate, he would definitely reach bronze level 9 stars by the time he left. With such achievements, it would be hard to find a rival in the entire Eastern Federation, and he could easily enter the Divine Capital Academy. Skill card, Time Acceleration. Chang'e felt that the Frost Dragon hatchling's speed at clearing monsters was still not fast enough, so he prepared to summon a Frost Dragon to try. With the activation of Time Acceleration, a Frost Dragon hatchling quickly grew into a Frost Dragon, and a dragon's roar shook the heavens and the earth. Principal Jin Zhu sat powerlessly to the side, his heart filled with despair, feeling that his future held no hope. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Chang'e was unreliable. If he died, he shouldn't drag Quan Zian down with him. You too, at least leave me some hope. At this moment, within the secret realm, Chang'e and Quan Zian faced the surging horde of magical beasts with calm composure, their eyes flashing with battle intent, already fighting with blood boiling. Watch out! Suddenly, a massive magical beast leapt out from an extremely tricky position, nearly hitting the somewhat exhausted Quan Zian. Fortunately, Chang'e reacted quickly, flapping the wings of the brave, rushing forward at high speed, and saving her just in time. Are we really going to die? Quan Zian's voice trembled, fear gradually taking over. Even though she still had recovery cards, she couldn't hold on anymore. The magical beasts before her couldn't be killed even after several strikes, and their numbers were overwhelming. With the recovery cards in her hand, she wouldn't last long. Sooner or later, she would be completely drained, leaving only a dead end. Leave everything to me. Don't give up. Chang'e pulled Quan Zian aside, comforting her while drawing out the magic recovery card and stamina recovery card to begin replenishing. He had underestimated the power of the dark invasion and hadn't anticipated the astonishing number of magical beasts in the secret realm. Now, his magic and stamina were nearly depleted and needed replenishment. We're doomed. Quan Zian's fear finally erupted, tears streaming down her cheeks. At this moment, she felt an unprecedented sense of terror and helplessness. After all, she was a wealthy heiress. How could she have ever witnessed such a brutal scene? Among the magical beasts before her, many were silver level 8 or 9 stars, even rare grade ones, far exceeding their levels. Worse still, the number of magical beasts showed no signs of decreasing. Faced with such a disparity in strength, Quan Zian finally succumbed to fear, her pride collapsing in an instant. Yet Chang'e's heart remained as calm as water. Although he had underestimated the secret realm and the dark invasion, he had yet to reveal his true trump card. Skill card, Infinite Summoning. Magic Pet Card, Frost Dragon Hatchling. Magic Pet Card, Skeleton Warrior. Magic Pet Card, Skeleton Commander. As these 4 cards were revealed, in an instant, a large number of magical pets appeared around and above Chang'e and Quan Zian. Soon, more than 20 Frost Dragon hatchlings were attacking the surrounding magical beasts from above. Meanwhile, thousands upon thousands of skeleton warriors and skeleton commanders surrounded and protected them. Kill! Chang'e roared furiously. The real battle had just begun. This scene completely shocked Quan Zian, who had already lost her fighting spirit. Where did all these dragon hatchlings come from? And what's with these skeleton warriors and skeleton warlords? Quan Zian raised her hand to wipe her eyes, her face full of disbelief. After wiping her eyes, the dragon hatchlings were still there. as were the skeleton warriors and skeleton warlords. She closed her eyes again to confirm, and after a long moment, she opened them. This time, she was certain that everything before her was real. So many dragon hatchlings, so many skeletons. Chungu, what exactly are you doing? What kind of magic card did you draw? Chungu was already fully immersed in battle, swinging the horizontal blade in his hand without hesitation. Quan Zian quietly watched his mysterious and enigmatic figure, staring blankly. How many cards do you still have up your sleeve? Did you really draw a god-tier magic card? The usual icy demeanor on Quan Zian's face had long melted away. She stared at Chungu in a daze, completely at a loss for how to express her feelings at this moment. Clearly, Chungu didn't just possess two legendary dragon-type magic cards, he very likely had replication-type magic cards as well. Such cards were highly likely to be of god-tier quality. Did he really draw a god-tier magic card? Quan Zian muttered under her breath. She simply couldn't understand how Chungu could draw so many powerful magic cards, even god-tier ones. Was it just because he was handsome? But I, Quan Zian, am no less attractive. She looked down at herself, feeling that she was excellent in every aspect. Why could Chungu draw so many powerful magic cards just because he was good-looking? Chungu, what secrets are you hiding? No wonder you can remain so calm in the face of the dark invasion. No wonder you're so composed no matter how much I mock you. Turns out you have such powerful magic cards. Quan Zian still felt unwilling in her heart. Now I finally understand. My previous mockery only made me look like a fool. At this moment, Chun Ji's magic card master level had already reached bronze level 8 stars. At this rate, he might very well reach bronze level 9 stars by the time he left. With such achievements, there wouldn't be a second person like him in the entire Eastern Federation, and getting into the Divine Capital Academy would be a breeze. Skill card, Time Acceleration. Chungu felt that the Frost Dragon hatchlings weren't clearing the monsters fast enough, so he decided to try summoning a Frost Giant Dragon. Roar, with the activation of Time Acceleration, one of the Frost Dragon hatchlings quickly grew into a massive Frost Giant Dragon. A deafening dragon roar shook the heavens and the earth. Immediately afterward, Frost Flow Fire and Frost Dragon Flame were unleashed in succession, causing astonishing damage. Quan Zian, who had been standing there in a daze, suddenly widened her eyes, her pupils contracting violently. That sound. This was the dragon roar that came from the abyss that day. So it was you, Chungu. How many secrets is he still hiding? How is it possible to turn a hatchling into a giant dragon? Quan Zian's pupils contracted violently, her face full of disbelief. She still couldn't figure out how Chungu had so many powerful magic cards. According to the information she had gathered, Chungu was just a student from an ordinary family. Apart from having slightly better grades, there was nothing special about him. In this world where social classes were already fixed, it was almost impossible for someone to rise on their own without a strong background or connections. Most magic card masters would eventually be absorbed by companies and conglomerates because an individual's power was too weak. But the Chungu before her had completely shattered her understanding of magic card masters. He was growing at an astonishing speed. One day, his individual strength might even surpass that of a top-tier magic card master team. Chungu. Quan Zian trembled all over, constantly questioning in her heart what else he was hiding. How could you draw so many powerful magic cards? Do you have any recovery-type magic cards left? At this moment, Chungu retreated from the battlefield. Such a massive summoning had consumed a large amount of his magic power, and his recovery-type magic cards were almost depleted. But since Quan Zian was here, he naturally had to pay some protection fee. He couldn't charge into battle alone while she reaped the benefits. That went against Chun Ji's principle of effort equating to reward. Take them all. Looking at Chun Ji's calm expression, Quan Zian, though shocked inside, gritted her teeth and handed over all her recovery-type magic cards to him. Given the current situation, as long as Chungu had enough magic power and stamina, they could escape this dark, corrupted secret realm. As for herself, at a time like this, did her magic power and stamina even matter? Unknowingly, under the frenzied attacks of one frost dragon and over 20 frost dragonlings, the surrounding magical beasts had been cleared out. Not bad. The recovery cards Quan Zian gave me just replenished my consumed magic power. Chen Gu stood amidst the corpses of magical beasts, muttering softly, "Go, collect all the dropped blank cards." At his command, thousands of skeleton warriors and skeleton generals began gathering the dropped blank cards on the battlefield. Chen Gu returned to Quan Zian's side. "Let's rest for now and continue tomorrow. Let's aim to leave here by tomorrow afternoon." Due to the dark invasion, the sky was already dim, and now it was nighttime, making it even gloomier. Under such circumstances, no one knew what might happen next, especially after just experiencing an intense battle. It was time to rest. Although magic power and stamina recovered quickly, the mental exhaustion was equally significant. Quan Zian lightly bit her lip, nodded, and said nothing. Though unwilling, she understood that strength was the source of authority. In this secret realm, Chen Gu was the one with strength. There's no RV here, so we'll have to make do. Chen Gu sat under a large tree, taking out food he had brought from Quan Zian's RV. Knowing the secret realm would be challenging today, he had prepared in advance, while Quan Zian came empty-handed. After giving her some food, Chen Gu ate while waiting for the skeleton warriors to deliver the blank cards. 107 cards. Seeing the number, Chen Gu was so delighted he almost jumped up. Just selling these blank cards could earn him millions, and with his luck, he was sure to multiply that several times. After handing over the cards, the skeleton warriors disappeared. Chen Gu glanced at Quan Zian, who was eating nearby. "These cards, they're all from your kills. I don't need them." Quan Zian replied coldly. "Heh." Chen Gu knew she wouldn't take them, he was just being polite. Then, as he ate, he began drawing cards. The first card, magic card name, stamina recovery card. Although it was a one-time use card, the more of these magic cards, the better. Having spares was never a bad idea. The second card, a low-level magic card, normal. The 32nd card, magic card name, golden bow quality, epic type, equipment card effect. Arrows are formed from magic power. As long as you have infinite magic power, it can shoot infinite arrows. Description: this is an epic bow, forged over hundreds of years from the legendary blue gold. Good stuff. Chen Gu possessed the weapon master talent. He had taught himself archery, and the combination of ranged and melee combat would elevate his combat power to a new level. He directly fused the golden bow into the source of magic, making it a part of his combat strength. Afterward, he opened a large number of low-level magic cards, but there were no surprises until the very last one. "Sigh, I just want a set of battle armor. Is that so hard?" Chen Gu sighed inwardly. However, if others knew that he had opened over 100 ordinary cards and managed to get just one epic-level magic card, yet still wanted a high-level battle armor card, they would probably laugh out loud on the spot. The gap between people is just that obvious. Most people would be grateful to open one rare card out of 100 ordinary ones. How could they dare to hope for more? After eating and drinking their fill, the two rested against a large tree. Chen Gu had been fighting all day and was so exhausted that he almost collapsed. As soon as he sat down, he fell asleep. Quan Zian, on the other hand, had never endured such hardship. Sitting by the tree, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. What troubled her was not just the environment, but also the shock Chen Gu had brought her. Chen Ji's strength far exceeded her expectations. She wondered if he had any hidden trump cards left. At this point, he should have revealed all his cards, right? How could he possibly have an even more powerful magic card? Quan Zian stared at the other side of the tree where Chen Gu was already asleep. In the dim light, Chen Gu indeed looked handsome, but it's a pity he's such an arrogant man. So what if he's stronger than me? One day I'll surpass you. Though she lacked confidence, Quan Zian silently made a vow. The next morning, though the sky was still gloomy, it was brighter than the previous night. Chen Gu woke up, stretched lazily, and turned to look at Quan Zian beside him. She had dark circles under her eyes, but still maintained her haughty demeanor as a young lady. No matter what, as the heiress of the Crescent Consortium, she couldn't lose her composure. "Here, eat something. Once you're full, we'll continue on our way." Chen Gu took food out of his backpack and handed it to Quan Zian. She accepted the food with her usual arrogance, but immediately began devouring it like a little hamster. After eating, the two continued their journey. They had to leave the secret realm today, as tomorrow was the college entrance exam. As they walked deeper into the secret realm, the surrounding trees had long been corroded by darkness, with withered branches and fallen leaves scattered everywhere. The grass on the ground was yellow and dry, and the nearby river was murky and unclear. Just like the textbooks say, when faced with an invasion of darkness, the wisest choice is to retreat. Cheng-gu muttered softly as he observed the surroundings. What? Regretting it? Quan Zian immediately showed a pleased smile upon hearing this. Cheng-gu stopped walking, turned to glance at her, and said, I mean, for those without strength, retreating is definitely the wisest choice. After speaking, he continued forward. This place hadn't yet forced him to reveal all his trump cards. What was there to regret? Did he just say, I have no strength? Quan Zian saw Chun Ji's confident demeanor and bit her lip, feeling both angry and unable to retort. Ding! Silver 9-star rare level Shadow Ghost Spider. Ding! Silver 9-star elite level Cursed Spider. The secret realm was filled with various spider magic beasts. As the bracelet's notification sounded, those beasts had already appeared in Cheng-gu and Quan Zian's line of sight. The number of elite and enhanced magical beasts was small, but each one was like a small mountain, with ferocious faces, charging fiercely at the two. Cheng-gu immediately drew his magic cards, ready for battle. Skill card, Infinite Summoning. Magic Pet card, Frost Dragon Hatchling. It was still the same Frost Dragon from yesterday, accompanied by over 20 Frost Dragon hatchlings, along with thousands of skeleton warriors and skeleton generals. At this moment, outside the secret realm, has no one taken the mission yet after all this time? President Quan, who had stayed up all night, asked anxiously. Chief Executive Officer Yi sighed, shook his head, and said, the Silver Secret Realm has already been invaded by darkness. It's too dangerous. Those skilled magic card masters are unwilling to take the risk. They don't lack money. As for the unskilled ones, they wouldn't dare to enter. He paused and continued. So far, I haven't received any news of anyone willing to go in. President Quan turned to look at the other high-ranking officials of Crescent City, hoping to find a solution. The administrative director, admiral, and other officials standing before him all silently avoided his gaze. In this situation, even President Quan himself couldn't resolve the issue. What could they possibly do? Uncle, don't worry. I believe Xian will definitely come out of the secret realm. Uncle, don't underestimate Xian. She will surely make it out alive. Relatives and friends of the Quan family came one after another, outwardly comforting President Quan, but inwardly harboring their own plans. President Quan had only one daughter, Quan Zian, who originally possessed an S-level magic source and was highly skilled, making her the most promising candidate to inherit the family consortium. However, if something were to happen to her, other relatives would have the opportunity to take over the Crescent Consortium. Although they all verbally expressed their belief in Quan Zian, deep down, they were secretly pleased, doubting her ability to survive the dark invaded secret realm. After all, a dark invaded secret realm was already extremely dangerous, not to mention that it was a silver 7-star level secret realm. Currently, Quan Zian's strength was at most bronze 6-star, making it impossible for her to come out alive. They all had to thank Cheng-gu in their hearts. If it weren't for him leaving Quan Zian in the secret realm, they wouldn't even know what to do now. This matter had happened in broad daylight otherwise. They would have wanted to reward Chun Ji's family with millions each. In this massive consortium, there were no true relatives, only interests. President Quan understood this well, but said nothing. Given the current situation, if Quan Zian couldn't safely come out of the secret realm, even his position as president would be hard to maintain. Outside the secret realm, various people gathered, each with their own plans, but most were just there to watch the spectacle. After all, the only thing they revered and relied on was the Crescent Consortium. Zian, you must come out alive. President Quan furrowed his brows, silently praying in his heart. Although the Crescent Consortium was incredibly powerful in human society, when faced with this unknown world and magical beasts, even with all the wealth in the world, he was helpless. What level of strength is needed to safely come out of a dark, invaded secret realm? President Quan was filled with doubt. At this moment, Principal Zhu stepped forward to comfort him. President Quan, don't worry too much. That student named Chun Gu broke the record during the preliminary test a few days ago, finishing 20 minutes faster than before. He might just be able to make it out. 20 minutes faster than previous years. The surrounding people looked at Principal Zhu in astonishment. They were all from Crescent City and knew what this meant. But soon, everyone regained their composure. Can the trial arena compare to the Silver 7-star secret realm invaded by darkness? Not even close. CEO Yi and the others sneered inwardly, already considering Chun Gu and Quan Zian as dead. They were still here only because of the reputation of the Crescent Consortium. As for what Principal Zhu said, it was no longer of much use. The members of the Quan family exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with joy, almost unable to contain their excitement. But soon, they suppressed their delight. President Quan gave Principal Zhu a deep look and nodded. At this point, it seemed that the person most hoping for Quan Zian and Chun Gu to come out alive was Principal Zhu, as their survival would benefit him the most. On Chun Gu and Quan Zian's side, the battle had reached its most intense stage. Chun Gu remained the main force, while Quan Zian's role was simply to survive as best she could. Swish, swish, swish. Chun Gu slashed down several magical beasts with a few strikes, quickly retreating to stand between the skeleton warriors and skeleton generals, deploying the heavenly moon blade formation. Chun Gu, what are you doing? Quan Zian was dumbfounded, thinking anyone who saw this might assume Chun Gu was giving up. Chun Gu didn't respond, but pulled out a golden bow equipment card. A massive bow radiating dazzling golden light appeared in his hands. The golden glow was stunning, exuding an overwhelming aura. Holding the golden bow, Chun Gu stood there like an invincible force. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He drew the bow, and 3 arrows shot out like meteors, accurately hitting the vital points of several elite magical beasts. Every shot was on target. Though these elite Silver 9-star magical beasts weren't immediately defeated, Chun Gu continued drawing the bow, firing arrow after arrow, each hitting their mark. Soon, several elite magical beasts fell, with 2 dropping whiteboard cards, but now wasn't the time to pick them up. Quan Zian was utterly stunned. Chun Gu revealed another trump card, clearly an epic or even legendary equipment card, and it was the rarest type of bow. Chun Gu, where on earth did you get all this stuff? Quan Zian couldn't help but wonder. She couldn't understand why Chun Gu had so many powerful magic cards, each rarer than the last. More importantly, Chun Gu's archery skills were exceptional. She had a specialized archery instructor, but compared to Chun Gu, even her teacher might not be as skilled. Chun Gu, what else are you hiding? Although shocked, the continuous surprises over the past 2 days had left Quan Zian somewhat numb. She even had a bold thought, to find an opportunity to tie Chun Gu up and whip him until he told the truth. Of course, the thought flashed by quickly. After all, with Chun Gu's strength, she wouldn't be able to tie him up. Smack! Quan Zian slapped herself, muttering internally. Quan Zian, what nonsense are you thinking? Stop your wild thoughts and focus on the fight. After saying that, she raised her sword and continued battling, her Pegasus allowing her to move with agility and ease. Chun Gu caught a glimpse of Quan Zian slapping herself out of the corner of his eye, his face full of confusion. Anyone who didn't know better might think Quan Zian had gone mad. If he knew what Quan Zian had just been thinking, he'd probably be speechless too. As time passed, the area outside the secret realm was already crowded with relevant personnel, including Chun Gu's parents and his younger sister, Chun Shi. After all, they were an ordinary family, so naturally, they were the last to hear the news. Upon learning that their son was in danger, the father immediately took leave, and the mother, unable to sit still, brought little Chun Shi along and rushed over. Principal Zhu, what exactly is happening now? Chun Ji's father, who knew Principal Zhu since Chun Gu spoke every year as an outstanding student, stepped forward to inquire immediately. Mr. Chun, don't worry too much. I believe Chun Gu and Quan Zian will come out safely. Principal Zhu reassured him firmly. The surrounding people couldn't help but glance at Chun Ji's family. Their expressions varied. Some were indifferent, some watched as if it were a show after all. It wasn't their family involved, so life and death had nothing to do with them. Mr. Chun, how do you usually educate your son? He actually took Miss Quan on such a dangerous adventure. An official stepped forward, putting on an air of superiority. While he couldn't argue with those high-ranking officials, his arrogance immediately showed when facing Chun Ji's father. Chun Ji's father remained silent after all. The other party was powerful and not someone he dared to offend. My brother would never take risks. He will definitely come out of the secret realm. Little Chun Shi, cradled in her mother's arms, said in her childish voice. Although she didn't fully understand the situation, she firmly believed her brother would return. Most of the people around, however, dismissed her words, thinking she was just babbling nonsense. Although they hadn't experienced the dark invasion themselves, they knew what it meant. Heh, the official chuckled lightly, not taking the child's words seriously at all. The Quan family members exchanged glances and chuckled as well, looking completely unconcerned. They had already started calculating how to vie for the position of heir to the Crescent Consortium. By noon, Chun Gu and Quan Zian had almost traversed the entire secret realm. It had been a long time since they had encountered any magical beasts, nor had they come across the final boss. What is going on? Chun Gu stopped, his face full of confusion. Quan Zian also looked around, puzzled as to why they hadn't encountered the final beast, which should have appeared under normal circumstances. Roar! At that moment, Quan Zian looked up at the sky. Her eyes suddenly widened in shock, her face filled with disbelief. In fact, the boss had always been right in front of them. It was just so enormous that they hadn't noticed it. It was a gigantic spider, so massive that it blocked out the sky and the sun, its size so overwhelming that they simply couldn't perceive it. The giant spider moved slightly and made a sound, which finally drew their attention to its presence. The sound was vast and ancient, as if it came from a distant past, shaking them to their core. Roar! It roared again, leaving Chun Gu and Quan Zian frozen, staring at it in silence. Chun Gu used his wristband to scan its details. Beep! Unknown creature detected. Proceed with caution. Quan Zian's eyes were filled with terror and disbelief, her pupils contracting violently, every cell in her body trembling. Faced with this sky-covering monstrosity, she felt as insignificant as an ant, as tiny as a speck of dust, utterly inconsequential. Her entire being radiated an unprecedented sense of helplessness and fear. Are we going to die? Despair began to take root in her heart. Fear surged from the depths of her soul, making her shiver. But Chun Gu was much calmer, a hint of astonishment flashing in his eyes. This is way too big. No wonder the books say to evacuate immediately when encountering a dark invasion. It makes perfect sense. Watch out! Just as Quan Zian collapsed to the ground, staring blankly at the giant spider, its enormous leg moved to strike at them. Chun Gu shouted loudly, and the wings of the brave quickly unfolded, pulling Quan Zian back. Quan Zian's mind went blank. She used to think the world wasn't that dangerous, that danger was just a story in books. Now she understood she had been far too naive. This world was incredibly dangerous, and she was like a helpless egg. Pull yourself together. Leave everything to me, Chun Gu said loudly to Quan Zian in his arms. Roar! That distant howl echoed again, and the massive footsteps approached them once more. Chun Gu took another step back with Quan Zian in his arms, but the ground began to shake violently, making it hard for them to stand. People outside the secret realm could hear the distant screeching. Although they couldn't see the beast itself, just hearing the sound was enough to know how terrifying it was. What kind of horrifying existence is that? I'm afraid this secret realm is nurturing unimaginable monsters. If the secret realm and abyss aren't quickly eradicated, the beasts inside will grow rapidly, break free from their constraints, and invade the real world. If luck is on their side, they might be able to eliminate them in time. If not, the surrounding cities could turn into ruins, becoming forbidden zones. Faced with this unknown world, humanity remains incredibly fragile. President Quan, who had been able to stay calm, now stood up, his expression constantly changing. Around him, the Quan family members began to smile one by one. The more complex the situation became, the slimmer Quan Zian's chances of survival. Chun Ji's parents' faces also grew increasingly grim, completely at a loss for what to do. In such circumstances, even someone as high-ranking and powerful as President Quan was helpless. What could they possibly do? The high officials of Crescent City wore uncertain expressions. What did this terrifying existence mean for them? Quick, contact the Federation immediately and have them send reinforcements. Chief Executive Yi ordered tensely. Yes, Chief Executive. The adjutant immediately went to make contact. This matter was no longer just about President Quan's daughter. It concerned the safety of Crescent City and even the surrounding cities. If the terrifying creatures inside the secret realm escaped, the consequences would be an unprecedented disaster. Inside the secret realm, Chengge, we're doomed. Quan Zian finally snapped out of her daze, trembling as she clung to Chengge, her eyes blurred with tears. She was right there in Chun Ji's arms, and he could feel her fear and the faint fragrance emanating from her. Don't be afraid. Just trust me, that's enough. Chengge cupped her face, looked into her eyes, and softly reassured her. You're still not giving up? Quan Zian's tear-filled eyes were full of doubt. She looked at Chengge, her gaze brimming with courage and determination. What kind of person is he? Why can he still remain so calm? Does he have some hidden card to play? Her fear gradually turned into curiosity. Seeing Quan Zian calm down, Chengge stood up and glanced at the colossal creature. Using conventional methods, it was already impossible to confront such a giant beast head-on. Magic Pet Card, Frost Sky Hatchling. Skill Card, Time Acceleration. Roar, a Frost Sky Hatchling immediately appeared in the sky. It soared through the air, maintaining the pride of a dragon even in the face of the colossal creature, letting out an earth-shaking roar. Before the sound faded, its body began to grow rapidly, visibly transforming into a Frost Sky Dragon, but it didn't stop there. Time Acceleration, Millennium Dragon. Roar, a deafening roar echoed throughout the secret realm. Although the Millennium Dragon was enormous, it still appeared slightly smaller compared to the giant spider. Magic Power Recovery Card. Chengge did not dare to be careless and immediately restored his depleted magic power. Roar, as the magic within Chun Ji's body was reactivated, a dragon capable of rivaling a colossal beast appeared. A deafening roar shook the heavens and earth. Quan Zian stood beside Chengge, her mouth slightly open, completely stunned. She couldn't comprehend what this dragon represented. Could it be an existence even stronger than a phantom god? With her knowledge, she couldn't define the dragon before her eyes at all. What is going on? Outside the secret realm, the tremors grew even more intense, and the surrounding people showed expressions of fear. It sounds like a dragon's roar, someone said in confusion. A dragon? There's a dragon here? What kind of secret realm is this? Even Cui Tianling and his group were panicking. Does anyone else think this sound is somewhat familiar? Chu Yao asked hesitantly. Familiar? What do you mean? Yi Tian and Cui Tianling didn't connect the dragon's roar from a few days ago to the current situation, as the difference felt too vast. At this moment, their entire bodies were trembling. Chu Yao said no more, and Qin beside her also remained silent. In their view, Quan Zian and Chengge were beyond saving. Cui Tianling, what kind of secret realm did you find? Yi Tian couldn't help but ask, his tone tinged with blame. If it weren't for the dark invasion forcing them to retreat early, they might have encountered that dragon too, and then it would have been over for them. How would I know? Cui Tianling looked bewildered. Their guild had only conducted preliminary investigations, no one knew the specifics. The two giant beasts stared at each other from afar. Screech, the giant spider seemed to sense a threat and let out a frenzied screech. Roar, before it could act, the dragon spewed dragon breath, erupting like a volcano. The giant spider, which had treated Chengge and Quan Zian as mere playthings, was instantly reduced to ashes, killed in a single blow. Is it over just like that? Quan Zian stared at the scene before her, completely unable to believe it. As the dragon annihilated the giant spider, it suddenly disappeared. Chengge staggered and almost fell. Although he hadn't physically fought, his magic and mental energy were greatly depleted. He then walked over to pick up the items dropped by the boss. Besides 70 or 80 blank cards and one special blank card, there was also a ring on the ground. Having defeated the final boss, all the items naturally belonged to him. He first collected the blank cards and then picked up the ring on the ground. A magic artifact, the Ring of Magic Power, can increase the wearer's magic power by 50%. The ring was simple and ancient. As soon as he put it on, a description suddenly appeared in Chun Gu's mind. A magic artifact? Chun Gu was momentarily stunned. This was the first time he had heard of such a term. His teachers had never mentioned it in school. As soon as he wore the ring, he immediately felt his magic power swelling like a balloon within him. Didn't he expect an extra reward? Chun Gu's lips curled into a slight smile, his face full of joy, and his fatigue gradually dissipated. Great crises often come with great rewards. The more magic power, the better. This is an undeniable truth. Chun Gu finally let out a long breath and glanced back at Quan Zian, who was still standing there in a daze. Over the past few days, Quan Zian had taken good care of him, and today he had saved her, so they were even now. Chun Gu never owed favors. Swish, swish. Just as the people outside the secret realm were still bewildered and the deputy of chief executive Yi hurriedly reported to the Federation, Chun Gu and Quan Zian were sent out. Immediately afterward, the pitch-black passage at the entrance to the secret realm suddenly disappeared. Everyone was stunned when they saw Quan Zian and Chun Gu walk out of the secret realm and the secret realm disappear. The previously noisy entrance instantly became so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. In their eyes, these two were as good as dead, yet they came out alive. Who wouldn't stop to think about it? Zian, you truly didn't disappoint me. President Quan smiled as he sat down, the tension on his face completely gone. The Quan family members widened their eyes in disbelief at the scene before them. That cold and proud woman, wasn't she Quan Zian? Although her image had collapsed in the secret realm, she immediately regained her aura of aloofness and nobility as the heir to a super conglomerate upon emerging. They really came out. Principal Zhu's previously furrowed brows relaxed, and an unprecedented joy spread across his face. He excitedly grabbed Chen Ji's father's arm and exclaimed loudly. Chun Gu and his companion emerging from the secret realm, what did it signify? Not only would they shine during the college entrance exams, but they would also cause a sensation throughout the entire Federation. As the principal, his reputation would naturally soar. Brothers out! Brothers out! Chun Shi shouted in her childish voice. Chun Ji's parents exchanged a smile, full of relief. Like Chun Shi, they firmly believed Chun Gu would come out alive because they remembered him as a meticulous and cautious child. There was no blame, only immense reassurance. Meanwhile, CEO Yi and his group were dumbfounded, staring intently at Chun Gu and Quan Zian. Two newly minted candidates had managed to escape from a secret realm swallowed by darkness. Completely inconceivable. This proved they had powerful backing and limitless potential. Dad, Mom, Chen Shi, why are you here? Chun Gu immediately spotted his family, waved, and walked toward them. The surrounding crowd respectfully made way for him. The rules of this world were simple. The strong were revered. Now, Chun Gu and Quan Zian were the strong. Otherwise, how could they have walked out of that hellish place alive? What kind of terrifying enemies had they defeated? Brother, Chun Shi wriggled out of her mother's arms and stumbled toward Chun Gu, who scooped her up in one swift motion. Moi! Chun Gu gave his little sister a light kiss, only to be met with her complaint. Brother, you smell so bad. Chun Gu was speechless. After all, he had fought for 2 days and spent the night outdoors. It would be strange if he didn't smell. His parents laughed, and the family stood out in the crowd, radiating warmth and harmony. Quan Zian glanced at Chun Ji's family without much expression and walked toward her father along the path others had cleared. Dad, let's go back, she said, her eyes devoid of excitement or joy. All right. President Quan looked at his daughter's face, seemingly understanding something. He turned to glance at Chun Gu in the distance before boarding a helicopter with his entourage and leaving. Dad, Mom, it's getting late. The college entrance exams are tomorrow. Let's head back too, Chun Gu said to his parents. They nodded, and Chun Gu picked up his bicycle and left with them. The people at the scene were still frozen in place, completely unable to comprehend what had just happened. Hello, Lieutenant. Please continue reporting on the situation over there. The lieutenant had been reporting to the Federation but was left speechless when Chun Gu and Quan Zian appeared. And no need. The matter has already been resolved. The adjutant helplessly hung up the phone. He had thought the sky was falling, but it turned out to be so simple. Just this simple. On Shui Tianling's side, Their expressions were complicated. They were happy for Quan Zian, but also worried about how Quan Zian and Chun Ge managed to escape from the dark, shrouded secret realm. The fact that the two of them could escape from such a desperate situation made them seem both weak and timid. Forget it. We have the college entrance exam tomorrow. Let's head back, Chu Yao suggested. All right, that works. Qin Qin and the others nodded, each lost in their own thoughts. Soon, government personnel began to withdraw one after another, and the Quan family members also left by helicopter. Unlike when they arrived, their faces now carried a layer of sternness. No one had expected Quan Zian to be so strong, completely disregarding Qin Ge. After all, in this world, the strong always rely on powerful backgrounds for support. A student from an ordinary working-class family, no matter how strong, couldn't possibly lead Quan Zian out of the secret realm, right? At this moment, Principal Zhu saw Chairman Quan leaving and immediately ran forward to find Chun Ge and his group. Chun Ge, Principal Zhu greeted them with a jog. Principal Zhu, Chun Ji's family responded in unison. Let your parents ride in my car, and we can chat alone, Principal Zhu said kindly. Chun Ge glanced at his parents. Walking back would be inconvenient, so he nodded. All right. His parents got into Principal Zhu's car and drove ahead, while Chun Ge followed behind, pushing his bicycle. Chun Ge, what exactly happened? How did you get out? Principal Zhu couldn't help but ask. Chun Ge smiled and said, just lucky. I drew a few powerful cards and barely managed to defeat the boss to get out. I see. Principal Zhu nodded thoughtfully. Chun Ji's preliminary exam results were quite good, so he wouldn't underestimate him. But if he knew that the few powerful cards Chun Ge mentioned included 2 mythical cards, 3 legendary cards, and several epic magic cards, would he still remain so calm? However, Principal Zhu was aware that Chun Ge possessed very strong magic cards, and that was enough. The specifics of the cards were a magic card master's secret, and even the principal had to respect that. After chatting for a while, they put Chun Ji's bicycle into the trunk and returned to Crescent City together. To celebrate, Principal Zhu even took Chun Ji's family to a high-end restaurant for dinner. Meanwhile, at the Quan family villa, Chairman Quan looked at his dejected daughter without saying a word and quietly left. Although his daughter hadn't said much, he could tell from her despondent expression that she had suffered a significant blow in the secret realm. The root of all this was undoubtedly that Chun Ge. What kind of power could make Zian so disheartened? Did he perhaps draw a mythical level magic card? Chairman Quan returned to his study and sighed deeply. However, the one thing he could be relieved about was that his daughter had returned safely. As long as she was alive, there was still hope. He decided to increase his investment in his daughter. In this world, nurturing powerful magic card masters was more important than anything else. What kind of mythical level magic card did that young man draw? Chairman Quan fell into deep thought. After dinner, Chun Ji's family returned home. His parents, worried all day, were exhausted and went to bed early with Qin Shi. After washing up, Chun Ge took out all the blank cards, ready to open a batch. On his way back in the afternoon, he had sold the low-level magic cards he had previously drawn to a recycling company. Despite the large quantity, they only sold for a little over 20,000, barely enough to buy 2 blank cards, which showed just how worthless low-level magic cards were. He infused magic into the first blank card. Low-level magic card. The 72nd card. Magic card name. Dark battle armor quality. High type. Equipment card effect. Greatly enhances the owner's defense. Description. A seemingly ordinary battle armor. So many. All low-level and mid-level magic cards. Finally, a high-level magic card. Not bad. And it's exactly the battle armor I wanted. After opening so many cards, Chun Ge didn't get any particularly good ones, but being able to upgrade the low-level battle armor to a high-level one was already satisfying. Judging by the image, it was definitely much better than before. He continued to draw all the remaining ordinary blank cards, but gained nothing. No way. I'm supposed to have amazing luck. Chun Ge couldn't help but complain. As in Oh Huang, a term for someone with extraordinary luck, out of 100 blank cards, the best he got was just 1 high-level equipment card, making him start to doubt his luck. Finally, he took out the special blank card dropped by the boss. My reputation as an Oh Huang depends entirely on you, he said. as he infused magic into the card. Magic card name. Berserk quality. Legendary type. Skill card effect. After use, body strength, power, and speed increase by 500% for 1 hour, followed by a weakened state. Description: a magic card designed specifically for berserkers, granting you invincible power. Combat power increased by 500%. That's insane. If there were no weakened state afterward, this would definitely reach the level of a divine phantom. Maybe I really can pursue the berserker path in the future. Chun-Gu muttered to himself as he placed the magic card into the magic source. As the level of a magic card master increases, many people plan clear career paths around their strongest magic cards. Chun-Gu possessed 2 divine phantom-level magic cards, infinite summoning and time acceleration, making him fully capable of pursuing the summoning path. But others need to plan their paths because they can't draw powerful magic cards. Chun-Gu, with his Ohuang talent, didn't have this problem at all, so he didn't need to worry about which path to choose. In his mind, magic pets were just support. He was the absolute core of output, making the berserker path the most suitable for him. With a thought, the magic source panel appeared before him. Name: Chun-Gu talent. Ohuang unique level, bronze 9-star magic source. SS level equipment. Magic ring magic pet cards. Frost dragon hatchling legendary. Skeleton warlord high level. Skeleton warrior low level skill cards. Infinite summoning divine phantom level. Time acceleration divine phantom level. Berserk weapon master legendary. Berserk legendary. Crescent/epic level. Shatter unmatched epic level. Wind blade epic level. Dragon. Pursuit strike high level equipment cards. Wings of the brave legendary. Heavenly moon blade epic level. Golden bow epic level. Dark battle armor high level special card. Divine block. At this moment, Chun-Gu was already at bronze 9-star, just a step away from advancing to silver level. Earlier, he had deleted all the low-level skills he had, because the Weapon Master card allowed him to perform low-level magic card skills without consuming magic power. Since that was the case, why let them take up space and waste magic power? Time to sleep. He glanced at the clock on the wall and lay down to rest. After experiencing intense combat, he fell asleep as soon as he lay down. Early the next morning, he immediately opened the Magic Card Master app to check the exam location. For first-tier Magic Card Masters, the exam location is not fixed. They must arrive within the specified time, otherwise, they will be downgraded to participate in a lower-level exam. This is the second round of screening. If one's strength is insufficient and they directly enter the trial tower, it's essentially a death sentence. Despite the multiple layers of screening, hundreds of candidates still die in the trial tower every year, showing how brutal the exam is. After breakfast, Chun-Gu hurriedly said goodbye to his family and set off for the exam location. The exam site was in the mountainous area southeast of Crescent City, where there were many bronze and silver-level magical beasts. Crossing through there would test the candidate's strength. Based on each candidate's address, the app provided a detailed route. Chun-Gu first took a car to the outskirts and then followed the directions to the exam location. Meanwhile, on Cui Tianling's side, "Hey, Tian, what's up?" Cui Tianling was walking alone when he received a call from a friend who owned a legendary-level magic card. "Hey, Tianling, I forgot the name of the guy you wanted me to teach a lesson to," said Chu Tian casually on the other end of the line. "Don't worry, since you asked, I'll definitely block him outside and stop him from taking the exam." Cui Tianling immediately realized what was going on and remembered the matter. Yesterday, his mind was filled with images of Quan Zian and Chun-Gu coming out of the secret realm, and he had completely forgotten about causing trouble for Chun-Gu. If Chu Tian hadn't called, things would have gotten complicated. "Tian, forget about it," Cui Tianling said, his voice lacking confidence. "What's wrong? You don't sound too excited." Chu Tian frowned and continued. "Don't worry, buddy, I've got a..." He has 2 legendary-level dragon-type magic pet cards. Before Chu Tian could finish, Cui Tianling directly clarified the situation. Chu Tian was stunned on the other end of the line, not knowing what to say. 2 legendary-level dragon-type magic pet cards? Are you kidding? Are legendary-level magic cards so common now? Tianling, didn't you say he's just an ordinary working-class guy? Even if his family sold everything, they couldn't possibly afford cards of that level. Are you sure your information is correct? Chu Tian's face darkened. He had planned to show off during this college entrance exam, but compared to legendary level magic cards, he was completely out of his league. Chui Tianling shook his head helplessly. I've disliked him since the beginning of high school and already investigated his family background. At most, his family assets are only a few million. So, even if he emptied his family's savings, he could only afford a few dozen card packs. How could he possibly have 2 legendary level magic cards? Chu Tian was incredulous. His own legendary level magic card was obtained through his uncle pulling strings with other magic card masters. After countless twists and turns, someone with no background and little money could open 2 legendary dragon-type magic pet cards? This was just absurd. How would I know? Maybe he is just incredibly lucky. Chui Tianling, though unwilling to accept it, could only offer this explanation. Lucky. My family spent 800 million, and the best we got was 1 legendary level magic card. With his family's conditions, how lucky would he have to be to open 2 dragon-type magic pet cards? Chu Tian was on the verge of a breakdown. It's true comparing oneself to others only leads to frustration, and comparing possessions makes you want to throw things away. I want to know why too. My family spent over $1 billion, and in the end, I only got 1 epic magic card. Chu Tian broke down, and Chui Tianling also felt stifled inside. Neither of them could understand. After hanging up the phone, the atmosphere became awkward, and the two fell into silence. Walking alone along the way, Chu Tian was almost depressed to the point of shutting himself off. This was simply absurd to the extreme. Good luck opening the door, good luck arriving home. But forcing it on someone is useless. The road to the exam site wasn't particularly challenging or dangerous for most top-tier candidates. It was just long, consuming time and physical energy. In the afternoon, principals from 9 surrounding cities gradually arrived, along with inspectors sent by the Federation. Oldly, how are your students this year? Any particularly strong ones? There's one named Chu Tian. His uncle is a king-level magic card master, and he's probably already at bronze 6 star. Wow, you guys hit the jackpot this time. Principal Chu, how about your side? Any promising talents this year? Our school has a pair of twin sisters who are direct descendants of the Jinshan Consortium. With the consortium's backing, their magic card master level won't be below bronze 6 star. Wow, 2 bronze 6 stars. The group of principals chatted back and forth, seemingly casual, but actually competing to see whose students were stronger. Good student performance brought prestige to the principals, and they could even receive commendations and promotions from the Federation. Principal Zhu couldn't hide the smile on his face upon hearing this. Bronze 6 star, impressive a few years ago, but what does it count for this year? Last night, he inquired about Chun Ji's situation. The answer shocked him: bronze 9 star. 3 levels higher than the previous record. This was the highest record in the Eastern Federation. He held back his excitement, waiting for Chun Ge to officially submit his magic card master level before revealing it. Principal Zhu, I heard the daughter of the Crescent Consortium is also taking the exam. She should be quite good, right? One principal suddenly asked. The matter of the secret realm was still a secret in Crescent City and hadn't spread yet, so no one knew. The Crescent Consortium is a super consortium, definitely not bad. I heard Miss Quan is very capable and might break records. The other principals were envious. Principal Zhu thought for a moment and smiled. Miss Quan is certainly impressive. She's probably at bronze 7 star now. This was his estimate based on Chun Ji's level. Principal Zhu, you're lucky this year. Miss Quan might make you famous in the Federation. The principal said enviously. To be honest, having a student like Quan Zian, Principal Zhu indeed felt fortunate. Ha! Principal Zhu laughed without saying much, but his thoughts were on Chun Ge. Quan Zian was excellent, but Chun Ge was the one who could truly make him shine. At that moment, the sound of helicopters came from afar. Soon, several helicopters flew toward the exam site. What's going on? The principals and inspectors were all surprised. Not long after, the helicopters landed on the helipad, and Chairman Quan of the Crescent Consortium and high-ranking officials from Crescent City stepped out. Chairman Quan, Chief Executive Officer Yi. They approached the high platform, and the principals and inspectors quickly greeted them. Long time no see. Chairman Quan and Chief Yi responded casually. then sat down to wait for the candidates to arrive. "Look, a student is here," someone shouted, and all eyes turned to the student. "It's our school's Shen Yaoxian," one principal said with a smile. Staff quickly approached and began to assess the candidate's magic card master level. Beep, candidate. Shen Yaoxian, magic card master level, bronze 5-star. Just received the information. The crowd standing on the high platform immediately received the report. As expected of a child from a prestigious family, achieving such results is truly impressive. The principal's face was full of satisfaction, and other principals also stepped forward to offer their congratulations. Soon after, a large number of first-tier candidates arrived one after another. Beep, candidate. Shirlu, magic card master level, bronze 4-star. Beep, candidate. Du Xin, magic card master level, bronze 5-star. Most of these newly arrived candidates had magic card master levels around bronze 5-star and came from prestigious families. For students like Chen Ge from ordinary families, it was almost impossible to squeeze into the first tier. This year's batch of students is really impressive. In previous years, most were bronze 4-star. Indeed, it's exciting to see if anyone can break the record. I heard President Quan's daughter is exceptionally strong. She should easily set a new record. The group of principals chatted one after another, not forgetting to flatter President Quan. President Quan merely smiled faintly without responding. He came today solely for Chen Ge. He wanted to see for himself how Chen Ge would perform after entering the trial tower. His daughter had returned home yesterday feeling downcast, but he hadn't asked much. However, he was relieved to see that when she left this morning, her expression was resolute, no longer showing yesterday's gloom. He understood his daughter, while she had been highly ambitious since childhood. For her to feel dejected, she must have experienced a significant setback. Therefore, he had to come and see for himself. Beep, candidate. Yi Tian, magic card master level, bronze 5-star. Wow, as expected of the son of Chief Executive Yi. Truly like father, like son. At this moment, another principal began flattering Chief Executive Yi. Chief Executive Yi also smiled faintly without saying much. His purpose was similar to President Quan's. He was here to observe Chen Ge. Although he had seen Quan Zian and Chen Ge emerge from the secret realm yesterday, due to confidentiality regulations, he couldn't inquire too much and could only come today to observe Chen Ji's performance. The order in which students arrived at the exam site, surrounded by 9 cities, would not affect the evaluation. Before long, 2 sisters from the Jinshan Consortium arrived together. The 2 young women exuded elegance and wore gentle smiles. These are Jin Yale and Jin Yazhong from the Jinshan Consortium. I wonder what their specific levels are. Principal Chu said expectantly. Beep, candidate. Jin Yale, magic card master level, bronze 6-star. Beep, candidate. Jin Yazhong, magic card master level, bronze 6-star. As expected, bronze 6-star, amazing. Principal Chu was so delighted that he couldn't stop smiling. So far, they were the highest level students, and both had reached this level simultaneously. Principal Chu, congratulations. Principal Chu is truly remarkable. The surrounding people offered their congratulations. Principal Chu was overjoyed. It seemed he had stolen the spotlight today. Beep, candidate. Chu Tian, magic card master level, bronze 6-star. Finally, Chu Tian arrived, but his expression looked somewhat unpleasant. Upon hearing his level, Chu Tian's principal's face lit up with joy, repeatedly saying, "Excellent, excellent. Truly a promising young talent. His king-level magic card master uncle must have worked tirelessly for him." The surrounding principals gasped upon hearing Chu Tian's background. After all, king-level magic card masters were rare. Who wouldn't envy having such a mentor? Beep, candidate. Chui Tianling, magic card master level, bronze 5-star. Beep, candidate. Chu Yao, magic card master level, bronze 4-star. Beep, candidate. Chen Xin, magic card master level, bronze 4-star. Shortly after, Chui Tianling and the others arrived one after another, all with impressive levels. Principal Zhu, your school has quite a number of students this time. Principal Zhu, you are truly fortunate. The surrounding principals looked at Principal Zhu with envy. A large number of candidates in the first echelon represented the strength of the school, naturally drawing admiration from others. Principal Zhu smiled leisurely, thinking to himself, the real show is just beginning. Look, it's Miss Quan. President Quan. Miss Quan has arrived. The principals and inspectors all assumed President Quan was here for Quan Zian, and upon seeing her, they exclaimed in surprise. Beep, candidate, Quan Zian, Magic Card Master level, Bronze 7-star. Bronze 7-star. Miss Quan has set a new record. Congratulations, President Quan. President Quan's daughter is truly extraordinary. Congratulations, President Quan. Everyone present was astonished. Bronze 6-star was already a very high level, almost impossible to surpass. No one expected Quan Zian to directly exceed it. Truly impressive. Wow, Bronze 7-star. This level is considered top-notch even in the Eastern Federation, right? That's right, definitely in the top 10. Amazing. It seems President Quan's daughter will enter the Divine Capital Academy as the number 1 in 9 cities this time. Congratulations, President Quan. In everyone's eyes, Quan Zian was undoubtedly the student with the highest Magic Card Master level, unmatched by anyone else. The Magic Card Master level in the exam accumulates points, and Quan Zian had always been in the lead. Coupled with the Quan family's background, her performance in the trial tower was bound to be outstanding. After a while, most of the candidates had arrived. How many are left? Were there any withdrawals during the process? The inspector asked. The deputy immediately replied. Report, Inspector, 2 students withdrew due to injuries, and now only 1 candidate named Chungu remains. This statement immediately caught the attention of President Quan and Chief Executive Officer Yi. What was going on? With Chun Ji's strength, he should have arrived long ago, so why hadn't he appeared yet? Was there a problem? Principal Zhu, however, remained calm. Chungu is our school's pre-test champion this year. There's still time, no need to worry. Principal Zhu, which family does this Chungu belong to? What? Isn't Miss Quan the pre-test champion of Crescent City? Looks like he's from some prominent family, right? Everyone assumed Quan Zian should be Crescent City's champion. So why did Principal Zhu claim Chungu was first? What was going on? Principal Zhu still spoke lightly. This child is actually from an ordinary working-class family. His grades have always been stable, and his pre-test results were quite good. He spoke casually, but was actually encouraging Chungu. What? An ordinary working-class family. No wonder he's so late. At this level, he probably won't last long in the trial tower, right? But it's rare for a child like this to take first place in the pre-test. Doubt was written all over everyone's faces. He's here. Finally, Chungu appeared in everyone's sight. He should have arrived earlier, but on the way, he encountered a group of magical beasts. Seeing that he was about to advance to silver level, he delayed for a while and casually eliminated over 1,000 magical beasts. That's why it was a bit late. But the good news is that his Magic Card Master level has already risen to silver 1-star. Ding, candidate, Chungu, Magic Card Master level, silver 1-star. Everyone was in disbelief, followed by a long silence. How is this possible? Silver 1-star? Are you sure there's no mistake? The Magic Card Master wristband never makes mistakes. How is this possible? In such a short time, how could he possibly reach silver 1-star? Silver 1-star. What exactly is going on here? Not only were the principal and the inspector stunned, but even the always composed President Quan and Chief Executive Officer Yi almost jumped up. Silver 1-star. Good kid, no wonder my daughter was feeling down. This boy must have summoned a powerful magic card. President Quan thought silently. Silver 1-star? This level is top tier not only in the Eastern Federation, but globally as well, right? Chief Executive Officer Yi was stirred inside. Quan Zian managed to come out of that secret realm, and this boy played a significant role. From the moment Quan Zian emerged yesterday, he had noticed something unusual, but he never expected Chungu to be this impressive. Silver 1-star, an unimaginable level of strength. Principal Zhu, is this a joke? Can an ordinary working-class family produce such a child? Principal Zhu, stop fooling us. Can an ordinary working-class family nurture a silver 1-star? Principal Zhu, what's going on here? The principals were completely flustered. Principal Zhu shrugged. He really is a child from an ordinary working-class family. As for how he reached silver 1-star, I have no idea. Even Principal Zhu was greatly surprised. Originally bronze 9 star, how did he suddenly become silver 1 star? But he was even happier. The higher Chen Ji's level, the happier he was. All right, distribute points according to the Magic Card Master levels, announce the exam precautions, and prepare to start. The inspector quickly regained composure and began organizing the exam. The candidates stood in the square in front of the high platform where the inspector and principals were located. In front of the platform was an electronic screen displaying the student points ranking. The most eye-catching, of course, was 1. Chen Gu, points, 24,002. Quan Zian, points, 18,003. Jean Yale, points, 16,000. This announcement shocked the entire venue. What? Who is this Chen Gu? Based on the points, bronze 6 star is 16,000 points, and each level adds 2,000 points. So he should be silver 1 star now, right? How is this possible? Silver 1 star, are you kidding me? Is the world crazy, or am I crazy? The students at the scene were all panicked. Silver 1 star. Chu Tian, who originally wanted to cause trouble for Chen Gu, was now staring wide-eyed. What kind of joke is this? Already silver 1 star before the college entrance exam? Is there any justice left? Luckily, I made a phone call this morning, otherwise, wouldn't I be doomed? Cui Tianling, Yi Tian, and the other two stared at Chen Gu with complex expressions. Among them, the most dissatisfied were, of course, Cui Tianling and Yi Tian. Silver 1 star? The gap is just too big, isn't it? Chen Gu, you're really lucky. If I had 2 legendary dragon-type magic pet cards, I would definitely be stronger than you. Silver 1 star. The sisters Jean Yale and Jean Yazhong from the Jinshan Financial Group stared at each other blankly, their faces full of astonishment. As Quan Zian, Cui Tianling, Chu Tian, and others focused their gaze on Chen Gu. The other examinees also turned their attention to him. So handsome. Being handsome isn't important, the key is that he's so powerful. I really like him. Can you be a little more low-key? Reaching silver 1 star before the college entrance exam, how strong must he be? How can I stay calm? Stop dreaming. People like him must be from some super family. Do you think he'd pay attention to you? Sigh. When did such a strong family appear near our 9 cities? In everyone's eyes, individual strength represented family strength. Many examinees began speculating which super family Chen Gu might belong to. But Chen Gu remained calm. Do you know how I survived these past 7 days? If it weren't for my incredible luck, I'd have been done for long ago. So, don't envy my silver 1 star rank, because you don't have my luck, huh? At this moment, the inspector on the high platform began reading out the exam rules. To put it simply, after entering the trial tower, safety comes first. If you encounter difficulties, you must exit immediately. I've finished explaining. Any questions? The inspector stood on the high platform, his voice deep as he asked. No. The examinees responded in unison. The inspector then waved his hand and headed toward the trial tower. Soon, the examinees arrived in front of a massive octagonal tower, its walls carved with intricate patterns, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. This trial tower originated from the ruins of an alien world fused with Blue Star. The tower before them was merely its projection. There were over 100 such giant towers worldwide, filled with opportunities but also hiding immense dangers. Students, are you ready? The inspector shouted from the high platform. Ready. The examinees were eager to begin. Take your supplies and set off. Since it was uncertain how many levels they could reach, the officials had prepared ample food and water. Yes, the examinees shouldered their supplies. Creak as the massive doors, 30 to 40 meters high, on the octagonal walls slowly opened, the college entrance exam officially began. All 8 doors were identical, and upon entering, each person would enter an independent space. To exit, they must defeat the guardian beast of that level, otherwise, they would be trapped. Chen Gu looked up at the towering giant tower that seemed to pierce the clouds, took a deep breath, and stepped forward resolutely into the trial tower. The other examinees also entered in an orderly manner. Upon entering the first level, the environment suddenly changed. Blinding sunlight, a desolate desert, and air distorted by heat waves. Beep, black iron 1 star, venomtail lizard. The level of beasts in the trial tower increased with each floor. Generally, Examinees who could clear levels 10 ranks higher than their own were considered very impressive. Faced with the weak beasts before him, Chun-Gu directly summoned over 100 skeleton warriors to deal with them. Although skeleton warriors were low-level summon cards, their rank matched Chun-Ji's Silver 1-star, and they easily took care of the beasts. For the top-tier examinees, the first few levels were mainly a matter of passing time. First level, second level, 10th level. Beep, examinee. Chun-Gu, current level, 10th floor. Beep, examinee. Quan Zian, current level, 7th floor. People outside the tower couldn't directly see what was happening inside. They could only get a rough idea from the data transmitted by the wristbands. Why is he so far ahead of the other examinees? Yeah, although his magic card master level is high, the first few floors aren't difficult, so logically, he shouldn't waste too much time. But how could he be 3 floors faster than Miss Quan, who ranks second? This candidate is truly extraordinary. We've never seen a child from an ordinary family lead in the college entrance exam. Not just here, it's rare even across the entire Eastern Federation. How did he manage to do it? On the high platform, everyone stared at the electronic screen, discussing fervently, filled with questions about Chun-Gu. Normally, candidates can only rely on themselves, at most summoning 1 or 2 magic pets to assist. But no one expected that Chun-Gu had thousands of magic pets fighting for him. Up until now, he hadn't even made a move himself. Low-level magical beasts weren't worth his effort, it would only waste his energy. Ooh, thud. As the guardian magical beast on the 10th floor fell, Chun-Gu picked up the whiteboard card on the ground and headed to the 11th floor. To be honest, these floors were purely a waste of time for him, yielding only a few whiteboard cards and offering little magic power to level up. Everyone, pick up the pace and try to reach above the 20th floor today, Chun-Gu said, somewhat bored. The skeleton warriors glanced at him and began fighting even harder. For most candidates, reaching the 13th or 14th floor today would already be impressive. If they heard Chun-Gu say he planned to reach the 20th floor today, they'd probably be furious. Following behind the skeleton army, Chun-Gu took out the whiteboard cards he had accumulated today, a total of 21 cards. Low-level magical beasts in the wild don't drop many whiteboard cards. If it weren't for the sheer quantity, he wouldn't even have these 21 cards. While others were fighting desperately, Chun-Gu began drawing cards out of boredom. The first card, low-level magic card. The second card, low-level magic card. The 21st card, still a low-level magic card. Haha. After drawing all 21 whiteboard cards, Chun-Gu revealed an awkward yet polite smile. Cards originally worth 210,000 were now probably worth less than 2,100. Magic card masters may seem prestigious, but in reality, most of them are poor. Whiteboard cards are mostly used for drawing, and it's rare to get high-level magic cards. It's almost a vicious cycle. Without drawing cards, you can't get powerful magic cards. Without powerful magic cards, you can't level up, nor will anyone take you to more lucrative secret realms or abysses. So magic card masters must draw cards to become stronger, but drawing cards costs money. In the end, they can only rely on joining top guilds or financial groups, becoming tools for others, and working hard their entire lives. Even someone like Chun-Gu, with his European Emperor luck, might end up with nothing, let alone ordinary magic card masters. Chun-Gu took a deep breath and frowned, saying, "A few days ago, I could still draw powerful magic cards every now and then. Why has it changed these past 2 days? Could it be that even my good luck is running out?" If even someone like Chun-Gu, with his exceptional luck, often fails to draw good cards, it shows how difficult it is for ordinary magic card masters. Drawing a powerful magic card is almost impossibly hard for most people. With few whiteboard cards left, Chun-Gu quickly focused on the exam. Around 10 p.m. Beep, candidate. Chun-Gu, current floor, 20th floor. Beep, candidate. Quan Zian, current floor, 16th floor. Beep, candidate. Jean Yale, current floor, 15th floor. This is the first time we've seen a candidate reach the 20th floor on the first day. Truly impressive. He is actually 4 floors ahead of the second place. His strength is incredible. What kind of super magic card did he draw? How many levels do you think he can reach in the trial tower? His magic card master level is silver 1 star. Even with a super magic card, facing golden 5-star magical beasts will be very difficult. I estimate he can reach the 34th level. 34th level? Principal Chu, that's quite a bold guess. The other principals looked at Principal Chu in surprise. Even with a legendary magic card, one must be cautious at that level. Bold, you say? Principal Zhu heard this, responded with a question, and held up 4 fingers. 40th level. What? 40th level? Principal Zhu, are you joking? The 40th level is filled with platinum-level magical beasts. He can't even break their defenses. Exactly. Principal Zhu, Crescent Moon High is leading this year, and this kid is excellent. But aren't you being overly optimistic? I think 30 levels at most. I'd say around 32 levels. The other principals began giving their predictions. Inspector, you have experience. What do you think? Principal Zhu turned to the inspector and asked. The inspector hesitated for a moment and said, hard to say. I'd guess around 33 levels. I agree with the inspector's opinion. I think that's about right too. The surrounding people expressed their views one after another. President Quan, Chief Executive Yi, and everyone else, what do you think? Principal Zhu asked with a smile. Since they couldn't see what was happening inside, it was a good time to chat. President Quan, Chief Executive Yi, and the other senior officials exchanged glances. Sitting next to President Quan, Chief Executive Yi asked, President Quan, what do you think? 45 levels. President Quan thought for a moment and answered firmly. What? 45 levels. President Quan really thinks highly of that kid, doesn't he? President Quan's prediction is truly bold. As expected of the president of Crescent Moon Consortium, his vision is extraordinary. President Quan is indeed President Quan. His prediction is truly surprising. Principal Zhu said others were skeptical, but since President Quan had spoken, even if they didn't understand, they had to praise him a bit. Chief Executive Yi, what do you think? President Quan smiled and looked at Chief Executive Yi. Chief Executive Yi was silent for a moment and said, how about this, President Quan? You be the banker, and let's bet some money instead of just guessing for fun. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes lit up. 45 levels were almost impossible for Chun-gu, who was only silver 1 star, to reach. Even if he leveled up, it still wouldn't be achievable. This time, they were bound to win. No problem. President Quan also became excited and said, how about betting 10,000? Let's go with President Quan's suggestion. As expected of President Quan, so bold and daring to be the banker. The surrounding people were amazed. To be honest, President Quan's prediction of 45 levels was indeed very bold. Secretary Shun, go register it. President Quan instructed his secretary. Yes, President. The secretary immediately began handling the matter. Afterward, President Quan asked Chief Executive Yi again. Chief Executive Yi, how many levels do you think he can reach? 40 levels. Chief Executive Yi held up 4 fingers. 40 levels? Same as Principal Zhu's prediction. But how is that possible? President Quan and Chief Executive Yi both have high hopes for that kid. But he's only silver 1 star right now. Even if he levels up to 2 star or 3 star, how could he possibly defeat platinum-level magical beasts? The others exclaimed in disbelief, unable to fathom how Chun-gu could reach such a high level. All right, it's getting late. The candidates inside should be stopping soon and preparing to rest. Let's rest as well. President Quan said with a smile as he stood up. Okay, we'll continue tomorrow morning. CEO Yi also stood up. They had already arranged accommodations upon arrival and had no intention of leaving tonight. They just wanted to see how far Chun-gu could go. However, Chun-gu did not stop at the 20th level. It was still early, and he was in good spirits. He only stopped after defeating the magical beasts on the 21st level. He glanced at the time. It was almost 11 o'clock. It was time to rest. There was no need to rush. At this moment, Quan Xian had already reached the 17th level, but she had no intention of stopping. Riding her Pegasus, clad in shining armor, and wielding a magnificent sword, she fought valiantly among the magical beasts. Earlier, she had learned from her wristband that Chun-gu had already reached the 21st level. Seeing this number, her face was filled with unwillingness. She knew Chun-gu was stronger than her, but her intense competitive spirit made it hard for her to accept. If Chun-gu can reach the 21st level, so can I, she muttered to herself, her swordsmanship becoming increasingly fluid. Faced with the mountain that was Chun-gu, Quan Zian was not crushed. Instead, she grew stronger. Her swordsmanship had noticeably improved. As a confident and proud woman with long black hair, her demeanor was as strong as her personality. In truth, her goal was not Chun-gu but the entire Eastern Federation, and even the whole world. For now, however, Chun-gu was the mountain blocking her path. But she would not give up easily. That was her belief. On the 16th level, Chu Tian. 21st level? No way. Chu Tian had just dealt with the magical beasts on the 16th level. Seeing the rankings, he was utterly dismayed. He knew he wasn't as good as Chun-gu, but being 5 levels behind? That made him look like a joke. Thinking about how he had wanted to challenge Chun-gu this morning, he felt a pang of fear. Luckily, he hadn't acted on it. Otherwise, he would have been utterly humiliated. His uncle, a king-level magic card master, valued face greatly. If he found out Chu Tian had been crushed, he might never acknowledge him again out of embarrassment. Chun-gu, don't get too cocky. I will definitely get into the Divine Capital Academy, and then my friends will show you that, in the face of true family power, your 2 legendary dragon-type magic pet cards are nothing. Chu Tian chuckled softly. Also on the 16th level, twin sisters Jin Yale and Jin Yajong almost simultaneously stopped their actions and looked up at the leaderboard. Whether in terms of points or floor rankings, Chun-gu was far ahead. He's amazing. I wonder how he compares to our cousin. The two thought of their cousin at the same time. Their cousin was a genius who had entered the Divine Capital Academy in recent years and had always been their role model. Now, whether it was Chun-ji's silver 1-star level or the strength he had displayed, the sisters couldn't help but compare him to their cousin. Our cousin is a renowned prodigy in the Divine Capital. How could he possibly be a match for Chun-gu? The two girls reached the same surprising conclusion. At this moment, Cui Tianling and Yi Tian had just finished their battle on the 15th level and were preparing to rest and continue tomorrow. But when they saw the leaderboard showing Chun-ji's floor level, their expressions changed. 21st level? He's already reached the 21st level. Their faces were filled with disbelief and unwillingness. Cui Tianling's face darkened as he gritted his teeth and said, Chun-gu, you just got lucky and obtained 2 dragon-type magic pet cards. Luck won't always be on your side. With the power of my family, I will definitely catch up to you. Despite his words, his expression grew even more unpleasant. He had originally planned to rest, but the thought of being 6 floors behind Chun-gu pushed him to continue climbing. Yi Tian also wore a dissatisfied expression, clenching his teeth tightly. He knew he was far behind Chun-gu, but he hadn't expected the gap to be this wide. 6 levels behind in rank and 6 floors behind in progress, it was hard for him to accept. When he returned home yesterday, his father, CEO Yi, treated him coldly. The Yi family was one of the most prominent political families in the Eastern Federation, always valuing strength above all. Clearly, his performance had disappointed his father. As for blaming bad luck for not drawing powerful magic cards like Chun-gu, in this world, luck is a part of strength. Poor luck means insufficient strength, and ultimately, it could lead to being abandoned by the family. Moreover, he had several younger siblings eyeing his position as the eldest son. Being born into a political family meant accepting the harsh reality of insufficient strength. Chun-gu, just you wait. Yi Tian gritted his teeth and resolutely climbed upward. Chu Yao and Chen Qin, despite their family backgrounds, personal strength, and status in the small group being the weakest, had already reached the 14th floor. When they saw the floor Chun-gu was on, the two girls widened their eyes in shock. The 21st floor. He had reached the 21st floor on the first night. What kind of existence was he? Back in school, they had only thought of Chun-gu as someone who was good at studying and handsome. Now, they realized how wrong they had been. Chun-ji's potential far exceeded their imagination. And so, everyone carried different emotions. Some continued to fight, while others had already rested. The next morning, 1. Candidate, Quan Zian, points, 29,701, floor, 27-2. Candidate, Yi Tian, points, 25,231, floor, 25-3. Candidate, Cui Tianling, points, 25,112, floor, 25-6. Candidate, Chun-gu. Points. 29,012. Floor. 21. Clearly, many people, spurred by Chun-gu, had fought through the night without resting. The rankings were determined by a combination of points and floor levels, so Chun-gu had dropped to 6th place. However, the newly awakened Chun-gu didn't care at all. Even if he noticed, he wouldn't panic. After all, sharpening the axe doesn't delay the work of chopping firewood. Resting well was the key. Quan Zian, Yi Tian, and the others were merely exhausting their bodies. Outside the trial tower, President Quan and CEO Yi arrived at the high platform one after the other. President Quan. Miss Quan is truly impressive, already reaching the 27th floor. CEO Yi, your son is remarkable, holding steady at 2nd place. Wow, these candidates have incredible willpower, fighting through the night without sleep. The surrounding crowd marveled. President Quan was somewhat worried about his daughter's relentless effort, knowing that such exertion wouldn't benefit her much. CEO Yi, seeing his son's performance, acknowledged his spirit and determination, even though he knew Yi Tian wasn't as good as Chun-gu. What is Chun-gu doing? His ranking has dropped to 7th, someone exclaimed in surprise. His ranking had fallen too drastically. The young man is far ahead. It's inevitable he'll become arrogant, probably still sleeping. Arrogant people often fail. Everyone was discussing. After learning about Chun-ji's family background, many on site were not optimistic about him. Even if you have 1 or 2 powerful magic cards in your hand, so what? In front of those true tycoon, warlord, and political elite families, it means nothing. The college entrance exam is just the beginning. Once you truly enter the Divine Capital Academy, everyone will understand just how formidable the powerful families are. Sigh, why are you all in such a hurry? As the saying goes, sharpening the axe won't delay the cutting of firewood. It's not just about speed. The key is to see who can climb higher. After all, Chun-gu was Principal Zhu's greatest confidence and pride. Hearing others talk about him like this naturally made him uncomfortable. The others, upon hearing this, stopped talking. At this moment, Chun-gu finally woke up completely. He leisurely ate a little, washed up briefly, and then headed to the 22nd floor. The sky on the 22nd floor was gloomy, and it was a swampy area, heavy with moisture and a stench in the air. Hurry up and clear this place. Let's get upstairs quickly. The smell was unbearable, and Chun-gu couldn't help but draw his magic card. Skill card, Infinite Summon. Magic Pet card, Frost Hatchling Dragon. Awoo. 5 Frost Hatchling Dragons immediately appeared in the air, letting out long howls. Although they were in the trial tower, it was actually another space, spacious enough for the 5 hatchling dragons to fly freely. Speed it up. At Chun-ji's command, the 5 Frost hatchling dragons began sweeping through everything. Beep. Candidate. Chun-gu, current floor, 23rd floor. Beep. Candidate. Chun-gu, current floor, 24th floor. Beep. Candidate. Chun-gu, current floor, 25th floor. Beep. Candidate. Chun-gu, current floor, 26th floor. Watching Chun-gu ascend like a rocket, those who had belittled him earlier were stunned. What kind of magic card is he using? How can it be this powerful? Others took all night to reach the 26th floor. And how long has it been for him? He's about to catch up to them. Amazing, truly amazing. I bet earlier that he would only reach the 33rd floor. Was I too hasty? It looks like he can at least reach the 35th floor or higher. Sigh. I originally thought he'd only make it to the 30th floor. Seeing you all raise your expectations, I bet on 33 floors. Initially, they wanted to make a profit from President Quan, but now everyone was panicking. Don't worry, the main reason is that his level is high, giving him such a big advantage. Once he reaches the 31st or 32nd floor, his speed will definitely slow down. Someone analyzed. That's right. Many nodded in agreement. After all, a silver 1-star can easily defeat monsters within 10 levels using powerful magic cards. But once the level exceeds 10 and reaches gold 1-star, defense becomes much harder to break through. Beep. Candidate. Chun-gu, current floor, 27th floor. At this moment, Quan Zian had just defeated the monsters on the 29th floor and was preparing to advance to the 30th floor. She hadn't rested at all, and her energy was greatly depleted. Magic power and physical strength could be replenished with recovery magic cards. but mental strength couldn't be restored. While resting, she opened the leaderboard to check the situation. Seeing that Chungu had already reached the 27th floor in such a short time, her pupils shrank sharply. She had barely managed to climb to the 30th floor all night. And how long had it been? Chungu had already reached the 27th floor. At this rate, catching up to her wouldn't be a problem. Quan Xian's intense desire to win made her refuse to let Chungu catch up. Gritting her teeth, she rushed straight to the 30th floor. Huff huff. At this moment, Yi Tian, on the 27th floor, had already reached his limit, panting heavily. Taking advantage of a break, he glanced at the leaderboard. He knew Chungu was stronger than him and would surpass him sooner or later, but as long as he was temporarily ahead, he felt confident. Unexpectedly, when he looked, Chungu had already reached the 28th floor. 28th floor? Yi Tian's pupils shrank sharply, and he was utterly devastated. He plopped down on the ground, dispirited. He had thought his hard work overnight would allow him to stay ahead of Chungu, but he hadn't expected Chungu to surpass him in such a short time. I worked hard all night, and it turns out he achieved more in such a short time. Yi Tian's lips trembled, and the anger in his heart dissipated instantly. The more he compared, the more infuriating it became. The most frustrating thing was, why was Chungu so strong? Chungu, just you wait. When we get to Shindu Academy, I won't let you have it easy. Yi Tian gritted his teeth. His father was a branch member of the Yi family, a major power in the Eastern Federation, with many cousins also at Shindu Academy. Once he arrived at Shindu Academy, he would make sure Chungu wouldn't have an easy time. Cui Tianling, who was about as strong as Yi Tian, was also on the 27th floor, barely holding on. He was a bronze 6-star, while the 27th floor housed silver 7-star magical beasts, already nearing his limit. He knew that even in his best condition, advancing further would be difficult and might even pose a life-threatening risk. However, his results were sufficient to enter Shindu Academy, so there was no need to take unnecessary risks. Taking advantage of the fact that the surrounding magical beasts hadn't approached yet, he quickly glanced at the leaderboard. 28th floor? Cui Tianling saw that Chungu had already reached the 28th floor and couldn't help but shout loudly, startling the nearby magical beasts into halting their charge. Those unaware might have thought he had mastered some kind of lion's roar technique. I stayed up all night, and you're still one floor ahead of me? This is just. For a moment, Cui Tianling was at a loss for words. Chungu, see you at Shindu Academy. I'll show you what family power means, what the gap between ordinary people and us truly is. Cui Tianling gave up on the current battle, deciding to settle the score with Chungu at Shindu Academy and erase this humiliation. Ding, candidate. Chungu, current floor, 29th floor. Ding, candidate. Chungu, current floor, 30th floor. Soon, Chungu had caught up with Quan Xian. 30th floor. He's caught up with Miss Quan. His speed is incredible. Unbelievable. The people on the high platform exclaimed in amazement. He's like he's riding a rocket. I really don't understand how he's defeating the monsters. Does he have 7 or 8 magical pets behind him? Or does he have 3 heads and 6 arms? If what you're saying is true, then it makes sense. Otherwise, I really can't figure out how he's so fast. The crowd's exclamations were endless, completely unable to believe Chunji's speed. Ding, candidate. Chungu, current floor, 31st floor. Chungu quickly reached the 31st floor, while Quan Xian, after clearing the magical beasts on the 30th floor, was already exhausted and collapsed. She leaned against a tree to rest for a moment, but accidentally fell asleep. 31st floor. 31st floor. Those who had placed bets the previous night were now focusing on floors above 32. Seeing Chungu already on the 31st floor, the atmosphere on site became tense to this moment. Some candidates had already started to exit the trial tower, as they were well aware of their own limits after clearing one level. Wow, that Chungu has already reached the 31st floor? What? 31st floor? Taking advantage of the fact that the surrounding magical beasts hadn't approached yet, he quickly glanced at the leaderboard. 28th floor? Seeing that Chungu had already reached the 28th floor, Cui Tianling couldn't help but shout, startling even the magical beasts that were charging at him. Those who didn't know might have thought he was practicing some kind of lion's roar technique. I didn't rest all night, and now you're higher up than me? This is infuriating. For a moment, Chui Tianling was at a loss for words. Chenggu, I'll see you at the Divine Capital Academy. I'll make you understand what family power means, what it means to come from an ordinary family. Chui Tianling gave up struggling and decided to settle the score with Chenggu once they reached the Divine Capital Academy. Ding, candidate. Chenggu, current floor, 29th floor. Ding, candidate. Chenggu, current floor, 30th floor. Very soon, Chenggu caught up with Quan Xian's floor. 30 floors. He's already caught up with Miss Quan. Too fast. It's like he's riding a rocket. Incredible. Exclamations of surprise erupted from the people on the high platform. How is he even doing this? Did he bring 7 or 8 magical pets? Or does he have 3 heads and 6 arms? Based on what you're saying, that might actually be possible. Otherwise, I really can't figure out how he's so fast. The astonished voices rose one after another, and no one could believe how quickly Chenggu was ascending the tower. Ding, candidate. Chenggu, current floor, 31st floor. Chenggu quickly reached the 31st floor, while Quan Xian, after clearing the magical beasts on the 30th floor, collapsed from exhaustion. She had intended to rest against a tree but accidentally fell asleep. 31 floors. 31 floors. The people who had placed bets last night raised their expectations, now focusing on whether he could surpass the 32nd floor. Seeing that Chenggu had already reached the 31st floor, they couldn't help but feel nervous. Outside the tower, candidates were still coming out one after another. After all, they knew their own limits after clearing one floor and whether they could proceed to the next. Wow, that Chenggu has already reached the 31st floor? What? 31st floor? I barely survived the 25th floor, and he made it to the 31st. Although the final results hadn't been announced yet, most candidates decided to stay and watch after witnessing Chunji's performance. Ding, candidate. Chunmingza, current floor, 24th floor, deceased. At this moment, a notification appeared on the screen. The scene instantly fell silent, though no one seemed overly saddened. Becoming a magic card master always carried such risks. Even if one didn't die here, they might meet their end in a dungeon or a secret realm. Choosing to challenge higher floors meant being prepared to face death. Ding, candidate. Chenggu, current floor, 32nd floor. Chenggu finally reached the minimum expectation of the people on the high platform. At this rate, he should have no problem reaching the 33rd floor. Looks like I underestimated him. Chairman Quan, the bookmaker, predicted he could reach the 45th floor. Do you think he can make it? Everyone turned to look at Chairman Quan. At this moment, Chairman Quan's brows were tightly furrowed, his eyes fixed on his daughter's name. His daughter hadn't made any progress for a long time, and he had no idea what her situation was. It was past 4 in the afternoon. Ding, candidate. Chenggu, current floor, 33rd floor. 33 floors already. He actually made it to the 33rd floor. So strong, so strong. Unbelievable. The people on the high platform exclaimed one after another. Those who previously thought Chenggu would only reach the 32nd floor had already admitted defeat. The examinees below also looked uneasy. After all, they were the top students of their respective schools and families, but the gap between them and Chenggu was too vast. Does anyone know where Chenggu is from? Which prominent family is he a descendant of? Wow, his family must be incredibly powerful. They must have at least a legendary magic card. Some examinees began inquiring about Chunji's background because his strength was simply too overwhelming, beyond their imagination. They wanted to know which prominent family he belonged to, hoping to find some psychological comfort. You might not believe it, but Chenggu is actually from an ordinary working-class family. However, he's always been the top student at school, even completely overshadowing Quan Xian. One examinee who knew Chenggu suddenly said, "What? An ordinary working-class family? Without a powerful background, how could he possibly have such strength? Are you joking? This isn't funny at all. Students from ordinary working-class families don't even qualify to take the first-tier college entrance exam. How could it be him?" Everyone questioned this, finding it hard to believe Chunji's identity. The examinees desperately denied this answer. After all, a student from an ordinary family surpassing them would make them look particularly incompetent. I've said all I need to say. Believe it or not, it's up to you. The examinee shrugged, looking indifferent. The examinees on site fell silent. A student from an ordinary working-class family had actually surpassed everyone, and this year's competition was even stronger than previous years. Even someone like Quan Zian, a super-rich heiress, was completely overshadowed. It was truly unbelievable. Beep, examinee. Chun Gu, current floor, 34. 34 floors. He's already reached the 34th floor. After entering the 32nd floor, his speed clearly slowed down. He'll probably stop at the 35th floor. He's already incredible. There's no doubt he's the first place. 35 floors, truly amazing. Beep, examinee. Chun Gu, current floor, 35. When he was on the 34th floor, his speed in clearing the monsters slowed down again. It seems he's struggling now. The 35th floor is full of golden 5-star monsters, and his level is at most silver 2 or 3 stars. It's definitely tough. He'll probably stop at the 36th floor. Beep, examinee. Chun Gu, current floor, 36. 36 floors. His speed is getting slower and slower. It looks like he's reached his limit. Such potential. Despite the huge level gap, he managed to get this far. His magic cards and combat talent are absolutely top-notch. Beep, examinee. Chun Gu, current floor, 37. Beep, examinee. Chun Gu, current floor, 38. Late at night, past 10 o'clock. Beep, examinee. Chun Gu, current floor, 39. Chun Gu continued to respond to the doubts from the high platform with his strength, leaving those who were once full of confidence completely stunned. They had doubted him from the 35th floor to the 38th floor, but now Chun Gu had already reached the 39th floor. Their previous confidence was now replaced with embarrassment and helplessness. During this time, Chun Gu slowed down his pace going upstairs because he didn't summon any new frost dragons, relying only on the previous 5. As the floors got higher, the speed of these 5 frost dragons naturally slowed down, which was normal. So far, Chun Gu hadn't even made much of a move, and his full strength had yet to be displayed. Meanwhile, the candidates below the platform were already stunned by Chun Gu. 39 floors. To be honest, this was a height they wouldn't even dare to dream of. An ordinary working-class family. An ordinary working-class family can actually nurture such talent? What kind of joke is this? If he really comes from an ordinary working-class family, I'll eat this screen. This is just too ridiculous. The candidates below kept denying the fact that Chun Gu was from an ordinary working-class family, because this truth was too much of a blow for them. 99% of the people present, although they didn't have the family backgrounds of Quan Zian, Cui Tianling, or Yi Tian, were still far above the level of an ordinary working-class family. Yet they were defeated by a child from an ordinary family, a fact they simply couldn't accept. Lies don't hurt people. The truth is the sharpest weapon. Few after a long time, the people on the platform finally breathed a sigh of relief. He finally stopped. Few others also exhaled deeply. 39 floors. What kind of concept is this? It's simply unbelievable. Most people bet that he could only reach the 35th floor, but he had already reached the 39th floor. This was just too exaggerated. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would dare bet that he could reach the 40th floor or even the 45th floor? What kind of joke is that? They couldn't help but collectively look at Principal Zhu and President Quan. It seemed the two had already anticipated this. At this moment, Principal Zhu tried his best to suppress the smile on his lips, glanced at his watch, and said, it's already so late without us realizing it. I suppose after clearing the 39th floor, it's time to rest. Everyone, let us go eat and continue tomorrow. Sai truly remarkable. We really underestimated him. The principals, officials, and inspectors all sighed quietly and walked down from the platform. At this moment, President Quan and Chief Executive Yi took a deep look at the floors where their children were located before leaving. Currently, Quan Zian was still resting on the 30th floor. The exhaustion of more than a day was too much, and she was still asleep. Cui Tianling and Yi Tian hadn't come out either. After clearing the monsters on their floor, they chose to rest in place. Although they couldn't catch up to Chun Gu, they didn't want to give up easily. After all, Chun Gu was still in the tower, and they couldn't just leave like that. Chu Yao and Chen Qin came out of the trial tower at night. When they saw the floor Chen Gu was on, they fell silent. 39 floors. They couldn't even dream of it. At this moment, Chen Gu had already cleared the monsters on the 39th floor, found a place to eat and drink his fill, and lay down. The floor he was on was a vast lake, with a night breeze carrying a hint of coolness. Sleeping here was quite comfortable. He stretched lazily, then took out the whiteboard cards. There were 72 in total, not too many, but not too few either. However, after using up these cards, would his strength double? With this thought, Chen Gu began to inject magic into the whiteboard cards. First card. Magic card name. Power amplification quality. Legendary type. Skill card effect. Increases own strength by 100% after use. Description. Strength is the eternal pursuit of magic card masters. Increase by 100%. Plus that berserk card. Wouldn't my strength increase by 600%? Chen Gu laughed excitedly. Looks like I really qualify to be a berserker now. He continued happily. Luck wasn't on my side a few days ago. I couldn't draw a powerful magic card and thought my newbie protection period was over. But today, the first card is so amazing. I guess I was overthinking, huh? 10 minutes later. Silence became the main theme of the night. Don't speak. Saying too much only brings tears. Get some rest. Everyone will be better off. The next morning, Quan Zian finally woke up slowly. The past few days had been too exhausting. After casually freshening up and eating something, she glanced at the leaderboard. 39 floors. She had been sitting, but instantly jumped up. She looked at herself, only 30 floors. Chen Gu, you're ruthless. After saying that, she stuffed some food randomly and continued climbing upstairs. She knew Chen Gu was stronger and could definitely climb higher, but she just couldn't accept it. Why should she, Quan Zian, a chaebol heiress, be suppressed by Chen Gu? At this moment, Cui Tianling and Yi Tian also woke up one after another. Their first action, of course, was to check the leaderboard. 39 floors. He's already at 39 floors? The two froze in place, unable to accept it for a long time. They were still stuck on the 27th floor, a full 12 floors behind. What does this gap mean? A difference of one floor feels like an insurmountable mountain, and 12 floors is a world apart. Chen Gu. The two gritted their teeth and immediately got up to head to the 28th floor. Actually, they were already struggling on the 27th floor, but now they were heading to the 28th floor purely out of unwillingness. Meanwhile, Chu Tian was on the 29th floor. When he opened the leaderboard, his teeth clenched tightly, making a grinding sound. He's actually 10 floors higher than me. What kind of joke is this? Is there no justice? Chu Tian cursed as he exited the trial tower. He knew his own strength and was already guaranteed admission to the Divine Capital Academy, so he didn't want to continue challenging. But seeing Chen Gu 10 floors higher than him made him both angry and pained, his head throbbing fiercely. Also on the 29th floor were the twin sisters Jin Yale and Jin Yazhong, who had just woken up. They carefully freshened up first, clearly meticulous girls, and then glanced at the leaderboard. He's already at 39 floors? Could he really be stronger than cousin? Probably not, right? I really hope to see him fight cousin at the Divine Capital Academy. These twins seem to share a telepathic connection, although not in the same space. Their actions and expressions were like one person in different places. Judging by the smiles on their faces, it was hard to tell what they were anticipating. At this moment, the large screen outside the tower displayed. Notice, candidate, Long Guangpeng, current floor, 24th floor, deceased. Notice, candidate, Huang Fuman, current floor, 25th floor, deceased. Generally, only those who pass the 25th floor or higher are guaranteed admission to the Divine Capital Academy. Many students, even knowing the difficulty, still choose to fight desperately. The Divine Capital Academy is the most prestigious institution in the Eastern Federation, with resources that are beyond imagination. Graduates from there are destined to become the brightest new stars. Some people are even willing to risk their lives for this honor. The students in front of the high platform had varied expressions upon seeing this news. Some were full of admiration, while others mocked them for overestimating themselves. But such matters are unpredictable. Soon, President Quan and Chief Executive Officer Yi were already seated on the high platform, waiting to see the performance of the remaining candidates in the trial tower. Miss Quan is truly impressive. She's already reached the 31st floor. President Quan has really taught his daughter well. Judging by the situation, Miss Quan's results will surpass most of the candidates. Chief Executive Officer Ye's son is also very capable. He's still climbing the tower. The principals, officials, and inspectors began flattering President Quan and Chief Executive Officer Yi. President Quan was very satisfied with his daughter's current performance, but he was more curious to see the limits of Chun-gu, whether he could break through to the 45th floor or even higher. Chief Executive Officer Yi frowned slightly, but also acknowledged his son's displayed perseverance. However, like President Quan, he was more focused on how far Chun-gu could go. More than 20 minutes later, Chun-gu finally woke up leisurely. He stretched lazily, casually washed his face, ate a little, and then headed toward the 40th floor. As he walked, he loosened up his muscles. I've been relying on my magic pets these past 2 days. My body feels a bit stiff. Next, I'll let a few Frost Sky hatchlings fight alongside me. It's a good chance to test that strength amplification card. Beep, candidate. Chun-gu, current floor, 40th floor. He's moving. He's really reached the 40th floor. 40th floor? Just looking at it from the outside makes people dizzy. How did he get up there? This is truly unbelievable. Seeing Chun-gu enter the 40th floor, both the people on and below the high platform were in an uproar. This was a floor most of them hadn't expected. At this moment, Chun-gu was already standing on the 40th floor. The sky was dim, and the trees before him, though massive, were crooked and twisted. The bare branches emitted the eerie cries of crows. In the distance, thick fog alternated between gathering and dispersing, faintly revealing a massive stone-built ancient castle. Humanoid monsters? Seeing this scene, Chun-gu was slightly startled. Generally, secret realms with buildings would feature humanoid monsters. They were stronger, smarter, and their leaders were often king-level or even emperor-level powerhouses. Looks like it's time for me to shine. Chun-gu finally got serious. He first drew out equipment cards to arm himself, then summoned thousands of skeleton warriors, skeleton generals, and 10 Frost Sky hatchlings. The real battle was just beginning. Beep, Platinum 1-star Vampire. Beep, Platinum 1-star Enhanced Vampire. With his equipment ready, Chun-gu headed toward the ancient castle, and humanoid monsters immediately surged around him. Their faces were dark green, their fangs exposed, and their appearances were terrifyingly grotesque. Skill card Strength Amplification. At this moment, Chun-ji's level was approximately Silver 3-star, close to 4-star. Although he wielded an epic level weapon, the level gap was still evident. Thus, he immediately boosted his strength to bridge the gap. In an instant, a massive phantom appeared behind him, and the power within his body skyrocketed. Charge! He let out a furious roar and charged at the vampires with his magical pets. The reinforced and elite vampires emerged from the forest, stunned by the scene before them. What was going on? Wasn't the trial tower supposed to be a solo challenge? Normally, we would gang up on one person, but why had things suddenly changed today? Crescent slash. Before the vampires could react, a crescent-shaped arc of light had already struck them, slicing them in half at the waist. So satisfying. For other players at Silver 3-star or 4-star levels, it would be impossible to break through the defenses of Platinum-level magical beasts. But Chun-gu, with the powerful magic cards and the boost from his own SS-level magic source, was unstoppable against these beasts. However, although the castle seemed close from the entrance, the journey felt much longer to Chun-gu as he walked toward it. He wasted quite a bit of time just getting to the castle. Another issue was that while he had various boosts, his magical pets did not. They were all Silver 3-star, and their damage against Platinum 1-star magical beasts was significantly reduced. The skeleton warriors and skeleton generals could only serve as cannon fodder to draw fire. By the time Chun-gu reached the moat in front of the castle, the time he had spent far exceeded what he had used on the 30th floor. Meanwhile, outside the trial tower, everyone was fixated on the screen, eager to see when Chun-gu would emerge or challenge the 41st floor. The time he spent on the 40th floor is much longer than the 30s. It seems the 40th floor is already a tough challenge for him. Yeah, if this were yesterday, he would have already cleared from the 20th to the 27th or 28th floor by now. The 40th floor is, after all, filled with platinum 1-star magical beasts. For candidates at silver 3-star or 4-star levels, it's definitely too difficult. But it's still incredible that he's made it this far. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Officials, principals, and inspectors frequently check their watches, marveling at the spectacle. Sitting nearby, Chief Executive Yi smiled and said to President Quan, "President Quan, it seems I'll be winning quite a bit of money from you today." Based on experience, when a candidate's pace slows down, it usually means they're starting to tire. To everyone watching, it seemed that Chun Gu was in such a state. Although every candidate entered the trial tower on the same floor, the environment and magical beasts they encountered could be entirely different. Clearly, what Chun Gu was facing on the 40th floor was no ordinary magical beast. If Chief Executive Yi knew that he was up against humanoid magical beasts on the 40th floor, he probably wouldn't be speaking so casually. It's worth noting that humanoid magical beasts are extremely powerful and typically only appear at diamond levels or higher. Encountering them at platinum level is already exceedingly rare. President Quan seemed to agree, chuckling as he replied, "Chief Executive Yi, as the bookmaker, I've already covered all bets placed on him not passing the 40th floor. You can't expect me to let the house win everything, can you?" The two exchanged smiles, the atmosphere light, yet filled with subtle undertones. Below the high platform, the crowd was abuzz with discussion. Judging by the current situation, the 40th floor seems to be his limit. It's probably going to be very difficult for him to go any further. 40 floors. That's not just any number. If he goes up another floor, can he even still be considered human? Those are platinum-level magical beasts. How could he possibly defeat them? I struggle with silver-level ones, and yet he sigh. Platinum-level magical beasts are terrifying just to think about. I can't believe someone from our cohort is actually fighting them. It's unbelievable. Is he really from an ordinary working-class family? I don't believe it. The 40th floor must truly be his limit. The candidates below were all feeling somewhat indignant. After all, they were from the same cohort. Why was it that they were struggling desperately on the 20s, while he could charge up to the 40th floor? At this moment, Quan Xian was on the 32nd floor, her speed noticeably slowing down as she felt herself nearing her limit. Taking advantage of a moment to catch her breath, she glanced at the leaderboard. After all this time, you're still on the 40th floor? Looks like you've hit your limit too. Quan Xian finally felt a sense of relief in her heart. The gap between her and Chun Gu had finally narrowed to its limit. Meanwhile, on the 28th floor, Cui Tianling and Yi Tian were struggling desperately while injured. "Oz, I'll fight you to the end." Cui Tianling's mouth was swollen from being hit, and he shouted indistinctly as he mustered all his strength to slash at a monster before immediately turning to flee for his life. At this point, he could only rely on strategy. Brute force was no longer an option, or he'd lose his life. After slashing once, Cui Tianling ran away immediately, which only enraged the monster, causing it to chase him even faster. "Oh no, I'm done for." Cui Tianling's face was streaked with tears as he ran, cursing himself. "Cui Tianling. Oh, Cui Tianling, stop pretending. Your skills are only so-so. What are you doing on the 28th floor? Have you lost your mind?" Yi Tian wasn't faring much better, as he was being targeted by venomous bees. His head was swollen like a pig's, and he couldn't charge head-on. He could only fight back while running, engaging in guerrilla warfare. "You monsters, don't you know not to hit people in the face? Yi Tian, rely on my looks to make a living. How am I supposed to face people like this?" Yi Tian was on the verge of tears. He started to regret his decision. Wouldn't it have been better to quit on the 27th floor? Why did he have to act tough? For what? Did the 28th floor make him stronger than Chun Gu on the 40th floor? "No, don't come any closer." Yi Tian continued to flee for his life. Despite their sorry state, the two of them had solid foundations, and it was likely they could escape unscathed. Having cleared the 30th floor, the sisters Jin Yale and Jin Yazhong glanced at the leaderboard. 40th floor? Looks like that's his limit, but he's really impressive. The two spoke and moved in perfect sync. Maybe he's stronger than our cousin. Maybe he's weaker than him. They shook their heads. Anyway, he's stronger than us. 30 floors are enough, it's time to head down. I don't want to go up there just to get beaten. With that, they exited the trial tower in unison, as if they had rehearsed it beforehand. At this moment, Chungu had already crossed the moat and entered the outer city, still some distance away from the castle's center. Beep, Platinum 2-star Vampire. Beep, Platinum 2-star Rare Vampire. As soon as he entered the city, hordes of vampires swarmed toward him, but judging by their appearance, their bloodlines were impure, and they seemed rather dull-witted. Considering that the skeleton warriors and skeleton generals could only serve as cannon fodder and the damage from the frost hatchlings was decreasing, Chungu drew another card. Skill card, Time Acceleration. Roar, roar. 10 frost hatchlings immediately grew into frost dragons, letting out earth-shaking roars. The increase in magic power brought by their upgrade, combined with the enhancement from magical artifacts, allowed Chungu to sustain them with ease. Attack. Chungu roared deeply, and the 10 frost dragons spewed frost dragon flames. No matter how powerful the platinum-level monsters were, they could only turn to ashes in the face of the frost dragon flames. Chungu didn't idle. Either the wings of the brave warrior on his back flickered faintly, granting him incredible speed as he continuously harvested the approaching vampires. Just as Chungu was wantonly slaughtering, a frost dragon suddenly landed beside him and let out a low growl. Chungu paused, looked at the frost dragon, and finally understood its intention. It wanted him to ride it. Good job, you've got a keen eye. I like you. Chungu praised the frost dragon, then leapt onto its back. The frost dragon spread its powerful wings and soared high into the sky, spewing icy dragon flames that surged and engulfed the heavens. Taking advantage of the dragon's low-altitude flight, Chungu swung the heavenly moon blade in his hand, madly slaughtering the vampires on the ground. One man with 10 dragons circled in the air, toying with the vampires below, who could only stomp their feet in frustration. Before long, Chunji's magic card master level rose from Silver 3-star to Silver 4-star, and the vampires in the outer city were almost completely cleared out. At this moment, atop the massive ancient castle, a regal vampire dressed in luxurious attire coldly observed everything. Even with so many dragons in sight, it remained composed, casually taking the wine glass handed over by a nearby lord-level vampire, elegantly sniffing it, and then downing it in one gulp. Clearly, the taste of this blood was highly satisfying. My king, do you need us to deal with the humans outside? The lord-level vampire asked respectfully. The regal vampire picked up another glass of blood, swirled it, and chuckled lightly. No need. Let him. Before it could finish speaking, a deafening dragon roar erupted, followed by the castle's proud rooftop being shattered and the ceiling blown away. Worse still, its favorite outfit was torn to shreds. The usually elegant regal vampire's forehead veins bulged in anger, clearly displeased, the situation dire. The nearby lord-level vampire also looked disheveled, having been focused on listening to the king's teachings and completely unaware of Chungu and his group's sudden intrusion, leaving it flustered and unprepared. Rude humans, barging into someone else's home without using the front door? Such bad manners. The regal vampire's eyes turned blood red, muttering furiously. Sitting on the frost dragon's back, Chungu couldn't understand what it was saying and simply muttered to himself, "Humanoid monsters really do love to grumble." He paused, then said with satisfaction, "I knew it. Rather than breaking through the front door, it's better to descend from above and take out the strongest one first. The rest of the vampires below will be easy to deal with, right?" Chungu had originally planned to enter through the front door, but realizing the most powerful vampire would surely be guarding the top floor, he decisively chose to strike from above. 1 man and 10 dragons circled in the air, gazing at the regal vampire and the lord-level vampire atop the castle. Attack! At Chunji's command, the 10 frost dragons simultaneously unleashed icy dragon flames at the regal vampire. Flames soared into the sky, and the previously dim sky instantly became as bright as daylight. Not good. The flames obscured the view, but Chungu immediately sensed something was wrong. He jumped off the frost dragon and used the wings of the brave to fly to the side. Whoosh! Woo woo! In the next moment, the frost dragon that had just carried him was split in two. The regal vampire hovered in midair, coldly staring at its blood-soaked right hand, slowly licking it. Judging by its expression, it was clearly enjoying itself. It fixed its gaze on Chun-Gu, its eyes filled with cruelty and disdain, as if looking at a lamb ready for slaughter. Chun-Gu stared back at it, feeling a wave of disgust in his heart. What made Chun-Gu even angrier was that the frost dragon he had high hopes for was killed. Although it wasn't completely dead, he was still furious. Skill card, Time Acceleration. Chun-Gu used it on another frost dragon, causing it to grow rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Roar! In the blink of an eye, a 1,000-year-old dragon appeared before him. It let out a thunderous roar, causing the buildings below to shake violently, as if they might collapse at any moment. What? The king-level vampire, who had originally regarded Chun-Gu as prey, widened its eyes in disbelief upon seeing the 1,000-year-old dragon. It looked up at the massive creature above, its lips trembling slightly, and the arrogance and elegance on its face gradually faded away, leaving only deep fear. It withdrew its gaze and looked at Chun-Gu, silently thinking to itself, "The noise just now was too loud. Is it still possible for me to apologize now?" This thought flashed through its mind, but it knew that only one side would survive today. So, whoosh, it suddenly accelerated and lunged at Chun-Gu. As long as it could eliminate this human in front of it, the 1,000-year-old dragon above would no longer be a threat. Facing this seemingly weak and powerless human, it was brimming with confidence. But when it struck with its claw, thinking it could split Chun-Gu in half, it realized it had hit nothing but a shadow. How is this possible? It stared at its claw, hurriedly looking around in panic, its face full of shock. At this moment, Chun-Gu was already standing steadily on the back of the 1,000-year-old dragon, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. Luckily, I have legendary wings, otherwise I would have been doomed this time. He casually issued a command to the 1,000-year-old dragon. "Don't hold back. Take it down for me." Roar! In the sky, a torrent of icy flames rained down like a meteor shower, directly targeting the king-level vampire. Although the vampire was incredibly fast and desperately tried to escape, the icy dragon flames spewed by the 1,000-year-old dragon quickly closed in. At this moment, its so-called noble demeanor had completely vanished, leaving only a panicked fugitive. It ran for its life, while the castle behind it collapsed under the bombardment of icy flames. My fortress, my fortress!" The king-level vampire ran while tears streamed down its face, all its pride utterly shattered by the overwhelming power of the 1,000-year-old dragon. Meanwhile, outside the trial tower, it's been so long, and there's still no movement. It seems the 40th floor is truly too difficult for him. Judging by his current pace, the 40th floor is indeed his limit. I hope he doesn't push himself too hard and try to go higher. This young man has immense potential. If nurtured properly, he will definitely make great contributions to the Alliance. His future is limitless. Everyone present acknowledged Chun-Ji's strength, and no one doubted that he was a promising young talent. Chief Executive Yi raised his water cup and smiled at President Quan beside him, saying, "President Quan, it seems that New Moon City will achieve great results in the Alliance this year." Indeed, President Quan nodded. In the future, when applying for funding, the Alliance will surely be more accommodating. This is a good thing for us. This world was still full of dangers, and if a city could provide the Alliance with promising students, the Alliance would prioritize supporting that city. The 40th floor is the best result in the history of New Moon City. Chief Executive Yi nodded in satisfaction and added, "Of course, Ms. Quan is currently on the 32nd floor and is performing exceptionally well too. Congratulations, President Quan." President Quan was very satisfied with his daughter's performance. If it weren't for Chun-Gu being so dazzling, his daughter would definitely be first. Then he shifted the topic to CEO Ye's son, Yi Tian. "Your son reached the 28th floor, not bad." Suddenly, a commotion arose from afar, immediately drawing the attention of President Quan and CEO Yi. They looked over and saw two people stumbling out in a sorry state. Although the two tried their best to cover it up, President Quan and CEO Yi instantly recognized them as Chui Tianling and Yi Tian. Their faces were bruised, their clothes tattered, clearly having suffered quite a bit in the trial tower. President Quan quickly retracted his earlier words and awkwardly smiled. Not bad. Reaching the 28th floor is already quite an achievement. This perseverance is commendable. He smoothly changed the topic, skillfully easing the atmosphere and helping CEO Yi save some face. CEO Yi, seeing Yi Tian in such a state, felt a bit displeased but relaxed his furrowed brows upon hearing President Quan's words and nodded. Indeed, as expected of CEO Ye's son, a promising future ahead. Reaching the 28th floor already surpasses most peers. The surrounding crowd chimed in, showering praises. Below the high platform, the examinees tried their best to suppress their laughter. After all, the pig heads on the two's heads were too funny. But everyone knew that despite the humor, their strength was undeniable. Reaching the 28th floor wasn't something just anyone could achieve. At this moment, Chui Tianling and Yi Tian, looking utterly defeated, escaped from the crowd of examinees and hid in a quiet corner, finally relaxing. They exchanged glances. What happened to you? Chui Tianling almost burst out laughing but held it in. Yi Tian frowned. You're not much better yourself. The two looked at each other, and as longtime friends, they both understood what the other had gone through. Sigh. They sighed simultaneously and sat down to rest. Who can we blame? Blame Chengge for pushing to such high levels. Chui Tianling complained. 40 floors? He really dared to go that high. I wouldn't even dare to think about it. Yi Tian said indignantly. How strong are his two legendary dragon-type magic pet cards? He actually managed to reach the 40th floor. Chui Tianling remained silent. You ask me, who am I supposed to ask? Dragon-type magic pet cards are already rare, let alone having two of them. But one thing was certain. The reason they ended up in such a state, being laughed at by everyone, was all Chengge's fault. They couldn't blame themselves for this. If Chengge hadn't reached the 40th floor, they wouldn't have had to force themselves to keep up appearances. At this moment, the examinees in front were no longer focused on Chui Tianling and Yi Tian, but had started whispering among themselves. The center of attention for the entire venue had shifted to Chengge. Everyone wanted to know when Chengge would emerge from the trial tower. It seems like he's reaching his limit. He's been in there for so long. 40 floors is already impressive. If he goes any higher, how will we even show our faces? Exactly. We've only reached the 23rd or 24th floor, and he's already at the 40th. That's just ridiculous. Although everyone admired Chengge's strength, their words inevitably carried a hint of bitterness. After all, Chengge's overwhelming prowess made them feel exceptionally weak in comparison. Ugh, with a dazzling sword technique, the guardian beast on the 32nd floor in front of Quan Ziyan let out a mournful cry and collapsed to the ground. Quan Ziyan appeared extremely exhausted at this moment. She had used up all her strength, and the 32nd floor became her final stand. Taking off her gear, she sat on a withered tree and opened the leaderboard. 40th floor? She froze for a moment when she entered the 32nd floor. Chengge had already reached the 40th floor. She had finished the 32nd floor, yet Chengge was still on the 40th. It seems the 40th floor really is your limit. Before she could finish her sentence, Quan Ziyan's cold eyes suddenly changed. 41st floor. Chengge was climbing higher again. Chengge, you spent so much time on the 40th floor, are you crazy? This is a death wish. Quan Ziyan couldn't help but exclaim. In her view, the 40th floor was already difficult enough, there was no need to push further. Besides, achieving the 40th floor was already an outstanding accomplishment. She sat there, staring at the leaderboard, wanting to see what Chengge would do next. Chengge, please don't let anything happen to you. Quan Ziyan silently prayed in her heart. At this moment, the area outside the trial tower was in an uproar. He's crazy. He must be crazy. He spent so much time on the 40th floor. How can he keep going? Too young, too reckless. It's good for young people to have drive, but they need to know their limits otherwise. It's just asking for trouble. This kid really doesn't know better. 41st floor. What is happening to this world? A group of high-ranking officials, principals, and inspectors were all stirred up as they watched Chengge continue his climb. Such a promising newcomer. If something were to happen to him in the trial tower, it wouldn't just be a loss for Crescent City, but for the entire Eastern Federation. Although the world's social hierarchy was difficult to change, humanity shared a common enemy: the magical beasts of the otherworld. They were the greatest threat to humanity now. A genius like Chun Gu was undoubtedly a future top-tier magic card master. If something went wrong in the trial tower, it would be a tremendous loss. This kid, Chun Gu, Principal Zhu, who had doubted Chun Ji's abilities along the way, was now filled with worry. The 40th floor is already very high. Why do you have to keep going? Betting your life is too dangerous. Principal Zhu's face was grim. At the same time, President Quan and Chief Executive Yi also furrowed their brows. Old Yi, although I've made quite a bit of money from this trial, I can't feel happy at all, President Quan said with a bitter smile. From any perspective, he didn't want to see such an outstanding candidate fall like this. Chief Executive Yi also frowned as he stared at the big screen, sighing and shaking his head. Too young, too reckless. I just hope he comes out safely. That's all we can hope for. President Quan nodded, then continued to stare at the screen, letting out a deep sigh. Below the high platform, the candidates were discussing fervently. 41st floor. Has Chun Gu gone mad? Is he too overconfident? He spent so much time on the 40th floor, why keep going? Maybe he happened to get a few powerful magic cards, and that's why he's so confident? This is just a nouveau riche mentality. Looks like he comes from an ordinary family, without much scheming. He should recognize reality at this point. What is he thinking? The 40th floor is already good enough, why risk his life? The candidates' opinions gradually shifted. In their eyes, Chun Gu was already impressive enough, there was no need to push further. Continuing would only be courting death. This guy is completely insane. Chu Tian gritted his teeth and said. In comparison, he felt that Chun Gu was too brave, even a bit overly impulsive. He's so amazing. I really hope he can fight my cousin. If he could break my cousin's leg, that would be perfect. Jin Yazhong and Jin Yale, the two sisters, exchanged a smile. Their smiles looked innocent, but their words carried a hint of coldness. Not far away, Cui Tianling and Yi Tian both had their mouths wide open, stunned in place. Does Chun Gu think he's lived long enough? Cui Tianling stared at the big screen, muttering under his breath. Yi Tian frowned and said, for the past 3 years, he's been too conservative. What's gotten into him? Cui Tianling responded discontentedly. I think he doesn't even know how to write the word death. Yi Tian asked in confusion. What exactly is he trying to do? Isn't he already in the spotlight enough? Why does he have to go and get himself killed? Isn't living good enough? Beep. Candidate. Chun Gu, current floor, 42nd floor. Beep. Candidate. Chun Gu, current floor, 43rd floor. Beep. Candidate. Chun Gu, current floor, 44th floor. Woo 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 thud. Around 6 in the evening, Chun Gu finally defeated the guardian monster on the 45th floor. Of course, he wasn't alone. The Millennium Dragon helped him. However, after the Millennium Dragon took the monster away, it disappeared. Summoning the Millennium Dragon continuously consumed his magic power, and now his magic was almost depleted. Then, he summoned skeleton warriors to help collect whiteboard cards, planning to rest for a while before continuing. Before long, he had 142 whiteboard cards on him, including one special whiteboard card. His level also rose to Silver 5-star, an astonishing number. The 45th floor is the highest level you can currently reach. You will be teleported out of the trial tower. An ethereal voice echoed in the air, and before Chun Gu could react, he was teleported out of the trial tower. This is just too much. Chun Gu, now outside, looked at his classmates staring at him intently, feeling quite annoyed. Can't handle it, huh? Not even letting people reach the 45th floor? What kind of tower is this? If you can't handle it, just don't let people in. How embarrassing. Chun Gu looked up at the tall and magnificent trial tower and said to himself helplessly, remember, 45 floors is your limit, not mine. When he came back to his senses, his classmates were all silently watching him, their eyes filled with various complex emotions, but none of them spoke. The scene was so quiet it felt uncomfortable. Phew, he finally came out. Otherwise, I would have thought he could clear the whole thing today. Who is he anyway? How could he fight his way to the 45th floor? Is he even human? Is he really human? Of course he's human. Nose, eyes, ears, all intact. From this angle, he even looks quite handsome. A human can actually reach the 45th floor? What shocked people the most about Chun-Gu wasn't that he reached the 45th floor, but that he went from silver 1-star straight to the 45th floor from the very beginning. It was simply unbelievable. You should know, skipping more than 10 minor levels is very rare, especially for candidates who have just started fighting. But Chun-Gu, this is not just a simple 10-level gap. The students whispered among themselves, feeling a sense of relief in their hearts as he finally came out. They were genuinely afraid that Chun-Gu would clear the trial tower. Although it sounded a bit far-fetched, they were indeed worried because that would make them seem utterly useless. Phew, the high-ranking officials, the principal, and the inspectors on the high platform also breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat off their foreheads. Ah, he finally decided to come out. At least he still has some sense. Incredible. 45 floors. What does this even mean? Haha. His talent can no longer be described with words. They were all so shocked that they were at a loss for words. Sitting nearby, President Quan and Chief Executive Yi exchanged smiles. At this moment, their astonishment was beyond words. After a while, Chief Executive Yi respectfully said, "Congratulations, President Quan, you were absolutely right. 45 floors, truly a discerning eye, admirable." Admirable. Chief Executive Yi clasped his hands together, expressing his respect. Hara. President Quan responded nonchalantly. He hadn't expected Chun-Gu to actually reach the 45th floor. Waving his hand, he said, "It was just luck. I thought his limit would be the 40th floor." President Quan is indeed the soul of the Crescent Consortium, such sharp insight. No wonder the Crescent Consortium has developed so rapidly in recent years. President Quan's vision is extraordinary. President Quan is too modest to make such a bold prediction of 45 floors. Now that's a grand perspective. Indeed, President Quan truly lives up to his name. The people nearby began praising President Quan again, genuinely admiring his foresight, which matched Chun-Ji's performance perfectly. Unfortunately, they didn't know that the 45th floor was the highest level of the trial tower, not Chun-Ji's limit. If they knew, who knows how they would react. Sitting nearby, Cui Tianling, Yi Tian, and Chu Tian were all slack-jawed, their minds blank. 45 floors? Are you kidding? Chun-Gu, are you planning to ascend to the heavens? At this moment, the sisters Jin Yazhong and Jin Yale were beaming with joy. With cousin's temper, once Chun-Gu enters the Divine Capital Academy, he's definitely going to cause trouble for him. By then, cousin's legs. Jin Yazhong and Jin Yale exchanged a smile and said simultaneously, "Most likely won't be spared." Clap. That's just wonderful. The two clapped their hands in celebration. Soon, Quan Zian also emerged from the trial tower, not far from Chun-Gu. Her straight black hair fluttered in the wind as she stood quietly, her gaze fixed on Chun-Gu, as if trying to see through him completely. She knew Chun-Gu was strong, but after realizing the gap between them, she still felt somewhat unwilling to accept it. "Hey, Quan Zian, congratulations." Feeling her unwilling gaze, Chun-Gu casually greeted her. "Wow, look at the leaderboard. Could there be a mistake?" At that moment, the surrounding candidates exclaimed again, all turning their eyes to the big screen. 1. Candidate Chun-Gu, points 98102, final floor 45. 2. Candidate Quan Zian, points 45701, final floor 32. 3. Candidate Jin Yale, points 39012, final floor 30.4. Candidate Jin Yajung, points 39001, final floor 30. Points are usually updated after midnight, but this time they were updated early because all candidates have already exited the tower, so the point calculation was completed directly. 98,000 points? Are you kidding me? The rankings at Chengdu Academy are based on points. With Chun-Ji's score, he might even surpass the seniors from previous years. That's too incredible. With Chengdu Academy's point system, Chun-Ji's score means he can make the rankings as soon as he enters the academy. It's simply unbelievable. Really enviable. The candidates on site were filled with envy and shock, and some couldn't believe it. Chen Ji's score was truly astonishing. He hadn't even officially entered Chengdu Academy yet, and he was already a legend. Cui Tianling, Yi Tian, and Chu Tian exchanged glances, awkwardly chuckled, and said nothing. They were all human, but the gap was just too wide. If I had known, I would have tried harder. Chu Tian couldn't help but say. I don't think it would have mattered. Yi Tian pointed to his and Cui Tianling's faces and said, This is the result of us trying harder. Huh. Chu Tian looked at the two of them, not knowing what to say. On the high platform, 98,000 points, even more than the second and third places combined. Chengdu Academy ranks students based on points, and points represent everything. With Chun Ge being so outstanding, his time at Chengdu Academy will definitely be extraordinary. Chengdu Academy is the core of the Eastern Federation. It seems a new round of competition is about to begin. Competition brings vitality, which is good for the Eastern Federation. However, this freshman score is just too dazzling. The people on the high platform exchanged words, full of anticipation. It seemed that a brand new era was about to begin. Both Chief Executive Officer Yi and President Quan were alumni of Chengdu Academy. President Quan, what do you think? Chief Executive Officer Yi asked curiously. President Quan smiled and said, It seems Chengdu Academy is going to be very lively soon. Indeed. Chief Executive Officer Yi nodded in agreement. A student like Chen Ge, who has no background but is so outstanding, will definitely attract attention. I wonder if he's ready for it. President Quan replied meaningfully. If you have strength, what is there to prepare for? Well said. Ha! The two exchanged smiles. Dear students, the exam is over. You can leave at any time or rest in the nearby temporary wooden cabins and leave tomorrow. In 3 days, you will receive admission notifications from the academies. On the high platform, the inspector announced the end of the exam. Tap, tap, tap. As soon as the words fell, the sound of helicopter rotors echoed around. Before long, many helicopters landed on the helipad, and the candidates began leaving in groups of 2 or 3. Seeing this scene, Chun Ge muttered to himself, Without a helicopter, I can only ride the Frost Dragon back. Chun Ge, come back with us. At this moment, President Quan's voice came from the high platform. Chun Ge looked up and saw President Quan smiling at him. Chun Ge, come on up. Chief Executive Officer Yi also smiled and waved. Wow, it's President Quan of the Crescent Consortium, and he's inviting Chun Ge. I heard from my dad that the Crescent Consortium recently completed another major acquisition and is gradually becoming a super consortium. Being noticed by President Quan is really enviable. I heard about it too. The Crescent Consortium has always been top-notch, and Chairman Quan is even more impressive now. And that Chief Executive Officer Yi over there, he's from the Yi family of the Eastern Federation. I really wish they would invite me. Stop dreaming. Don't forget about Chun Ji's strength. Although the surrounding candidates had some background, they were on a completely different level compared to big figures like Chairman Quan and the Yi family. If they could get acquainted with Chairman Quan or CEO Yi, their family status could rise to a whole new level. Unfortunately, for such prominent figures, it was impossible to get close without sufficient strength. Chen Ge looked at Chairman Quan and CEO Yi on the high platform and thought for a moment. Since they were sincerely inviting him, he might as well reluctantly agree. After all, he had just finished a battle and was low on magic power. If there was a free ride, why not take it? Thinking it over, there was no reason not to go. All right, Chun Ge nodded slightly and followed them. Before long, he was seated in Chairman Quan's private helicopter. This helicopter was different from others. It could accommodate more than 10 people and had professional crew members providing service. Sir, would you like something to drink? Mineral water, juice, or something else? A beautiful and well-mannered attendant approached Chun Ge with a smile and asked. Juice, thank you, Chun Ge replied with a smile, and soon the attendant brought him a glass of juice. At this moment, Chairman Quan, CEO Yi, and Quan Zian were also on the helicopter. Chairman Quan and CEO Yi sat across from each other, smiling as they looked at Chun Ge with interest. Meanwhile, Quan Zian sat nearby with a cold expression, staring at Chun Ge as if she wanted to devour him. Chun Ge instinctively adjusted his clothes, thinking to himself not to actually get eaten by her. Chingu, things were too chaotic that day, and I didn't get a chance to properly thank you for saving my daughter. Chairman Quan stood up and extended his hand. Thank you for saving my daughter. We're classmates, Chairman Quan, no need to mention it. Chingu put down his juice and shook hands with Chairman Quan. What her father said was true. Chingu had indeed saved her. However, Quan Zian turned her head away, pouting and looking upset. Even though she should be thanking Chingu, she just couldn't bring herself to do it. Chingu, if you ever need anything in the future, just let me know. I will remember this favor, Chairman Quan said firmly. All right, Chingu casually agreed. Afterward, he shook hands with CEO Yi as well. The group chatted casually for a while, and before they knew it, they had returned to Crescent City. Chairman Quan and CEO Yi initially wanted to invite Chingu to dinner, but Chingu politely declined, saying it was too late. Chairman Quan even arranged for someone to escort Chingu home. Click. When Chingu returned home, it was already close to 10 o'clock. He carefully opened the door and found the living room light still on. Is that you, Chingu? His mother's gentle voice came from the living room. Immediately after, Chun-Shi ran out barefoot, grinning and calling out, "Brother, brother," as she quickly ran toward him. Chun-Gu stepped forward, scooped up Chun-Shi, pressed his forehead against hers, and asked with a smile, "Why are you still up so late?" "I was worried about you being away for so many days, brother," Chun-Shi said in her childish voice, bringing up a serious topic. "Sigh, others come back in a day or two, but you've been gone for 3 days without any news." "How could I not worry?" his mother said as she walked to the door. "Sigh, what's there to worry about me?" Chun-Gu said as he carried Chun-Shi into the living room. His father was not home. "Oh, your dad is working overtime tonight. Not sure when he'll be back," Mother added. Chun-Gu nodded. Mother quickly asked, "Have you eaten?" "I'll cook for you." "Okay," Chun-Gu quickly agreed. Half an hour later, a sumptuous dinner was ready on the table. "Thank you, Mom. I'm starting now," Chun-Shi said with a cheerful smile. "Didn't you already eat?" Mother looked at Chun-Shi with mock annoyance. "Brother can't finish it all by himself, so I'm helping him," Chun-Shi said obediently. "Thank you for your concern," Chun-Gu said with a smile. Chun-Shi shook her head and replied nonchalantly, "You're welcome." The three of them chatted while eating. Mother asked again, "How was the exam?" "Not bad, right?" Chun-Gu nodded. "I got first place." First place? Although she knew her son was excellent, hearing that he got first place still surprised her. In today's environment, it was almost impossible for a child from an ordinary family to achieve first place. It was just good luck. Later, I also drew a few powerful magic cards. Chin-Gu replied with a smile. "That's great. That's great." Mother nodded repeatedly, her face full of relief. Not long after, Father came home as well. When he heard that Chun-Gu was going to enter the Divine Capital Academy with a first-place ranking, he immediately perked up and the fatigue on his face disappeared. Usually, he only ate 1 bowl of rice, but tonight he ate 3 big bowls. Time passed quickly, and it was already late. The family took turns washing up and prepared to sleep. After taking a thorough shower, Chun-Gu finally sat down at his desk. Sigh, now even drawing cards requires cleansing oneself first. It seems luck is becoming harder to come by. Sitting at his desk, Chun-Gu couldn't help but sigh and mutter to himself, "It's my fault for not being divinely lucky, just an ordinary lucky guy." Without saying more, he began drawing cards from the 142 blank cards he had saved in the trial tower, infusing them with magic. The first card, a low-level magic card. The second card, a low-level magic card. The 30th card, still a low-level magic card. Chun-Gu stopped and said in a low voice, "Can you show a little more respect to this lucky guy?" The 31st card. Magic card name. Speed amplification. Quality. Legendary. Type. Skill card. Effect. Increases the speed of the magic card user by 100%. Similar cards cannot stack. Description. In the world of martial arts, speed is the key. Unfortunately, this ordinary card is still not fast enough. Not bad. I finally feel respected. Chun-Gu continued drawing cards. The 32nd card, a low-level magic card. The 63rd card. Magic card name, Skeleton Knight. Quality, rare. Type, magic pet card. Skills, fearless charge, fatal strike. Description, a warrior slumbering in darkness, accompanied only by its warhorse and bone lance. Awaken it and fight together. Pretty good. Shingo planned to build a skeleton army and was quite satisfied with this card. He nodded and continued drawing cards. The 64th card, a mid-level magic card. The 72nd card, magic card name, magic power recovery card. This type of card is always useful, the more, the better. The 120th card, magic card name, sword weapon mastery, quality, legendary, type, skill card, effect, passive skill, enhances proficiency with sword-type weapons. Description, master your weapons, and you will be invincible in battle. Don't you agree? Not bad, but it's still far from my weapon master. I heard it can be traded, so I'll keep it for now and auction or trade it later. Shingo muttered to himself as he continued drawing cards. Finally, he reached the last special whiteboard card and injected magic power into it without hesitation. Magic card name, speed enhancement quality, epic type, skill card effect. Increases the magic card master's speed by 200% after use. Similar cards cannot be stacked. Description, in the world of martial arts, speed is king. Is this card fast enough? Sorry, still not fast enough, not invincible enough. That's enough. That's enough. Shingo nodded in satisfaction. If this wasn't fast enough, then it would truly be heaven-defying. Finally, he summarized his feelings about drawing cards after cleansing himself. Overall, it's okay, but at the end of the day, I'm not the child of divine luck, just an ordinary lucky guy. My luck isn't over the top. He organized his cards, placing Skeleton Knight and Speed Enhancement into the magic source, while keeping the other two cards for later. Then, with a thought, his detailed information appeared before him. Name, Shungu Talent. Lucky 1 unique level, Silver 5-star magic source. SS level equipment. Ring of Magic pet cards. Frost Dragon Hatchling Legendary. Skeleton Knight Rare. Skeleton General Advanced. Skeleton Warrior Basic Skill Cards. Infinite Summon Mythic. Time Acceleration Mythic. Weapon Master Legendary. Berserk Legendary. Speed Enhancement Epic. Strength Amplification Legendary. Crescent/Legendary. Shattering. Strike Legendary. Wind Blade Legendary. Dragon Pursuit Strike Advanced Equipment Cards. Wings of the Brave Legendary. Heavenly Moon Blade Epic. Golden Bow Epic. Dark Armor Advanced Special Card. Divine Block. It's barely decent. Shingo looked at his stats and gave a very honest evaluation. He just didn't know if others would want to strangle him upon seeing this panel. Smack. You still dare to say barely decent? He laughed, satisfied, and lay down. The next day, apart from eating, he spent the day sleeping, preparing to rest well. After all, the intensity of the battles in the trial tower was too much. One must know how to balance work and rest, otherwise you'd collapse before becoming a top-tier magic card master, and that would be a huge loss. On the morning of the third day, Shingo woke up early. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as he came out of the bathroom after washing up, he heard his phone vibrating. Picking it up, he saw a message from Quan Zian. Quan Zian. Come out, my treat. Do I? Shingo, need you to treat me to a meal? He muttered to himself. I'd rather starve than let someone else treat me. Quan Zian sent another location, Crescent Moon Grand Restaurant. This was the most expensive restaurant in Crescent Moon City, and it was said that a single meal there could bleed your wallet dry. Frowning, Shingo said seriously, after all, she's an old classmate. If someone invites you, why not go? He turned around to change his clothes, comforting himself as he dressed. If a girl invites you to eat, you have to give her face. Besides, if you don't eat, it's a waste. Soon, Shingo was dressed and ready. Mom, someone's treating me to a meal. I'm heading out now. With that, he left the house and made his way to Crescent Moon Grand Restaurant. Crescent Moon Grand Restaurant was located in the center of Crescent Moon City and was frequented by wealthy elites. Sir, do you have a reservation? A polite hostess in a tight dress asked at the entrance. I'm a classmate of Quan Zian. She invited me here. Shingo smiled and replied, Miss Quan. The beautiful hostess was momentarily stunned, then quickly made a welcoming gesture. Sir, this way, please. The two walked in one after the other. The people around were dressed elegantly, clearly successful individuals. When they saw Shingo, they nodded politely. Shingo returned the gesture with a smile. They proceeded to the hall. Sir, this way. Miss Quan is waiting for you. the hostess said with a bow and a smile. Thank you. Chunga nodded in gratitude and looked around. The hall was spacious, and apart from the staff, the only person present was Quan Zian, sitting by the window. She was still wearing her short skirt uniform, arms crossed, gazing coldly out the window with an imposing aura. Hi, Quan Zian. Chunga walked over to greet her. Quan Zian snapped out of her thoughts and quietly looked at him. Chunga sat down unceremoniously and said with a smile, Thanks for inviting me to dinner. Quan Zian said nothing, just stared at him silently. Soon, 20 waiters began serving dishes one by one. Chunga focused on enjoying the food, while Quan Zian sat with her arms still crossed, constantly observing him. Quan Zian, you should eat something too, Chunga said with a smile. The meal was expensive for a reason. The taste was indeed excellent. He looked around and asked curiously, The food is great. Why are there so few people here? I booked the entire hall. Eat as much as you want, Quan Zian replied coldly. Chunga was momentarily stunned, thinking to himself that this must have cost a fortune. A rich woman is a rich woman, no comparison. He continued eating. Chunga, now that we're both students at Shindu Academy, I want to invite you to join my team, Quan Zian suddenly said. Chunga paused his chopsticks and smiled. Sorry, Quan Zian. Even though we're classmates, we're not on the same path. Let's forget about this. After speaking, he resumed eating. Quan Zian frowned. I admit you're strong, but Shindu Academy is different from Shinhua High School. Joining me can save you a lot of trouble. Chunga chuckled. Trouble comes from not being strong enough. As long as I'm strong, trouble will naturally decrease. Quan Zian was at a loss for words, unable to refute him. What Chunga said made perfect sense. Are you really unwilling? Quan Zian asked again. Yes, Chunga nodded, eating heartily. Then why are you eating the meal I treated you to? Quan Zian asked irritably. Chunga stopped eating, looked up, and said, Quan Zian, you invited me to this meal. I hate wasting food the most. You wouldn't want me to be that kind of person, would you? Quan Zian was speechless and could only pick up her chopsticks and start eating. She felt indignant and ate forcefully, as if afraid Chunga would take advantage of her. Suddenly, she felt someone staring at her. She looked up and saw Chunga, his gaze seemingly holding unspoken words. What are you looking at me for? Quan Zian asked, pouting. Chunga smiled. Since we're here and you've booked the restaurant, why not have lunch together? Quan Zian was momentarily speechless. Not bad. Before they knew it, it was evening. When Chunga left, he stretched lazily. This meal was worth it. Quan Zian, thank you for your hospitality today. Chunga turned to bid farewell to Quan Zian. Chunga, my offer still stands. You're welcome to join any time. Quan Zian said once more. Got it, Chunga responded indifferently. He had no intention of joining Quan Zian's team. Waving his hand without turning back, he walked straight home. Back home, he played with Chunxi for a while, then watched the drama they were following with his family, and finally lay down to sleep contentedly. The day had been fulfilling. He didn't know how much food he had saved for the family, and he fell asleep satisfied. Crackle early the next morning, the sound of firecrackers downstairs was deafening. Bang, bang, bang. Chunga, wake up. It seems your admission letter has arrived. His mother called gently. Huh. Chunga immediately sat up in bed. Wasn't it supposed to be sent 3 days later? I remember today is only the 3rd day. However, the letter had already arrived, so he couldn't stay in bed. He quickly got up, washed his face, and changed clothes. His father was off work today and happened to be at home. Dad, Mom. He greeted them first and then asked, what is going on? Wasn't it supposed to arrive tomorrow? Don't overthink it. Hurry up and get ready. We're going to welcome Principal Zhu together. His father was dressed in a suit. His mother was formally dressed, and Chunxi was wearing a cute pink outfit. All right. Chunga agreed and followed his parents downstairs. Downstairs, Principal Zhu was leading a group of people, beating drums and gongs, with firecrackers going off continuously, as if they could be lit endlessly. Wow, this kid is amazing. He is the best in the 9 cities nearby, and his future is limitless. Principal Zhu was surrounded by neighbors, praising Chunga with great enthusiasm. I've watched Chunga grow up. He has been smart since he was little. Being a magic card master is already impressive, and now he is going to study at the Divine Capital Academy? His parents are truly blessed. This kid is handsome and polite, such a good child. The elderly in the community also joined in the compliments, creating a lively atmosphere. Hey, isn't that Chingu? And his whole family. Come over and take a look. Principal Zhu happily stepped out of the crowd and shook Chingu's father's hand. Mr. Chen, congratulations. Chingu is truly outstanding. He has been the top student in school for 3 years in a row, and now he is not only the best in school, but also ranked first in the 9 cities nearby. Your family is truly fortunate. Thank you, Principal Zhu. Thank you. Chen Gu's father beamed with pride and glanced at Chen Gu with a smile. Big brother is amazing. Chen Shi cheered, raising her hands in celebration while in Chen Gu's arms. Old Chen, your good days have arrived. Divine Capital Academy ISNTA place, just anyone can get into. Graduating from there will be extraordinary. You're really lucky your son is so capable, achieving such great results. Congratulations, congratulations. The neighbors, already friendly, now showered them with blessings. Thank you, everyone. Today was a bit rushed, but tomorrow I'll host a graduation banquet for Chingu. You all must come. Chingu's father expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Of course. Of course. How could we miss such a great event? Even if you didn't invite us, we'd still come. A graduation banquet for Divine Capital Academy, ISN, something you can attend every day. Haha, the atmosphere was warm and lively. Principal, wasn't the admission letter supposed to be sent tomorrow? Chingu still felt a bit puzzled and asked. Principal Zhu smiled and said, you're different, kid. The first place student deserves first place treatment, so of course, you get it a few days earlier. Oh, Chingu suddenly understood. Then, under everyone's gaze, Principal Zhu and Chen Gu's family returned to Chen Gu's home. After entering, Principal Zhu picked up a golden admission letter and solemnly read aloud. Student Chen Gu, through the National College Entrance Examination, you have been admitted to Shindu Academy. Upon receiving the admission letter, please complete the enrollment procedures as soon as possible. After hearing this, the neighbors standing at the door applauded and cheered, and the atmosphere in the room reached its peak. Student Chen Gu, I now officially hand over the admission letter to you. Principal Zhu closed the letter and solemnly handed it to Chen Gu. Thank you, Principal Zhu. Chen Gu nodded slightly and accepted the letter. The ceremony ended, and the neighbors dispersed, waiting for tomorrow's celebration banquet. After everyone left, only Principal Zhu and Chun Ji's family remained in the house. Chun Ji's mother served tea, which Principal Zhu politely accepted, and then took out a card from his pocket. This is a special scholarship of 1 million yuan from Xinhua High School for student Chen Gu. Please accept it. Chen Ji's family was stunned. Principal Zhu, didn't you already give us one last time? Chen Ji's father hesitated and didn't immediately take the card. Principal Zhu smiled and said, last time was a reward for breaking the record, an excellent student award. This time, it's a special reward for being the top scorer in 9 cities, completely different. He waved his hand as he continued. This scholarship is to thank student Chen Gu for his outstanding contributions to Xinhua High School. That's really very kind of you, Principal Zhu. With the conversation reaching this point, Chun Ji's father could only gratefully accept the card. Ha! Principal Zhu laughed, took a sip of tea from the table, and then stood up, saying, let me know where you're hosting the graduation banquet tomorrow. I have matters to attend to at school, so I won't be able to join. All right, we'll definitely inform you. Chen Ji's father stood up and saw Principal Zhu off. Back at home, Chen Ji's father looked at the card containing the million yuan scholarship and handed it to Chen Gu. Take this card. You'll need to buy card packs and draw cards for school later, which will cost quite a bit. I'll prepare some more for you. By the way, the previous 50,000 yuan scholarship is still here. I'll give it to you together, his mother suddenly interjected, turning to fetch the money. Seeing the expectant looks on his parents' faces, Chen Gu waved his hand and said, no need. You should keep this money for emergencies. Just give me some living expenses, that's enough. Shindu is far from Xinhua City, and traveling back and forth isn't easy. He wanted to leave some money for his family so he could focus on his studies. I heard Shindu Academy doesn't charge tuition fees, but you'll need money to buy card packs to improve your skills, right? Chen Ji's father was about to hand the card to Chen Gu. Chen Gu immediately waved his hand and said, no need. who still relies on buying card packs and drawing cards nowadays. The truly strong rely on their own abilities. His parents exchanged puzzled looks, their faces full of confusion. They couldn't understand this reasoning. You should keep the money and just send me living expenses. I'll handle the rest myself. Chen-ge looked at his parents and said seriously, "If I say this, don't you trust me?" Seeing their son so determined, his parents didn't insist further. His father immediately went out to book a restaurant, while his mother busied herself notifying relatives and friends. The next day, at Huifeng Grand Restaurant, firecrackers were constantly going off, and drums were beating non-stop. Passers-by stopped and, seeing someone hosting a graduation banquet, exclaimed in surprise, "What's going on? Didn't they just receive the admission letter at noon today? How are they already hosting a graduation banquet? I heard it was an early admission. Chengdu Academy sent the letter." Chengdu Academy? Passers-by all turned to look at the Huifeng Grand Restaurant and hesitated, saying, "Chengdu Academy is a school for wealthy families. They usually hold celebrations at the Crescent Moon Grand Restaurant. Why did they switch to Huifeng Grand Restaurant this time?" The Huifeng Grand Restaurant couldn't compare to the Crescent Moon Grand Restaurant, but it was a decision Chen Ji's father made through gritted teeth. This event would cost 4 to 500,000, which was a significant expense for him. Although his son had received a scholarship, they couldn't spend money so lavishly. But thinking about his son getting into Chengdu Academy, he still decided to go through with it. "I heard this kid comes from an ordinary family and has exceptional grades. Yes, it's really rare to see something like this. It's been years since a child from an ordinary family got into Chengdu Academy. Truly enviable." The passers-by, upon hearing that a child from an ordinary family had been admitted to Chengdu Academy, were both surprised and envious. This also highlighted just how prestigious Chengdu Academy was. At this moment, in front of the Huifeng Grand Restaurant, third aunt Chen-ge greeted. Across from him, his third aunt was holding her son's hand and speaking earnestly. "Do you see? This is your cousin Chen. He's now a student at Chengdu Academy. You should take him as your role model, understand?" "I understand." Her son's eyes sparkled with admiration. Following this, similar scenes kept occurring, and Chen-ge completely became the model child in everyone's eyes. Half an hour later, several top luxury cars gradually pulled up in front of the Huifeng Grand Restaurant. Out stepped President Quan, CEO Yi, and Principal Zhu. Seeing them, Chen-ge was a bit surprised. Why were President Quan and CEO Yi here? The onlookers began whispering among themselves. "Look, isn't that President Quan of the Crescent Moon Consortium? The one next to him is the chief executive of Crescent Moon City. Why are they here? Maybe they just happened to be passing by and decided to stop in to congratulate them?" Just as everyone was astonished, President Quan, CEO Yi, and the others walked up to Chen-ge. President Quan, CEO Yi, Principal Zhu. Chen-ge wanted to speak, but hesitated because he hadn't invited these two. Principal Zhu quickly explained, "Since you're the top student in the 9 cities, I specifically invited President Quan and CEO Yi to come and congratulate you. We hope we're not interrupting your celebration." President Quan and CEO Yi asked with a smile. "Not at all." Chen-ge replied with a smile, then turned to introduce them to his father. When his father heard that the two in front of him were President Quan and CEO Yi, he was stunned. These were such prominent figures, not people one could meet casually. Yet they had come in person to attend his son's celebration banquet. Mr. Chen, hello. President Quan and CEO Yi each shook hands with Chen Ji's father. Though confused, Chen Ji's father still welcomed them inside. This scene left the onlooking passers-by completely dumbfounded. These two were such influential figures, yet they had come to attend the celebration banquet of a child from an ordinary family. Getting into Chengdu Academy is impressive, but it shouldn't be enough to make President Quan and CEO Yi come in person, right? There must be more to it. This kid must have some other extraordinary abilities besides good grades. Having a child like this must make his parents so proud. The passers-by looked on with envy, their eyes lighting up. Although the Huifeng Grand Restaurant wasn't as grand as the Crescent Moon Grand Restaurant, the appearance of President Quan and CEO Yi instantly elevated its status. Neighbors and friends watched the scene and exclaimed, "Look at Chen-ge. He was smart since childhood, and now he's even more impressive." So many important figures came to support him. What a grand occasion. Chen Gu really brings honor to our Chen family. Honor? In a few years, when Chen Gu graduates from the Divine Capital Academy, he'll definitely be a big shot. That's right. He's no ordinary person even in the Eastern Federation. He'd be considered top tier. This child's future is truly limitless. Amid everyone's praises, the graduation banquet concluded successfully. The Divine Capital Academy had arranged the flight, and 4 days after the banquet, Chun Gu was set to embark on his new journey. Mom, Dad, take care of yourselves. Call me anytime if you need anything, Chun Gu said with a smile at the airport. It was his first time leaving his family, and though he smiled, it was a bit forced, as he felt reluctant deep down. All right, remember to let us know you're safe when you get there. Got it. After his father spoke, Chun Gu nodded solemnly. Come here, give me a kiss, his younger sister, Chen Shi, hugged him tightly, gave him a big kiss, and looked up at her brother with eyes full of reluctance. Brother, remember to think of me when you're at school, Chen Shi pouted, her voice soft and sweet. I know, Chun Gu replied with a smile, and finally, carrying his family's heartfelt farewells, he embarked on his journey. The world had grown larger, and distances felt farther. From Crescent City to the heart of the Eastern Federation, Divine Capital, the flight required 7 transfers, making the journey long. Fortunately, the Divine Capital Academy had booked first-class tickets, ensuring comfortable rest and meals. Accompanying him were Quan Zian, Chui Tianling, and Yi Tian, but Chun Gu barely interacted with them. It wasn't that he was cold, rather, Chui Tianling and Yi Tian looked at him as if he were a rival. If it weren't for Chun Gu, they wouldn't have felt so awkward. Ding ding ding, dear passengers. The plane is about to enter the airspace of Divine Capital. After a long journey, the plane was finally nearing Divine Capital. Sitting by the window, Chun Gu admired the scenery below. Divine Capital was the heart of the Eastern Federation, a city of immense scale and grandeur, exceeding imagination. From high above, the bustling metropolis was breathtaking. Chun Gu gazed at it all with a calm expression. His journey was just beginning. This was merely a small start in this beautiful world, with broader skies and horizons waiting for him to conquer. Half an hour later, Chun Gu and the others set foot on the land of Divine Capital. Chun Gu looked around, taking in the surroundings. Are you a new student reporting to the Divine Capital Academy? The academy had long-arranged reception, and someone was there to greet them. The speaker was a cute young lady. Yes, I am. Chun Gu snapped out of his thoughts and nodded with a smile. Please follow me this way. The young lady led Chun Gu, Quan Zian, and the others through a special passage to the registration point outside the airport. Students, please complete your registration here. More students will arrive shortly, and we'll take you all to the academy together, the young lady said with a smile. Quan Zian and the others signed first, with Chun Gu signing last. Chun Gu. Chun Gu. The staff responsible for registration saw the name and couldn't help but look at Chun Gu. Is he the Chun Gu? Wow, he's so handsome. So this is the freshman Chun Gu? His reputation has already spread throughout Divine Capital Academy before he even arrived. He's really so handsome. The staff began whispering among themselves. At the Divine Capital Academy, points represent everything, and Chun Gu, who already had 98,000 points before even enrolling, was already a legendary figure. When the people present heard this name, they couldn't help but all turn to look at him simultaneously. Is there a problem? Chun Gu asked, somewhat puzzled. No, nothing. The staff member in charge of registration quickly shook his head and immediately gestured. Please head to the hall next door to rest. There will be dedicated service personnel to take care of you, and later you'll be escorted to the Divine Capital Academy. Thank you. Chun Gu smiled and nodded, heading toward the hall. Chun Gu didn't understand why these people were so surprised, but Quan Zian and Chui Tianling knew very well. Seeing that Chun Ji's reputation hadn't spread yet, while the Divine Capital Academy was already abuzz with discussions about him, they couldn't help but feel a bit uncomfortable. What's he so proud of? Chui Tianling didn't say much, but his eyes were full of disdain. This is the Divine Capital, not Crescent City. The real excitement is yet to come, so don't get ahead of yourself. Yi Tian chuckled lightly. Quan Zian stood there, unwilling but helpless. After all, Chun Gu was clearly more impressive than her. After they walked away, the staff gathered again to discuss. I heard he already had 98,000 points during the freshman exam. Is that true? That's right. The academy confirmed it several times. That score is just too outrageous. Although killing monsters during the exam can increase points, 98,000 is just too high. It doesn't seem like something a normal person could achieve. He's already in the top 1,000 of the points leaderboard. It's truly shocking. Besides, he's really handsome, even more so than those rich young masters in the academy. Indeed, he's incredibly charming, completely different from the people in the academy. The staff continued their lively discussion. An hour later, Chun-gu and the others boarded a luxurious bus heading to the Divine Capital Academy. Towering, majestic buildings flashed by on both sides, showcasing the city's prosperity. Pedestrians hurried along the streets, their faces marked with the pressures of life. Chun-ji's gaze remained calm as he silently observed everything. After an unknown amount of time, the luxurious bus finally entered the Divine Capital Academy's grounds. On both sides of the wide road were towering trees with thick trunks, their branches adorned with pink blossoms. Petals gently floated down, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Not far away, tall statues stood solemnly. These were powerful magic card masters who had emerged from the Divine Capital Academy. Their statues were dignified and awe-inspiring, evoking a sense of reverence. The size of the Divine Capital Academy was immeasurable. The bus drove for a long time before slowly coming to a stop. Beside the bus was a large building resembling a bird's nest. The bus door opened, and a graceful, gentle-looking girl approached. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled, saying, "Hello everyone. I am your senior, Jiangyu, and I will be responsible for guiding you through the registration process." "All right, senior." Upon hearing Jiang Yu's voice, many of the boys on site responded enthusiastically, their hearts racing. Chui Tianling and Yi Tian exchanged a knowing smile, perfectly in sync. Chen Ji's expression remained indifferent. Women would only slow down his blade. "Leave your luggage on the bus for now. It will be delivered directly after registration. Follow me," Jiang Yu said with a gentle smile, stepping off the bus first. Everyone followed closely behind. "This way, please." Jiang Yu led the way, with Chun-gu and the others following closely. It must be said, Jiang Yu's figure was so captivating that it was almost impossible to look away. The boys following behind her stared intently, their expressions dazed. The massive bird's nest-shaped building was actually a gymnasium, luxuriously decorated inside. At this moment, the gymnasium had been transformed into a temporary office space, with staff bustling about as a steady stream of new students poured in. Although the Divine Capital Academy recruited only a few students from each city, the large population base meant the total number was still considerable. "Everyone, start here to verify your identity and register," Jiang Yu said with a smile, turning back to address the group. "Yes, senior," the boys responded enthusiastically. At this moment, Jiang Yu began to observe the new students she had brought along. The most eye-catching was Quan Zian, whose long black hair and straight posture exuded the aura of a young lady from a prestigious family, and Chun-gu, who dressed plainly but had strikingly handsome features. Clearly, that girl is a descendant of some super family, radiating a unique family aura. As for that boy, Jiang Yu thought silently. Although he's handsome, his attire is very ordinary. He is probably just a lucky kid from a regular family. But to be honest, he is quite good-looking, though. In no time, Jiang Yu had already made a rough analysis and judgment of the juniors in front of her. The one she was most interested in was, of course, Quan Zian. The one she looked down on the most was Chun-gu. Beep. Name: Quan Zian, Magic Card Master level, Silver 1-star Magic Power Source. S-level points: 45,701. To catch up with Chun-gu, Quan Zian hadn't been idle recently. Her Magic Card Master level had already risen to Silver 1-star. "Hello, verification successful. Please proceed forward," the staff member responsible for verification said with a smile to Quan Zian. No one else received such courteous treatment. It was clear that Quan Zian's level and points had earned his recognition. Quan Zian turned coldly and walked away, ignoring him. She wasn't one to play along with the treating people differently act. The staff member felt annoyed but knew full well that she was undoubtedly the young lady of some prominent family. He could do nothing about her attitude. He then looked up at Chun-gu, noting his plain attire and average background, forming a preliminary impression in his mind. "Please show your magic card master wristband," he said casually to Chun-gu. Chun-gu showed no sign of displeasure and casually extended his wristband. Beep. Name: Chun-gu Magic Card Master Level. Silver 5-star Magic Power Source. SS level points. 98,102, huh? Seeing the data on the screen, the staff member, who had initially looked down on Chun-gu, suddenly raised his head, his pupils contracting as he exclaimed, "You're Chun-gu?" Even though he had clearly seen Chun-ji's points reaching an astonishing 98,000 plus, he couldn't help but confirm it. He hadn't expected that this seemingly ordinary man was actually the legendary freshman of this year Chun-gu. Instantly, the previously noisy gymnasium fell silent, and all eyes turned to Chun-gu. Some of the new students, still unaware of the situation, asked in confusion, "Excuse me, what's the deal with Chun-gu? Why is everyone so shocked when they hear his name?" Someone quickly explained, "He's the legendary figure among this year's freshmen. He had over 98,000 points even before enrolling." "Oh, so it's him." The new students who hadn't been in the loop finally understood and began to look at him with admiration. The legend among freshmen. A top scorer with over 98,000 points before the college entrance exam. So he is Chun-gu. Jiang Yu's initial disdain for Chun-gu instantly turned into shock, her mouth slightly agape. Although there were rumors about Chun-gu circulating in the academy, they were vague and lacked specific details. She had assumed Chun-gu was a privileged scion of a prominent family, likely arrogant and conceited. But the Chun-gu before her was nothing like she had imagined. Chun-gu, who had no background, was naturally unaware of his reputation in the Divine Capital Academy. This was already the second time today someone had reacted so surprised upon hearing his name, and he couldn't help but let out a silent sigh. "I am Chun-gu. Is there a problem?" Chun-gu asked helplessly. The staff member finally snapped out of it and smiled awkwardly. No problem. Your certification is complete. You may proceed." Just as the staff member was about to direct Chun-gu, Jiang Yu stepped forward with a smile and said, "I'll take him there." That works." The staff member hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Don't I need to go with the others?" Chun-gu glanced at the students waiting in line, puzzled. Jiang Yu explained, "Chun-gu, you're ranked in the top 1,000 on the points leaderboard. Your dormitory has been specially arranged. Follow me." As she spoke, she gently tucked her hair behind her ear, her smile radiant. "Oh, okay, thank you." Chun-gu gratefully followed Jiang Yu away. Witnessing this scene, Quan Zian, Chui Tianling, Yi Tian, and the others twitched the corners of their mouths slightly. They were envious, but none of them said anything. They stared at Chun-gu, watching him head toward the nearby registration point. "Chun-gu, it's right here," Jiang Yu said with a smile. "All right." Chun-gu stepped forward and extended his mage card wristband once again. Beep. The staff member entered the information and said with a smile, "Chun-gu, you're ranked 999th on the points leaderboard. I'll now register you and arrange your accommodation." "All right." Chun-gu nodded slightly, his face relaxed and smiling. 999th? Although it's second to last, I'm so envious. Having your own dormitory as soon as you arrive at the Divine Capital Academy, that's amazing. No wonder he's a legendary figure among the freshmen, so enviable. Sigh, when will I be able to make it into the top 1,000 on the leaderboard? Stop dreaming. Getting into the top 1,000 isn't that easy. The surrounding freshmen all looked envious. "Chun-gu, the procedures are complete. A staff member will take you there shortly," the staff member said with a smile. "All right." Chun-gu smiled and nodded, then turned around, meeting Jiang Yu's gaze. She had an outstanding figure, natural beauty, and was indeed a stunning woman. "Chun-gu, may I invite you for a drink?" Jiang Yu suddenly asked with a smile. Her bright, sparkling eyes seemed to glisten, and her gaze toward Chun-gu carried a hint of something unusual. The surroundings instantly fell silent again. Chun-gu knew he was good-looking and had excellent grades, so he was bound to attract attention in the academy. But women really could slow him down. He glanced around, noticing everyone staring at him, and thought it might be best to resolve this quickly. Finally, his gaze landed on Quan Zian before quickly shifting away. "Sorry, senior, I already have someone I like." It's really inconvenient for me to have a drink with a beauty like you. My apologies, Chungu said with a polite smile, his face showing genuine regret. Chungu, let me take you to the dormitory, okay? At this moment, the staff responsible for leading the way said, "All right, thank you." Chungu nodded slightly, then gave Zhang an apologetic smile before leaving. Why did he look at me when he said that? Quan Zian frowned. He looked at me while saying those words. Was it intentional for me to hear? Does he have some other intentions toward me? Quan Zian's frown deepened. She glanced down at herself. Long black straight hair, the type that boys like. She had it all. Compared to senior Jiangyu, she was far superior. Any boy with functioning eyes would prefer her, there was no doubt about it. But he used to be so cold to me. Could it be that he's deliberately trying to get my attention? Quan Zian frowned again. She recalled Chun Ji's recent attitude toward her, and the moment in the secret realm when he held her face. Could it be that he was captivated by my beauty up close? Quan Zian fell into deep thought. A woman like her could easily make people fall in love at first sight, unable to extricate themselves. It was something she couldn't help. This was the lifelong trouble of a woman with such beauty. Meanwhile, the staff helped Chungu carry his luggage, and a special vehicle took him to the dormitory. In this land where every inch of ground was worth its weight in gold, the sheer size of the Divine Capital Academy was astonishing. Along the way, the staff continuously introduced the surrounding buildings and the situation of the academy. Soon, a palace resembling the ones used by ancient emperors for court meetings appeared before Chungu. However, this palace was larger and more magnificent than the ones in his memory, showcasing the status of Divine Capital Academy as the top academy in the Eastern Federation. Students came and went in an endless stream. This is the Chongqing Hall, symbolizing eternal prosperity. It's also one of the main buildings of Divine Capital Academy. In the future, you'll come here for official matters and to take on tasks, the staff explained, and Chungu listened attentively. After some time, a massive architectural complex appeared before Chungu. The surrounding buildings encircled the central structure, which resembled a heavenly palace atop the clouds. The scale was grand, the aura was awe-inspiring, and it was beyond words to describe. Over there is your dormitory area. The surrounding buildings are the dormitories for regular students. Your dormitory is the 999th building surrounding the main structure, the staff said. Such a massive complex turned out to be dormitories. Even the shorter buildings nearby were quite large, worthy of being called palaces. So this is the top academy of the Eastern Federation? Amazing. Chungu couldn't help but feel excited as he watched the vehicle drive into the complex. After a while, the vehicle finally stopped, and the staff led Chungu to the legendary dormitory. It was an Eastern-style building with a cross-gable roof, showcasing the ultimate beauty of Eastern architecture, surrounded by courtyard walls. Chungu, please come in. This is your dormitory, the staff said, carrying his luggage. All right, Chungu was completely stunned. This is a dormitory? Are you sure there's no mistake? This is clearly a palace. This dormitory had courtyard walls outside and a garden inside, stirring waves in Chunji's heart. Hello, the dormitory has been cleaned, and the items have been replaced. You can move in directly. A group of staff in work uniforms came out and said, "Thank you all for your hard work. Please go ahead with your tasks." The staff smiled and responded, while the workers watched Chungu leave. However, there were a few people following behind them, who didn't look like staff but more like students. When they left, they all gave Chungu strange looks. After they were gone, Chungu frowned and asked, "Who were those people just now?" The ones in front were cleaning staff, but he couldn't figure out who the ones at the back were. The staff member chuckled as he led Chungu into the dormitory and said, "Among those people just now, one of them used to live here, but because his points weren't enough, he dropped out of the top 1,000. Oh, I see." Chungu immediately understood. He had taken someone else's spot, so it was natural for them to be unhappy. But this was a points-based system. If you don't have enough ability, you can't blame others. After putting down his luggage, the staff member began introducing the dormitory facilities. Entertainment area, gym, kitchen, everything was available. The decor was thoughtfully designed, perfectly blending modern technology with Eastern aesthetics. Even the details were meticulously crafted to the highest standard. Why is there only one room? Chungu paused in surprise. The staff member stopped walking, turned back, and smiled. Students ranked in the top 1,000 all have private dormitories. An entire building for one person? Chenggu was stunned. This was way too extravagant, especially in the land-scarce capital city. Then, the staff member led Chenggu to the second-floor balcony and pointed to the central building that looked like a heavenly palace, saying, "The top 10 students live in there." In front of that magnificent palace, Chenggu's dormitory suddenly seemed ordinary. "With your abilities, you'll live there one day too," the staff member encouraged with a smile. Chenggu nodded lightly, not saying much. "Chenggu, do you have any other questions? If not, I'll head back to work." You can also check the school rules in the living room or download the school's app to ask staff questions anytime, the staff member asked politely. "No problem. Thank you for showing me around." Chenggu replied courteously, and the staff member left. Meanwhile, Quan Xian's situation wasn't as good. She was ranked outside the top 1,000 and lived in the outer dormitories. These dormitories couldn't compare to Chenggu's. They housed 4 people per room. However, the kitchen, bathroom, and various household appliances were all available. Still, Quan Xian felt a bit dissatisfied. She was used to living alone, but the rules of the Capital Academy didn't allow exceptions. Want better accommodations? Then you'd have to raise your points to the top 1,000. At the Capital Academy, family background was important, but ability was the most crucial factor. Quan Xian wasn't just unhappy with the dormitory, she was also puzzled by what Chenggu had said when he looked at her earlier. "He said something like that in front of so many people, it really annoyed me," Quan Xian muttered to herself, her brows furrowed. When he said that, could it be that he just happened to glance at me and wasn't he actually targeting me? No way. She shook her head. There's no way it was just a coincidence. But that day, when I invited him, he clearly said we're not on the same path. That was obviously drawing a line between us. Thinking about this, Quan Xian walked to the dormitory door and overheard her roommates saying, "Men these days, they say you have nothing to do with them, but in reality, they just want to get your attention. The more they act like that, the more you care." Exactly. Ignoring you on purpose is just to make you pay more attention to him. Be careful when you encounter such a man. Moreover, this kind of man will immediately agree if you invite him to dinner. If you ask him to team up, he'll say no, but his actions will betray him as he follows along. He may seem indifferent usually, but when danger arises, he'll be the first to protect and comfort you. This type of man is tough on the outside, but soft-hearted. Standing outside the door, Quan Xian heard everything clearly. Saying they're not on the same path. Invite him to dinner, and he comes right away? Ask him to team up, he refuses verbally but follows physically? Ignoring you on purpose just to attract attention? Protecting you at the first sign of danger? All these details matched Chenggu's behavior towards her. Quan Xian frowned slightly, but after a while, she relaxed, chuckled, and said, "Huh. Chenggu, so you're this type of man? Tough on the outside, soft-hearted, and loves playing games? Huh." Then she sneered, pushed the door open, and entered the room. At this moment, the confidence on her face returned. Meanwhile, Chenggu was sitting in the hall of his dormitory, watching TV and flipping through the student handbook. At Shindu Academy, there were no concepts of classes or teachers, everything revolved around points. Points could be earned by signing up for swordsmanship classes or completing tasks. The higher the points, the more privileges one could enjoy. However, the calculation of points varied depending on the time of enrollment. In other words, if you enrolled a year earlier, your points would naturally be higher than those of new students. But the academy had a unique calculation method to ensure a relatively fair ranking of points. For new students like Chenggu, points were calculated in full, allowing him to directly rank within the top 1,000. Among the top 1,000, the point differences were significant. The strong grew stronger, widening the gap in scores and rankings, while the weak remained in their position. The top 10 get to live there? The scenery must be amazing. Chenggu murmured to himself, his gaze passing through the living room window to the distant palace. What kind of existence were the top 10 of Shindu Academy? They must all have divine-level magic cards, right? How many cards does each of them have? It's really exciting. Chenggu chuckled, his face full of anticipation. Before he knew it, it was mealtime. All right, let us check out the school cafeteria. The cafeteria was nearby and quite large. Chenggu eagerly got up and headed toward it. As soon as he stepped out, he ran into the same group of people he had encountered earlier in the dormitory. The group exchanged glances with Chun-gu without speaking, but the anger in the eyes of a blonde-haired guy was evident. Clearly, he was the 999th ranked student. Although he was dissatisfied, he didn't show it directly. After all, his strength was limited, and losing his temper would only make him seem weak. The academy was vast, and there were luxurious buses with dedicated routes at the intersection, which could take students directly to the vicinity of the cafeteria. The cafeteria building had flying eaves and curved corners, and during mealtime, students bustled in and out, creating a lively atmosphere. For cafeteria buildings stood opposite each other, each with more than 5 floors, and various cuisine signs hung downstairs. Almost every type of cuisine you could think of was available here. Shindu Academy has free tuition, and students ranked in the top 1,000 have all their expenses on campus covered. This is amazing. Chun-gu looked up at the cafeteria in front of him, feeling excited. Those men who like to play the little game of playing hard to get. Once they suddenly become enthusiastic about you, you need to be careful, because they think the time has come. Quan Zian chatted about men with her roommates as they walked. Hearing this, Quan Zian frowned, because Chun-gu was not far away, smiling and waving at her. When did Chun-gu suddenly become so enthusiastic? Don't think your little tricks will work on me. I, Quan Zian, am no fool. She looked at him coldly without saying a word. However, she thought to herself, the cafeteria is so big, with so many floors, yet we meet here coincidence? Clearly, this man followed me on purpose. Humph. Min Quan Zian's face once again showed her pride. What you can't get is always the most tempting, while being loved is always taken for granted. Seeing her expression, Chun-gu felt helpless but didn't take it to heart. Quan Zian had always been like this. He just happened to be here, happened to see her, and thought it was fate. After all, they were old classmates. Although they weren't on the same path, saying hello wasn't a big deal. Suddenly, bang! A loud noise caught Chun-ji's attention. It was the boy who had brought him here who had fallen. Chun-gu no longer paid attention to Quan Zian and walked over. Seeing this, Quan Zian chuckled inwardly. Ha! With my attitude, is he trying to play that playing hard to get trick again? Ha! Men, in the end, they are still defeated by my charm. Wearing a uniform short skirt, arms crossed, Quan Zian felt smug inside, but her face remained cold, like a proud and aloof heiress. Over there, Chun-gu helped the boy lying on the ground up and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" The boy had long hair, a fair and handsome face, but a somewhat gloomy expression. Earlier, when Chun-gu was looking for the cafeteria downstairs and couldn't find the way, it was this boy who had led him up. "I'm fine." The boy smiled and shook his head. "Hey, I'm asking you, are you blind?" Another boy said arrogantly. Wasn't he the one who tripped someone on purpose? How can he turn the tables? Someone interjected. "Stop talking. They're just bullying Su Li on purpose," another person said. "Why? Aren't they all classmates? The academy strictly forbids fighting. Su Li is an orphan. Last year, he got into Shindu Academy with an epic magic card and his combat talent. But he's timid and has no background, so naturally, he became a target for bullying. Bullying doesn't count as fighting. Stop watching, let's go." In Shindu Academy, ordinary students without background or power are almost always bullied. The students behind Chun-gu whispered among themselves. He heard them clearly and frowned deeply. Sigh. As the words fell, slap. The boy bullying Su Li stepped forward, trying to push him, but Chun-gu slapped his hand away. The boy was stunned at first, then said viciously, "Kid, Su Li's business is none of your concern. You'd better stay away from me." Swish. The next second, the Tianyue horizontal blade in Chun-ji's hand suddenly lit up, his voice low. "Do you want to fight me here?" The boy froze, instinctively taking a step back. "Are you crazy? Fighting in the academy will get you expelled." "Ha." Chun-gu chuckled lightly. "Whether I'm crazy or not doesn't matter. Being expelled is no big deal. But if you don't disappear from my sight right now." Suddenly, Chun-ji's expression changed, his voice turning cold and sharp. "I'll kill you." In an instant, the aura around Chun-gu became fierce, as if he was truly about to act. Hiss! The boy gasped in fear, retreating repeatedly and glancing around nervously. Being threatened like this in front of so many people left him in a dilemma. Leaving would be humiliating. Staying might get him expelled. And above all, the man in front of him clearly seemed insane, willing to fight to the end for an orphan. You just wait. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, the boy threw out a harsh remark, turned around, and fled in embarrassment, quickly disappearing at the staircase. Ha! Chen Gu sheathed the Tianyue horizontal blade and sneered coldly. Pathetic. This little scene not only helped Su Li, but also established his own authority, letting everyone know he wasn't someone to be trifled with. As the saying goes, throw the first punch to avoid taking 100 punches later. My name is Su Li. Thank you for helping me out. Su Li softly expressed her gratitude. Chen Ge looked up. You're welcome. My name is Chen Ge, and thank you for showing me the way earlier. Be careful yourself. If those people give you trouble, just tell them to come find me. Su Li cautiously reminded him. Chen Ge frowned, but didn't respond. He didn't quite understand Su Li's intentions, but everyone has their own way of living, and he didn't want to say more. Then I'll be going. Su Li hurriedly left. Sigh. Chen Ge watched her back, silently sighed, and then headed toward the restaurant he had chosen. A free meal, he had to enjoy it properly. Did you hear that? He said his name is Chen Ge. Chen Ge? Could he be the legendary freshman? Judging by his appearance, he must be a freshman. There shouldn't be anyone else with the same name among the freshmen, right? He was so domineering just now. At that moment, my heart was racing, I think. I might have fallen for him. Wow. The surrounding people were discussing one after another. Quan Zian and her roommates also witnessed the scene. Wow, that freshman is so handsome. That move he made just now was so manly. I'm in love. He'd definitely make a great boyfriend. Listening to her roommate's praises, Quan Zian secretly smiled. This man, none of you stand a chance. Chen Ge, not bad. That moment just now was indeed impressive. Quan Zian's lips curled slightly. In the distance, a group of people stood, having witnessed everything that had just happened. Among them was Chu Tian. That's Chen Ge. A man dressed sharply and exuding arrogance stood in front of Chu Tian, raising his chin as he asked. Yes, that's him, Brother Chow. Chu Tian quickly nodded. That kid has quite a temper, and he's pretty arrogant. A boy standing next to Chu Tian sneered. The leader, Chow Bin, chuckled lightly. After all, he's the legendary figure among the freshmen. How could he not be arrogant? He touched his nose and said with a smile, Go tell the people ranked 1,000 and 1,001 on the points leaderboard that I want to team up with them and help them climb the ranks. Brother Chow, aren't you going to deal with him directly? Chu Tian was momentarily stunned. Chow Bin turned back to glance at him, sneering. That kid dared to brandish a blade in the academy. If you push him too hard, who knows what he might do. First, knock him off the points leaderboard and take him down a notch. Then we'll talk. Brother Chow, you're really thorough. The people behind Chow Bin quickly chimed in. Huh. Chow Bin chuckled and continued. Go inform everyone, especially the freshmen. Whoever dares to team up with Chen Ge, don't blame me, Chow Bin, for being ruthless. Got it, Brother Chow. Chu Tian was thrilled. The news quickly spread among the students of the Divine Capital Academy. Have you heard the news? Chow Bin has made it clear anyone who dares to team up with Chen Ge will face his wrath. Is he really going to target a freshman? This is going to make things tough for Chen Ge. Without a team, he won't be able to enter high-difficulty dungeons and instances. Quan Zian and her roommates discussed the matter, each voicing their opinions. Quan Zian frowned slightly. She didn't care much about Chen Ge, but targeting a freshman was truly disgraceful, and the methods were so underhanded. Who is Chow Bin? Quan Zian turned to ask. One roommate immediately explained. Chow Bin is from the Chow family. The Chow family holds significant power in the Eastern Alliance military, practically a warlord family. He's currently ranked around 950th on the points leaderboard, another roommate added. Ah, this is going to be trouble for Chen Ge. Although each of her roommates had their own backgrounds, none could compare to a warlord family like the Chow family, so they naturally didn't think highly of Chun Ji's chances. If no one is willing to team up with him, I guess I'll reluctantly team up with him. Quan Zian thought to herself. It's not that I care about him, I just can't stand those despicable tactics. She nodded firmly to herself. At this moment, Chen Ge was completely unaware of these developments. Free things are always the most enticing, and tonight he ate twice as much as usual. Returning to his dorm, the fridge was stocked with specially prepared drinks, and there were staff who came daily to restock and clean. The lifestyle of those ranked in the top 1,000 on the points leaderboard is practically divine. The rules say that every time you move up 100 ranks, your living standards improve significantly. Looks like I need to work harder. While sipping his drink, Chun-gu glanced out the window at the palace. If this place is already so luxurious, wouldn't life inside the palace be like that of an emperor? A trace of longing stirred in his heart. Checking the time, he picked up the phone to call his parents, exchanged greetings, and ended the call only after receiving a playful kiss from Chen-shi. Early the next morning, Chun-gu finished washing up and headed toward the Chongqing Hall. At the Divine Capital Academy, there were many ways to earn points, but the most direct and effective method was to take on tasks. The Academy had the best information channels and resources in the Eastern Federation, providing students with numerous dungeon, secret realm, and abyss missions. Once students accepted a mission, the Academy would dispatch a dedicated aircraft to transport them, saving time. Any challenges you could think of, the Academy would help you solve. Students only needed to focus on continuously improving their magic card master level and earning points. Everything else was taken care of. This time, Chun-gu didn't go directly to the mission hall, but headed to the trading hall first. He planned to put up the sword weapon mastery and speed boost cards for trade to see if he could exchange them for cards he could use. Why not sell them directly? The official sales channels were regulated by the Federation, especially for legendary magic cards. Once sold for money, a tax of at least 50% had to be paid. The higher the magic card level, the higher the tax. Large-scale transactions of high-level magic cards would also attract official attention. After all, powerful magic cards aren't something you can easily draw, and this could bring unnecessary trouble. Such high tax rates are unaffordable for anyone. Paying half the tax feels like being ruthlessly ripped off by the seller. Private transactions? Not only are large amounts easily noticed, but those who can afford such cards are not simple people. Both buyers and sellers need intermediaries and connections, and no one knows the true background of the seller. If the card and money are both stolen by the other party, what can someone without background or connections do? Therefore, for someone like Chun-gu, who lacks background and connections, the best option is to trade cards through the Academy's trading hall. Hello, please help me register these 2 magic cards. Chun-gu arrived at the trading hall, sat at an independent counter, and handed over the 2 prepared magic cards to the staff. All right, student, please wait a moment. The staff member, a beautiful woman in uniform, smiled gently. But as she took the magic cards, she froze instantly. Legendary level sword mastery card. Legendary level speed boost card. Someone is actually putting up such top-tier magic cards. Does their family own a mine? The magic cards that usually appear in the trading hall are mostly high-level or rare ones, with some rare mid-level cards. Legendary level magic cards are rarely seen. Even when they do appear, they are often useless junk cards, far less practical than high-level cards. Although she wasn't a magic card master, the 2 cards before her were top-tier, even among legendary cards in terms of both level and practicality. Student, are you sure you want to register these 2 magic cards? The staff member cautiously asked again, as these 2 cards were incredibly valuable. I'm sure. Please help me register them. Chun-gu nodded. Keeping these 2 cards wouldn't be as useful as exchanging them for cards that would benefit him. If he couldn't find satisfactory cards in the end, he could still take them back, so there was no risk. Soon, the information was entered, and the magic cards were successfully registered. All right, student, the cards have been registered. If someone is willing to trade with you, we will notify you. If the other party wants to meet you, would you agree? The staff member asked. Send me the information about the other party's magic cards first, and then I'll decide whether to meet them. Chun-gu replied with a smile. Understood. The staff member nodded. After finishing his business, Chun-gu turned and headed to the mission hall. The hall was bustling with people, and the large screen overhead displayed the latest mission information for dungeons and secret realms. 001, location, Fengdu City, mission type, Platinum 1 dungeon, level requirement, Platinum level, mission difficulty, B level, team size requirement, 5 or more. 1022, location, Wanan City, mission type, Gold 3 Abyss, level requirement, Gold level, difficulty, a level, team size requirement, 10 or more. The large screen also displayed team invitation information. 1. Team leader, Chen Chufeng, Magic Card Master level, Gold 1. Target, Dungeon number 1412, current team members, 3. 99. Team leader, Lin Yu, Magic Card Master level, Platinum 2. Target, Abyss number 998, current team members, 4. Students with strong abilities usually have fixed teams, while those with slightly weaker abilities often look for teammates individually. Hello. Chen Gu approached the staff member responsible for assigning missions. Hello. Which mission would you like to take? The other party was a beautiful girl, dressed appropriately, with a gentle smile. Can you not set such strict requirements for the Magic Card Master level and team size? Chen Gu thought to himself. He just wanted to absorb magic power alone. Teammates would only slow down his speed in earning points and magic power. He didn't want to form a team. The staff member paused for a moment, then smiled and said, Hello, please show your Magic Card Master wristband first. Chen Gu smiled and handed it over. The screen displayed the information. Name, Chen Gu, Magic Card Master level, Silver 5, points, 98,102. Highest task difficulty completed, none. Chen Gu. The staff member was startled upon seeing the name and looked at Chen Gu carefully. This was the legendary figure among the freshmen. May I ask, Chen Gu, which task would you like to take? The staff member asked with a smile. That one. Chen Gu pointed at the big screen and said, Number 999. The staff member quickly pulled up the relevant information. 999, location, Sanyuan City, task type, Gold 9 Abyss, level requirement, Gold level, task difficulty, a level, team size requirement, 5 or more people. Silver 5-star challenging Gold 9-star Abyss. The staff member froze for a moment. Such a large level gap was extremely rare. Even stranger, he wanted to go in alone. Either he was crazy or a genius. Judging by the current situation, it was clearly the latter. Ha ha. The staff member let out an awkward laugh and said, Chen Gu, your points are sufficient to enter the Gold level Abyss. But as for the team size requirement, unless you've completed higher difficulty tasks, it cannot be relaxed. How many monsters are there in an Abyss anyway? If 8 people split the points, magic power, and blank cards, how much can each person get? Chen Gu muttered to himself. Someone as outstanding as him deserved more lenient rules. If others heard his thoughts, they'd probably explode. The Abyss isn't just a few small monsters. It's practically swarming with beasts, and you wouldn't even know how you died. The real reason was that Chen Gu's magic card level was too high, so he felt there was nothing to fear inside. Can you really make an exception? Chen Gu asked politely again. Sorry, it's really not possible. The staff member replied apologetically. All right, then I'll find people myself. Chen Gu reluctantly turned to register his team information. Soon, his team invitation appeared on the big screen in the hall. 1412, Team Leader, Chen Gu, Magic Card Master level, Silver 5, Target, Abyss number 999, current team members, 1. Look, Chen Gu is inviting people to form a team. Number 999, isn't that the Gold 9-star Abyss? Yes, it's the Gold 9-star Abyss. He just a Silver 5-star, and he dares to challenge the Gold 9-star Abyss alone? Is he crazy? There's a fine line between genius and madness. He's a freshman with 98,000 points, so it's understandable. Not to mention that Xiao Bin has already spread the word not to team up with him. Even if he hadn't, no one would dare to join him. That's just asking for death. Honestly, this is a bit over the top. The surrounding students whispered among themselves, but no one was willing to join. An hour passed, and Chen Gu frowned. There's no one at all. Isn't this a waste of time? I'd be better off alone. After a pause, he added, with this time, I could be already finished and come back. These words are a bit boastful. The time spent in the past was probably even longer. In the distance, Xiao Bin, Shu Tian, and others looked at Chen Gu sitting there foolishly, their faces full of mockery. Ha ha, Brother Xiao, your move is ruthless. That guy still looks so clueless. In the end, he'll be just like those useless people, only able to take on F-level solo missions. Ha ha. Ha. he still hasn't figured out his place. It's truly ridiculous. Chao Bin was very satisfied with the current situation and sneered, saying, "This is just the beginning. He just got lucky and drew a few decent magic cards. But we're different the longer time goes on, the stronger our magic cards will become. By then, he'll understand the real gap between an ordinary working-class family and us." The incident with Su Li being bullied is just an example. You scored well, drew a powerful magic card, and got into Shindu Academy, but so what? Luck has its limits, but the resources of those wealthy families, officials, and military leaders are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The gap between these elite families and you is just a matter of time. Brother Chao is right. Chen Ji's luck is only temporary. We rely on strength. How can he compare to us? Hearing Chao Bin's words, Chu Tian's previously suppressed aura began to rise again. Chao Bin was right compared to the Chu family. Someone like Chen Gu, who relies on luck, will eventually be surpassed. Ha! Clap! Clap! Chao Bin turned and laughed, patting Chu Tian's shoulder. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly saw a figure walking toward Chen Gu, and his face immediately turned grim. It was that reckless orphan, Su Li. Looking up at the big screen, Chen Ji's team now had 2 people. Is he seeking death? Chao Bin's expression changed drastically. His jaw clenched, wishing he could devour Su Li. This was practically a slap in his face. What infuriated him the most was that it was the person he looked down on the most. Chao Bin's face darkened, while Chen Gu smiled when he saw Su Li. "Did you apply to team up?" Chen Gu stood up and asked with a smile. "Yes." Su Li nodded slightly, the gloomy expression on his face showing a hint of a smile. "Although my level is low, I still want to team up with you." "Not bad, good choice. We're still short on people, let's sit down and talk." Chen Gu smiled and invited Su Li to sit beside him. After Su Li sat down, he glanced at Chao Bin and the others not far away before saying to Chen Gu, "Do you have some kind of grudge with Chao Bin?" "Chao Bin? Who's that?" Chen Gu was momentarily stunned. Although he was friendly, he often unintentionally offended people, and with so many people, he didn't pay much attention. Su Li hesitated for a moment and said, "Last night, Chao Bin's group spread the word that anyone who teams up with you is going against them." As he spoke, Su Li's gaze shifted to Chao Bin again, only to see his face darkened, his eyes full of murderous intent, and his lips curled in mockery. Following Su Li's gaze, Chen Gu saw a familiar face, Chu Tian. "I haven't seen the leader before, and I've only met Chu Tian a few times during the college entrance exams. What kind of grudge could there be?" Chen Gu frowned. Su Li turned to Chen Gu and gave a bitter smile. "I heard you're from an ordinary family too. They're deliberately targeting you. They usually like to bully students from ordinary families. Is that so?" Hearing this, Chen Gu glanced at Chao Bin and Chu Tian again, his eyes and lips showing mockery. He clenched his fist, turned his thumb downward, and made a provocative gesture. These useless people only know how to use such despicable means. "You." Seeing Chen Ji's provocation, Chao Bin's expression changed, but he remained calm. Chu Tian, however, couldn't hold back and was ready to rush over to teach Chen Gu a lesson. Sigh, Chao Bin grabbed Chu Tian, who was about to charge forward. "Heh, there aren't many people in the Divine Capital Academy who dare to act like this towards me. This kid is quite interesting, but I wonder how long he can last." Chao Bin and Chen Gu exchanged challenging glances, full of provocation. This scene caused an uproar among the students in the hall. "Wow, that Chen Gu is really bold, daring to make that gesture in front of Chao Bin. I heard Chen Gu almost got into a fight in the cafeteria last night. This guy is really crazy. This is just insane. Have you considered Chao Bin's background? Not many people dare to provoke him at school, especially since Chen Ji's family doesn't seem to have any background. Isn't he just a madman? Totally crazy. Who would dare to team up with him like this? Isn't that just asking for trouble?" The students were chattering away. After a while, Chen Gu withdrew his gaze and turned to Su Li, asking, "They've said all that, and you still want to team up with me?" Yesterday, everyone said Su Li was timid, but now it seemed that wasn't the case at all. Su Li looked up seriously at Chen Gu and said, "I don't have much ability, but you helped me yesterday, so I'll help you in the future." Her eyes were firm, with no trace of fear. "Thanks." Chen Gu smiled and thanked her, casually glancing toward Chao Bin's direction, where his gaze happened to meet Quan Zian's. Chen Gu smiled and nodded at Quan Zian in greeting. Originally planning to join Chen Jiyi's team, Quan Zian frowned and stopped in her tracks. She had intended to join Chen Jiyi's team, but this man smiled at her so warmly, as if he was trying to play some kind of hard-to-get trick. Forget it. He already has a teammate, and I won't meddle in his affairs to avoid him overthinking. I, Quan Zian, am not someone who can be easily approached. Zian, let's go. Someone from Quan Zian's side, who had already formed a team, called out to her. All right. Quan Zian didn't respond to Chen Jiyi's smile and directly turned to leave. Chen Gu was already used to Quan Zian's attitude and watched her leave indifferently. Chen Gu, why don't we go do that task 1482 first? It's an E-level task and only requires 2 people. You're not going to find 5 teammates just waiting here. Su Li suggested to Chen Gu. Chen Gu looked up at the big screen. The task Su Li mentioned was a silver 5-star secret realm, which posed little challenge to him. Before Chen Gu could respond, Su Li quickly added, there's a secret realm forest nearby with many secret realms of the same level. We can take on 9 similar tasks at once. The more tasks we complete, the lower the requirements will be. Secret realm forest? Chen Gu raised an eyebrow. The secret realm forest was a place with many secret realms of similar levels nearby. Although the levels weren't high, there were plenty of them. The Divine Capital Academy had its own rules, causing trouble without strength was useless. Once you proved your strength, the requirements would naturally be relaxed. The Academy set so many restrictions to prevent students from being too weak. If you had enough strength, no one could stop you. There are 9 secret realms over there. The 2 of us can complete them in 3 or 4 days, and we'll earn quite a lot of points. Su Li continued. Those secret realms will take 3 or 4 days. Chen Gu said helplessly. 5 or 6 days will do. Clearly, Su Li had no understanding of Chen Jiyi's capabilities. Chen Gu was speechless, stood up, and said, Fine, since we're wasting time here anyway, let's go. It won't take much time. The 2 then got up to accept the mission. During registration, Chen Gu discovered that Su Li was only silver 3-star. You've been at the Divine Capital Academy for a year, and you're only silver 3-star? Chen Gu was utterly confused. He had already been silver 5-star when he enrolled, so how could Su Li still be silver 3-star after a year? This wasn't just a matter of weak strength. Huh? Su Li chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head, and said helplessly, No one teams up with me. I usually do F-level missions alone, so my rank and points are low. Low. This was beyond low. But ultimately, it was because he was bullied by others. How could his rank be this low under normal circumstances? Chen Gu quickly adjusted his mindset. It's okay. From now on, I'll team up with you, and we'll work together. Thank you. A glimmer of light flashed in Su Li's eyes as he looked at him gratefully. After the staff finished registering their information, Chen Gu and Su Li walked out of the mission hall with smiles, heading to the airport to wait for the exclusive mission plane. In the distance, Chao Bin saw this scene and frowned. Ha ha ha. With their situation, the best they can do is take on a 2-person E-level mission. How many points can they earn? It's a complete waste of time. And that Su Li is just a useless burden. Taking him along will only drag them down. It's hilarious. E-level mission points are pitifully low. It's a total waste of time. Chen Gu being kicked off the leaderboard is just a matter of time. The people behind Chao Bin burst into laughter. With a smirk, Chao Bin asked, When's the next leaderboard update? Brother Chao, counting today, it's 7 days away, someone behind him replied. Heh, Chao Bin sneered. All right, let's not idle around. Let's go take on a mission. Yes, Brother Chao. The 2 behind him responded loudly. Chao Bin turned to the 2 newcomers and said, Don't worry, I'll make sure you return to your rightful positions. Just follow me and work hard. Yes, Brother Chao. The 2 ranked 1,000 and 1,001 were overjoyed. Being able to team up with Chao Bin, who was ranked 905, was all thanks to Chen Gu. Leading his team to accept a mission, Chao Bin glanced in the direction where Chen Gu had disappeared and sneered. Once you're pushed out of the top 1,000, let's see if you still dare to act so arrogant. Quick, check the Academy's official website. There are 2 top-tier legendary cards in the trading hall, and they're absolutely incredible. I saw them. Who put these up? It's insane. These two cards are among the best in the legendary tier. I really want them. Nearby students were buzzing with excitement. As Chao Bin and his team were heading to the airport to take on their mission, they overheard the commotion. Chun Ji's two magic cards were like two bombs dropped on the Divine Capital Academy, instantly igniting the attention of the entire academy. Upon hearing this, Chao Bin and the others quickly took out their phones to check. Magic card name. Sword weapon mastery quality. Legendary type. Skill card. Magic card name. Speed boost quality. Legendary type. Skill card. Sword weapon mastery. Speed boost. These two are top-tier legendary magic cards. Chao Bin and his team took a look and couldn't help but swallow hard. These are treasures. Who put these up? Do they own a mine or a magic card factory? These two magic cards are absolutely top-notch. Everyone couldn't help but swallow hard, completely unaware that these were the extra magic cards in Chun Ji's possession, especially the word extra. It's almost impossible to exchange these two cards for equivalent magic cards in a short time. I need to check with the family about the situation. Chao Bin calculated in his mind. In fact, his teammates had the same thought. But finding magic cards of equal value to these two was extremely difficult because their application range was so broad. There were countless warriors who used swords who wouldn't need an enhancement in swordsmanship. The speed boost card was even more coveted who wouldn't want to run faster. As the card description stated, speed is the greatest advantage in battle. I have something to do. I'll make a call first. You guys wait here. Chao Bin turned around and said, I'll make a call too. Just as well, I want to check in with my family. It's been a while since I contacted them. The teammates behind him chimed in. Chao Bin helplessly walked to the side and dialed his family's number. Hello, what's the matter? Chao Bin's father, who held a high position, answered with an authoritative tone. Chao Bin immediately informed him about the appearance of the two top-tier legendary cards at the academy. They are indeed exceptional, but the family doesn't have any matching magic cards to trade for them. Chao Bin's father responded solemnly. I'm just letting you know. You'll have to assess the situation yourself. Chao Bin replied respectfully. Although the Chao family was a prominent family, their resources in high-level magic cards were limited, making it difficult to have extra cards available for trade, let alone ones that could match the value of the two legendary cards in Chun Ji's possession. Meanwhile, Quan Zian had already boarded the plane heading to the mission site. Quick, check the Academy's official website. Someone has listed two top-tier legendary cards. This is just incredible. Quan Zian's teammates exclaimed in surprise, and she quickly took out her phone to check. When she saw Sword Weapon Mastery, her eyes lit up. I really want to have it. She loved her sword, but her swordsmanship wasn't good enough. If she could get this card, her swordsmanship would definitely improve significantly. Then she looked at the Speed Boost card, and her heart wavered again. I want this one too. I want them both so badly. Quan Zian bit her lip lightly, silently chanting in her heart. Afterward, she uploaded the information of the magic cards she couldn't use and initiated a trade request. She left a message. If there are no suitable magic cards, we can discuss further in person. Hopefully, there's a chance. After finishing, Quan Zian looked into the distance with anticipation. As for Chun Gu, he and Su Li had already boarded a helicopter heading near the destination. Since it was close to the Divine Capital, a regular helicopter was sufficient. If the distance were farther, they would need a large transport plane to fly to a nearby airport and then switch to a helicopter for the final leg. Such transfers would waste quite a bit of time. Not bad. Although the Secret Realms level is a bit low, it's close, so we can finish the mission early and return sooner. Chun Gu stretched lazily after getting off the helicopter. Hello. After completing the mission, you can call us within 2 days to pick you up. The co-pilot turned around and said to Chun Gu and Su Li. Thank you. Su Li was about to respond when Chun Gu immediately pulled him back and said to the co-pilot, Please wait here for a while. We'll complete the task today. It's not easy for you to make the trip back and forth. Although it wasn't far, a one-way trip would take 2.5 hours, and going back and forth would be a complete waste of time. Chun Gu was being considerate of everyone. Huh. The co-pilot was stunned for a moment. The 40-something driver beside him also turned to look at him, feeling a bit puzzled. What was going on with this mysterious forest? Completing the task today? Student, according to the information, There are a total of 9 secret realms here. Are you joking when you say you'll finish today? The students of the Divine Capital Academy were all future top-tier magic card masters. Although the driver was inwardly skeptical, he spoke politely. It'll take you at least 5 hours to go back and forth, right? Gu gestured with his hand. 5 hours is 5 hours. If there's any problem, I'll take full responsibility for the consequences, okay? Their round trip wouldn't just waste their own time, it would waste Ji's time even more. With that time, Gu could return earlier and be in his best state to take on other tasks tomorrow. His goal was clear: to complete as many tasks as possible, prove his strength, take on higher-level tasks, earn more points, and ultimately become number one. It was that simple. Just to clarify, he wasn't working so hard for some shallow reason like living in a luxurious palace. The driver and co-pilot exchanged glances, and the driver spoke up. "Student, that's fine. But I must remind you that we need to report this to the main station first. If you fail to complete the task within the specified time and delay the flight schedule of the main station, points will be deducted." At the Divine Capital Academy, losing points was no small matter, as everything for the students revolved around points. Gu is really bold. Su Li, standing nearby, knew that Gu was a legendary freshman and must have confidence to speak like this, but he couldn't help but ask. "Very bold, right?" Gu glanced at Su Li and said with a smile, "Only by being bold can you seize opportunities. If you're timid, when will you ever get to live in that palace?" He accidentally let his inner thoughts slip. Palace. Palace. Su Li was stunned for a moment before quickly understanding. Gu was clearly referring to the Cloud Palace, where the top 10 students of the Divine Capital Academy lived, a place everyone envied. Forget about living there, Su Li didn't even dare to dream of making it into the top 1,000. Those top students were all descendants of the most powerful families in the Divine Capital Academy. Almost every one of them possessed divine phantom cards, with piles of advanced magic cards at their disposal. They were truly the figures standing at the pinnacle of the pyramid. The tasks they undertook were different: 2 high-level ruins and Forbidden Zone missions that earned them a significant amount of points in one go. But on second thought, Ji's current point ranking was already at 999th place, meaning he was already standing within the pyramid. All he needed to do was keep climbing higher. "I understand now." Su Li nodded solemnly and said to the driver, "Gentlemen, this is Gu, the legendary freshman of our Divine Capital Academy, ranked 999th on the points leaderboard. Since he said so, please follow his instructions." Legendary freshman, ranked 999th on the points leaderboard? The driver and co-driver heard this, exchanged glances, and were extremely surprised. They had only received the pickup information earlier and didn't know the specifics, but Gu's reputation at Shindu Academy was now well known, and all the staff were aware of him. "All right, we'll report to the front desk. You guys go ahead," the driver said solemnly, watching Gu and Su Li head toward the secret realm. 9 secret realms, 5 hours, a legendary freshman? Interesting. I'd like to see if he's really that impressive. The driver spoke slowly only after Gu and Su Li had walked far away. "I've heard that no freshman has ever made it into the top 1,000 on the leaderboard right after enrollment. That's truly legendary," the younger co-driver said, his eyes filled with envy. Unfortunately, he hadn't awakened a source of magic power and could only live as an ordinary person for the rest of his life. "That's why it's interesting. I'll report this, and you'll be responsible for calculating the time they spend in each secret realm," the driver said with a smile. Understood. The two got busy with their tasks. Meanwhile, inside the first secret realm, "Only 5 hours, then let us go all out." Su Li immediately took off his jacket and tossed it aside, pulling out his equipment card, ready for battle, brimming with excitement. "What are you doing?" Gu glanced at the jacket on the ground and turned to ask Su Li. Past the secret realm, of course. What else?" Su Li looked at Gu's expressionless face, momentarily stunned. "Stand back, pick up your jacket, don't throw things around just because it's a secret realm. Put your weapon away too, don't waste time." Gu casually waved his hand. "Huh." Su Li nodded blankly, put away his equipment, picked up his jacket, and stepped aside. He didn't understand why preparing for battle was considered wasting time. The next second, his jaw almost dropped. In the blink of an eye, Chun-gu summoned thousands of skeletons surrounding him, including low-level skeleton warriors, high-level skeleton generals, and even rare skeleton knights. You've got to be kidding me. Su Li blinked and rubbed his eyes, confirming he wasn't mistaken. There really were that many skeletons. Who could summon so many skeletons at once? This was just too absurd. I estimate there are at least 2,000 or 3,000. Su Li hesitated and started counting. 1, 2, 3. Gulp. The skeletons charged forward to fight. Chun-gu followed closely behind, and Su Li stayed at the back counting. 921, 922. Before he could finish counting, they were teleported out of the secret realm. Su Li stood there stunned. What was going on? He hadn't even finished counting and just wanted to know how many skeleton warriors Chun-gu had summoned. Was it really that hard? What are you doing? Chun-gu turned to see Su Li raising his hand, pointing forward in a somewhat awkward posture. Nothing, nothing. Su Li quickly withdrew his hand. In the next secret realm, he decided to count faster. Let us go to the next one. Chun-gu walked ahead. Su Li followed behind, heading toward the next secret realm. From afar, the driver and co-driver clearly saw what was happening. 22 minutes and 32 seconds. That's really fast. The co-driver was momentarily stunned when he saw Chun-gu and Su Li being teleported out. Interesting, it's indeed fast, but whether they can maintain this pace is still unknown. After all, each secret realm is different. The driver was eating an apple while enthusiastically observing. His speed should be quite fast, right? Why aren't you surprised at all, old Chu? The young co-pilot turned his head and asked. Old Chu replied, Shaoli, you're still young and inexperienced. This is nothing. I've seen others at the same level who are much faster, at least 7 minutes faster. Chun-gu and Su Li had already entered the second secret realm. In front of them were green mountains and clear waters, a picturesque landscape. A valley? Isn't walking a waste of time? Chun-gu frowned. Su Li held up a sunshade, gazing into the distance, then snapped back to reality and looked at Chun-gu. Chun-gu was determined to count how many skeletons he could summon today. Even if the principal came, he wouldn't stop. At that moment, Su Li saw 2 adult dragons standing beside Chun-gu, along with 7 or 8 young dragons. Ah! Su Li's jaw dropped, his eyes almost popping out. What on earth was he seeing? 2 adult dragons? 8 young dragons. Are you kidding me? Su Li couldn't help but complain inwardly. What are you doing? Chun-gu asked with a smile. In nothing. Su Li quickly shook off his thoughts and shook his head. Although shocked, he didn't say anything. As an excellent magic card master, he knew better than to casually ask about someone else's magic card information, let alone reveal it. While some people didn't follow the rules, he was a rule-abiding person. Why are you still standing there? Don't waste time, Chun-gu urged. Hurry up and get on. Ride a dragon? A scene Su Li had never imagined appeared in his mind. Then which one do you want to ride? Chun-gu asked helplessly. Roar, the dragons roared to the sky, displaying their pride. Seeing this, Su Li's heart surged with excitement, and he immediately jumped onto a dragon. In an instant, the 2 dragons carried the 2 of them, along with a group of young dragons, flying through the secret realm and clearing the magical beasts below. Su Li felt the vastness of the world, as if he could never be trapped again. Due to the complex terrain and challenging situation, 20 minutes and 9 seconds later. Old Chu, they're out. This time it was 20 minutes and 9 seconds. Pretty impressive. Shaoli patted the bored Old Chu beside him. Old Chu stood up, glanced over, and sighed. Don't make such a fuss. I've told you before, the slowest one only took 19 minutes and 29 seconds. What's so remarkable about this? Sigh. Old Chu sighed again. Still too young, too narrow-minded. Shaoli fell silent. Chun-gu and the others had already entered the third secret realm. Su Li was excitedly preparing to ride a dragon, but he suddenly noticed that the surroundings were densely packed with skeletons. Perfect. I can count how many skeletons Chun-gu can summon. Su Li rolled up his sleeves, lowered his head, and prepared to count. But as soon as he looked up, he fell silent. The number of skeletons in front of him was no less than 10,000. His lips trembled slightly. Although shocked, he said nothing. What are you doing? Chun-gu turned back with a smile, seeing Su Li standing dumbfounded, far away from him, probably unable to even sense the magic power. Nothing, just taking a break, Su Li replied. keeping a calm face despite his astonishment. Today's whiteboard cards, we'll split them 80-20. Is that okay with you? Shingo asked while there was still time. Ah. Suli froze for a moment, pointing at his own nose and asking in disbelief. I can still get 20%. He quickly snapped back to reality and waved his hands frantically. No, no, forget it. I'm just tagging along with you. Taking magic power and points for free already makes me feel bad. All right, I said 20%, so it's 20%. Shingo made up his mind. If it were someone else, he would have taken it all, but today Suli risked being targeted by Chow Bin and was willing to team up with him. Both emotionally and rationally, he would never let the other party walk away empty-handed. Thank you. Suli quickly expressed his gratitude, feeling a bit touched. He had been at the Divine Capital Academy for over a year, and this was the first time someone had stood up for him. Now he was even gifted a blank card for free. This kindness, Suli would remember for a lifetime. 18 minutes and 1 second later. Old Chu. Not bad. He really has strength. I underestimated him. Little Lee muttered softly. He's obviously amazing. Do you even need to underestimate him? 16 minutes later. Old Chu began to reflect on whether there was something wrong with himself. Little Lee's face was full of joy, secretly cheering for Chun-gu and Su Li. 15 minutes later. Old Chu started seriously pondering the meaning of life, finally concluding, this speed must already be the limit. Little Lee. I think they can go even faster. Sigh, young people are still too inexperienced. Old Chu glanced back at Little Lee and sighed. 14 minutes later. Old Chu began to doubt whether there was something wrong with his life. 13 minutes later. Old Chu felt that he was still young, and it was normal to lack experience. 10 minutes later. Old Chu's mouth twitched slightly. He understood now it wasn't his fault, it was that legendary student named Chun-gu who was just too strong. He was simply too amazing. Being this good makes it really hard for an old-timer like me. 8 minutes later. When Old Chu saw Chun-gu and Su Li emerge from the 9th secret realm, his eyes almost popped out. This can't be real, right? 8 minutes? Are you kidding me? Little Lee, sitting beside him, didn't even have the mood to mock Old Chu. He was completely dumbfounded. What on earth was going on with them? He calculated the time. 9 secret realms took them a total of 136 minutes and 42 seconds. Is this real? How did they even do it? Although Little Lee trusted Chun-gu and Su Li, the data was simply too outrageous, completely unheard of. In the blink of an eye, Chun-gu and Su Li were already back on the helicopter. There were 4 people in the cabin, and 3 of them were utterly bewildered. Old Chu, where on earth did this young man come from? Is he a deity? Little Lee, he's too strong. Truly enviable. Su Li, who am I? Where am I? When did time begin? Where does the world end? What did I just witness? Am I crazy? Or is the world crazy? Could you hurry up? I'm in a rush to get back for dinner. Shinga noticed the helicopter hadn't moved for a while and reminded them. Oh, sure. Only then did Old Chu and Little Lee snap out of it, glancing at Chun-gu incredulously out of the corner of their eyes. They had only one thought. What a talent! When Chun-gu and the utterly bewildered Su Li returned to the Divine Capital Academy, it was only a little past 4 in the afternoon. Su Li, not bad. It's only a little past 4. Chun-gu got off the helicopter, checked the time, and said to Su Li with satisfaction. Not bad. Su Li nodded dumbly, but in his heart, he just wanted to shout. What do you mean by not bad? Do you have some misunderstanding about the term not bad? Before, he couldn't understand why some people could rush into the top 1,000 of the leaderboard so quickly after joining. Now he finally understood. The gap between people is sometimes even greater than the gap between humans and dogs. All right, let's go hand in the task, and then have dinner together, shall we? Chun-gu smiled as he pulled Su Li away. Meanwhile, Lao Chu and Xiao Li stood in the wind, watching Chun-gu and Su Li leave. They could only say, what a talent. Chun-gu and Su Li quickly arrived at the task hall. Hello, students. Do you need any help? It was still the beautiful staff member responsible for recording from the morning. When she saw someone approaching, she greeted them with a smile. But upon seeing Chun-gu and Su Li, her speech gradually slowed down and even stopped. Are you two not the ones who were supposed to arrive on the arranged flight? The beautiful staff member hesitated. Hello, the task is already completed. Chun-gu handed over the mage card wristband. Calm. Completed? The beautiful staff member froze, scanning Chun-Ji's wristband half-believingly. It's really completed? She looked up at Chun-Gu in disbelief. This was too impressive. May I ask, how many of these tasks do I need to complete to loosen the restrictions on me? Chun-Gu asked the question that had been on his mind. The beautiful staff member quickly regained her composure and replied with a smile. Based on your performance and time today, tomorrow you can take on D-level silver grade tasks. That's not bad. Thank you for your hard work. After saying this, Chun-Gu left with Su Li. Once the information was entered, the system would automatically calculate and distribute points based on the number of beasts slain and the task level, so there was no need to worry. Ha. After Chun-Gu and Su Li left, the beautiful staff member chuckled dryly and muttered, "Is this the charm of legendary freshmen? What's wrong, Alan?" At that moment, a colleague walked over and asked. Nothing. Alan quickly shook her head in denial. The student's information was confidential, and even if she knew, she couldn't casually disclose it. This was a basic professional rule. As for Chun-Gu, he couldn't take on any more tasks today. Just as he stepped out of the task hall, he thought about going to eat. But as he looked up, he saw a group of students gathered at the stone steps below the Chongqing Hall, with two tall men standing in the center. Both men were dressed in suits, their expressions arrogant, and their aura clearly indicated they were not ordinary people. What's going on? Chun-Gu turned to ask Su Li, who was still engrossed in studying the origins of the universe. Su Li looked up for a long time, then shook his head and said, "I don't know." Chun-Gu was speechless. After staring for so long, he still didn't know? It was truly laughable and exasperating. At that moment, the two men below noticed Chun-Gu. They immediately left the crowd and walked straight toward him. "Hello, Chun-Gu." The first man to approach was burly, with tight muscles that seemed to contain thunderous power. His facial features were sharp, but his smile carried a hint of friendliness as he extended his hand to greet Chun-Gu. Chun-Gu was momentarily stunned but still smiled and shook his hand. "Hello, you are." The other man, who appeared slightly softer but more handsome, also stepped forward, extending his hand and saying, "Hello, Chun-Gu. I am Chu Lingfeng, an officer of the Storm Eye Guild, and I am here to invite you to join us." "Hello." Chun-Gu nodded slightly and shook hands with Chu Lingfeng as well. The burly man frowned, glanced at Chu Lingfeng, and said, "Chu Lingfeng, you're being quite rude. Don't you know about first come, first served?" After speaking, he turned to Chun-Gu with a smile and introduced himself. "Hello, Chun-Gu. I am Chu Tianyuan, the Hall Master of the Azure Dragon Guild. I have come specifically to invite you to join our guild. Due to differences in culture and organizational structure, the titles within various guilds differ." "Hello," Chun-Gu responded blankly once again. At this moment, the surrounding students saw the scene and exclaimed in surprise. "Oh my God, they are actually here to invite Chun-Gu, a freshman, to join their guild? This is the Eye of the Storm and the Azure Dragon Guild. I wish I could join them too. Being able to join such a guild is truly an honor." The surrounding students were full of envy. It should be noted that there are only 9 super guilds in this world. They are not ordinary SSS level or SS level guilds, but super alliances formed by dozens of top-tier guilds. The resources and power of these guilds are enough to rival a federation. The Eye of the Storm and the Azure Dragon Guild are 2 of these 9 super guilds. For 2 guilds to send high-ranking members to personally invite a freshman was simply unheard of. This showed how much they valued Chun-Gu and believed in his limitless potential. If a student from an ordinary family could join such a guild, their status would rise rapidly. If a descendant of a prestigious family joined, it would be even more glorious. The news quickly exploded on the official forum of the Divine Capital Academy. Shocking. High-ranking members of the Eye of the Storm and Azure Dragon Guild personally invite Chun-Gu. Post number 1. Is this for real? He just enrolled. Post number 2. It's true. I was there in person. Post number 3. The Eye of the Storm, my dream. Why didn't they choose me? Post number 11. My dream is to join the Azure Dragon Guild and meet the legendary Super Card Master. So envious and jealous. Post number 999. Jealousy will destroy you. Don't turn into a groundhog. This topic instantly ignited the entire forum. Chun-Gu, our Azure Dragon Guild will provide you with a unique contract and offer resources beyond the imagination of ordinary people in a short period of time. Please consider it, Chu Tianyuan said, handing over an invitation letter and related documents. Chu Lingfeng quickly followed suit, handing over his own invitation letter and contract. Chen Guo, I believe the sincerity of our Eye of the Storm is no less than theirs. If you have any questions, we can discuss further. The surrounding students' eyes turned red with envy. Seeing these special contracts, who could hesitate? But choosing between the Eye of the Storm and the Azure Dragon Guild was indeed difficult. The Eye of the Storm was financially powerful, while the Azure Dragon Guild had the legendary Super Card Master. Truly a headache-inducing decision. Chen Guo, you can take the invitation letters and contracts back to review them carefully. If you have any questions, feel free to call me. I won't disturb you further, Chu Tianyuan said with a smile. After all, such a major decision couldn't be rushed. Chen Guo, I won't disturb you either. Please do consider our Eye of the Storm, Chu Lingfeng said, winking at Chen Guo, which made Chen Ji's skin crawl. Afterward, the two left. After Chu Lingfeng and Chu Tianyuan departed, Chen Guo took Su Li straight to the cafeteria for a meal, while the surrounding students looked on with envy. Meanwhile, Chao Bin and Chu Tian were on a plane heading to a small ruin. According to the plan, the time they returned from completing their mission would coincide perfectly with the next leaderboard update. Quick, check the Academy's official website. Chen Guo has been invited by Eye of the Storm and Azure Dragon Guild, and it's even a special contract, someone suddenly said, prompting others to take out their phones to check. Upon seeing the news, Chao Bin and Chu Tian's expressions subtly changed. However, Chao Bin immediately reassured everyone. Don't worry, it's just Eye of the Storm and Azure Dragon Guild. As long as you follow me and play well, your points will steadily surpass 1,000, and invitations will naturally come to you. Chu Tian chimed in. That's right. Students of Shindu Academy, as long as they make it onto the leaderboard, which guild wouldn't want to recruit them? It's just a matter of time. Chao Bin suddenly frowned. Strange. Weren't they out doing a mission? How are they already back at the academy? Someone sneered. They must have taken an East-level mission close to the academy, finished it, and came back. An E-level mission? What's that worth? Completing 100 of those wouldn't compare to the one we're doing. Exactly. When they come back, I want to see if they can still act so arrogant. Chao Bin chuckled lightly, but couldn't help glancing at the 2 magic cards on the trading page. He was very interested. His family had sent him a few magic cards, which he had already sent back, but the chances of success were slim. Compared to those 2 cards, his were practically trash. Only one was legendary, while the others were merely rare. Meanwhile, Quan Zian was nearing the mission location, and her teammates began discussing Chen Guo. Wow, that freshman is really impressive, being invited by both Eye of the Storm and Azure Dragon Guild. Huaiwe, you're ranked 808 on the leaderboard and have already been invited. What's there to envy? How is that the same? I was invited later, but he got invited as soon as he enrolled. The gap is huge. True, it shows that those 2 guilds really see potential in him. After all, he made it onto the leaderboard right after enrolling. Everyone was chatting away. Quan Zian, however, was constantly refreshing the magic card trading information on her phone. She really wanted those 2 cards, no matter the cost. Listening to her teammates talk about Chen Guo, a satisfied smile appeared on Quan Zian's lips. Chen Guo, I have to admit, you're indeed capable and strong, but you chose the wrong person. This will be your biggest mistake. At this moment, Chen Guo and Su Li walked out of the cafeteria, full and content. Chen Guo, which guild are you planning to join? Su Li asked tentatively. He was curious and couldn't help but ask, even though he knew he probably shouldn't. After all, both Eye of the Storm and Azure Dragon Guild are among the world's top 9 guilds, and a special contract means becoming a core member. Ordinary magic card masters can only join subsidiary guilds and climb up through their own efforts. For massive organizations like Eye of the Storm and Azure Dragon Guild, it's rare for anyone to squeeze into the core circle from the bottom. Neither. I don't want to work for anyone. Chen Guo answered decisively. Over the past period, he had already formulated a plan to establish his own force. Guild members would earn points by completing missions and submitting blank cards, which he would then use to create powerful magic cards for members to exchange with their points. This way, A large number of members would actively participate due to the allure of high-level magic cards, forming a virtuous cycle. Chenggu would only need to make the cards and enjoy the benefits, why not? Once the guild was established, trading would be more convenient and costs would be lower. As for money, in the face of a massive guild, money is just numbers. What truly matters is the guild's strength. He had figured it out. If he wanted to rise in this world, going solo wouldn't work. He needed a force of his own, whether for himself or his family. The first person he needed to cultivate was Su Li. Although this kid's strength was somewhat lacking, he dared to risk being targeted by Chao Bin to repay a favor, and Chenggu had decided on him. Not joining. Su Li was stunned. That was an opportunity most people dreamed of. Stop talking about that. Give me one of your blank cards. I have good luck, maybe I can help you draw a good card. Chenggu reached out for a card. Su Li hesitated for a moment before finally trembling as he handed over one. In truth, most of the blank cards he obtained were sold for money to sustain his life and support his friends at the orphanage. A blank card was worth 10,000, and casually using one was a luxury for him. Hand it over. Don't act like I'm asking for your life. Chenggu shook his head helplessly. Others begged him to draw cards, yet he was unwilling. Now he was giving Su Li a chance, but Su Li didn't seem to appreciate it. He directly infused magic power. Magic card name: Twin Blade Break quality, rare type, skill card effect. A passive skill card exclusively for daggers, with a chance to deal double damage during attacks. Description: designed specifically for dagger users. Do you like it? Not bad. Chenggu nodded and casually tossed it to Su Li. Su Li hurriedly caught it, and upon seeing the skill description, he was utterly shocked. He was currently using an epic-level dagger and dreamed of becoming a top-tier assassin. This skill card was practically a treasure among rare cards. Not bad. Are you underestimating the value of this card? Su Li suppressed his excitement and quickly grabbed Chenggu. Chenggu, if you don't mind, I'm willing to. Hey, no way. Chenggu quickly interrupted. Su Li looked up, stunned for a moment. I just want to recognize you as my boss. Is that not okay? Oh, Chenggu suddenly understood. That's fine. From now on, I'm your boss. Sounds good. Then, Chenggu said to Su Li, since that's the case, help me find some students with good character in the academy. I want to develop them. Even the worst students at the Divine Capital Academy were top-tier magic card masters in the Eastern Federation. The key was that good character was most important. Most of the students Su Li knew came from ordinary families, making them the best candidates for Chun Ji's team and guild. After agreeing, Chenggu and Su Li parted ways. Chenggu returned to his dorm, casually lay on the sofa, and slowly opened the academy's official website on his phone. Beep, beep, beep. His phone kept ringing. Chenggu was momentarily stunned and opened the trading page, seeing many people submitting exchange requests. He checked them one by one. They were all trash cards. Although the levels were the same, they had little value. Tisk looks like. Chenggu was about to speak when he saw the magic card information sent by Quan Zian, and his eyes lit up. Magic card name: Blood Surge quality, legendary type, skill card effect. When in a weakened state, use this card to remove the weakness. Physical strength, power, and speed increase by 500%, lasting for 1 hour. Description: this is a set card. If you have the related magic cards, congratulations. If not, it's useless to you. Do you have them? I have. Chenggu suddenly sat up from the sofa, nodding repeatedly. This is exactly his set of rage, perfect matching cards. Perfectly solving the side effects brought by rage, it's practically tailor-made for him. He also had his eye on other cards in Quan Zian's deck, such as Magic Card Name, Netherworld Dragon Quality, Legendary Type, Magic Pet Card Skills, Corrosive Flame, Netherworld Poison Description, a dragon from the Netherworld, living in the dark underground, covered in corrosive liquid, weak and pitiful. Who can save it? Gulp, Chenggu swallowed and muttered. I wonder if adding time acceleration would make it as strong as the Frostling Dragon. This card is also great, clearly prepared by Quan Zian specifically for him. There's another card he really likes. Magic Card Name, Call of the Dead quality, rare type, skill card effect, passive aura. Increases the damage of all summoned undead magic pets by 10%. Description: since you have undead magic pets, Isn't it reasonable to pair them with a skill card that boosts their combat power? Completely reasonable. Chun-gun nodded repeatedly, finding the description thoughtful and practical. All three cards are excellent. As he reviewed the detailed information, he noticed that the other party had requested a meeting, and it turned out to be Quan Zian. So it's her. Chun-ji's lips curved slightly, and he began to form a plan. These three cards indeed don't match Quan Zian's usual style. Given her personality, with some negotiation tactics, exchanging two legendary cards for these three should be no problem. He immediately agreed to the meeting and let her choose the location. Chun-gu wasn't trying to save trouble. He knew that someone like Quan Zian, a young lady of her stature, would likely be dissatisfied if he chose the place. It was better to respect her choice and appear more gentlemanly. At this moment, having just finished a battle and resting, Quan Zian took out her phone and couldn't help but smile when she saw that he had agreed to the meeting. Great. At this pace, the task could be completed by tomorrow, and she could return to the Divine Capital Academy by the latest, the morning after. Quan Zian thought for a moment and immediately sent the meeting time and location. The excitement on her face was hard to hide. The next day, please arrange tasks 372, 1207, and 1525. Chun-gu quickly walked forward with Su Li and said, yesterday, Chun-gu had taken on tasks from the beautiful staff member, Alan. After getting familiar with the process, he always came to her for convenience and efficiency. What? Seeing Chun-gu and Su Li together, Alan was momentarily stunned. She had just assigned them 3 silver D-level tasks in the morning, and it was only noon. How had they already returned? Oh, I forgot. They've completed all 3 tasks. Let us settle them. Chun-gu handed over his magic card master wristband. Ha. Not long after, Alan watched as Chun-gu and Su Li hurriedly left the task hall, unable to suppress a wry smile. To be honest, this legendary freshman was too strong. 3 silver D-level tasks, completed in one morning, and if you subtract the time spent traveling, it was basically just a quick in and out. This speed was simply unbelievable. Even more impressive was his mastery of time management. The tasks he chose were all nearby, and the sequence was logical, wasting almost no time on the road. Although the task levels were low and the points were few, with his method, he might earn as many points as someone who spends days completing a high-level task. In the afternoon, Alan felt lucky to be working at the Divine Capital Academy. Although the job was boring, the pay was high. Glancing at the time, it was almost a shift handover. I thought they might make it back before my shift ended, but it seems they finished this morning. As Alan was thinking, Chun-gu and Su Li appeared in her line of sight. Although they were a bit late, they finally arrived. They really came back? Alan had been working for so long and had never seen students this efficient. Chun-gu and Su Li walked up to Alan to settle their task points. Chun-gu asked helplessly, when can we take on more difficult tasks? Alan glanced at the computer screen. The system had already completed the evaluation. Seeing the result, she was momentarily stunned and said, Chun-gu, based on your completion rate today, the system has assessed that you can directly take on silver grade A and below tasks. Thank you. It was getting late, and heading out again might mean staying out until midnight. Chun-gu smiled, thanked her, and left, leaving Alan in a daze. In just 2 days, the task level had jumped directly from silver grade F to silver grade A. She didn't know if her colleagues had ever seen this before, but she certainly hadn't. This was the mark of a natural-born powerhouse. That evening, after dinner, Chun-gu returned to the dormitory. Su Li still hadn't found the right direction. Thinking about it, it made sense some things couldn't be rushed and needed time. After washing up, he took out the whiteboard cards he had collected over the past 2 days. After deducting Su Li's share, he had 82 cards left. 2 days, 82 cards, that's 820,000 points. For ordinary people, this number was unattainable, and even for most magic card masters, it was difficult to achieve. Sigh, only this much in 2 days. Chun-gu sighed and began drawing cards. The first card, magic card name, stamina recovery card. Not bad. The second card, a mid-level magic card. The 51st card, magic card name, blood frenzy quality, divine phantom grade type, skill card effect. Activates the body's limits upon use, increasing strength, speed, and endurance by 1000%. Consumes a large amount of magic power during the active state. Description: a warrior who isn't crazy enough can't be considered a true warrior. The Frenzy skill consumes magic power with each use and has a time limit. However, Blood Frenzy continuously consumes magic power without a time limit, though the magic power consumption gradually increases. It cannot be activated indefinitely unless there is enough magic power. Indeed, how can one be a warrior without going crazy? Chunga nodded, though inwardly he was extremely excited. With Frenzy and power amplification, his strength could increase by 1,600%, which was simply outrageous. As his level increased, this number would only become more exaggerated. Once Frenzy ends and he enters a weakened state, he could use Quan Xian's Blood Surge card, and his combat power would reach another level. TCH, Chunga muttered under his breath. Don't get too cocky, that card is still in Quan Xian's hands. When negotiating with Quan Xian tomorrow, I'll need to use some tactics. These 3 cards are mine, and no one can stop me. I said so. With a slight smirk, Chunga continued drawing cards. The 82nd card. Magic card name. Skeleton Archer quality. Mid-level type. Magic pet card skills. Corrosive arrow. Double arrow shot description. The most inconspicuous existence in the underground world, completely underestimated by everyone. Its value is immense, Chunga said with a smile. For others, 1 or 2 skeleton archers might not be of much use. But what about thousands of them? He placed Blood Frenzy and Skeleton Archer into the mana fountain. Then, he summoned his detailed information. Name: Chunga. Talent: God of Luck, unique level, Silver, 5 mana fountain. SS grade equipment. Ring of mana pet cards. Frost Dragon Hatchling legendary. Skeleton Knight rare. Skeleton General advanced. Skeleton Archer intermediate. Skeleton Warrior basic skill cards. Infinite Summon mythic. Time Acceleration mythic. Blood Frenzy mythic. Weapon Master legendary. Berserk legendary. Speed Enhancement epic. Strength Amplification legendary. Crescent Slash legendary. Unmatched Shatter legendary. Wind Blade legendary. Dragon Pursuit Strike advanced equipment cards. Wings of the Brave legendary. Heavenly Moon Blade epic. Golden Bow epic. Dark Armor advanced special card. Divine Block. He had already been at the Divine Capital Academy for 2 days, yet he still hadn't T-leveled up. Chunga sighed helplessly. These tasks are too low level, no challenge at all, and the rewards are pitiful. This one T-do. I need to step it up. I can't keep slacking off like this. He glanced again at his SS grade mana fountain and couldn't help but mutter, sigh. An SS grade mana fountain is decent, but it still feels like it's missing something. When will I ever get an SSS grade mana fountain card? So greedy, thinking too much. He had just gotten a mythic grade card and was already dreaming of an SSS grade card. Wasn't he that a bit too arrogant? Did he really think of himself as the god of luck? One must have dreams otherwise. How are you different from a salted fish? Chunga nodded firmly, turned around, climbed into bed, and prepared to rest well. Tomorrow, he needed to be in top mental shape to outweak Quan Xian. The next morning, he called Su Li to head to the mission hall first and arrange today's tasks. Meanwhile, he put on his most stylish outfit, styled his hair to perfection, and prepared to overwhelm Quan Xian with his aura. Divine Capital Tower. Soon, Chunga arrived at the agreed location. The towering Divine Capital Tower, a landmark of the entire Divine Capital, offered a panoramic view of the city from its top floor. Naturally, the expenses here were not cheap. Good thing Quan Xian chose this place otherwise. I'd really be at a loss, Chunga muttered to himself as he walked into the tower and headed straight for the top floor. The view here was expansive, making it the best spot for tea, coffee, or business discussions. Of course, the prices were also the highest. Sir, do you have a reservation? The server greeted him with a smile as soon as he entered. Hello, I have an appointment with Quan Xian, Chunga replied with a smile. The server immediately led him to find Quan Xian. At this moment, Quan Xian was calmly holding a teacup, sitting quietly by the window, gazing at the scenery of the Divine Capital with a pensive expression. Who exactly posted such a top-tier magic card? Although she had approved the application, she didn't know who the other party was, and her heart was filled with curiosity. Sir, this way, please. A voice pulled her back to reality. She turned her head and was momentarily stunned. Chungu. Today he was dressed sharply, with a new hairstyle, and his entire aura had changed. What was he doing here? Various speculations popped into Quan Zian's mind. Could it be that he followed me here? No way, right? That would be too crazy. Hello. This guest said he had an appointment with you. The waiter said with a smile to Quan Ji-yun. Are those 2 cards his? Quan Ji-yun froze for a moment, then handed over a tip. All right, thank you. You're welcome. It's my duty. The waiter replied politely and stepped back carefully. After the waiter left, Quan Ji-yun said nothing and began to size up the man. Did he dress up like this just to meet me? Although he looks attractive, I definitely won't like him. He's just being self-indulgent. Hello, Quan Ji-yun. Chungu greeted her solemnly when he saw her freeze, then sat across from her. Are those 2 magic cards yours? Quan Ji-yun asked hesitantly. That's right. Chungu nodded without hesitation. My cards are all trash, but those 2 of his are top-tier legendary cards. Could it be that he agreed to meet just because of me? Quan Ji-yun sneered inwardly. A man blinded by love is truly laughable. Quan Ji-yun, you've already seen my cards. Let's discuss the specific terms, Chungu said politely with a smile. This man is so pitiful. The way he looks at me is so gentle you can't hide the look of someone in love. How did I not notice this before? At this moment, Quan Ji-yun felt like a high and mighty queen, while Chungu was nothing more than a tiny ant. Chungu, no matter how strong you are, in front of me, you're still as insignificant as a bug. It's truly pathetic. Quan Ji-yun, shall we talk? Seeing her remain silent for a long time, Chungu spoke again. Quan Ji-yun looked indifferent as she directly handed over the magic card she had brought. Take whichever one you like. Chungu was momentarily stunned. Magic cards are usually bound and not easily handed over to others. Quan Ji-yun was being quite generous. With your abilities, there's no need to be so humble. Seeing his momentary hesitation, Quan Ji-yun thought he was too weak and couldn't help but sigh. Chungu didn't hold back and began flipping through the magic cards. He first picked out Netherworld Dragon and Call of the Dead. Although Blood Surge was useless to Quan Ji-yun, it was still a legendary magic card. If put up for sale, it might attract the right buyer, and its price would definitely be much higher than a top-tier legendary card. So, pretending not to reveal his thoughts was necessary. Is it really necessary to keep flipping through these cards just to spend more time with me? Quan Ji-yun thought with a cold expression, secretly amused. No matter how powerful someone is, they always lose when faced with a beauty. After a while, Chungu frowned, looked up, and said, I like these 2, but your 2 magic cards don't match the value of my 2 cards at all. Let's see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Quan Ji-yun crossed her arms and smiled. So, what do you plan to do? Chungu glanced at her and sighed. We're classmates, and since you need those 2 cards. He reluctantly pulled out Blood Surge. This card may be useless, but it's still legendary. If you find the right buyer, the price won't be low. How about trading these 3 cards for my 2? What do you think? He actually agreed to exchange 2 top-tier legendary cards for these 3 trash cards. He's really blinded by love. Quan Zian sighed inwardly and nodded coldly. All right, it's settled then. Deal. Chungu took out his phone to operate, then said to Quan Zian, I've already agreed to the exchange. You can go to the trading hall to collect them. Trying to please me, huh? You're quite quick about it. Quan Zian took out her phone to confirm the information, nodded, and smiled without saying much. Since the transaction is complete, classmate Quan Zian, I have something to do, so I'll be leaving now. After saying that, Chungu turned and left without a trace of hesitation. Quan Zian still held her arms and chuckled lightly. First, you make me feel like I've taken advantage of you. Then you act indifferent and leave. Trying to use this trick to play hard to get? You really underestimate me, Quan Zian, don't you? Facing Chun Ji's departure, Quan Zian's expression remained calm, but she secretly mocked him in her heart. After a while, Chun Ji's ant-like figure appeared downstairs, hurrying away. Quan Zian chuckled lightly. This is what a man blinded by love looks like. After saying that, she paid the bill and prepared to collect the 2 legendary magic cards. At this moment, Chungu had already taken a taxi heading to Shindu Academy. This woman is really rich. Netherworld Dragon is definitely a top-tier card among legendary ones. I guess she doesn't use it because it's not visually appealing. Blood Surge is the real legendary magic card for me. What a profit. And Call of the Dead, that's practically a freebie. Gu stored the 3 cards into the magic source and felt extremely satisfied. Back at the academy, the first thing he did was meet up with Su Li to take on a mission, and they immediately set off for the destination. Although they were 3 silver A-level missions, for Gu, who now held 3 god-tier magic cards, they were a piece of cake. Fortunately, his magic card master level had finally risen to silver 6 star, giving him a sense of accomplishment. You've completed all 3 missions? During the afternoon shift handover, Alan saw Gu and Su Li and smiled awkwardly. 3 silver A-level missions completed in one afternoon. It's like they don't even take silver A-level seriously. After recording the information, Alan hesitated and asked, "May I ask when you'll be able to take on gold-level missions?" Alan's mouth twitched as she stared at the screen. "Gu, your points have already exceeded 100,000. Based on your performance over the past 2 days, the system has assessed that you are now unconditionally eligible for all tasks below Gold A level." "Not bad. Looks like I'll be able to take on Platinum level missions soon. Thank you." Gu patted Su Li with satisfaction, thanked Alan, and turned to leave, leaving Alan standing there in a daze. Silver 6 star thinking about how to take on Platinum level missions. This is the world of the strong, isn't it? She didn't quite understand, but she was deeply shocked. Meanwhile, Su Li, walking alongside Gu, was also deeply shocked, though for a different reason. This afternoon, he had witnessed an extremely terrifying scene. Big Brother Gu casually summoned an army of undead. That wasn't even the scariest part. The most terrifying thing was that Gu, with bloodshot eyes, slashed the final boss with a single strike. It was too brutal. Was there even a shred of humanity left? The monster had just appeared and didn't even have time to let out a cry before being cut down. It was truly pitiful, not to mention the army of tens of thousands of undead, which left no grass growing in its wake, trampling flowers to pieces and even slapping several dogs in the face. It was simply too savage. The scene was too bloody, deeply piercing his tender heart. "What's wrong?" Gu turned around and looked at Su Li, who had a blank expression, and asked. Su Li suddenly snapped back to reality and met Ji's gaze. This reminded him of Ji's appearance this afternoon, his whole body exuding a bloody aura, his eyes glowing red, and looking a bit crazy. Although it was strange, to be honest, Gu was really handsome at that moment, full of charisma. Even Su Li, who had always been a tough guy, couldn't help but feel moved. And nothing. Su Li quickly shook his head and took out a blank card. "Boss, can you lend me some luck?" "You? If it were someone else, I wouldn't even bother looking at them," Gu said with a smile, feeling that Su Li was finally being somewhat reliable. He took the blank card with satisfaction and infused it with magic. Magic card name: Speed Boost Quality. Rare type: Skill Card Effect. Increases speed by 50% upon use. Description: a trash card, not very useful. It really is a trash card. Gu nodded seriously and then tossed the card back to Su Li. "Trash?" Su Li fumbled to catch the card, and upon seeing the description, he understood what trash card meant. "Boss, do you have some misunderstanding about trash? From now on, give me all these trash cards. I'm the one who specializes in collecting trash," Su Li said with a cheeky grin as he moved closer. Along the way, the two chatted and laughed, eventually parting ways at the intersection. The next morning, Gu and Su Li got up early again. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. They arrived at the mission hall of Changxing Palace, which was bustling with activity. Around them, students were pointing at the large screen overhead and exclaiming in amazement. "Wow! If someone completes this mission, it feels like they could earn tens of thousands of points directly. Not just tens of thousands. I think it could be 40 or 50,000. This mission is ridiculously rare. If someone could take on this mission, they'd definitely make it into the top 1,000 on the leaderboard." Hearing these words, Gu and Su Li followed everyone's gaze to the screen. Special mission. Location: Sanyuan City. Mission type: Golden 9-star special dungeon level requirement. Golden level mission difficulty: unknown. Team size: 5 or more. What is going on? Chen Ge turned to ask Su Li. Su Li thought for a moment and said, tasks in Sanyuan City are usually handled by Dongling Academy. Only when the task is particularly difficult or when the dungeon is nearing its critical disappearance point do they request assistance from our Shindu Academy. The critical point Su Li mentioned refers to the prolonged existence of a dungeon. If not dealt with in time, the dungeon undergoes a mutation, causing the monsters inside to grow stronger rapidly, even breaking through limits and directly threatening Sanyuan City. Once mutated, it could lead to the emergence of king-level super monsters, plunging Sanyuan City into disaster. Special mission, massive point boost, golden 9-star, full buffs, this is perfect. We're doing this today. Chen Gu excitedly pulled Su Li toward Alan's side. This? Boss, are you kidding me? Su Li was dumbfounded. This kind of dungeon, which even Dongling Academy couldn't handle, was no joke. It was far more complicated than it appeared. Unless at least a dozen students died, Dongling Academy would never lightly request assistance from Shindu Academy. What? Are you guys going to take on that special level mission? Alan's eyes widened upon hearing the news. Are you kidding me? That's a special dungeon with a golden 9-star rating. Didn't you say yesterday that I could take on any mission below golden A level without conditions? Isn't that unknown mission one of them? Chen Ge pointed at the big screen and said seriously, I estimate that's an A-level dungeon. Maybe I can even find a magic artifact in there. Alan was speechless. According to Chun Ji's logic, it wasn't impossible to apply, but whether it would be approved depended on the evaluation committee. Are you sure you want to apply? Alan asked solemnly. As this was no joke, it could cost lives. Absolutely. Chen Ge nodded firmly. His greatsword was itching to show its prowess. Yesterday's use of blood frenzy was far from satisfying. Now he was just waiting for the opportunity to prove himself. All right, I'll submit the application right away. The evaluation results will be out soon. Please wait. Alan quickly filled out the application. At that moment, the evaluation committee of the Divine Capital Academy was gathered on site, anxiously waiting. If no one was willing to go today, they would have to notify Sanyuan City to evacuate the crowd immediately. We've received it. A student has applied and is willing to go. In the dimly lit room, a young man shouted excitedly. The seated committee members perked up upon hearing this and hurriedly urged the projection screen to display the detailed information. Soon, the relevant information was projected onto the big screen. Name, Su Li Magic Card Master level, Silver 4-star Magic Source level, C-level points, 41,234. Upon seeing Su Li's detailed information, the previously excited committee members' expressions stiffened slightly. Are you kidding me? This student doesn't even meet the application qualifications. Zhang Chun, what exactly are you doing? One committee member questioned sharply. Does this student even qualify to apply? What is this? Are you trying to fool us? The elder leading the group frowned and followed up with a stern inquiry. Sitting at the computer, Zhang Chun smiled helplessly. Elderly, this is the application sent from the mission hall. After a pause, he added, and they applied as a team. After speaking, he projected Chun Ji's information onto the screen. Name, Chun Ge Magic Card Master level, Silver 6-star Magic Source level, SS level points, 101,230. Upon seeing Chun Ji's information, the previously angry committee members gradually calmed down. This is the legendary figure among this year's freshmen, isn't it? Elderly asked in a low voice. That's correct. Zhang Chen quickly nodded. The other committee members exchanged glances and began discussing Chen Ge. This kid is undoubtedly the most outstanding freshman at Divine Capital Academy this year. He was already a silver 5-star when he enrolled, which is extremely rare. I heard he reached the 45th floor in the trial tower at Crescent City, equivalent to platinum 5-star. That kind of achievement is not something ordinary people can accomplish. Hearing this, Elderly nodded and asked again. With his level, although his points exceed 100,000, he still can't directly apply. What's going on here? Zhang Chun immediately pulled up Chun Ji's task records from the past few days. 9 silver 5-star secret realms, completed in just half a day. The next day, 6 silver E-level missions. Yesterday afternoon, he even completed 3 silver A-level missions. His speed is astonishing. It's like he's sweeping through everything. Oldley looked at the records and exclaimed, "Hmm." The committee members present nodded in agreement. Zhang Chun continued, "The reason he can apply is that the system has evaluated that he is already capable of taking on tasks below Gold A level without restrictions, and today's special task is an unknown Gold level. Theoretically, he is qualified to apply. The system's evaluation is correct. Silver level tasks are already meaningless to him." Oldley nodded slightly. Indeed, silver level tasks are hardly a challenge for him. They are just a waste of his time. But everyone knows that the 9-star gold dungeon, although its level is unknown, is definitely more dangerous than S level. Sending a student with unlimited potential in there, I think the risk is too great. A committee member immediately raised his hand in opposition. "I reject his application. Their team only has 2 people, which does not meet the basic number requirement. Although Chun Gu is very strong, I also oppose his application. This special 9-star gold dungeon is more complex than the trial tower. I also oppose." After all, Chun Gu is a genius freshman with immense potential, and most committee members did not want him to take such a risk, which was reasonable. At this moment, a committee member suddenly spoke. "Everyone, please note that Sanyuan City is an important transportation hub connecting 3 regions, surrounded by 7 major cities, and holds significant importance. If we abandon Sanyuan City, it would be equivalent to giving up those 7 cities, and the loss would be immeasurable." Committee member Su Chonglin, what exactly are you trying to say? Su Chonglin clearly had something to say. In his 20s, he exuded an extraordinary aura. He stood up and said, "I have reviewed the system. Currently, there are not many students ranked in the top 1,000 in gold level and points, and we have already notified them in advance, but so far, not a single one has taken the task. Such a dangerous task, it's normal for students not to take it." Exactly. Even for students ranked in the top 1,000 in points, it's understandable if they don't take it. The committee members did not blame the students. Su Chonglin paced among them and said, "Chun Gu is a legendary freshman. I've heard many stories about him. I believe he will become a top-tier magic card master in the future. His potential is limitless." The committee members all agreed without objection, but precisely because of this, they rejected Chun Ji's application. Committee member Su, what exactly are you trying to say? Please speak directly. Oldley finally couldn't hold back and turned to look at Su Chonglin, who was pacing back and forth. Su Chonglin chuckled. "I heard that when Chun Gu was at the bronze level, he once survived a silver 7-star secret realm that was invaded by darkness." What? A bronze-level student survived a silver 7-star secret realm invaded by darkness? How is that possible? Committee member Su, where did you hear this? This news is too shocking. I know this kid Chun Gu is amazing, but isn't this rumor a bit exaggerated? This world is vast, and the Eastern Federation is even larger. Every day, a massive amount of information flows in, some of which is reported directly to headquarters, so it's normal for the committee members to be unaware of this news. Su Chonglin continued, "He has courage, ability, and once survived a silver 7-star secret realm invaded by darkness. I believe he can bring hope to Sanyuan City." Su Chonglin directly expressed his opinion. Seeing his confidence, the committee members fell silent. If the news is true, this legendary rising star is indeed qualified to challenge that dungeon. Everyone knows there are nearly 100 million people in those 7 cities. If we give up, the wealthy can still save themselves, but the poor will be left homeless. Su Chonglin said solemnly. "Commissioner Su, is your information reliable?" "Yes. We need to confirm the source of the news." The commissioners began to waver. "Huh." Su Chonglin smiled and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, the protagonist is currently in the mission hall. Instead of doubting the news, why don't we call him over and ask him directly? I believe that as long as a courageous, capable, and determined magic card master stands before us, we will get the answers we need." Su Chonglin said passionately, That makes sense." Elderly nodded and looked at the other commissioners, who all agreed. "Zhang Chun, notify the mission hall and have Chun Gu come to the conference room. We need to evaluate him face to face." "Yes." Zhang Chun immediately relayed the message. "The commissioners want to evaluate him face to face." Alan's eyes widened upon hearing the news. She hadn't held much hope when she applied, as the gap seemed too large, and success was almost impossible. She never expected the committee would want a face-to-face evaluation. This meant they believed Chun-gu was capable of taking on this task. Huh, I thought I was the only one crazy, but now the commissioners are crazy too. Alan found the situation too unbelievable and almost couldn't believe it. She turned to Chun-gu and Su Li and said, Chun-gu, the committee wants to evaluate you face-to-face. I'll take you there. All right. Chun-gu stood up, and Su Li, also full of disbelief, got up as well. A face-to-face evaluation. Doesn't this mean their small team has a chance to take on this task? He hadn't taken it seriously before, but now the committee really wanted a face-to-face evaluation? Am I the crazy one, or is the committee crazy? I just want to know, what earth-shattering thing did my brother do to make you value him so much? Not long after, here we are. This is the evaluation committee's conference room. Please go in. Su Li stood outside the door, full of doubt. Thank you. Chun-gu nodded in gratitude, pulled Su Li along, and pushed the door open. Swish, swish, swish. The commissioner's gazes immediately fell on this legendary rising star. Calm, confident, neither arrogant nor servile. It seemed as though facing a direct evaluation was no pressure for him. A strong mental fortitude is an essential quality of a true powerhouse, and it was clear he already possessed it. In stark contrast was the nervous and timid Su Li standing beside him, head lowered. The two were like complete opposites, and no one could understand how they had formed such a team. Chun-gu pulled Su Li forward. Hello, commissioners, I am Chun-gu. He gently nudged Su Li, who then snapped out of her daze. Hello, commissioners, I am Su Li. Chun-gu met the commissioner's gazes and said solemnly, Commissioners, I understand your concerns, but I never gamble with my life. As he spoke, his expression was calm, carrying an undeniable determination. It was the confidence that emanated from the depths of a powerful magic card master. Just as Su Chonglin had said earlier, his presence here was the best answer for all the commissioners. The commissioners exchanged glances in the conference room. Although he already knew the answer in his heart, someone couldn't help but ask, Chun-gu, is it true that when you were at the bronze level, you survived a silver 7-star secret realm that was invaded by darkness? Another person followed up, how many people were with you at the time? As soon as the question was asked, everyone stared at Chun-gu, eager to hear the answer they had been anticipating. What? Su Li, standing behind Chun-gu, was so nervous that he almost doubted his own ears. A bronze-level individual surviving a silver 7-star secret realm invaded by darkness? At that moment, he looked up at Chun-gu, feeling as though he were gazing at a towering mountain. In comparison, he felt utterly insignificant. If it weren't for the crowd around them, he would have wanted to bow down in reverence right then and there. Who wouldn't admire such a mysterious man? Su Li's eyes were filled with awe. That's right. The committee members all stared at Chun-gu, who confidently nodded. Although there were only 2 of us at the time, I completed almost everything single-handedly. Really, he actually accomplished an almost impossible task. I can already imagine a super magic card master standing at the peak. Did he handle it all alone? Upon hearing the confirmation, the committee members couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. To them, this was practically a challenge straight out of a fantasy. At this moment, Elderly turned around and said, Everyone, let's not waste time. Let's proceed with a vote. I agree. I agree too. In the blink of an eye, the decision was unanimously approved. Good. Elderly nodded in satisfaction and turned to Chun-gu. Chun-gu, everyone has agreed to let you take on this task. But the situation is complex. Do you want to bring a few more people, at least 5? Chun-gu immediately replied, Committee members, since this is a special level task, time is definitely tight. I doubt anyone would want to bring more people along. I don't want to waste time. Either the 2 of us are enough. Bringing more people would mean sharing magic power and cards, and he had no intention of wasting resources. Su Li was his trained assistant. Why should he share with others? Wasting time. The committee members were momentarily speechless. Is that even something a person would say? You 2 are silver level, and we're asking you to form a larger team, yet you call it wasting time? Although they didn't know the specifics, The committee members were aware that anyone who could survive a silver 7-star secret realm invaded by darkness must have a divine phantom card in their possession, so they didn't press further. If that's the case, I'll take charge from here. I'll ensure Chungu and Su Li reach Sanyuan City as quickly as possible. Su Chonglin stood up and volunteered. Not long after, Chungu and the others boarded a high-speed transport aircraft. It was a military-grade transport plane, extremely expensive, powered by new fuel, and capable of incredible speeds. It was rarely used unless there was an emergency. Inside the cabin, Su Chonglin, elderly, and the other committee members exchanged glances. Su Chonglin stared helplessly at Elderly. Elderly noticed and smiled awkwardly, saying, "Committee member Su, don't look at me like that. The safety of Sanyuan City is at stake. I have to go and see for myself." Meanwhile, chaos engulfed Sanyuan City. Traffic was paralyzed, pedestrians hurried about, and the city was almost at a standstill. The Federation had tried to block the news, but there are no walls that can completely stop the wind. The news would inevitably leak. Those with the means had already fled with their families, while those who remained either couldn't leave or had their livelihoods tied to the city. Leaving would mean becoming wanderers. In this world, what does it mean to be a wanderer? Most could only pray that the rumors weren't true, clinging to a sliver of hope. Some were waiting for the appearance of a savior. God save us. We don't want to lose our home. Are we really doomed? Heavens, please help us. Helpless ordinary people could only turn to the gods in such moments. Not only in Sanyuan City, but surrounding cities were also experiencing unrest. If the monsters in the underground dungeon broke through, the danger would be unpredictable, possibly leading to hundreds of king-level monsters appearing. The Federation would not easily send people to clean up. If a super monster were encountered, the area would be designated as a forbidden zone, permanently off-limits. Such situations were not uncommon worldwide. Faced with powerful monsters, even top-tier magic card masters avoided them, never provoking them lightly. The skies over Sanyuan City and its surrounding cities were shrouded in oppressive clouds. At this moment, in the conference room of the Sanyuan City Government Building, Chief Executive Yang Tianling sat silently, clenching his teeth, his gaze as resolute as steel. Although he was a powerful magic card master, he could not enter the golden-level underground dungeon and could only oversee operations from the command center. His strength was insufficient to handle the dungeon's mutation. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness, almost suffocating. The high-ranking officials below him also looked grim, sighing repeatedly. Squeak! The secretary ran into the conference room excitedly, approached Yang Tianling, and whispered, "Chief Executive, the Divine Capital Academy has sent students to Sanyuan City. It's said to be an unprecedented legendary-level student." Really? Yang Tianling's previously furrowed brows finally relaxed, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. "Quick, let's head to the airport to receive the people sent by the Divine Capital Academy." He stood up abruptly and addressed those present. Upon hearing this, the high-ranking officials' faces gradually lit up with smiles, and they quickly followed him out. The students of the Divine Capital Academy were the top experts of the Eastern Federation, giving Sanyuan City a glimmer of hope. Time passed unknowingly, and Yang Tianling and his team waited at the airport until nightfall. Although Chen Gu and the others were traveling on a military high-speed transport aircraft, the world was simply too vast, and the journey took considerable time. Soon, the transport aircraft finally landed at Sanyuan City's military airport. Chief Executive Yang, long time no see. Old Li, why have you come personally? Yang Tianling stepped forward with his team to greet Old Li and his group. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yang Tianling hesitated as he looked at Chun Gu and Su Li, who matched the age range among the group. Old Li, are these two the legendary students you mentioned? The Eastern Academy had sent 10 students into the dungeon several times before, but none had returned. Yet this time, Old Li had only brought 2 students? Was this underestimating the Eastern Academy or underestimating the 9-star Golden Underground Dungeon? Clearly, the situation in this dungeon was far from simple. The officials behind Yang Tianling also began whispering among themselves. What is the Divine Capital Academy thinking? They're completely disregarding the situation in Sanyuan City. Even if they're sending strong students, they shouldn't just send two, right? Who knows what they're planning? Look at one of them, weak demeanor, completely unlike a student from the Divine Capital Academy. Are they just trying to fool us? Hmm? You think the Divine Capital Academy is fooling us? Then they might as well not send anyone at all. What does sending just two students mean? Really can't figure it out. Faced with such a powerful and mysterious 9-star golden dungeon, anyone hearing the news from two students would hesitate. Elderly walked over with a smile, pulled Chunga forward, and introduced Chief Executive Yang. This is the legendary student, absolutely the top talent of our Shindu Academy. Hello. Since you're a top student, based on the Magic Card Master ranking, you should be among the top few hundred on the leaderboard, right? Yang Tianling extended his hand with a smile. Chen Gu smiled and shook his hand. Hello, I'm currently ranked 999th. Yang Tianling's smile froze instantly, his movements paused. He then asked, it seems you were chosen because your level meets the requirements? Correct. Chen Gu withdrew his hand and nodded. I'm currently a silver 6-star, which indeed meets the conditions for entering the 9-star golden dungeon. Chen Gu spoke honestly, without any concealment. His words left Yang Tianling stunned on the spot. Silver 6-star? What does that even mean? The officials behind him began whispering among themselves. What is going on with Shindu Academy? Are they out of people? Sending a silver 6-star student to their death? Is this a joke? I think the student seems serious, definitely not joking. What exactly is Shindu Academy trying to do? The situation made Elderly feel a bit awkward, but Chun Gu's answer was indeed accurate. He was ranked 999th on the leaderboard, a silver 6-star. Elderly forced a smile and said, Chief Executive Yang, don't pay too much attention to these details. You must trust the capabilities of our Shindu Academy's evaluation committee. Chen Gu, as a legendary freshman, has already proven his strength. Rest assured, Su Chonglin also stepped forward to guarantee. Freshman, Yang Tianling turned his gaze to Elderly. What was going on here? Elderly secretly glanced at Su Chonglin, who realized he had misspoken and avoided eye contact. In his heart, he thought, blame yourselves for insisting on coming along. Elderly solemnly said, Chief Executive Yang. Chun Gu entered Shindu Academy as a freshman and immediately ranked within the top 1,000 on the leaderboard. This is practically a miracle. Yang Tianling, who had graduated from Shindu Academy, finally understood. A freshman entering the leaderboard's top 1,000 upon enrollment was almost unheard of. All right, let us not waste any more time. Prepare the necessary supplies for them and let them enter tonight. Elderly said firmly. All right, that works. Yang Tianling nodded and led his team toward the 9-star golden dungeon. Soon, the news was broadcast on television by his secretary. Breaking news. Shindu Academy has dispatched a legendary student to resolve the issue. Residents are advised to remain calm and stay at home while awaiting further updates. Wow, I heard Shindu Academy sent a legendary student. Sanyuan City is finally saved. A legendary student? That must be one of the top 10 on the leaderboard, right? I heard on the news it might even be the number 1. Ordinary people only knew that Shindu Academy ranked its students by points, with the most powerful being the number 1 on the leaderboard. They weren't aware of the other details. If they knew that the so-called legendary student wasn't ranked first, but second to last, what would they think? At this moment, Chun Gu and Su Li were already standing at the entrance of the dungeon. Both had a hint of helplessness on their faces. The entrance to the dungeon was unexpectedly located in the fitting room of a lingerie store, which seemed a bit unreliable. Let's go, Chen Gu said to Su Li, and the two resolutely headed toward the dungeon. Old Li and the others watched the scene, their hearts tightening. 2 silver-level magic card masters daring to venture into a golden 9-star dungeon. Old Li was actually uncertain. But the aura and confidence Chen Gu exuded made it hard to doubt him. I really want to see what level of magic card master he truly is. Beside him, Yang Tianling frowned deeply. A legendary freshman, how interesting. But Chen Gu is a legendary freshman, so what's the deal with the student beside him? Even if he's not legendary, he should at least be in the top 1,000 on the leaderboard, right? Don't tell me he's just an ordinary student who can't even make it onto the leaderboard? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yang Tianling shook his head, his thoughts resolute. Bang. As soon as Chungu and Su Li stepped into the dungeon, the city gate behind them suddenly closed. Clearly, this was a special dungeon, well prepared. But Chungu and Su Li were not calm, as the dungeon before them was too magnificent. Standing inside, they felt like ants entering a giant's palace, appearing particularly insignificant. The torches on the walls illuminated the dungeon brightly. Wow, it's so big. Standing here, I feel like a tiny ant. Su Li exclaimed, looking up in awe. Chungu said nothing and started walking forward, with Su Li following closely behind. Ding, golden 5-star goblin. Ding, golden 5-star enhanced goblin. Before long, a group of green goblins appeared before them, holding various weapons and slowly approaching the two. Chungu was about to make a move when Su Li quickly stepped forward and patted his chest. Boss, let me show you what I can do. There were only about 30 or 40 of them, so Chungu nodded and stepped aside. Although he thought Su Li was somewhat weak, the guy had still been admitted to the Divine Capital Academy, so this weakness was relative. Since he wanted to show off, let him have at it. In the blink of an eye, Su Li was fully equipped, gripping an epic grade dagger that gleamed coldly. Once in combat mode, Su Li's aura changed dramatically, his gaze sharp as he charged straight at the group of goblins. Swish, swish, swish. His movements were light and agile as he weaved through the goblins, his dagger dancing in his hand like a toy. However, the level gap was too significant. Even killing a single goblin was a struggle for him, requiring constant maneuvering and dodging to find the right opportunity to strike. It could be said that Su Li already had the potential to become an excellent assassin. With proper training, he would undoubtedly become a formidable warrior in the future. 20 minutes later, the 30 or 40 goblins were finally defeated. Overall, Su Li's combat awareness and skills were decent, but apart from the epic weapon, the magic cards he carried were quite weak. During the fight, he relied mostly on the 2 cards Chungu had prepared for him. Without those 2 cards, he wouldn't have been able to take down so many golden goblins. Whoosh, the battle over. Su Li let out a long breath, turned around, and asked with a smile, "Boss, how was that?" "Not bad," Chungu replied with a smile. "What do you mean, not bad?" Su Li patted his chest. "I could take on 100 more." "Oh." Chungu smiled and raised his hand in a gesture of invitation. Seeing the smile on Chunji's lips, Su Li's heart tightened, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. He turned around, and suddenly, hundreds of goblins surged out from the side passages. Their numbers had multiplied several times over. "Ha ha!" Su Li awkwardly retreated to Chunji's side. "Big brother, I was just joking earlier. Don't take it seriously." "Heh." Chungu shook his head with a smile, pulled out an equipment card, and armed himself. Skill card, Blood Frenzy. In an instant, Chunji's eyes turned blood red, his entire body exuding a crimson aura of frenzy. The faintly visible wings behind him were also dyed blood red. The heavenly moon blade in his hand emitted a blood-red mist, and standing there, he resembled a descending demon god. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, carrying a hint of madness. Swish! With a casual slash, a blood-red crescent swept toward the hundreds of goblins. In the blink of an eye, the battle was over. Su Li's mouth twitched slightly. He thought it would be better to focus on cleaning up the battlefield and not waste time. He quickly went over and picked up the whiteboard cards that had dropped one by one. After tidying up and retreating to the side, hundreds more goblins rushed out from the 2 corridors. Before the goblins could even make a sound, Chungu slashed again, instantly clearing this wave of enemies. 1 hour later, this is already the 18th wave, and the number of goblins keeps increasing. This time, there are probably 5 or 6,000 of them. Su Li said from the side. "No wonder so many people died." "So this is the Infinite Dungeon," Chungu replied. "The so-called Infinite Dungeon is a place where monsters continuously respawn, possibly for dozens or even hundreds of waves. After clearing one area, moving forward might lead to encountering the same situation again. Such infinite dungeons are extremely rare and also the most challenging. However, the rewards of magic, whiteboard cards, and points are equally abundant." "Who?" Chungu let out a long breath and deactivated Blood Frenzy. He felt he had played enough for now. Then, he pulled out other magic cards. Skill card, Infinite Summon, Magic Pet card, Netherworld Dragon. Magic Pet Card. Frost Dragon Hatchling. A woo, hiss. In an instant, 10 Frost Dragon hatchlings appeared, along with 30 Netherworld Dragons. Netherworld Dragons are legendary-level magic pets, and summoning them consumes less magic power than the Frost Dragon hatchlings. I'll leave the rest to you. After saying this, he called Su Li over and started eating a late-night snack. After fighting for so long, it was indeed time to rest. The Frost Dragon hatchlings and Netherworld Dragons immediately coordinated to clear out the thousands of goblins. The entire dungeon echoed with screams. Meanwhile, Chun-Gu and Su Li were like campers, sitting and enjoying their food, completely unaffected by the battlefield. The goblins were all melee fighters, utterly helpless against the dragons circling in the sky. They tried to bypass the dragons to trouble Chun-Gu and Su Li, but were blocked by the Frost Dragon hatchlings and Netherworld Dragons. Some goblins caught the scent of food and saw the two eating heartily, curiously wanting to ask, "Is it delicious?" Chun-Gu, while eating his late-night snack, asked, "How many whiteboard cards have we collected so far?" Su Li replied excitedly, "Exactly 100 cards. We've just started, and there's already so many. I estimate we'll have 200 or 300 cards by the time we finish here." Su Li was already immersed in his dreams, never imagining that one dungeon could yield so many whiteboard cards. Thinking back to his tough times before, he couldn't help but feel emotional. "All right, the usual rule, hand over my share," Chun-Gu said casually. Su Li counted out 90 whiteboard cards and handed them to Chun-Gu. "I'm not very capable, so an 80-20 split makes me nervous. Let's do 90-10. I feel bad about it." He scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Now he's just freeloading, mainly helping Chun-Gu as an assistant, and he is satisfied as long as he can absorb magic power. Chun-Gu even shares the blank cards with him in a 9-to-1 ratio. Of course, he is grateful, but being content is key. "All right." Seeing Su Li so determined, Chun-Gu nodded, took the 90 blank cards. Amidst the deafening sounds of battle, he remained calm and composed, still drawing cards. The first card, magic card name. Inferno Hatchling quality. Legendary type. Magic pet card skills. Inferno Hell, Dragon S Wrath description. It looks weak and helpless. Do you believe that? I don't. If paired with an ice hatchling, it will definitely show you what fire and ice truly means. Sorry, as the lucky one, I do indeed have an ice hatchling. Chun-Gu's lips curled into a smile as he stood up, first placing the Inferno hatchling into the magic fountain, then casually drawing another card. Skill card, Infinite Summon. Magic pet card, Inferno hatchling. A woo 10 Inferno hatchlings immediately appeared in the sky, letting out earth-shaking roars at the enemy. They began to clash with 10 ice hatchlings, circling in the air and making cheerful sounds. It was clear they got along well. The goblins below saw this scene and started jumping and shouting. But in the next second, the 10 Inferno hatchlings and 10 ice hatchlings made them fully understand the meaning of fire and ice. Although the ice hatchlings were legendary magic pets, their strength was only Silver 7 stars when summoned by Chun-Gu, who was Silver 7 stars himself, and they were still weaker compared to the Golden 5-star goblins. A single blast of dragon flame wasn't enough to kill them instantly. The underworld wyvern had to finish them off. But with the addition of the Inferno hatchlings, the ice hatchlings first used Frostfire Flow to slow down the goblins on the ground. Then, the Inferno hatchlings followed up with consecutive Inferno Hell attacks, instantly turning those golden goblins into ashes. The only evidence of their existence was the dropped blank cards. In the blink of an eye, thousands of goblins were completely wiped out. "Boss, those dragons in the sky, they wouldn't happen to be the ones you just drew, right?" Su Li sat there, his mouth slightly agape, silently thinking to himself. He hadn't seen them before, so they were likely just drawn. At this moment, Chun-Gu looked at the Inferno hatchlings in the sky, ecstatic. This meant that with one ice and one fire dragon appearing simultaneously, the damage would be greatly enhanced. Once they grew into giant dragons or millennial dragons, the damage would increase even more. In other words, his power ceiling had risen again. They're coming again. And this time there are even more, probably tens of thousands. Su Li pointed at the goblins surging from the other side, shouting in alarm. Chun-Gu was secretly delighted. Perfect timing. This was like delivering magic power, blank cards, and points to him. Since they're here, let them come in droves. Chen Ge sat back down, only to see Su Li holding up a blank card with both hands, placing it in front of him. What are you doing? Chen Ge was momentarily stunned. Boss, lend me some luck. Su Li said sincerely, as if praying to a deity. All right, since you're so sincere, I'll graciously lend you some luck, Chen Ge said as he took the magic card and infused it with magic power. Low-level magic card. Chen Ge paused for a moment. This was quite awkward for someone as lucky as him. He was just about to show off his prowess, and this happens? Looks like your luck isn't great today. Chen Ge handed the low-level magic card back. It's definitely not a problem with his luck. Huh. Su Li took the magic card in a daze, thought for a long time, and finally sighed. It seems my luck is bad. Even borrowing the boss's luck, I can only draw a low-level magic card. Huh. Chen Ge shook his head with a smile and continued drawing cards. He then drew 2 magic recovery cards, which was pretty good overall. After that, he started eating his midnight snack on his own. At this moment, with the Frost Hatchling Dragon and Fire Hatchling Dragon as the core and the Underworld Sub-Dragon as support, it was almost a one-sided massacre. Chen Ge and Su Li only needed to sit back and wait to harvest magic power. After all the goblins were killed, Su Li went to clean up the battlefield, creating a very satisfying scene. Outside the dungeon, Yang Tianling had set up a temporary tent. That night was destined to be a sleepless one for them. Sigh, I wonder how things are going inside. The battle environment for those 2 kids must be really tough, right? Yang Tianling said with a worried expression. Old Li beside him said bluntly, Young man, a little hardship is nothing. Tonight, neither they nor we will be able to sleep. Yang Tianling sighed. Inside the dungeon, huff huff, Chen Ge and Su Li were sound asleep. In the distance, the battle continued. Batch after batch of goblins poured out from the 2 side corridors, with their numbers steadily around 10,000. By morning, Chen Ji's magic card master level was expected to rise to silver 8-star. It had to be said, this situation was too suitable for Chen Ge. With infinite summoning and powerful magic pet cards, if it were someone else, they would have been torn to pieces by the goblins long ago. The people in Sanyuan City were also sleepless throughout the night. Everyone was praying for this nightmare to end soon. The next morning, Chen Ge and Su Li woke up almost simultaneously. Looking around, apart from the magic pets summoned by Chen Ge, there were no other enemies. Scattered on the ground were many blank cards. Chen Ge first checked his magic card master level silver 8-star. From entering the golden dungeon last night until now, he had risen from silver 6-star to 8-star. This high difficulty task was truly rewarding. Boss, I've reached silver 6-star. Su Li was also extremely excited. In just a few days, his leveling speed was like riding a rocket. Quickly clean up the battlefield and see what we've gained, Chen Ge said, and Su Li immediately set off. Not long after, Su Li returned with a big smile. Boss, 145 cards. Awesome, Chen Ge said with satisfaction, and the 2 quickly divided the blank cards in a 9-to-1 ratio. After eating a bit, they headed toward the dungeon corridor ahead. Yesterday, they had only been at the dungeon entrance, which was just the starting point of their adventure. Roar, 20 hatchling dragons circled above their heads, observing the surroundings, while the underworld sub-dragon went ahead to scout the path. Everything was orderly. Soon, the 2 passed through the corridor and arrived at a hall. This place was similar to the previous area, but there were many stone pillars on both sides, carved with intricate patterns, giving off a solemn and majestic vibe. Beep, Golden 6-star Goblin Cavalry. Beep, Golden 6-star Enhanced Goblin Cavalry. Dozens of goblins riding wolves suddenly appeared in Chen Ge and Su Li's field of vision. They were well equipped, exuding a strong, murderous aura, clearly far superior to the goblins they had encountered before. Just this few, Chen Ge, seeing the relatively small number, wasn't even excited yet. Su Li, on the other hand, was already thrilled because his boss was just too powerful. The next second, Su Li fell silent. Behind those goblin cavalry, a massive, dense group of cavalry followed closely, estimated to be in the tens of thousands. Su Li swallowed hard, his lips trembling slightly. Leading the charge was an elite goblin cavalry. Upon seeing Chen Ge and his group, It immediately shouted in goblin language, "Brothers, there are many of them, but we have the advantage. Charge! Charge! Charge!" The deafening cries of battle filled the air as the goblin cavalry, seemingly fueled by adrenaline, launched a frenzied assault. Skill card, Infinite Summoning. Magic Pet card, Frost Dragon Hatchling. Magic Pet card, Fire Dragon Hatchling. Magic Pet card, Nether Abyss Dragon. Magic Pet card, Skeleton Archer. In an instant, the sky was filled with over 30 dragon hatchlings and 40 Nether Abyss dragons, while behind Chingu appeared a formation of 10,000 skeleton archers. This was all thanks to Infinite Summoning, which conserved magic power, combined with Chun Ji's SS level magic source and the magic ring that enhanced his magic reserves. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to summon so many magic pets at once. However, this move nearly drained all the magic power within him. There was no other choice now but to fight head-on. If these mutated goblins broke through, the Tri-City and the surrounding 7 cities would undoubtedly become forbidden zones for humans. The enemy's numbers were simply overwhelming. The goblin cavalry, initially frenzied as if on steroids, began to falter upon seeing the sheer number of dragons and skeleton archers. Their shouts grew quieter, and the madness on their faces gradually faded. Now, they only had one question in their minds. Is it too late to retreat? Prepare. Chungu stood at the front, waving his hand to command the skeleton archer army. Fire! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Tens of thousands of arrows shot toward the goblin cavalry in unison. In an instant, chaos erupted among the goblin cavalry. Although the skeleton archers were only silver 8-star level, their sheer numbers overwhelmed the enemy. Some goblins and their wolves were turned into pincushions, though the majority of the goblin cavalry remained unharmed. Charge! Chun-Gu shouted loudly, and the Frost Dragon hatchlings, Fire Dragon hatchlings, and Nether Abyss dragons circling overhead swooped down toward the goblin cavalry. The dungeon hall instantly transformed into a scene of hell. After the first wave of goblin cavalry was slaughtered, another wave of equal numbers charged out. Chun-Gu repeated his strategy. First disrupt their formation, then let the dragons in the sky carry out the massacre. Standing to the side, Suli began to ponder a question. Chun-Gu clearly has the ability to form an army on his own, so why did he bring me along? Could it be just because I teamed up with him, and that's why he included me? Thinking about this, Suli felt deeply moved. He had initially thought teaming up with Chun-Gu was helping him, but it turned out he was the one benefiting. He clearly didn't have to care about me that day, nor did he have to bring me along, but he still did. Suli's heart was filled with gratitude, and he resolved to become a partner who could fight alongside Chun-Gu. For this, he was willing to give it his all. With his magic power completely depleted, Chun-Gu was reluctant to use a magic recovery card. So he sat to the side, took out some food, and began eating to replenish his energy while waiting for his magic to recover slowly. After all, the magic pets he had summoned were already sufficient. As he ate, he casually pulled out blank cards and started drawing cards. He couldn't just sit idle. He infused them with magic. The first card, low-level magic card. The second card, mid-level magic card. The 50th card, magic card name, SSS level magic source. Type, special magic card. Effect, when used on an SS level magic source holder, it can upgrade their magic source to SSS level. Description, a magic card master without an SSS level magic source will ultimately remain a minor character. Are you one? Do you have an SS level magic source? Do you need me to help you become stronger? As expected, a person without dreams is no different from a salted fish. Do you understand what it means to be a luck god? A luck god without dreams is even saltier than a salted fish. Chun-Gu muttered to himself and directly used the SSS level magic source card on himself. Instantly, his dried-up magic source was rejuvenated and began to expand rapidly. What was once a large lake had now turned into an ocean. Magic surged within him, creating waves upon waves. This made Chun-Gu understand why powerful magic card masters needed an SSS level magic source. Chun-Gu took a deep breath. The SSS level magic source was far more powerful than the SS level one. The magic he had just exhausted was now completely restored in an instant. This feels amazing. Chun-Gu stretched lazily, sat back down, and continued drawing cards. The 102nd card. Magic card name. Shadow Chaos/Quality. Legendary type. Skill card effect. Designed specifically for dagger users. Doubles the attack speed of daggers after use, making movements as swift as shadows. Description: a must-have skill for assassins lurking in the dark. Strike to kill in one move, or be the one who dies. An assassin's card? Chen-gu frowned. This card was absolutely perfect for Su Li, but he wouldn't give it to him directly. Although Su Li acknowledged him as the boss, personal matters still needed to be clearly defined. Rules must be understood for everyone to cooperate well. With that in mind, he decided to establish his own guild when he returned and make this card the first magic card available for guild members to exchange with points. This was also a way to motivate Su Li, encouraging him to become stronger. Then, Chen-gu put away the magic card and thought about the current mission. Considering the difficulty of the mission and the number of monsters, he would definitely earn 50 to 80,000 points upon returning. However, he wondered what position he could achieve on the leaderboard. He turned to look at Su Li in the distance, who was happily picking up whiteboard cards, grinning from ear to ear. Based on the mission's difficulty, even though Su Li was just an assistant, he would definitely earn a considerable amount of points, possibly even making it into the top 1,000 on the leaderboard in one go. That would be interesting. Those who used to look down on Su Li, what kind of expressions would they have then? At this moment, outside the dungeon, Chief Executive Yang, what do you think of the current situation? A reporter was conducting a live interview with Yang Tianling, as the people of Sanyuan City were eager to know the latest updates about the dungeon. Yang Tianling answered solemnly, "Everyone, please rest assured. The students sent by the Divine Capital Academy this time are all legendary level students. They will definitely lead Sanyuan City out of this crisis." The reporter nodded with a smile and continued to ask, "Chief Yang, as you know, the entire city's residents are concerned about this matter. Without specific updates, everyone's daily lives and production are being affected. When do you think they will come out?" Yang Tianling sighed. Although the students who went in are all legendary level, it's not easy for them either. Let alone them, even for us out here. This kind of thing was hard to explain, so he could only change the subject. The cameraman immediately focused the lens on Yang Tianling. His face looked aged, with dark circles under his eyes, clearly showing how much he had worried about this matter. Whether it was the reporter, the cameraman, or the residents watching on their TVs, their faces were full of emotion. Taking the opportunity, Yang Tianling continued, "We are already working so hard out here, so you can imagine how tough it must be for the students inside. The conditions are extremely harsh. I hope everyone can unite and believe that they will come out safely soon, saving Sanyuan City and the surrounding areas." Seeing this, the audience felt deeply distressed. Sigh, it's really not easy. Although magic card masters seem glamorous, many people sacrifice themselves every day. Yes, these young kids going in, who knows what dangers they'll face. The situation must be terrible. The residents were all worried about Chen-gu and Su Li, fearing they were in danger. At this moment, inside the dungeon, "Su Li, give me that bottle of drink. This one doesn't taste good." Chen-gu pointed to a drink in the distance. "Boss, this one is good. Try this." Su Li handed over another bottle. When they entered, the officials had prepared ample supplies, so the two were living relatively comfortably. Sigh, another wave finished. I'll go clean up the battlefield. Su Li stood up and walked toward the battlefield. Not long after, he returned to Chun Ji's side. "This time isn't great. Only over 80 cards. This is for the boss." Chen-gu took the cards. Despite the grueling battles, he was relentless in drawing cards. The first card, Intermediate Magic card. The second card, Advanced Magic card. The fifth card, Magic card name, Battle Armor Blood Emperor quality, Legendary type, Equipment card effect. The Legendary Emperor's battle armor, when stained with blood, can convert the blood into stamina for the wearer. Description: strength is forged through blood. Are you ready to wear the Blood Emperor's armor and become the King of Legends? This is amazing. Finally, I can replace that old advanced battle armor. Chun-gu smiled as he discarded the advanced dark battle armor and placed the Blood Emperor equipment into the magic source. The ability to convert blood into stamina was self-explanatory in its significance. This 9-star special golden dungeon is practically tailor-made for me. So comfortable. After just one day and night inside, he had already drawn so many powerful magic cards, and his magic card master level had risen to silver 9 stars. While battles raged on elsewhere, he continued drawing cards. The 62nd card. Magic card name. Healing card. Afterward, the situation became as calm as stagnant water, without any ripples. Unknowingly, night had fallen. As Chun-Ji's magic card master level rose to gold 1 star, the hall finally quieted down. Su Li's magic card master level also rose at an astonishing speed to silver 8 stars. The advantages of the advanced dungeon were fully displayed, far surpassing the silver level secret realms and abysses they had challenged in the past few days. It was getting late, so Chun-Gu and Su Li ate a little and rested on the spot. Outside the dungeon, Yang Tianling and Elder Li were worried, sighing and shaking their heads repeatedly. A whole day and night had passed. Normally, explorers of golden dungeons should have come out by now. Fortunately, the data transmitted from Chun-Gu and Su Li's magic card master wristbands showed that everything was normal. Is everything okay over there? Elder Li frowned deeply, frequently asking about the situation. Sitting in front of the computer, Su Chonglin stared at the screen, confirming that Chun-Gu and Su Li's magic card master wristbands were functioning normally. Everything is normal, Su Chonglin replied. Elder Li and Yang Tianling finally breathed a sigh of relief and began pacing back and forth in the room. Although nothing had happened, their faces were haggard, clearly worried sick about Chun-Gu and Su Li. The residents watching TV also stayed up all night, staring at the screen, waiting for the final outcome. Chun-Gu and Su Li had a good sleep, and when they woke up, it was already broad daylight. Chun-Gu noticed that the magical pet summoned the night before had disappeared, while the one summoned yesterday was still there. This was normal, as summoned magical pets have a time limit. After breakfast, the two continued their journey deeper into the dungeon. Over 30 young dragons circled in the air, 40 netherworld sub-dragons scouted ahead, followed closely by tens of thousands of skeleton archers marching in perfect unison. Soon, Chun-Gu and Su Li passed through a corridor, and the view before them suddenly opened up, as if they had entered another world. The wind howled. The sky was gloomy. Dark clouds loomed overhead, seemingly ready to collapse at any moment. The scene before them was breathtaking. Vegetation was withered, trees were bare, and the entire world was dark and lifeless. The most striking feature was a towering mountain that seemed to connect heaven and earth. At the foot of the mountain stood a massive city built against its slope, solemn and oppressive, exuding an intense and suffocating atmosphere. Upon closer inspection of the city walls, tens of thousands of goblins were staring intently at Chun-Gu and Su Li. Seeing this magnificent city, Su Li couldn't help but gasp. Judging by the atmosphere, the situation here was far more complex than before. Between the two of them and the city lay a vast battlefield. Chun-Gu immediately noticed a goblin king clad in armor standing at the top of the city, staring at him. Whoosh whoosh amid the howling wind, Chun-Gu and the goblin king locked eyes from afar, and a strong sense of killing intent began to brew in the air. Whoosh suddenly, the sound of a horn blared sharply, signaling an inevitable battle. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately after, the sound of war drums echoed through the heavens and reverberated in the desolate space. What was going on? The sound of the horn and war drums reached outside the dungeon. Originally drowsy, Old Li suddenly stood up from his chair and looked around. Woo boom, boom, boom. The sound continued to resonate throughout Sinyuan City, lingering for a long time. It's coming from the dungeon. Equally drowsy, Yang Tianling suddenly woke up and identified the source of the sound. What is happening in the dungeon? Why are there horns and war drums again? Old Li looked tense. I don't know. Yang Tianling had never encountered such a situation before and could only shake his head. However, his intuition told him that Chun-Gu and Su Li might be in serious trouble now. This is bad. Old Li felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. Chun-Gu, let us see your true strength. At this moment, Su Chonglin remained exceptionally calm, full of confidence in Chun-Gu. He firmly believed that an unprecedentedly powerful magic card master had been born, and soon, this world would undergo a tremendous change. Mom, I'm scared, don't be afraid. Mom is here. What is that sound? It's so scary. Could this be the alarm for the end of the world? What on earth is happening in that dungeon? What is inside? The residents of San Yuan City also heard the sudden sound of horns and war drums, their hearts filled with fear. After all, they were just ordinary people, helpless and terrified in the face of such a crisis. The only thing they could do was pray for Chun Gu and the others, hoping that heaven would lend a helping hand to these ordinary people. Ding, Golden 7-star Goblin. Ding, Golden 7-star Enhanced Goblin. At that moment, the gates of the massive city suddenly opened, and tens of thousands of goblins charged out. They roared ferociously, rushing towards Chun Gu and his team like a flood of beasts. Prepare! Chun Gu had already set up his formation and immediately commanded the skeleton archers. Fire! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dense rain of arrows blotted out the sky, instantly disrupting the goblins' formation. Their charging momentum was immediately suppressed. Charge! Next, Chun Gu ordered the young dragons and netherworld drakes in the sky to attack. They moved so fast they were almost invisible, swiftly diving into the enemy ranks. Soon, the two sides clashed. The melee goblins were completely helpless against the airborne young dragons and netherworld drakes, jumping around in vain and being slaughtered without any chance to fight back. Whenever goblins managed to approach, the thousands of skeleton archers would shoot them down. It was essentially a one-sided massacre, utterly predictable. Chun Gu was immersed in this feast of magic and points when he suddenly looked up, his pupils contracting sharply. The enemy had archers too. A rain of arrows shot towards the battlefield. Ugh, a netherworld drake on Chun Ji's side was injured, and a young dragon was struck down. Ironically, some goblins were even killed by their own arrows. What beasts, shooting their own kind! Suli couldn't help but curse. Chun Gu, however, locked his gaze on the Goblin King. Was it just an illusion, or did he see a mocking smile on the king's lips? Without hesitation, he summoned the Golden Bow, pulled 3 arrows to full draw, and aimed at the Goblin King. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 arrows flew straight into the city, but were blocked by a massive light barrier. A barrier? Looks like we'll have to wait for them to make the first move. Chun Gu frowned. At that moment, he saw the Goblin King's mocking smile again. Chun Gu sighed and decided to respond with strength. Skill card, Infinite Summon. Magic Pet card, Frost Young Dragon. Magic Pet card, Fire Young Dragon. A woo, a woo. Instantly, the number of young dragons in the sky surged from 30 to 100. Finally, Chun Gu saw the Goblin King's mocking smile gradually fade. A faint smile appeared on his own lips. The Goblin King was clearly enraged and hurriedly gave orders to the goblins around him. Soon, more troops were dispatched. Ding, Golden 7-star Goblin Guards. Ding, Golden 7-star Enhanced Goblin Cavalry. Ding, Golden 7-star Enhanced Goblin Bat Riders. This time, it wasn't just melee fighters, there were cavalry and bat riders, far stronger than before. Chun Ji's heart stirred. If soldiers come, we fight. If water comes, we block. Skill card, Infinite Summon. Magic Pet card, Skeleton Knights. Magic Pet card, Skeleton Generals. Thousands of skeleton knights and skeleton generals appeared on both sides, forming neat phalanxes. Skeleton generals were advanced units, and skeleton knights were rare units. With the 10% strength boost provided by Call of the Dead, their combat power was on par with the Golden 7-star goblins. Both sides seemed to reach a tacit understanding, starting with an exchange of arrows, followed by cavalry charges, colliding like a flood on the battlefield. What was originally a golden-level dungeon instantly transformed into a massive, awe-inspiring battlefield. Gulp, as a seemingly ordinary silver 8-star assassin, Suli stood to the side, dumbfounded. Was this really a battle he could participate in? Being able to enter this dungeon, he felt both lucky and sorrowful. Facing a super magic card master like Chun Gu, he was weak and helpless, like a fragile egg. However, this sense of powerlessness did not crush Suli. Instead, it strengthened his resolve. As an assassin, he was determined to become the strongest. At this moment, outside the dungeon, Elder Li and Yang Tianling also heard the deafening sounds of battle cries, as if 2 armies were fiercely clashing. What was going on? Is there really a large-scale battle down there? Elderly S lips trembled slightly. The sound seems like it, but it's probably an illusion caused by the echoes within the dungeon. A gold-level dungeon wouldn't be this chaotic. This kind of situation is more common in super ruins, Yang Tianling explained. Can echoes really be this loud? Elderly frowned and sighed. It's really unsettling. Yang Tianling, experienced and knowledgeable, patiently reassured him, don't worry, a 9-star gold-level dungeon couldn't possibly erupt into a real fight. Elderly nodded solemnly, feeling that Yang Tianling's words made sense. If a real fight broke out, Chen Gu, dragging along someone like Su Li, would have been dead long ago. The residents of Sanyuan City, hearing the commotion, were all panicked and terrified. They could only sit in front of their televisions, waiting for the final judgment of fate. If even the experts sent by the Divine Academy couldn't resolve this dungeon, they would have no choice but to leave their homes and wander homeless. Inside the dungeon, flames soared into the sky, and the sounds of battle cries were deafening. Goblin guards, cavalry, and bat-riding soldiers in the city came wave after wave, seemingly endless. Boss, another batch of blank cards has arrived, a total of 152. Su Li wasn't idle either. He took the opportunity to collect blank cards while practicing his movement techniques. Real battles truly unleash potential, allowing people to continuously improve. Chen Gu wholeheartedly agreed with this, smiling as he took the blank cards and started a new round of card draws. The first card magic card name, Silver Moon Armor Quality, Legendary Type, Equipment Card Effect. This is a set of heavy armor. While it reduces the wearer's speed, it significantly enhances defense. Description: under the radiance of the silver moon, the loyal knight will protect their master until the end of their life. This card is better off being exchanged for points. Chen Gu already had the Blood Emperor set, so this kind of heavy armor was completely unsuitable for him. He continued drawing cards. The second card was an intermediate magic card. The 72nd card magic card name, Blade Weapon Mastery Quality, rare before long. All the blank cards in his hand were used up. This round of card draws was overall average, though 2 cards were fairly decent. These would serve as the foundation for establishing his guild. By late afternoon, Chen Gu's magic card master level had already risen to gold 2-star, nearing gold 3-star. Now his level was about the same as the magical beasts in the dungeon, and he felt that the magic power he gained was becoming less and less. If not for relying on quantity, he wouldn't have reached this level at all. At this rate, by the time I leave the dungeon, my level should reach gold 5-star. Not bad. Chen Gu smiled and looked up at the distant city. Woo! At that moment, a horn suddenly sounded in the city, and the goblins outside abruptly turned and fled. Bang! Not long after, the city gates slammed shut. What is going on? Could it be that you all stop fighting when it's mealtime? Chen Gu was in high spirits. But then this happened? Boss, forget it. We should take a break and eat too. Su Li somehow found a clean chair, made space for Chen Gu, and even set up the food. Chen Gu didn't hold back, sat down, and joined in the meal. There was a barrier there, so they couldn't enter and could only wait for them to come out on their own, which was a good chance to rest. At this moment, the Goblin King standing on a high spot within the city was furious. It first glared fiercely at Chen Gu, who was sitting there eating, then turned and cursed, "A bunch of idiots." Stretching out its rough right hand, it pointed at Chen Gu in the distance and said, "If you just concentrate all your forces and charge forward to kill that weak summoner in one go, everything will be over. Can't you even understand that?" After speaking, it disdainfully glanced at Chen Gu again. Chen Ji's figure was slim and weak, looking like a frail pretty boy who could be slapped to death up close. The Goblin King simply couldn't understand how its useless subordinates were being commanded. In fact, Chen Ji's build wasn't exactly thin, he just looked slim in clothes, but his muscles were solid underneath. However, because he was handsome, he was always envied by others. Even goblins were jealous of his good looks. How absurd. "Your Majesty, it's because today's forces are too weak. Your Majesty, tomorrow I'll lead the dragon cavalry to charge before long." All those goblin guards and cavalry turned to ashes. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. The Goblin King stomped his feet in anger and turned to give orders. "Quick, Send out all the dragon riders and bat riders. Useless trash. Yes, your majesty. The servant behind him responded and hurried to relay the command. The so-called dragon riders, mentioned by the Goblin King, were actually goblin cavalry riding ground dragons. These ground dragons had diluted dragon bloodlines and couldn't be considered real dragons. They simply gave themselves a grandiose name, but when faced with a real dragon, they were utterly powerless. Despite their large numbers, they couldn't even get close to Chungu. Useless. Useless. Seeing the mocking smile on Chunji's lips, the Goblin King grew even more anxious and summoned more goblins to fight. Wave after wave. Though their quality was poor, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. On Chunji's side, he continued to summon new magical pets without expending much mana. Dragon roars, screeches, battle cries, and the clash of weapons echoed continuously, creating a tense and fierce battlefield atmosphere. Sigh, it's already been 2 days and nights of fighting. Today is the 3rd day. Just how difficult is this dungeon? Why is it taking so long? Li Lao frowned, pacing back and forth. Listen to that. The sounds are so realistic. Chief Executive Yang, are you sure it's just the echoes of the dungeon? Yang Tianling was momentarily speechless. The sounds came wave after wave, resembling a real battle between two armies. They could even hear the roars of dragons. What exactly was hidden in this dungeon? Old Li, don't worry. The longer it takes, the more it means they're consuming resources, but their condition is stable and there's no danger to their lives. Yang Tianling tried to reassure both himself and others, though he felt uncertain inside. Old Li nodded, but he still felt uneasy. A dungeon battle lasting 3 days and nights, this difficulty was truly extraordinary. The residents of Sanyuan City stared intently at their televisions, their expressions tense. If the dungeon proved to be completely hopeless, they would have no choice but to flee for their lives. The deafening sounds of battle could faintly be heard, and all they could do was pray that the hero inside the dungeon could hold on, even though no one knew his name. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Bring me my 10-meter-long broadsword. I'll go down there myself and chop up that pretty boy. As the battle dragged on until nearly 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Chunji's magic card master level had rapidly risen to gold 4-star, almost reaching gold 5-star. At this point, the Goblin King, standing atop the tower, couldn't hold back any longer. Despite deploying so many forces, they hadn't even managed to face that pretty boy. What a bunch of useless fools. How hard could it be to kill a scrawny kid? Isn't it just a matter of swinging a sword? Your Majesty, you can't. Your Majesty, please reconsider. The generals and high priests behind the Goblin King hurriedly tried to stop him. Shut up. The Goblin King glared at them furiously and roared. A bunch of useless fools. That pathetic summoner, what else can he do besides summoning? You can't even get close to him. Now, follow me out there, cover me from both sides, and I'll personally chop off his head. Let's see if he dares to mock me again. Yes, Your Majesty. The goblin generals and shamans bowed their heads in agreement. Soon, another wave of goblin cavalry, bat riders, and dragon riders surged out of the city, flooding toward Chungu like a tide. Judging by their scale and numbers, this seemed to be the final wave of attack. Chungu remained calm, sitting quietly and watching the spectacle unfold, the corners of his mouth curling into a deep sneer directed at the Goblin King. Beep. Golden 9-star Lord level Goblin General. Beep. Golden 9-star Lord level Goblin Shaman. Beep. Golden 9-star King level Goblin King. Shortly after, Chunji's magic card master wristband emitted a notification sound. Boss, they're here. Suli suddenly stood up beside him. This should be the final assault. Although there are many monsters in this dungeon, their quality isn't that great. Chungu remained calm, sitting leisurely as he spoke. Ha ha. Hearing Chunji's words, Su Li's mouth twitched, and he let out an awkward laugh. Not great quality? There are literally tens of thousands of them. Luckily, they had Chungu as their leader. If it were anyone else, they'd have been minced into meat paste by now. Moreover, among these monsters were enhanced, rare, and elite level ones. Their quality was actually quite good. The key was that Chunji's magic pets were just too powerful. At this moment, the Goblin King, clad in battle armor, rode a sub-dragon and wielded a 10-meter-long broadsword. exuding an imposing aura. Surrounding him, goblin generals, shamans, and high priests also rode smaller sub-dragons, guarding him on both sides. On the main battlefield, both sides were engaged in a fierce melee, the scene chaotic. The Goblin King raised his broadsword and pointed at Chen Ge. Ignore everything else. Charge straight down the middle. Kill that pretty boy, and it's all over. Yes, Your Majesty. The generals, shamans, and high priests responded in unison, following closely behind. The Goblin King and his entourage rampaged through the chaos, trampling even their own goblins to death, let alone Chun Ji's skeleton army. Their target was clear Chen Ge. Roar, roar. In the sky, the Frost Hatchling, Fire Hatchling, and Nether Sub-Dragon launched attacks on the Goblin King. But the Goblin Shamans were no pushovers chanting incantations. They quickly formed a massive energy shield to block the attacks. Frost Dragon Flame and Dragon's Wrath rained down, but the shield remained unscathed. Ha ha, what are a bunch of hatchlings worth? They're no match for my shamans. The Goblin King laughed heartily. Dragon's Annihilation. The High Priest suddenly completed a spell, extending a withered, rough green hand to point at the hatchlings in the sky. Several enormous arrows, infused with dark energy, shot toward the hatchlings. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoa, for hatchlings were struck, wailing as they plummeted from the sky, kicking up a cloud of dust before vanishing. Ha ha ha. Kid, your hatchlings are nothing in front of my High Priest. The Goblin King's sub-dragon accelerated. Before long, they broke through the main battlefield and charged straight at Chen Ge. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The skeleton archers in front of Chen Ge drew their bows and fired, tens of thousands of arrows raining down on the Goblin King. Unfortunately, if even the dragon flames couldn't break the shield, these arrows stood no chance. The arrows shattered and disappeared upon hitting the shield. Ha ha, pretty boy, your prized hatchlings are already dead, more than a dozen of them. My dragon riders have held off most of your skeleton army. And do you think these archers in front of you can stop me? The Goblin King laughed wildly, his sub-dragon accelerating further, soon crashing into the ranks of skeleton archers. Faced with such a formidable enemy, the skeleton archers instantly collapsed, scattering in all directions. The Goblin King wasted no time, raising his broadsword and charging straight at Chen Ge, who still sat motionless. Pretty boy, I've had enough of you. Prepare to die. In the blink of an eye, the Goblin King rode his wyvern to Chen Ge and swung his broadsword at his neck. Chen Ge couldn't understand what the Goblin King was saying, but he knew it was nothing good. Equipment card, Scarlet Emperor. Equipment card, Heavenly Moonblade. Equipment card, Wings of the Hero. Skill card, Blood Frenzy. Skill card, Berserk. In an instant, Chen Ge was enveloped in a set of blood-red armor with intricate patterns, ancient craftsmanship, and a heavy texture, radiating a violent red aura. The Heavenly Moon blade in his hand was surrounded by a blood-red stream of energy. Sitting in his chair as if on a throne, his imposing presence was overwhelming, as though he ruled over everything. Beneath his helmet, his eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty red light, and a mocking smile played at the corner of his mouth. Damn, you should have told me you were a berserker earlier. Why wait until now to show it? The Goblin King, seeing Chun Ji's mocking smile, felt a chill in his heart and couldn't help but complain. The next moment, he and his wyvern were cleaved in half with a single strike, crashing to the ground, utterly dead. At this moment, Chun Ge was a golden 5-star, with a skill boost of 1,500% and a clear equipment advantage. Facing the golden 9-star Goblin King was as easy as slicing through vegetables. Just then, the generals, shamans, and high priests who had eagerly followed behind froze in shock at the scene before them. What happened to the supposedly fragile summoner? The figure before them now seemed anything but weak. He looked invincible. Swish, swish, swish. In the next second, they followed the Goblin King, instantly sliced in half. The battle ended so quickly that no one had time to react. In their final moments, they only wanted to ask the Goblin King, "Didn't you say it would be easy? What is happening now? Why did we die so suddenly?" Sully, who had hidden away earlier, secretly rejoiced at his quick thinking. If he hadn't dodged in time, he would have been splattered with blood. The next moment, Chun-Gu dismissed all the magical pets on the battlefield, leaving only the two of them. Although the Goblin King and his subordinates had been instantly killed, there were still plenty of goblins on the battlefield. How was it that only the two of them remained? Sully was completely stunned. What is going on? Boss, are you planning to take on all these goblins by yourself? Sully stepped forward and asked with a bitter smile. Heh, Chun-Gu, radiating an aura of madness, glanced at Sully before turning away, leaping high into the air and drawing a perfect red arc as he landed directly in the midst of the goblin horde. Boom! The moment he landed, the ground exploded into a massive crater, instantly reducing the surrounding goblins by hundreds. Standing amidst the goblin horde, Chun-Gu felt an overwhelming sense of power, as if he were a god towering above all. Kill him! Kill him! Attack! The goblins, witnessing the scene, shouted as they charged at Chun-Gu. Chun-Gu sneered coldly, and with a wave of his hand, several blood-red crescents flew out, sweeping in all directions. In an instant, the surrounding goblins were wiped out. The thick scent of blood filled the air, and the blood covering his armor was instantly absorbed, restoring Chun-Ji's stamina. Hiss! Chun-Gu took a deep breath, feeling rejuvenated, intoxicated by the sensation of invincibility. The NSU Li, who was cleaning up the battlefield nearby, saw Chun-Ji's violent slaughter, and his lips trembled slightly. Not to mention others being scared, even he, as a teammate, felt terrified watching it. Usually, the boss seemed gentle, but if you provoked him, no one could escape. Whoever did was just unlucky. I can't watch anymore. I can't take it. My poor little heart. Sully quickly lowered his head and focused on picking up the blank cards. However, he truly admired Chun-Ji's invincible aura and almost perfect combat skills. Powerful magic cards, extraordinary combat talent, and overwhelming presence. This was what a natural-born powerhouse looked like. Before long, the battle ended, and Chun-Gu let out a long sigh as he walked back to Sully. So boring. To be honest, the opponent was too weak, not thrilling at all. Haha, Sully's lips and the corners of his eyes twitched slightly, unsure of what to say. The situation just now had been a matter of life and death for him, but for Chun-Gu, it was just a walk in the park. Once again, he felt the immense gap between himself and Chun-Gu. It was like heaven and earth. So, how many blank cards did you pick up in total? Chun-Gu asked with a smile. Sully immediately took out all the blank cards, among which was one that emitted a golden glow and had a pentagram design, similar in material to the blank cards. What is this? Chun-Gu hesitated as he took it. Suddenly, a few words flashed in his mind. Supercard fragment. Supercard fragment? What is this? Chun-Gu froze for a moment, clearly beyond his realm of understanding. He looked up at Sully, his eyes full of confusion, and it was evident that Sully didn't know either. They would have to ask Old Lee after leaving. Maybe he would know something. Boss, I'll go clean up the battlefield first. Sully snapped back to reality and immediately got busy. Chun-Gu raised this supercard fragment and examined it carefully for a while before putting it away. Then, he turned his gaze toward the massive city in the distance. The Goblin King is dead. Am I supposed to wipe out the entire city? He muttered to himself, but didn't he act, simply waiting for Sully to finish cleaning up the battlefield. Before long, Sully came over grinning. Boss, a total of 485 cards. He handed 437 blank cards to Chun-Gu as he spoke. I'll round it off to 433. These 7 cards are for you. Chun-Gu took the magic cards and handed the remaining 7 back to Sully. Although Sully had suggested a 90-10 split, as the boss, he had to be generous. Besides, Sully seemed to be in financial trouble, so he had to help him out. Sully was stunned. He hadn't done anything and had already received so many blank cards, and now he was being given 7 more? These 7 cards were worth 70,000 yuan, and he was just handing them over like that? Instantly, Sully felt a lump in his throat, his eyes grew moist, and he almost burst into tears. The man in front of him handed over the 7 blank cards with an air of confidence and charm, so carefree that it was hard to look away. Sully quickly blinked, holding back the tears of gratitude that were about to fall, and whispered, Boss, I take them. Chungu didn't hesitate to shove the 7 blank cards into Su Li's hands. This scene was so heartwarming that Su Li couldn't help but smile, his tears almost spilling over. But just then, the earth shook violently. Crack, crack. The ground split open, and the massive city built against the mountain in the distance began to collapse. The underground city is starting to crumble. Chungu frowned, quickly scanning his surroundings. In the blink of an eye, they had already appeared at the entrance of the dungeon. In the next instant, the dungeon entrance collapsed with a loud crash and disappeared without a trace. It's over. Li Lao, who had been outside with a worried expression, immediately saw Chungu and the others, and his mood shifted from anxiety to joy. Truly worthy of being the legendary students of Shindu Academy. Yang Tianling's lips curled into a smile, his heart filled with excitement. They're out. They made it out successfully, as expected of those who emerged from a secret realm invaded by darkness. Truly extraordinary. Remarkable. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. The previously silent committee members also broke into smiles, standing up one after another, their faces brimming with joy. You're truly remarkable, Chungu. Su Chonglin gave Chungu a deep look. They're out. This is wonderful. The problem has been resolved. In the distance, reporters witnessing the scene were so excited they didn't know what to do, preparing to rush forward for interviews. Stop them. Only allow reports about the dungeon being resolved under no circumstances should they capture footage of Chungu and the others. Li Lao immediately ordered, and the relevant personnel swiftly took action. Chungu and Su Li's journey had only just begun, and Shindu Academy had to protect its students from excessive exposure to the media and public. What they had encountered was merely a glimpse of the world's dark side, with even deeper crises yet to be revealed. Excessive exposure could easily attract unnecessary trouble and danger, something Shindu Academy was determined to avoid. Let's go and take a look, Li Lao said to Yang Tianling beside him. Yang Tianling nodded and followed closely, with the other committee members trailing behind. As soon as Li Lao and Yang Tianling entered, they saw Su Li with tears in her eyes. It wasn't easy. Considering the difficulty of this dungeon, she must be crying from exhaustion, Li Lao thought to himself. Yang Tianling, on the other hand, thought, these must be tears of emotion after surviving a life and death ordeal. It truly wasn't easy. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters. These 2 kids have really been through a lot. To endure 3 days and nights in the dungeon, it was practically a near-death experience. The beasts inside must have been incredibly ferocious. Truly admirable. The surrounding committee members also sighed inwardly. Chief Executive Yang, Li Lao, your mission has been accomplished. Chungu was the first to greet them with a smile. Clap, clap, clap. Applause immediately erupted at the scene, and everyone was beaming with smiles. Student Chungu, Student Su Li, on behalf of all the residents of Sanyuan City, I extend my sincerest gratitude to you. Yang Tianling and his team saluted Chungu. Meanwhile, on the reporters' side, although they couldn't directly interview Chungu and the others, they excitedly spoke to the camera. Friends of Sanyuan City, the golden dungeon that has troubled us has been completely resolved, and the crisis in Sanyuan City has been lifted. The reporters' eyes were filled with excitement. After all, no one wanted to leave their hometown. Then, the reporter sincerely added, although we don't know their names, on behalf of all the residents of Sanyuan City and nearby cities, I express the deepest gratitude to these unsung heroes. After speaking, the reporter bowed deeply to the camera. In an instant, the previously silent Sanyuan City regained its vitality, and people's eyes began to shine brightly and resolutely. Residents of surrounding cities also kept a close eye on news from Sanyuan City, learning almost immediately about the good news that the dungeon had been resolved. Cheers erupted one after another. Mom, were those monsters killed? Yes. Some magic card masters defeated them and saved us. That's wonderful. A group of incredible magic card masters saved Sanyuan City and saved us. On behalf of my family, I salute those silent heroes. Crackle. Sanyuan City and the surrounding cities instantly became lively, with people hanging up colorful lights and setting off firecrackers to celebrate. A disaster that was all too common in this world had finally been safely overcome. Chen Guo and his team had just been secretly escorted away, while Yang Tianling was already preparing a celebration banquet for them. At this moment, in the mission hall of the Divine Capital Academy. Hello, your mission has been completed. The system is calculating your points, and the leaderboard will be updated tomorrow afternoon. The staff member said with a smile to the dust-covered faces of Chao Bin and Chu Tian. The mission Chu Tian and his team had taken on this time was extremely difficult, taking a lot of time and almost costing the lives of some team members. Being able to return safely was already a great achievement. Thank you. Chao Bin expressed his gratitude and turned to leave with Chu Tian and the others. This mission was inherently challenging, and everyone saw the number of monsters. Chao Bin stopped and turned to look at number 1000 and number 1001. Don't worry, tomorrow you'll be able to move back to your old dorms. Thank you so much, Brother Chao. Brother Chao, if you ever need anything, just let us know. No. 1000 and number 1001 both expressed their gratitude to Chao Bin. Chao Bin waved his hand with a smile. Ah, it's nothing. Helping you guys is just part of cleaning up that guy Chen Guo. Let's see if he can still act so arrogant tomorrow like he did a few days ago. Brother Chao, thank you for taking me along this time. At this rate, I might be able to reach the threshold of the top 1,000 in my first year of enrollment. Chu Tian said, his face lighting up with joy. Slap, slap. Chao Bin turned back and patted Chu Tian's shoulder with a smile. Of course. If you can't make it onto the leaderboard in your first year, there's no hope for later. At Divine Capital Academy, there was no distinction between juniors and seniors. Everything was determined by points, and the strong ruled. This world was still dangerous, and no one would sympathize with the weak. Becoming stronger was the only rule for survival. As the years of enrollment increased, the point system would change, but the first year was the most critical. Generally, the strong could break into the top 1,000 of the leaderboard in their first year. To get into the top 10, your first year ranking had to be within the top 200. These individuals were the elite of the Divine Capital Academy. Let's go. Dinner's on me today. Order whatever you want. Chao Bin said generously to his team members. Thanks, Brother Chao. Brother Chao, then we won't hold back. The group walked toward the cafeteria, laughing and chatting. Around 11 p.m., Old Li, you're leaving in such a hurry. Is there something urgent? At the military airport, Yang Tianling and his officials came to see him off. Sigh. Old Li sighed. I've been delayed here for too long. The academy is about to start the new student evaluations, and I can't afford to delay any longer. The matters here are already resolved, so there's no need for me to stay. Understood. Yang Tianling nodded, not pressing further. He solemnly addressed Chen Gu and Su Li. On behalf of the residents of Sanyuan City, I sincerely thank you, Chen Gu and Su Li. I hope that in the near future, you will become strong enough to change the world. Yang Tianling and the accompanying officials expressed their gratitude once again. Chen Gu and Su Li quickly nodded in response. Shortly after, the group boarded the high-speed transport aircraft, heading to the Divine Capital Academy. Inside the cabin, Elder Li sat next to Chen Gu, smiling as he sized him up, clearly intrigued by him. At this moment, Chen Gu asked, Elder Li, I want to know, what exactly is this supercard fragment? Elder Li was visibly stunned for a moment, his brows furrowing as he looked at Chen Gu with a complex expression. When someone not belonging to that level asks such a question, it means they have already come into contact with that level and might even possess that item. Elder Li straightened up, glanced around, and seeing that everyone else was asleep, he lowered his voice and said to Chen Gu, Rumor has it that it's the only thing that can allow a magic card master to contend with demon gods and pillar gods. This world had expanded hundreds of times, with many human-restricted zones. The most mysterious and terrifying were the zones where the demon gods and pillar gods resided. Most king-level magic card masters wouldn't dare approach those places, and even super-level magic card masters would think twice. Something that could allow a magic card master to contend with demon gods and pillar gods, just imagine its value. Chen Gu looked at Elder Li eagerly, wanting to hear more. Elder Li chuckled bitterly. At my current level, I don't know exactly what it is either. Tomorrow, you can check the school library. They recently received a batch of materials translated from ancient ruins. Maybe you'll find some answers there. All right. Thank you for the guidance, Elderly. Gu said gratefully. Elderly reminded him again. Never mention this name in front of others, understand? Gu nodded in understanding. Just by mentioning the super card fragment, Elderly had guessed that he possessed it. Elderly was warning him that this item was extremely dangerous. Something that could contend with demon gods and pillar gods would attract countless covetous eyes. Right now, he was still at the Divine Capital Academy, under its protection, but what about later? Understood. Gu nodded firmly. The two said no more, reclined their seats, and prepared to rest. The next morning, the high-speed transport aircraft landed at the Divine Capital Academy's airport. Elderly, esteemed committee members, will be heading off first. Gu and Su Li bid farewell to Elder Li and the others. All right, Elder Li and the others smiled and nodded, then left one after another. Gu and Su Li immediately headed to the mission hall. Hello, we're here to submit a mission. It was still Alan. Seeing Gu and Su Li, Alan was visibly stunned. Submit a mission? Did you really complete the highest difficulty mission? Are you really? Alan's mind was in turmoil, but she maintained her calm and gentle demeanor, smiling as she said, Hello, please present your magic card master wristbands. Beep. The system completed the information entry. Alan smiled and said, Your points ranking will be updated at 4 p.m. Please stay tuned. Thank you, Gu and Su Li responded politely, then turned and left the mission hall, leaving Alan standing there in a daze. A freshman with a tag along actually completed a special level mission, can you believe it? Even after seeing the mission completion notification, she still couldn't believe it. She glanced at the screen, her eyes instantly widening, muttering under her breath, 10, 100,000, 1,200,000. Gulp, she swallowed hard and glanced at Su Li's points. 59,000? Her mouth twitched. Are you kidding me? In the Golden Underground City, Gu was undoubtedly the main force. Since he had just enrolled, all his points were pure points. Su Li, on the other hand, had been at the Divine Capital Academy for a year and was still an assistant, so his points were naturally much fewer, but still impressive. Huh, it seems today won't be a peaceful day again. Alan laughed awkwardly. I heard the highest score is 105,000, and Gu, this legendary freshman, has broken the record again. This is going to be interesting. At this moment, Gu and Su Li had already left the mission hall and were walking down the stone steps of the Changsheng Hall towards the library. Ji's mind was filled with thoughts of super card fragments. Suddenly, he turned to look at Su Li and said with a smile, I'm heading to the library for a bit. You can go back first. As Gu turned to leave, Su Li quickly grabbed him. Boss, can you give me some luck? All right, kid, hand it over. Gu said with a smile, reaching out his hand. But Su Li replied, Boss, it's not polite to trouble you. Just touch my head, and I'll draw it myself. Gu paused for a moment, then shook his head with a smile and placed his hand on Su Li's head. All right, I'll lend you some luck. Gu stood tall at 1.8 meters, with a sturdy build, while Su Li, who was only about 1.7 meters, looked like a child being comforted by an adult as Gu patted his head. Su Li immediately took out a blank card and infused it with magic. In an instant, his pupils contracted sharply, and his face was filled with disbelief. Magic card name, Heart of Darkness quality, Divine Phantom level type, skill card effect. In darkness, the owner's physical strength, speed, and power increase by 1,000%. Description: Oh, you who have fallen into endless darkness. You shall become the ruler of the dark, hunting those who underestimate you, making them understand that darkness is about to take control of everything. Su Li was stunned for a long time before he came back to his senses and took a step back solemnly. Boss Gu, the eternal god. At this moment, Su Li was so excited that he couldn't speak, his eyes filled with admiration for Gu, like a devotee worshipping a deity. Oh God, accept my reverence, he said as he seemed ready to kneel and worship. Gu was dumbfounded and quickly pulled him up. With so many people watching, those who didn't know might think he was recruiting followers. The surrounding students stared at them with puzzled expressions. What exactly happened? Gu asked Su Li, holding him up. Be boss, Look, Su Li's voice trembled, his entire body shaking violently as he handed the Heart of Darkness to Chang'e. Under normal circumstances, he would never casually hand over a divine phantom-level magic card to anyone, which showed how much he trusted Chang'e. Chang'e took the card and chuckled, looking at Su Li and thinking, "Is it your luck that's so good, or is my luck of the Emperor just too overwhelming? Congratulations, go ahead and bind it." Chang'e handed the Heart of Darkness back to Su Li. Ah! Su Li's hands trembled as he took the card and immediately placed the Heart of Darkness into his magic source. "Su Li, congratulations." Chang'e extended his hand in congratulations. "Boss, you are my god." Su Li clasped Chang'e's hands tightly, his eyes full of reverence. In his mind, this Heart of Darkness was entirely thanks to Chang'e. No doubt about it. The man before him was his god. All right, go back and freshen up, pack your things. You might have to change dorms this afternoon." The people around them looked at the two with confused expressions, while Chang'e helplessly pried Su Li's hands off. "Yes, boss." Su Li looked at him with admiration, while Chang'e waved his hand casually and turned to leave. The Divine Academy was vast, and it took Chang'e nearly half an hour just to reach the library. In front of him stood a towering, ancient-style Oriental building, with 3 large characters written on it, Library Hall. The roof had upturned eaves, with carved beams and painted rafters, so beautiful that it was hard to look away. Chang'e stood in front of this magnificent pavilion for a long time before snapping out of his daze and walking inside. Beep. Authentication successful. Please enter. The magician's wristband automatically verified his identity, and the door opened. This building perfectly blended traditional style with modern technology. Standing outside the library hall, one could already feel the grand scale inside. Following Elder Li's instructions, Chang'e passed through tens of thousands of bookshelves, headed straight to the 3rd floor, and found the book Elder Li had mentioned, Ancient Relic Translations. This book contained text rubbings brought back by magicians during their adventures in ancient ruins, later interpreted by ancient text experts. However, the experts' explanations were vague and sometimes contradictory. After obtaining the book, Chang'e immediately immersed himself in it, eager to understand what super card fragments truly were. Before long, he casually found a seat and sat down. Coincidentally, Chang'e ended up sitting across from Quan Zian. Quan Zian, who was engrossed in her book, noticed someone sitting opposite her. She frowned slightly, her gaze slowly rising until it landed on Chang'e's face. "So handsome," was the first thought that popped into her mind. Then, she frowned and stared at Chang'e, secretly muttering to herself, "I heard you went on a mission recently. Did you come back just to see me? Couldn't you act a little more convincingly? What book are you holding? Ancient Relic Translations? Is that even a book you can understand? Forget it. Since he's sincerely here to see me, I'll let him stay. After all, he did save me." Quan Zian thought to herself, lowering her head to continue reading. Unknowingly, time passed, and it was already past 3 in the afternoon. "You really have some patience. Not even a glance at me after all this time." Quan Zian sighed as she watched Chang'e seriously reading his book. She rested her chin on her right hand, openly staring at Chang'e, curious to see how long he could keep ignoring her. Whoosh! Finally, Chang'e finished reading the book and let out a long breath. He had gained a general understanding of super card fragments, but hadn't noticed Quan Zian sitting across from him. After returning the book, he left on his own. "Ha." Quan Zian chuckled softly as she watched him leave. "Men, you really know how to get my attention. Your little tricks are quite impressive." She glanced down at her outfit for the day, which was so stunning it was hard to look away. Yet that man had managed to resist looking at her. She truly admired Chang'e's self-control. "Chang'e, you've really got some skills." Quan Zian muttered to herself, glancing at her watch. The leaderboard update time was approaching. At this rate, I should be able to make it onto the leaderboard soon. "Chang'e, how have you been these past few days? Don't let me catch up to you." She smiled as she packed up her things, returned her book, and prepared to check the new rankings on the leaderboard. On his way back, Chang'e organized the translations he had read today and gained a general understanding. According to those translations, super card fragments seemed to be a more advanced type of blank card. Several fragments needed to be fused into one card, and then infused with magic to create a higher-level magic card. However, the content was complex and tedious, making him feel a bit dizzy. Yet, the text seemed to mention magic cards even stronger than the Phantom God level. He also saw totems resembling Eastern dragons and couldn't help but start imagining. If I want to fight those true threats to humanity like demon gods and pillar gods, it seems I'll need even stronger magic cards. Chun-Gu muttered to himself as he walked toward the dormitory. The leaderboard is usually first announced at the Chongqing Hall before being uploaded to the official website. Students who aren't in a hurry will wait for the website update, while those eager to know will rush over immediately. Brother Chow, you're here so early? Chu Tian and the others had just arrived, while Chao Bin was already standing in front of the big screen with his team, his expression serious. Chao Bin turned around and smiled. Once the leaderboard is out, we'll watch that kid get kicked out of dorm 999 together. All right, Chu Tian and the others nodded one by one, rubbing their hands in anticipation. Meanwhile, Elderly had received the final leaderboard from the system, 1,200,000 points. Elderly knew that dungeon wasn't simple, but he hadn't expected Chun Ji's score to reach such a staggering number. What on earth happened in that dungeon? Elderly muttered to himself with an awkward smile. The other committee members were also stunned. 1,200,000 points? That's higher than the scores from those minor ruins. It seems the dungeon Chun-Gu and his team went to was incredibly challenging. Sigh, 1,200,000 points. Those two kids must have suffered greatly. Truly remarkable. That dungeon was far tougher than we imagined. Those two kids came out without even saying a word. They're so resilient. I was wondering why Su Li's eyes were glistening with tears. Looking at the leaderboard, it seems like they went through a life and death ordeal. Anyone with a bit of empathy would cry. And Chun-Gu was so composed at the time. This kid is a born fighter. His clarity of mind is truly admirable. The committee members present began to feel sympathy for Chun-Gu and Su Li. All right, let's publish the leaderboard. Elderly nodded, signaling Zhang Chun to proceed. Soon, the leaderboard was released. Typically, the top rankings on the list are stable, with large point gaps making significant changes unlikely. However, rankings between 700 and 1,000 fluctuate frequently, and most students focus their attention there. Look, the leaderboard is out. Finally, as the leaderboard was announced, the students on site exclaimed in surprise. Chao Bin and Chu Tian immediately looked up at the big screen, frantically searching for Chun Ji's name. After searching for a while, they couldn't find Chun-Gu in the 900s. Chao Bin chuckled lightly, just about to ask about the rankings for 1,000 and 1,001, as he still didn't know those names, when suddenly he heard the students around him shouting in shock. Hey, what's going on? What's up with Chun-Gu? Is this a joke? Did he take a rocket to the top? Is he trying to fly to the heavens? Is this even human? How are we supposed to live? It's only been a week since school started. The surrounding students were in a frenzy. Chao Bin, who had been smirking disdainfully, turned his gaze back to the big screen upon hearing these remarks and quickly scanned upward. 888. Name. Chun-Gu. Points. 221,389. Over 220,000 points. Ranked 888th. Seeing Chun Ji's score and ranking, the disdain on Chao Bin's face instantly froze. His eyes widened, filled with disbelief. Where did this kid go to massacre a city? Chao Bin gritted his teeth, his mind in turmoil. Up until now, no freshman had ever scored 1,200,000 points within the first week of school. This was clearly the result of frantically completing tasks. Chu Tian opened his mouth, his eyes vacant, unable to believe it. What kind of international joke is this? It's only been a week since school started, and you've already earned 120,000 points? Ranked 888th? Are you completely done being an ordinary person? But what shocked the 1,000th and 1,001st ranked students even more wasn't just Chun-Gu's 888th rank, but another name. 998. Name. Su Li. Points. 102,394. Chun-Gu had pushed one of them out, and now Su Li appeared, pushing the original 1,000th ranked person out as well. What's even more shocking is that the one who pushed them out is none other than the so-called useless trash, Su Li. Look quickly, what is going on with Su Li? How did he make it into the top 1,000? Is this a joke? I saw him teaming up with Chungu a few days ago clearly. He just riding on coattails. Coattails? That S not a coattail. That S an elephant S leg. If I had known, I would V join too. What a loss. Some students around cast malicious glances at Chao Bin. Hiss. Chao Bin immediately felt the hostility surrounding him and couldn't he help but take a sharp breath. Damn it, are you kidding me? Chao Bin cursed under his breath and left with his team, looking disgruntled. He was the one who leaked the news that no one should team up with Chungu, and now he had become the target of everyone's anger, which didn't feel good. Many students had refrained from teaming up with Chungu out of respect for him, not because they were truly afraid. Now that they had lost the chance to ride on coattails, resentment naturally brewed. Even though he came from a military family, he had to tread carefully now. Luckily, I'm still ranked 905th. What a close call. Outside the hall, Chao Bin wiped the sweat off his forehead and let out a sigh of relief. This time, his points were slightly higher than before, so he wasn't pushed out of the rankings due to Chungu's sudden surge. That was his only consolation. I should avoid provoking people like him in the future. Is he even human? Chao Bin cursed at Chu Tian as he left with his team in a huff, leaving Chu Tian standing there in a daze. The ship of friendship had sunk just like that. At this moment, the only thing Chao Bin was grateful for as he walked away was that his ranking hadn't changed. He decided to keep a low profile from now on and avoid trouble. Meanwhile, in Quan Xian's dormitory. Huh? What is going on? 120,000 points in 7 days? This guy is way too strong. 120,000 points? Is he even human? He is practically my idol. This strength is incredible. I really like him. What kind of task did he complete? Could it be that super mission from a few days ago? Who knows? Oh my god. 120,000 points in a week. He has broken the Academy's record again. How am I supposed to look at this man now? The girls in Quan Xian's dormitory were completely blown away. In this academy where points determined everything, Chungu was practically a god-like existence. TW 12,000 points. At this moment, the usually composed Quan Xian's mouth twitched slightly as she sneaked a glance at her own pitiful points. Chungu, what do you want me to do? Wait, look, the so-called useless Su Li made it onto the leaderboard too. What kind of joke is this? How did he make it onto the leaderboard? I heard that after Chao Bin made his announcement, only Su Li chose to team up with Chungu. Wow, this kid usually seems silly, but at critical moments, his mind is sharper than anyone else's. Oh my god, why did I choose to back down back then? What did I miss out on? Wah, I'm about to cry to death. Quan Xian's roommates continued to exclaim. Seeing Su Li also on the points leaderboard, Quan Xian's eyes began to moisten. She couldn't help but think, why didn't I rush forward back then? I clearly wanted to, so why did I give up? Quan Xian, even pride has its limits. If only at that time, then now. Quan Xian silently glanced out the window at the rows of luxurious dormitory buildings. She decided to seriously reflect on herself. At the evaluation committee. Understood, we'll evaluate immediately. Elderly nodded repeatedly, hung up the phone, and walked toward the other committee members. The members stared at him, and Elderly said in a deep voice, Chief Executive Yang strongly requests that the school authorities propose adding 50,000 points each to Chungu and Su Li. Elderly looked deeply at everyone. This is a proposal from the higher-ups. Please evaluate it. The two kids suffered a lot in the dungeon. I support it. Someone immediately raised their hand. They saved Sanyuan City and the surrounding areas. I have no objections. After going through such dangers, I won't oppose it. I think the proposal is fine. In an instant, it was unanimously approved. All right, unanimously approved. Let's immediately make a temporary change to the points leaderboard. Elderly nodded and looked at Zhang Chen not far away, who immediately began making the changes. Wait, what's going on? A temporary change. The Academy has never done this before, right? What exactly is happening? In the mission hall, the students hadn't left yet. Staring at the points leaderboard, they suddenly saw the temporary change notification. 833, name, Chungu, points, 271,389. 950, name, Su Li, points, 152,394. What? What's going on? Where did they just go to rob? Can they take me with them? This is ridiculous. Suddenly gaining 50,000 points. How are we supposed to feel about this? 17,000 points in a week. 17,000. What does that even mean? My God, what on earth is happening? The already frenzied students were in an uproar. No one could understand how freshmen could earn 17,000 points in a week. How incredible must they be? What is going on? A temporary change to the points leaderboard. This is the first time I've seen this. 17,000 points? What does that even mean? How are we supposed to live? Chingu, my male god, stop, wait for me. Quan Xian's roommates completely broke down. Although most of them came from prestigious families, they couldn't control their excitement in the face of such a huge disparity. Not just them. The entire dormitory building seemed on the verge of collapse, with everyone screaming in shock. Quan Xian, I think you need to seriously think about your life. Quan Xian fell into the first deep reflection of her life. Usually calm and proud, she couldn't remain composed in the face of the godlike existence of Chungu and the glory of being in the top 1,000 of the points leaderboard. 1 week into the semester, being in the top 1,000 of the points leaderboard would cause a huge stir in her family, but unfortunately, she had missed the opportunity. At this moment, Xiaobin separated from his teammates and arrived at the door of his dormitory. The entrance was already crowded with staff. Seeing this scene, Xiaobin frowned slightly. Hello, Xiaobin. We're here to move you to a new dormitory. The leading staff member greeted him with a smile. I'm still ranked 950th, why move? Xiaobin frowned. The leading staff member remained polite and said, Apologies, Xiaobin. The rankings were just updated, and now you're ranked 951st. What? Xiaobin immediately took out his phone and opened the official website to check. 270,000. Xiaobin's eyes widened, completely stunned. Just a moment ago, he only had 220,000 points, so how did it suddenly jump to 270,000? What kind of earth-shattering feat had been accomplished? Xiaobin just wanted to ask, can I join in? 950th. Su Li. When he saw Su Li's name, Xiaobin was utterly dumbfounded. He had already accepted being left behind by the legendary freshman Chingu, but he never expected even one of Chun Ji's underlings to surpass him. He had once confidently told the 1,000th and 1,001st ranked students not to worry, but now he couldn't even hold on to his own rank. This was utterly humiliating, and he'd managed to provoke so many people in the process. Chu Tian, oh Chu Tian, you've really done me in. After thinking it over, he could only blame Chu Tian for this mess. Take care. Not long after, a gritting his teeth Xiaobin was escorted out of his dormitory by Su Li. Bang. After the dormitory door slammed shut, Xiaobin turned back and took a deep, lingering look. Chungu, Su Li, don't get too cocky. This is just the beginning. You'll have plenty to deal with later. Humph. Let's see how long you can stay arrogant. Xiaobin snorted coldly and headed toward his new dormitory, number 951. Goodbye, brother. Moi, goodbye, Chenxi. Taking advantage of some free time, Chungu made a call home and had just hung up. He had already checked the leaderboard situation on the official website earlier. At that moment, some staff arrived to clean the dormitory and help him move his belongings. Chungu, your things have been packed, and dormitory 833 has been cleaned and is ready for you. Let's head over together. If you have any issues, we'll address them immediately. The leading staff member approached after seeing Chungu finish his call. All right. Thank you for your hard work. Chungu nodded and followed them out of dormitory 999. He hadn't stayed in that room for long, and since his belongings were already packed when he returned, there wasn't much to linger over. Before long, Chungu was brought to dormitory 833. The room was larger, more spacious, and more comfortable. However, it was also closer to the Cloud Palace, where the top 10 students resided, which made it feel a bit more glaring. If he could move in there, it probably wouldn't feel so awkward. Ultimately, it came down to him not working hard enough. One could only wonder what other students would think if they heard him say that. It sounded like he was pushing himself to the limit. Chungu glanced at the leaderboard. The top 10 required over 3 million points. The top 100 at least 2 million points. The range from 200th to 300th place required between 1 and 2 million points. Meanwhile, The 400th to 600th range needed between 500,000 and 1 million points. As for his current position, it was merely at the base of this pyramid, the area where rankings fluctuated the most. There's no problem with the dormitory. After the staff left, Chun-Gu looked at the lofty cloud palace and murmured, "At the current pace, 150,000 points a week means 1.5 million in 10 weeks. It would take at least 20 weeks to move in way too long. The world now is full of dangers, and the Divine Capital Academy doesn't have summer or winter breaks. By this calculation, he wouldn't even be able to move into the Cloud Palace by the time he went home for the new year. However, if others heard his calculations, they'd probably think he was crazy. I need to figure something out, take on harder, more challenging tasks, ones that reward 500,000 points at a time. That's the only way to speed things up." Chun-Gu sighed, sat back down on the sofa in the hall, and after some thought, picked up the phone to call Chu Tianyuan, the hall master of the Azure Dragon Guild. He might not go, but basic courtesy required a response. 170,000 points? 170,000 points in the first week of enrollment? Chu Tianyuan's expression turned complicated. He had been keeping an eye on Chun-Ji's progress and waiting for his call. When the Divine Capital Academy's rankings were released, he was among the first to know. Initially, he was stunned for half a day when he saw 120,000 points, and later, when he heard it had risen to 170,000, he was completely dumbfounded. Though he hadn't attended any academy himself, many members of the Azure Dragon Guild were graduates of the Divine Capital Academy. Anyone who could make it into the top 1,000 was undoubtedly a master. And yet, what did Chun-Gu treat the rankings as? He had climbed to 833rd place in just 1 week. Ring ring. Just as his thoughts wandered, the phone rang, and Chu Tianyuan immediately picked up. "Hello, Chun-Gu. I've been waiting for your call for a long time. Finally, it's here." This phone was reserved specifically for Chun-Gu, ensuring immediate connection, so it couldn't be anyone else. His importance to Chun-Gu was evident. Hello, Hall Master Chu. Sorry to keep you waiting." Chun-Gu responded with a smile. Not at all, not at all. Such an important matter naturally requires careful consideration. Have you made up your mind now? If you're not satisfied, we can continue negotiating the contract until you're happy. How about that?" Chu Tianyuan was clearly a bit excited. Chun-Gu was straightforward. "Sorry, Hall Master Chu. I'm not interested in working for others, nor do I want to be managed by anyone." Chu Tianyuan quickly replied. "Chun-Gu, our Azure Dragon Guild trains you according to the standards of the guild leader. The guild leader would be your only superior. Please reconsider." "Sorry, it doesn't matter who's in charge," Chun-Gu answered firmly, without hesitation. Chu Tianyuan sighed. "Just as our guild leader said, true powerhouses never bow to others." When Chun-Gu entered the Divine Capital Academy as a legendary freshman, the Azure Dragon Guild held a special meeting, during which the guild leader had said this exact phrase. It turned out to be true. "Thank you for the invitation. Is there anything else?" If not, Chun-Gu was about to hang up when Chu Tianyuan hurriedly said, "Chun-Gu, I understand your thoughts, but if you ever have any issues, feel free to call this number anytime. The guild leader is looking forward to seeing you become an even stronger super magic card master." Lu Jiyuan, one of the world's top super magic card masters, was a bold and highly respected figure. "All right, definitely." After exchanging a few polite words, Chun-Gu hung up and dialed the number for the Eye of the Storm. "Chun-Gu, I've been waiting for your call, and it finally came." Storm Eye Executive Chu Lingfeng answered the phone excitedly. "Have you thought it over? If you're not satisfied with the contract, we can continue negotiating." He added, "If it really doesn't work, you can even draft the contract yourself." Knowing Chun-Ji's situation, Chu Lingfeng naturally tried every means to win him over. "Sorry, I don't want to be restricted in any way," Chun-Gu replied tactfully but firmly. Chu Lingfeng said excitedly, "Chun-Gu, as long as you're nominally one of us, that's enough. You don't necessarily have to work in the guild." The offer was extremely generous, and Chu Lingfeng was practically lowering himself, which showed how valuable Chun-Gu was. "Sorry, I plan to start my own guild," Chun-Gu replied with a smile. "I see." Chu Lingfeng calmed down and said, "The doors of Storm I will always be open to you. If you're willing, you're welcome anytime. The promises I made earlier won't change." If your guild needs financial support, we'll do our best to help. Thank you. Chun-gu responded politely, but he wouldn't easily accept anyone's money, as that would mean being controlled. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chun-gu hung up the phone. He didn't care what others thought, nor did he need to. In this world, only true strength could determine one's destiny. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. It was Su Li. Living in dormitory 950, he entered with a wide grin. Wow, boss, dormitory 950 is definitely better than dormitory 900. Su Li exclaimed as he looked around after entering. How does it compare to others? Chun-gu casually pointed out the cloud palace outside the window. Su Li was speechless. With his abilities, he couldn't compare to his boss at all. Dormitory 950 was already more than enough for him. Boss, it's getting late. Let's go eat together. From now on, I can eat for free in the cafeteria, haha. Thinking about this, Su Li was as happy as an 8-year-old child. Chun-gu responded with a nod, and the two headed to the cafeteria together. Along the way, they chatted and laughed, creating a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. Many students around couldn't help but glance at them. At the Divine Capital Academy, Chun-gu and Su Li were undoubtedly the most eye-catching figures. Hey, cousins, you don't want to end up like this, do you? Huh. Across a patch of greenery, a strange laugh came from the other side. The laughter sounded disgusting, making people frown involuntarily. Why does that tone sound so vulgar? Su Li frowned. Chun-gu also felt something was off, but didn't say anything. Who would be so shameless to say such things in broad daylight? At that moment, a boy in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses walked out. His face was fair, his demeanor refined, but he gave off an uncomfortable vibe. Behind him were two sisters, Jin Yajong and Jin Yale, whom Chun-gu had seen before. Their faces were solemn, looking weak and helpless. Was it you talking nonsense here just now? The boy approached, frowning as he asked. Chun-gu. The younger sister, Jin Yale, suddenly saw Chun-gu and exclaimed. Hearing this, Zhang Xiao paused for a moment, glanced back at the two sisters, Jin Yajong and Jin Yale, then turned to Chun-gu. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and sneered mockingly. So you're the so-called legendary freshman, huh? Heh. His every move was filled with disdain and contempt. What I said has nothing to do with my boss. Su Li immediately stepped forward and retorted. Get lost. Do you even have the right to speak here? Zhang Xiao glanced at Su Li with disgust, his tone slow and forceful. Rank 950. This guy looked refined on the surface, but was actually a complete hypocrite. Chun-gu was speechless, his brows slightly furrowed. He couldn't be bothered to deal with such a person. Chun-gu, you're only ranked 833. There are plenty of people in the Divine Capital Academy who are better than you, with much higher scores. Don't be too arrogant, Zhang Xiao said smugly. Here, people with low scores should talk less to avoid trouble. Su Li was about to argue back when Chun-gu grabbed him and stepped forward himself, looking at Zhang Xiao with a relaxed smile. So, you're saying your score ranking is quite high? Heh, Zhang Xiao chuckled lightly and replied. Remember, my name is Zhang Xiao, ranked 699 on the leaderboard, part of the 3rd tier of the Divine Capital Academy pyramid. Zhang Xiao had just reached rank 699 today and was feeling extremely proud, eager to show off. Unexpectedly, he ran into Chun-gu. The score rankings at Divine Capital Academy were like an ironclad pyramid. The top 10 were the pinnacle. Ranks 11 to 100 formed the 1st tier, ranks 101 to 399 the 2nd tier, and ranks 400 to 699 the 3rd tier. The hierarchy was clear, like an unshakable fortress standing before all students. Here, the strong ruled, and there was no time to sympathize with the weak. Those with low rankings had to accept their position, while those with high rankings naturally enjoyed more privileges. Hurrah! Hearing rank 699, Chun-gu laughed. He had thought it would be something impressive. Suddenly, his laughter stopped abruptly. Chun-gu stepped forward, using his height advantage to look down at Zhang Xiao, and said coldly, In that case, I hope the next time we meet, you can lower your voice. Listening to you makes me uncomfortable. After speaking, he glanced at Su Li behind him and headed toward the cafeteria. You? Zhang Xiao gritted his teeth, his face darkened. With Chun-ji's strength, it was very likely that in a month, he would surpass him in rank. This made Zhang Xiao both angry and helpless. Just you wait. Zhang Xiao could only stand there, grinding his teeth, and turn to his two cousins. Think carefully about this. I'm leaving first. With that, he left with a gloomy expression. Jin Yazhong and Jin Yale, the two sisters, stood there, their eyes full of worry. After Chen Ge and Su Li walked away, Su Li said in a low voice, "Those two girls seem to be Jin Yazhong and Jin Yale from the Jinshan Consortium, right? They were my classmates during the college entrance exams, I think." Chen Ge nodded. Su Li sighed. "I heard that 2 years ago, their parents failed in the fight for inheritance rights and later met with an accident." An accident? Chen Ge frowned, clearly sensing that the matter wasn't so simple. Su Li continued, "I overheard during meals that some people said their parents' deaths were an inevitable result of losing the inheritance battle. Don't be fooled by the glamorous appearance of those wealthy families. The struggles behind the scenes are brutal and dark, and a single misstep could cost lives. That's why those heirs from wealthy families may seem arrogant, but their arrogance has limits unless their strength is overwhelming." Seeing that Chen Gu remained silent, Su Li added, "Their parents' deaths must have had a huge impact. After all, the current president of the Jinshan Consortium is their enemy. Who knows if they'll seek revenge? Their situation in the Jinshan Consortium is probably very difficult, especially since their college entrance exam scores are quite good." Chen Ge and Su Li chatted casually as they walked near the cafeteria, then stopped discussing the Jinshan Consortium. In the cafeteria, they naturally became the center of attention. At this moment, Su Li was no longer timid but had become lively. After finishing their meal and returning to the dormitory, Chen Ge first took a serious shower, then took out the 430 blank cards. "Hope I can draw something exciting tonight." Chen Ge rubbed his hands together and began drawing cards. The first card, Magic Card Name, C-Level Magic Source Type, Special Magic Card Effect. When used on a D-level magic source holder, it can upgrade their magic source to C-level. Description: no way. Someone's magic source is still D-level? That's just too weak. Come on, let me help you upgrade to C-level, though C-level is still pretty useless. Not bad for the first draw. Chen Ge nodded and continued drawing cards. The second card, a mid-level magic card. The 88th card, Magic Card Name, Undead Mage Pierrot Cameron Quality, Legendary Type, Magic Pet Card Skills, Curse of the Dead, Death Corrosion. Description: a despicable, shameless, vile, lowly, utterly depraved undead mage whose existence is an insult to this world, yet it will never die. Nice, my undead army has gained another powerful warrior. Chen Gu smiled and nodded, glancing at the skill description of the undead mage. Curse of the Dead would infect nearby undead with the deadliest curse from hell, increasing their damage by 10%. This was a decent boost for Chun Ji's undead army, though the card was only legendary, with limited capabilities. Death Corrosion, on the other hand, could summon corrosive flames to deal area damage to non-undead creatures in front, making it a group attack skill. Overall, this magic pet card was quite good. He continued drawing cards. The 132nd card, Magic Card Name, Healing Card. The 172nd card, Magic Card Name, Weapon Amplification. Legendary Quality, Legendary Type, Special Magic Card Effect. When used on an epic weapon magic card, it can upgrade it from epic to legendary. Description: it's just upgrading an epic weapon to legendary, nothing too extraordinary. There's actually a card like this? The world of magic cards is truly full of surprises. Even someone as smart as Chen Ge couldn't possibly know all the details of every card. But this card was perfect for him, and without hesitation, he used it on the Heavenly Moon Saber in the magic source. The amplification card entered the magic source, and the summoned Heavenly Moon Saber flew out from the pile of cards, resonating and intertwining with the amplification card in midair. A dazzling golden light flashed, and the two fused together. The next moment, Chen Ge focused his thoughts, and the card appeared in his hand. Magic Card Name, Blood Moon Saber Quality, Legendary Type, Equipment Card Effect. With one swing, it can form a crescent-shaped blood moon blade, splashing blood wherever it passes. The souls of the fallen under the blade can even feed back to the wielder, rapidly healing wounds. Description: I laugh with my saber pointed at the sky. Turns out it's legendary. Amazing, it's a perfect match with my Blood Emperor battle armor. Gu placed the Blood Moon horizontal blade into the magic fountain and continued drawing cards. The 201st card. Magic card name. Magic recovery card. The 291st card. Magic card name. Indestructible diamond quality. Legendary type. Skill card effect. After use, the holder's physical strength increases 5-fold. Description: men should be indestructible, and so should women. This card is suitable for both genders. Truly amazing. This card is indeed great. Gu silently placed it into the magic fountain. The 342nd card. Magic card name. Skeleton Warrior Black Iron type. Special magic card effect. Grants ordinary skeleton warriors black iron skeletons, greatly enhancing defense and attack. Description: although it's still a low-level magic card, a black iron level skeleton warrior is no longer an ordinary low-level card. It's considered a black iron level low-level card. Anyway, don't mind these details. Skeleton warriors are meant to be cannon fodder. Upgrading the magic card level would be a waste of magic power. As long as defense and attack are improved while consumption remains the same, you're still my favorite low-level magic card. Gu was very satisfied and directly used this card. The 399th card. Magic card name. B-level magic fountain card. This card is definitely meant for guild point exchanges. The 420th card. Magic card name. Phantom Sword Dance quality. Legendary. This is a sword-type weapon card, not very useful for Gu. The last card. Magic card name. Skeleton Warrior Bronze type. Special magic card effect. Grants black iron level skeleton warriors bronze skeletons, greatly enhancing defense and combat power. Description: don't underestimate me just because I'm an ordinary skeleton warrior. I'm a bronze skeleton warrior now, are you scared? Hee hee. It seems these bronze skeleton warriors can hold their own in the future. Gu smiled and upgraded another skeleton warrior card. It was no longer an ordinary low-level magic card. Finally, Gu summarized this round of card draws. Not bad, weapons upgraded, body strengthened, and my underlings are more powerful. Overall, it's barely satisfactory. If Quan Xian knew about this, she would probably give up reflecting and instead make Gu reflect on himself. After all, she had drawn over 80,000 cards to get a single legendary magic pet card, and that was only due to extraordinary luck. To this day, she still only has one legendary magic card. Drawing magic cards really takes time and magic power. After drawing more than 400 cards, it was already close to 11 p.m. Gu glanced casually at his current status and prepared to sleep. Name: Gu talent. Luck Emperor unique level. Gold 5-star magic source. SSS grade equipment. Ring of magic pet cards. Frost Hatchling Dragon legendary. Fire Hatchling Dragon legendary. Nether Abyss Dragon epic. Undead Mage epic. Skeleton Knight rare. Skeleton General advanced. Skeleton Archer intermediate. Skeleton Warrior bronze basic skill cards. Infinite. Summon mythical. Time acceleration mythical. Blood Frenzy mythical. Weapon Master legendary. Berserk legendary. Vitality Surge legendary. Indestructible legendary. Speed enhancement epic. Strength amplification epic. Crescent Slash epic. Unmatched Shatter epic. Wind Blade epic. Call of the Dead rare. Dragon Pursuit Strike advanced equipment cards. Wings of the Brave legendary. Battle Armor Crimson Emperor legendary. Blood Moon Blade legendary. Golden Bow epic special card. Divine Block early. The next morning, Gu took Su Li straight to the administrative hall to learn about and handle the procedures for forming a guild. As they walked along the main avenue of the Divine Academy, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded. Shortly after, a broadcast reported, Rank 472 Wei Yuhan, Rank 507 Lin Jiao, Rank 502 Ao Chuanji, Rank 572 Shimengqi, Rank 588 Shangxi have fallen in the Platinum 9-star ruins. Hearing the alarm, Su Li looked up, took a deep breath, and muttered, "Someone died again?" His expression was calm, clearly accustomed to such a dangerous environment. Gu sighed. Danger can strike at any moment. We must never let our guard down. The fallen individuals were all elite students on the leaderboard, which was enough to show how perilous this world was. As the Luck Emperor, Gu always encountered strange situations, so he had to be extra cautious. Does this mean we'll have to change dorms again? Chungu suddenly thought. Suli immediately explained, not so soon. Usually, there's a 1-month period for the families of the fallen students to handle their belongings. Their rankings themselves are a form of honor. He paused and continued, dorm changes usually happen in batches. It seems troublesome, but it's actually a form of motivation, telling those who remain you've been surpassed. Most people are out completing tasks, and they might not even stay in the dorms for that long in a month. Suli added with a smile, Boss, you get special treatment because you entered the academy as a legendary freshman. Since the number of people being replaced was small, you could move immediately. Normally, dorm changes happen once a month. Chungu nodded and casually said, Doesn't he matter? There are staff to clean and move things anyway. I'm just moving from one place to another. The two chatted as they left the academy and then took a car straight to the nearby administrative hall. As soon as they entered, a staff member approached and asked, Hello, what business do you need to handle? Chungu replied with a smile, We'd like to register a guild. The staff member was momentarily stunned but quickly smiled and politely invited them to follow. This way, please. Generally, those forming guilds were older, well-connected, and wealthy individuals. It was rare to see two 17 or 18-year-old students applying. Although she felt puzzled, she didn't show it. The Divine City was vast, and the administrative hall was just one office point in a specific district. After walking for quite a while, they finally reached the relevant area. A staff member smiled and said, This is the guild business area. You can learn more details here. She invited Chungu and Suli to sit at an independent window while she stood nearby. Since there was nothing urgent in the morning, it was a good opportunity to observe whether these two young people truly had the ability to establish a guild. Moreover, the side profile of the tall young student lifted her mood, making it a good start to the day. The staff member at the window smiled and asked, May I know which specific guild-related business you would like to handle? Chungu replied directly, I want to establish a guild. The staff member was momentarily stunned and then asked, Do you have a company or a senior magic card master as a guarantor? Chungu shook his head. The staff member continued, If not, you will need to pay a deposit of at least 1 billion. We will also verify your identity to confirm your eligibility to establish a guild and conduct a preliminary level assessment. Do you have any questions? Chungu asked. Can the deposit be replaced with other equivalent items? Clearly, he wasn't prepared with 1 billion in cash and could only try to use his high-level magic cards as collateral. The staff member smiled and responded, Yes, but they will need to be evaluated. Chungu was about to take out his magic cards when he turned to look at the staff member who had brought them there and said, Sorry, the items I'm about to present need to remain confidential. The staff member immediately understood and quickly left, leaving only Chungu, Suli, and the business handling staff member present. Since it was morning and the window was independent, no one nearby could see what was happening. The staff member clearly noticed this and promptly said, Sir, please rest assured. We adhere to professional ethics and would never jeopardize our jobs. In this world, where the population was exploding, jobs were highly sought after. For someone without magical abilities to work in a stable place like the administrative hall was akin to having a secure job for life, and no one would want to lose it. Only then did Chungu feel satisfied and took out the legendary Silver Moon Armor and Phantom Sword Dance magic cards, pushing them toward the staff member. To Chungu, legendary magic cards were nothing extraordinary, but to most people, they were extremely rare. Taking out two at once was even rarer, and if others found out, it would undoubtedly cause trouble. Although Chungu had the protection of the Divine City Academy, he still chose to be cautious it wouldn't hurt. Seeing these two legendary magic cards, not only was the staff member stunned, but Suli also widened her eyes. The value of these two legendary magic cards far exceeded 1 billion. Moreover, they were versatile magic cards that would attract attention anywhere. No wonder the staff member had asked others to leave. It was indeed a reasonable decision. Chungu didn't even need an evaluation to know that the value of these two legendary cards far surpassed 1 billion. The staff member hesitated for a moment and said, Sir, your deposit exceeds my authority. I need to call the supervisor to confirm. No problem, Chungu said, spreading his hands and agreeing readily. Not long after, a supervisor in his 40s arrived. When he saw the two legendary cards, he was stunned on the spot. These two legendary cards were so rare that no one could accurately estimate their value, which was far beyond 1 billion that the young man before them was clearly extraordinary. The supervisor smiled and said, "Hello, this legendary magic card only requires one. Once you have sufficient collateral or guild credit, we will return it to you." All right. Chun Gu withdrew the silver moon armor and then took out the magic card master bracelet to confirm the information. Beep. Name: Chun Gu, magic card master level, gold 5-star profession. Student of the Divine Capital Academy. The staff member remained calm after looking at Chun Ji's information, but the supervisor couldn't hide his surprise. This area was built around the Divine Capital Academy, and the supervisor had several acquaintances within the academy, knowing quite a bit about its affairs. Chun Ji's reputation at the academy was flourishing, and the supervisor had naturally heard of him. There had been rumors that this legendary newcomer was simultaneously invited by the Azure Dragon Guild and the Eye of the Storm. Unexpectedly, he came to apply for the establishment of his own guild. The supervisor had assumed he would join a major guild, but he chose to start his own venture. It seemed that ordinary people truly couldn't comprehend the world of the strong. Before long, with the enthusiastic assistance of the supervisor, Chun Gu quickly completed the guild registration. "Take care, both of you." The supervisor personally escorted Chun Gu and Su Li out. After they left, he stood there, sighing. A true talent. A new world. The staff member who had accompanied them quickly came over to ask, "Supervisor, did they register a guild? What's its name?" Seeing the supervisor's expression, she asked expectantly. The supervisor took a deep breath and smiled, saying, "It's called New World. It seems that in the near future, a superpower capable of rivaling the 9 major super guilds is about to emerge." New World. The staff member was stunned, her face full of curiosity. What kind of new world could this be? At this moment, Su Li, who had walked out of the administrative hall with Chun Gu, shouted excitedly from afar, "Boss, the name you chose for the guild is fantastic. New World sparks endless imagination. Are we going to start recruiting on a large scale next?" Su Li was full of anticipation, brimming with excitement. "I hope that one day, our families won't have to worry about the dangers that could arise at any moment. That's the new world I envision. But I don't plan to recruit on a large scale. I prefer that every member be an elite and a trustworthy partner." Chun Gu planned to implement a magic card points exchange system within the guild. The frequent appearance of high-level magic cards could arouse suspicion and lead to information leaks, so it was best to find trustworthy individuals. Moreover, everything was just beginning. There was no need to rush. Taking it slow was the best strategy. "I understand, boss. I'll always keep an eye out for trustworthy partners." Su Li nodded solemnly, his desire to grow stronger becoming even more intense. He, too, looked forward to the arrival of the new world that Chun Gu spoke of. Before long, the two got into a taxi for their return trip. Buzz, buzz, buzz in the car. Chun Ji's phone suddenly vibrated. "Hello, Mr. Li, how are you? Is there something you need?" Chun Gu answered the call with a smile. On the other end of the line, Mr. Li sounded cheerful and said, "Chun Gu, come to the evaluation committee later. I have a good task for you." "All right, I'll head over right away." Chun Gu replied and hung up the phone. After returning to the Divine Capital Academy, Chun Gu asked Su Li to check the task situation at the Changsheng Hall's mission center, while he headed straight to Mr. Li's office. "Mr. Li, I'm here. Come in, have a seat." In the meeting room, there was only Mr. Li. Seeing Chun Gu enter, Mr. Li's face lit up with a smile, and he quickly invited him to sit down. Afterward, Elder Li first brewed a pot of tea for Chun Gu. After pouring it, he finally spoke. "Chun Gu, the academy will soon conduct a level evaluation for outstanding freshmen like you to determine what kind of tasks you can take on. However, your evaluation result has already been decided an SSS level task, which is 1 major level higher than your current rank." SSS level task. Upon hearing this, Chun Gu couldn't help but reveal an excited smile, his eyes sparkling. Seeing this, Elder Li shook his head with a smile and said, "But this time, you will be accompanying other freshmen as a safety officer, responsible for ensuring their safety in the Golden 1-Star ruins." Golden 1-Star. Chun Ji's mouth twitched. He was already at Golden 5-star. How could he be assigned to a Golden 1-star task? Was this a joke? Elderly quickly explained. You might not know, but in the past, this task was always handled by second-year students. This year is an exception. You are the first freshman to be appointed as a safety officer. Considering the special nature of the ruins, the base points for this task are 100,000, and as a freshman, you can receive the full amount. Additionally, for each of the 10 outstanding students you escort safely, you will earn an extra 20,000 points. Not to mention the additional rewards for completing the task. This year's freshman evaluation task involved over a dozen groups, and the group Chingu was assigned to consisted of the top 10 students, making it the most challenging. Base points of 100,000. Escorting 10 people safely adds another 200,000, plus the task rewards at least 300,000 points in total. Chingu was so thrilled, he almost jumped up. Elderly continued. You mentioned the ultra card fragments to me last time. They are usually found in ruins like these. If you're lucky, you might get one. But I advise you not to count on it too much, as the presence of such fragments indicates that the ruins are particularly dangerous. Elderly took a sip of tea and added, by the way, you asked me yesterday, and I looked into it. My friend said that 5 ultra card fragments can be combined into 1 ultra card. As for the other details, I'm not too sure. The more dangerous, the better. This was Chun Ji's most straightforward thought. He wanted higher-level magic cards. Although he didn't have a complete set of Phantom God cards, the Phantom God cards no longer satisfied his needs. Chun Gu smiled even more brightly. This task would undoubtedly put him ahead of everyone else. Oh, one more thing, Elderly added. The safety officer identity is top secret, so don't tell anyone. Even if your points are ahead, others will just think you killed more magical beasts and performed better. Understood. Chun Gu nodded in agreement. Finally, Elderly, sipping his tea, asked, I heard you established your own guild? Chun Gu froze for a moment. He had just registered it, and the news had already spread how fast. New world, good name, Elderly exclaimed. You are the first student in the academy to establish a guild. I will connect the academy's task hall with the external task hall so that the points earned by your guild members from completing tasks will also accumulate as guild points. Thank you, Elderly. Chun Gu stood up excitedly to express his gratitude. Guild levels ranged from SSS to F, and with only 2 members currently, they were just an F-level guild. Chun Gu had been worrying about how to accumulate points to raise the guild's level, and Elderly's words were undoubtedly a great gift, making him overjoyed. Ha! Elderly laughed and waved his hand. All right, go back and prepare. The task will begin in a few days. Yes, Elderly. Chun Gu respectfully left the conference room. Exiting, he headed straight to the mission hall. Boss, I can go to the 2nd floor now too. As soon as he arrived, Su Li excitedly rushed over. Compared to the 1st floor, the missions on the 2nd floor were much more challenging, not something ordinary students could take on. This time, following Chun Gu, Su Li had completely leveled up. Boss, shall we go up together to take on a mission? Su Li said excitedly. Chun Gu pulled him aside and mentioned that he was going to participate in an evaluation mission, without going into details, as his identity as a safety officer had to remain confidential. So that's how it is. Su Li actually let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, following Chun Gu was exhilarating, but the gap between them made him feel useless. If it weren't for Chun Gu asking him to pick up the whiteboard card, he would have felt like he had no presence at all. Relying on someone else's strength was comfortable, but without effort, he would eventually be left behind, never able to catch up to Chun Gu. Although he wasn't sure if he could keep up, he knew he couldn't give up. With your current strength and ranking, there will definitely be people willing to team up with you. Keep it up, Chun Gu said with a smile. Got it, boss. You be careful too. Su Li nodded heavily and added, I'll find a group of like-minded new members as soon as possible. All right, Chun Gu nodded slightly and was about to leave when Su Li grabbed him. What's wrong? Chun Gu turned back to look at Su Li, who awkwardly smiled and said, Boss, please give me some luck. With your luck, I'll feel more confident about the upcoming missions. Chun Gu didn't think much of it, and, smiling, placed his hand on Su Li's head. Since you're so sincere in asking, I'll grant your wish. In broad daylight, A man placing his hand on another man's head left the surrounding students dumbfounded. Soon, Chungu noticed the puzzled looks around him, quickly withdrew his hand, and walked away awkwardly. In the following days, Chungu mostly stayed in his dorm to rest and recharge. During this time, Elder Lee and others also approached him to provide detailed information about the mission. Finally, on the morning of the mission, the evaluation began. At the airport of the Divine Capital Academy, groups of students boarded their respective mission planes one after another. Chun Ji's team was the most elite, tasked with the highest difficulty mission, so they led the dozen or so teams, drawing the most attention. Before long, Chun-gu and his team arrived at their designated transport aircraft, preparing to board. Not far away, a stern-looking man glanced at Chun-gu and said softly, "So that's Chun-gu?" The 10 members of Chun Ji's team were all elites among elites, exuding a powerful aura. But Chun Ji's presence was even more commanding, making him stand out immediately. "Yes, third prince, that's Chun-gu, the most prominent new student in the academy right now," a respectful student beside him replied. After the rules of this world changed, not only did the Federation emerge, but a group of individuals also rose to power through sheer strength, establishing themselves as kings. They either ruled over continents or dominated seas, becoming the true sovereigns of their domains, their status unchallenged. This third prince was Nagayama Nobuhide, the third prince of the overseas kingdom of the Eastern Federation. He had entered the Divine Capital Academy under special circumstances, as it was the most prestigious academy in the surrounding land nations. Becoming a student of the Divine Capital Academy was a source of immense pride for anyone. Haha, earning 170,000 points in one go, how thrilling. Nagayama Nobuhide chuckled lightly and turned to board his plane. The trainees behind him were all elites cultivated around him as the core, with their ranking points among the top few hundred, definitely not ordinary individuals. I heard that a few days ago, he even established his own guild called New World, one of the trainees behind Nagayama Nobuhide whispered. New World? Nagayama Nobuhide's lips curled slightly, and he smiled, saying, "After this mission is over, I must get to know him properly." "Yes, third prince. I will keep an eye on his movements at all times." Shortly after, the exclusive transport aircraft carrying Chun-gu and his team flew toward their destination. Upon inquiry, they learned that the one-way trip alone would take more than 7 days, assuming no obstacles were encountered. If special circumstances arose, the journey could take even longer. Adding the time spent in the ruins, the entire mission would almost consume a month. Sigh, Chun-gu sat in his seat, sighing to himself. "If I don't take on some high-difficulty missions, when will I ever be able to live in the Cloud Palace and enjoy an emperor-like life?" Ordinary missions were simple and could be completed daily, but after a month, they only wasted time, with barely any increase in points. Last time, he spent so many days on missions, and his points only reached silver 5 stars. It was still that special golden 9 stars dungeon that allowed him to leap directly to golden 5 stars. This time, when he returned, he was determined to take on an SSS-level mission. Anything below that level would be pure torture. On the plane, there were 3 people Chun-gu knew: Kwon Ji-yun, Kim Ah-young, and Kim Ah-rak. At this moment, Kwon Ji-yun looked at Chun-gu with much softer eyes, no longer showing the coldness and arrogance she had before. Over the past 2 days, she had been reflecting on her past self. Perhaps it wasn't that Chun-gu ignored her before, but rather that she was too proud, looking down on everyone. And Chun-ji's hot and cold attitude was to attract her attention. Surely that was the case. She suddenly recalled the scene in the secret realm where Chun-gu held her face and encouraged her. The look in someone's eyes when they like someone is impossible to hide. At that moment, thinking of this, Kwon Ji-yun's face instantly turned red, all the way to the base of her neck. In fact, she knew better than anyone how strong Chun-gu was, but she had always been so arrogant and unreasonable. Perhaps that was why Chun-gu had been so hot and cold toward her. If Chun-gu were like other men, she might not have cared so much. That's just how it was. Sigh, a man will use any trick for the woman he likes. Kwon Ji-yun sighed inwardly. Meanwhile, the sisters Kim Ah-young and Kim Ah-rak looked at Chun-gu with complicated expressions, often seeming like they wanted to say something, but ultimately holding back. Clearly, they had something to say but chose not to voice it. Chun-gun naturally noticed their unusual behavior and felt sympathy for their situation, but he didn't show it. Some things must be said by the other party themselves, not pried out by an outsider like him. As for the remaining 6 trainees, these were the top-tier newcomers, each with their own pride. Even though Chun-gu was currently ranked 833rd on the points leaderboard, they were unwilling to accept it, their eyes filled with determination. It was clear they were not content with being overshadowed by a fellow newcomer and were secretly plotting to surpass Chun-gu one day. This was entirely normal after all. They were the best among the newcomers who wouldn't want to be the strongest. Could anyone expect these newcomers to simply admit defeat? The journey ahead was destined to be long, during which the changes in the world allowed them to witness the rotation of the 4 seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Walking and stopping along the way, fortunately, everything went smoothly. On the 7th day, Chun-gu and his team switched to a helicopter and finally arrived near their target ruins. Looking down from the helicopter, they saw a massive maze in the distance, with no clear path leading to the towering temple built from giant stones at the center. The helicopter couldn't fly directly over the temple and had to land on the side, allowing the trainees to enter through a huge stone gate on the side. The ruins were similar to secret realms and dungeons, capable of appearing anywhere like a puzzle piece suddenly fitting into place, unnoticed until discovered. The difference was that ruins, even if they existed for a long time, wouldn't mutate, but the dangers inside far exceeded those of secret realms and dungeons. Soon, Chun-gu and his team disembarked from the helicopter. A person in charge stepped forward and said, "Students, you may enter the ruins at any time. We will set up a temporary camp here and wait for your return." He scanned the group and then asked, "Any questions? If not, take your supplies and set off." No one objected. After resting for a few days, everyone was eager to start. They grabbed their equipment first and stood before the massive stone gate, marked with traces of history. Beep, Golden 1-star ruins. The ruins only allowed magic card masters of specific levels to enter, otherwise unexpected dangers could arise. Teams of 10 were formed, and although they were competitors, the more magical beasts one killed, the higher the final rating. Thus, no one spoke much and headed straight into the depths of the maze. Outside, the sun blazed and the temperature was high, but as soon as they entered the ruins, a chill immediately enveloped them. Huge silver lamps hung on the walls on both sides, illuminating the surroundings brightly. What lay before them was an empty space with a few giant stone pillars, and the path split into 4 deep corridors. "What should we do next? Should we go together or split up?" one of the trainees asked. The team had no official leader, so decisions were made collectively. "Let's split up. The ruins are so vast, moving together would be too slow." "I agree. No problem." Although everyone outwardly agreed, they each had their own plans and couldn't truly unite. Forcing them to stick together wouldn't be meaningful. Chun-gu understood the situation and already had a plan in mind, so he didn't object. "Since everyone agrees, how should we divide into groups?" Jiang-yi asked calmly, scanning the group. With 10 people and 4 paths, it was difficult to allocate evenly, and any imbalance in numbers would cause dissatisfaction. "You 3 form a group, and I'll go alone," Chun-gu said directly. With his personal score of 20,000, he felt more at ease leading a group of 3. He also didn't want to drag anyone down. If others knew his thoughts, they would probably rise up against him. Who would want to be called a burden? Jiang-yi gave Chun-gu a deep look, understanding his situation, then turned to ask the others, "What do you all think?" Everyone exchanged glances but didn't object. Although they felt somewhat discontent, Chun-ji's performance at the Divine Capital Academy was unparalleled, making his suggestion reasonable. "All right, let's divide like this then." Jiang-yi nodded, and the others began forming teams. In the end, Jiang-yi teamed up with 1 male and 1 female, while a muscular man over 1.9 meters tall joined 2 male trainees, and Quan Zian, Jin Yazhong, and Jin Yale formed another team. Everyone formed their teams freely without much discussion. This is a maze the 4 paths will eventually connect. If you encounter danger, make sure to call for support. When the other 3 teams were preparing to enter their respective corridors, Chun-gu solemnly reminded them, a hint of worry in his eyes. If everyone came out safely, including him, their points would increase to 200,000, and he didn't want to lose even a single point. His gaze finally rested on Quan Zian before he looked away. Quan Zian noticed Chen Gu's concern and felt a stir in her heart. At a time like this, he was still worried about her. His care was genuine and couldn't be faked. All right, I understand. Quan Zian nodded first. She felt she should be gentler with Chen Gu, considering how much he had silently done for them. Understood. We all understand. The others, seeing the situation, also realized they couldn't take their lives lightly and nodded in agreement. Afterward, the group headed into the depths of their respective corridors. Chen Gu chose a path, quickly donned his gear, and rushed forward. He couldn't manage everyone, so he could only deal with the potential threats that might endanger them first. As he had predicted, these maze passages were definitely interconnected. As long as he stayed ahead and summoned enough minions to clear the dangers, he wouldn't have to worry about them. As for how many points they would ultimately earn, that wasn't his concern as the safety officer. As the saying goes, if you don't work hard to farm minions, you won't even get gold from the fountain. If their score was too poor, they'd have to go back and start over, completing tasks properly on the first floor. Sooner or later, someone would succeed in reaching the second floor. Don't thank me, this is what I should do. Chen Gu's lips curled into a slight smile as he quickened his pace. At the fork in the road, he drew a card. Skill card, Infinite Summon. Magic Pet card, Skeleton Warrior Bronze. Instantly, the area was filled with skeleton warriors. Although they were labeled as bronze level, they still looked lifeless, with no visible signs of being bronze at all. Chen Gu muttered to himself, "Where are the promised bronze skeleton warriors? What is this supposed to be?" But he didn't say it out loud. If he did, those skeleton warriors would undoubtedly tear off their tattered armor, polish their foreheads, and show him what true bronze warriors looked like. Feeling that the scale and configuration weren't enough, Chen Gu summoned skeleton archers, skeleton warlords, skeleton knights, and several underworld drakes. Each undead army formed a perfect combat combination, ensuring they could sweep through everything in their path. And now, the necromancers. Chen Gu muttered under his breath, summoning again. "Come forth, my necromancers." Pierrot Cameron. 1, 2, 3. Although the magic consumption was considerable, with the support of the necromancers, the undead army's momentum became even more formidable. You can only summon 8 legendary necromancers with surnames. A voice suddenly echoed in Chen Gu's mind. I, Pierrot Cameron, may be a legendary necromancer, but summoning so many of me at once, where's my dignity? Chen Gu looked at the skeleton necromancers in front of him, dressed in robes and glowing green, all staring at him in unison, as if silently complaining. Having a name makes you special? The Frost Hatchling and Fire Hatchling are both legendary, and the Underworld Drakes are also legendary. I can summon as many as I want, but you can't? No wonder the description says you're a useless and meddlesome necromancer, weak and talkative. Chen Gu muttered to himself, but didn't care. Soon, 8 armies, each consisting of thousands of undead, were ready. Move out. Chen Gu waved his hand, and they marched in perfect order toward different forks in the path. Before long, the corridor echoed with the sound of synchronized footsteps and the neighing of warhorses. It was clear that a well-trained army was approaching. What's going on? We've just entered and already encountered a monster army? Usually, in such cases, the army is mostly humanoid monsters. Jiang Yi, with a cold demeanor, frowned. The 2 teammates behind him were also startled, and one of them said, "After all, this is a ruin. We need to be cautious and advance slowly." You're right. Staying alive is the most important thing. If we die, nothing else matters. The other nodded in agreement. They began to move more cautiously, fearing any mishap. Meanwhile, on Gao Dazhuang's team, one of them swallowed nervously upon hearing the sounds. This scale, no less than several thousand. Armies usually consist of humanoid monsters. Should we have stayed together instead of splitting up? They started to question their earlier decision. Gao Dazhuang frowned and said, "It seems the situation isn't looking good. Be careful, don't rush. Ruins aren't something that can be cleared easily." The others nodded in agreement. Over at Quan Zian's side, her expression had also changed. Jin Yazhong and Jin Yale looked weak and pitiful, especially after hearing the sounds that indicated a well-trained army. The three of them were at silver 7 or 8 stars, facing a golden 1-star ruin. Their levels were already low, so they dared not be careless. Their steps became more cautious. This was exactly what Chingu wanted. While they moved slowly, he advanced quickly, aiming to safely lead everyone out in the end. Perfect. Ding! Golden 1-star Wraith. Ding! Golden 1-star Enhanced Vengeful Spirit. Before long, Chingu encountered monsters in a corridor. He followed a group of undead soldiers, and a skeleton knight voluntarily offered him its skeletal warhorse. He couldn't help but marvel at how competitive this world was. Even the undead were starting to engage in cutthroat competition. But he had to admit, this knight showed great potential. Soul Rend. Just as Chingu was about to command the army behind him to attack, the undead mage beside him suddenly began muttering. It extended its hand, and the wraiths and vengeful spirits ahead were instantly torn to shreds, leaving behind several blank cards that fell to the ground. The undead mage slowly withdrew its bony right hand and stood calmly in place, as if nothing had happened. Chingu immediately glanced at the magic cards. The skill it just used is completely different from what's on the card. Magic pet cards with unique names were rare, and Chingu had never heard of anything like this before, leaving him momentarily puzzled. Clearly, based on what he had just witnessed, this named undead mage likely had other tricks up its sleeve. Undead Inferno. Suddenly, a sea of eerie green flames erupted in front of him, blazing fiercely. The wraiths and vengeful spirits ahead were utterly unable to withstand it. Chingu secretly admired the display. All right, I take back my earlier underestimation. Those with names truly are different. Wow, this is amazing. The undead blocking the way were easily wiped out, and the undead army continued to advance. The architecture of this massive labyrinth was very simple, primarily constructed from piled-up boulders. Aside from its sheer size, there was nothing particularly remarkable about it. After walking for a while, the corridor ahead suddenly became darker and narrower. Stop! Upon seeing this, Chingu, riding the skeletal warhorse, immediately halted the army, his brows furrowed. He vaguely sensed a danger but couldn't pinpoint it, so he sent 100 skeleton warriors ahead to scout. Under Chinji's command, the skeleton warriors quickly charged into the passageway. However, they hadn't gone far when suddenly, bang! The stone walls on both sides slammed shut, crushing the skeleton warriors into bronze pancakes. Then, the walls returned to their original position. Witnessing this, Chingu couldn't help but admire his own intuition and was relieved that he had sent cannon fodder to scout ahead. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. He silently prayed that the remaining 9 teammates with 20,000 points would be extra cautious and avoid any mistakes. Rise! At that moment, the nearby necromancer began muttering again. Immediately, the skeleton warriors that had been crushed earlier stood up and returned to their original positions. Chingu was astonished once more. So this was the necromancer with a unique name? I really underestimated it, he thought, and instantly felt apologetic towards it. This necromancer is practically tailor-made for this undead army. With it, my magic consumption can be greatly reduced. Chingu grinned so widely that his mouth could hardly close. Having a name really makes a difference. With a name, its power is stronger. With the necromancer's support, the advancement of the next 8 undead armies went very smoothly. However, this labyrinth was even larger than expected, and it seemed it would take quite some time to traverse it and reach the temple. For days, Chingu had been leading at the front, striving to find the path to the temple while doing his best to protect the teammates with 20,000 points. That's strange. Over the past 2 days, we've been hearing synchronized footsteps, but when we get there, we don't see anything, not even a single magical beast, Jiang Yi said, puzzled, as he imprinted text onto the wall. Exploring ruins required collecting textual materials, which could also be exchanged for points. The other 2 teammates were busy as well, their faces equally filled with confusion. Could those sounds just be meant to scare us? I think it might be an illusion. All sorts of strange things can happen in ruins. How about I scout ahead while you guys stay here and copy the text? Sure. After some discussion, Jiang Yi decided to go ahead and investigate. Meanwhile, Gao Dazhuan's group was having a different experience. What is going on? It's been days, And apart from copying text, we haven't seen a single magical beast or encountered any danger. What kind of joke is this? I was hoping to get an S-level mission. Gao Dazhuang shouted angrily at his teammates. The other two were equally frustrated, feeling the same way. Maybe this is just an ordinary ruin with nothing in it. Could someone have already come and killed all the magical beasts? Haha, how is that possible? It's probably just a low difficulty ruin. Sometimes luck is just that bad. The two teammates exchanged remarks. Gao Dazhuang, unwilling to accept this, stood up and said, "We've been too cautious these past few days. Today, let us pick up the pace. I refuse to believe there is not a single magical beast here." The three quickly decided to speed up and rushed forward. As for Quan Xian's group, they seemed to be strolling leisurely. Over the past few days, they had been wandering aimlessly through the ruins like headless flies. The tense atmosphere gradually dissipated, and the three of them started chatting as they walked, occasionally even yawning. Jean Yale let out a big yawn, stretched, and muttered, "So boring. I feel like we're just sightseeing in the ruins." After speaking, she took out a pre-packed banana milk and began drinking it. "How is it? Are you having fun?" her sister Jean Yazhong asked with a very gentle voice, smiling. At this moment, Quan Xian's face was full of helplessness. She was here to hunt monsters, not to sightsee. If this continued, the gap between her and Chengge would only grow wider. However, I haven't encountered anything here, so Chunji's side is probably the same. There shouldn't be too much of a difference. Quan Xian snapped out of her thoughts and began to comfort herself. The next moment, the three of them passed through the corridor and arrived at a hall, their eyes lighting up. In the center of the hall was a fountain, and atop the fountain grew a large tree with a trunk wide enough for 10 people to encircle. Sunlight streamed through the top, illuminating the entire tree. Its leaves were golden and shimmered under the sunlight, resembling a piece of art. Wow, what a beautiful tree! The sisters Jean Yazhong and Jean Yale's eyes widened gradually, and they smiled happily. "Ding, you have discovered the blood dragon fruit." The three's wristbands simultaneously emitted a notification. Upon hearing it, they began to carefully observe the tree and soon spotted a blood-red fruit quietly hanging among the branches and leaves. "What is the use of the blood dragon fruit?" Quan Xian asked the wristband. "Ding, the blood dragon fruit can greatly enhance physical abilities." Gulp. Upon hearing this, Quan Xian couldn't help but swallow, secretly marveling. What a treasure! But looking around, there was only one fruit, and there were 3 of them. How would they divide it? Can one blood dragon fruit be divided into 3 portions? Not wanting to take advantage, Quan Xian continued to ask. "Ding, it can be divided, but the effect will be greatly reduced." The wristband responded again. Quan Xian was as happy as a child and said to the Jean sisters, "Then let's each eat a third." "Okay," the 2 sisters nodded quickly. Just then, the Magic Card Master's wristband issued another reminder. "Ding, the blood dragon fruit must be consumed within an hour after being picked. If a man eats it, it can enhance physical abilities." Upon hearing the word man, the 3 of them tensed up. Women can also enhance physical abilities by eating it. Phew, the 3 of them simultaneously let out a sigh of relief, wondering why the Magic Card Master's wristband explanation was so verbose. However, women who eat it will grow hair all over, especially facial hair like a beard. The originally excited expressions of the 3 instantly turned serious. Quan Xian's mouth and eyes twitched slightly as she muttered, "Grow a beard." Huh. Jean Yazhong and Jean Yale exchanged awkward smiles with Quan Xian. "I don't want it. I don't want it. You two can have it." Quan Xian quickly waved her hands. "I definitely don't want to grow a beard." Younger sister Jean Yale quickly covered her mouth. "Me neither." Jean Yazhong did the same. For women, beauty was more important than strength. "Then what should we do? We can't waste it, right? This kind of fruit is rare." Quan Xian frowned. Jean Yazhong and Jean Yale exchanged glances, seemingly having an idea but not voicing it. After a while, Quan Xian, wanting to be nice to Chengge, pretended to suggest, "How about we find Chengge and give this fruit to him?" After thinking for a moment, she added, "Think about it. Chengge is so strong. If he owes us a favor, wouldn't that be worth it?" The Jean sisters almost didn't hesitate and quickly nodded, clearly agreeing with the idea. "Then Quan Zian originally intended for the two sisters to guard the fruit, but younger sister Jean Yale smiled and said, "How about I go find Xingu? My sister and I have a mental connection, and I'm faster." Communication devices don't work in the ruins, and the Mage Card Master's wristband can only display information, not communicate, so they have to rely on this method. Quan Zian saw her sister Kim Ah-young smiling gently and, without objecting, nodded her head. Although she wasn't sure how strong her two younger sisters were, she knew they were far from simple on the surface. Since they both agreed, she had no reason to object. In the blink of an eye, her younger sister Kim Ah-lu had already disappeared at the other end of the corridor. Half an hour later, the three, who were moving quickly, suddenly stopped in their tracks. "Listen, there's the sound of fighting over there," Gao Dazhuang said in a deep voice. "Could it be someone else fighting? Should we go take a look?" All right. The three reached a consensus and quickly headed toward the direction of the sound. Soon, they hid in a crevice and stared blankly into the distance. A legion of undead was fiercely battling a group of vengeful spirits and death spirits. The scene was incredibly spectacular, with an estimated tens of thousands of troops on both sides. Gulp. One of the team members swallowed hard, his face full of disbelief, and asked the other two beside him, "What on earth is going on? Magical beasts are fighting magical beasts? What should we do next?" No one had expected someone to summon an undead army, and seeing this scene, everyone was stunned, completely unable to comprehend what was happening. Gao Dazhuang stood with his mouth agape, his mind full of confusion, thinking, magical beasts fighting magical beasts? What kind of bizarre situation is this? It's the first time I've seen this. Another team member said in a deep voice, "The vengeful spirits on the other side can still be detected by the Mage Card wristband, but the undead army here has no response at all. What's going on?" Gao Dazhuang snapped out of it and said solemnly, "This kind of situation isn't uncommon. If no information can be detected, it means it's unknown, which could be dangerous." He glanced at the other two, his expression turning serious. "Or it could mean we've encountered a dark attack." Dark attack? The other two team members exchanged glances, their faces turning grim. They were elites among elites, but even they felt fear when facing a dark attack. Not to mention the eerie situation before them. Magical beasts fighting magical beasts. This was the first time they'd seen such a thing. This undead army was highly organized and clearly targeting these ruins. Could it be a territorial dispute between magical beasts from different dimensions? Someone boldly speculated. "Sigh, that's possible." Gao Dazhuang nodded, looking convinced. "Ah." At that moment, another team member saw an even more shocking scene. His mouth wide open as he pointed at the undead mage ahead and shouted, "That undead mage can actually resurrect the dead undead? Doesn't that mean their troops are endless? What kind of cursed place have we stumbled into?" Gulp. Gao Dazhuang's face instantly turned ashen. "Who said earlier that these ruins weren't dangerous? Step forward." The other two immediately turned their gazes toward Gao Dazhuang. "Wasn't it you who said it was boring and wanted to move quickly? How could you forget so soon?" Gao Dazhuang clearly felt the strange looks from the two, his mouth twitching slightly as he said in a deep voice, "I think we should stay grounded and take a detour. Let's not provoke them." "I agree. I have no objections either." The three quickly slinked away. Despite Gao Dazhuang's name sounding simple and honest, he was actually the eldest son of a warlord family, holding a legendary mage card and possessing undeniable strength. If it really came to a fight, it wasn't like there was no chance, but the situation was too complicated right now, and he needed to think carefully. The other two were also descendants of political and financial elites, equally formidable, but the bizarre scene before them made them hesitate. If this was truly a dark attack, they had to seriously consider whether to continue taking risks. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi was moving forward to investigate the situation. "Rise." With the necromancer's command, the fallen undead all stood up again, returning to their original state. This happened to be the place where Chungu's two undead armies converged. The battle had just ended, and Jiang Yi had arrived nearby. Swish, swish, swish in an instant. All the undead turned their gazes toward Jiang Yi. Gulp. Jiang Yi, too nervous to react, quickly stepped back. "Damn it, what is going on? I came here just to check things out, and now I'm being stared down by so many undead. This is bad. A rough estimate showed there were at least tens of thousands of undead troops in front of him, and they were organized to an alarming degree. If these undead chased after him, it would definitely spell trouble. Sorry, I took the wrong path. You guys carry on, I won't disturb you. After saying that, Jiang Yi turned and ran without a moment's hesitation. At this moment, he was completely panicked inside. He just wanted to know, why were there so many undead armies here? What secrets were hidden in this ruin? Even if it was a ruin, it shouldn't be this insane. Oh my god, the usually composed Jiang Yi was now utterly flustered, his only thought being to quickly return to his teammates. Although ruins were dangerous, he had never seen an undead army of this scale before, and as a Silver 8 star, the pressure of facing so many monsters was overwhelming. If there were only a few hundred, he wouldn't be this panicked. At this moment, the two undead armies remained in place, staring in confusion at Jiang Yi's disappearing figure before continuing forward. Due to the intense danger of the situation, Jiang Yi practically sprinted all the way back to his two teammates. They had just finished copying the inscriptions around the ruins and were thrilled to see Jiang Yi return. Jiang Yi, how did it go? I can't hold back anymore. I'm ready to go all out. How was it? You came back so quickly, you must have found something, right? The two teammates looked at him expectantly. Jiang Yi smiled wryly, took a sip of water, and then recounted the situation he had just encountered under their eager gazes. An undead army. A necromancer can revive fallen undead? That's insane. When the two heard Jiang Yi's description of the scene, they were so shocked they couldn't speak. The scariest part is that the magic cardmaster bracelet couldn't detect any information at all. Jiang Yi pointed to the bracelet on his wrist as he spoke. The three of them were all top students and knew what this meant. The magic cardmaster bracelet couldn't detect any information? That's not good. The three of them understood that this was no simple matter. I think we need to be more cautious moving forward. It's best to avoid that path. If that's not possible, we should retreat immediately or regroup with the others, Jiang Yi suggested seriously. Luckily, this is a ruin. Even if it's been corrupted by darkness, we can still leave safely. I agree. We should hurry and regroup with the others. This ruin is far more dangerous than we imagined. We can't afford to be careless. After discussing, the three decided to probe the situation first, and if it proved too risky, they would retreat immediately. The danger was too great, and they wouldn't hesitate. This was good news for Chenggu. After all, they could leave safely. Chenggu. Chenggu. In the corridor, Jean Yale's voice was soft and sweet as she searched for Chenggu. Suddenly, she heard the sound of intense fighting in the distance. A smile appeared on her lips, and she quickly ran toward the source of the noise. Soon, she arrived nearby and saw a terrifying undead army engaged in fierce battle. The most eye-catching figure was a tall man clad in blood-red armor, wielding a blade that glowed with a crimson light. He stood in the center of the battlefield, letting out a maniacal, bloodthirsty laugh, slaying a magical beast with every strike. At that moment, a being much larger than the other wraiths, possibly an elite or even a lord-level entity, suddenly charged at the man. In response, the man swung his blade, splitting the wraith in half instantly. Hurrah! Hurrah! The man mercilessly slaughtered the wraiths, his laughter echoing in the dim, empty hall, lingering for a long time. He stood like a king who controlled life and death, making it impossible for anyone to look directly at him. Chenggu sensed Jean Yale's presence and frowned. The blood-red wings on his back flapped, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Jean Yale. Their gazes met, separated by only a single step. Ugh! The man's blood-red eyes and the mocking smile at the corner of his mouth seemed to ridicule life itself, while the intense smell of blood overwhelmed her senses. Jean Yale quickly covered her mouth, instinctively retreating until she was pressed against the wall. At this moment, the scene was indescribable, a high and mighty king standing over a helpless, weak little girl. Chenggu quickly realized this and hurriedly deactivated his equipment and skill cards. He approached her gently, extending his hand and asking, "Are you okay?" Jean Yale finally came to her senses, nodded slightly, and reached out for Chenggu to help her up. At this moment, Quan Zian and her sister, Jean Yazhong, who were sharing a vision, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, Chun-gu truly resembled a high and mighty king, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Even though she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, it almost left her breathless. She couldn't understand why Chun-gu had changed so much. What kind of power did he possess to radiate such a strong aura? Chun-gu smiled and asked Jin-Yale, "Is there something you need? Or is there a situation on your side?" Trying to calm herself, Jin-Yale immediately explained her discovery to Chun-gu. "That's the situation. Are you interested?" After speaking, she hesitated and looked at Chun-gu. "Interested? Very interested." Chun-gu was excited inside, but maintained a calm demeanor as he nodded. "All right, let's go take a look together." Jin-Yale glanced doubtfully at the distant undead army and wraiths, then led Chun-gu toward the direction where Quan Zian and the others were. After some time, the two arrived at the grand hall where Quan Zian and the others were. Chun Ji's gaze immediately locked onto the blood dragon fruit. Replenishing blood and enhancing physical abilities, this was incredibly appealing to him. He had researched the blood dragon fruit online before and knew that it only bloomed once every 50 years, and after ripening, it would remain on the tree for just 1 year before rotting and turning into the deadliest poison in the world. The fruit had to be consumed within an hour of being picked, otherwise, it would also decay. These were secrets from hundreds of years ago, almost like legends. Now, with his SSS-level magic source, Chun Ji's physical abilities were already top-notch, and the blood dragon fruit could double his strength. This was truly a rare treasure. "Are you really planning to give this to me?" He knew the side effects of the blood dragon fruit, but such a treasure, most people wouldn't give it away easily. "That's right. I just hope you can do me a favor in the future, as long as it's within your ability." Quan Zian stepped forward and said. She wouldn't beg Chun-gu, she just wanted to repay him for his silent contributions all this time. "Within my ability?" These words were quite interesting. Chun-gu glanced at Jin Yajong and her sister without hesitation. "We also hope you can do us a favor within your ability. Is that okay?" The two sisters looked at Chun-gu with eyes full of expectation. "No problem." Chun-gu agreed readily. Getting a blood dragon fruit under such conditions was absolutely worth it. After all, blood frenzy increases by percentage, which makes the physical quality of the body even more important. The stronger the body, the more significant the enhancement. Clearly, this blood dragon fruit would be of great help to him. Once the conditions were agreed upon, Chun-gu leapt nimbly, climbed the tree, picked the blood dragon fruit, wiped it casually, and ate it directly. This action left Quan Zian and the Jin sisters stunned. Wings. He could actually fly. The three of them were both surprised and envious. After all, wing equipment was extremely rare and hard to obtain. Quan Zian had seen wings before, but hadn't paid much attention because Chun-gu had never flown. Now, seeing him take flight, her eyes lit up slightly, filled with envy. However, she herself could still ride the Pegasus beast to fly. Jin Yajong and Jin Yale were also extremely envious. After all, flying was really cool. Not long after, Chun-gu, who had eaten the tasteless fruit, stood still, closed his eyes, and straightened his body. His pores opened up, releasing the blood energy within him. The blood energy fluctuated rhythmically, wave after wave, spreading in all directions. Then his body and internal organs began to pulsate rhythmically, continuously, making him feel an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. This state lasted for about an hour. Suddenly, the surrounding blood energy converged, and Chun-gu opened his eyes abruptly. His gaze was now filled with determination, and his already strong physique appeared even more imposing. He took a deep breath, his eyes softened, and he could clearly feel the earth-shattering changes in his physical abilities. At this moment, his strength, speed, and endurance had doubled. Amazing! Chun-gu couldn't help but exclaim. After stretching his body, Chun-gu walked over to Quan Zian and the two sisters. "If you ever need anything, just come find me. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. Take care of yourselves, and if you encounter any danger, find a way to contact me. I'll support you anytime." After saying this, he smiled slightly and walked away. When he reminded them to stay safe, his gaze locked onto Quan Zian, which left her with mixed emotions. The look of concern for someone is truly special. Soon, Chun-gu returned to his army of undead. By the afternoon, nearing sunset, He had received 70 blank cards one after another. This ruin seemed large, but there weren't many magical beasts, and the key issue was that the path to the temple couldn't be found, which was extremely troublesome. In the past few days, my magic card master level has just risen to gold 6 star, and I only have a little over 180 blank cards in hand. The progress is way too slow. Chungu couldn't help but complain. If others in the ruins heard this, they would definitely be furious. They hadn't even seen a magic card yet, let alone upgraded one, while Chungu, a golden 5-star magic card master, had almost drained all the magic power from the golden 1-star ruins and still wasn't satisfied. Wasn't this just asking for trouble? After advancing a bit further, Chungu found a spot to casually eat something, then took out 180 blank cards to start drawing. The quantity wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. He first infused magic power into the first blank card. Magic card name, Death Knight Gaia quality, epic type, magic pet card skills, endless corruption, Death Dawn description. It was a long war, where blood dyed the sky red and darkness devoured the land. The mighty knight ultimately couldn't escape the corruption of darkness, but he gained incredible power. It even has a name. Seeing this named magic pet card, Chungu was momentarily stunned, then immediately placed it into the magic source to begin summoning. Epic-level magic pets with exclusive names could only be summoned 4 at a time. In an instant, 4 towering death knights appeared before Chungu. The war horses they rode were surrounded by black mist, which flickered like burning flames. The 4 knights were clad in heavy black armor, their forms hidden within, with only their ghostly blue eyes radiating an intense sense of pressure. They dismounted in unison, kneeling on one knee to salute Chungu with utmost respect. "Rise, go lead my undead army, and help me find the path to the temple," Chungu ordered solemnly. The 4 death knights immediately mounted their horses and began searching for the undead army. Not bad, very imposing. Watching them depart, Chungu nodded in satisfaction and continued drawing cards. The second card, a low-level magic card. The third card, a mid-level magic card. The 92nd card, magic card name, Skeleton Archer Black Iron type, special magic card effect. Grants skeleton archers bodies as hard as black iron, and their arrows become incredibly durable. Description: what about skeleton archers? As long as they keep evolving, even the most ordinary skeleton archers can create their own legends in this world. Do you have a skeleton archer magic card? Chungu used this card almost without hesitation after all. Any magic card that could enhance strength was a good magic card. During this time, he also drew some recovery-type magic cards, and now he had 15 of them. The recovery effects were generally over 50%, which was quite impressive. These types of magic cards weren't usually needed, but in critical moments, they were absolutely indispensable, so the more, the better. The 160th card. Magic card name, Skill Amplification Rare Level Quality, Rare Type, Special Magic Card Effect, can upgrade a high-level skill card to rare level. Description: the higher the skill level, the better, right? I approve. Chungu nodded solemnly. He opened the panel and saw that he only had one high-level skill, which was the powerful movement skill Dragon Pursuit Strike. Because of the Weapon Master card bonus, he rarely used skills like Dragon Pursuit Strike, mainly because its power wasn't strong enough. Since it could be enhanced, he didn't hesitate and directly placed the magic source into it, allowing the amplification card to merge with Dragon Pursuit Strike. Soon, a new skill was born. Magic card name, Twin Dragon / Quality, Rare Type, Skill Card Effect, allows 2 consecutive powerful dashes, dealing an additional 50% damage to obstacles. Description: a powerful dash skill is definitely a life-saving tool. What does 2 consecutive dashes mean? Not strong enough for attacking, but for escaping, it means you're really weak. This magic card isn't high level, but its description is quite ironic. Still, it's very practical. Chungu shook his head with a smile and continued drawing cards. There wasn't much of a big haul next, but overall, it wasn't too bad. In the following days, Gao Dazhuang, Jiang Yi, and their group became much more cautious, walking in circles and acting extremely timid, terrified of encountering that undead army again. Quan Zian and her group were practically just strolling around. However, Chun Ji's side was also a bit helpless. The ruins were too vast, and even after dispatching over 10,000 undead soldiers, there was no sign of any activity in such a large area. In the end, he increased the number of undead soldiers to around 20,000, even using a magic recovery card in the process, which made his heart ache for a while. It was such a luxury. But there was no other way. They simply couldn't find the path to the temple. That noon, Gao Dazhuang and his two teammates were wandering aimlessly in the ruins, feeling a bit lost. Over the past few days, aside from copying inscriptions, they had gained almost nothing. What is up with these ruins? If you say they're boring, there's actually an undead army inside. If you say they're not boring, we haven't encountered any danger at all. Gao Dazhuang complained to his two teammates in frustration. At this rate, this trip might be a total waste. I really wish a few magical beasts would show up so we could stretch our muscles. As the two teammates were talking, they suddenly heard the sound of synchronized footsteps and the neighing of warhorses in the distance. The footsteps were rapid, and the hooves pounded the ground at high speed. Hearing this, the three of them felt a bad premonition. Gao Dazhuang and another teammate instinctively looked at the one who had wished for magical beasts. Huh. That teammate let out an awkward laugh. I was just saying it casually. You guys didn't take it seriously, did you? Us taking it seriously? Your jinxing mouth is really something. Gao Dazhuang retorted helplessly. In the blink of an eye, a knight riding a warhorse shrouded in black mist appeared at the distant corner. Although his face was obscured, the oppressive aura was overwhelming in that instant. Immediately after, skeleton knights emerged from the corner. In the blink of an eye, undead mages, skeleton warlords, and others followed closely behind. What the hell, are you kidding me? I just wanted a few magical beasts, and you bring an entire army. Help! The eyes of the three turned red as they could only run for their lives. It was bad enough when there was an undead mage summoning the undead the other day, but now there was an overwhelmingly oppressive knight. Their luck was truly terrible. What is this? When they don't come, there's not a single one, but when they do, it's a whole horde. How are we supposed to survive? It's all your fault with your jinxing mouth. We should have just stayed put and copied inscriptions in peace. Is there any point in saying this now? Who knew I'd suddenly become so powerful that my words would come true? The three cursed as they ran for their lives. The massive undead army chased them relentlessly, as if hunting prey. It's over. It's over. We're done for this time. Gao Dazhuang felt somewhat helpless. The main issue was that this undead army was simply too massive, and there was even an undead mage capable of reviving the undead. The three of them alone were completely insufficient to deal with it. They had no idea how long they had been running. Hopefully, we'll encounter others soon. Only by gathering enough people can we stand a chance against this undead army. For now, this is all we can rely on. The three of them discussed strategies as they ran. Although the situation was dire, as elites, they hadn't completely lost their composure. Soon, they arrived at a massive hall with a spacious interior. To their surprise and delight, Jiang Yi's team emerged from the passageway directly ahead. Jiang Yi, Gao Dazhuang. Seeing each other, Jiang Yi and Gao Dazhuang were overjoyed. They quickly waved and hurried to regroup. How did you end up here? Gao Dazhuang asked, trying to appear calm after the six of them had gathered. Jiang Yi also feigned composure. There were too many magical beasts behind us, so we fought while retreating. As he spoke, four imposing knights suddenly emerged simultaneously from the passages to the east, south, west, and north, followed by an uncountable horde of undead. Jiang Yi immediately fell silent, his mouth twitching slightly as he exchanged glances with Gao Dazhuang and the others. It seemed everyone's situation was equally dire. We're doomed. The six of them stood back to back, frozen in place. In the blink of an eye, at least 10,000 undead had gathered in the hall. The worst part was that the magic card wristbands gave no warning, which meant even more dangerous events might be on the way. What do we do now? Gao Dazhuang asked his teammates behind him, sweat pouring down his face. This number, there must be at least 20,000, one team member stammered, their thoughts in disarray. It seemed they were likely to meet their end here. Just moments ago, they were worried about someone dying in the academy, but now it was their turn so soon. The situation had changed too quickly. Fate was truly unpredictable. What kind of joke is this? Our luck is just too bad. What level of ruins is this, anyway? Jiang Yi, usually calm, was now feeling helpless. Encountering tens of thousands of undead at once, and a well-trained army at that, was truly a disaster. If only we hadn't split up from the others, someone regretted aloud. That Xingu is so strong. If the 10 of us had stuck together, we might have had a chance. What's the point of saying that now? Since we've come to this, we fight to the death. Even if we die, we won't go down without a fight. In the face of danger, Gao Dazhuang gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Coming from a military family, he wouldn't let these undead have it easy if he was truly pushed to the brink. Damn it, let's do this. Let's fight. The 6 of them stood back to back, shouting fiercely, but their hearts were far from confident as they faced the overwhelming sight of over 20,000 undead. They stood in the center of the hall, waiting for the undead army to launch their attack. Before long, the 4 massive undead armies began circling around them, as if observing them and preparing to encircle and annihilate them. Gulp, the 6 of them swallowed hard. The sheer number of undead before them was terrifying, especially the 4 knights whose aura was suffocating. You might not believe this, but those skeleton warriors don't look like they're made of ordinary bones. They seem to be made of bronze. One team member used a vision-enhancing skill card to carefully observe the details in the distance. That's right, and the arrows used by those skeleton archers aren't ordinary bone arrows, either. They're black iron arrows. This undead army has been reinforced. Another team member with relevant skills verified this statement. Bronze skeleton warrior, iron skeleton archer, a necromancer who can resurrect the dead, and those 4 imposing knights. The 6 of them spoke one after another, growing increasingly desperate. This was clearly a case of sheep entering a wolf's den. No way out. Don't be afraid. Hold the formation steady. We'll fight our way out together. Gao Dazhuang shouted loudly. In truth, he was terrified inside, but his childhood training had taught him that fear was useless. All right, let's fight our way out. The other 5 also started shouting, their words tough, but their bodies stiff and motionless. All talk, no action. Too real. No one knew how much time had passed, but the 6 of them were shocked to discover something. The 4 undead armies had actually left. Left? They just left like that? Jiang Yi's mouth twitched, his face full of confusion. Who do they think they're looking down on? Gao Dazhuang pretended to be calm and mocked. Please, don't look down on me too much, someone added. Afterward, they fell into deep confusion, unable to extricate themselves. What exactly is going on? Are they ignoring us or playing with us? Maybe they're mocking us. I've heard some magical beasts like to toy with ordinary magic card masters to show off their power. Maybe they're warning us to leave this ruin quickly. That makes sense. So, should we leave now? I agree. Me too. Everyone discussed noisily and finally reached a consensus. Chun Ji's undead army was able to move quickly through the ruins because he was stationed at the central command, focusing on drawing a map of the ruins. Only by doing this could they find the path to the temple as quickly as possible. After all, Chenggu had been here for a long time. Over the next 2 days, Chenggu continued mapping and searching for the way to the temple within the ruins. Quan Zian and her group continued their leisurely stroll, while Gao Dazhuang, Jiang Yi, and the other 6 accelerated their pace, rushing toward the exit of the ruins. Look, there's the exit. Finally, we're getting out. That's great. At the moment they saw the exit, the 6 of them were so happy they almost jumped for joy, their tense emotions finally relaxing. They had survived. It wasn't easy. 6 students, why are you coming out? Seeing the 6 appear, Zhu Mao, the person guarding the entrance, hurriedly stepped forward to ask, why are we coming out? Hearing this, Gao Dazhuang's anger instantly flared up. Do you know what we've been through these past few days? For undead armies of 5,000 to 6,000 each. And there was a necromancer who could resurrect the undead, yet you ask us why we're coming out? Have you ever been inside the ruins? Do you even know the meaning of the word death? Although he thought this in his heart, Gao Dazhuang and the others were all elite students of the Divine Capital Academy, so naturally, they wouldn't show it. They just coldly stared at Zhu Mao, pretending to be calm. Zhu Mao immediately sensed the tense atmosphere and changed his question. What about the other 4 students? We split up after entering the ruins. Later, The six of us encountered four undead armies of 40 to 50,000 on the outskirts of the ruins. We fought desperately and barely managed to escape. Jiang Yi deliberately exaggerated the facts, trying to make himself look better. The others nodded in agreement. Reputation still mattered. 40 to 50,000 undead army. Zhu Mao listened, his eyes widened in disbelief. This was no ordinary one-star golden relic. Things were definitely troublesome. This is bad. I need to report to the administrative hall immediately and request support. Zhu Mao quickly turned around to make a call. Gao Dazhuang and Jiang Yi glanced back at the relic behind them, feeling uneasy. It was truly dangerous. Although Jiang Yi had exaggerated a bit earlier, they might have only seen a portion of the undead. There could really be 40 to 50,000 inside. So, Jiang Yi's words weren't entirely unreasonable. Sigh, I wonder if Chun Gu and the others can hold on. I think this is serious trouble. Even if we're lucky, they might not be as fortunate. I estimate they won't last until the rescue team arrives. What a pity about that uniformed beauty and those two young girls. The six of them had little hope for Chun Gu and his team. After all, the oppressive presence of that undead army was overwhelming and terrifying. At this moment, Zhu Mao had already reported the situation to the nearby administrative hall. There are actually 40 to 50,000 undead in that one-star relic. The person on the other end of the phone asked in shock. Yes, and there are still 4 elite students inside who haven't come out. Please send help as soon as possible. Zhu Mao wiped the sweat from his forehead, full of helplessness. They had previously sent people to inspect the area. Although the situation inside the temple was unclear, there was only a group of one-star golden wraiths outside. Based on experience, this should have been an ordinary one-star golden relic. Where did such a massive undead army come from? If this wasn't handled properly, he might lose his job. Jobs were hard to find in this world, and the position of a supervisor came with good benefits, so he naturally didn't want to lose it. After hanging up the phone, Zhu Mao crossed his arms and silently prayed. He had an elderly mother and a child who wasn't even a year old yet. He hoped the students inside would be safe. What worried him even more was that these were elite students from the Divine Capital Academy this year. If something happened to them, the consequences would be severe. Another day passed in the blink of an eye. The nearby administrative hall found it difficult to assemble a strong rescue team of golden magic card masters, as they had to be dispatched from elsewhere and couldn't arrive quickly. Zhu Mao could only continue praying. Meanwhile, Gao Dazhuang, Jiang Yi, and the others, having escaped danger, felt much more relaxed, sitting and eating while chatting casually. Sai, what do you think happened to Chun Gu and the others now? Gao Dazhuang asked casually, not really caring since it had nothing to do with him. Jiang Yi frowned and said, Quan Ziyan and the others split up from Chun Gu. Chen Ji's points are still there, so he might be holding on for a while. But Quan Ziyan and those two young girls, that's uncertain. Jin Yazhong's 2 sisters weren't actually that young, they were about the same age as them, just quiet and not very tall. Sigh, what a pity. Quan Ziyan is the daughter of the Crescent Consortium. I heard their consortium is about to become a super consortium. This situation might be hard to clean up now. Those twin sisters are a pity too. They're quite pretty, but I heard their cousin is trying to curry favor and plans to introduce them to Yi Kan. No way. I heard Yi Kan is a playboy, not a good person. Well, Yi Kan is part of the Yi family, currently ranked 9th on the points leaderboard. Who wouldn't want to curry favor with him? Ugh, don't even mention it. That cousin is just a beast. All 6 of them exclaimed in unison. The 2 girls are so adorable, yet this cousin, he's simply worse than a beast. Sai, speaking of which, what do you think is going on with Chun Gu and Quan Ziyan now? Someone steered the topic back. Gao Dazhuang pondered for a moment and spoke first. With Chun Ji's combat power, no matter how strong he is, it's impossible for him to fight against tens of thousands of undead troops. I estimate he's already half dead, either running for his life or on the verge of collapse. I think that makes sense. The other 5 people agreed one after another. Gao Dazhuang continued. I've already imagined the scene with Quan Ziyan and the other 2. Quan Ziyan, covered in blood, standing in front of the undead army, completely exhausted, while the 2 little girls are hiding in the corner, trembling. As Gao Dazhuang spoke, The other 5 had already visualized the tragic fate of Quan Zian and the others. Meanwhile, inside the ruins. After so many days, apart from copying inscriptions, there was no danger at all. Even Quan Zian couldn't help but yawn, looking helpless. Turning around, the Jin Yajong sisters were hopping around, pure and carefree, making it seem like they were here for sightseeing. For some reason, over the past few days, they had managed to perfectly avoid Chen Ji's undead army every time. Found it. At this moment, Chen Gu, seated in the central command, had already drawn a complete map and found the path to the temple, feeling overjoyed. Before long, at his summons, 20,000 undead troops gathered around him. Then, using materials at hand, he made a simple sedan chair to carry him. Move out. With a wave of his hand, the undead army marched toward the temple, while Chun Gu sat on the simple sedan chair, enjoying life. Sai, did you hear that sound? Should we go check it out? The synchronized footsteps of the 20,000 undead troops echoed through the passage, reaching Quan Zian's side, instantly reviving her spirits. The Jin Yajong sisters also nodded repeatedly and followed closely behind. 2 hours later, Chen Gu, leading his undead army, arrived at the core of the ruins, right in front of the magnificent temple. From the view on the plain, it didn't seem particularly impressive, but standing before the temple in person, one could only feel how insignificant and small they were. To enter the temple, one must cross the thousands of stone steps ahead, and both the steps and the plaza below were filled with kobolds wearing black iron masks. Their expressions were unclear, but their orderly stance clearly showed they were well-trained. Ding, golden 1-star kobold. Ding, golden 2-star enhanced kobold guards. Ding, golden 3-star elite kobold bodyguards. As far as the eye could see, the kobolds numbered in the tens of thousands. It seemed that this ruin was indeed no ordinary golden 1-star ruin. Attack! No need for more words. To ascend the temple, these kobolds ahead must be defeated. With a wave of his hand, Chun Gu initiated another grand battle. The kobolds on the opposite side were almost all melee soldiers, while Chun Ji's side naturally had skeleton archers clearing the field. When the kobolds charged over, his melee troops stepped forward to meet them. In an instant, the two sides clashed like torrents, the sound of battle shaking the heavens. What's going on? Quan Zian and her group, who had been following behind, were stunned. The deafening sounds of battle were terrifying, as if a war involving tens of thousands was taking place. Be careful, let's slow down. Quan Zian's steps slowed cautiously, and the twins behind her also became more vigilant. The thunderous sounds of battle naturally reached outside the ruins. What's going on? Where is this huge noise coming from? Zhu Maoren was dumbfounded. Judging by the sound, there were indeed tens of thousands of people. It turned out the students who came out earlier were right. There really was a massive army inside. It's over. It's all over. We're doomed. He slumped into the chair behind him. With such a scene, could those 4 students inside still be alive? They might not even leave behind a trace of their bones. And the nearby administrative hall hadn't sent anyone over yet. Gao Dazhuang and Jiang Yi, upon hearing the deafening sounds of battle, were also stunned. Judging by the sound, if it's not 80,000, it's at least 40 or 50,000, right? Jiang Yi's lips trembled as he spoke. Looks like I wasn't wrong. Indeed. This time, Chen Gu and his group are done for. I bet Chen Gu is being chased by an undead army right now. The scene must be extremely bloody. I bet his guts have already been pulled out by those undead. Quan Zian and the other 3 might have already been trampled into meat paste by the undead army. Sigh, luckily we were smart enough to escape early. The 6 of them looked relieved. Meanwhile, Chun Gu was sitting on a makeshift sedan chair, observing the temple on the stone steps in the distance. After staring for a long time without figuring anything out, a steady stream of blank cards was being delivered to him. A rough count revealed over 100 cards. Since he was bored, why not draw some cards? Surely more blank cards would be sent over later. Over there, the scene was a bloody mess, while Chun Gu was happily drawing cards. The 72nd card. Magic card name. Skeleton Warlord Black Iron type. Special magic card effect. Grants the Skeleton Warlord a body as strong as black iron, making it powerful and fearless, and bestows the War Aura. Description: a skeleton warlord with an aura will grant nearby allies a 10% attack boost. What do you think? Not bad. Chun-Gu nodded in satisfaction and immediately upgraded the skeleton warlord. As soon as he finished the upgrade, the strength of the skeleton warlords in front surged, and the skeleton warriors affected by the aura seemed to be on steroids. Chun-Gu continued drawing cards. The 142nd card. Magic card name. Fusion quality. Divine illusion level type. Skill card effect. Allows 2 magic pets to fuse, but only if both agree. Their strength will be elevated to a higher level. Description: magic pets have their own thoughts. Do not force them to fuse recklessly, as it will backfire. Truly willing fusion between magic pets will bring you unimaginable power. Chun-Gu, who had been looking bored, gradually curled up the corners of his mouth. Another phantom god-level magic card in hand happiness came so suddenly, it caught him off guard. There was no need to hesitate, he directly placed it into the magic fountain, waiting for the right moment to use it. While Chun-Gu was drawing cards, skeletal warriors on the side kept delivering dropped whiteboard cards to him. Chun-Gu was thoroughly enjoying the card drawing process. During this time, he drew a card that restored 80% of magic power and another healing card that accelerated injury recovery. The 203rd card. Magic card name. Sea of Blood Inferno quality. Legendary type. Skill card effect. Upon use, depending on the user's magic power and level, the surrounding ground will collapse, plunging the area into a hell of blood and fire, dealing 500% damage to surrounding targets. Description: the intertwining of blood and fire is the truth of this world. Are you ready to face this cruel reality, Magic Card Master? I can already imagine my majestic figure standing in the midst of it. Chun-Ji's mind was filled with the scene. Just one word: cool. In truth, he was already itching to use it, but he held back for now. After all, the temple was the main event, so there was no rush. At this moment, Chun-Gu had just reached Golden 9 stars, which meant that the magic pets he summoned were also at Golden 9 stars. When facing those kobolds at Golden 1, 2, or 3 stars, he had both a level advantage and a numerical superiority. The advantage was his, and there was no way he could lose. In no time, those kobolds were slaughtered to extinction, leaving only the solemn and imposing undead army, exuding an aura of death and slaughter. Sitting upright in his sedan chair, Chun-Gu straightened his posture, raised his hand, and pointed toward the grand temple at the end of the stone steps, saying, "Move out." Then, surrounded by the entire undead army, Chun-Gu sat in his sedan chair and marched mightily toward the temple. Before long, the undead army had reached the end of the stone steps. Ahead was a vast square, and not far away stood a massive temple. The most striking feature was the enormous stone pillars, each requiring dozens of people to encircle. They were devoid of intricate carvings, yet exuded an unparalleled grandeur. Without entering the temple, one could already see the interior. At the high platform deep within the temple sat a kobold over 2.5 meters tall. It wore a golden mask, donned golden armor, and held a golden scepter in its hand as it sat there, lofty and imposing, like a god looking down on all living beings. On its left and right below the platform stood rows of kobolds wearing silver masks and clad in silver armor, armed with swords or spears. From a distance, they appeared high and mighty, not to be underestimated, radiating an invisible sense of oppression. However, this did not affect Chun-Gu. Instead, it made him somewhat excited. The higher the posture they assumed, the better the rewards they would offer. This time, he was going to profit big. Beep, unknown creature. Beep, unknown creature. Soon, the Magic Card Master's wristband emitted a series of notification sounds. The more this happened, the more excited Chun-Gu became. With the corners of his mouth curling upward, he waved his hand grandly, and the entire undead army marched straight toward the temple. Led by 4 imposing death knights, the synchronized sound of their footsteps rivaled the oppressive atmosphere of the temple. The oppressive aura of Chun-Ji's undead army was no less overwhelming. In an instant, the 4 leading death knights were about to trample the temple. Suddenly, the golden-masked kobold sitting at the top, resembling a deity, let out a muffled grunt. Bang! It then slammed its scepter heavily onto the ground. Swish, the air around it began to ripple due to the tremor, and all the undead touched by the ripples instantly dissipated. Chenggu was also taken aback and immediately jumped down from his makeshift sedan chair. Upon closer inspection, the tens of thousands of undead in his army had already vanished without a trace. However, the one frost dragon he had summoned remained soaring in the sky, unaffected. Clearly, the kobold sitting above had a strong restraint against undead creatures. Interesting. Chenggu chuckled lightly, showing no hesitation as he walked into the temple, fearless. Swish! The moment Chen Ji's left foot stepped into the temple, the silver-armored kobolds on both sides drew their weapons, ready to strike. It was evident that to confront the golden-masked kobold above, he would first have to deal with these silver-armored kobolds. In an instant, Chen Gu donned blood-red battle armor, wielding the Blood Moon Blade, with faintly visible wings behind him. Skill card Blood Frenzy. In a flash, a surge of violent blood energy swept through the entire temple, stirring waves of crimson ripples. Swish! Chenggu suddenly opened his scarlet eyes, locking gazes with the golden-masked kobold above. The golden-masked kobold's eyes were cold and devoid of any emotion, exuding an air of superiority. Meanwhile, Chen Ji's gaze was frenzied and highly aggressive. Their eyes met, as if engaged in a celestial battle, the tension palpable. Whoever looked away at this moment would lose the upper hand. Kill. Chen Ji's current demeanor was nothing short of blasphemy against their god. One of the sword-wielding silver-armored kobolds roared, and the others followed suit, charging at Chenggu. Yet, even as they advanced, Chenggu and the golden-masked kobold continued to lock eyes, neither yielding an inch. Just as the silver-armored kobolds were about to reach Chenggu. Skill card, Blood Sea Inferno. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, the temple floor shattered, and blood and fire intertwined, transforming the entire temple into a hellish inferno. Ugh! Screams echoed as the charging silver-armored kobolds were instantly reduced to ashes. In the temple hall, only Chenggu and the golden-masked kobold remained. Crack, crackle. Soon, the temple hall began to tremble and collapse. Boom! In no time, the surrounding stone pillars of the temple hall crumbled completely, consumed by the inferno of blood and fire. As the temple collapsed, clouds of dust rose into the air. When the scene cleared, Chenggu and the golden-masked kobold were seen floating in mid-air, still locked in an unyielding stare. At this moment, Quan Zian and her two companions, who had just arrived near the temple, waved away the dust in front of them and saw the scene in the sky. A kobold clad in golden armor spread its golden wings behind it, flying in the air, holding a golden scepter in its hand, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Opposite it stood a man dressed in blood-red armor, wielding a crimson blade. The blood-red wings behind the man flapped, and a surge of blood energy surrounded him, his oppressive aura even stronger than that of the golden kobold. From this angle, one could even see the mocking smile at the corner of his mouth directed at the golden-masked kobold. Additionally, a young dragon circled around him, clearly indicating that he was its master. And that man in red armor, exuding an emperor-like presence, could only be Chenggu. Chenggu. Seeing Chen Ji's imperial demeanor, Quan Zian's beautiful eyes trembled, her heart racing wildly. He was truly exuding dominance, sparking endless imagination. So handsome. Chenggu is really amazing. Beside Quan Zian, Jin Yazhong and Jin Yale also exclaimed in astonishment. Just from the wings behind him, it was clear that the man was Chenggu. Meanwhile, the group of people outside the ruins vaguely noticed the collapse of the distant temple. It's over. It's completely over. What level of magical beast is this? It got so angry it even tore down its own home. Zhu Mao's face turned ashen, having lost all hope for survival. Chenggu and the other 3 students were almost certainly gone. Damn it. After all these days, the useless bunch at the nearby administrative hall still hasn't sent anyone over. A bunch of incompetents. At this point, Zhu Mao had lost his usual composure and began stomping and cursing. Anyway, the job was gone. He was exhausted. Let it all be destroyed. Gao Dazhuang and Jiang Yi, sitting at a higher vantage point, could barely see the temple's collapse. Each of them spoke with lingering fear. Sigh. With this kind of situation, even if Chun-gu had 3 heads and 6 arms, he'd still be doomed in there. With this kind of situation, could it be that Chun-gu and the others really found the temple? This ruin only has one entrance on this side, so it must be them. But I can't believe they're still alive. They're really tough. What's the use of being tough? Did you see that earlier? Even the King of Heaven would have to kneel. Sigh, do you think Chun-gu might actually destroy this ruin? After all, his points are there. It's not impossible. Hearing this, Jiang Yi was the first to object. With such danger, how could anyone make it out alive? He immediately said, if Chun-gu really clears this ruin, I'll worship him from now on. Gao Dazhuang also didn't believe it and said directly, if Chun-gu comes out, I'll be his lackey, serving him loyally. How about that? Hearing this, the other 4 fell silent. The family influence of Jiang Yi and Gao Dazhuang was not insignificant. Since they had said this, the others couldn't openly contradict them. They could only smile awkwardly and remain silent. At this moment, in the air above the temple, the battle between Chun-gu and the golden-masked kobold was on the verge of erupting. Chun-gu also sensed the strangeness of the kobold before him and immediately drew cards. Skill card, Berserk. Skill card, Indestructible Diamond. Skill card, Speed Enhancement. Skill card, Strength Amplification. Skill card, Unmatched Destruction. With his SSS-level magic source and physical strength doubled by the Blood Dragon Fruit, combined with a 1,600% strength amplification and the ability to ignore 50% of defense, this strike was extraordinary. Facing Chun-gu, the kobold remained indifferent, chuckling lightly as it charged straight at him. Chun-gu, with a manic smile on his lips, confronted it head-on. Golden light and blood-red brilliance erupted at that moment, dazzling so brightly that the surrounding people and those outside the ruins couldn't even open their eyes. When the 2 beams of light dissipated, Chun-gu turned back mid-air with a mocking and disdainful expression. Is that all? Meanwhile, the kobold's eyes widened in disbelief as it looked down at its own body. Crack, crack, crack. The mask on its face, the armor on its body, and even the golden scepter in its hand shattered, the latter being sliced in half. Crimson blood gushed out from its body. It was defeated? How is this possible? The kobold was in disbelief. After all, it was destined to become a pillar god in the near future. How could it be so easily defeated? But soon, it snapped out of its shock. After all, it hadn't completely lost yet. Suddenly, it let out a roar and transformed mid-air into a massive monster with a lion's face and human body, with a pair of enormous wings on its back. Its appearance was ferocious, and the sense of oppression it exuded rose to an entirely new level. Quan Zian, who had just recovered from the intense light, saw the overwhelmingly oppressive monster. It was like a demonic god, causing every cell in her body to tremble. She stumbled and collapsed to the ground, her vision going black. What a terrifying monster. Wei, Jin Yazhong and Jin Yale, the 2 sisters, also began to tremble, barely able to speak. The monster before them was utterly terrifying, evoking a deep, soul-shaking fear. Both of them were so overwhelmed that they fainted on the spot. At this moment, Zhu Mao felt a chill to his core, his heart racing. He had no idea what was happening inside the ruins. One moment, there was blinding light, the next, an unimaginable sense of oppression. As an ordinary person, the oppressive force felt as though it would crush every bone in his body. He collapsed, struggling to breathe. Meanwhile, Gao Dazhuang and Jiang Yi, who hadn't yet recovered from the intense light, were overwhelmed by an unprecedented suffocating pressure. What kind of golden 1-star ruin is this? Are you kidding me? Damn it. Good thing we retreated early. As these words were spoken, some people's bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. Even the tall and strong Gao Dazhuang was experiencing this for the first time. He clenched his molars tightly, gripping one hand with the other to try to stop himself from shaking. For a strong person, trembling was a form of humiliation. On the other side, Jiang Yi tightly held on to a nearby chair, trying his best to remain calm. What kind of golden 1-star relic is this? Chun-gu, Quan Zian, what exactly did you encounter inside? An unprecedented sense of despair overwhelmed their hearts. They had heard since childhood that this world was terrifying, but they always dismissed it, never truly believing it was dangerous until this moment. Meanwhile, Chen Gu, who was in a state of frenzy, felt nothing, as his fighting spirit had reached its peak at this moment. This is more like it. The previous encounter was far too weak, probably wouldn't he have yielded anything good anyway. If others knew what Chen Gu was thinking at this moment, who knows what they would think. However, in the next moment, Chen Gu didn't T-charge forward directly. Instead, magic pet card, Skyfire Hatchling. He summoned a Skyfire Hatchling to pair with the already summoned Frost Hatchling. Then, he drew the card he had been anticipating, Illusion God card, Skill Card Fusion. Roar, roar, the two hatchlings intertwined and spiraled in the air, gradually merging into one. Roar instantly, a two-headed dragon with ice and fire appeared in midair, already the size of an adult giant dragon, without even using the time acceleration skill. Skill card, Time Acceleration. Immediately, the body of the ice-fire two-headed dragon began to expand rapidly. By the time it matured, it was almost as large as a 1,000-year-old dragon, comparable to a standalone frost hatchling. Keep going. At this moment, Chen Gu was beyond excited. He used a magic recovery card on himself and continued accelerating. Roar, before long, a massive ice-fire two-headed dragon, several times larger than the humanoid sphinx-like monster, spiraled in the sky, blocking out the sun and making the previously oppressive sphinx-like monster seem almost laughable. Roar, it roared again, causing the surrounding air to tremble, as if the relic itself might collapse entirely under its fury in the next moment. This roar plunged Zhu Mao into despair and caused Gao Dazhuang and the others to collapse to the ground completely. What is going on here? Chen Gu, what happened inside? It's terrifying. The 6 elite students couldn't hold it together anymore, but they were all grateful that they had run fast enough their SA dragon in there. Meanwhile, Chen Gu had already noticed Quan Ziyan and the others. He snapped back to reality and looked in their direction, only to see several stone pillars rapidly falling toward the spot where Quan Ziyan and the other 3 lay unconscious. If those pillars hit, they wouldn't die, but they'd be half dead. Damn it, my 60,000 points. Faced with a powerful enemy, Chen Gu hadn't panicked, but now he couldn't hold it together. He rushed toward the 3 at full speed. In the blink of an eye, there was no time for Chen Gu to think. He dashed forward and used his body to shield Quan Ziyan and the other 2. With his current physical strength, these stone pillars couldn't even scratch his skin. Few only then did Chen Gu let out a sigh of relief. Damn, he almost lost 60,000 points. At this moment, Quan Ziyan, Jin Yale, and the other 2 began to wake up one after another. A tall and resolute man shielded them with his body, allowing massive stone pillars and blocks to press down on him. This scene moved Quan Ziyan deeply. Her cold, clear eyes trembled involuntarily, her thoughts in turmoil. This man was willing to go to such lengths to save her? Though his expression seemed somewhat frenzied, his face was resolute, exuding an indescribable sense of security. Are you okay? Chen Gu asked her with a smile. At this moment, in Quan Ziyan's eyes, the man before her seemed like the entire world. Some say that companionship is the longest confession of love, and he had been proving this with his actions all along. Although her face remained as calm as ever, the icy fortress within her heart had already melted and crumbled at this moment. This man truly. Her heart was already overwhelmed with tears. Are you two okay? Chen Gu asked the sisters Jin Yazhong and Jin Yale beside him. No, we're fine. The 2 sisters were momentarily stunned and quickly shook their heads. Meanwhile, standing atop the ruins of the temple, the smug sphinx-like monster looked up at the sky, where the ice-fire two-headed dragon blocked out the sun. The smile on its face gradually froze, and its lips trembled slightly. Are you kidding me? The two-headed dragon's 4 lantern-sized eyes stared fixedly at it, and it could feel the mockery and disdain in their gaze. When they roared, it seemed as though the surrounding space began to tremble, on the verge of collapse at any moment. Roar, the ice-fire two-headed dragon roared skyward, then began to brew 2 streams of dragon flames, one icy, one fiery in their mouths, which they spewed toward the sphinx-like monster. It's over. The sphinx-like monster's pupils suddenly dilated as it watched helplessly, engulfed by the ice and fire. The overwhelming pressure left it with no will to resist. As it fell, it dropped over 100 blank cards, along with a super card fragment and a blood-red bead. Outside the ruins, Zhu Mao and Gao Dazhuang were utterly stunned. Although they could see the temple collapsing from outside, they couldn't discern the details, as some kind of visual illusion seemed to obscure their view. They could only piece together the events through the sounds and movements. It's over. It's over. First, the undead army. Now the dragon's roar. It must be an undead bone dragon slaughtering those elite students from the Divine Capital Academy. Zhu Mao slumped to the ground, covering his mouth, his heart in utter despair. Turning his head, he realized the rescue team still hadn't arrived. The current Eastern Federation was nothing more than a loose alliance, completely unreliable when it truly mattered. Useless. A bunch of useless people. He could only express his frustration through hysterical, impotent rage. Meanwhile, Gao Dazhuang and Jiang Yi stood there, their expressions blank, their faces devoid of their usual arrogance, replaced by a hint of solemnity. This world is just too dangerous. I want to go home. Boo-hoo, Mom, I want to go home. Everyone, since we're classmates, let's take a moment to mourn for Chun Gu and the others, Gao Dazhuang suggested. All right. The other 5 silently closed their eyes and began to sincerely mourn for Chun Gu and the others. With such a scene, even the King of Heaven couldn't escape. At this moment, Chun Gu had already risen from the ruins. Seeing that Quan Zian and the other 2 were unharmed, he finally felt relieved. However, he began to worry about the other 6 people, hoping they wouldn't let him down and would live well, strong, and intact. Chun Ji's belief in this was unwavering. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the spot where the human-faced sphinx-like monster had stood, ready to clean up the battlefield. Great, I already have 2 Ultra Card fragments. Seeing the Ultra Card fragments, Chun Gu couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. His luck was incredible according to Old Li. The drop rate for these items was extremely low, yet he already had 2. Could 5 be far behind? Additionally, he obtained 1 special blank card, 122 ordinary blank cards, and felt completely satisfied. There was also a crimson bead. Demonic artifact, Blood Demon Bead, can enhance the wearer's internal blood energy, increasing physical strength by 50%. The prompt information flashed into Chun Ji's mind. If only it could enhance magic storage like this ring in my hand. Chun Gu muttered to himself. Right now, when it came to physical strength, he felt his magic power was far from sufficient. If only there were something like infinite magic power. Thinking this, he pocketed the Blood Demon Bead and looked up at the ice-fire 2-headed dragon in the sky. Roar! The 2-headed dragon roared, lowering its 2 heads in front of Chun Gu, allowing him to stroke them. Good, you did well. Chun Gu smiled and patted each head to avoid favoritism. Below, Quan Zian had no time to be shocked by the ice-fire 2-headed dragon. Her eyes and heart were entirely focused on Chun Gu. This man always silently sacrificed for her without asking for anything in return. Perhaps she had been too arrogant before and failed to notice his sincerity. From now on, she decided to silently protect Chun Gu. Quan Zian's cold eyes gradually softened at this moment, becoming as gentle as water. Sister, let's ask him to protect us, shall we? The 2 sisters, seeing the massive ice-fire 2-headed dragon, were left speechless, their mouths slightly agape. Finally, the younger sister, Jin Yale, spoke. Yes. Jin Yazhong withdrew her gaze, exchanged glances with her sister, and nodded firmly. Boom. At this moment, the entire ruins began to tremble, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Chun Gu also let the ice-fire 2-headed dragon dissipate directly. Infinite Summon only consumes magic power once when summoning magical pets, and due to the large quantity, it can even reduce consumption. However, fusion and time acceleration continuously consume magic power, and given Chun Ji's current situation, it's impossible to use them for long periods. Ultimately, the problem is still insufficient magic power. Even with an SSS-level magic source and a ring that boosts magic storage by 50%, he still doesn't have enough magic power. Where could he possibly complain about this? As the ruins collapsed, The figures of Chun Gu and Quan Xian's group of four gradually became clearer under the setting sun. Seeing Chun Gu and the others' figures, Zhu Mao, who had been slumped in his chair, suddenly stood up. At that moment, he felt alive again and muttered, 1, 2, 3, 4. When the number froze at 4, the solemn expression on his face gradually blossomed into a smile, ecstatic with joy. The silhouettes of those four people under the setting sun were so beautiful that one couldn't take their eyes off them. When Gao Dazhuang, Jiang Yi, and the other six opened their eyes, what they saw was Chun Gu, Quan Xian, and the other two walking towards them. The four of them had smiles on their faces, looking relaxed, as if nothing had happened just moments ago. The six people's jaws dropped to the ground. What was going on? How were they still alive in such a dire situation? Although the question seemed a bit rude, they couldn't help but wonder. With the undead army and the dragon's roar, how could anyone possibly come out alive? Even if they did, shouldn't they at least be missing an arm or a leg? This was unscientific. Hey, it's great to see you all safe and sound. After a while, Chun Gu and the other three reached Gao Dazhuang and his group. Seeing that the six of them were unharmed, Chun Gu felt relieved and raised his hand in greeting. 300,000 points secured. Feeling good, just wondering how many points they earned for slaying the magical beasts? Gao Dazhuang, Jiang Yi, and the other six still maintained their jaw-dropped expressions, their minds completely blank. Although they didn't fully understand, they were deeply shocked. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Just then, 2 helicopters arrived, landing on the helipad not far behind them. Shortly after, a team of elite golden magic card masters quickly approached. Director Zhu, what's going on? Didn't they make it out? The team leader hesitated and looked at Zhu Mao for an explanation. Zhu Mao turned to look at the rescue team, his lips trembling slightly. Damn it, you guys sure came early. If you'd been a bit later, you could have just turned back halfway. Thinking this in his heart, but knowing his job was safe and he wouldn't be destroyed along with them, he smiled and said, I thought it was very dangerous, but it turns out the Divine Capital Academy lives up to its name. I was overthinking. Such situations happen occasionally, and no one would say much about it. I see. The team members all breathed a sigh of relief. Actually, when they first heard the report, they were sweating bullets, but now everything was fine. Director, everything here has been taken care of. Shall we head back? Chun Gu stepped forward with a smile. All right. Zhu Mao nodded emphatically, unable to suppress the smile on his face. On the helicopter ride back, Chun Gu sat there while Gao Dazhuang, Jiang Yi, and the others stared intently at him. Although the four of them had come out together, it was clear to anyone with half a brain that Chun Gu was the one who had orchestrated everything. What kind of brutal methods had he used to annihilate the undead army? How had he managed to clear that ruin? All these questions lingered in their minds, leaving them restless and unable to calm down. They couldn't figure it out. No matter how they thought about it, they couldn't understand. But there was one thing they did understand: earning 170,000 points in one go made sense. By the time they returned to the nearby city, it was already dark. After freshening up and enjoying a celebratory feast, it was late, so they decided to head back the next day. Naturally, they stayed in a hotel of the highest standard. Ding dong, just as Chun Gu was planning to take a good rest, someone came over. Through the display screen, he could see that it was the two sisters, Jin Yazhong and Jin Yale. To be polite, Chun Gu didn't use the intercom function, but instead went forward to open the door. May I ask, is there something you need? Chun Gu asked with a smile as he opened the door. The two sisters lightly bit their lips, exchanged a glance, and then bowed deeply to Chun Gu, saying, We hope to join your guild and receive your protection. This is our condition and request. The sisters' attitude was very sincere. Chun Gu was momentarily stunned, completely unprepared for them to make such a request. To show our sincerity, we are willing to reveal a secret to you, Jin Yazhong, the elder sister, said solemnly. Their condition wasn't excessive, and their attitude was indeed worth considering. After thinking for a moment, Chun Gu stepped aside. Please, come inside. This isn't the place to talk. The two sisters nodded and followed Chun Gu to the living room to sit down. Chun Gu sat on the middle sofa, while the sisters sat nearby. You can go ahead and tell me your secret now, Chun Gu said directly. If their secret was sincere enough, everything would naturally fall into place more smoothly. Immediately, each of the sisters produced a magic card and displayed it to Chang'e. Magic card name: Twin Stars Left Quality, Illusory God Level Type, Skill Card Effect, Exclusive Magic Card for Twins. When the twins fight separately, their physical strength, power, and speed increase by 500%. When fighting together, their physical strength, power, and speed increase by 1000%, and they can share each other's magic cards. Description: this is a magic card that only twins can unlock. Do you think unlocking a magic card is just about luck? Perhaps there's a destined fate behind it, don't you think? Or, with so many twins in the world, why did it fall into your hands? Maybe it's the work of destiny. Huh, this world truly is fascinating. Jean Yale, the younger sister, had the magic card Twin Stars right. Fate or destiny? This added another layer of mystery to this strange world. Chenggu rested his chin on his right hand, a faint smile on his lips. Clearly, the two sisters hadn't given their all during the college entrance exams. They were likely afraid of the Jean family taking action against them. After all, their existence was already an unknown factor. If the current president of the Jean family knew they possessed illusory god-level magic cards, he might try to eliminate them. And now, they dared to reveal everything in front of him, which showed they had made up their minds. The combined combat power of these two sisters was likely far beyond a simple 1 + 1 = 2. They would undoubtedly become pillars of the new world in the future. At the Divine Capital Academy, we won't cause you too much trouble, Chenggu. After all, the academy is there, and we're planning for the future. Jean Yajong quickly added when she noticed Chenggu hadn't spoken for a while. Indeed, the Divine Capital Academy was an extremely important part of the Eastern Federation, and no one could harm its students. Accepting them now didn't pose much risk. As for their cousin? Just a hypocrite ranked only 699 on the points leaderboard, not worth paying attention to. Shin Ji's thoughts were racing. Oh, my cousin wants to introduce us to Yi Kin from the Yi family. He's ranked 9th on the points leaderboard. Jean Yajong added again. It seems bringing them in might provoke the 9th ranked on the leaderboard. Thinking about it is kind of thrilling. Chenggu, on the other hand, became even more excited. He was destined to take down these people and claim the #1 throne. Anyone standing in his way was just an eyesore. So what if he offended them? As long as he surpassed them, offending them was almost inevitable. What was there to fear? Our situation is quite tricky. If you think it's difficult, we won't make it hard for you. We just hope you can keep our secret. Jean Yajong and her sister saw that Chenggu hadn't responded for a long time, so they stood up, ready to leave. After all, Chenggu had no background, and it was natural for him to have concerns. They didn't want to make things difficult for him. I agree to let you become members of the new world. Chenggu slowly raised his head and smiled at the Jean Yajong sisters. Things were really getting more interesting. Thank you. We will definitely work hard in the future. At that moment, the two sisters' faces lit up with pure and radiant smiles, and they bowed deeply to Chenggu. They understood how difficult it was for Chenggu to make this decision. They would definitely work twice as hard in the future. The next day, Zhu Mao was at the airport bidding farewell to Chenggu and the others. Brother Chen, watch your step. Jiang Yi, who had always been cold and aloof, now acted completely subservient. Truly a real man, when he said he'd grovel, he did so without hesitation. Brother Chen, this spot isn't good. Sit over here, the view is better. Just sit here. The tall and burly Gao Dazhuang displayed a servile attitude, forming a stark contrast to his previous arrogance. Thank you. Chenggu was utterly baffled, but since one shouldn't reject kindness, he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. The other 4 people were dumbfounded, their mouths agape. Damn, we thought you two were just joking, but you're actually serious? In truth, based on Chun Ji's performance in the ruins, it was clear he possessed extremely powerful magic cards. They also wanted to grovel, but in this world where strength reigns supreme, they just couldn't bring themselves to do it. Unlike Jiang Yi and Gao Dezhuang, who had already made their intentions clear, even if they were now groveling and acting servile, it wouldn't be too awkward. Honestly, they were even a bit envious. Judging by Chun Ji's current performance, if they could get close to him, maybe they could make a name for themselves at the Divine Capital Academy. Safe travels, everyone. Zhu Mao's blessings echoed as the plane took off. Brother Chun, would you like something to drink? Brother Chun, I brought some special local products just for you. Please try them. Throughout the journey, Jiang Yi and Gao Dazhuang spared no effort in flattering Chun Gu, showering him with compliments. Faced with this situation, the other four were both envious and slightly nauseated. Jin Yazhong and her sister looked on with curiosity. Only Quan Zian had eyes as gentle as water, occasionally sneaking glances at Chun Gu. As for the others, she completely disregarded it because her heart and mind were entirely occupied with Chun Gu. The plane made several stops along the way, and this single mission took almost a month to complete. In just a few days, the leaderboard would be updated. One had to admit, this world had expanded so much that simply traveling consumed a lot of time and energy. At noon, under the blazing sun, the plane carrying Chun Gu and his team landed at the airport of Shindu Academy. Brother Chun, please, Jiang Yi and Gao Dazhuang remained respectful. Although they didn't know exactly what had happened in the Golden One-Star ruins, they had indeed witnessed the 4 undead armies. They had also genuinely felt the terrifying pressure. The fact that Chun Gu managed to walk out of there alive proved his strength, earning their admiration. Thank you, Chun Gu politely expressed his gratitude. After disembarking, the group followed protocol and headed to the mission hall of Chongqing Palace to submit their task. Hello, long time no see. Chun Gu, accustomed to submitting tasks to Alan, naturally approached her. Hello, Chun Gu, long time no see. Alan greeted him with a bright smile and asked, are you here to submit a task? Yes, Chun Gu smiled and extended his mage card bracelet. Beep. The system recorded the information and began calculating the points. The others also stepped forward to input their information. While the others were still recording their data, Chun Ji's mission points had already been calculated. 199,000. When Alan saw this massive number, her eyes widened in shock. Last time it was 170,000. And this time it's even more, 199,000? Did he stir up a beast's nest? Although Chun Gu was a first-year student and his points were calculated purely based on merit, was it not excessive to earn 199,000 points in one go? Moreover, this was the second time he had exceeded 100,000 points. How were other students supposed to survive? And why did he always encounter missions with such enormous point rewards? This doesn't make sense. Did he provoke those beasts? Or did the beasts mutate wherever he went, increasing their numbers? But with his points being so high, I guess the other students with him must have at least 10,000 points each, right? Alan thought to herself. Soon, the points of the other students were calculated one by one. Gao Dazhuang, 1,712. Jiang Yi, 1,872. Quan Zian, 2,302. Kim Yejung, 2,300. Alan quickly glanced at Chun Ji's points again and counted them once more. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s. No mistake. Then she frowned and carefully checked the others' points again. Although they were only 4-digit numbers, she meticulously counted them. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands. Her brows furrowed tightly. She couldn't understand. It made no sense at all. For the same mission, some people could earn nearly 200,000 points, while others only had 4-digit scores. Was this reasonable? If it weren't for the fact that the system had never made an error, she would have suspected it was malfunctioning. Thank you for your hard work. After the others finished their entries, Chun Gu smiled and greeted Alan before leaving with the rest, leaving Alan with a bewildered expression. How can there be such a big gap between people for the same task? What she didn't know was that only the basic points had been calculated so far, and the extra points still needed confirmation from the evaluation committee before being issued. This time, Chun Ji's total points should be 499,000, which is essentially 500,000. The missing amount could easily be covered by taking a bit from Chun Ji's original 271,000 points. Chun Gu and the others walked out of the mission hall. All right, this mission was tough on you all. Let's disband here, shall we? Chun Gu said to the others present. The other 9 people exchanged glances. This trip was more like a vacation for them. What was tough about it? On the contrary, it was Chun Gu who had truly worked hard. Indeed, Chun Gu had been through a lot. All the magic, points, and blank cards from this mission were earned by him alone. At this moment, Chun Ji's Magic Card Master level had already reached Platinum 1 star. Although the level of a Magic Card Master is not overly emphasized as long as one is strong enough, Chun Ji's speed of leveling up was undeniably astonishing. How long had he been at the Divine Capital Academy? At this rate, he was practically soaring to the heavens. Meanwhile, Quan Zian and the others were still lingering at the silver level. All right, we'll head off first. The four who weren't familiar with Chun Gu left first, leaving Gao Dazhuang and Jiang Yi standing there, hesitating. In fact, they had heard about Chun Gu establishing a guild and wanted to join, but they were too shy to bring it up. Brother Chun, if there's anything you need, feel free to contact us. We'll do our best to help. Over the past period, the two had been following Chun Gu around and had exchanged contact information with him. There were some things Chun Gu hadn't mentioned, and they didn't want to be overly eager, so they could only say this. All right, Chun Gu nodded, watching the two leave, leaving only Quan Zian and the Jin Yajung sisters. Boss! Boss! At that moment, a familiar voice rang out from not far away. Chun Gu, along with Quan Zian and the others, instinctively looked toward the source of the voice, only to see Su Li, full of vigor, running toward them. Gone was his previous timid demeanor. Now he carried an air of sharpness as he sprinted toward Chun Gu. Hey, isn't that Su Li? That's him, no doubt. He used to be unremarkable, but now he looks quite handsome. Are you saying he's handsome, or are you admiring his strength? I heard that in the past month, he soloed 3 Platinum B-level missions and even soloed a Platinum A-level mission. He doesn't even have a healing card, and when he returned, he was covered in blood, barely alive. His Magic Card Master level is only gold, right? Soloing a Platinum A-level mission? Is he crazy? Ever since he teamed up with that lunatic Chun Gu. A group of students whispered among themselves, but accidentally met Chun Ji's gaze and immediately fell silent. Talking about lunatics in front of a lunatic, they realized something was off and quickly left. Chun Gu, however, didn't care about others calling him a lunatic because ordinary people could never understand the thoughts of a genius. However, Su Li is really determined. You know, under normal circumstances, it's already quite challenging for a team to complete a mission above their level, let alone for one person to solo it. What's more, he doesn't have many powerful magic cards, not even any backup ones. He's really risking his life here. It perfectly fits the saying, the poor fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who don't care about their lives. With this kind of ferocity, who would dare to underestimate him in the Divine Capital Academy in the future? Very good. Chun Gu felt gratified but also thought Su Li was even crazier than himself. His madness was just superficial. After all, his Luck Emperor talent was undeniable, but Su Li's madness was genuine. He still needed to rein him in a bit. Boss! Su Li ran over joyfully and bowed to Chun Gu. Why are you here? Chun Gu smiled, helped Su Li up, and asked, I saw on the Academy forum that someone said you were back, so I rushed over immediately. Boss, how was the harvest this time? Su Li asked with a grin. Not bad. The two exchanged pleasantries for a while before their attention turned to Quan Zian and the other 3. By the way, let me introduce you. These 2 are new members of our New World Guild, elder sister Kim Yajung and younger sister Kim Yeriam. Chun Gu continued with a smile. And this is my old classmate, Quan Zian. The group greeted each other, but upon hearing that the Kim sisters had joined Chun Ji's guild, Quan Zian was visibly taken aback. Well, my 2 cousins, long time no see. I've missed you so much. A familiar, annoying voice suddenly rang out not far away, interrupting the harmonious atmosphere among the group. Chun Gu and the others frowned and looked toward the source of the voice. It was Zhang Xiao, dressed in a suit, looking refined, with 4 people following behind him. Judging by their appearance, they had just returned from completing a mission. What a small world. So, my dear cousins, have you made up your minds yet? Zhang Xiao walked straight toward the Kim sisters, intending to ignore Chun Gu and the others. Chun Gu and Su Li almost simultaneously noticed the unease in the sisters' eyes. Before Chun Gu could step forward, Su Li suddenly moved ahead, directly blocking Zhang Xiao and his group. His eyes turned cold, completely different from the joyful look he had when he saw Chun Gu. Su Li had truly undergone a transformation. His entire aura had changed dramatically, and he was on his way to becoming a top-tier assassin. Get lost. Zhang Xiao, of course, wasn't intimidated by Su Li, whom he considered a nobody, and said disdainfully. Instantly, Su Li's aura shifted again, and it felt as if the temperature around him had dropped several degrees. In his hand appeared an epic dagger, clearly ready to act at the slightest provocation. Zhang Xiao hesitated for a moment as he looked at the dagger in Su Li's hand, but with so many people watching, he couldn't lose his momentum. He chuckled lightly and said, "What? Are you planning to attack me here in the Divine Capital Academy? You don't have to believe me, but why don't you take one more step forward and see?" Su Li's lips curled into a smirk, full of provocation. "You?" Zhang Zhao's face darkened, and he was about to step forward with his left foot when the dagger in Su Li's hand gleamed coldly. He really intended to strike. This guy has truly gone mad. He was no longer afraid of anything. When he acted, there was a hint of decisiveness. Smack! Chunge stepped forward and grabbed Su Li's hand. Su Li turned back, and Chunge shook his head slightly. Only then did Su Li withdraw his hand and quickly step aside. "Chunge, keep your underlings in check. From now on, they need to understand the order of respect and hierarchy," Zhang Xiao said sullenly as he saw Su Li retreat. Chunge looked at Zhang Xiao and said, "Did I not tell you last time to lower your voice the next time you see me?" When Chunge spoke, he carried an air of superiority, a tone that left no room for doubt. Chunji's aura made Zhang Xiao freeze for a moment before he snapped back to reality and asked sullenly, "Have you ranked higher than me now? How dare you spout such nonsense here? In 3 days, you'll have your answer." Chunge smiled and continued, "Also, from now on, Jin Yazhong and Jin Yale are members of our new world. If anyone dares to target them again, I will make sure they meet a miserable end." Heh. Chunge chuckled lightly, then turned to the others and said, "Let's go. I'm hungry." With that, he led the others toward the cafeteria. Zhang Xiao stood in place, unable to recover for a long time. For some reason, Chunge exuded an undeniable sense of oppression, making it hard for Zhang Xiao to breathe when speaking to him. The last time he felt this way was when facing those ranked in the top 10 of the points leaderboard. What exactly is he? Zhang Xiao gritted his teeth and glanced in the direction where Chunge and the others had left. Then, forcing himself to save face in front of the crowd, he sneered dryly. Heh, he only has 270,000 points right now. Could he possibly earn 230,000 points in one go this time? After all, with so many people watching, he could only force himself to act tough, coldly laughing. Heh, ridiculous. Once the commotion was over, the other students left, leaving only Zhang Zhao's group and Quan Ziyan. Quan Ziyan hadn't left earlier, she seemed to be lost in thought. "Brother Zhang, what should we do now?" Someone behind Zhang Xiao asked in a low voice. Chunji's aura had naturally intimidated them as well, and they were only now recovering. "Go investigate Chunji's family situation for me." Zhang Xiao gritted his teeth. Based on Chunji's performance earlier, he had a bad feeling and could only make alternative plans. "Yes, Brother Zhang." The people behind him dispersed and left. Seeing that Quan Ziyan hadn't left yet, Zhang Xiao adjusted his demeanor, tidied his appearance, and pushed up the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, preparing to approach Quan Ziyan for a conversation. "Hello, Quan Ziyan," he said, stepping forward and extending his hand toward her. Quan Ziyan did not respond. Instead, she frowned and slowly raised her head to look at Zhang Xiao. The girl with long black hair was dressed in a uniform and short skirt, her gaze cold and aloof, giving off the impression of a queen high above. From head to toe, she seemed to have everything one could desire. She had all the qualities men admired, and her proud demeanor stirred a sense of conquest in others. Zhang Zhao's thoughts were in disarray as he unconsciously extended his hand further. "What are you doing? Trying to be a creep?" Smack! Seeing Zhang Zhao's hand almost reach her, Quan Ziyan turned and slapped him hard across the face. Ah! Ouch! The sudden slap caught Zhang Xiao off guard, directly knocking him to the ground. "Are you looking for death?" Quan Ziyan said as she stepped forward and kicked Zhang Zhao's calf. Crack! Even if this kick didn't break Zhang Zhao's calf, it caused significant injury, likely requiring a healing card to recover otherwise. He'd be bedridden for 10 days or half a month. Ugh you! At this moment, Zhang Zhao's face turned pale, losing his usual refined demeanor, with a hint of ferocity in his eyes as he glared at Quan Ziyan. Pervert! Quan Ziyan snorted coldly, turned around, and left. To the surrounding students, it was evident that Zhang Zhao was being a pervert. After all, Zhang Zhao's reputation in the academy wasn't great, and it was unlikely that Quan Ziyan would hit him for no reason. Heh. As Quan Ziyan walked away, she glanced at Zhang Zhao lying on the ground and sneered inwardly. If it weren't for the fact that fighting in the academy would lead to expulsion, she wouldn't have left so easily. Can't beat Chenggu in the academy, so you target his family instead? Quan Ziyan scoffed. Despicable. She turned and took out her phone to call her father. Hello, my good daughter. You finally remembered to call home? At least I didn't dote on you for nothing. Chairman Quan, who was in the middle of a meeting, was overjoyed to receive a call from his daughter. He was busy every day, but his only concern was his precious daughter. Dad, buy out the company where Chun Ji's father works. Quan Ziyan said directly. Why so sudden? Chairman Quan was stunned, unsure of what his daughter was up to this time. I don't care. If you don't act quickly, I won't call you again in the future. Bye, Dad. I'll wait for your good news. With that, Quan Ziyan hung up the phone, leaving Chairman Quan staring at the busy line, dumbfounded. He felt an inexplicable emptiness in his heart. His beloved daughter called, but it was for another man? Sigh, daughters grow up so fast. Chairman Quan sighed as he put down the phone and called for his secretary. Meanwhile, in the evaluation committee meeting room, the room was eerily silent. The committee members stared at the large screen, their lips trembling slightly. After calculations, Chenggu had earned a total of 499,000 points this time, an unprecedented achievement in the Divine Academy. Moreover, Chun Ji's base points reached 199,000, while other students couldn't even match a fraction of his score. Chenggu was completing tasks, but were the other students just sightseeing? 499,000. Su Chonglin's lips trembled as he looked at Elderly across from him in disbelief. This score was absurdly high. Elderly was actually quite embarrassed at this moment. Normally, freshman evaluation tasks wouldn't include relic missions, but considering Chun Ji's strength, he made the decision, which led to the additional bonus points being so high. What he hadn't expected was that Chenggu seemed to have completely cleared the relic, leaving the other students who participated in the evaluation entirely irrelevant. This directly led to the students who went with Chenggu not only failing to improve their evaluation grades, but even facing the risk of a decline. Isn't this a joke? Mr. Lee, this. A committee member hesitated and looked at Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee smiled bitterly in his heart and turned to say, after all, it's a relic mission, and the situation is complicated. Let's have the person involved come and explain it to us, shall we? That works. The others agreed, and Mr. Lee asked Zhang Chun to call Chenggu over. At that moment, Chenggu had just finished eating and was planning to return to the dormitory with others when he received the call. He had to bid farewell to his companions and head to the evaluation meeting room. Hello, committee members. Chenggu greeted the committee members present, looking every bit like a model student. The group of committee members looked at the young man on stage with a gentle smile, their lips twitching slightly. This kid looks kind and friendly, but who would have thought he could rack up an astonishing 499,000 points in a single mission? 499,000 points. This is an unprecedented single-point increase in the history of Shindu Academy. If this leaderboard update is completed, the entire academy might explode with excitement. Student Chenggu, what exactly happened? In the same mission, why were you able to earn 199,000 points while other students couldn't even get a fraction of that? Mr. Lee quickly asked. Seeing this, Chenggu sincerely replied, committee members, I had no choice. Everyone is an outstanding freshman, and entering the relics naturally means competition among us, so it's impossible to stay together. That makes sense. It's normal for such situations to occur, we understand. This kid has it tough. The committee members nodded in agreement. Chenggu then explained how he divided the group into four, with himself in one group, and how he took the lead to scout ahead to minimize the risk of injury to his companions. In his account, he portrayed himself as an excellent safety officer, putting himself in danger for the safety of his companions. His story was so moving that the safety officers present nodded repeatedly in approval. Although there was some exaggeration, his intentions were good, ensuring the safety of his companions, and he indeed achieved that, which was commendable. Committee members, as you can see, this time the base points alone were 199,000, which is even more than the points earned in the golden underground city of San Yuan City last time. This shows how dangerous it was. I really had no choice. Chungu said sincerely. Yes. This time, we indeed didn't consider it thoroughly. We shouldn't have let you enter the relics. Chen Ji's performance this time is remarkable. To go to such lengths for the safety of his companions is truly commendable. This kid has guts. I think he's excellent. The group of committee members nodded repeatedly, agreeing with Chun Ji's reasoning. One by one, they nodded in approval of Chun Ji's efforts. Good, very good. As a safety officer, you are qualified. Clap, clap, clap. Upon hearing the challenges involved, Elderly felt a pang of guilt and quickly stood up to applaud. The other committee members also hurriedly followed suit with their praises. In an instant, the previously solemn meeting room turned into a session of encouragement, which was exactly what Chun-gu wanted to see. Although he did take some shortcuts, the golden one-star ruins were indeed no easy feat without him. Most people would likely have met their end in that temple. Finally, Chun-gu left the meeting room with a smile and returned to his dormitory, number 833, to rest. On the way back, although they had rested on the plane, the exhaustion from the journey was not something that could be alleviated by a nap in the air. That afternoon, after returning to his dorm, Chun-gu took a nap and later had dinner with Su Li and Jin Yejung. Since they were now companions, their bond gradually grew closer. That night, they went to bed early, and the next morning, the group agreed to head to the administrative hall together to register Jin Yejung and Jin Yale's information into the guild roster. Although the guild has been established, we still don't have a guild base, and we need relevant personnel to handle the daily operations of the guild. It seems like the next few days will be busy. Chun-gu said to the other three as they left the administrative hall. After all, a guild can't just exist in name only, or it would be nothing more than a shell company. As the four of them stepped out, they happened to run into Quan Zian. Today, she was different from usual. Her arrogance was gone. When she saw the group, she smiled warmly, her demeanor soft and gentle, as if she were a completely different person. Quan Zian, what a coincidence! Chun-gu greeted her with a smile, and the others followed suit. Quan Zian bit her lip lightly, cautiously stepped forward, and said, "It's not a coincidence. I was waiting here specifically for you." Her expression carried a hint of girlish shyness as she spoke. Waiting specifically for us. Chun-gu, Su Li, and the others exchanged puzzled glances. Quan Zian's complete 180-degree change left them utterly baffled. Stealing a glance at Chun-gu, Quan Zian continued, "I want to join New World. This is my condition, please accept it." As she spoke, she bent slightly at the waist, her attitude extremely sincere. Is this really Quan Zian? Chun-gu was at a loss. What could have happened to make someone as proud as Quan Zian change so drastically? If she hadn't gone mad, then the world must have. Quan Zian straightened up and continued, "To show my sincerity, my family owns a small building near the Divine Capital Academy. It can serve as the base for the New World Guild. If you're not satisfied, I can find another location. Additionally, I am willing to fund the hiring of relevant staff to handle the initial operations of the guild." Hearing this, Chun Ji's eyes lit up. To be honest, just thinking about the other matters of the guild gave him a headache. First, his funds were limited, and second, he had no experience in this area, which would undoubtedly waste a lot of his time, something he definitely did not want to happen. The Quan Zian in front of him was different. After all, her family was in this line of work, and as the eldest daughter, she definitely had more experience than him. Moreover, he had once promised her a favor. The condition she was proposing now wasn't excessive, and he wouldn't lose out either. Both emotionally and logically, there was no reason to refuse. Once the guild was running smoothly and had sufficient funds, he could find a way to return this portion of the funds to Quan Zian. According to his plan, the next step was to recruit a group of members from the Divine Capital Academy. The number wouldn't be too large, but it was still a rather troublesome task. After all, a guild couldn't function with no members, no base, and just the four of them, right? Actually, with his Scourge Legion, it wasn't impossible for the four of them to form a massive guild. However, for people alone couldn't complete the internal cycle of magic cards. Moreover, to become a super guild, the contribution points required were enormous, and the four of them alone were far from enough. Besides, the students at the Divine Capital Academy were all top-tier magic card masters. Opportunities to recruit members from the academy were rare, so they had to seize the chance when it came. Can I? Quan Zian asked cautiously, seeing that Chen Gu was still hesitating. At this moment, her tone carried a hint of gentleness, as if she had transformed from a proud queen into a delicate woman. All right, I agree to your request. Chen Gu agreed directly. This wasn't the first time he had partnered with Quan Zian. At least up until now, she hadn't posed any threat to him, so she was somewhat trustworthy. However, trust wasn't something that could be built so quickly. Before that, all personnel, including Su Li and the others, were considered external members. He would never take out legendary-level magic cards for them to exchange. Instead, he would first provide 1 or 2 legendary-level magic cards, along with several rare and high-level magic cards, for members to exchange. Once they contributed to the guild and accumulated enough points, he would then consider making them core members and allowing them to exchange for higher-level magic cards. As the saying goes, time reveals a person's true character. Thank you. Quan Zian's eyes sparkled as she looked at Chen Gu with a gentle gaze. This was exactly what she wanted. In the future, she would silently repay Chen Gu for his efforts, something she had already decided long ago. In that case, why don't you go ahead and register in our guild's roster now? Chen Gu said with a smile. All right. Quan Zian nodded with a radiant smile, her beautiful eyes soft and full of affection. Chen Gu hesitated for a moment, but didn't dwell on it. There was no way this woman joined the guild because she had feelings for him, right? It must be because he was strong. Chen Gu was convinced of this. Before long, Quan Zian completed the registration and officially became a member of the new world. Let us go. I'll take you to see the base I've prepared. As they left the administrative hall, Quan Zian said with a bright smile. Chen Gu nodded and, along with the others, got into Quan Zian's luxury car. Quan Zian brought Chen Gu and the others to a bustling commercial district near the Divine Capital Academy. The area was surrounded by standalone buildings, any one of which could sustain an ordinary person for several lifetimes. After getting out of the car, Chen Gu glanced around and, based on Quan Zian's description of small buildings, pointed to one of the relatively ordinary structures and asked, "Is it that one?" Although it was referred to as a small building, it had nothing to do with being small. It was simply smaller and more ordinary compared to the surrounding structures. It's that one. Finally, Quan Zian made Chen Gu understand what it meant to be part of a financial conglomerate. The building resembled the Changxing Hall of the Divine Capital Academy, though it was significantly smaller in scale. Nevertheless, it was a masterpiece of Eastern aesthetics. If the plaque above the entrance bore the words New World, it would undoubtedly exude an air of grandeur. This is the place. Upon seeing the building Quan Zian referred to, Chen Ji's lips twitched as he confirmed again. You call this grand hall a small building? Do you have some misunderstanding about what constitutes a small building? This hall is the largest and most imposing structure in the area, and from any angle, it has nothing to do with being small. Indeed, his imagination was still too limited. That's right. Quan Zian nodded solemnly, her gaze as gentle as water. If you're not satisfied, we can change it. It's fine, no need to change it. Although Chen Gu was inwardly overwhelmed, he maintained a calm demeanor on the surface. Meanwhile, Su Li, Jin Yazhong, and Jin Yale all widened their mouths in astonishment upon seeing the so-called small building. This is the Divine Capital. Having a grand hall here is already outrageous, and yet it's being called a small building? Was her underlying message that this was the smallest standalone building their family owned in the Divine Capital? Chen Gu and his group entered the hall, where preparations were already underway. It was clear that Quan Zian had firmly decided to join New World and was confident that Chen Gu would agree, especially with the promise of the blood dragon fruit on the table. Her attitude was indeed sincere, leaving no room for criticism. The hall had 3 floors. The first floor served as the guild's main hall. The second floor was designated for core members, and the third floor was reserved for Chun-gu, the leader, and key members for office and accommodation purposes. The interior design was meticulous, a perfect blend of modern technology and Eastern aesthetics. As a temporary base for a new world, this place was more than sufficient. If the guild were to grow to a certain level, like those super guilds, they would eventually carve out their own territory and establish a city base. However, New World was still some distance away from that stage. Next, we need to establish the guild's rules and recruit some well-known and capable students from the academy. Chun-gu walked ahead, Quan Zian slightly behind him on the left, while Su Li and the others followed, looking around with evident joy. Our family also runs a guild, and I've studied its operations in detail. You can leave this matter entirely to me. Quan Zian immediately responded, "All right, everything you're doing now will also count towards guild points. You'll be able to exchange them for rewards beyond your imagination." Chun-gu glanced sideways at Quan Zian, who was acting differently than usual, her expression somewhat uneasy, and said, "Something beyond imagination. Does that include you?" Quan Zian bit her lower lip, her thoughts wandering, but she only nodded slightly, not dwelling on it further. After a thorough inspection, the base was perfect in every aspect. Chun-gu and the other members were very satisfied, unable to find any flaws. More importantly, Quan Zian had the Crescent Financial Group backing her. Before the guild fully scaled up, she promised to cover the funding herself, to be reimbursed once the new world operated normally. This was exactly what Chun-gu wanted. If he were to handle it, the scale of the base would likely shrink significantly, as he didn't have enough funds and might even need to sell magic cards officially or privately. Considering both time and personal safety, this was far from the optimal choice. Before long, the five of them were seated in the already prepared hall on the third floor. Our guild has just been established, and its foundation is unstable. To recruit members, we need to be attractive. These are magic cards I don't use, and they can be exchanged by guild members through guild points. Chun-gu first shared his thoughts, and then took out several magic cards he had prepared in advance. Legendary Skill Card, Shadow Chaos Kill. Legendary Equipment Card, Silver Moon Armor. Rare Skill Card, Weapon Mastery Blade. And several high-level and rare magic cards he didn't use, including a C-level Magic Source Card and a B-level Magic Source Card. Since you're willing to manage the guild, I'll leave these magic cards with you. Once the leaderboard is released, it will definitely cause a stir. Take this opportunity to use these magic cards to recruit members within the academy. Chun-gu pushed the magic cards in front of Quan Zian. Given Quan Zian's situation, she wouldn't care much about these cards, nor would she go back on her word. Additionally, it was a way to show Quan Zian that he wasn't short on money. He certainly didn't want to be controlled just because he used Quan Zian's or the Crescent Financial Group's money. Shadow Chaos Kill. Upon seeing the card's effects and description, Su Li, sitting nearby, had his eyes light up. This card was specifically for daggers, and its appeal to him was overwhelming. It was practically tailor-made for him. He then glanced at his boss. A casually discarded magic card from him was legendary level truly. He was a god forever. There was no way he could compare. Silver Moon Armor? The two sisters, Jin Yajong, had their eyes on the armor. They only had a set of low-level armor, and this legendary level armor shimmered faintly with moonlight in the illustration, looking stunning. Naturally, they were tempted. Looks like we chose the right person to follow. A casually discarded magic card is legendary level. Yeah, it seems we need to work hard to earn points next. I really want that armor card. Kim Ah-young and Kim Ah-rai, the two sisters, whispered to each other happily and then made up their minds to work hard. On the other hand, Quan Ji-yun didn't pay much attention to these magic cards. Instead, she was captivated by the dashing manner in which Chun-gu had just taken out the magic cards, her heart fluttering with joy. This man is truly so charming. And to think, he just gave away so many legendary magic cards and even a highly valuable special magic card without hesitation. How much does he trust me? Sigh. This man likes me, but doesn't show it directly. Yet his feelings are revealed in all these little details. How adorable. As she thought about it, Quan Ji-yun's eyes seemed to glisten with emotion. Just then, her gaze met Chun-gu's, and she quickly looked away, avoiding his eyes. Afterward, Chun Gu explained his general ideas to Quan Ji Yun again, which also served as a preliminary plan for some details of the guild. Around 5 p.m., the five of them left the guild's base. Quan Ji Yun treated them to a big meal at a nearby hotel, and afterward, they returned to the academy in her car. That evening, Chun Gu returned to his dormitory, freshened up, and then, while watching TV, took out the remaining blank cards from this mission. 122 ordinary blank cards and one special blank card. Without hesitation, he first infused magic into the special blank card. Magic card name: Undead Knight Aquino quality. Epic type: Magic pet card skills. Death spread: Shadows of the Dead description. Once a powerful knight with limitless potential, he ultimately succumbed to his fear of death and begged for the Dark Goddess' blessing. He became an immortal undead knight, wandering the world for 1,000 years. Another epic knight card with a surname. Chun Gu was quite satisfied with this kind of undead magic card, as he had always hoped to build a Scourge Legion. He immediately placed the magic card into his magic source, and as a result, the Death Knight Gaia card flew out from the magic source and intertwined with the Undead Knight Aquino card. Scourge 4 Horsemen. Obtaining 2 cards simultaneously unlocks additional attributes, increasing combat power by 100% upon summoning. At that moment, a piece of information suddenly entered Chun Gu's mind. Scourge 4 Horsemen? Does that mean there are 2 more similar epic magic cards? If 2 cards increase combat power by 100%, what about 3 or 4 cards? Would their quality directly improve? Could they even ascend to legendary or mythic levels? Chun Gu was overjoyed. Up to now, the mythic level magic cards he had obtained were mostly skill cards. He still didn't know what a mythic level magic pet card would be like, and his mind was filled with endless thoughts. He then continued drawing cards. The 8th card: Magic card name: Dragon's Wrath quality. Legendary type: Skill card effect. Aura skill: increases the damage of dragon-type magic pets by 500%. Description: Dragons are incredibly powerful creatures, born noble and the pinnacle of magic pets. This card will grant them unparalleled strength. That ice and fire twin-headed dragon is my upper limit. The stronger it is, the more confident I feel. If I encounter lower-level demon gods or pillar gods, I might still have the power to fight. Chun Gu murmured with a smile. As his magic card master level increased, the chances of encountering demon gods and pillar gods would rise sharply. At that point, the upper limit of the ice and fire twin-headed dragon would be his upper limit, so naturally, the higher, the better. Card 45. Magic card name: Ghoul quality. Low type: Magic pet card skills. Brutality, Devour description: Ghouls are the most despicable existence among undead creatures. They are only fit to live at the very bottom of the food chain. The only consolation is that summoning them consumes only 1/10 of the magic power required for other low-level magic pet cards. Summoning them consumes only 1/10 of the magic power of other low-level magic pet cards. Doesn't that mean summoning 1 skeleton warrior equals summoning 10 ghouls? Of course, the less magic power consumed, the more garbage they are. Chun Gu murmured, directly placing it into his magic source. Summoning ghouls already consumes little magic power, and through infinite summoning, the magic consumption can be further reduced. At critical moments, an army of 100,000 ghouls might produce unexpected effects. Since they belong to the undead category, I'll keep them. Who knows, there might be a special magic card in the future that can enhance their level. By then, summoning an army of hundreds of thousands of ghouls with minimal magic power would be wonderful, wouldn't it? Card 62. Magic card name: Skeleton Knight Black Iron type. Special magic card. Recently, these types of magic cards have been appearing frequently. Chun Gu was already used to it. Anyway, any improvement is better than none, so he used it directly. Card 92. Magic card name: Healing card. Card 122. Magic card name: Skeleton King Romanily quality. Legendary type: Magic pet card skills. Bloodthirsty desire. Rebirth description: It is the Skeleton King from Hell, an absolute powerhouse that emerged victorious from battles among billions of skeletons. Wherever it is, the combat power of skeletons will increase by 100%, a glory bestowed by its kingly presence. Good, very good. Knowing that this lucky emperor is assembling a disaster army, now a legendary Skeleton King has appeared, Hara. Chungu laughed as he placed the magic card into his magic source. Based on the limitations of infinite summoning, legendary magic pet cards could probably only summon 2, but that was enough. With 2 legendary skeleton kings leading the troops, he, as the summoner of this disaster army, could worry less. Whoosh, after drawing all the magic cards in his hand, Chungu let out a long breath. Today, he had been troubled by other guild matters, but Quan Zian unexpectedly showed up and resolved the promise between them. This was a good thing for him. Wanting to build a disaster army, he drew several undead magic cards today. He felt that as a lucky emperor, he had received the respect he deserved, and that was great. Nowadays, he has been living in relatively safe areas, so his perception of crises is quite low. However, if he were to enter the forbidden zones where the demon gods and pillar gods reside, even an army of hundreds of thousands of undead might not be enough to face them. In the following days, Chungu took advantage of not having any tasks and spent his time planning the guild blueprint with Quan Zian. His goal was clear. By establishing a guild, he could obtain whiteboard cards from guild members and continuously draw cards, maximizing the use of his Luck Emperor talent. This way, the magic card transactions between guilds would also incur minimal costs. Most importantly, the establishment of a new world would give him the confidence to confront this world. After all, this world is vast, with too many enemies, and it's incredibly difficult for one person to fight against it alone. Soon, the day to update the leaderboard arrived. That morning, Alan was organizing the leaderboard. Chun Ji's base score of 199,000 for this task was already shocking, but when she saw the additional rewards, she completely lost her composure. Base score 199,000, additional reward points 300,000. This. She stared wide-eyed, unable to speak for a long time. It's worth noting that Chungu had just set a new record for single task points. This time, the total of 499,000 was simply astronomical. For those ranked in the top 700 of the leaderboard, they are all elite students who would need to diligently complete tasks at the academy for at least 1 or 2 years to accumulate over 500,000 points. But as for Chungu, he had only been at the academy for just over a month, and his total points had already reached 770,000. His ranking had skyrocketed from 833rd place a few days ago to 563rd place. The release of this leaderboard update was bound to spark controversy. Why was there an additional reward of 300,000 points? However, Alan was just an ordinary employee at the Divine Capital Academy and didn't have much authority. Moreover, the additional points were unanimously decided by the evaluation committee, so she had no right to question it. Chungu, what kind of person are you? What exactly did you do? Ha. Alan laughed awkwardly, feeling a bit at a loss, and uploaded the finalized leaderboard. By the afternoon, it was finally time for the leaderboard update. A group of students had already eagerly gathered in the task hall, waiting for the leaderboard to be released. At this moment, Zhang Xiao, who had healed his leg using a healing card, and his team members were also among them. Chungu, who do you think you are? I admit you're impressive, breaking the Academy's single task points record, but in just 1 month, if you want to surpass my rank of 699, you'll need at least 500,000 points. Can you do that? Don't make me laugh. Zhang Zhao's eyes widened. Though his words were dismissive, his heart was in turmoil. Brother Zhang, that Chungu may have some skills, but you don't need to worry too much. If he managed to get over 200,000 points in one go, it might even mean his previous points weren't entirely legitimate. One of Zhang Zhao's team members said, exceeding 100,000 points in one go and breaking the record was already absurd. When it was announced, they actually didn't believe it. How could a freshman suddenly earn 170,000 points in one go? And later, an additional 50,000 points were added, which was already suspicious. If his total points this time exceed 500,000, then there's definitely something wrong with these points. It's out. Look quickly. Someone nearby exclaimed, and everyone present turned to look at the big screen. From top to bottom, they quickly saw an unbelievable situation. 563. Name: Chungu. Points: 771,820. 563rd place. How is this possible? When Zhang Xiao saw Chungu's ranking, his pupils contracted sharply, and he exclaimed in shock. If I remember correctly, his points were 270,000 last time. Today, it's 770,000, which means he gained 500,000 points in just 1 month. What kind of joke is this? Did he complete tasks all by himself? There is something wrong. These points are definitely problematic. The 4 people behind Zhang Xiao spoke up. When the nearby students first saw it, they were all in disbelief. They knew very well how difficult it was to earn these points. But after hearing others say this, they snapped out of their shock and also felt something was off, voicing their opinions one after another. Exactly. Last time, he earned 170,000 points in 7 days, and we let that slide. But now, he has gained 500,000 points in a month? How is that even possible? Does Chun Ge have some connections in the academy? Could there be someone backing him? If they don't release detailed data on these points, I want to believe it. What does he take us for? Yeah, he gained 500,000 points in a month, while we work hard for months and barely earn over 10,000 points. What does that make us? This kind of data makes us look ridiculous. Exactly. We students spend 1 or 2 years and still can't reach these points. Yet he gains 500,000 in a month. What does that make us? Are we really that weak? The surrounding students were all indignant. Gaining 500,000 points in a month, this is absolutely impossible. Fellow students, there is a problem with this ranking. I suggest we protest to the evaluation committee together. We need to know the detailed situation otherwise. I want to acknowledge Chun Ge's ranking. Zhang Xiao seized the opportunity to incite the crowd. He simply couldn't believe it. 500,000 points in a month? Do you think you're a god? What do you take us for? Fools to be deceived? Chun Ge, no wonder you're so arrogant. Turns out you've got someone backing you, huh? In this divine capital academy, who doesn't have a few people behind them? You're bold enough to flaunt it openly. Zhang Xiao, who had been somewhat agitated, suddenly calmed down. In that case, let us go protest at the evaluation committee right now. I agree. Let us go. The students present, filled with anger, all headed toward the evaluation committee. Not long after, the points ranking was also published on the Divine Capital Academy's official website. At this moment, in a high-end restaurant near the academy cafeteria. 50,000 points in 1 month? Really treating points like they're nothing. This kind of increase is absolutely abnormal. Sigh, I used to think he had some skill, but now it seems he's probably relying on some shady methods. What a so-called legendary freshman. Truly disgraceful, treating us at Shindu Academy like fools. When the people around saw the rankings, they all started questioning Chun Ge's points and ranking. Meanwhile, Gao Dazhuang, Jiang Yi, and their group of 6 were also present. Although they didn't gain much from this relic expedition, they were fully aware of the situation inside. When they learned that Chun Ge had gained 50,000 points in one go, they were all utterly shocked. With tens of thousands of undead soldiers, 50,000 points isn't excessive, right? Sigh. It seems that the reason we were able to leave that relic safely this time was because Chun Ge bore the burden for us. I still remember the terrifying pressure from that last monster. If we had been there, we would have been dead for sure. These people around here have no idea what really happened inside, yet they're spouting nonsense here. They should see what it was like back then. Exactly. I've been back for 2 days now, and every night I dream of those undead armies and that terrifying pressure. I'm still shaken, having constant nightmares. The 6 of them knew exactly what had happened at the time. The overwhelming pressure and despair they felt were unlike anything they'd ever experienced. 50,000 points? They thought it was perfectly reasonable. Instead, they were even more grateful to Chun Ge for bearing the burden for them. I think even if Chun Ge had gained 100,000 points in one go, he would deserve it. Gao Dazhuang said solemnly. We know what happened back then, even if others don't. I heard Chun Ge's guild is currently operating and seems to be preparing to recruit members. I want to give it a try. Jiang Yi said directly. Just for the fact that Chun Ge bore the burden for us, I think he's worth it. The reason those undead armies ignored us back then must have been related to Chun Ge. I also want to join Chun Ge's guild. Although we are considered outstanding among the freshmen, joining guilds like Hongmen, Eye of the Storm, or Azure Dragon doesn't mean much. Instead, joining a guild with unlimited potential is where we can truly shine. Most importantly, with Chun Ge's growth rate, following him will definitely not be a loss. The others had long been convinced by Chun Ge's strength. Today, the group sat together, and their purpose was actually the same. Even if Chun Ge hadn't gained 50,000 points this time, they would still find a way to join his guild. Sai, what's going on with Shindu Academy these days? Can you even gain points through connections now? Is there no fairness left? Truly disgusting. Hara, I heard someone has already gone to the evaluation committee to protest. There might be a good show to watch soon. Do they even know where they are? Using connections in Shindu Academy, it's truly laughable. Although Chen Gu comes from an ordinary family, most students are unaware of this. In their eyes, a freshman as formidable as Chun Gu is automatically assumed to come from a prestigious family. Bang! What do you know? Do you even understand what's inside that golden one-star ruins? A bunch of useless people, just sitting here talking big. The straightforward and burly Gao Dazhuang couldn't hold back anymore, slammed the table, stood up, and shouted, "Who are you calling useless, you fool? Are you tired of living? Shouting here like that? So what about the golden one-star ruins? Why are you yelling about it here? In this divine capital academy, who isn't a young master or young lady? You're just being indulged. If this were anywhere else, those around would have already started fighting. Dazhuang, sit down. Don't mind what others say. The innocent will remain innocent. Let's focus on discussing how to join the new world when the time comes." Jiang Yi said in a deep voice. "Humph, whatever." Gao Dazhuang glanced around at the others with a sullen expression and sat down by himself. These people around here, what do they even know? If they had known the situation back then, they wouldn't have minded even if the points increased by 1,000,000 this time. That evening, Quan Zian received an invitation from Cui Tianling and Yi Tian, whom she hadn't seen in a long time, to have dinner together. She had long known about Chun Ji's situation. Regarding this, she remained very indifferent. Even if Chun Gu were now sitting at the top of the points leaderboard, she wouldn't be surprised. Although she had always been reluctant to admit it, deep down, she knew just how strong Chun Gu was. In the past, she was more deceiving herself, unwilling to acknowledge it. "Zian, how have you been lately? How did this mission go?" Cui Tianling asked while sipping his beer. "Just so-so." Quan Zian responded coldly, not saying much. After all, she hadn't gained much from this mission. If she had to say anything, it would be that she had come to understand Chun Ji's intentions. Now, she also wanted to be like Chun Gu, silently contributing without expecting anything in return. After Quan Zian finished speaking, Yi Tian said somewhat proudly, "I'm currently in my cousin's 5th team. It shouldn't be long before I make it onto the points leaderboard. In the Divine Capital Academy, there are 3 teams with absolute dominance. They are led by Li Tianqing, ranked 1st on the points leaderboard, Yuan Chun, ranked 2nd, and Yi Xiu, ranked 3rd. Behind these teams are 5 more tiers of teams. The strong continuously move into stronger teams, while the weak are demoted. Since Yi Tian is part of the Yi family, he naturally joined the Yi family's 5th team. Although this team is only the 5th tier, most of its members are already on the leaderboard, and their strength is not to be underestimated. Being able to join this team means getting on the points leaderboard is just a matter of time. So Yi Tian was naturally quite proud. Hearing this, Cui Tianling felt a bit envious, but his own team wasn't weak either. He decided not to dwell on the topic and instead shifted the conversation to Chun Gu. That guy Chun Gu, who knows what kind of tricks he's been up to in private. He actually managed to increase his points by 500,000 in one go. Does he think his little schemes are so impressive? Yi Tian instantly became interested. Who knows what he did, but now so many classmates are protesting. The academy has reconvened a meeting. I guess there will be a conclusion tomorrow. 50,000 per session? Does he really think he's a god? I really don't know where he gets these little tricks from. Cui Tianling sneered disdainfully. Upon hearing this, Quan Zian frowned, put down the juice in her hand, looked up at Cui Tianling and Yi Tian, and said, "After all this time, others might not know Chun Ji's strength, but don't you? The fact that he managed to reach the 45th floor of the trial tower already proves his capability. And yet, you think he's just playing tricks?" Zian. Cui Tianling hadn't expected Quan Zian to speak up for Chun Gu, but before he could finish, she interrupted him. "Instead of discussing others here, why not reflect on your own issues?" She stood up and said, "Since we can't see eye to eye, let's not meet again in the future." After speaking, she paid the bill and left with the demeanor of a queen, without a hint of hesitation. Chenggu. Watching Quan Xian's departing figure, Cui Tianling gritted his teeth in anger, filled with resentment. In the end, he couldn't escape Chen Ji's shadow. And ultimately, he couldn't win this woman's heart. Yi Tian, on the side, comforted him. Tianling, it's just a woman. Don't take it too seriously. Whether Chenggu is playing tricks or not, we'll know the conclusion tomorrow. Ha, he chuckled coldly and said, 50,000 a month? Who does he think he is? After thinking for a moment, he continued. By the way, I heard he also established a guild and is running it. When the time comes, let's go check it out for fun. Cui Tianling nodded coldly. The next morning, in the evaluation committee's conference room. This time, not only were several evaluation committee members present, but also some high-ranking officials from the academy. After all, 50,000 points per month was a significant matter, and they needed to hear what the evaluation committee had to say. Everyone, as you know, every year the safety officers for the freshman evaluation tasks are selected from first-year students. However, this year is special. Chenggu entered the academy as a legendary freshman and resolved the Sanyuan City issue in his first week, earning 17,000 points. Elder Li, the leader of the evaluation committee, was explaining the situation on the podium. The high-ranking officials present nodded in agreement. Elder Li continued. He has already proven his strength. This time, with unanimous agreement from the committee, we decided to let him lead the freshmen as a safety officer for the evaluation tasks. But since he managed to complete the 9-star Golden Dungeon task, a lower-level task would be meaningless to him, while a higher-level task might be too challenging for the freshman. So, we made an exception and placed him in a 1-star Golden Relic. I admit there was an element of risk in this decision, but his strength is evident, leaving us evaluators no choice but to trust him. The high-ranking officials below nodded. Although they were not directly responsible for related matters, they were aware of Chun Ji's general situation. After all, he was a freshman who had resolved the Sanyuan City crisis, making it impossible for them not to pay attention. Old Li took a sip of water, cleared his throat, and continued. The difference between ruins, dungeons, and secret realms is something everyone here is well aware of. Therefore, I gave high scores for both extra points and safety scores, hoping Chenggu would do his utmost to protect the freshmen. In the end, we saw that Chenggu performed excellently. All the freshmen returned safely. Although their results were not ideal, judging from the basic points, the situation inside was very dangerous, far beyond what those silver-level freshmen could handle. This was my oversight. If responsibility must be assigned, I take full accountability. Old Li had also inquired about the situation from Zhu Mao, who was present at the scene. After learning the general circumstances, he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. Although students would eventually face such situations, it was still too early. Fortunately, Chenggu possessed absolute strength. Otherwise, this could have ended disastrously. Furthermore, Chun Ji's current magic card master level is Platinum 1-star. What does this growth rate signify? I don't need to explain, do I? Old Li displayed Chun Ji's current magic card master level. What? I heard he was Silver 1-star when he enrolled. How did he advance to Platinum 1-star so quickly? This means he has the ability to independently complete large-scale missions, almost relying solely on his own strength to push through. Otherwise, it would be impossible to gain such a massive amount of magic power. Incredible. Truly incredible. The senior officials below began to exclaim in astonishment. Most magic card masters require teamwork to kill magical beasts, and the magic power obtained after splitting the rewards is limited. Each star-level advancement for a magic card master typically takes a long time. Chun Ji's case, however, was clear. Only by single-handedly slaughtering tens of thousands of magical beasts could he achieve such rapid upgrades. This is often a common trait among those top-tier magic card masters. 50,000 points in a month, this is simply absurd. I wonder what the discussion inside is like. Today, they must give us an explanation. Exactly. Here they come. Here they come. It's Old Li. Outside the building where the evaluation committee was located, students were still waiting for news. Chun Ji's 50,000 points increase in a single month left them feeling extremely unbalanced, making it impossible for them to focus on their own tasks. At this moment, Old Li stepped out of the building, stood on the high platform and announced, after evaluation by the Academy's Supervision Committee, there are no issues with Chun-Ji's point calculation this time. With a casual wave of his hand, he said impatiently, "You can leave now." "What? You're just going to dismiss us like that? Are you kidding? The leaderboard has never seen a 50,000-point increase in a single month. How can you just brush us off with a few words?" "Exactly. We demand the detailed records of how Chun-Gu earned his points." "Yes, release the detailed records, or we won't believe it." The students below were all unwilling to accept this. Just as Old Lee was about to turn and leave, he stopped in his tracks, turned back, and shouted, "Do you even deserve it? The authority of the Divine Capital Academy is unquestionable." Subsequently, Elder Lee raised his finger and pointed at the students below, saying, "Instead of questioning others here, why not go back and think about why you're so useless?" "What's that saying again?" After hesitating for a moment, Elder Lee sneered, "If you're bad, practice more." After saying this, Elder Lee flicked his sleeve and left, leaving the protesting students dumbfounded. Useless, useless. If you're bad, practice more? Zhang Xiao, standing in the crowd, heard these words, and his lips trembled slightly. It was the first time someone had called him useless. "Brother Zhang, the supervisory committee has already intervened. This matter is almost set in stone. What should we do?" A teammate behind Zhang Xiao stepped forward and asked. Elder Lee's words had reached this point, and even if they were unwilling, they had no way to continue protesting. "Humph." Zhang Xiao snorted coldly, squinting his eyes, knowing there was no way out. He turned and said, "It seems we can only pass the message to the Jinshan Consortium, and ye can. Then, I'd like to see how Chun-Gu plans to fight against the Jinshan Consortium, and ye can, ranked 9th on the leaderboard." "Good idea. Brother Zhang, brilliant." Zhang Zhao's teammates laughed. Since they couldn't deal with Chun-Gu through points, using others to do the dirty work was undoubtedly the best strategy. And this news quickly exploded on the official forum of Shindu Academy. Shocking. After unanimous decision by the Evaluation Committee and Supervisory Committee, Chun-Ji's point increase is legitimate. First floor, what's going on now? Did Chun-Gu save the Eastern Federation? 50,000 points in a month? Second floor, the highest points for a single mission are 100,000. Chun-Gu earning 17,000 in one go was already surprising, but now the monthly highest points have been raised to 50,000 by him. Third floor, I just want to know if Chun-Gu saved Blue Star. How can he increase 50,000 points in a month? I remember the current leaderboard's first place holds the historical record for single and monthly point increases, right? Fourth floor, Gao Dazhuang. What's the big deal? If you knew the difficulty of this mission, you wouldn't be talking nonsense here. Also, what's wrong with being first? Don't you know the saying? The waves behind push the waves ahead. With Chun-Ji's strength, being first is just a matter of time. Fifth floor, Jiang Yi. Shocking. The guild New World established by Chun-Gu is recruiting members. Interested parties can check the pinned announcement on the forum. Sixth floor. What a joke. We, students of Shindu Academy, can easily join a guild. Why would we need to join a newly established guild? And the leader is just a student? What qualifications does he have? Eighth floor. Exactly. Large guilds can provide plenty of high-level and rare magic cards. What does Chun-Ji's guild have? No money, no cards. Ninth floor, Gao Dazhuang. Guild members can exchange for magic cards. JPG 10th floor. Are you kidding me? There's actually a legendary magic card available for exchange? What kind of family is this? Is this a joke? 11th floor. Oh my, there's even a B-level magic source card. This is ridiculously extravagant. Are magic cards so worthless now? This is a B-level magic source card. My friend spent 1.2 billion on a B-level magic source card, and they just casually exchanged it for a member? As for those cards that Chun-Gu doesn't use, he doesn't even have the interest to take another look at them. But for many people, they are unattainable. Magic source cards themselves are rare, let alone B-level ones. The enhancement from magic source includes improvements in magic reserves, physical strength, speed, and power. Soon, another post appeared. Shocking. The New World Guild is now managed by the heiress of the Crescent Financial Group, one of the four beauties of the new academy, Quan Zian. First floor. Is it that super financial group? A rich lady. I really like her. Second floor. I've seen Quan Zian in person. Honestly, she is everything one could want. She is exactly my type, cool, rich, and I love her. Third floor. Hey, hey, hey. Can the people upstairs be a little more reserved? Fourth floor. Oh my, I just heard another explosive piece of news. My friend saw Mayano Yuzuki, also one of the four beauties, applying as well. Fifth floor. What? Mayano Yuzuki is ranked 285th on the points leaderboard. She can easily join any guild she wants. Why would she go to New World? Taking advantage of the controversy surrounding Chun Gu's points, Quan Zian instructed her staff to issue an announcement to recruit members, instantly igniting the entire forum. Whether it was Quan Zian, the Crescent Financial Group's background, or Chun Gu's magic cards, all of it was extremely sensational news. As for Mayano Yuzuki, she was completely an unexpected presence. At the New World Guild headquarters. Miss, this is the application form we just received. Please take a look. Quan Zian's beautiful secretary, Xiao Ku, walked into the office and handed over the application materials. Quan Zian took the documents. Although the number of applicants wasn't too large, she noticed a few familiar names. Finally, her gaze landed on Mayano Yuzuki's name. Mayano Yuzuki? Ranked 285th on the points leaderboard? Are you sure it's her personally applying? Quan Zian had never expected someone from the leaderboard to apply. She was momentarily surprised. Confirmed. Xiao Ke nodded solemnly. Quan Zian nodded, noticing Xiao Ke hadn't left yet. She looked up and asked, "What is it? Is there something else?" Xiao Ke immediately took out a stack of invitation letters. In the past few days, we received various invitations from super guilds like Hongmin, X, Eternal Wings, and the Dark Knights, hoping we would become their subsidiary guild. There are also invitations from super companies like Kanai, Mikami, T, and Chaos, hoping to become New World's sponsors. Hearing this, Quan Zian frowned and took the invitation letters. In the Eastern Federation, 3 super guilds dominate: Azure Dragon, Eye of the Storm, and Hongmin. The Azure Dragon Guild is undoubtedly the strongest among them, especially with top-tier experts like Lu Jiyuan. Eye of the Storm not only has influence in the Eastern Federation but also operates in surrounding small countries. With substantial capital injection, the guild is essentially profit-driven. The situation with the Hongmen is quite complicated. Their way of doing things is also very rough, making them the most difficult to deal with. Once targeted by the Hongmen and sent an invitation, things become troublesome. As for other super guilds, they only have bases in the Eastern Federation, so there's no need to pay too much attention to them. As for those super companies or conglomerates, with the Crescent Consortium around, they can still hold their ground. All right, I understand. Don't tell Chingu about this matter, I'll handle it myself, Quan Zian said. She didn't want these issues to affect Chingu. After all, compared to these trivial matters, Chun Ji's focus should definitely be on improving his own strength. Understood. Xiao Ke nodded and continued. Besides, the Jinshan Consortium is also pressuring us, expressing their disagreement with Jin Yazhong and Jin Yale joining our New World. All right, I understand. In the future, don't tell Chingu about such matters. I'll handle them, don't let them affect him. Quan Zian nodded again, reiterating her point. Yes, miss. Xiao Ke then left. Once the office was empty, Quan Zian got up and walked to the window. Looking outside, her thoughts scattered. The New World had just been established, not even taking shape yet, and already received so many invitations. Ultimately, they were all targeting Chingu. 50,000 points in a month, such growth speed is undoubtedly astonishing, revealing infinite potential in him. However, this potential itself is also dangerous, easily attracting unnecessary trouble. For now, it's fine. With the academy there, they don't dare act recklessly. But when Chun-Gu graduates from the Divine Capital Academy, Quan Zian frowned at first, then relaxed and smiled, saying, I guess they won't have any chance by then. What I need to do now is to resolve those unnecessary troubles for Chun-Gu as much as possible. After organizing her thoughts, Quan Zian returned to her desk and dialed a number. Hello, daughter. You've been calling quite frequently lately. Chairman Quan's face lit up with joy upon seeing his daughter. Dad, how's the matter I asked you to handle? Compared to her father's joy, Quan Zian's mind was entirely occupied with matters concerning Chingu. Sigh, Every time she calls now, it's always about another man. Chairman Quan thought with some heartache. He sighed and said, I've already completed the acquisition and merged the company where his father works with its subsidiaries. His father has naturally been promoted due to his qualifications. Great, Dad. Thank you for your hard work. Quan Zian finally smiled and continued. Please pressure the Jinshan Consortium and make them stop interfering in Jin Yazhong and Jin Yale's matters. The Jinshan Consortium, huh? Chairman Quan hesitated for a moment. Is there a problem? Quan Zian frowned again. She didn't want such trivial matters to affect Chen Ji's mood. Heh. Chairman Quan chuckled and said, with the current strength of our Crescent Consortium, even crushing Jinshan would be more than manageable. I just don't understand what's gotten into you all of a sudden. A while ago, when I suggested recruiting Chenggu, you were adamantly against it. Now, why are you suddenly so invested? Hesitating for a moment, he asked, could it be that Brat used some trick to deceive you? Dad, you're not allowed to speak ill of Chenggu. Beep, beep, beep. Quan Zian pouted and hung up the phone, looking displeased. Chenggu definitely didn't deceive her, he just expressed his feelings in a rather subtle way. Meanwhile, Chairman Quan sat in his executive chair, stunned. It's over. It seems his daughter really has been tricked by that brat Chenggu. Sigh. That kid looks honest, but he sure has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Chairman Quan muttered as he put down the phone, feeling utterly helpless. Hyono Yuzuki, ranked 285th on the leaderboard, has applied to join us. What do you think? The next day at noon, Chenggu, Quan Zian, and their group of 5 were walking toward the cafeteria. Quan Zian reported Hyono Yuzuki's situation to Chenggu. Since I've already entrusted the guild matters to you, recruiting members is up to you to decide. Chenggu glanced at the members Quan Zian had already recruited. Although there were fewer than 20 members so far, they all had great potential and were impeccable in various aspects. Therefore, he decided to fully entrust the recruitment process to Quan Zian. Most of his energy would be focused on leveling up and improving his strength. As long as he was strong enough, all difficulties would be easily resolved. He's definitely worried I'll get jealous, which is why he said that. Otherwise, someone ranked 258th and a stunning beauty, what's there to hesitate about? Quan Zian secretly rejoiced in her heart. The group of 5 walking together naturally attracted a lot of attention. Chenggu, as the absolute center, drew even more stares, with people turning their heads repeatedly. Their gazes were filled with resentment, envy, and curiosity. What exactly did he do to earn 50,000 points in just 1 month? But even with their curiosity, they didn't dare to approach him recklessly. As they arrived at the cafeteria, ready to grab some food, they were suddenly blocked by a group of people. Hello, Chenggu, I'm Nagayama Nobuhide. Dressed impeccably, Nagayama Nobuhide approached Chenggu with an air of superiority, extending his hand. Hello, is there something you need? Faced with Nagayama Nobuhide's lofty demeanor, Chenggu remained composed and did not extend his hand, simply smiling as he asked. After all, in front of so many people, this situation made someone like Nagayama Nobuhide, a prince, appear quite awkward. The person next to him was about to speak, but was stopped by Nagayama Nobuhide. Awkward yet maintaining his politeness, Nagayama Nobuhide withdrew his hand and said to Chenggu, a small restricted area has appeared in our country, containing numerous sub-diamond level secret realms and fissures. Among them, there are even instances of dark invasions. I wonder if you're interested? After thinking for a moment, he added, this mission is quite large in scale. It's an emergency request from our country to the Eastern Federation. The point rewards for this will undoubtedly be unimaginable. Currently, the teams ranked high on the leaderboard often have magic card masters at the diamond level. They are either unable to enter or are likely uninterested in such secret realms and abysses. As for the other teams that met the required level, they were too afraid to proceed due to the dark invasion. Now, Chenggu, who has relevant experience, is the most suitable candidate. Initially, he had planned to invite Chenggu to join his team upon returning this time, but he didn't expect Chenggu to earn 500,000 points in just 1 month. Coupled with the urgent situation in country, this was the only reason he didn't lose his temper earlier. If it were under normal circumstances, he would never have been so humble. More importantly, If Chun-gu could take Mayano Yuzuki and die in the secret realm or abyss, that would be even better. I understand. If the mission hall releases a task, I'll consider it. Chun-gu responded with a smile, sidestepping and walking past Nagayama Nobushige. Behind him, Quan Zian and the others followed suit. Third Prince, that guy watching Chun-gu leave just like that. One of Nagayama Nobushige's subordinates approached him, gritting his teeth and about to speak, but was interrupted by Nagayama Nobushige raising his hand. If I was worried before that he wouldn't accept the mission, now I can be certain he definitely will. Nagayama Nobushige appeared very confident because he sensed a kind of pride from a strong person emanating from Chun-gu, and this pride destined him not to accept tasks of other levels. Meanwhile, Chun-gu continued forward, and coincidentally, amidst the bustling crowd, he ran into Zhang Xiao, the cousin of the Jin sisters, Jin Yazhong and Jin Yale. The two groups, 5 people each, were about 10 steps apart, and they almost noticed each other at the same time. Seeing this, Chun-gu's lips curled slightly, his expression carrying a hint of mockery. He wondered what this hypocrite had to say now. On the other side, Zhang Xiao and his group looked rather uncomfortable. He had tried to avoid them, yet still ran into Chun-gu and his team. What a narrow escape. He had already received feedback from the Jinshan Consortium, stating that due to pressure from the Xinyue Consortium, the Jinshan Consortium would no longer intervene in matters concerning Jin Yazhong and Jin Yale. Now his only hope was Yi Kan. However, before that, he had been hoping not to encounter Chun-gu to avoid embarrassment. After all, he was now at the bottom of the points leaderboard, while Chun-gu was in the 3rd tier. Based on what he had said before, he should now show respect when meeting Chun-gu. And then there was Quan Zian. That kick she delivered that day had fractured his shin, and he still shuddered at the thought. At this moment, Quan Zian's gaze toward him was also filled with interest, seemingly carrying a hint of provocation. His thinking it over, Zhang Xiao pointed to a restaurant on the other side and said, "All right, let us go eat over there." If he couldn't afford to provoke them, he could at least avoid them. After saying this, he led his team members away in a hurry. Seeing this, Chun-gu chuckled inwardly and shook his head, not giving it much thought, and went straight to eat. People like Zhang Xiao weren't worth paying attention to. He was just a useless drunkard after all. At the dining table, Chun-gu suddenly remembered something and asked Quan Zian beside him with a smile, "That Mayano Yuzuki should be from in-country, right? Does she have any connection to Nagayama Nobushige? Judging by their names, they are almost certainly people from in-country." Mayano Yuzuki applied to join the guild, and Nagayama Nobuhide immediately invited her to participate in a mission. Chun-gu felt that there was definitely something going on here. When Quan Zian saw Chun-ji's warm smile, she couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Sitting right next to Chun-gu, she leaned in and whispered softly, "The current emperor of in-country has 3 sons. The eldest son died in a ruins mission 2 years ago. The second son lacks a source of magic power. And this Mayano Yuzuki is rumored to be the illegitimate daughter of the current emperor of in-country, possibly with a claim to the throne." No wonder Nagayama Nobuhide's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning earlier. Although it was fleeting, Chun-gu saw it clearly. The reason Nagayama Nobuhide invited him was probably to ensure that Mayano Yuzuki would die in the secret realm or abyss, so that no one could threaten his claim to the throne. Does that mean if Nagayama Nobuhide is eliminated, Mayano Yuzuki, as a member of our New World Guild, would have a chance to ascend to the throne of in-country? A bold idea formed in Chun-ji's mind. After some thought, Chun-gu gently smiled at Quan Zian beside him and said, "I think it's necessary to let Mayano Yuzuki join our guild." This hateful man, why is his smile so charming? He's clearly doing it on purpose to make me feel this way. Oh no, my heart. Quan Zian's heart trembled slightly, and she quickly nodded, unable to think about anything else. Over the next few days, let's finalize the first batch of guild members. Later, we'll head to the 2nd floor of the mission hall to see if there are any suitable missions. Chun-gu shared his plan. An hour later, Chun-gu and his group of 5 arrived in front of the Chongqing Hall. Walking together, the 5 of them stood out conspicuously. The sole heir of the newly established Super Consortium, Crescent Consortium, Quan Zian. The transformed madman Su Li, who single-handedly completed a Platinum Level A grade mission. The beautiful and adorable sister duo, each one an eye-catching presence. Yet the most striking figure was still the man walking at the front, with his tall posture and a warm smile always gracing his lips. 1 week, 170,000 points. 1 month, 500,000 points. Continuously breaking records, even earning unanimous recognition from the Academy's Evaluation Committee and Supervisory Committee. This man was clearly a monster. His appearance had already disrupted the original calm of the Shun Capital Academy's leaderboard. From the current situation, he was evidently aiming for the top 100 or even the top 10, a goal that most students at Shun Capital Academy could only dream of. More importantly, he was not only receiving significant attention within Shun Capital Academy, but also attracting the interest of many major forces outside. It could be said that he was now the brightest new star of Shun Capital Academy. As Chun Gu and his group entered the mission hall, the surrounding people instinctively made way for them. "Thank you." Faced with such a situation, Chun Gu was quite polite, expressing his gratitude before heading straight to the second floor of the mission hall, even greeting Alan on the way. Seeing that Chun Gu still greeted her, Alan was filled with countless thoughts. She thought Chun Gu would be caught in a storm of public opinion due to the doubts and would find it hard to extricate himself. But unexpectedly, the matter was resolved so quickly. 500,000 points in a month. What exactly did he do? Alan was just an ordinary staff member, so even she couldn't know the specifics of the points. In her heart, there was only deep confusion about Chun Gu, and this confusion shrouded Chun Gu in a veil of mystery, making him appear particularly captivating. What kind of legend will you create next? I look forward to it. Alan took a deep look at Chun Ji's back and murmured softly, "Sorry, these 3 students are not qualified to enter the second floor." Just as they reached the staircase to the second floor, a staff member stepped forward. At this moment, thanks to Chun Gu, the evaluation scores of Quan Zian and Kim Yejong, the 2 sisters, were not ideal. "Hello, they are now my team members. As long as the leader is qualified, those who are not qualified will gain qualification. This could also be considered a privilege. All right, please proceed." Only then did the staff allow the group of 5 to enter. The second floor of the mission hall was different from the first floor. It was elegantly decorated, with numerous private rooms and more staff available to provide services. However, the number of students here was pitifully small, as there were not many students capable of taking on advanced missions. As Chun Ji's group of 5 had just stepped up, they saw another 5-person team entering from another entrance. Judging by their appearance, the 5 seemed obviously more mature than Chun Ji's group. They were all dressed in formal attire, their expressions cold and somewhat arrogant, as if they didn't regard anyone around them, exuding an air of superiority. This group of 5 was none other than the team led by Yi Xiao, ranked 3rd on the Shun Du Academy points leaderboard. The members of their team had been enrolled for 3 to 4 years, naturally appearing more mature than Chun Ji's group, as Chun Gu was only 18 years old at the time. Their team was young but full of infinite potential. The leader, Yi Xiao, had a resolute face and a cold expression. Standing upright, his every move conveyed to others that he came from a prestigious family. Of course, he also noticed Chun Ji's group walking toward them. An increase of 500,000 points in a month, he couldn't ignore it even if he wanted to. The 2 teams walked toward each other and eventually stopped. "Hello, Yi Xiao," Yi Xiao said with a smile. "Hello, Chun Gu." Chun Gu maintained his warm smile, his expression calm. After that, the 2 had nothing more to say, and the atmosphere around them became somewhat tense because of their presence. One was ranked 3rd on the points leaderboard, and the other was a newly rising legendary freshman. It was a clash of titans, leaving no room for others to intervene. At this moment, a man with long hair and a playful smirk stepped out from behind Yi Xiao. This man exuded a roguish air with his every move, resembling Zhang Xiao in demeanor. Indeed, this man was none other than Yi Kan, ranked 9th on the points leaderboard. Zhang Xiao was now pinning his hopes on him. "Ah, my 2 cousins, long time no see. You've both grown even more beautiful." When this man spoke, he gave off the impression of a complete playboy. He greeted them and was about to walk towards Kim Yejong and Kim Yel, but the 2 sisters frowned involuntarily, their expressions somewhat uneasy and nervous. Just as Yikin was about to pass by Chun Gu and approach the 2 sisters, Chun Gu stepped forward, blocking his path. and their eyes met. Hmm. Seeing Chun Gu standing in his way, Yi Qian frowned. No one had ever dared to block his path before. Move aside. Instantly, Yi Qian's aura changed dramatically, attempting to overpower Chun Gu with his presence. Just you. Chun Gu chuckled lightly, calm and composed. Yi Qian's aura was nothing worth mentioning. You. Yi Qian narrowed his eyes, ready to confront Chun Gu. Yi Qian, this is the academy, don't cause trouble. Yi Xiu raised his hand to stop Yi Qian and then smiled, saying, with his current ranking, he doesn't even qualify to provoke us. Let's go. After speaking, he led his team members away. Heh. Yi Qian, snapping back to his senses, chuckled lightly, gave Kim Yejung and Kim Yale a deep look, and then, with a disdainful expression, prepared to leave. Meanwhile, Chun Gu remained calm, turning slightly to address Yi Xiu, who was walking away. You're in your 20s, yet you're only ranked 3rd on the leaderboard. Still can't figure out your place? Truly hopeless. Sigh. Chun Gu sighed, and then said to Quan Ziyan and the others behind him, let's go. Hearing this, Yi Xiu and his team froze in their tracks, turned to look at Chun Gu and his group, their expressions darkening. It was the first time Yi Xiu had been mocked for being 3rd on the leaderboard, but he couldn't retaliate, as what the other party said was true. The surrounding teams witnessing this scene were all stunned, unable to speak for a long time. Since when did being 3rd on the leaderboard become a reason for ridicule? Has the world gone mad? If they had said such words, it would surely be a joke, but coming from Chun Gu, the situation was different. As Yi Xiu and his team entered the private room, the students present began discussing with laughter. This Chun Gu is something else. Ranked over 500, yet he dares to directly provoke the top 3. The academy is getting more and more lively. I wonder if he'll still have this confidence when he meets the first-ranked Li Tianqing. Li Tianqing has been firmly holding the first place for years. This time, there's bound to be some drama. The leaderboard rankings have been changing so quickly lately. Instead of worrying about others, we should think about ourselves. If this continues, I'll be the next one to lose my room. You're ranked over 200. What are you afraid of? We, ranked in the 300s and 400s, are the ones who should be worried. A group of people discussed back and forth. Meanwhile, Chun Gu and his team were sitting in their private room, sipping tea and reviewing task information, completely unbothered by the earlier incident. Location, in-country task type, below diamond level, specifics unknown level requirement, platinum level task difficulty, SSS level team member requirement, 5 or more task introduction. This is an urgent rescue mission issued by the overseas in-kingdom. A large number of secret realms, abysses, rifts, and even ruins have simultaneously appeared in the southeastern part of in-kingdom, with a high probability of dark invasion risks. Note, considering the difficulty and special nature of the mission, even if the mission cannot be completed, additional points rewards can still be obtained. As the largest federation in the East, we often receive rescue requests from surrounding small countries. After all, once secret realms or abysses undergo abnormal changes, it could potentially affect us directly. Quan Ziyan, who had some knowledge of these matters, began explaining to everyone present. Generally, rescue missions from these small countries are quite tricky. There have even been cases where no one dared to take on the mission, and eventually, that small country was completely destroyed. After thinking for a moment, she continued, and after that small country was destroyed, a large surrounding area was designated as a forbidden zone. To this day, it continues to expand. It's said that a powerful demon god has been nurtured within, and it has already started invading the lands of our Eastern Federation. For this reason, the Eastern Federation now places great importance on rescue requests from these small countries. This mission has also been discussed on the Academy Forum, saying that there are thousands of secret realms, abysses, and so on there. Absolutely a historical record. If we can complete tasks there, it would be like heaven. Suli shared his thoughts. At this moment, Quan Ziyan added, the additional points rewards for this mission are quite substantial. Not only can we earn a large number of Academy points, but guild points could even elevate us to S or even SS level. After hesitating for a moment, she continued. However, based on known information, this mission is likely to consume a lot of time and may involve fatal dangers. After Quan Ziyan finished speaking, Everyone's gaze turned to Chungu, as Chungu was the leader of the new world. At this moment, Chungu showed almost no hesitation. Let's go with this mission. Smaller missions would waste a lot of time, and the scale of this in-kingdom mission seemed just right to him. Moreover, a dark invasion? That sounded the perfect place to obtain magic artifacts and ultra card fragments. Upon hearing that Chungu had already decided to take on this SSS level mission, the eyes of everyone present lit up. Boss, can you take me along this time? Suli asked excitedly. Brother Chun, I want to go too. Big Brother Chun, I want to join as well. Jin Yazhong's two sisters quickly raised their hands, but when they thought about their magic card master levels being only silver, their voices gradually softened. Below diamond level, meaning at least emerald or platinum level secret realms and abysses, even with illusion god cards, it would still be tough for them. Quan Zian, sitting on the side, secretly glanced at Chungu, her face also full of anticipation. But like Jin Yazhong's two sisters, she was currently at silver level, with a significant gap in level. You are all core members of the new world. This time, I plan to take you all with me. Chungu replied with a smile. Thousands of secret realms and abysses going alone wouldn't be much fun. Besides, he already had a plan in mind. With more people, they could accelerate the search for secret realms and abysses invaded by darkness, so why not? As for the core members being low-level magic card masters, he never expected much from them anyway. Moreover, helping them improve quickly would only strengthen the new world, which is beneficial and harmless. Thank you, Brother Chun. Having the young girl call him boss felt a bit strange, and being called president was awkward too. In the end, his younger sister Jin Yale called him Brother Chun every time. Her voice was clear and pleasant, making it quite enjoyable to hear. Meanwhile, her elder sister Jin Yajin referred to him as Big Brother Chun, which also sounded warm and friendly. All right, please bring Mayano Yuki here right away. I plan to take her along this time. Chungu said to Quan Zian beside him. Since Nagayama Nobuhide was so insistent, he might as well grant his wish and see how Nagayama Nobuhide would react later. Afterward, the group began envisioning the upcoming mission. According to various rumors, the small forbidden area spanned nearly 120,000 square kilometers. Clearing it wouldn't be a task completed overnight, so they needed to prepare some things in advance. About half an hour later, a young woman dressed in traditional attire from in-country appeared in the private room. Her demeanor was gentle, her face adorned with a faint smile, and her every movement exuded a soft elegance. President Chun, hello. My name is Mayano Yuki. Thank you for allowing me to join the new world. Mayano Yuki spoke with extreme gentleness, like a woman made of water, soft and tender. If Quan Zian gave off a cold and aloof vibe, Mayano Yuki was the opposite, warm and approachable, making men instinctively want to draw closer. Without prior knowledge, it would be hard to imagine that this woman ranked 285th on the leaderboard of the Divine Capital Academy. Mayano Yuki then turned to the others present and said, Everyone, it's an honor to meet you and become one of you. Chungu stood up with a smile and said, Miss Mayano Yuki, you don't need to call me president anymore. Just call me Chungu. Please, have a seat. Titles like president were just labels, and Chungu didn't like them or want to hear others call him that. All right. Mayano Yuki nodded slightly and carefully took a seat across from Chungu. Chungu first poured Mayano Yuki a cup of tea before saying, Miss Mayano Yuki, we're planning to take on the rescue mission released by your country. We hope you can join us for this mission. What are your thoughts? That rescue mission? Mayano Yuki's previously calm and gentle eyes suddenly showed a ripple of shock. She had heard that there was a risk of dark invasion involved. The real reason she wanted to join Chungu's guild was to seek protection, as she had been under constant threat from Nagayama Nobuhide for a long time. Her original team had abandoned her under pressure, and she hadn't held much hope when applying to join the new world. After all, Nagayama Nobuhide was publicly known as a prince of in-country. To her surprise, they had accepted her, which was an unexpected delight. After pondering for a moment, Yuzuki Mayano cautiously said, Mr. Chungu, I heard that the forbidden area has a risk of dark invasion, and you should have also heard about my identity. At that time, it might bring unnecessary trouble. The reason I requested to join you is because I want to be under your protection. Yuzuki Mayano was quite straightforward, not hiding anything, and said everything directly. Miss Yuzuki Mayano, you don't need to worry about the Dark Invasion situation, because Chun-gu once brought me out of a secret realm invaded by darkness, almost effortlessly. Quan Zian immediately said. She might not have much authority on other matters, but when it came to Dark Invasion, she definitely had a say. What? Effortlessly overcame a secret realm invaded by darkness. Upon hearing this news, Su Li, the Kim sisters, and Yuzuki Mayano were all shocked. The news about Chun-gu coming out of a dark invaded secret realm hadn't spread widely. When Su Li and the Kim sisters heard that this mission carried the risk of dark invasion, they were somewhat worried. However, they had witnessed Chun-ji's abilities firsthand, so they naturally chose to trust him. But when Quan Zian mentioned the word effortlessly, they were all taken aback. Linking effortlessly with dark invasion, it just didn't seem to match. Unconsciously, everyone's gaze fell on Chun-gu. Just how many secrets was he hiding? It seemed they were still too young to fully understand the weight of a legendary freshman. Effortlessly overcame a dark invaded secret realm. Hearing these words together, Yuzuki Mayano was also confused. Her delicate face showed a look of bewilderment. Chun-gu, on the other hand, crossed his hands, resting his elbows on the table in front of him, and propped his chin with his hands, saying, Miss Yuzuki Mayano, you don't need to worry. The reason I agreed to your application is because of your connection with Nobuhide Nagayama. Mr. Chun-gu, I don't quite understand. Yuzuki Mayano hesitated. You don't need to understand too much. Just know that you are now a member of the new world, and this time we are heading to Ming country for a mission. That's enough. After saying this meaningfully, Chun-gu turned to Quan Zian and said, let the staff come in to register the team members. Not long after, the group completed the task registration. According to the staff, because this mission was extremely complex and large-scale, additional teams were still needed, and the specific departure time was set for a week later. This news quickly spread throughout the entire Shindu Academy. That was a place with a risk of dark invasion even if the points reward was high. You couldn't go. Wasn't this common sense? And the official forum of Shindu Academy was in an uproar. Breaking news. Legendary freshman Chun-gu has accepted in-country's urgent rescue mission. Post number 1. What? Is he crazy? Although the probability of dark invasion is extremely low, if it happens, it's almost certain death. Post number 2. This kind of super mission is very rare. If he can complete it and return, it would almost guarantee a top 100 ranking. Absolutely insane. Third floor. Chun-gu is planning to rewrite the history of Shindu Academy. I remember the highest ranking for a freshman in the first academic year was 192nd, right? Fourth floor. Chun-gu has only been at the academy for a little over a month, and now he's aiming for the top 10, maybe even first place. But with the strength of his team, can he really pull it off? Fifth floor. The death rate in Dark Invasion is ridiculously high. It usually becomes a forbidden zone, and few dare to go there. He's truly brave. Sixth floor. Frankly speaking, even Li Tianqing's team wouldn't dare to take on this task so easily. Seventh floor. This freshman is truly insane. Many students admired Chun-ji's courage, but even more doubted him. Even the most elite students at Shindu Academy, who could confidently say they could survive a dark invasion, even Li Tianqing would have to think twice. Some even felt Chun-gu was being overly aggressive, and the entire forum exploded with discussions. Meanwhile, Yi Xiu and his team quickly learned about the matter. Their expressions varied. Humph. Yi Kan, sitting there, snorted coldly. I heard this kid is a lunatic, and now it seems to be true. Even if there's only a risk of encountering dark invasion, if it really happens, isn't it just courting death? I also heard that there might be small-scale demon gods inside. If you're not careful, you wouldn't even know how you died. My family also sent word that there's a high probability of small-scale demon gods being present. Although these small-scale demon gods might not rank among the true demon gods or pillar gods, they're still not something ordinary people can face. Hearing the other team members say this, Yi Kan sat up straight and chuckled. Regarding the news about demon gods, the Ying Nation hasn't leaked a single word. Clearly, their intentions aren't pure. Everyone present was ranked in the top 20 on the leaderboard, and each came from influential families, so it was normal for them to know such information. Ah, Looks like Chenggu is in for some fun this time. You're so bad. Fun. This is clearly heading for disaster. Honestly, forget demon gods, even Dark Invasion alone is enough to give him a hard time. Hara, what do you mean a hard time? It's enough to send him straight to the king of hell. Ha! The group laughed and chatted as they discussed. At this moment, Yi Xiao, who had been quietly reading the forum posts, suddenly spoke in a deep voice. Stop talking. Open the Academy forum and look at the 921st post. 921st floor, what joke are you all talking about? Instead of fearing Dark Invasion, why not check out this news? All I can say is you're ignorant. Related link. The day before college entrance exams, Chenggu and Crescent Financial Group's heiress Quan Zian fought their way out of a Dark Invasion secret realm. What? He's already experienced Dark Invasion. 2 people survived a Dark Invasion? How is that possible? The smiles on the faces of those present gradually froze. Although they had never personally encountered Dark Invasion, their elders often mentioned it, and some even had relatives who perished in Dark Invasion. This news once again caused an uproar on the forum, with a group of people discussing the authenticity of the news one after another. Just as the Academy forum was in chaos, Nagayama Nobuhide was in his dormitory, sneering inwardly. Chenggu, don't get too complacent. Someone like you has already become a threat to our Ing nation. I will never allow you to return safely. Nagayama Nobuhide was inherently ambitious. He was not only aiming for the position of Emperor of Ing nation, but also for greater territories. The Eastern Federation was essentially a relatively loose alliance. If one day he ascended to the throne of Ing nation, he would undoubtedly plan for even greater ambitions. Someone as powerful as Chenggu, a master of magic cards, had clearly become a threat to his plans. He had already interacted with Chenggu and confirmed that Chenggu could not be used by him, so he could only find a way to eliminate Chenggu. On Chun Ji's side, preparations for the trip to Ing nation were already in full swing. As for the matters on the Academy forum, he didn't care at all. Words are meaningless, only being strong enough can silence those people. Before this, he had also called his family to let them know he was safe. Meanwhile, Quan Zian and Kim Yejong, in order not to hold Chenggu back, had taken on many short-term missions to quickly improve their magic card master levels before heading to Ing nation. Chenggu, this mission is far more difficult than you think. If you sense danger, you must not act recklessly. Retreat immediately, understand? When Elderly learned that Chenggu was taking on the Ing nation mission, he was somewhat concerned, given the complexity of the situation. But for students to grow, they must go through various trials. If they grow up in a greenhouse for too long, they will never become stronger magic card masters. Before their departure, Elderly specially came to see them off and give his advice. Elderly, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Chenggu smiled and nodded, then boarded the high-speed transport plane to Ing nation under Elder Li's watchful gaze. Ing nation is located on an island overseas in the Eastern Federation. Although it's called an island, it's actually much larger than the land before Blue Star expanded. From the Eastern Federation to there, without taking the high-speed transport plane, even airplane fuel wouldn't be enough to reach Ing nation. On this high-speed transport plane, besides Chenggu and his group of 6, there was also Nagayama Nobuhide's team. After all, he was a prince of Ing nation. He couldn't avoid going just because he was afraid, right? In addition, there were 3 teams summoned from Storm's Eye, Hongmen, and Azure Dragon Guild. Guilds require a lot of funding to sustain themselves, and as long as the money is sufficient, they'll take on even the most dangerous missions. Besides, the probability of a Dark Invasion is similar to the chance of drawing an epic or legendary magic card, so there's no need to worry too much. Most of the whiteboard cards sold on the market also come from these guilds. Chenggu, thank you for taking on this mission. Chenggu and Nagayama Nobuhide sat across from each other. Nagayama Nobuhide smiled warmly, but inwardly, he was sneering. What he really wanted to say was, thank you for coming to die, and for bringing along Mayano Yuzuki, that useless burden. You're welcome, we're just taking what we need. Chenggu responded with a smile. What Chenggu really wanted to say was, when you die in front of me, I hope you can still thank me like you do now. The two looked at each other, both wearing business-like fake smiles. Hello, Leader Chun. I am Yang Fan from the Qinglong Gang. For this mission, I hope Leader Chun can guide us. Although people outside referred to it as the Qinglong Guild, the members themselves called it the Qinglong Gang, and internally, they referred to their president as the gang leader. Yang Fan was a young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, exuding righteousness, and he was about the same age as Chen Ge. In previous years, most of the outstanding students from the Eastern Federation would enter academies through the college entrance exam, but some would directly join various guilds and receive special training. Yang Fan and his team were such individuals. Hello, and I hope you can take care of us as well. Chen Ge responded with a smile. Not at all. We originally weren't planning to come, but upon hearing that Leader Chun would be participating in this mission, our Hall Master Chu sent us here, hoping we could learn from you. Yang Fan smiled sincerely, his attitude genuinely earnest, not pretentious at all. Hall Master Chu really flatters me. Chen Ge replied with a smile. President Chun, we are members of Storm's Eye. My name is Tong Bai, and I hope President Chun can guide us as well. Tong Bai was dressed meticulously, nodding repeatedly as he spoke, appearing smooth and tactful, much like the capital-driven nature of Storm's Eye itself. And I hope you can guide us as well. Chen Ge responded with a smile and nods, maintaining a polite demeanor despite his current prominence, without acting superior. However, the young man dressed in Hongmen attire, sporting a goatee despite his youth, was curiously observing Chen Ge, though his gaze lingered more on Quan Zian and Mayano Yuzuki. These women were indeed eye-catching wherever they went, but his gaze was frivolous, making people uncomfortable. After greeting Yang Fan and Tong Bai, Chen Ge narrowed his eyes and looked at the goatee. When Chen Ge wasn't serious, he always wore a gentle smile, but when he became serious, his entire aura transformed. The goatee couldn't help but take a sharp breath, instinctively looking at Chen Ge. Even Nagayama Nobuhide and the others present couldn't help but turn their attention to Chen Ge. That aura, for Nagayama Nobuhide, was something he had only felt from his father, but Chun Ji's was even more intense. This must be an illusion. Nagayama Nobuhide naturally didn't want to admit such a fact. Yang Fan, on the other hand, was secretly astonished. I actually felt the aura of a gang leader emanating from him. Hallmaster Chu was indeed right. Chen Ge is not to be underestimated. He had already trusted Hallmaster Chu Tianyuan's words, but now he was even more convinced. No wonder he's the legendary freshman of Shindu Academy, and no wonder he refused to join our guild. Tong Bai and his team exchanged glances, secretly astonished in their hearts. Leader Chun has such an imposing presence. I am Gu Tianming from Hongmen. Gu Tianming clasped his fists and said. Chen Ge quietly looked at him, without responding as he did earlier. Just like that, the atmosphere in the cabin suddenly dropped to freezing point. After a while, Gu Tianming chuckled lightly. As expected of the leader of the new world, the aura is indeed different, completely disregarding others. No wonder you didn't respond to the invitation from our Hongmen. Invitation? Chen Ge frowned and glanced at Quan Zian beside him. Quan Zian immediately leaned close to Chun Ji's ear and whispered, Sorry, I didn't want such matters to disturb you, so I didn't tell you. Besides, you're now a student of the Shindu Academy. Even if Hongmen is bold, they wouldn't dare to act against you easily. Chen Ge nodded slightly, not caring much. After all, he wouldn't agree to any kind of invitation. Seeing Quan Zian suddenly change so much, even thinking of him in every way, Chen Ge couldn't understand. What is going on with this woman? It seems my strength has conquered her. Thinking this, Chen Ge chuckled lightly and ignored Gu Tianming. Talking more was pointless if others were rude. He would respond in an even ruder manner. Squeak. Seeing Chen Ge ignore him, Gu Tianming clenched his steel teeth tightly, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. However, he didn't erupt on the spot. Then, he glanced at Changshan Xinshu not far away, exchanged a slight nod with a smile, and Changshan Xinshu looked at him with interest. Over the next 15 days, apart from the supersonic transport plane landing to refuel before heading out to sea, the rest of the time was spent in the air. During this period, Chen Ge had sporadic conversations with Changshan Xinshu and became quite familiar with Yang Fan. Compared to others, Yang Fan was a straightforward young man without any scheming. Every time Chen Ji's gaze met Tong Bai's, Tong Bai would nod repeatedly with a smile, showcasing his smooth and tactful personality to the fullest. As for Gu Tianming, they deliberately sat far away, avoiding interaction with Chun Gu and his group. However, Chun Gu could occasionally catch Gu Tianming's hostile gaze. It seems this mission will be quite interesting. Of course, Chun Gu also noticed the occasional eye contact between Gu Tianming and Changshan Xinshu. On the 16th day at noon, the supersonic transport plane finally reached its destination. This journey was truly not easy. Welcome, everyone, to our Ing country. At Ing country's eastern capital airport, the portly Minister of Foreign Affairs personally came to greet them, showing the importance Ing country placed on this restricted zone mission. As Chun Gu and his team disembarked from the supersonic transport plane, they saw a group of people bowing deeply, their attitude extremely respectful. It was often said that the people of Ing country were very particular about etiquette, and this bowing gesture was indeed commendable. Hello, Chun Gu. Long time no see, Your Highness the Third Prince. The Minister of Foreign Affairs first straightened his posture and extended his hand to Chun Gu, then greeted Changshan Xinshu beside him. Although Ing country had invited a large number of foreign reinforcements, the main force for this mission was still Chun Ji's team from Shindu Academy. After all, the prestige of the Divine Capital Academy is not just empty talk, and Chun Ji's reputation as a legendary freshman has already spread far and wide. Hello. Chun Gu extended his hand for a handshake. After some pleasantries, everyone boarded the specially prepared stretch limousine and headed towards the Eastern Palace. The Empire of Ing is currently under the rule of an autocratic emperor, and the Eastern Palace is the residence of Emperor Nagayama Masakazu. The convoy moved forward, and since the eastern capital of Ing is the capital city, coupled with the abundant resources due to Blue Star's expansion, its prosperity needs no further elaboration. They eventually arrived at the Eastern Palace, a complex of buildings showcasing extreme luxury. Although the architecture was intricate, it lacked a certain spirit and was far from being grand or majestic. Finally, the convoy stopped in front of a grand hall. This hall, while exquisitely crafted, still lacked a sense of grandeur. Student Chun Gu, everyone please. His Majesty has been waiting for quite some time. The Minister of Foreign Affairs bowed slightly and gestured for them to proceed. All right, Chun Gu followed the Minister of Foreign Affairs into the hall. Inside, seated on the throne was a man with a faint smile on his lips. He wore the distinctive hairstyle of the Ing people and sat there quietly, exuding an aura of authority without anger. Clearly, he was a powerful magic card master. On both sides of the hall, other ministers sat upright and solemn. Greetings to His Majesty. Long live His Majesty, long live, long live. As soon as they entered, the Minister of Foreign Affairs shouted loudly and knelt before Nagayama Masakazu. Seeing this, Chun Gu frowned, standing straight without moving. What era is this? Still doing this kind of thing? Initially, Mayano Yuzuki also intended to kneel, but upon seeing Chun Gu remain standing, she furrowed her brows and decided not to kneel either. Additionally, the members of Storm's Eye and Hongmin stood there, looking around. Kneeling before an emperor? That was something from ages ago. Why are they still doing this? It's utterly ridiculous. How dare you? Why don't you? At that moment, the man beside Nagayama Masakazu spoke in a sinister tone. Sigh. Nagayama Masakazu raised his hand to interrupt, saying, Everyone has their own customs, there's no need to force them. He then smiled and gestured for them to sit. Honored guests from afar, please have a seat. Thank you. Chun Gu and the others sat down, and someone served them tea. Only then did Nagayama Masakazu speak leisurely. Everyone, it is our great honor that you have come to our Empire of Ing. Here, on behalf of all the people of Ing, I extend my sincerest gratitude to you. Thank you all. The ministers below also bowed in gratitude. The situation is urgent, and with the risk of dark invasion, coming here is an act of courage. Nagayama Masakazu then continued. This time, the Forbidden Zone appeared suddenly, without any warning. There are restrictions around it, allowing only magic card masters below diamond level to enter. We immediately sent people to clear it, and the reports they brought back indicate a risk of dark invasion inside. After pausing and thinking for a moment, Nagayama Masakazu continued. We're actually not very clear about the specifics. This Forbidden Zone is far more complex than we imagined. If any of you have concerns and wish to withdraw, we want to stop you. This clearly implies something deeper. It seems this forbidden zone is far more than just the dark invasion. Chun-gu murmured in his heart while sipping tea, remaining alert. Obviously, Nagayama Masakazu was giving a precautionary warning, and he had already laid the groundwork. If anything were to happen, he could easily absolve himself of responsibility. However, Chun-gu naturally wouldn't back down for such reasons. With his current level of strength, he believed he had enough power to protect himself. Moreover, although In-country is an island nation, some areas are very close to the Eastern Federation. If In-country were to completely fall, it would undoubtedly pose a threat to the Eastern Federation, which was something he didn't want to see. Besides, one must be ruthless to stand firm, and fortune favors the bold. Neither of these principles allowed him to retreat. Seeing that no one below had any objections, Nagayama Masakazu nodded in satisfaction and continued. Apart from you all, I've also extended invitations to other super guilds from other worlds. Due to the distance, it might take some time for them to arrive, but when they do, your pressure will be partially alleviated. After all, facing the crisis of a fallen nation, Nagayama Masakazu certainly wouldn't place all his hopes solely on the Eastern Federation. Chun-gu had nothing to say about this. After all, there were plenty of secret realms and abysses, so having more people wouldn't make much difference. Nagayama Masakazu then briefly explained the situation again before saying, I've arranged a banquet and invite you all to join me. In the coming days, there will be designated personnel to arrange your entry into the Forbidden Zone. Since it was a personal invitation from Nagayama Masakazu, Chun-gu and the others naturally couldn't decline. At the banquet, most of the time was spent with Nagayama Masakazu praising Chun-gu for his youthful talent, and his admiration for Chun-gu was expressed without reservation. However, Chun-gu noticed that Nagayama Masakazu's gaze toward Mayano Yuzuki was somewhat off, seemingly filled with disdain. This indirectly indicated that Nagayama Masakazu was unlikely to let Mayano Yuzuki become the heir to the throne of In-country. The news of Mayano Yuzuki being the heir to the throne was most likely released by Nagayama Masakazu to motivate his third son. Thinking of this, Chun-gu couldn't help but glance at Nagayama Nobuhide, not far away. Their eyes met, and both exchanged fake smiles with slight nods, though their minds were filled with their own thoughts. That night, the group was arranged to stay in the Eastern Capital Palace, while Nagayama Nobuhide secretly met with Gu Tianming. Third Prince. Gu Tianming cautiously cupped his fists toward Nagayama Nobuhide. Please have a seat. At this moment, Nagayama Nobuhide was sitting in a pavilion drinking tea. Upon seeing Gu Tianming arrive, he quickly invited him to sit down. Gu Tianming sat across from him, carefully took the tea handed to him by Nagayama Nobuhide, and then asked, Your Highness, if you have any instructions, just let me know. As long as the price is fair, our Hongmen will certainly deliver. After speaking, he downed the tea in his cup in one gulp, showing a hint of boldness. Nagashima Nobuhide smiled as he picked up the teapot to pour tea for Gu Tianming, then said, Before this mission ends, Chun-gu and Mayano Yuzuki must not return alive. This. Gu Tianming actually already understood the matter, but pretended to hesitate and said, This won't be easy. Chun-ji's reputation is well known now. In just over a month, he's managed to establish himself at the Divine Capital Academy, ranking 563rd on the points leaderboard. He's not someone easy to deal with. This was merely a tactic to negotiate a better price, and Nagashima Nobuhide was well aware of it. He simply said, As for the price, as long as they don't return alive, I'll double it. If it's done beautifully, I'll double it again. Upon hearing this, Gu Tianming's eyes lit up, and he smiled without saying a word. The price was very fair. Nagashima Nobuhide poured himself a cup of tea and, while drinking, said, Chun-ji's reputation is well known, and we must not underestimate him. We definitely can't confront him head-on. The best approach is to have someone monitor Chun-gu and his team once they enter the Forbidden Zone. If they encounter dark invasions or other dangers, we wait for the right moment and strike decisively. What do you think? Hara, I share the same thoughts as Your Highness. Let them handle the Forbidden Zone crisis for In-country first, and when the time is ripe, we strike to eliminate future troubles. Gu Tianming laughed heartily. Come, since the plan is set, let's toast together and wish for the success of this operation. Nagashima Nobuhide raised his teacup. Cheers. Bang. The two toasted with tea instead of wine, laughing heartily. After resting for a day at the Eastern Capital Palace, Chun-gu and his team officially set off for the mission's destination. Due to the urgency of the situation, Nagashima Masakazu personally came to see them off, which showed the importance of the mission. The high-speed transport aircraft landed at Yoshino City, slightly away from the Forbidden Zone, and then they transferred to a helicopter, which took them to the temporary base. At the base was a lean and decisive emergency minister, specifically assigned to handle related matters. The base was vast, and they had been continuously monitoring the expansion speed of the Forbidden Zone. At this moment, Chun-gu and his team were in a tent listening to the emergency minister's briefing. In the center of the tent was a large sand table. Not long ago, this Forbidden Zone was only 120,000 square kilometers. Now it has expanded to 125,000 square kilometers. If we don't quickly clear the secret realms and abysses inside, this area will likely continue to grow. Over time, the secret realms and abysses inside might undergo mutations. After finishing, the emergency minister looked at Chun-gu and the others present and asked, "When do you plan to go in?" "I've already prepared the necessary supplies." 125,000 square kilometers is no small area. It is densely forested, with ravines crisscrossing, and contains numerous secret realms, abysses, and even spatial rifts. There is also the possibility of encountering beasts that have emerged from those rifts, making it extremely dangerous. Today, our team has rested for too long. During this period, Chun-gu and his team had gone nearly 20 days without fighting, mostly resting, and each of them was eager for battle. As for the other teams, since they weren't going together, it didn't matter to them. In that case, we will set off today as well. Us too. The other teams naturally refused to be outdone. The emergency minister nodded and continued. This is the western part of the restricted zone. There are several routes you can go in alone or together. Chun-gu asked without hesitation. Since you mentioned a dark invasion, there must have been a team that encountered it, right? Where's the place that was invaded by darkness? I plan to go directly there. Directly to the place of the dark invasion? As soon as these words were spoken, the emergency minister and everyone present were stunned. Although they had come, they were still praying not to encounter the dark invasion, as it was too dangerous. But Chun-gu, on the other hand, directly pointed to the dark invasion, and his confidence was unmistakable in his words and demeanor. Even Su Li and Quan Zian, who knew how strong Chun-gu was, couldn't help but glance at him. To be honest, Su Li was still somewhat afraid, as the dark invasion was completely unknown to him. Quan Zian, having experienced the dark invasion, felt more lingering fear the monstrous beasts that covered the sky often appeared in her dreams. However, what came to her mind more often was the ambiguous scene of Chun-gu holding her face. Quan Zian's face turned red involuntarily. Kim Yejung and Kim Yale, the two sisters, couldn't hide their excitement upon hearing about going to the dark invasion. Compared to the others, they seemed overly enthusiastic. Meanwhile, Mayano Yuzuki's eyes looked at Chun-gu in disbelief. What kind of confidence did he have to say such a thing? Even though she knew Chun-gu had experienced the dark invasion, she couldn't help but feel uneasy. The emergency minister himself was a master-level magic card user, and he understood what the dark invasion represented. When he heard those 4 words, his heart trembled, as his once proud brother had died in a dark invasion. And yet, this young man in front of him was so eager, truly worthy of being the legendary freshman of the Divine Capital Academy. His courage alone was impressive. Apologies, there was indeed a dark invasion at the time, but when we returned, the secret realm had disappeared. The emergency minister said solemnly, "The appearance of this restricted zone is already very strange, and now with this situation, we are indeed at a loss." Hearing Chun-gu directly mention the dark invasion, Nagayama Nobuhide and Gu Tianming exchanged glances, feeling uneasy. This level of confidence was overwhelming, putting unprecedented pressure on them. If they weren't 100% sure they could kill Chun-gu, they wouldn't dare act rashly. Upon hearing this, Chun-gu asked again, "In that case, Which route has the densest number of secret realms and abysses? Let our team take the lead. After all, we are the main force. Hearing this, Nagayama Nobuhide and Gu Tianming felt a bit sour but had to endure it, as it was indeed the truth. It's this one. The emergency minister pointed to a path that followed a river upstream, leading to the center of the restricted zone, where a tall mountain range stood. What is the situation with that mountain range? Chungu pointed at the mountain range and asked, Sorry, our people have never been there, so we don't know the situation there. This sand table was also drawn based on old maps. The Minister of Emergency paused slightly as he said this. Although it was just a moment, Chungu had already noticed it. These people from in-country clearly knew something, but chose not to say it outright. All right, this route it is. Prepare the supplies. We're heading out now. Chungu no longer hesitated and directly spoke to the Minister of Emergency. Immediately, Nagayama Nobuhide pointed to the route next to Chunji's team and said, Our squad will take this route. Gu Tianming pointed to another route. Then we'll take this one. The two of them happened to choose the routes on either side of Chunji's team, sandwiching them in the middle. Seeing this, Chungu sneered inwardly, curious to see what tricks they might play. Meanwhile, Yang Fan and Tong Bai quickly chose their routes, and the group was led to the supply depot. The supplies here are abundant. Take as much as you need based on your situation. Please, go ahead. The Minister of Emergency opened the storage warehouse, allowing everyone present to take what they needed. After all, this forbidden zone spans 125,000 square kilometers, with many unknowns inside. Naturally, the more supplies they carried, the better. Nagayama Nobuhide and Gu Tianming were the first to enter, each carrying out over a month's worth of food. When Su Li and the others were about to enter, Chungu suddenly stopped them. Boss, what are you doing? Su Li was momentarily stunned, looking hesitant. The others present also looked at Chungu with confusion. Chungu, however, activated his skill card. Skill card, Infinite Summon. Pet card, Skeleton Knight. Swish, swish, swish. Immediately, 10 skeleton knights appeared before everyone. Take as much as you can carry. Chungu commanded the skeleton knights. Before long, the 10 skeleton knights had almost emptied the storage warehouse that the Minister of Emergency had been so proud of. All right, this should be enough. Let's head out. Chungu nodded in satisfaction. Since no one had specified a limit on how much they could take, it was naturally better to take as much as possible to avoid wasting time due to a shortage of supplies later. And so, Chunji's team of 6 set off into the distance under the astonished gazes of the Minister of Emergency, Nagayama Nobuhide, and Gu Tianming. When did pet monsters become transporters of supplies? This was definitely a path they had never imagined. And why did Chungu have 10 Skeleton Knight cards? These were rare cards had they become so cheap? Even Chunji's own team members were following behind him with stunned expressions. Using pet monsters to transport supplies was a method they had never considered. Truly, Chunji's creativity was unparalleled. The group soon arrived near the river and began following it deeper into the Forbidden Zone. Meanwhile, Nagayama Nobuhide and Gu Tianming, after a moment of shock, also started heading into the Forbidden Zone according to their plans. Although the Forbidden Zone spans 120,000 square kilometers, and they were flanking Chunji's team on either side, the distance between them was still considerable. Monitoring Chunji's team wouldn't be an easy task. The towering trees reached the sky, accompanied by the sound of flowing water and the crisp chirping of birds. Although the expansion of Blue Star has made everything seem distant, the vast primeval forests have brought new vitality to this world. The jungle is home not only to magical beasts, but also to ordinary animals. If Chungu and his team wanted, they could occasionally hold a barbecue party there. 10 skeleton knights led the way ahead, moving at a leisurely pace, while Chungu and his team followed behind, relaxed and carefree. Ding, Platinum 1-star Secret Realm. Ding, Platinum 1-star Abyss. Ding, Platinum 1-star Secret Realm. 20 minutes later, the group encountered their first batch of secret realms and abysses. There are so many secret realms and abysses here. It looks like it will take some time. Let's set up camp here. Once we've cleared this area, it should be dark, Chungu said to the group behind him. The others had no objections. They found an open space and had the skeleton knights transport supplies and set up tents. while Suli went to scout the nearby abysses and secret realms. Boss, 3 on the left, 4 on the right, all secret realms and abysses. Not long after, Suli returned to report. Chunga nodded, about to speak, but Suli quickly stepped forward. Boss, they're just platinum 1-star secret realms and abysses. You don't need to take action, right? I'm scared. Suli was well aware of Chun Ji's capabilities. If Chun Gu were to take action, the rest of them would only be left to pick up the scraps. Brother Chun, I don't think you need to step in right now. Brother Chen, I agree. Jin Yazhong and Jin Yale had witnessed Chen Ji's frenzied state with red eyes before. Thinking about it still made them shudder. If that version of Chen Gu were to act, there would be nothing left for them to do. Quan Zian stood silently on the side, but she shared the same thoughts. At least for now, it wasn't time for Chun Gu to step in. On the other hand, Mayano Yuzuki, seeing such a scene for the first time, was somewhat puzzled. Was Chun Gu really so strong that even his teammates were afraid of him? Just how powerful was he? Mayano Yuzuki's watery eyes quietly observed Chun Gu. In truth, she was quite eager to see him in action. All right then. Actually, these ordinary abysses and secret realms couldn't pique Chen Ji's interest much. After thinking for a moment, he said, in that case, you can split into 2 teams and enter the abysses and secret realms separately. I'll send my magical pets to assist you. If there's a dark invasion inside, retreat if you can. If not, prioritize escaping. If the entrance starts emitting black mist, I'll immediately step in to support you. The situation with dark invasions is highly complex. Sometimes there's time to retreat, while other times there's no chance at all, and the entrance ends up being contaminated by black mist. Understood. Got it, Brother Chun. The group nodded slightly. In theory, as long as his magical pets were nearby, Chun Gu could absorb magic power without entering himself. Meanwhile, Chun Gu could stay outside, enjoying life while absorbing magic power. With the sound of flowing water and the fragrance of flowers and birdsong, wouldn't it be a waste not to enjoy it? He was undoubtedly conserving his energy, waiting for the arrival of a dark invasion that would be his moment to shine. As for the blank cards, members can turn in blank cards to earn points, and with points, they can exchange for some magic cards in the guild. Several people here have their eyes on certain magic cards, eagerly waiting. Unfortunately, their guild contribution points are insufficient, so they can only look on. If given the chance, they would definitely hand in their blank cards, as every point counts. After all, it's hard to draw a satisfactory magic card on their own. Sending magic pets in with us? This was the first time they had heard of such a thing, and they all looked astonished. Chun Gu had once again created a path they had never imagined. Without further explanation, Chun Gu drew 2 magic pet cards. Magic pet card, Death Knight Gaia. Magic pet card, Undead Knight Aquino. Instantly, 2 imposing undead knight commanders appeared before everyone. The warhorses beneath them loomed faintly in the black mist, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Standing alongside the 10 skeleton knights, their stature and aura were on a completely different level. Moreover, the 2 emitted a unique dark aura that made everyone feel a twinge of unease. 1 epic level knight leading 5 rare level knights. If we encounter any danger, they should be able to hold it off for a while. Chun Gu thought to himself, then said to the other 5, form your groups. Jin Yazhong and Jin Yale, the 2 sisters, would definitely stick together, otherwise their combat power would be more than halved. Since they were also familiar with Quan Jion, they formed a 3-person team. The remaining Mayano Yuzuki and Suli formed another team, which made sense. After all, Mayano Yuzuki's ranking was so high, she was definitely not as fragile as she appeared, and Suli had a god-tier magic card. With her current impressive track record, she could protect herself if danger arose. Remember, if you encounter a dark invasion, never act recklessly. Retreat immediately if you can, and if you can't, run and wait for my support. As the 5 were preparing to leave, Chun Gu solemnly reminded them. Finally, he gave Quan Jion a deep look. This woman had a history of overestimating her abilities, and he said this deliberately for her to hear, hoping she would understand. When Quan Jion saw the meaningful look in Chun Ji's eyes, her heart filled with a small sense of joy. Even at a time like this, he's still worried about me. This man is just too warm. How did I not notice this before? Quan Jion. Oh, Quan Jion, you were really too arrogant before. The more she thought about it, the more delighted she felt, even silently scolding herself a couple of times. All right, you guys head out. Chen Gu waved his hand, and the two teams set off toward their respective targets. The surrounding secret realms and abyss levels were about the same, so there wasn't much to choose from. They just picked the closest ones and went in. Sure enough, as long as someone leads them, even if the magic pet summoner doesn't enter, it still works. Seeing the magic pets enter the secret realm, Chun Gu's theory was once again confirmed. Magic pet card, Ghoul. He then summoned a ghoul and tried sending it into another secret realm on its own. The ghoul was immediately ejected upon entry, clearly indicating that magic pets could only enter if accompanied by a person. Otherwise, Chun Gu's clearing speed would have reached a whole new level. Soon, Chun Gu felt the increase in magic power. Just as he had thought, as long as the magic pet was nearby, it was determined that he had gained magic power simply perfect. Although the magic pet was only providing support and did not participate in the battle, the magic power gained was minimal, but it was better than nothing. Moreover, even if the magic pet joined the battle, this level of magical beast could not satisfy his magic power needs. Only encountering a dark invasion could cause his magic card master level to skyrocket. Otherwise, he could only accumulate power slowly. Feeling good, everything was happening as Chun Gu had anticipated. He stretched lazily and lay down on a hammock. The variety of supplies was incredibly rich. Almost everything you could think of was prepared. What Chun Gu needed to do now was wait for a few people to come out from inside. Once a dark invasion was discovered, he would immediately go in to provide support. The probability of a dark invasion was quite low, but the situation here was unknown. For safety's sake, the team members were divided into two groups, reducing the chances of encountering a dark invasion. If all 5 of them formed separate teams and entered 5 different secret realms or abysses, the probability of encountering a dark invasion would increase. If 2 of them encountered a dark invasion simultaneously, it would be troublesome. After all, the team members were not like him and might not be able to hold out until he resolved one dark invasion and then went to rescue the other. Meanwhile, Nagayama Nobushige, due to his special status, expanded his team to 20 people before entering the restricted area. Although entering the abyss or secret realm would reduce the magic power gained, the ability to mitigate risks would be greatly enhanced. Faced with the choice between gaining magic power and reducing risks, as a prince, Nagayama Nobushige naturally made the right decision. At this moment, Nagayama Nobushige was walking in the middle of the 20-person team. Thinking about how Chun Gu had just used 10 rare-level Skeleton Knight cards to transport supplies, he found it absurd. He couldn't understand how one person could obtain so many rare-level Skeleton Knight cards. Tisk, Nagayama Nobushige couldn't figure it out and clicked his tongue, saying, "Where do you think he got so many rare-level Skeleton Knight cards? I haven't heard of so many Skeleton Knight cards appearing on the market. Could it be that he drew them himself?" His face was full of confusion, unable to comprehend it at all. "Your Highness, Skeleton Knights are rare-level magic pet cards, and people generally don't sell them, let alone so many at once. A friend of mine once drew 10 Skeleton Warrior cards simultaneously. Maybe he was just lucky and happened to draw 10 of them," a team member replied. Nagayama Nobushige nodded slightly. That's the only way to understand it. But I've heard he also has 2 baby dragon cards, so he must lean toward the summoning type. Although Chun Gu's possession of dragon-type magic pet cards was a secret, quite a few people knew about it. Chun Gu had never tried to hide it. While he kept some things under wraps, what was meant to be revealed would eventually be revealed. After all, you would have to fight in front of others sooner or later, and it was only a matter of time before they found out. The ones guessing that Chun Gu had the Twin Frost Young Dragon card were mainly Yi Tian, Chui Tianling, and their small group. Naturally, they were the ones who leaked this information to Nagayama Nobuhide. A summoner tends to be inherently fragile. If we find an opportunity, we can directly attack Chun Gu. Nagayama Nobuhide had a rough plan in mind and immediately called upon a member skilled in speed, instructing him to monitor Chun Gu and report back at any time. In addition to his 20-member team, Nagayama Nobuhide also hired teams from other guilds. In 2 days, the number of teams would expand further, which was the foundation of his confidence in defeating Chun Gu and his group. Meanwhile, Gu Tianming, benefiting from Nagayama Nobuhide's influence, had expanded his team to 10 members. To ensure everything went smoothly, Hongmin would send people over in 2 days as a precaution. After all, Hongmin was a super guild having accepted payment. They naturally had to handle things cleanly and efficiently. At this moment, Gu Tianming also sent people to monitor Chen Ji's group from another direction. This mission was already complicated, and with Nagayama Nobuhide's involvement, it became even more intricate. Crackle. Meanwhile, Chen Gu was preparing a barbecue. As he lay idly on a hammock, a clueless wild boar suddenly charged straight at him. Isn't that a coincidence? Since it came, it might as well serve its purpose. The wild boar was now roasting over the fire. There were plenty of dead trees around, so gathering some wood was easy. As for seasonings, those were naturally prepared beforehand. Life suddenly became delightful. Sizzle, sizzle, the wild boar on the fire began to sizzle, releasing an enticing aroma and delightful sounds. Chun Gu turned the wild boar while sipping his drink, feeling utterly relaxed. Those who knew him would understand he was here for a mission. Those who didn't might think he was out camping. Sigh, there's not much entertainment here. If only I could see what they're doing in the secret realm. Chun Gu couldn't help but sigh. Time passed minute by minute, and Nagayama Nobuhide's spy soon reached a nearby mountain. What's the situation on your end? Nagayama Nobuhide's voice came through the walkie-talkie the spy carried. Normally, walkie-talkies wouldn't work in restricted zones, but Mikami, a super company from in-country and a giant in information technology, had recently developed a short-range walkie-talkie that could be used in such areas. It was currently in the trial phase. As a prince of in-country, Nagayama Nobuhide naturally enjoyed the privilege of early access. While it would be difficult for Nagayama Nobuhide to contact Gu Tianming directly at this moment, the distance was sufficient for the spy to communicate with him. Your Highness, based on the map, I've already reached the vicinity. Climbing the mountain ahead shouldn't take long. The spy quickly ascended the mountain and was about to say it wouldn't take long to spot Chen Gu and his group. But as soon as he looked, he saw them. Using binoculars, he could clearly see Chen Gu brushing oil onto the wild boar. What's wrong? Why did you stop talking? Nagayama Nobuhide, slightly annoyed, questioned the sudden pause. The prince's authority was not to be challenged. Gurgle, the sizzling image of the wild boar dripping with oil was clearly visible to the scout through the telescope. Even from a distance, the enticing aroma could be felt, making him involuntarily swallow his saliva. After a moment, he responded, Your Highness, I have already locked onto Chun Ji's whereabouts. How is it? What are they doing now? They should be preparing to enter the secret realm, right? Nagayama Nobuhide asked impatiently. The scout hesitated for a moment and murmured, I don't see anyone else, but I see Chen Gu roasting a wild boar. What? Nagayama Nobuhide froze for a moment, thinking he had misheard. Chen Gu is there roasting a wild boar all by himself. It looks like he's been at it for quite a while, the scout replied again. My country is in dire straits, and he's here having a picnic? Damn it. Nagayama Nobuhide completely lost his composure upon hearing this. He had already planned to kill Chen Gu, and now this thought became even stronger. At this moment, the scout saw Su Li and Mayano Yuzuki being sent out of a secret realm. After exchanging a few words with Chen Gu, they eagerly entered another secret realm. What happened? Nagayama Nobuhide's face was full of resentment. If it weren't for his fear of Chun Ji's power, he would have already led his men to destroy him. The scout replied, Although Chen Gu is outside barbecuing, his other teammates seem to be clearing the secret realm. I saw Mayano Yuzuki and another man being sent out of the secret realm, and then they entered another one. Others are risking their lives inside, and he's outside barbecuing. How does someone like him still have followers? Nagayama Nobuhide sneered. It seems Mayano Yuzuki chose the wrong person. Someone like him would probably betray her at the first sign of danger. The more he thought about it, the more pleased he became, murmuring, Mayano Yuzuki, oh Mayano Yuzuki, you're just an illegitimate child with no sense. You deserve to die. All right, keep monitoring them and report any anomalies to me. With that, Nagayama Nobuhide hung up the walkie-talkie. Meanwhile, Gu Tianming's men had also reached another hill and were observing Chun-Ji's situation through a telescope. As Nagayama Nobuhide's ally, Gu Tianming also had a pair of walkie-talkies. What? Barbecuing on the spot? The goateed Gu Tianming trembled as he heard about Chun-Gu barbecuing in the restricted area, his hand stroking his goatee, suddenly pausing, his face filled with bewilderment. Chun-Gu clearly wasn't taking this restricted area seriously at all. Not to mention other dangers. The restricted area was known to have magical beasts, and barbecuing would release scents that could easily attract them. Wasn't he courting death? So this is the legendary freshman of Shindu Academy? Truly bold and skilled. A trace of apprehension flashed in Gu Tianming's eyes. He certainly wouldn't consider Chun-Ji's actions as foolish. Instead, he became even more cautious. Chun-Gu, as a legendary freshman who had entered Shindu Academy, must be fully aware of the situation. Clearly, he was acting with confidence and assurance. All right, I understand. Keep monitoring him and report to me immediately. Be careful not to let him discover you. Gu Tianming said solemnly before hanging up. Unknowingly, Su Li, Quan Zian, and the others had cleared all the secret realms and abysses around them. The sky had already darkened, signaling it was time to rest. More importantly, Chun-Ji's roasted wild boar was just ready. The group gathered around the campfire, eating while nodding repeatedly, praising Chun-Ji's culinary skills. These whiteboard cards are for us to submit in exchange for guild points. I've already recorded them. Quan Zian handed a stack of whiteboard cards to Chun-Gu. All right, Chun-Gu replied, taking the whiteboard cards from Quan Zian while enjoying the barbecue. What a delight. Establishing a guild was precisely for moments like this. Finally, it was time to reap the rewards. The group first raised their juice for a toast, then indulged in the feast while chatting casually. Meanwhile, Chun-Gu took advantage of the time to start drawing cards. The 5 of them had worked all afternoon and collected a total of 102 whiteboard cards. To be honest, it wasn't a lot, but it wasn't too little either. Under normal circumstances, it might not be possible to gather this many, mainly because this area was a restricted zone. Magic infused into the first whiteboard card. Magic card name. Vision sharing type. Special magic card effect. Allows you to access the vision of your summon magic pets and switch freely. Description. This is a very useful card for summoning type magic card users. It lets you have the vision of your magic pets. You might call it a useless card, but it's actually quite rare. I was just thinking about this issue earlier, and happiness came so suddenly. Chun-Gu smiled as he placed the magic card into the magic source, once again feeling the respect for his luck as an EU emperor. Thinking about something and having it come true, this isn't just luck, this is practically divine gambling skills. With this card, he could observe the members' battles at any time and immediately know if there was a dark invasion in the secret realms or abysses. This was definitely a very useful special magic card. He continued drawing cards. The second card, low-level magic card. The third card, mid-level magic card. The 42nd card, magic card name, broken sword/quality, rare type, skill card. This was a skill card for sword-type weapons, not very useful for Chun-Gu, especially since its level was so low. It would be better to let guild members exchange it instead. The 62nd card, magic card name, skill amplification, epic level quality, epic type, special magic card effect. Can upgrade a legendary skill card to epic level. Description. Epic skill cards are more powerful than legendary skill cards. Who agrees? Who disagrees? Chun-Gu immediately checked his skill situation. Currently, the legendary skills he possessed were Power Amplification, Crescent Slash, Shatter Unmatched, and Windblade. Naturally, his first consideration was between Power Amplification and Shatter Unmatched. Upgrading Power Amplification would undoubtedly increase his strength by 200%, a tangible improvement, while Shatter Unmatched would ignore more defenses, but it was more abstract and intangible. After thinking it over, Chun-Gu decided to be practical and chose without hesitation to amplify Power Amplification. Magic card name, Strength Enhancement Quality, Epic type, Skill card effect. Increases your strength by 200% after use. Description. In a world like this, what humanity should revere is absolute strength, and strength enhancement is undoubtedly your best choice. A standard boost, nothing much to say, let's keep drawing cards. The 82nd card, Magic card name. Fist of Justice quality. Epic type. Skill card effect. When fighting with fists, you can ignore epic level and below defensive skills, directly attack the opponent, and completely ignore their defense. Description: fighting with fists is what makes a real man. And the fist of justice should strike those despicable, shameless, vile, lowly, and filthy people. Justice will prevail. This card. Chungu felt a bit helpless. Its effect is actually quite good, but since he uses a broadsword, this card doesn't hold much significance for him. However, thinking about it, if he ever encounters someone who doesn't know their place, the Fist of Justice would be very necessary. Tisk, Chungu clicked his tongue, put the magic card away for now, and decided to see how things go. If he really encounters someone who doesn't know their place, then he'll bind and use it. The 99th card. Magic card name. Hellhound quality. Intermediate type. Magic pet card skills. Nightmare bite. Hellhound description. It's a dog. Maybe it's not sneaky, but it's definitely a dog. You get it, right? The Hellhound belongs to the undead category, adding another member to the Scourge Legion. It was directly placed into the Mana Spring. The next few cards were unremarkable, nothing worth mentioning. Chungu opened the panel to check his current situation. Name: Chungu Talent. Luck Emperor Unique Level. Platinum 1 Magic Source. SSS Great Equipment. Magic Ring, Blood Demon or Magic Pet Cards. Frost Dragon Hatchling Legendary. Fire Dragon Hatchling Legendary. Skeleton King Romano Lee Legendary. Death Knight Gaia Epic. Undead Knight Aquino Epic. Netherworld Dragon Legendary. Undead Mage Piero Cameron Legendary. Skeleton Knight Black Iron Rare. Skeleton General Black Iron Advanced. Skeleton Archer Black Iron Intermediate. Hellhound Intermediate. Skeleton Warrior Bronze Low. Ghoul Low Skill Cards. Infinite Summon Mythical. Time Acceleration Mythical. Blood Frenzy Mythical. Fusion Mythical. Weapon Master Legendary. Berserk Legendary. Vitality Surge Legendary. Indestructible Legendary. Bloodsea Inferno Legendary. Dragon's Wrath Legendary. Speed Enhancement Epic. Strength Enhancement Epic. Crescent / Legendary. Unmatched Shatter Legendary. Wind Blade Legendary. Call of the Dead Rare. Twin Dragon / Rare Equipment Cards. Wings of the Brave Legendary. Battle Armor Crimson Emperor Legendary. Blood Moon Blade Legendary. Golden Bow Epic Special Cards. Vision Sharing. Divine Block. The next morning, everyone set out on their journey again. Beep. Platinum 1-star ruins. Beep. Platinum 2-star ruins. An hour later, a large number of abysses and secret realms appeared nearby. As usual, Chungu sat outside waiting while the other 5 got to work. At this moment, Chungu was lying on a hammock, sipping juice, and monitoring the Team's situation through vision sharing. Quan Xian, Kim Yejung, and Kim Yale were on one side. The two sisters were clearly the main damage dealers. Being twins, they had a deep connection and could completely trust each other to watch their backs. Both of them used umbrellas as weapons. Although they seemed leisurely, their actions were sharp and decisive when fighting. After slaying magical beasts, they would laugh and joke around, giving off the impression of being on a spring outing. However, their shortcomings were also obvious. Their magic sources were not high, and every time they used their mythical grade magic cards for a while, they needed a long rest afterward, during which they hardly used any skill cards. Of course, they wouldn't use recovery cards in such ordinary secret realms, as the cost was too high. As for Quan Xian, her magic source was S grade, which was already quite sufficient. However, she didn't have any mythical grade magic cards, only 2 legendary grade magic cards, and several epic and legendary ones. Legendary grade magic cards might be unattainable for most students, but they seemed somewhat inferior compared to the Kim sisters. Even as the daughter of a super consortium, she only has 2 legendary grade magic cards. I really am the Luck Emperor, Chungu murmured again. To encourage her, I specially rewarded her with a large amount of points based on her early contributions. If one day a core member can exchange for a Phantom God level magic card, she should have the best chance. I hope she keeps it up. During this period, Quan Xian's contributions to the New World have been evident to all. Although she is the daughter of the Crescent Financial Group, as long as she continues to work hard for the New World without ulterior motives, she will definitely be among the first truly core members. This, Chingu took a deep breath and frowned. But I just can't figure out why her behavior has changed so much. It's like she's a completely different person. Chingu furrowed his brows tightly, unable to understand it all. Forget it. I won't think about it anymore. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the ocean. I better not try to guess. As the saying goes, the more beautiful a woman is, the more dangerous she is. I better be cautious. I just hope she continues to work hard for my new world. After all, it's not often you see a financial group heiress working for someone else. Chingu then switched his view to Su Li and the others. Unlike his timid and playful demeanor when meeting Chingu, Su Li's expression in the secret realm was cold, constantly shuttling and hiding in the darkness, searching for opportunities. Almost every move he made was precise, ruthless, and steady, with no trace of emotion in his eyes, a living, emotionless killing machine. Su Li has truly changed. It's just a pity that his situation is similar to the two sisters. His magic source level is too low. As time goes on, his attack frequency has started to drop significantly. Magic cards that enhance the magic source are extremely rare, and those above B level are even rarer. If it weren't for Chun Ji's Luck King talent, he would most likely still be at an A-level magic source. Magic cards provide percentage-based enhancements, while the magic source determines the base values of magic power, physical strength, speed, and force, making it extremely critical. So now, even if Su Li and Jin Yajong have Phantom God-level magic cards, they can't compare to Chingu. The road is still long. Work hard and contribute more to the guild, and you'll all have a bright future. Chingu smiled and shifted his gaze to Mayano Yuzuki. Mayano Yuzuki gives off the impression of a gentle, water-like woman, and in battle, she manipulates water elements, which is quite aesthetically pleasing. However, judging from her combat performance, she is likely similar to Quan Xian, with at most 2 or 3 legendary magic cards. Her magic source should be higher than Su Li and Jin Yajong, but lower than Quan Xian. Although Chingu doesn't know the detailed situation of the 5, he can generally make judgments based on their battles. This won't do. Their speed is still too slow, which will affect the progress. Looks like I need to have a good talk with them. Chingu muttered after taking a sip of juice. If Su Li, Quan Xian, and the others heard this, they would surely be heartbroken. If the students from the Divine Academy heard it, they would question their existence. Let's not talk about anything else for now. Su Li is someone who can single-handedly take on platinum-level A-grade missions, and Mayano Yuzuki's ranking speaks for itself. These two being together, and yet people say it affects progress? If possible, they'd love to have that kind of impact, though it's uncertain if they'd ever get the chance. Time quickly passed, and evening arrived. A group of people planned to eat and then rest. Everyone, I have something I'd like to discuss with you, Chingu said with a smile. Boss, whatever it is, just say it. Brother Chen, go ahead. Everyone turned their attention to Chingu. After thinking for a moment, Chingu said, there are too many abysses and secret realms nearby. You all have to engage in high-intensity battles every day, so I plan to summon more magical pets tomorrow to join you in the fights. This way, we can speed things up. What do you think? All right, Brother Chen, I'll follow your lead. His younger sister, Jin Yale, raised her hand in agreement with a smile. This man is so considerate. Quan Xian felt a warmth in her heart, thinking how thoughtful Chingu was. Jin Yajong and Mayano Yuzuki looked expectant, eager to see the strength of Chingu's magical pets. Only Su Li had a gloomy expression. He had already foreseen his upcoming predicament. The reason everyone else was so happy was that they had no idea about the true strength of their boss's so-called magical pets. But with most people agreeing, what could he say? His boss's reasoning was sound and irrefutable. The next morning, after breakfast, the group moved forward for a while and encountered a large number of secret realms and abysses again. Before entering, everyone eagerly anticipated Chingu's magical pets. Sensing something, his younger sister Jin Yale cheerfully said to Chingu, who was preparing to summon his pets, Brother Chun, summon fewer of them, we want to fight too. All right, Chingu nodded with a smile and drew his magic cards. Skill card, Infinite Summon. Magical Pet card, Frost Hatchling Dragon. Magical Pet card, Fire Hatchling Dragon. Roar, roar. Chingu didn't summon too many, just 4 in total, 1 ice and 1 fire for each team. He was already being quite restrained with 5 people in the secret realms and abysses. They should still have opportunities to fight. Wow, dragons. Wow, hatchling magical dragons. So cute. The Jean sisters covered their mouths in surprise and delight, with a hint of anticipation. He has 2 more fire-type hatchling dragons now. This ISNT card drawing this is clearly stocking up. So envious. Quan Xian's eyes were brimming with envy as she looked at the 4 hatchling dragons in the sky. She just couldn't understand how Chingu always managed to stock up so much. Of course, it's because he is handsome. Quan Xian sneaked a glance at Chingu. He really was handsome, and good luck was just something he couldn't help. F for hatchling dragons. This. When Mayano Yuzuki saw this scene, her calm eyes trembled slightly, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. Dragon-type magical pets were already rare, let alone 4 of them. This was simply too shocking. Thankfully, they weren't 4 adult dragons otherwise. How would anyone else even stand a chance? Seeing these 4 young dragons, Su Li felt like a deflated balloon. The other 4 people hadn't yet realized the value of these young dragons. It wouldn't take long for them to understand. Su Li felt bitter inside, but he didn't say anything, because saying it wouldn't help. All right, you guys set off. Chun Gu waved his hand, and the 2 teams headed towards their respective targets. Meanwhile, in the distance, Nagayama Nobuhide's spy turned pale, his face resembling the color of pig liver upon seeing the 4 young dragons. For the past 2 days, Chun Gu had been idling around, either sleeping or eating. When he was bored, he would bully the small animals nearby. Initially, it didn't seem like much, but then he suddenly summoned 4 young dragons? What kind of concept was this? Was he playing around? Shaking, the spy opened the walkie-talkie to report this situation to Nagayama Nobuhide. For young dragons, this was definitely explosive news. Hello, what's the situation? Nagayama Nobuhide answered the walkie-talkie with an air of superiority. Gulp, the spy swallowed hard before saying, Your Highness, that Chun Gu is indeed a summoning-type magic card master. Just now he summoned 4 young dragons at once, 2 ice and 2 fire. What? Did he raid a dragon's nest? Or does his family run a dragon pet breeding farm? Nagayama Nobuhide's previously arrogant tone turned into an exclamation. Dragon-type magical pets were already difficult to deal with, and now there were 4 of them, making it even harder. This was definitely not good news for him. Taking a deep breath, Nagayama Nobuhide quickly regained his composure. After all, he managed to gain 500,000 points as a freshman in such a short time. He must have some skills. It's normal. Although the 4 young dragons were shocking, based on Chun Ji's recent performance, it wasn't entirely unexpected. If it weren't shocking, how could he have earned 500,000 points in a month? I understand. Continue monitoring him. Report any information about him immediately. Got it. Nagayama Nobuhide said gravely. Understood. The spy nodded emphatically. After the call ended, Nagayama Nobuhide, who was sitting and preparing to enter the secret realm, looked grim. 4 dragon-type magical pets. No wonder. He sighed, then asked the person next to him, When will the guild team you contacted arrive? Your Highness, the distance is quite far, so the exact time is hard to say. But I've already made arrangements in advance. As soon as they arrive, they'll follow our entry route immediately, at most 2 weeks. Nagayama Nobuhide's subordinate replied. 2 weeks. Nagayama Nobuhide frowned slightly, but said no more. Clearing this restricted area wouldn't be a matter of 1 or 2 days, so 2 weeks wasn't a big deal. Besides, he wasn't in a hurry to deal with Chun Gu. Of course, Gu Tianming also received the news. 4 for young dragons. And fire and ice? Is he planning to create an ice and fire 9 heavens? He's aiming for the heavens. Gu Tianming jumped up from the rock, almost unable to believe his ears. To confirm this fact, he asked twice, and finally, it was confirmed. Absurd. Absolutely absurd. Gu Tianming shouted hysterically. Brother Gu, this Chun Gu is clearly a summoning-type magic card master, so there's no need to worry too much. Exactly. When the time comes, we'll seize the opportunity and rush straight at him to finish him off. After all, he's the legendary freshman of the Divine Capital Academy. Although this situation is absurd, it's actually quite normal. Otherwise, How could he have climbed to over 500th place in just a month? The walkie-talkie was on speaker mode, so everyone around could hear. When they heard that Chun-Gu actually had 4 dragon-type magic pets, they were all dumbfounded, but quickly calmed down. The biggest problem with summoning-type magic card masters is their own fragility, which is a clear weakness. Yeah, what you said makes sense. When the opportunity arises, everyone rushes at Chun-Gu together and finish him off. Even if he has 10 or 100 baby dragons, so what? Gu Tianming gradually quieted down, already starting to plan in his mind. However, when he thought about Chun-Gu having 4 dragon-type magic pets, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. 4, that's 4 baby dragons. Meanwhile, in the secret realm where Quan Zian and her group were, roar, roar, an ice dragon and a fire dragon were rampaging, killing with great enthusiasm, while Quan Zian and her group stood not far away, unable to intervene, looking speechless. 2 baby dragons, with just one breath, wiped out a large area, leaving no chance for them to act. Brother Chun is so mean. He promised to give us a chance. Jin Yale pouted. Sigh, now I finally understand why Su Li had that expression back then. Jin Yazhong sighed deeply. She had noticed Su Li's change in expression earlier, but hadn't paid much attention to it. Now she finally understood. This situation makes them look so useless. Chun-Gu is really too considerate, truly. If it were the old Quan Zian, she might have been very angry, but now her first thought was that Chun-Gu was very considerate. This woman is probably beyond saving. Afterward, Quan Zian smiled brightly, while Jin Yazhong and Jin Yale followed behind the 2 baby dragons with helpless expressions, dejectedly absorbing magic power. Meanwhile, on Su Li and Mayano Yuki's side, roar, roar, Su Li looked at the 2 baby dragons in the sky, his mouth twitching, utterly helpless. This made him feel powerless once again. He just wanted to ask, isn't the gap between people a bit too big? When he faced those platinum 1-star magical beasts, it wasn't as easy as Chun-Ji's 2 baby dragons. Is this reasonable? Actually, it is very reasonable. Su Li and his team's magic card master levels are at the gold rank, and the difference in levels inevitably affects damage. Chun-Gu, on the other hand, is platinum 1-star, and the baby dragons he summoned are also platinum 1-star, so there is no level gap. More importantly, baby dragons are of legendary rank and have the aura skill Dragon's Wrath, which boosts damage by 500%, making it even more reasonable. At this moment, Mayano Yuki appeared very calm, even letting out a slight sigh of relief. She had always been quite resistant to this mission. Although she used the identity of the royal family of In-Country, with all her food, clothing, and expenses paid by them, she understood that she was merely a tool her father used to provoke Nagayama Nobuhide. In the current situation, the only direct threat to Nagayama Nobuhide's position as heir was her. Although she had never thought about it, Nagayama Nobuhide believed so. Because of this, Nagayama Nobuhide had used many means to bully her over the years. Can I always trust you, Chun-Gu? Mayano Yuzuki looked up at the 4 young dragons in the sky and murmured softly. Over the years, because of Nagayama Nobuhide, she had been wandering from one team to another, never finding a moment of peace. She truly longed for a place to belong, and Chun-Gu seemed to give her a glimmer of hope. Although she didn't know Chun-Gu well yet, she understood that these 4 young dragons were definitely not Chun-Ji's limit. Someone like him probably wouldn't be influenced by the royal family of In-Country or Nagayama Nobuhide, and she could stay peacefully like this. I really wish I could stay in this new world forever. Mayano Yuzuki whispered softly, a trace of inexplicable sadness flickering in her eyes. Night fell in the blink of an eye. Today, they were lucky enough to encounter a wild deer, and everyone gathered around the campfire to eat roasted venison in the evening. But most people remained silent. What's wrong? Why is everyone so quiet? Is there something you want to say? While eating the game, Chun-Gu noticed the strange atmosphere in the team and casually asked. Those present, especially Su Li, Jin Yazhong, and Jin Yale, exchanged glances, clearly wanting to say something. After a long pause, Jin Yale pouted. Brother Chun, you promised to give us a chance, but we didn't do anything today. Brother Chun, please give us a chance. We also need to keep fighting to grow stronger. Jean Yajong clasped her hands together and pleaded sincerely. Boss, please send out some weaker magic pets tomorrow. The dragon-type pets are really making us feel awkward. Suli quickly added. The whole day, they had almost no chance to take action, which was quite frustrating. They felt like they were useless, dispensable. All right, I'll send a few skeleton soldiers with you tomorrow. Will that work? Chun-gu said with a smile. Great. Thank you, Brother Chun. Finally, we'll have a chance to prove ourselves. Su Li and the two sisters cheered, and the atmosphere in the team became cheerful again. The next morning, the group continued their journey and soon came across a large number of abyssal secret realms. Everyone immediately waited for Chun-gu to summon his magic pets. Recalling the request from his teammates last night, Chun-gu began to draw cards. Skill card, Infinite Summon. Magic Pet card, Skeleton Warrior Bronze. Aside from ghouls, skeleton warriors were the weakest among all his magic pet cards, and the combat power of ghouls was so low that summoning them would be meaningless. Swish, swish, swish. In the blink of an eye, 20 skeleton warriors appeared in front of everyone. Skeleton warriors? These are the lowest level ones. Now we finally have a chance to take action. Great! Jean Yajong and her sister were overjoyed at this moment. When Su Li saw 20 skeleton warriors, he felt a sense of relief, but also sensed that something was off. His heart was uneasy, but since skeleton warriors were low-level magic cards, he didn't think too much about it. All right, you two teams, 10 each, set off. Chun-gu waved his hand, and the two teams headed toward their respective targets. Meanwhile, Nagayama Nobuhide's spy witnessed this scene, chuckled, and reported it to Nagayama Nobuhide. 20 skeleton warriors? He keeps so many of these trash cards in the magic source. I don't know what he is thinking. Nagayama Nobuhide couldn't help but laugh out loud. Skeleton warriors were considered trash even among low-level cards, and almost no one used them. Yet, Chun-gu had summoned 20 of them for himself, which made it even more amusing. No matter how many of these cards there were, they were a waste of magic power and could only compete with ordinary monsters of the same level. They were practically useless. Meanwhile, Gu Tianming also received the news. It seems Chun-gu has some strange hobby, doesn't he? Summoning so many skeleton warriors, what is the point? Gu Tianming stroked his goatee and laughed. His team members, who overheard the news, also burst into laughter. A summoner is supposed to summon, but he is messing around with these useless things. It seems that apart from dragons and a few night cards, he doesn't have any decent summoning cards left. When the time is right, we'll charge at him and make him summon skeleton warriors to dance for us. What do you all think? Ha ha. They laughed recklessly, not taking the skeleton warriors seriously at all. Generally speaking, useful magic pet cards had to be high level, otherwise they were completely useless and just a waste of magic power. That's why they thought this way. Meanwhile, on Quan Xian's side, Quan Xian, along with the cheerful sisters Jean Yajong and Jean Yale, stood with their mouths agape, staring blankly at the scene before them. 10 skeleton warriors charged into the monster horde, slashing one by one without hesitation. Their single-hit damage even seemed higher than theirs. Why do Chun-gu's skeleton warriors look so fierce, even though they're the same skeleton warriors? They don't seem like they were summoned from low-level magic cards at all. Jean Yale pouted and furrowed her brows, unable to figure it out. Are we sure these are skeleton warriors? Could they be diamond skeleton warriors? Or does Brother Chun have some kind of misunderstanding about skeleton warriors? Jean Yajong complained helplessly. Yesterday, the two baby dragons didn't even give them a chance to act, and now today, the 10 skeleton warriors were doing the same. What was the meaning of this? As expected of Chun-gu, even his skeleton warriors are stronger than others. Quan Xian secretly rejoiced in her heart. Then, she couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that just because he is handsome, the skeleton warrior's damage is boosted? After thinking for a while, she nodded firmly. That makes perfect sense. Afterward, Quan Xian smiled and followed behind the 10 skeleton warriors, while Jean Yajong and Jean Yale trailed behind, looking dejected. Their leader was so strong that it gave them an unprecedented sense of defeat. Previously, the two of them used to take pride in owning the God-tier twin star cards, but now that pride had been completely obliterated. They couldn't help but feel that Chungu's skeleton warriors were stronger than their god-tier magic cards. This was entirely a psychological effect on the sisters. Although Chungu summoned skeleton warriors, they were at least bronze level, with enhanced bone strength and combat power. Moreover, these skeleton warriors were all platinum 1-star, with no level gap compared to the beasts in front of them. Lastly, the aura skill Call of the Dead boosted their combat power by 10%, making them appear very strong. However, if they were to encounter elite or lord-level beasts, these skeleton warriors would still be insufficient, requiring the sisters to step in. Su Li and Mayano Yuzuki's side. Watching the 10 seemingly ordinary skeleton warriors wreak havoc ahead, Su Li's unease was finally confirmed. He just wanted to say, as an assassin, his instincts were spot on. Also, from now on, anything his boss summoned, no matter what it was, should not be judged with normal logic. So I just accept it. A being like the boss probably can't empathize with someone like me. Su Li gave up, letting those skeleton warriors slice and dice ahead while he watched from behind, no longer thinking about stepping in himself. Through these skeleton warriors, he also understood one thing: why his boss said they were too slow. Even the lowest level skeleton warriors under his boss killed faster than him, and without consuming much magic power. And today, Mayano Yuzuki wasn't as composed either. She couldn't understand why Chungu's skeleton warriors were so different from the ones she remembered. Other people's skeleton warriors struggled to fight beasts of the same level, but Chungu's seemed completely different. I really want to see where his limits lie. Mayano Yuzuki murmured, lightly biting her lip. Night fell again, and today Chungu encountered some wild chickens in the forest and roasted a few. During dinner, just like the previous night, everyone ate in silence. What's wrong? Why aren't you talking again tonight? Are those skeleton warriors not good enough? Chungu asked while devouring a chicken leg. No, they're great. Jean Yeo quickly put down her chicken leg and waved her hand. She had figured it out. She and Brother Chun were not in the same world. Saying anything further was meaningless and would only waste his time. She decided to just give up and let it be. We're not talking. It's just that, Brother Chun, your roasted chicken is so delicious. We don't have time to talk. Jin Yajong said while eating chicken, forcing a smile as she looked up at Chungu. Saying anything more was pointless. The truth was that they weren't strong enough, not even as strong as 10 skeleton warriors. It was all their fault and had nothing to do with Brother Chen. If they were to blame anyone, it would be themselves for being too weak. Exactly. Su Li nodded repeatedly in agreement. He had come to understand one thing. In the face of absolute strength, they were like grasshoppers after autumn, better not to jump around unnecessarily, as it was utterly meaningless. Hearing this, Chungu smiled and started chatting casually, and the atmosphere of the team became pleasant again. Over the next few days, Su Li and the others no longer forced themselves to take action, and the speed of clearing the secret realms and abysses became faster day by day, significantly accelerating their progress. However, up to this point, they had not encountered any situations like dark invasions, nor had any special secret realms or abysses appeared. This directly resulted in too few whiteboard cards and magic power being obtained, which was far from meeting Chunji's needs. On this day, as the group was moving forward slowly, they suddenly saw a twisted spatial entrance ahead. The space had already intertwined with the surrounding scenery, extremely distorted, blocking their path. To proceed, they would either have to take a detour or enter it and clear out the monsters inside. Chaotic space. Seeing this, Chungu was not worried but rather delighted, finally encountering something worth his action. What is chaotic space? Jean Yale pouted, looking completely puzzled. Jin Yezhong sighed. Quietly, his sister only seemed energetic during battles and playtime, but during lessons, she would doze off, not even knowing such basic knowledge. He then began to explain. Chaotic space usually occurs in areas where secret realms and abysses are densely packed. The earlier secret realms and abysses haven't disappeared yet, and new ones keep appearing, overlapping and squeezing together, forming chaotic space. After thinking for a moment, he continued, because the distortion of space also causes the surrounding space to twist, it connects the nearby secret realms and abysses together. The area becomes extremely vast, the situation more complex, and sometimes even two types of monsters merge together, which is said to be very terrifying. By the way, this situation often accelerates the growth of some rare fruits. Suli said with a smile. Then shall we go in together? Chungu turned back and smiled. The group, eager to try, nodded and followed Chungu toward the entrance of the chaotic space. The skeleton knights dragging the supplies also followed them inside to avoid encountering any unknown situations outside that might lead to the loss of supplies. As they entered, the initial feeling was as if several colors were twisted together and spinning, making them feel dizzy. As they ventured deeper, their vision gradually widened until they could fully see the surroundings. Swamps, jungles, grasslands, snow-capped mountains, various landscapes intertwined and merged together. Here, it was pouring rain there, a desert storm raged. One area was sunny and pleasant, while another was shrouded in continuous drizzle. It was bizarrely abrupt, yet strangely mysterious, a masterpiece of nature's craftsmanship, offering a unique scenery. Following closely were various monster cries, rising and falling. Ding, Platinum 2-star Flying Snake Monster. Ding, Platinum 3-star Electric Beast. Ding, Unknown Creature. The monsters seemed to have sensed Chungu and his group, quickly converging toward them. Some of the beasts were normal, while others were completely the result of the fusion of two beasts, which made people feel somewhat uncomfortable. This was the consequence of spatial overlap. Before Chungu could speak, the team members had already prepared for battle and charged straight ahead. Meanwhile, Chungu calmly drew cards. Skill card, Infinite Summon. Pet card, Hellhound. In no time, 40 to 50 pitch black hellhounds, clearly vicious beasts at first glance, appeared before Chungu. They had ferocious faces, drooling mouths, and a fierce glint in their eyes as they looked at the surrounding beasts. Go scout the surroundings for me, Chungu said in a deep voice. The hellhounds scattered and began surveying the terrain for him. As the backbone of the team, Chunji's role was not to jump into battle immediately, but to remain steady in the center, assess the situation, and control the overall strategy. When he moved, it would be with the force of thunder. Meanwhile, the situation on Chunji's side had naturally been noticed by Nagayama Nobuhide. Your Highness, although the chaotic space is not as dangerous as the Dark Invasion, it is still not easy to handle. What should we do next? A scout asked. Nagayama Nobuhide glanced around. The people he was waiting for had not arrived yet, and the timing was not right. He replied, even the most ordinary chaotic space would take 7 or 8 days. By then, the people we invited should have arrived, and we can make plans then. Understood, Your Highness, the scout responded, and Nagayama Nobuhide ended the call. Since Nagayama Nobuhide remained inactive, naturally, Gu Tianming wouldn't act rashly either. Wow, there are vicious dogs. As the hellhounds scattered in all directions, they naturally passed by Quan Zian, Mayano Yuzuki, and the others. Among them, Jin Yale was the first to notice and exclaimed in surprise. Immediately, the women huddled together back to back, curling up in place, each with a resentful look directed at Chungu. Clearly, they were very displeased with Chunji's hellhounds, but didn't know what to say. For women, 8 resentful eyes fixed on him, one of them even with teary eyes, looking pitifully at him. Chungu couldn't help but smile wryly. He really didn't do it on purpose, he just hadn't thought it through. Sorry, next time I release the dogs, I'll make sure to inform you, Chungu said with an awkward laugh. Although the saying goes, no women in the heart, draw the sword naturally divine, he couldn't completely ignore them either. Careless. After the hellhounds passed, the group continued fighting while Chungu kept switching perspectives to observe the situation in the chaotic space. Rain-dew fruit can slightly increase magic power storage. Though the effect is minimal, it's better than nothing. Heavenly Eye fruit, while it won't give you heavenly vision, it can refresh and brighten your eyes. Not bad. Dragon Tiger fruit can enhance some blood energy. Being a top student, Chungu quickly identified a large number of precious fruits through the perspective switching. Although the effects of these fruits were not even 1/10 of the blood dragon fruit, the blood dragon fruit was extremely rare. These fruits, while offering minor enhancements, were abundant, and everyone could gain a little boost, which was still quite good. It is said that constant effort can overcome any obstacle. Eating one today, eating another tomorrow over time, it will inevitably create a gap between you and others. After all, even these fruits that offer minimal improvement are not something you can eat whenever you want. Unfortunately, eating multiple fruits of the same type only provides diminishing returns. As those hellhounds ventured deeper into the chaotic space, they began to die frequently, disappearing from view. Some were directly crushed to death, some trampled, some burned by poisonous flames, and some frozen into ice sculptures. Their deaths were truly tragic. Meanwhile, Quan Zian and Su Li were also struggling, as waves of magical beasts surged toward them like a relentless tide. "Fall back. Let me handle this," Chen Ge said in a deep voice. If Quan Zian and the others continued fighting, they might not be able to move an inch for a while. It was time for him to step in. Without hesitation, the group retreated to Chun Ji's side, while the magical beasts began to charge at them without restraint. The people around him stared at Chen Ge, eager to see what method he would use. Calmly, Chen Ge drew cards from the source of magic. 2 dazzling magic cards appeared in his hand and then vanished. Skill card, Infinite Summoning. Magic Pet card, Ghoul. Immediately, a large number of ghouls appeared around the group, their numbers growing exponentially. Attack! With Chun Ji's thunderous command, thousands of ghouls surged toward the magical beasts. As the first wave of ghouls charged forward, another wave of thousands appeared, flooding the battlefield like a tide. Before one wave was even finished, another emerged. Initially, the magical beasts had the advantage in numbers, coming in wave after wave, but in the blink of an eye, the situation reversed. The advantage is ours. Su Li, having seen this scene before, was unsurprised but slightly speechless. This time, the number of ghouls was clearly much greater than before, and the summoning speed had significantly increased. Ah! Quan Zian, Kim Yejung, and Kim Yale were all stunned, their mouths slightly agape, staring in disbelief. Ghouls might be considered trash-tier magic pets, but when their numbers reach this level, even trash can have some use. In the blink of an eye, wherever the ghouls passed, although there were losses, they quickly devoured some of the magical beasts completely. Some magical beasts even sensed the threat and began to flee in the opposite direction. Amazing! Mayano Yuzuki gasped quietly, covering her mouth in astonishment. Her eyes were filled with nothing but ghouls. The number of ghouls surrounding them now likely exceeded 10,000. What kind of concept was that? With just these ghouls, Chun Ge could take on several teams of the same level. Mayano Yuzuki felt completely reassured now. Even if Nagayama Nobuhide tried something sneaky, she was utterly confident. If Nagayama Nobuhide could kill her under Chun Ji's watch, she would have no complaints. Of course, with Chun Ge displaying such power, even a fool would understand that Chun Ge didn't just possess a certain number of ghoul or skeleton warrior magic cards, he had a god-tier magic card with replication or similar effects. But this is normal. Without a god-tier magic card, how could one become a legendary freshman? This should actually be expected. God-tier. Mayano Yuzuki's eyes sparkled with hope. This was almost standard for the top 10 of the Divine Capital Academy. I never thought I would join a team capable of entering the top 10. What an honor. As time passed, the number of ghouls around had already reached 20,000. A mountain and sea of corpses piled one on top of another, making one's scalp tingle. All right, summon these for now. If it's not enough, we'll deal with it later. Chen Ge withdrew his hand. Based on his observations, this chaotic space was vast, and the best way to get out quickly was to push through with overwhelming numbers. Summoning ghouls was the most mana-efficient option, with a high cost-performance ratio. If they could level up like skeleton warriors, the value would be even higher. Just these. Su Li's lips trembled slightly, his heart already numb. At this point, even if his boss summoned 10,000 ghouls, he wouldn't be surprised. In fact, even if he summoned 20,000 at once, Su Li could remain calm. Yes, really. Su Li tried his best to maintain a calm exterior. Ha! Quan Zian, Jean Yale, and the other two stood to the side, awkwardly laughing, unsure of what else to do. Every time Chun Ge made a move, they felt utterly hopeless. Yet, the 4 of them were undoubtedly top-tier students at the Divine Capital Academy. It was only a matter of time before they ranked in the top 100, or even the top 10? Why did they feel like complete failures? In the end, they reached a unanimous conclusion. It wasn't their fault, it was the world. Why was Chungu so terrifyingly powerful? Heaven and earth are merciless, everyone is but straw dogs except for Chungu. Alright, I just found some rare fruits earlier. Shall we go eat them together? Chungu turned back and smiled. Quan Zian, Su Li, and the others nodded blankly and followed him to the destination. Wow, it's dewdrop fruit, so crisp. Before long, Jean Yale was completely immersed in the delicious fruit, her earlier unhappiness long gone. Eat more. These fruits spoil quickly once picked, so don't waste them, Chungu said with a smile. These fruits all had the same flaw: they couldn't be preserved for long and had to be eaten on the spot. Whenever you encountered them, you had to eat as much as possible, as you might not come across them again. This was why, despite their mild effects, everyone was so excited to find them. After finishing the dewdrop fruit, they moved on to the sky-eye fruit. Once the sky-eye fruit was gone, there were other fruits to enjoy, one wave after another. The group managed to replenish themselves a bit. In the following days, ghouls remained the main force, advancing rapidly. Whenever their numbers dwindled, Chungu would summon another batch, continuously devouring every area of the chaotic space and delving deeper into its core. Ding, Platinum 5-star Lord, Petrified Demon Monster. Ding, Platinum 4-star Lord, Demonized Orc. Ding, Platinum 6-star Lord, Bloodthirsty Wolf Demon. That noon, after crossing a mountain peak battered by snowstorms and sandstorms, the scene before them left Su Li and Quan Zian stunned. No wonder they hadn't encountered any high-level magical beasts in the past 2 days. They had all gathered here. The army of ghouls had also been obstructed here, unable to advance further. Against ordinary magical beasts, the ghouls could barely push forward when facing enhanced or rare magical beasts. They could rely on their numerical advantage to forcefully wear them down. But in this valley ahead, there were elite and lord-level magical beasts, and sheer numbers were of no use against them. Gulp! Seeing this scene, Su Li and the others couldn't help but swallow nervously. The most notable characteristic of magical beasts was their tough skin and thick flesh. The higher their rank, the larger their size, and the more formidable their physical strength. Although Su Li, Jin Yazhong, and Jean Yale had Phantom God-level magic cards, which made handling 10 beasts at once manageable, there were likely over 100 here, and the situation further ahead was still unclear. If they made one wrong move, they might not even know how they got trampled to death. Even worse, the presence of so many Lord-level magical beasts here indicated that there were even stronger beasts behind them. Otherwise, why would they remain so quietly in this spot? There was an 80% chance that King-level or even Emperor-level magical beasts were lurking further back, and likely more than one. Indeed, the chaotic space was far more complex than imagined. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, everyone's gaze fell on Chungu. If it were just them, seeking high risk and high reward would mean pulling the beasts and slowly eliminating them. If they wanted to avoid danger, the best option would be to retreat immediately. But with Chungu here, he naturally became their pillar of support. Boss, what do you think? Su Li hesitated. Leave it to me. Chungu stepped forward with a smile and drew a card. Skill card: Infinite Summon. Pet card: Skeleton Archer Black Iron. Crack. Crack. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 skeleton archers appeared uniformly on the mountain peak, bows drawn and arrows ready. Swish, 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 swish. First came a barrage of arrows, blotting out the sky in a long-range assault. Roar, howl. The elite and lord-level magical beasts below let out piercing screams as they were injured. However, their tough skin and thick flesh meant that even with arrows embedded all over their bodies, they did not fall. Instead, they roared and charged toward Chungu and his group. The ground of the valley shook with their movement, causing Quan Zian and the others to instinctively hold onto each other for support. The archers were just the appetizer. Chungu continued drawing cards. Pet card: Skeleton Knight Black Iron. Pet card: Skeleton Warrior Bronze. Pet card: Skeleton Warlord Black Iron. Pet card: Skeleton King Romanily. In an instant, the massive mountain peak was filled with an army of undead. 2 figures, far larger than ordinary skeletons, stood tall with bronze crowns on their heads, their entire bodies emitting eerie green flames. They held battered shields and giant swords, standing upright and imposing. Their appearance immediately drew the attention of all the skeletons present, who turned to look at them in unison, exuding an overwhelming aura of slaughter. The two skeleton kings turned to Chun-Gu and bowed deeply to show their submission. Chun-Gu casually nodded and looked toward the front of the undead army. Leading the front were 4 Death Knights Gaia and 4 Undead Knights Aquino, followed closely by thousands of skeleton knights, charging toward the group of magical beasts below. In just a moment, the two sides met at the foot of the mountain, and the first collision directly turned some of the magical beasts into minced meat. Of course, some ordinary skeleton knights were also killed and sent flying during the initial charge, creating a rather gruesome scene. Before long, the charging knights were already engaged in fierce combat with the magical beasts, and the army of skeleton generals and skeleton warriors led by the skeleton kings gradually joined the fray. The two sides intertwined, and the sounds of battle shook the heavens. The scout, who had been lying on the mountaintop eating, trembled, and the food in his hand fell to the ground. Wow, what's going on? Such a grand scene. The scout stood up and looked toward the chaotic space, his face full of uncertainty and astonishment. Zzz. The sound of static electricity was followed by Nagayama Nobuhide's inquiry. What's happening over there? Such a commotion. The scout hesitated as he looked into the distance, then thought for a moment and said, "Your Highness, the sound is coming from the chaotic space. It seems the situation inside is not looking good. Is that so?" Upon hearing this, Nagayama Nobuhide was overjoyed. That's even better. I hope he doesn't die too easily. I'm still counting on him to clear out more secret realms and abysses. Hurrah! His tone was filled with endless schadenfreude. Your Highness, the sound might not be loud on your end, but I can hear it clearly here. The sounds of battle are deafening, and the roars are almost enough to burst my eardrums. Even if they don't die, they'll be in bad shape. The scout replied with a laugh. Hurrah! Good. Very good. Keep monitoring. It seems we might not even need to intervene. Nagayama Nobuhide hung up the walkie-talkie. Meanwhile, upon receiving the news, Gu Tianming also wore a mocking expression. Just 6 people, and they dare to enter the chaotic space. They're in for it now. Gu Tianming stroked his goatee, looking very pleased. The best outcome would be for Chun-Gu and his team to die inside, saving him and his team from having to act a once-and-for-all solution. As for what ultimately happens in this forbidden zone, that's not his concern. He only needs to complete his assigned task. Although the chaotic space isn't as challenging as the Dark Invasion, that's only relative. If it becomes twisted to a certain degree, it can be even more dangerous than the Dark Invasion. This is going to be interesting. I was planning to see what that kid is capable of, but now it seems there's not much hope for that. Hurrah! Don't celebrate too early. That kid Chun-Gu is far more difficult to deal with than he seems. We can't afford to be careless. True, after all, the Divine Capital Academy is the Eastern Federation's top academy. Earning 500,000 points in a month is definitely not something easy to achieve. Gu Tianming's subordinates chimed in one after another. Although their goal was to kill Chun-Gu and his team, they still harbored some apprehension. Meanwhile, the chaotic space presented an entirely different scene. Awoo. In the sky, the Frost Dragon hatchling, the Fire Dragon hatchling, and the Nether Abyss Dragon kept launching attacks. Below, the Skeleton King led the skeleton warriors and skeleton soldiers, advancing with unstoppable momentum, clearing the battlefield. Meanwhile, the 8 knight commanders led their skeleton knights, relentlessly hunting down the surrounding magical beasts attempting to flee. This battle was almost entirely one-sided, a pure and absolute domination. Additionally, on the battlefield, 8 necromancers were summoning the dead to rise again and continue fighting. Although the summoning speed slowed over time, it was like a perpetual motion machine, ceaseless and unending. Such a scene was nothing new to Su Li, but he couldn't help but marvel at how much stronger his boss's undead army had grown compared to last time. His younger sister, Jean Yale, was squatting on a nearby hill, pouting and quietly watching. Shinji isn't a normal magic card master, so what's the point of comparing myself to him? It's meaningless. After being overwhelmed so many times, I don't care anymore. Whatever happens, happens. Anyway, I'm on Chun Ji's side, and his strength doesn't harm me in any way. Having been through so much, she had become indifferent. Whoosh, Jin Yezhong, who had been tense, suddenly relaxed. Chun Ji's immense power was precisely why she and her sister joined his faction. Seeing such a powerful Chun Ji, why did her heart tighten? Shouldn't she feel relieved? After all, they were on the same side as Chun Ji. Whether it was Yi Xiu, cousin Zhang Xiao, or the Jinshan Consortium, there was nothing to fear. What they needed to do was become stronger and establish themselves as core members of the New World Guild. As for trying to catch up to Chun Ji, unless she went crazy, it was better not to even think about it. Chun Ji simply wasn't a normal person. A man full of secrets is indeed very attractive. While everyone else was observing the battlefield below, Quan Zian was cautiously sneaking glances at Chun Gu. She deeply understood that for someone like Chun Gu, with an ordinary background, to be this powerful, he must have unspeakable secrets. What kind of secrets could they possibly be? When such doubts linger in her mind, looking at Chun Gu again, she notices a layer of mist surrounding him, faintly visible. He appears mysterious and carries an indescribable allure. Sigh, I used to find him so annoying, but now I can't help but find him pleasing to the eye. This man is just too good. He has me completely under his control. Quan Zian sighed inwardly. Ever since she took the initiative to get closer, Chun Gu had mastered the art of maintaining a tantalizingly ambiguous distance to perfection. This man, whether in emotions or strength, hides everything just right. At this moment, Chun Gu sensed the strange gazes from others. He turned back and met Quan Zian's eyes, then gave a gentle smile before withdrawing his gaze. Huh? That damn smile. This man is really… Quan Zian raised her hand to pat her chest, unable to stop herself from looking at Chun Gu again. Why does this man have to be like this? Meanwhile, Mayano Yuzuki was petrified on the spot, finally understanding the true value of 50,000 points per month. The number of boss-level magical beasts in front of her many students at the Divine Academy couldn't defeat this many in a year. Yet, in front of Chun Gu, they couldn't even last an hour. Now she was finally relieved, understanding the gap between people. The top scorer on the Academy's leaderboard, Li Tianqing, is the first heir of the Eastern Federation's top family. His family ranks among the top 3 in the world in terms of power, with a heritage far beyond what ordinary people can imagine. It's said he possesses 2 Phantom God-level magic cards. Perhaps only someone like him could stand a chance against Chun Gu. Mayano Yuzuki's thoughts wandered. She had seen Li Tianqing once before. That man exuded an aura of unapproachability, as if he was born with a poker face. There was no trace of emotion on his face, and anyone who saw him would involuntarily feel their breath catch and their heart tighten. She still remembered that feeling. What kind of sparks would fly when beings like Chun Gu and Li Tianqing collide? Powerful men always inspire endless imagination. Mayano Yuzuki smiled faintly, her heart filled with anticipation. Finally, the battlefield was completely cleared, and the Skeleton King collected all the blank cards scattered across the field. I won't hold back then, Chun Gu said with a smile as he took the blank cards. Hara, no need to hold back. No need to hold back. The team members shook their heads one by one. They were already happy to absorb the magic power for free. As for the blank cards, they naturally didn't mind. Chun Gu counted them, including the ones from the past few days. He now had 362 blank cards and 4 special blank cards. Not a lot, but not too few either. Besides, this journey wasn't even a third complete, yet the real action was still ahead. It's still early. Let's keep moving forward. I don't want to waste time in this chaotic space, Chun Gu said as he turned back. The team members nodded silently, without a word. If the boss says the chaotic space is a waste of time, then it's a waste of time. After all, the joys and sorrows of people are not the same like now. At this moment, Chun Ji's Magic Card Master level had already reached Platinum 3 stars. At the current rate of development, by the time he left this Forbidden Zone mission, he should be able to reach the Emerald level. Meanwhile, Su Li, Mayano Yuzuki, and Quan Ji Yun were progressing as well. Mayano Yuzuki was already Platinum 3 stars and had now advanced to Platinum 4 stars. Su Li was at Gold 8 stars, while the remaining 3 were mostly around gold 6 or 7 stars. The stronger one's power, the faster the early stages of leveling up as a magic card master. After all, if others can defeat 10 monsters in a day, but you can defeat 10 in a minute, how can they compare? However, upon reaching the Diamond and Master levels, the rate of leveling up for magic card masters significantly slows down. When one reaches the King level, only then can they be considered qualified to truly understand this world. What most people see now is merely the tip of the iceberg of this world. Only upon reaching the King level can one have the qualifications to encounter the terrifying demon gods, the invincible pillar gods, and the unknown divine palaces, and to explore the true secrets of this world. Chungu still had a long way to go on this path. Let's go. Chungu and his teammates sat in a makeshift sedan chair carried by skeleton warriors. With a wave of Chun-Ji's hand, the undead army marched mightily deeper into the chaotic space. The scenery in this chaotic space was exceptionally magnificent. At one moment, they were slowly advancing through a swamp, then traversing a desert, and later found themselves in a landscape where one side was a desert and the other was a raging flood. The magical beasts they encountered along the way were effortlessly slaughtered by the undead army. No one knew how long they had been traveling when suddenly, the clouds parted and 2 majestic peaks appeared before them. Their summits pierced the sky, exuding a faint aura of killing intent. Roar! At that moment, a roar echoed from the clouds between the 2 mountains. The sound reverberated between the peaks, amplifying several times, creating an overwhelming momentum. Immediately after, a colossal creature that blotted out the sky swooped down from above. Ding! Platinum 7 stars royal level bloodthirsty dragon. Watch out! As the blood-red dragon descended towards the ground, Chungu shouted loudly and drew his magic card. First, he armed himself with a weapon card, then activated skill cards, Blood Frenzy, Berserk, Indestructible Diamond. In the next instant, Chungu stood before the group, wielding the Blood Moon Blade, clad in blood-red battle armor, with a mocking and manic smile on his lips. The blood aura emanating from his body spread recklessly in all directions, forcing Quan Ji Yun and the others to retreat instinctively. Roar! The dragon swooped down, opening its massive blood-red maw, spewing blood-colored flames that instantly corroded any undead it touched. The dragon did not stop but charged straight at Chungu, having noticed the unrestrained provocation in his smile. It seemed to say, "You are nothing but a sub-dragon." This was something it could never tolerate. Wherever the evil dragon passed, the army of the undead was completely dissolved, leaving a massive ravine on the ground. The surrounding rubble was swept up by its force, swirling like a tornado and hurtling toward Chungu. Su Li and Quan Zian stood at a distance, feeling the immense power of the dragon's charge. If they were in such a situation, they would definitely avoid confronting it head-on. After all, facing such a dragon directly was absolutely not a wise choice. Chungu. Quan Zian naturally believed in Chungu, but seeing the dragon's imposing stance, she couldn't help but feel worried. Boss. Although Su Li and the others were far away, the fierce wind stirred up by the dragon's wings caused the surrounding sand and gravel to fly, painfully hitting his face, making his heart pound with unease. Is Brother Chun planning to face it head-on? Brother Chun is just 2. The 2 sisters, Jin Yajong and Jin Yale, barely managed to steady themselves, staring intently at Chungu, wanting to see how he would handle this. What a violent aura. At this moment, Chungu has completely transformed into another person. Forget breathing, my heart almost stopped beating. Mayano Yuzuki shielded herself from the flying sand with her hand, looking at Chungu in disbelief, wanting to see what he would do. Roar! In the blink of an eye, the evil dragon, like a storm, reached Chungu, spewing blood-red flames from its mouth. But in the next moment, an unbelievable scene unfolded. Chungu blocked the dragon's charge with just his left hand, and with a reverse grip, he plunged the Blood Moon blade downward into the dragon's head, pinning it in place as if nailing it to the ground. Chungu stood firmly, unmoving. Whimper, whimper. The dragon instantly lost its combat strength, its eyes dimmed, whimpering softly, its previous ferocity completely gone. Ha! Ha! This scene caused Chun-Ji's blood to boil. He couldn't help but laugh wildly toward the sky. His laughter was the ultimate madness after slaying the dragon, a release of the violent blood energy within him. Ha! Ha! His laughter echoed through the mountain path, lingering for a long time, unrestrained and utterly arrogant. It seemed as though the summoner's supreme majesty was felt, as the surrounding magical creatures that hadn't disappeared all prostrated themselves on the ground. The Frost Sky Dragon, Fire Sky Dragon, and Nether Abyss Dragon in the sky also descended, lowering their proud heads. Ha! Ha! The man clad in the blood-red Emperor's battle armor, high above and unmatched, continued to laugh toward the heavens, releasing the violent blood energy within him. Boss! At this moment, Su Li's pupils contracted rapidly, and the admiration in his eyes reached its peak. Brother Chun! Brother Chun! Jin Yazhong and Jin Yale stared at Chun-Gu, speechless for a long time, their hearts surging with waves of shock. What kind of powerful magic card could allow him to block the dragon single-handedly and remain unmoved? Chun-Gu, you're truly such a man. Quan Xian's eyes trembled lightly, utterly astonished. How is this possible? Mayano Yuzuki froze in place. She knew Chun-Gu was strong, not only his magic pet, but also his own strength. However, she never expected Chun-Gu to be this powerful, directly killing a royal-level magical beast in one move. It must be noted that royal-level magical beasts are already rare, and given time, they can grow into top-tier magical beasts or even demon gods. Yet, Chun-Gu blocked its impact with one hand and even completed a kill? This is beyond what can be described as strong. Without multiple sufficiently powerful magic cards, it would be impossible to achieve such strength. Just as Mayano Yuzuki thought, if one only had a single phantom god-level magic card to enhance oneself, it would be impossible to directly confront a royal-level magical beast head-on. Chun-Ji's confidence came from his own SSS-level magic source and the massive base stats provided by the Blood Dragon Fruit, along with the power boost of 1,700% and body strength enhancement of 2,000% brought by multiple magic cards. Stand up. Suddenly, a hollow, hoarse voice echoed across the sky, reverberating in everyone's ears like a demonic sound, forcing them to listen. Swish! The evil dragon, which had been lying on the ground, lifeless, suddenly opened its blood-red eyes and stood up abruptly. Chun-Ji's manic laughter came to an abrupt halt, his blood-red eyes fixed tightly on the evil dragon before him, watching it flap its wings and soar into the sky. In an instant, it stopped at the peak of the mountain, and beside it stood a figure clad in black armor. Ding! Unknown creature. As everyone saw clearly, the Magic Card Master's wristband transmitted a notification. Just like that, Chun-Gu stood in place, his crimson eyes locked onto the black armored figure. The black armored figure's eyes were a deep, hollow blue, devoid of any emotion, like a merciless killing machine. It looked down at Chun-Gu from above, completely disregarding the people around it. The opponent exuded a powerful aura, oppressing most of the people present to the point where they struggled to breathe. Chun-Gu, however, raised the corner of his mouth, becoming even more excited. Every drop of blood in his body seemed to stir at this moment, eager to challenge the being staring back at him. Roar! The evil dragon stood behind the black armored figure, letting out a furious roar at the people on the ground, even more ferocious than when it first appeared, as if emboldened by its master. Su Li and Quan Xian couldn't help but groan softly, the immense pressure making them feel as if they were being stabbed in the back, burdened with 1,000 pounds. Clearly, they had encountered an unknown and powerful entity. Although they had mentally prepared themselves, the moment they faced it, they couldn't help but tremble with fear, unable to look directly at it. Their bodies seemed to freeze under the terrifying pressure. Step back. Chun-Gu turned his head and said in a deep voice to the people behind him. Understanding the urgency of the situation, they dared not hesitate and immediately turned to retreat. Before they could walk far, the black armor on the mountain peak suddenly wielded a sword shrouded in black mist, slashing downward from above. As it descended, it resembled a black meteor. Its target was clear Chun-Gu. Among everyone present, Only Chun-gu, clad in blood-red armor, was worthy of its attack. Chun-gu, brother Chun. All of this happened in an instant. As Quan Zian and the others fled, they caught a glimpse of the scene out of the corner of their eyes and couldn't help but cry out in shock. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Chun-gu collided head-on with the black armor, sending waves of dust and smoke billowing around them, one after another. Quan Zian and the others were knocked to the ground by the overwhelming force. Boss! Brother Chun! Su Li and Jean Yale shouted in disbelief, their eyes fixed on the spot where Chun-gu stood. You'll be fine. Quan Zian's gaze was resolute. She believed that Chun-gu would surely be okay. Is this the powerful beast from the Forbidden Zone? We've barely covered a third of the way, and we've already encountered such a formidable existence. Mayano Yuzuki's eyes flickered with unease. Everything had exceeded her expectations. Although she had once been part of the top team at the Divine Capital Academy, she had never witnessed such a scene. Her gentle eyes trembled as she looked toward Chun-ji's position, silently praying, God, please protect Chun-gu. When one is weak and powerless to change the situation, the only thing left to do is to pray to the divine. But a true strong person becomes their own god. As the dust settled, a massive crater had formed where Chun-gu stood. He stood upright, his blood moon blade firmly blocking the black armor's descending sword. A faintly contemptuous smile played at the corner of his lips, seemingly unaffected by the attack. At this moment, it wasn't just their battle. The violent blood aura emanating from Chun-gu and the mysterious black energy radiating from the black armor clashed fiercely. It seemed that if either the red or black aura showed any sign of weakness, it would spell certain defeat for the other. Meanwhile, the undead army surrounding Chun-gu had completely disintegrated into ashes in an instant, vanishing without a trace. The only survivors were a few frost sky hatchlings and fire sky hatchlings. Roar, roar. The hatchlings circled and roared in the sky, their target of provocation being the bloodthirsty dragon. During their taunts, they even appeared somewhat reckless. Roar, you're just a sub-dragon. Roar, pitiful sub-dragon. Always standing behind others, how pathetic. Roar, come on. Fight us. Roar, though the bloodthirsty dragon was a sub-dragon, it was in its adult form. Faced with the hatchling's provocations, it let out a furious roar, its crimson eyes seemingly ready to devour them whole. It despised being called a sub-dragon, especially by purebred dragons. Such words were an absolute insult, something it would never tolerate. Swish! It spread its massive wings and dove downward, charging straight at the hatchlings. On Chun-ji's side, both parties were at a stalemate for a long time, with neither gaining any advantage. Chun-gu exerted force and directly pushed it away, the black armor landing less than 100 meters away from him. Its pair of ghostly blue eyes hesitated slightly as they looked at Chun-gu, while the black mist swirling around the sword in its hand grew even denser. Ha! Chun-gu didn't give the opponent any chance to catch their breath. Laughing wildly, he leapt forward and charged directly at the opponent, slashing down with his blade. Ugh! The slash was swift and fierce, leaving no time to dodge, and carried immense force. The black armor let out a hollow groan, dropping to one knee as the ground exploded into a deep pit. Of course, this pit couldn't compare to the previous one, as the black armor had leapt down from a peak thousands of meters high, with the added force from its descent being significant. Skill card, Blood Sea Purgatory. Following this, the ground cracked, and bubbling blood emerged from the fissures. Soon after, flames from hell erupted, intertwining this area in a hellish mix of blood and fire. Ugh! The black armor let out another hollow groan, and immediately, the speed of the ground cracking accelerated. Black flames emerged from the fissures, intertwining with the hellfire. The scarlet flames and black flames intertwined, becoming unbearably scorching. Although the black armor, kneeling on one knee, was firmly suppressed by Chun-gu, it began to slowly rise, its ghostly blue eyes filled with unwillingness. Skill card, Shattering Unmatched. Swish! Chun-gu suddenly withdrew his blade and slashed fiercely. The ghostly blue eyes of the black armor contracted abruptly, and it fell to the ground in disbelief. Roar! At that moment, The evil dragon, entangled by several young dragons, let out a roar, broke free from their entanglement, and flew toward the black armor. In the blink of an eye, the black armor was already in the mouth of the evil dragon. This scene left the previously frenzied Chun-Gu stunned for a moment. What the heck? You can actually swallow that? Isn't your taste a bit too heavy? But in the next instant, the evil dragon and the black armor in its mouth began to twist and merge. Well, no wonder you didn't die earlier. Turns out you two are one entity. When the evil dragon suddenly came back to life earlier, it had already shocked Chun-Gu. However, at the time, his excitement outweighed his surprise, so he didn't show it. Now he finally understood the reason for its resurrection was because they were one entity. Is this the charm of chaotic space? Interesting. The evil dragon and black armor twisted and merged, creating an exceptionally bizarre scene, while the oppressive aura they emitted rose sharply. Chun-Gu, however, was unafraid and instead laughed, even finding it somewhat amusing. Sigh, I'm still not strong enough. I actually wasted so much time earlier, and the interesting part is only just beginning. Chun-Gu covered his forehead and sighed helplessly. From afar, Su Li and the others heard this remark. Not strong enough. Do I have some misunderstanding about what strong means? Su Li turned to look at the others, wanting to confirm his thoughts. Perhaps the joys and sorrows of people are not the same, and perhaps we cannot empathize with Brother Chen's strength. Jin Yale pouted and said, Roar. Suddenly, the black armor and the bloodthirsty dragon completed their fusion. The upper body of the black armor appeared on the back of the bloodthirsty dragon, whose size had grown several times larger than before, exuding an even greater sense of oppression. It let out a roar, causing the surrounding air to tremble, as if it could tear the space apart at any moment. Quan Zian, Su Li, and the others raised their hands to cover their ears, their heads feeling as if they were about to explode at that moment. Their entire bodies felt dizzy, and they could barely stand. This is the chaotic space. Countless powerful beings have perished in such a place. If it weren't for Chun-Ji's presence, they would have already fallen into despair. Roar, roar. The monster let out continuous roars toward Chun-Gu and his team, the sound waves rippling outward in all directions. Wherever the waves passed, the remaining undead instantly vanished, leaving only one frost dragon and one fire dragon in the sky. While others might feel fear in such a situation, Chun-Gu, faced with this oppressive force, felt his blood boiling once again. He couldn't help but let out a disdainful laugh, pointing his blood moon blade directly at the monster. Although the monster was taller than him, from the side, it seemed as if the monster was a head shorter than him. That was the innate pride of Chun-Gu, a presence that could not be suppressed or ignored, no matter how tall the opponent was. Like a king, exuding an aura of authority without anger. How interesting. Chun-Ji's blood-red armor was already enveloped in a blood mist, his entire body radiating an unmatched power with an air of mystery. And within that mystery, there was an overwhelming sense of disdain for everything before him, as if the massive monster was nothing more than an ant in his eyes. Roar bang! Feeling Chun-Ji's blatant provocation, the monster raised its foot and stomped fiercely. The ground cracked, the earth shook, and the two towering peaks behind them seemed on the verge of collapse. Swish! The massive energy wave radiated outward, and Chun-Gu swiftly moved to shield his teammates. When the energy wave reached them, it was effortlessly torn apart by the calmly standing Chun-Gu, leaving him completely unaffected. The gap between Chun-Gu and his teammates was simply too vast. Even though Su Li, Jinya, and the others possessed Phantom God-level magic cards, they still couldn't bridge this disparity. It wasn't just the difference in physical attributes or magic cards they lacked the heart of a true warrior. It was precisely because they lacked this that they were intimidated by the monster's oppressive aura, their heads aching as if they were splitting. Keep retreating, don't stop, Chun-Gu said in a deep voice, his back to his teammates. Su Li, Quan Zian, and the others, their heads pounding and completely losing their combat ability, had no other thoughts. All they wanted now was to escape from this place as quickly as possible and not become a burden to Chun-Gu. Swish! Seeing Su Li and the others trying to flee, The monster immediately spread its wings and soared into the sky, attempting to catch up. Below, Chun-gu saw this scene, his legs slightly bent, and then the blood-red wings behind him spread open. Like a blood-colored arrow, he shot forward, blocking the monster's path. Roars swish. Swish. The evil dragon let out a heart-wrenching roar at Chun-gu, continuously expressing its dissatisfaction. The black armor fused to the dragon's back swung the sword in its hand, clearly intending to challenge Chun-gu. So, you're the only one with a dragon, huh? Chun-gu, clad in blood-red armor, chuckled lightly and glanced at the two remaining young dragons not far away. First, he used a card to restore 30% of his magic power, and then, skill card, fusion, skill card, time acceleration. If others fight while riding dragons, he certainly couldn't lose in terms of momentum. Roar! In the blink of an eye, a fully grown two-headed ice-fire dragon appeared in midair, letting out an earth-shaking dragon roar. Immediately after, it flew over and allowed Chun-gu to ride on its back. Roar! The two-headed ice-fire dragon let out another earth-shaking roar at the fused monster opposite. Just moments ago, when they were still young dragons, they dared to provoke the opponent. Now that it was finally their turn to unleash their full power, they naturally couldn't lose face. Hiss! The bloodthirsty dragon, facing the roar of the two-headed ice-fire dragon, couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Its facial expression began to twitch uncontrollably. It was a suppression from the bloodline. If it weren't for the fusion, its entire body might have already started trembling uncontrollably. Roar! The two-headed ice-fire dragon roared at the bloodthirsty dragon again, mocking it. A sub-dragon is just a sub-dragon, unworthy of being at the table. How pitiful! Roar! Hearing itself mocked again, the bloodthirsty dragon unwillingly roared back at the two-headed ice-fire dragon. What are you yelling about? You think you're worthy? Come on, fight me. Roar! The two-headed ice-fire dragon, already having the upper hand in momentum and with the suppression of its bloodline, was utterly unrestrained. It began to taunt wildly, while the bloodthirsty dragon could only rage helplessly. One roared, and the other shouted back furiously, creating a scene that was utterly ridiculous. The most ridiculous part was the bloodthirsty dragon's expression, clearly annoyed by the two-headed ice-fire dragon, yet too afraid to make a move. The two-headed ice-fire dragon, on the other hand, seemed to enjoy this feeling. It refused to attack and just kept taunting. The bloodthirsty dragon was already at a disadvantage. Not to mention the two-headed ice-fire dragon had two mouths. One mouth can't compete with two. Roar, roar. As the dragons roared back and forth above, Su Li, Quan Zian, and the others below were the ones suffering. All they could do was try to stay as far away as possible. The roaring gave them splitting headaches, but they couldn't help but glance back. In the sky, two massive dragons that blocked out the sun were roaring at each other. However, the two-headed dragon clearly had the upper hand. Amid the continuous roars, the bloodthirsty dragon was gradually losing ground. When the group saw the two-headed ice-fire dragon, they couldn't even spare a moment to be amazed. They just wanted to get away. Meanwhile, outside the chaotic space, the dragon roars echoed one after another, even affecting the external space. What is going on? Why does it sound less like roaring and more like arguing? The scout looked helpless, then chuckled lightly and said, "Oh dear, this is going to be interesting. I bet Chun-gu is in for a tough time." Thinking about it, he decided this good news must be shared with Nagayama Nobuhide, so he turned on the walkie-talkie. "Hello, what's the situation? I think I heard something." Last time, the deafening sounds of battle were because Chun-gu was close to the entrance, but now he was much farther away, so the noise wasn't as intense as before. "Your Highness, it seems there are dragons in this chaotic space. Judging by the sound, it should be an adult giant dragon, probably a sub-dragon species. This will definitely give them a hard time, huh?" The scout said excitedly. "Ha ha ha, that's great. Hearing that things aren't going well for him makes me feel so much better. When we return, I'll increase your reward." Ha! As long as Chun-gu was having a hard time, Nagayama Nobuhide was delighted. "Thank you, Your Highness." The scout smiled as he waited for Nagayama Nobuhide to hang up the call. "Chun-gu, oh Chun-gu, why did you have to offend someone like the Prince of Ing Country, such a powerful patron? If you're not unlucky, who would be? After all, in this world, Power and influence are what matter most. Your little skills alone probably aren't enough. The scout chuckled and shook his head, continuing, a bit of ability and you're already arrogant, truly overestimating yourself. Meanwhile, in the chaotic space, two giant dragons were already at each other's throats. Roar, the bloodthirsty evil dragon, humiliated by the ice-fire twin-headed dragon for so long, finally couldn't hold back. Even though it knew it was no match, it was burning with rage and charged forward first. Roar, it was furious. It was furious. The two heads of the ice-fire twin-headed dragon exchanged glances, looking very pleased, and then faced the attack head-on. Roar, little sub-dragon, come on. The ice-fire twin-headed dragon spewed ice-fire dragon flames directly at the bloodthirsty evil dragon. Roar, stop barking, I'll fight you to the death. The bloodthirsty evil dragon completely lost its temper, recklessly charging forward while spewing black and blood-colored dragon flames from its mouth. The sheer size of both dragons caused a piercing sound as they flew through the air. Then, two violent gusts of wind intertwined and collided on the ground, forming a massive tornado. The tornado uprooted the surrounding trees, and even some small hills were swept away. Only the two majestic mountain peaks managed to barely remain standing, though they seemed on the verge of collapse. Quick, run. Watch out, everyone. Be careful of your surroundings. Su Li, Quan Zian, and the others kept accelerating, trying their best to escape to a safe distance and avoid the impact of the storm. While fleeing, they couldn't help but glance back at the sky behind them, where the two giant dragons were locked in battle. No, it was more like a one-sided slaughter. The ice-fire twin-headed dragon had the evil dragon firmly in its grasp, its two massive jaws tearing at the evil dragon's flesh relentlessly, creating a gruesome scene. Amidst the raging storm, the massacre continued one-sidedly, an utterly brutal display. The evil dragon's body was still burning with flames of ice and fire. Although they had never seen Shinji's ice and fire twin-headed dragon before, its sudden appearance made them guess that it was Chun-Ji's magical pet. When it was fusing, I thought it would be really strong. Su Li couldn't help but complain as she ran and glanced back. When she saw the dragon up close earlier, it did look quite fierce, but now it seemed like it wasn't much at all. I don't even know why it was acting so arrogant earlier. If you didn't know better, you'd think it was incredibly powerful. Jean Yale muttered while running, still feeling dazed. But she couldn't resist complaining either. What a terrifying dragon aura. It's only because of Brother Chun. If it were an ordinary team, they would have been wiped out by now. Jin Yajong sighed inwardly. Although I didn't get a clear look last time, why does this twin-headed dragon seem smaller than before? Is it just an illusion? Chenggu, where exactly do you get these strange cards? My family spent so much money, and we only have 3 legendary magic cards so far. Where do yours come from? Quan Zian couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that being handsome lets you do whatever you want? The main issue was that Chun-Ji's magic cards were too outrageous, and even if she wanted to be gentle, she couldn't help but complain. Does this still count as a Phantom God-level magic card? Mayano Yuzuki, who had never directly faced someone with a Phantom God-level magic card, felt that what Chenggu currently possessed seemed to have already surpassed the scope of Phantom God-level magic cards. In fact, her intuition was correct. This ice and fire twin-headed dragon was the result of combining 2 legendary young dragons, 2 Phantom God-level magic cards, and a legendary aura skill card, Dragon's Wrath. Its existence had long exceeded the Phantom God level. As for what it truly was, with the limited knowledge of the group, they couldn't find an answer. The earth shook, mountains crumbled, and the one-sided slaughter in the sky continued. However, the evil dragon had yet to die. One of the ice and fire twin-headed dragon's heads was biting down on the evil dragon's neck, while the other head was battling the black armor. For a moment, it was hard to determine the winner. The fusion not only enhanced the combat power and size of the bloodthirsty evil dragon, but also significantly boosted the combat power of the black armor. Skill card, Unmatched Shatter. At this moment, Chenggu seized the opportunity. As the black armor and the ice and fire twin-headed dragon were entangled, he suddenly leaped up and struck down with lightning speed. With this strike, he unleashed almost all his strength in an instant. Swish! With one slash, Not only the black armor, but even the bloodthirsty evil dragon was split in two. Sigh, I'm still not strong enough. Facing something like this wasted so much time. If it weren't for the ice and fire twin-headed dragon, I would have wasted even more time. What a useless effort. Chingu, hovering in midair, held his head and couldn't help but mock himself. Fortunately, the evil dragon dropped something that satisfied him. Super card fragment. He quickly rushed forward and gathered the super card fragment along with the blank card into his hands, which served as some consolation for him. According to Old Lee, the drop rate for this kind of fragment is extremely low. Getting even one piece in a year is considered incredibly lucky, yet I already have 3. If my luck holds, I might be able to assemble a super card before leaving here. Chingu grinned. Although he was already quite strong, his strength wasn't yet obvious enough. Perhaps a super card could help him take another step forward and make his strength more apparent. Roar. The 2 claws of the ice-fire twin-headed dragon each gripped half of the bloody evil dragon's body, letting out a victorious roar toward the sky. The roar echoed endlessly in the sky. Sub-dragons are just sub-dragons, weak and pathetic. Trash. At this moment, Su Li and Quan Zian stopped in their tracks, quietly watching the terrifying scene in the sky, letting the wild wind mess up their hair and clothes. A massive ice-fire twin-headed dragon, covering half the sky, held a dragon that had been sliced in two, roaring toward the heavens. The visual impact was simply overwhelming. In the presence of such a colossal creature, everyone felt their own insignificance. Up until today, most of the time they had only faced the weakest magical beasts in this world. Against truly powerful magical beasts, they were utterly powerless. Only Chingu had the strength to fight. Not long after, the ice-fire twin-headed dragon dissipated with the wind, and Chingu slowly descended to the ground, his equipment gradually disappearing as well. My own strength is inferior to my pet's, and my magic power is insufficient. What a useless waste. Chingu couldn't help but complain about himself, growing angrier the more he thought about it. Crack, crack, crack. At that moment, the chaotic space began to resemble a mirror about to shatter, with numerous cracks appearing around them. Crack. Before long, it shattered into countless small fragments, and Chingu and the others were sent out of the chaotic space. Outside the chaotic space, the distorted surroundings gradually returned to their usual appearance, as if nothing had happened. Finally out. Chingu couldn't help but sigh in relief. A scout on the mountain had been lying under a tree, drinking water with a smug look, but suddenly saw Chingu and the others being sent out of the chaotic space. He immediately sat up straight. What is going on? Wasn't there dragon roars just now? How did they suddenly come out? The scout looked utterly confused, furrowing his brows. Seems like it was just some low-level sub-dragon species that only knows how to roar. Ugh, boring. But Chingu really has some skills, huh? Coming out of the chaotic space without seeming injured. Can't underestimate him. Can't underestimate him, the scout muttered to himself. When Gu Tianming learned that Chingu and his group had emerged from the chaotic space without any visible injuries, he abruptly stood up from his seat. What? No visible injuries? Are you kidding me? Is the chaotic space a joke? Gu Tianming himself had never entered the chaotic space, but he had seen many records and knew its unpredictability. To come out of there without shedding a layer of skin or sustaining some injuries. Did you see clearly? Gu Tianming couldn't help but ask again. Big brother, I'm using a high-powered telescope, and I can see everything clearly. Not only is there no sign of injury on Chingu, but even his team members don't have any marks. The person sent by Gu Tianming replied solemnly. Chingu, you really have some skills. Gu Tianming hung up the intercom, gritting his teeth, even feeling a hint of retreat. That was the chaotic space. Not to mention entering it without permission. Even if a chaotic space appeared right in front of him, he would choose to avoid it. Recently, with these secret realms and abysses, he always sent a few people in first to scout the way, fearing he might die inside. But unexpectedly, Chingu dared to go in directly and even came out unscathed. This made him increasingly wary. This kid is not easy to deal with. Gu Tianming couldn't help but sigh. Captain, given the current situation, if we don't have absolute confidence, it's best not to act. Exactly. To come out of the chaotic space unscathed, He must have more than one or two powerful magic cards on him. If we're not careful, we won't even know how we died. Brother Go, making money is important, but if we lose our lives, then nothing matters. Gu Tianming's team members all showed signs of apprehension as they glanced at the people sent by Nagayama Nobuhide in the distance. They certainly didn't want to die here. Gu Tianming narrowed his eyes and looked at Nagayama Nobuhide's people not far away. After a moment, he finally said, "This is just the beginning. I want to see how strong Chun-Gu really is. When he truly encounters a dark invasion, let's see if he can still act like this." After thinking for a while, he continued, "We, Hongmen, invited him, and he didn't even respond. Since he can't be used by Hongmen, such a major threat must not be allowed to return alive. Hongmen will never allow someone like him to grow, nor will we allow another powerful force to rise before us." "Yes, Captain." "Understood, Brother Gu." Gu Tianming's team members nodded heavily. The rules of Hongmen have always been, either you're one of us, or you're an enemy. There's no such thing as friends. And for existences like Chun-Gu, which could threaten Hongmen, they had already dealt with countless of them. Chun-Gu would be no exception. On Chun-Ji's side, although the undead army had completely disappeared, fortunately, the supplies were mostly intact. When the chaotic space shattered, the supplies were sent out as well. Though there were losses, they were almost negligible, as they had taken a lot of supplies to begin with. At this moment, Su Li and Quan Zian, who had been idle earlier, had recovered and started busying themselves with setting up tents. "Boss, you sit. You sit. Leave the rest to me." Chun-Gu got up to lend a hand, but was immediately invited to sit aside by Su Li. "Brother Chun, let me massage your shoulders." Jin Yale cheerfully stepped forward to massage Chun-Ji's shoulders. "Brother Chun, have some water." Jin Yajong carefully brought over a glass of water and then squatted beside Chun-Gu, saying, "Brother Chun, you must be very tired just now, right? Let me massage your legs." As she spoke, she obediently began massaging Chun-Ji's legs. A couple of days ago, these people weren't so attentive. Their sudden enthusiasm made Chun-Gu feel a bit uncomfortable. Smiling, he asked, "If you have something to say, just say it. Don't play these games." Despite his words, he was still enjoying it, letting the two sisters massage his shoulders and legs. "Brother Chun, can you share the secret to how you became so strong?" Jin Yale asked cheerfully from behind Chun-Gu. "Sigh, I know the answer to that." At this moment, Su Li, who was setting up a tent nearby, raised his hand. Everyone present turned their eager gazes towards Su Li. Clearing his throat with a smug expression, Su Li said, "Being handsome brings good luck, and with good luck, strength naturally follows." Instantly, Quan Zian and the others, who had been looking at Su Li with anticipation, couldn't help but roll their eyes and shift their gazes away from him. Boring. If being handsome could make someone so strong, then they were all beautiful. Why weren't they strong enough? What nonsense. "Brother Chin, just tell us." Jean Yale pleaded, her voice carrying a hint of a sob, which made it hard not to feel sorry for her. Haha. Chingu chuckled and replied seriously, "Su Li is right. Being handsome is the foundation of becoming strong." "See, I told you," Su Li said, feeling validated. Being handsome, having good luck, he had casually borrowed some luck and managed to draw a Phantom God-level magic card. He wasn't wrong. Too bad others just didn't understand. Immediately, Jean Yale and Jean Yajong stopped massaging his shoulders and legs, turned around, and walked away. What a joke. In this world, just being handsome wouldn't even guarantee you a meal, let alone make you stronger. If he didn't want to share, he could just said so. Not long ago, they had almost lost their lives in the chaotic space, and now they were happily chatting away, the atmosphere quite harmonious. Meanwhile, the spies on both sides watching this scene couldn't help but curl their lips. Anyone who didn't know better would think they were out on a picnic or had just come back from an amusement park. Before long, Su Li caught some wild game, and the group began preparing for a barbecue on the spot. While Su Li and the others were busy, Chun-Gu took out the spoils he had collected over the past few days. 442 blank cards and 4 special blank cards. Not bad. No need to mess around, he went straight for the special blank cards. The first one magic card name, Skill Amplification Phantom God level quality, Phantom God level type, Special magic card effect, can upgrade a legendary skill card to Phantom God level. Description: you've probably never seen a legendary magic card upgraded to Phantom God level, have you? Well, today I'll show you something new. Magic cards of this level are rare, so open your eyes wide and take a good look. But don't tell me you don't even have a legendary magic card. You poor thing. Not bad. Chun-Gu smiled and nodded, glancing at his skill cards. The legendary magic cards he could upgrade now included Weapon Master, Berserk, Blood Surge, Indestructible Golden Body, Blood Sea Purgatory, and Dragoness Wrath. Among the most useless was the Blood Surge skill obtained from Quan Xian. This skill could only be used when Berserk entered a weakened state, typically to counteract the weakness caused by Berserk, and it hardly provided any combat power enhancement. If upgraded with a Divine level enhancement card, it might be possible to use it without entering a weakened state, which would be the best-case scenario. However, it could also remain dependent on the weakened state even after the upgrade. This is a gamble. If it works, my combat power will increase significantly, but if Chun-Gu couldn't help but feel conflicted. The safest bet would be to upgrade Berserk, but as the saying goes, the bolder the person, the greater the reward. Besides, isn't he a lucky emperor? Hiss, Chun-Gu took a deep breath and directly upgraded Blood Surge. In the Source of Magic, two cards hovered in the air, slowly merging together. Magic card name: Blood Fury quality. Divine level type: skill card effect. When the owner deals damage to a target, they are drawn by blood, increasing physical strength, power, and speed by 500% when the owner takes damage. They are also drawn by their own blood, increasing physical strength, power, and speed by 1000%. Description: an ordinary man who cuts someone becomes braver and increases combat power by 500%. A real man who gets cut increases combat power by 1000%. Just ask yourself, are you tough enough? Are you a real man? TSK, although it met expectations, why does it feel so weird? Chun-Gu tilted his head. Why does a real man need to be cut to become stronger? He couldn't figure it out. However, since Blood Fury is driven by blood power, its magic consumption is far lower than the Divine level Blood Berserk. In other words, if he cuts someone in the future, combining Blood Berserk plus Blood Fury plus Strength Enhancement, his power would increase by 2,200%. If he gets cut, his power would increase by 2,700%. Not only did he revive a legendary magic card, but his combat power also increased geometrically. However, since Berserk leads to a weakened state afterward, it still depends on the situation for use. Overall, it's not bad. Not bad. Chun-Gu muttered as he continued injecting magic into the second special blank card. Magic card name: Beast Transformation, Demon Wolf quality, Epic level type, skill card effect. Upon use, the owner enters Demon Wolf transformation, increasing physical strength by 300% and power and speed by 150%. Description: come on, become a wolf, and you'll gain an unparalleled physique and combat power. Don't you crave that kind of strength? Or do you just want to be a dog? Chun-Gu glanced at it and pursed his lips. Although the stats were tempting, entering the Demon Wolf transformation, essentially beastification, wasn't his style. Forget it. I'll let guild members exchange points for it. Chun-Gu put the magic card away. If he were to undergo beastification, it would have to be at the Azure Dragon level at least, right? Otherwise, it would be too low class. Infuse magic into the third special blank card. Magic card name: Axe Weapon Mastery quality, legendary. This card is naturally meant for guild members to exchange. The fourth special blank card. Magic card name: Blood Glory Shield quality, epic type, equipment card effect. The owner can charge every 5 hours to block one skill damage from a god level phantom, and it can also be used as an indestructible shield. Description: shields are extremely rare special equipment. You're lucky to have drawn such a great epic shield. You truly are a lucky one. I hope you can continue the glory of this shield with your blood. Not bad. Shields are generally essential for heavy armored warriors, but I might be able to use it too. In critical moments, it can save my life. I'll use it directly. Chun-Gu didn't hesitate and immediately placed it into the magic source. Since this magic card has even a slight use for him, he decided to keep it for himself. Next are 442 blank cards. The third one, Magic card name, Magic Recovery Card. The 82nd one. Magic card name, Whirlwind Clouds Quality. Epic type, Skill card. A skill card that can only be used with spear weapons, completely useless for Chungu, so there's no need to mention where it goes. The 162nd card. Magic card name, Skeleton Knight Bronze. This type of card is directly upgraded, further strengthening the power of the Scourge Legion. Then came another high-level card and a recovery card, but the rest were mostly uninteresting to Chungu, until the 242nd card. Magic card name, Soul Devouring Blood Hand Quality. Rare type, Skill card effect. Every 5 hours, the owner can devour the soul of a suppressed target and convert this soul into 5% magic power to replenish themselves. Description: don't underestimate this rare magic card. It allows you to devour souls and convert them into magic power. Such cards are rarer than legendary magic cards. You've hit the jackpot. Although the magic cards level is a bit low and the magic recovery is minimal, magic cards that directly restore magic power are indeed very rare. Chungu smiled and immediately placed it into the magic source. In the future, if there are magic cards that enhance skill levels, this card will naturally be the first consideration. Moreover, as long as his magic source is large enough and can store enough, a 5% magic power recovery at once would be quite significant. The 301st card. Magic card name, Death Whirlwind / Quality. Legendary type, Skill card. A skill card exclusively for axe weapons, useless for Chungu, so he simply stored it away. Boss, it's time to eat. Unknowingly, the barbecue over there was already done. As Suli spoke, Chungu slowly came back to his senses. He glanced at the remaining cards over 100, but he was feeling a bit tired from drawing. After all, he had experienced a big battle today, and drawing cards is also exhausting work. Just these few hundred cards, drawing until now. The barbecue is ready, it's too tiring. Who understands this kind of hardship? The most important thing is, apart from the first few cards, there were no particularly good cards drawn later. It feels like drawing too many has dulled the excitement. It's better to wait a few days, gather some more, and then draw again. For now, the priority is to eat and drink well. Chungu stepped forward, took a bottle of juice, and first moistened his throat before joining the group in a feast. Drawing cards is even more exhausting than fighting. It's a mentally and physically draining activity that requires a balance of work and rest. Down the mountain, a group of people held bonfire parties every night, while the scouts watching from the mountains on both sides could only chew on compressed biscuits. Through binoculars, they could clearly see the sizzling oil dripping from the barbecue. Life like that is unbearable. The compressed biscuits in their hands instantly lost their appeal. That's what life is supposed to be like down there. But isn't this supposed to be a mission? Why am I having strange thoughts about enjoying life? In the following days, Chungu continued to oversee operations outside as a precaution, while Su Li and Quan Zian teamed up to enter the secret realm and the abyss. After learning that Chungu and his team had emerged unscathed from the chaotic space, Nagayama Nobuhide became even more cautious and dared not act rashly. As time passed, the number of people Nagayama Nobuhide invited increased from the initial 20 to 50, all of whom he had hired at great expense. Some were from major guilds, others from mercenary groups or assassination organizations. Nagayama Nobuhide was determined to leave no room for error. On Gu Tianming's side, apart from the original 10 members, 20 more people from the Hongmin joined later, and Nagayama Nobuhide sent another batch of reinforcements. Together, the two sides now had a total of 100 people, all of whom were high-level combatants below diamond rank. Meanwhile, personnel invited by the Ing Nation were also entering the restricted zone from all directions, with their targets set on the central mountain range. This restricted zone, which concerns the safety of the Ing Nation, may appear calm on the surface, but in reality, undercurrents have long been surging, and a brutal battle is inevitable. On this day, it was hard to remember how many days had passed since Chungu and his team entered the restricted zone. Early in the morning, two squads once again headed toward their respective targets, while Chungu remained stationed outside. At this point, Chungu's magic card master level had already reached Platinum 5-star. Looking ahead, they were less than halfway to the central mountain range of the restricted zone. Sitting until noon, Chungu, feeling tired, stood up and stretched lazily. Just as he was about to take out the white cards he had recently collected for another draw, he suddenly noticed that the entrance to the secret realm where Quan Xian's team was located was gradually being shrouded in black mist. Dark invasion. Chun Gu immediately perked up and was about to rush in when he glanced sideways and saw black mist emerging from the entrance to the abyss where Su Li and Mayano Yuzuki's team had gone, gradually sealing the entrance. This left Chun Gu stunned. He had been worried about such a situation, which was why he initially divided the 5 people into 2 teams instead of 5, thinking that it would be impossible for both teams to encounter a dark invasion simultaneously. But man proposes, God disposes. Sigh, I was really afraid of this happening. Chun Gu sighed inwardly. The scouts on the mountains on both sides immediately noticed this scene and couldn't help but be overjoyed. The scout on Nagayama Nobushige's side immediately connected to his walkie-talkie. Hello, what's going on? Nagayama Nobushige had just emerged from a secret realm not long ago when he received the scout's communication signal. Your Highness, finally, Chun Gu and his team have encountered a dark invasion. The scout's joy was almost overflowing. Seeing Chun Gu and his team emerge unscathed from the chaotic space last time had made him somewhat apprehensive. Now, seeing Chun Ji's team simultaneously face 2 dark invasions, he was ecstatic. Last time, Chun Gu managed to escape the chaotic space easily. I wonder if it'll be as easy this time. Although Nagayama Nobushige's side had more people, he still felt somewhat lacking in confidence. His current thought was simple: wait for the right moment and strike decisively. Having learned from the chaotic space incident, he no longer had high hopes for the dark invasion, but instead focused entirely on the final mountain range, which was the most challenging part of this forbidden zone. Chun Gu and his team, as the elite of the Divine Capital Academy and the main force this time, would certainly not give up easily near that mountain range. He believed that would be the best time for them to make their move. Your Highness, it's not just one dark invasion, 2 have appeared simultaneously, huh? The scout couldn't contain his excitement and burst into laughter, laughing somewhat recklessly. What? Encountered 2 at the same time? Nagayama Nobushige's furrowed brow suddenly relaxed. After all this time, he naturally knew that Chun Gu had split his team into 2 groups. Now, both groups were simultaneously facing dark invasions. Was there anything more delightful than this? Hurrah! Good. Very good. When Chun Gu split his 5-person team into 2 groups, I already thought he was too arrogant. Now it's finally proven. What does he take this place for? His personal amusement park? Hurrah! Nagayama Nobushige was naturally overjoyed as well. After a pause, he continued, keep an eye on Chun Gu. I want to see which side he chooses first. If Chun Gu didn't choose Mayano Yuzuki's side first, that would be truly interesting. Yes, Your Highness. The communication wasn't cut off, as they waited to see which side Chun Gu would choose. On Gu Tianming's side, he also received the news at the same time. 2 dark invasions appearing simultaneously? Chun Ji's luck isn't bad, haha. Gu Tianming stroked his goatee and laughed mockingly. This will be fun to watch. With 2 dark invasions appearing at the same time, he will definitely have to choose one side, which means he has to abandon the other team. This is truly entertaining. Young and strong, it's easy to be arrogant, and that's when mistakes happen. What kind of place is this forbidden zone? Sure, they're advancing faster than us, but didn't I already say this comes with risks? Hurrah! This is going to be amusing. I wonder how many will be left by tomorrow. If all 6 of them die in there, wouldn't we be earning this money too easily? Hurrah! Their ultimate goal is not to clear the restricted zone, but to eliminate Chun Gu and his team. As long as this task is completed, they don't care what happens to the restricted zone in the end. At this moment, Nagayama Nobuhide is still thinking about killing those who came to help. Why would they bother with such trivial concerns? Maybe Chun Gu won't choose any of them and won't go in at all. Suddenly, someone had a wild thought and said with a laugh. Instantly, everyone present looked at each other in silence. But soon, they burst into laughter, clearly enjoying the thought. Huh, that would be so interesting. Running away at the last moment would still make him quite a character. That would be hilarious. We wouldn't even need to make a move. By then, just spread the news to the Eastern Alliance. And how could Chun Gu even have the face to live? Exactly. 6 people went in, and you ran away alone. Not to mention the families of the other 5 wouldn't agree. Even the Eastern Alliance and the Divine Capital Academy wouldn't accept it. The spit alone would drown not just Chungu, but even his family, courtesy of the Eastern Alliance and the entire world. Hey, 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 quickly tell us, has Chungu made his choice or has he already run away? This is so exciting. Liuzi, let us know the moment you have any news so we can enjoy it too. Someone said to the spy on the walkie-talkie. Liuzi replied with a chuckle. Don't worry, I'll definitely inform you all immediately. While they were saying this, Chungu had actually thought for 2 seconds and then directly headed into the secret realm where Quan Zian and her team were located. During this time, the team members had casually chatted about this topic before, purely by coincidence. At the time, everyone treated it as idle talk and didn't take it seriously, as the possibility of both teams encountering a dark invasion simultaneously was almost zero. But what they never expected was that such a thing actually happened. No one knew who had jinxed it by bringing up this topic back then. However, the good thing was that during the casual chat, Su Li and Mayano Yuzuki strongly suggested that Chungu should rescue Quan Zian and her team first. Although Quan Zian's team consisted of 3 people, their overall strength was relatively weaker. More importantly, Quan Zian's team had 3 members, while Su Li's team only had 2. Rescuing 3 people first, and then 2 people was reasonable in every way. He went in. Chungu went to rescue the team of 3 first. Nagayama Nobuhide's spy shouted excitedly. Upon hearing this, Nagayama Nobuhide couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha! Ha! Mayano Yuzuki. Oh Mayano Yuzuki, it seems you truly are pitiful. No matter where you are, you're always the one being abandoned. Truly pitiful. Hara! Nagayama Nobuhide laughed so hard that tears almost came out. A woman like Mayano Yuzuki could never threaten his claim to the throne. However, every time he saw her being abandoned, Nagayama Nobuhide felt a sense of satisfaction. This was probably the only thing he found amusing in recent years. In his view, even if Chungu had the ability to emerge from the Dark Invasion, it would take him at least several days and nights, during which time Mayano Yuzuki would undoubtedly perish. While he wasn't clear about others' capabilities, he knew exactly how capable Mayano Yuzuki was. Hara! Hara! Nagayama Nobuhide couldn't help but laugh. Meanwhile, Gu Tianming naturally had also learned about Chun Ji's situation. Sigh, this kid does have some guts. I thought he would run away. Interesting. He made a decision so quickly, but who knows if he can make it out. Although he once emerged from the Dark Invasion, this is a restricted zone after all. The situation with the Dark Invasion is far more complex. Maybe we can get this bonus for free. Sigh. Over the past few days, we've entered the secret realm together, and after splitting the loot among the group, I only got 40-something blank cards. It's really boring. The bonus is much more appealing. When the time comes, I must buy more and draw a good batch. This mission can also earn a lot of guild points, allowing me to exchange for that magic card I've been eyeing. It's simply perfect. The group chatted back and forth, and seeing the mission target in danger, they naturally welcomed the situation. Meanwhile, news of Chungu encountering the Dark Invasion was also relayed outside through several points arranged by Nagayama Nobuhide within the restricted zone. Nagayama Masakazu, who was in the eastern capital, almost immediately boarded a plane heading to the base. Additionally, he brought along all the ministers, as this matter concerned the future direction of their nation. If Chungu could handle the Dark Invasion, the possibility of clearing this restricted zone would greatly increase, and he wouldn't have to implement the idea of nationwide relocation. After all, nationwide relocation was no trivial matter and would inevitably lead to conflict with the Eastern Federation. At this moment, Chungu was already within the secret realm. The sky was gray, and the earth was only black and white. As far as the eye could see, there were countless magical beasts. Ding, Platinum 7-star Netherworld Wolf. Ding, Platinum 8-star Enhanced Soul Devouring Black Wolf. Ding, Platinum 9-star Rare Ghost-Faced Wolf. Swish, swish, swish. The moment Chungu appeared, the magical beasts that had been looking in another direction all turned their gaze toward him simultaneously. Due to their different species, their eyes emitted various lights, but all of them gleamed with sharpness, and within that sharpness was a hint of disdain. Just one person enough for anyone to eat? Howl, first come, first served charge. A giant wolf howled at the sky and immediately rushed toward Chungu, killing several wolves and trampling others along the way. At this moment, they were utterly frenzied. After all, in their eyes, Chun-Ji's small frame didn't have much meat, and if they were late, there wouldn't even be bones left to gnaw on. Chungu didn't have time to waste with them and directly drew cards. 20 Frost, Hatchling Dragons. 20 Fire, Hatchling Dragons. 2 Skeleton Kings, 4 Death Knights, 4 Undead Knights. In addition to the leaders, there were thousands of Skeleton Knights, Skeleton Generals, and more. In an instant, there were enough bones on the battlefield to keep them chewing for a while. The only question was whether the wolves' teeth were up to the task. The tide had turned, the advantage was mine. Hey, what happened to the one-on-one fight? How did it suddenly turn into a group brawl? Does this newcomer even know the rules? Exactly. If you had summoned earlier, we wouldn't have rushed in. No honor in this. Ah, run. This guy is a wolf in sheep's clothing. I thought we could feast, but now I see I'm courting death. The moment the undead army appeared, the magical beasts that had been charging at Chungu immediately turned tail and fled, adapting to the situation. If they didn't run now, when would they? Humans really are despicable creatures. We thought he was going to fight us one-on-one, but it turned into a group brawl. What is the point of this? Chungu didn't dare to be careless. Summoning his magical pets had already consumed most of his mana. He couldn't afford to worry about wasting a recovery card, so he used one immediately. Then, he drew an equipment card and armed himself. His bow shot like an arrow, flying toward the sky. The undead army, led by the Skeleton King, Death Knight, and Undead Knight, was nothing to worry about. What concerned him more now was Quan Xian and the others. After all, they were members of his new world. If they all perished, wouldn't he end up as a lone commander? What would be the point of returning to the new world headquarters then? Don't be afraid. I'm here. Chungu flew into the air and began scanning the surroundings. The dark invasion not only strengthened the magical beasts inside, but also expanded the map. Coupled with the dim sky and black mist, visibility was poor. Even from the air, it would take some time to locate Quan Xian and the others. At this moment, Quan Xian, Kim Yejung, and Kim Yale were in a different area. The dozen skeleton warriors sent by Chungu had already been surrounded by thousands of mutated magical beasts when the mutation began, drawing most of the beasts' attention and allowing the three to retreat to a region with relatively fewer enemies. Nay, Quan Xian was fighting on her Pegasus beast, but compared to the sisters Kim Yejung and Kim Yale, she seemed to be struggling more. Sister Quan, don't stray too far from us, or we won't be able to protect you, Kim Yale said while fighting. Got it. My Pegasus beast can fly, so I'll handle the beasts above. You focus on the surroundings. Chungu should be here soon. Hold on. At this moment, Quan Xian was valiant and imposing. Even though she was struggling, she maintained her composure and calmness. Kim Yejung and Kim Yale, on the other hand, had the twin-star magical cards of the Phantom God level. Although their mana sources were somewhat limited, their power was enhanced by 1,000%. Moreover, their magical cards were interconnected, making them appear far more relaxed than Quan Xian. The umbrellas in their hands opened and closed intermittently. It was less like slaughtering magical beasts and more like dancing. Amid the bloodshed, there was a strange sense of beauty. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Unlike her sister Kim Yejung's silence, Kim Yale let out light laughter as she killed, adding an eerie touch to the bloody scene. Her eyes even revealed a hint of bloodthirsty madness. She seemed to thoroughly enjoy the atmosphere, her smile tinged with cruelty. If the elder sister embodies gentleness with a touch of determination, then the younger sister is obedience with a hint of madness. For a moment, it feels as if one is the incarnation of an angel, while the other is the embodiment of a demon. Swish, swish, swish. Quan Xian swung the sword in her hand, while Jin Yajong and Jin Yale wielded their umbrellas, relentlessly slaughtering the approaching beasts. The corpses of the beasts piled up around them, and blood stained their cheeks. At this moment, Chungu was flying in midair, constantly searching for Quan Xian and the others, but due to the vast area of the secret realm and the black mist, he had yet to locate them. Skill card, Infinite Summon. Pet card. Hellhound. Subsequently, Chun-Gu simply landed on a small hill and summoned a large number of hellhounds. Although hellhounds were not particularly strong in combat, they were agile and extremely fast, making them the perfect choice for searching. Go! Chun-Gu commanded, and the hellhounds scattered, crossing mountains and roaming through the secret realm. The fierce wind howled as Chun-Gu, clad in the Blood Emperor's armor, stood atop the hill, constantly switching perspectives to observe the surroundings. Occasionally, he would switch to the undead army's view. The undead army advanced almost like an unstoppable force, continuously heading in his direction. In such a vast secret realm, even tens of thousands of disaster troops are not enough. Chun-Gu murmured. If he could summon hundreds of thousands, or even millions at once, finding Quan Ziyan and the others would be much easier. Meanwhile, Quan Ziyan and the other two were fighting while retreating. Although Quan Ziyan's strength was weaker than the sisters Jin Yazhong and Jin Yale, she had an ample supply of magic recovery cards and stamina recovery cards. With these cards, the three could ensure their magic and stamina remained full, allowing them to hold out for a long time as long as they didn't encounter the final boss. But just as the three had finished off one wave, they looked up to see thousands more beasts charging toward them. When will this ever end? Jin Yale pouted, ready to sigh. Bang! Suddenly, a tall figure clad in heavy blood-red armor and wielding a massive blood-red blade appeared in the midst of the beasts. As he landed, the ground exploded into a massive crater, and most of the surrounding beasts were instantly killed or injured. Immediately, the ground cracked, and crimson blood seeped from the fissures, igniting into scorching flames. The beasts that had seemed endless and impossible to kill were instantly wiped out. Sorry I'm late. Chun-Gu turned back, slid 2 fingers across his forehead, and smiled faintly. Huh. Quan Ziyan, Jin Yazhong, and Jin Yale chuckled softly, momentarily speechless as they watched the beasts vanish in an instant. I was just wondering when we would finally finish killing all these beasts. Wasn't that a bit too quick? Jin Yale said, stunned. Indeed. Quan Ziyan and Jin Yazhong echoed in surprise. It was fast, but wasn't it a bit too fast? They didn't even have time to blink. Brother Chun, you're amazing, Jin Yale said sweetly, her demeanor instantly becoming more obedient. Dark Invasion has also appeared on Su Li's side. Let's hurry up and push forward to get out of here as soon as possible. Chun-Gu chuckled lightly and began slaughtering the magical beasts charging at them again. Upon hearing this news, Quan Ziyan and the other three couldn't help but freeze. They had discussed this kind of situation before, but only as casual post-meal chatter. They never expected to actually encounter it. Where could they even reason this out? This was probably harder than drawing a Phantom God-level magic card. When drawing cards, why couldn't they draw a Phantom God-level magic card? Good things never come knocking, but bad things chase you down. Sigh. The three sighed and rejoined the battle. However, with Chun-Ji's appearance, their pressure greatly reduced. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, Changshan Xianxiu was sitting there, munching on sunflower seeds while waiting for news. It's been 3 or 4 hours already, and there doesn't seem to be any movement. Changshan Xianxiu casually tossed the sunflower seed shells in his hand and said gleefully. The scout quickly responded, Your Highness, after all, it's a dark invasion. The mutated magical beasts inside are enough to give them a hard time. What big movement could there be? If they're unlucky, they might not even see the final boss before dying. Hearing this, Changshan Xianxiu sighed again. Sigh. I still hope they can come out alive. After all, this concerns our Ying nation. At this moment, he began to worry about Chun-Gu. If the dark invasion couldn't be handled, it would definitely affect Ying nation in the end. He was the typical wanting both ways type. Your Highness, for a secret realm invaded by darkness, it's normal for it to take 10 days to half a month. What's 3 or 4 hours? Your Highness, if something happens to our Ying nation, the Eastern Federation won't have it easy either, so you don't need to worry too much. Exactly. If this forbidden zone gets out of control, the Eastern Federation will definitely send people over to deal with it. Changshan Xianxiu's subordinates comforted him one after another, shamelessly emphasizing their stance. Ying nation was close to the Eastern Federation, so if something happened to Ying nation, it would definitely affect the Eastern Federation. This gave them a sense of security and arrogance. On Gu Tianming's side, he had also stopped advancing and was sitting there, waiting for the scout Liuzi's report. They all wanted to see if Chun Gu had the ability to come out of the Dark Invasion. Everyone, how long do you think Chun Gu will take to come out? The people from Hongmen, who carried a bit of a rogue aura, loved gambling the most. At this moment, someone spoke up. Why don't I set up a betting pool here? Let's place bets. Brother Yang San, this isn't an easy pool to manage, someone laughed. What are you afraid of? Being the bookmaker has its perks. Come, place your bets. I've even calculated the odds. The 30-something Yang San casually stood up and said. At this moment, Gu Tianming, sitting nearby, instantly perked up and turned around, saying, 30 blank cards, I bet he'll come out within 7 days. 20 cards, I bet he won't make it out. 40 cards, I bet he'll come out within 10 days. A group of people instantly became excited, most of them believing that Chun Gu would need at least 5 or 6 days to emerge from the first secret realm. After all, Dark Invasion is not something to be taken lightly, especially with only 4 people inside. Come on, place your bets quickly. The originally restricted area was suddenly turned into a bustling casino by them. Not only their own people, but even those sent by Nagayama Nobuhide started betting crazily, unafraid of stirring up trouble. Outside the restricted area at the base camp, apart from the Emperor of Ing Country, Nagayama Masakazu, sitting in a temporarily constructed tent, there were also leaders of major financial groups and companies from Ing Country. This time, Ing Country had spent a fortune inviting people from all over the world, truly going all out. Although Ing Country was Nagayama Masakazu's nation, these financial groups and companies were indispensable. Currently, they shared a state of mutual prosperity and mutual loss. How is it? Any new updates? Nagayama Masakazu asked in a deep voice from his seat of honor. The staff responsible for transmitting information immediately replied, Your Majesty, there is no news at the moment. At this moment, the president of Mizami Technology spoke up, Your Majesty, there's no need to worry. Based on the information we've gathered, last time Chun Gu took quite a while to emerge from Dark Invasion. I estimate it will take at least 5 or 6 days for any news this time. 5 or 6 days. This is a restricted area after all. I fear even a week might not be enough. Sigh. I just hope it's not a case of good luck last time, and this time he might not even make it out. The situation inside Dark Invasion is extremely complex. Only 1 in 10 people make it out alive. I've heard that Chun Gu is the legendary freshman of this year's Divine Capital Academy. Let us hope he can make it out alive. The probability of encountering Dark Invasion is very low. For 2 to appear simultaneously in this restricted area, if they can be resolved, the difficulty of this secret realm will be greatly reduced. As for the situation with the mountain range, we can make other plans. If he truly manages to resolve 2 Dark Invasions, it wouldn't necessarily be a good thing for Ing Country. Such a powerful magic card master would also pose a threat to us. Sigh, don't say such things carelessly. If someone overhears, it could cause trouble. Although Ing Country's overall strength wasn't strong, their development in information technology and mobile machinery was advancing rapidly. The resources of Ing Country were no longer sufficient to meet their needs, so naturally, they sought larger territories. And their target was, of course, the Eastern Federation. At this moment, someone approached Nagayama Masakazu, leaned down, and whispered a few words to him. Upon hearing that Mayano Yuzuki was in another Dark Invasion, Nagayama Masakazu frowned and sighed, Useless trash. She was supposed to inspire Nobuhide, but she's been abandoned so quickly. In the end, she's just a worthless failure. Nagayama Masakazu shook his head coldly. From the beginning, he had only seen Mayano Yuzuki as a tool to be used, but he hadn't expected this tool to be on the verge of death so soon. In his view, Mayano Yuzuki was undoubtedly doomed. Even if Chun Gu could emerge from the Dark Invasion, it would be a few days later, and given Mayano Yuzuki's condition, it was impossible for her to hold on until then. His eyes and the corners of his mouth were filled with disdain and indifference toward this illegitimate daughter. He had never considered Mayano Yuzuki as his daughter. Meanwhile, on Su Li and Mayano Yuzuki's side, Mayano Yuzuki was attacking openly with water elements. while Su Li hid in the shadows, continuously harvesting the approaching magical beasts. The two relied on each other, and their cooperation was remarkably seamless. Moreover, their goal was clear: fighting while retreating, waiting for Chun Ji's support. As for the skeleton warriors sent by Chen Ge, they were scattered by the massive influx of magical beasts after the mutation occurred. It seems something must have gone wrong on Chun Ji's side, otherwise he would have arrived by now. Based on the time, Mayano Yuzuki had already made a rough judgment. Indeed, too much time has passed. With the boss's abilities, he should have been here long ago. Su Li replied from the darkness. Mayano Yuzuki already had an answer in her heart and murmured, "I'm afraid the situation we least wanted to see has occurred, two dark invasions happening simultaneously. Otherwise, Chen Ge should have already joined us." Eliminating all other possibilities, Mayano Yuzuki had reached her final conclusion. For her to survive under Nagayama Nobuhide's targeting until now was no small feat. If that's the case, there's no need to worry too much. My boss will come to support us within a day. We just need to hold on for one day. Su Li suddenly killed two magical beasts and said confidently. One day, Mayano Yuzuki couldn't help but feel doubtful. Looking out at the countless magical beasts, could they really be dealt with in one day? Not to mention the final boss, which would be the hardest to defeat. Maybe it will take at least 2 days? Although Mayano Yuzuki knew Chen Ge was strong, she still made a rather conservative estimate. Meanwhile, on Chen Ji's side, Chen Ge, now in a state of slaughter, was constantly leaping and harvesting wherever his eyes could see. Wherever he passed, the ground would have a massive trench. The surrounding magical beasts were either directly killed by the shock or sliced to death with a single strike, dying in extremely gruesome ways. He let out maniacal laughter, and the blood mist around him made him increasingly crazed and bloodthirsty, fighting more fiercely as time went on. Bang, bang, bang. As time passed, the mountain and ground were covered with pits several meters deep. Wherever he went, even ant nests were dug out, and passing rabbits would get slapped by him. The wild grass and flowers on the ground were trampled twice one word. Insane. Initially, Quan Zian and the other two thought Chen Ge was alleviating their P-gene Yale pouted. When he goes crazy, it's not even 1% of Chen Ge. Her sister, Jin Yazhong, glanced sideways at her and asked, "Actually, you're pretty crazy yourself, just not as crazy as Brother Chen." "I don't like Brother Chen being crazier than me." Jin Yale pouted again, shaking her head in displeasure. Quan Zian, who had been watching from the side, felt utterly helpless. "I thought Jin Yale was already crazy enough, but compared to Chen Ge right now, it's like a minor wizard facing a great sorcerer." Ding! Platinum 8-star Lord level ghost-faced wolf. At this moment, a Lord level demon wolf appeared in front of Chen Ge. It stood over 3 meters tall, its fur bristling, looking extremely ferocious. The surrounding magical beasts cautiously retreated due to its imposing presence. "It's a lord. The lord is here. That kid is in for it now. He was so arrogant earlier. Now that the lord is here, he'll learn what cruelty means." Aru. The demon wolves present were all visibly excited. Seeing the surrounding wolves bowing in anticipation of the lord's move, the ghost-faced wolf appeared very proud. Its blood-red eyes glared as it roared at Chen Ge. Aru. It bared its fangs, emitting black mist from its body, and its figure began to expand, growing from 3 meters to 5 or 6 meters, and even up to 10 meters. Gulp. Watching the Lord-level ghost-faced wolf continuously grow, seemingly about to reach 10 meters tall, it was simply unbelievable. Quan Zian and the other two stared intently, their hearts trembling with unease, instinctively swallowing hard. They couldn't help but glance worriedly at Chen Ge, whose wolf suddenly grows to over 10 meters tall. At this moment, Chen Ge, standing not far away, was not about to back down. He took a deep breath and roared at the 10-meter-tall ghost-faced wolf. "Get lost!" This roar shook the heavens and the earth, causing the surrounding air to tremble as if it might shatter at any moment. The word "get lost" carried a violent force of blood energy, an intensity of madness, and an indescribable pressure. The man in blood-red armor before it seemed smaller in stature, yet he appeared towering and regal, like a king, making the wolf instinctively want to kneel in submission. Feeling the overwhelming force, the ghost-faced wolf's expression began to distort. Its previously confident demeanor vanished, and every pore on its body opened wide, allowing fear to seep in from the outside. Soon, every cell in its body trembled, as if it had heard an undeniable command. Outside the secret realm at this moment. Huh? What's going on? Why do I feel like I just heard someone shout, "Get lost"? Nagayama Nobuhide frowned as he asked through the intercom. Must have misheard. Probably some giant magical beast's roar that sounded like "Get lost." There's no way a normal person could make such a loud sound. The scout quickly replied. Yeah, true. That's not a sound a human could make. Nagayama Nobuhide nodded slightly. Meanwhile, inside the secret realm, the once over 10-meter-tall, majestic ghost-faced wolf turned around and ran off into the distance. The originally hopeful demon wolves all looked on with question marks on their faces as the Lord-level ghost-face wolf disappeared into the distance. What is going on? What just happened? We were waiting for you to take down that guy, and you just turned around and ran? Ugh, trash. Although the other demon wolves were also quite frightened by Chun-Gu's roar, seeing the Lord-level ghost-face wolf flee like that, they all sneered disdainfully. Meanwhile, the fleeing ghost-face wolf muttered to itself, "A bunch of idiots. It's obvious we can't win, so why not run?" At this moment, Chun-Gu, who had just come to his senses, was stunned. He had only felt a little itch in his throat earlier and casually shouted, not expecting to scare off a Lord-level ghost-face wolf. Unbelievable. In reality, the blood energy within him was so violent that even his shout of "Get lost" carried a menacing aura, terrifying the ghost-faced wolf into retreat. Ha ha ha! Quan Zian and the other two stood there, laughing awkwardly. Is this even a thing? They had thought there would be an intense and exhilarating battle, but in the end, that's it? That's it. Before long, Chun-Gu's undead army had already gathered and began clearing out the surrounding demon wolves. The group continued to advance quickly, searching for the final boss of the Dark Invasion. The last time they encountered a Dark Invasion, it was a massive spider that blotted out the sky. This time, Chun-Gu even flew up to take a look, and it was clear that this situation was different from the last. To expedite their progress, Chun-Gu used another magic recovery card and summoned over 5,000 more magical pets to speed up the advance. In the 7th hour of their entry into the secret realm, the already dim sky suddenly grew even darker, almost pitch black. Then, the clouds in the sky dispersed, revealing a bright, clear moon. Awoo! Suddenly, the surrounding demon wolves became restless and uneasy, howling at the sky. Soon after, the bright moon in the sky began to be consumed, as if a lunar eclipse was occurring. In that instant, the air was filled with a dangerous aura, and even the excited Chun-Gu felt a hint of unease. He raised his head, his crimson eyes fixed on the lunar eclipse in the sky, quietly waiting. Awoo! The surrounding demon wolves grew increasingly agitated. When the lunar eclipse passed and moonlight once again bathed the earth, the demon wolves had transformed into werewolves. Their muscles bulged, their eyes were blood red and frenzied, and they charged toward Chun-Gu and his group. Kill! Standing in the midst of tens of thousands of undead soldiers, Chun-Gu roared. First, the skeleton archers suppressed them from a distance. When the werewolves closed in, the frontline skeleton knights launched a charge, followed closely by the skeleton warlords and skeleton warriors, who joined the fray. In an instant, the secret realm turned into a massive battlefield. The sounds of battle cries and wails echoed endlessly within the secret realm. This noise, of course, reached outside the secret realm as well. Through the intercom, Nagayama Nobuhide heard the sounds immediately. He frowned and asked, "What is going on? Why does it sound like two armies are clashing? Am I hearing things? Why do I keep hearing some strange noises today? First, it was that get out shout, and now it's the deafening sound of battle cries. This isn't normal. It can't be that Chun-Gu can summon an entire army, right? Who does he think he is? Your Highness, it really seems to be the sound of battle cries. This kind of sound usually comes from humanoid magical beasts." The scout frowned and replied after listening for a long time. Humanoid magical beasts? Upon hearing this news, Nagayama Nobuhide couldn't help but be shocked. Among magical beasts, the most dangerous are the humanoid ones because they possess higher intelligence and are the most difficult to deal with. Although he wished for Chun Ji's death, he hoped that before dying, Chen Ge could deal with these two dark invaders. Humans are such contradictory and complex creatures. Judging by the situation, it really seems like two armies are clashing. But where did these two armies come from? The scout hesitated and said with a bitter smile, "It can't be that Chen Ge also summoned an army of magical beasts, right? That shouldn't be possible, right?" Although Chen Ge was a summoner, he naturally didn't believe that Chen Ge could summon an entire army. That would be too far-fetched, almost like a joke. How is that possible? I admit he does have some strength, and his summoned creatures are numerous, but summoning an entire army? What a joke! Nagayama Nobuhide immediately dismissed this speculation. If Chen Ge could really summon an army of magical beasts, that would be too shocking. Judging by the sound, the numbers on both sides must be in the thousands, if not tens of thousands. Does Chen Ge have that much magical power? He had once seen a powerful summoning card master with an S-level magic source, and even they could only summon 100 magical beasts at most. Could it be that Chen Ge is an SSS-level magic source and has a large number of magic recovery cards? And even if he had thousands of magical beasts, does Chen Ge really have that kind of ability? If he did, he would be powerful enough to dominate this world. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Nagayama Nobuhide kept denying this speculation. He didn't want to believe it, nor did he dare to believe it, because it was simply too unbelievable. Go down there and listen carefully near the secret realm, Nagayama Nobuhide ordered. Yes, Your Highness. Given the current situation, it was clear that Chen Ge and his group wouldn't be coming out anytime soon, so the scout agreed without hesitation. You should be able to hear it clearly now, right? Soon, the scout had reached the entrance of the secret realm. However, as he approached, he was trembling with fear, worried that he might accidentally step inside. If he did, it wouldn't just be a matter of trouble. On the other end of the walkie-talkie, Nagayama Nobuhide's voice came through, asking, "Hello? Can you hear me clearly now?" Gulp, the scout swallowed nervously and was about to listen closely. Roar, suddenly, a roar mixed with a strong stench of blood came from the entrance of the secret realm. It was as if the scout was standing in front of a giant fan, and his entire face was distorted by the gust of wind. Ugh, what a stinky mouth in the end, the scout mumbled, foaming at the mouth, and with a thud, he was sent flying backward and passed out completely. Hello? Hello? What are you saying? Although Nagayama Nobuhide heard the roar through the walkie-talkie, he naturally couldn't experience what the scout had just gone through. After waiting for a long time without hearing anything from the other side of the intercom, he cursed and hung up. Damn it. Useless. Just one shout, and you fainted. Meanwhile, the fainted scout could only think, I thought the stench in this secret realm was bad enough, but compared to you, it's nothing. At this moment in the secret realm, Quan Zian, Kim Yejung, and Kim Yale were already passed out on the ground, completely unconscious. No one could have imagined that what defeated them wasn't the magical beasts, but a wolf's mouth. And that very mouth even calmed the previously frenzied Chen Ge. He. Chen Ge stood there, the corner of his mouth twitching, as he looked toward the silver-haired wolf on the mountain peak to his left. Behind it was the bright full moon, making its otherwise small figure appear towering and imposing. Its green eyes met Chen Ji's blood-red ones. Beep, unknown creature. The magic card master's wristband issued a prompt. This was probably the final boss, but compared to the last gigantic spider that blotted out the sky, this one seemed utterly unimpressive. Swish! Just as Chen Ge was thinking this, the wolf suddenly stood up from the ground and transformed into a burly werewolf with a tiger-like back and a bear-like waist. Its silver fur bristled, and 2 rings appeared on its hands. In an instant, it leapt down from the mountain peak, landing in the midst of Chun Ji's undead army, instantly turning thousands of undead soldiers into ashes. Then, it slowly turned its head to look at Chen Ge, a hint of provocation at the corner of its mouth. All right, you think you can just kill my undead army? Chen Ge, naturally unwilling to back down, made a big leap and landed in the midst of the demon wolves. Boom! A pit several meters deep appeared, and thousands of magical beasts around were also reduced to ashes. Then, Chen Ge chuckled lightly. looking at the silver-haired werewolf with a playful smirk. He extended his right hand and made a thumbs-down gesture, full of mockery. Humph humph. Seeing this, the silver-haired werewolf snorted angrily and began slaughtering the surrounding undead army without restraint. Chun-gu, of course, refused to be outdone and started slaughtering the surrounding magical beasts with abandon. The werewolf killed 1, and Chun-gu killed 2. The werewolf killed 10, and Chun-gu killed 50. It was as if the two were competing. The real victims, however, were the magical beasts. As for Chun-ji's undead army, the two skeleton kings had resurrection skills, allowing them to revive once, and there were 2 of them, which was quite troublesome. Even more problematic was the 8 undead mages secretly reviving the ordinary undead soldiers. Whenever the silver-haired werewolf managed to kill one of the skeleton kings, the undead soldiers it had just killed would be revived again. And when it killed those undead soldiers once more and tried to chase the undead mages, one of the skeleton kings would rise again. The silver-haired werewolf was so enraged it stomped and roared. It was truly a wolf, but these undead were truly shameless. Over an hour later. Hey, are you done yet? Chun-gu, having slaughtered all the surrounding magical beasts, looked at the silver-haired werewolf. Although the silver-haired werewolf couldn't understand what Chun-gu was saying, when it turned to look at him, it could tell from the expression at the corner of Chun-ji's mouth that he was full of provocation. Howl suddenly, it roared furiously, howling at the sky, emitting dense black mist all over its body, transforming entirely into a mass of black fog. Immediately, numerous cracks appeared throughout the secret realm, resembling a mirror about to shatter. These cracks not only spread within the secret realm, but quickly extended beyond it, encompassing the entire forbidden zone. Crack, crack, crack. Around the secret realm and the entrances to the abyss, countless cracks emerged, as if the space before them was on the verge of collapse. Howl. The silver-haired werewolf's howling did not cease, it continued to roar at the sky. The undead army summoned by Chun-gu was quickly devoured by the black mist emanating from its body. At this moment, Chun-gu remained eerily calm, standing quietly in front of Quan Zian and the other 2, using the violent power of his blood energy to repel the black mist. However, the black mist surrounding the silver-haired werewolf was too dense for him to act, leaving him to wait for an opportunity. He wanted to see what other tricks the silver-haired werewolf could pull off. Meanwhile, in the Forbidden Zone, crack, 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 the space around the secret realm and abyss entrances began to peel away, revealing the interior of the secret realm and abyss from the outside. If the fragmentation continued, the secret realm and abyss would connect with the space of this world, allowing the magical beasts inside to escape. What is going on? What exactly happened? Nagashima Nobuhide stared at the peeling space around him, feeling dizzy, as a sense of foreboding surged from the soles of his feet to his head. Look quickly. I can already see the magical beasts inside the secret realm. If this continues, they'll escape. Over here, I can clearly see the situation inside the abyss too. What on earth is happening? What is wrong with this forbidden zone? Why is this happening? The people Nagashima Nobuhide brought were at a loss, staring at the surrounding secret realms and abysses, overwhelmed by a deep fear. The otherworldly secret realms and abyss spaces were now separated from their own space by only a glass-like barrier. If it completely shattered, all the magical beasts in the Forbidden Zone would likely escape. What would happen then? Would they mutate immediately? Even if they didn't, the sheer number of them would be impossible to resist. What exactly is going on? Gulp. The group nervously observed the surroundings, cautious and silent. At this moment, they were already staring through the remaining glass-like barrier, making eye contact with the magical beasts inside the secret realm and abyss. Those pairs of eyes, bloodthirsty and frenzied, seemed as if they wanted to devour them whole. Your Highness, what should we do next? Someone asked. Nagashima Nobuhide gritted his teeth, his face full of uncertainty. But finally, everything came to a halt. He took a deep breath and said, "What is there to fear? You all took the money, and now if you back out, how will you survive in the future?" As everything came to a halt, along with Nagayama Nobuhide's words, the surrounding people gradually calmed down. Meanwhile, Similar situations were occurring throughout the entire restricted zone. Some people saw the outside world from within the secret realm, while others outside saw the conditions of the surrounding secret realms and abyss. They all widened their eyes in disbelief, completely unable to comprehend what was happening. At this moment, outside the restricted zone at the base, Nagayama Masakazu, accompanied by a group of financial conglomerates and company executives, stared in disbelief at the scene before them. Around the restricted zone, a massive light screen had formed, covered entirely with dense cracks, as if the space of this restricted zone was on the verge of collapse. Such phenomena typically appeared around those super demon gods and pillar gods. It was rumored that the places they inhabited connected two worlds. However, there was another possibility: the complete collapse of this space, plunging into nothingness, leaving behind only a hollow black hole. There were hundreds of such places worldwide, though most people had never seen them. What is going on here? Even though Nagayama Masakazu was a top-tier magic card master, he still appeared flustered upon witnessing this scene. This world was vast, full of dangers, and always caught people off guard. Your Majesty, I just checked the database, and there is no similar information. We have no idea what is happening. The Minister of Affairs quickly replied. This. Nagayama Masakazu pointed at the seemingly collapsing restricted zone space before him, his head spinning. Nagayama Nobuhide was inside. If something happened to him, wouldn't that be? Quick, contact Nobuhide immediately and have him leave the restricted zone at once. Nagayama Masakazu, supported by others, said in a deep voice. At this moment, the emergency minister stepped forward with a bitter expression and said, Your Majesty, something major has happened. We have completely lost all communication channels with personnel inside the restricted zone, and no one can enter the zone now. What? Nagayama Masakazu's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend what was happening. This is trouble. What exactly is going on? Even the usually aloof financial conglomerates around him were stunned, unable to remain calm. Everything was happening so bizarrely that no one could understand it. The fall of the restricted zone meant a shrinkage of their assets, something they absolutely did not want to see. In the abyss where Suli and Mayano Yuzuki were located. Thud, thud, thud. As numerous cracks appeared within the abyss, it seemed to awaken the boss of the abyss. A monster shrouded in black mist began to stride heavily toward them. Wherever it passed, the magical beasts were either crushed to death under its feet or grabbed and devoured. Although the monster's true form was unclear, the overwhelming aura emanating from it made Suli and Mayano Yuzuki struggle to catch their breath. More importantly, the cracks in the surrounding space also made them panic. Everything happened so suddenly. Originally, the two of them were hiding in a cave, only needing to face the beasts charging in from the front and wait for Chunji's support. But now, they had to keep retreating, staying as far away as possible from that gigantic monster. The monster was over 100 meters tall, and each step it took was far faster than theirs. It was only a matter of time before they were caught. Boom, boom. As the two ran, they felt the tremors of the earth, appearing utterly flustered. Is this the dark invasion? Mayano Yuzuki turned back in disbelief to glance at the 100-meter-tall monster, her heart trembling. What kind of joke is this? Suli also turned back to look at the towering monster, tears almost streaming from the corners of his eyes. This was simply not a monster they could deal with. Even if he charged forward, his dagger would probably only scratch an itch for the monster. He couldn't understand how his boss had managed to survive the dark invasion. This was absolutely not a place meant for humans. To be precise, it wasn't a place for normal humans, it was only suitable for beings like his boss. Boss, save me. Although Suli had undergone changes, in the face of such a colossal creature, he could no longer maintain his composure. And is God the one who gave him courage, hope, and luck? When would he arrive? My God, have you heard my call? I sincerely pray for your appearance. Suli smiled bitterly. Wherever the 100-meter monster passed, almost nothing survived. The only thing the two of them could do now was run. Meanwhile, on Chunji's side, the silver-haired werewolf had finally quieted down, but it had undergone a drastic transformation. Its entire body was shrouded in black mist, like burning black flames, scorching and violent. Though its figure was small, it seemed to harbor explosive power. At this moment, it remained still, but once it moved, it carried an overwhelming force. From afar, it faced Chenggu, who radiated a ferocious aura of blood energy, standing high and mighty. It seemed that, in a certain instant, the man and the wolf reached some kind of understanding and simultaneously charged toward each other. Clang! In the blink of an eye, the two met in midair. The blood moon blade collided with the ring, sparking brilliant flames. At this moment, Chun Ji's entire body surged with blood energy, reaching the peak of frenzy and madness. Ha 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 ha! From his mouth came a laugh unlike any before, low and terrifying, not sounding human at all. Wu, the werewolf, sensing the extreme and frenzied battle intent emanating from Chenggu, refused to be outdone and let out a piercing howl. Clang, clang, clang. The two clashed head-on, sparks and lightning flying in the sky. The secret realm, already riddled with cracks, began to tremble violently. Crack, crack, crack. Countless fissures spread in all directions, as if this space could collapse at any moment. After a fierce exchange, Chenggu and the werewolf were both sent flying far away. This situation drove Chenggu into a towering rage. He was actually repelled by a wolf. Utter humiliation. Utter humiliation. Enraged, he raised the blood-red crescent blade in his hand and slashed his own left hand. Ha 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 ha! With the pull of a surge of blood energy, his scarlet eyes began to emit an eerie red glow, and his entire aura started to skyrocket. The entire secret realm trembled incessantly because of his maniacal laughter. A real man cuts himself, what's the problem with that? Ha 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 ha! His aura continued to expand rapidly, and his extreme madness made him look like a tyrannical emperor, holding the power of life and death over others. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. His opponent's fate was sealed. The werewolf opposite him was dumbfounded at the sight. It thought it had been cool enough just now, but compared to this man, it seemed to fall short somehow. Also, was this guy insane? Ruthless enough to slash himself? A lunatic, an absolute lunatic. Kill! Suddenly, Chenggu roared and charged straight at the werewolf. At this moment, he was like a blood-red meteor hurtling toward the werewolf. His frenzied battle cry accelerated the collapse of the entire secret realm. Crack, 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 crack. The secret realm seemed on the verge of complete collapse. In this situation, he had to kill the werewolf and escape through the exit of the secret realm at the very moment it completely fell apart. Kill, kill, kill. His shouts of kill echoed endlessly throughout the entire forbidden zone. What? What is that sound? Nagayama Nobuhide, who had already been trembling with fear upon realizing he couldn't leave the forbidden zone, began frantically looking around after hearing the sound, his entire demeanor becoming paranoid. The extreme savagery in that voice made his blood run cold. Where on earth was that sound coming from? It sounds like it's shouting kill. How is that possible? How could a human make such a ferocious sound? It must be some kind of magical beast. A magical beast? What kind of magical beast could make such a crazed sound? And its roar is way too human-like. This what is going on with this forbidden zone. This isn't a normal forbidden zone at all. We're in big trouble now. The people around Nagayama Nobuhide were also at a loss, staring blankly at their surroundings. Unlike Chenggu, most magic card masters were utterly powerless in the face of a dark invasion or tens of thousands of magical beasts. Their first instinct was to flee, but now they had learned from those passing messages from the edge of the forbidden zone that escape was impossible. They appeared helpless, while the magical beasts within the secret realm continued to gather, seemingly preparing to charge out the moment the secret realm connected with this space. They looked around, and just in the area they were in, there were dozens of secret realms and abysses, which probably meant tens of thousands of magical beasts. Among them were even elite and lord-level beasts. A sense of fear gradually spread in their hearts. Naturally, this emotion also spread among the other teams within the Forbidden Zone. What on earth is going on? What exactly happened? Yang Fan of the Azure Dragon Gang looked up at the sky, his expression grave. This Forbidden Zone is abnormal. It's definitely not as simple as those people from in-country said. They must not have told the truth. Those people from Ming country never speak the truth. What do we do now? Brother Yang, maybe we should join up with Chun Ji's group, or retreat now. Before coming here, Chu Tianyuan had repeatedly warned them about this matter. Now, the situation had already exceeded their capabilities. What they needed to do was either move closer to Chun Gu or retreat. Yang Fan looked at the magical beasts in the secret realms and abysses around them, all eyeing them like prey. After thinking for a moment, he pointed to the light screen in the sky and said, "Do you see the light screen in the sky? It's full of cracks. If I'm not mistaken, it's probably impossible to leave the Forbidden Zone now. We only have one option, and that is to head toward Chun Ji's group. Since Yang Fan was sent by the Azure Dragon Gang, he must have some abilities." He quickly made what he believed to be the wisest decision at the moment. The team members then looked up at the sky, one by one, dumbfounded, and did not object to Yang Fan's suggestion. As their captain, Yang Fan's judgment had always been outstanding. Before long, the group from the Azure Dragon Gang changed their direction and began moving toward where Chun Ji's group was heading. However, they were unsure of Chun Ji's exact location, which would likely cost them a lot of time. Meanwhile, Tong Bai from the Eye of the Storm held a walkie-talkie in his hand, his expression serious. As a guild operating with massive capital, it was not difficult for them to acquire a few walkie-talkies like the one Nagayama Nobuhide had. Normally, to avoid being discovered by Nagayama Nobuhide, he wouldn't use it, but the situation had just become critical, so he took it out immediately and happened to hear what Nagayama Nobuhide's group was saying. "We can't leave the Forbidden Zone now. This is trouble. The best choice is to move closer to Chun Ji's group. He's the only one we can rely on now." Others might doubt the credibility of the legendary new student from the Divine Capital Academy, but they wouldn't. They always analyzed based on rankings and data. For students of the Divine Capital Academy, their scores and rankings could almost calculate their combat power. And Chun Gu, this terrifying existence, still had no accurate combat power calculated by the guild. This unpredictability meant infinite possibilities. And this infinite possibility was their hope for survival. "Everyone, pack up and move toward Chun Ji's group," Tong Bai ordered. Yes. In the Eye of the Storm, hierarchy was strict, and Tong Bai's words were absolute commands, leaving no room for objection. The team hired by the Kingdom of Ing from other guilds and mercenary groups immediately chose to retreat, aiming to exit the Forbidden Zone. The current situation had already exceeded their capabilities, and their only goal now was survival. Swish! In the blink of an eye, Chun Gu was face to face with the werewolf. It was a head-on confrontation, with neither side backing down. As the man and the wolf met, red light and black mist intertwined and spread around. As they passed each other, the red light on Chun Ji's body surged, while the black mist surrounding the werewolf suddenly contracted. Bang! In the next moment, the werewolf exploded, forming a massive mushroom cloud in the surrounding area. With the appearance of the enormous mushroom cloud, the secret realm could no longer hold up. It began to shake violently, and the rate of cracking accelerated. Chun Gu dared not be careless and rushed forward at lightning speed, gathering the spoils left behind by the werewolf into his arms. Fortunately, during the earlier battle, he had already collected all the whiteboard cards scattered on the ground, so he didn't need to worry about them now. He then hurried to Quan Zian and the other two women, tucked Quan Zian under his arm, grabbed one person in each hand, and dashed toward the exit of the secret realm. At this moment, the ground in the secret realm began to collapse, and black holes gradually appeared in the sky. Luckily, Chun Gu could fly otherwise. He would have perished here. Meanwhile, the scout who had fainted outside the secret realm had already regained consciousness. Seeing the situation around him, he was completely stunned. He had no idea what had happened, but his reaction was swift. He immediately headed back the way he came without lingering. The scout stopped in the distance and turned his head, only to see Chun Gu emerging from the secret realm with 3 women. By now, Chun Gu had already removed his equipment. Due to prolonged exertion, his magic power had been completely depleted, and the only thing keeping him going was the time-limited Berserk card he had activated. In just over 40 minutes, he would enter a weakened state. To quickly deal with the werewolf, he had instantly unlocked 2,700% of his combat power and used unmatched shatter to break through the defense. Otherwise, how could he have defeated the opponent in one strike? Seeing Chun-gu and the others emerge from the secret realm, the scouts' eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Looking to the left, the entrance to the secret realm, which had been corrupted by darkness, had already disappeared. He glanced at the sky and calculated the time. 9. Less than 10 hours. And he actually came out of a secret realm corrupted by darkness? The scout swallowed hard. What does this mean? Gulp, he hid behind a large tree, sneaking another glance at Chun-gu and swallowing nervously. How is this possible? Zzz, the sound of static accompanied Nagayama Nobuhide's voice on the walkie-talkie again. Hello? Hello? What's the situation over there now? At this moment, Nagayama Nobuhide seemed a bit impatient. He was like a headless fly, not knowing what to do. The scout immediately snapped back to his senses and whispered, Your Highness. Your Highness, Chun-gu and his group have already emerged from the secret realm. Based on the time estimate, it took him less than 10 hours. By the end of his report, the scout's voice was tinged with disbelief. There were numerous records of dark invasions, but no one had ever emerged from one so quickly. Unbelievable. Unheard of. What? Nagayama Nobuhide, already somewhat irritable, suddenly stood up from his seat, his eyes fixed on the walkie-talkie in his hand, unable to believe his ears. Less than 10 hours to come out of that secret realm? This news sounded like a joke, and it was not funny at all. Are you sure? Nagayama Nobuhide tried his best to suppress the shock in his heart and asked again. Your Highness, I was not far from them. I saw it clearly. It's definitely Chun-gu and his group. However, the 3 women seemed to have fainted and were carried out by him. The scout replied in detail. Squeak. Upon receiving the confirmed news, Nagayama Nobuhide clenched his teeth tightly, growing increasingly wary of Chun-gu. A person like Chun-gu, if he were to rise to the king level, would become a major threat to their Ing nation. The emergence of such a person could even directly affect the balance of power in the Eastern Federation, neighboring countries, and the entire world. The world's balance has always shifted due to the actions of the strong, and someone like Chun-gu is filled with too many uncontrollable factors. Chun-gu must die. He squeezed out these words through gritted teeth. The situation was now critical, and Tong Bai from the Eye of the Storm had been monitoring Nagayama Nobuhide's communications. When he heard that Chun-gu and his group had emerged from the dark invasion polluted secret realm in less than 10 hours, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he was speechless for a long time. His team members naturally heard the news as well, each standing frozen in place. It seems we need to recalculate the data on Chun-gu. Tong Bai smiled bitterly as he looked back at his team members. This Chun-gu is just too outrageous. Truly worthy of being the legendary freshman of the Divine Capital Academy. It's no exaggeration. Before coming here, many people in the guild doubted Chun-ji's ranking, and I had my doubts too. Now it's clear this is the true value of the Divine Capital Academy's point system. There's nothing more to say. Given the circumstances of this mission, when he returns, his ranking might even break into the top 100. The Divine Capital Academy truly lives up to its reputation as the top academy gathering elite students from the Eastern Federation and surrounding small nations. The strength of this freshman is humbling. No wonder the president personally sent Officer Chu to invite Chun-gu back then. Many people questioned it at the time, but now I understand the president's sharp judgment. The group marveled one after another, quickening their pace to approach Chun-gu and his team. Meanwhile, upon hearing that Chun-gu had emerged from the secret realm in less than 10 hours, Gu Tianming and his group turned pale, as if their faces had turned the color of pig liver. Are you sure you saw it clearly? Gu Tianming asked, his lips trembling slightly. Everything was seen clearly, even the scene where the spy under the third prince fainted outside the secret realm. When he passed out, his posture was really ugly. Liuzi said gleefully. For some reason, seeing Nagayama Nobuhide's spy making a fool of himself made him feel great. 10 hours to come out of the secret realm invaded by darkness. Gu Tianming was already having second thoughts. Of course, he wanted to make money, but if he lost his life, what was the point of money? He had never heard of anyone coming out of a dark invasion in just 10 hours. Gulp, his companions beside him swallowed nervously, avoiding Nagayama Nobuhide's people and whispering quietly. 10 hours to come out of that secret realm. Is that even human? This is already beyond the scope of normal people. Sure, this trip is lucrative, but you have to consider whether you'll live to spend the money. Risking your life for that bit of money. In the end, it wouldn't even be enough for a funeral. Damn, where did this guy come from? A god? 10 hours to come out of that secret realm. The Hongmen people were a group with a strong sense of the underworld, and their favorite thing was to assess the situation. Given the current circumstances, even if they were blind, they should know that Chun Gu was not someone to mess with. The best course of action was, everyone goes back to their own homes, finds their own mothers, lives peacefully, and parts ways amicably. Don't rush. Isn't there still another abyss invaded by darkness? Let's keep watching. Since he came out so quickly, he will definitely go check out the other one. If he can come out of the other abyss too, then we really need to think carefully about whether we should make a move against Chun Gu. Gu Tianming glanced at Nagayama Nobuhide's people in the distance and whispered, "Just came out of one dark invaded secret realm and is going into another? That shouldn't be possible, right?" Even with a magic recovery card, the mental energy consumption is enormous. Can he really do it? Exactly. If he dares to go into another one now, then he's a real man, and I respect him. The Hongmen group found it hard to believe. After all, one secret realm was already enough to knock someone out, and here he was, going from one to another. What kind of divine ability was this? Anyone would have to give him a thumbs up. At this moment, the happiest person in Gu Tianming's team was Yang Sange, who had opened the betting pool. Most people had guessed it would take more than 5 days, but Chun Gu came out in just 10 hours. This round, he won big, making a fortune. Now, he had no intention of dealing with Chun Gu, the god of wealth. He just wanted to return home safely and enjoy the fruits of his victory. Meanwhile, in the abyss. Woo woo woo, boss, hurry up. We can't take it anymore. Su Li was running frantically, tears almost streaming down his face. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough, it was just that the monster behind him was too terrifying. He didn't even have the courage to face it. He was different from others. While others prayed to gods, he prayed to Chun Gu. Chun Gu was his savior, his god. When he was half dead, he had to worship his god, Chun Gu. Thud, thud. At this moment, Su Li and Mayano Yuzuki were already under the feet of the 100-meter-tall black mist monster. They could barely even stand steadily. They could be caught and eaten by the monster at any moment, or even directly crushed to death by it. Huh. Mayano Yuzuki followed closely behind Su Li, looking back and up at the monster. Her calm, water-like eyes trembled violently. In front of the towering monster, which was over 100 meters tall, the two of them were as insignificant as dust, as humble as ants. The monster didn't even regard them as worth noticing. All the beasts in this abyss, without exception, were being indiscriminately attacked by it. If the monster truly focused its attention on the two of them, they wouldn't survive even 2 seconds. Chun Gu, how did you manage to survive the dark invasion? Mayano Yuzuki trembled inwardly as she voiced this question. This was no longer an existence that a normal magic card master could contend with. Facing such a monster, her limited imagination couldn't fathom what kind of power could possibly defeat it. Boom, boom. The earth trembled as the massive monster hidden in the black mist continued to advance, constantly grabbing nearby beasts and stuffing them into its mouth. All Su Li and Mayano Yuzuki could do was find ways to flee. Slap, slap. Quan Zian? Quan Zian, wake up, wake up. Chun Gu couldn't just leave the 3 unconscious women here and head straight into the abyss. He lightly patted Quan Zian's beautiful face, hoping she would wake up. Although his actions were a bit rough, he was in a hurry to rescue Su Li and Mayano Yuzuki and had no time to think about anything else. Huh? That man's voice. The groggy Quan Zian vaguely heard Chun Ji's voice, murmured to herself, and slowly opened her eyes. You finally woke up. Seeing Quan Zian awake, Chun Gu was overjoyed. In Quan Zian's eyes, Chun Gu clearly looked relieved, and his face was filled with immense joy. It was evident that her unconsciousness had deeply worried the man in front of her. Seeing her awake, he finally felt at ease. Indeed, she was in his heart. Unfortunately, she had been too arrogant before, making him afraid to express his feelings. At this moment, Quan Xian's head was still dizzy. She sat up with a silly smile. Chenggu, I'm fine. Chenggu held Quan Xian's face and said solemnly, It's good that you're fine. It's good that you're fine. I need to go save Su Li and the others now. Protect the other two. Chenggu glanced at the two sisters, Kim Yejung and her sibling, beside them. The scene of Chenggu holding her face at this moment was just like that moment before. The groggy Quan Xian, her cheeks flushed to the tips of her ears, nodded with a silly smile, much clearer than before. Seeing Quan Xian fully awake, Chenggu wasted no more time and turned to head toward another abyss. Every second he delayed now meant Su Li and Mayano Yuzuki were in greater danger. Meanwhile, Nagayama Nobuhide was discussing with a scout via walkie-talkie whether Chenggu would immediately enter another abyss to rescue Mayano Yuzuki. According to the scout, Chenggu was currently panting heavily. Even though he had exited the secret realm quickly, his overall energy consumption must be significant. With this information, Nagayama Nobuhide chuckled lightly. Given the current situation, Chenggu probably won't be able to. He went in. Seeing Chenggu take a swift step into the secret realm, the scout exclaimed, interrupting Nagayama Nobuhide's confident speculation. What? How long has it been since he came out? In fact, it had only been 2 or 3 minutes since Chenggu brought Quan Xian and the others out and entered the abyss. Chenggu barely rested at all. Does he really think he's a god? After waking up one of his teammates, he headed straight for another abyss. The scout said incredulously. At this moment, the scout's mind turned. Your Highness, why don't we take this opportunity to eliminate these 3 here first? Otherwise, if they regroup, it'll be even more troublesome. No, doing that would be like alerting the enemy, giving Chenggu a chance to prepare in advance. How would we ambush him then? Nagayama Nobuhide was thinking clearly now. Chenggu is a summoner, which means he himself isn't very strong. If they attack his team members prematurely, Chenggu will undoubtedly become alert. At that point, he would gather his magical pets around to protect himself, leaving no opportunity to strike. The best scenario is to wait until Chenggu sends all his magical pets away. Then they can seize the chance to act and succeed in one blow. Your Highness is truly wise. Your analysis is logical and well-founded. I'll continue to monitor and report back to you at any time. After the scout finished speaking, Nagayama Nobuhide hung up the intercom. All these conversations were overheard by Tong Bai of the Eye of the Storm and his team members. This Chenggu is way too confident, isn't he? Entering another abyss so quickly? That's an abyss corrupted by dark invasion. Going in alone so soon, can his body even handle it? He's too fierce. Fierce to the point of not seeming human. If he were normal, he'd at least take a break, right? He really is like a god. But Nagayama Nobuhide is bold enough to still want to kill Chenggu at this point. Does he have a death wish? Tong Bai's team members naturally didn't think highly of Nagayama Nobuhide. After all, Chenggu had already demonstrated his strength. Being smart and not provoking Chenggu is the wise choice. Everyone's out here to get things done. There's no need for life and death struggles. Based on what Nagayama Nobuhide said earlier, Chenggu is a summoning-type magic card master. It's not entirely impossible, but I think his chances of success are slim. Tong Bai analyzed as he walked. In today's world, there are 4 great emperors, 6 kings, and dozens of monarchs. Among them, in-country ranks in the top 3 of the 6 kings. If they want to advance further and become great emperors, they must act against neighboring countries, and the Eastern Federation is their most desired target. Someone like Chenggu, who could pose a future threat to them, is just one more obstacle. Naturally, the fewer of such people, the better. The team members behind Tong Bai nodded slightly and said no more. This is the way the world is now. Not only must humanity face powerful demons and pillar gods, but they must also be wary of internal human conflicts. This has been an unavoidable part of every stage in human history. What most of them can do is just protect themselves. In the face of such a grand situation, their abilities are very limited. After all, most of the world's resources are controlled by those in the upper echelons. He went in. Gu Tianming and his group were discussing whether Chenggu would dare to enter, and before they finished the conversation, they heard Liuzi say that Chenggu had entered another abyss. Gu Tianming and his subordinates exclaimed in shock. Crazy, crazy, truly insane. I thought he would at least take a break, but he went straight in? Doesn't he value his life? Are we really going to go against such a madman, Captain Gu? Just for this courage, I, Yang San, admire him. Indeed, he's quite a character. If it weren't for fearing his teammates might die inside, he wouldn't have gone in so quickly. I've never admired anyone before, but Chen Gu has a way of doing things, and he's loyal. He's definitely got a way about him. He went in to save people, and no matter what, it's admirable. There aren't many people in this world with such boldness. The members of Hongmen expressed their admiration for Chun Ji's actions one by one. Fair is fair, at least in this matter. Chen Gu is a true man, worthy of their respect. Brothers, since we're so happy, why don't I start another bet on how long it'll take him to come out? Yang San suddenly suggested. TCH, Yang San, that's enough. I've already given you all my whiteboard cards. Yang San, don't be too greedy. The crowd booed him. Meanwhile, in the abyss, Su Li and Mayano Yuki had already been driven to the brink. Although the two had used all their strength, they were still caught up by the 100-meter-tall monster. Boom! As the monster stomped on the ground, the two collapsed directly to the ground, waiting for the monster to reach out and grab them. Boss, I'm done for. Su Li smiled bitterly, but he didn't blame Chen Gu. After all, he and Mayano Yuki had both told Chen Gu to go save Quan Zian and the other three. Now that it had come to this, it was simply bad luck for the two of them, and no one else was to blame. Is this how it ends? Mayano Yuki, lying on the ground, looked despairingly at the giant hands reaching for them. At this point, it was her own choice, and she couldn't blame anyone else. She just felt a bit unwilling. She had been bullied by Nagayama Nobuhide for so long, always waiting for an opportunity, waiting for the chance to step on Nagayama Nobuhide and her cheap father. When she saw Chen Gu, the flame in her heart finally ignited, and she saw hope for herself. But she hadn't expected everything to come to an abrupt end at the moment of greatest hope. This sense of loss made her even more desperate, yet she was utterly helpless. She was no match for the monster before her, and all she could do now was face her fate calmly. Is this how I end, dying so miserably? Mayano Yuki was unwilling, but what could she do? Could Chen Gu possibly come out of another secret realm so quickly to save them? How could it be possible? Su Li, standing nearby, looked at Mayano Yuzuki with a bitter smile. The two exchanged a helpless smile, feeling that all hope was lost. Bang! Just as the two were ready to accept their final fate, a blood-red meteor descended from the sky, hurtling toward the 100-meter-tall monster and ultimately crashing into it. Roar, thud, thud, thud. In an instant, the towering monster let out a strange howl, retreating several steps before stopping. The ground shook, the air trembled. Faced with such intense vibrations, Su Li and Mayano Yuzuki widened their eyes in disbelief, looking up at the sky. The red silhouette gradually became clearer. Wrapped in an ancient and heavy blood-red armor, faint blood-colored wings fluttered behind him, and the blade in his hand radiated a scorching and violent blood energy. The man they had been longing for had finally appeared. Boss! Su Li cried tears of joy, thinking he was doomed. Happiness came too suddenly, and the emotions he had barely managed to control completely overwhelmed him. He had almost died. He hadn't even become the person he wanted to be, yet he was about to perish? He was unwilling to accept it, but in the face of absolute power, he had felt lost. Chen Gokuen, you really came. Mayano Yuzuki's once dim eyes reignited with hope. This man had finally appeared. You and your crow's mouth. At the same time as the dark invasion, luckily, I wasn't too late. Chen Gu turned back to speak to Su Li below. He remembered it was Su Li's ominous words back then, and unexpectedly, they had come true. Ha ha ha. Su Li awkwardly stood up from the ground, scratching the back of his head. He had just said it casually, not expecting that he already possessed the ability to make his words come true. Who could he blame for that? He could only blame his own power for being too strong. Meanwhile, Mayano Yuzuki's attention was elsewhere. That meant Chen Gu had resolved the dark invasion on Quan Zian and the other side before coming here. Based on the timeline, at most, it couldn't have taken more than 10 hours. 10 hours to resolve the dark invasion on Quan Zian's side, and still make it here. Is he human or a god? Mayano Yuzuki's gentle, water-like eyes were fixed on the blood-red figure. She wanted to see through the man before her. Where did he get so many powerful magic cards? She couldn't figure it out, not at all. From what she knew, up until now, even someone like Nagayama Nobuhide, backed by the royal family of Ing Country, only had 3 legendary magic cards. As for her, she had 2 legendary cards, one obtained by sheer luck, and the other because Nagayama Nobuhide didn't care for it, leaving it to her. But the Chungu before her clearly had more than just 1 or 2 legendary magic cards, and even more than 1 or 2 god-tier magic cards. His strength had already surpassed the normal scope of a magic card master. Where did he get so many powerful magic cards? Did he draw them himself? She had heard he was just a child from an ordinary working-class family. No matter how much he drew, it shouldn't surpass Nagayama Nobuhide, let alone herself. Mayano Yuzuki fell into deep thought. She couldn't figure it out. No matter how much she thought about it, she couldn't understand. But setting aside all impossibilities, the only possible conclusion was, did he draw it himself? Mayano Yuzuki looked up at Chungu in the sky and murmured. There was only this explanation. As for why, just as Chungu said, being handsome allows you to do whatever you want. How else could it be explained? Bang bang bang. At this moment, the 100-meter-tall monster suddenly roared towards the sky, pounding its chest with its fists to express its dissatisfaction. Gradually, the black mist surrounding it dissipated, revealing a 100-meter-tall gorilla. Its eyes were pitch black, but an extreme fury could be felt. Bang bang bang. Its dark eyes locked onto Chungu across from it, roaring to the sky again and pounding its chest. The shockwaves from its roar spread in all directions, forcing Su Li and Mayano Yuzuki on the ground to quickly get up and find cover. In the face of such a colossal creature, even the shockwaves it created were not something an ordinary person could withstand easily. Meanwhile, Chungu, clad in the blood-red emperor's attire, floated in mid-air, his figure faintly visible amidst the blood mist, confronting the 100-meter-tall gorilla. From Su Li and Mayano Yuzuki's perspective, the gorilla seemed like an insurmountable mountain, intimidating and awe-inspiring. In contrast, Chungu appeared as insignificant as a red glow, hardly worth mentioning. This inevitably led the two to question, could Chungu really stand against this colossal creature before them? No matter how they looked at it, the two sides seemed to be on completely different levels. Ugh, the gorilla roared, extending its massive hands that could block out the sky, swiping towards Chungu. With this swipe, a fierce wind arose, dust flying everywhere, and in just an instant, it left almost no time for anyone to react. Boss! Chungu. When the massive hand reached Chungu, Su Li and Mayano Yuzuki, who had found cover, finally snapped out of their daze. If it had been them, there was a 90% chance they wouldn't have been able to react and would have died for sure. Now it seemed that the giant gorilla was merely playing around earlier, not even taking them seriously. If it had moved at the same speed as just now, they would have already been swallowed and digested by it. The gap in strength between them and this gorilla was simply too vast, like heaven and earth, like clouds and mud. Due to the flying dust, the moment the gorilla's massive hand swiped out, they had already lost sight of Chunji's figure. They could only widen their eyes, staring intently at the sky, silently sweating for Chungu. Swish! In the next instant, a blood-red light pierced through the dust and the gorilla's palm, shooting higher into the sky. The blood around him became even more crimson and viscous, his entire figure resembling an arrow released from a bow. Unstoppable. Roar-oh! In an instant, the gorilla withdrew its hand and let out another heart-wrenching roar. Its expression was one of pain. Thud, thud, thud. Immediately after, it retreated several steps in succession. Ugh, thud. Thud, thud. It looked at its blood-soaked palm, began stomping on the ground, and roared again. It vividly showcased what it means to rage incompetently. In an instant, the earth shook, the mountains trembled, and the sky constantly changed, alternating between light and dark. Deep within the abyss, the ground cracked as if an unprecedented catastrophe was imminent. The gorilla emitted a dense black mist once again, roaring furiously like a giant infant. Thud, thud, thud. It lay on the ground, pounding the earth repeatedly with its hands to vent its dissatisfaction. Crack, crack, crack. The heavens crumbled, the earth shattered, and the once relatively stable abyss began showing signs of imminent disintegration. The hiding place of Su Li and Miyano Yuzuki had already collapsed, forcing the two to continuously search for other shelters. Meanwhile, the roars and tremors from the abyss quickly spread to the forbidden zone outside. Ah! The sound seemed to pierce through space, echoing back and forth within the forbidden zone, while the earth began to crack incessantly, forming numerous fissures. Along with this, the thin barriers that once separated the secret realm and the abyss also started to show cracks. Crack, crack, crack. As the cracks multiplied, the beasts inside grew increasingly excited, joining in the roaring. Some of the more aggressive ones even began ramming the spatial barriers, attempting to break out and devour any humans they encountered. The commotion startled Jin Yejung and Jin Yale, who had been unconscious. When they opened their eyes, as for Chungu, he hasn't even figured out his own situation yet, let alone has the mood to care about what is happening on Chungu's side. Tong Bai from the Eye of the Storm and Yang Fan from the Qinglong gang were also looking around in shock, their hearts trembling. However, before coming here, they had already prepared themselves for the possibility of death, so they weren't overly panicked, just that their steps toward Chungu and his group were getting faster and faster. Outside the restricted zone, when the violent sounds reached here, though unclear, they still carried an overwhelming sense of oppression. More importantly, from the outside, the entire restricted zone was shaking violently, and more cracks were appearing on the light screen surrounding the zone. It seemed as if the restricted zone could collapse at any moment. What would happen next? This restricted zone was pulling at the heartstrings of all the people of Ing Country. As time passed, a large number of Ing Country citizens began to gather around the restricted zone. There were nobles, wealthy individuals, and ordinary people. At this moment, they had long lost the heart to work and only wanted to wait for the final outcome. Seeing the imminent danger of the restricted zone collapsing, their hearts were in their throats. If Ing Country's restricted zone were to have an incident, it would affect surrounding countries, including the Eastern Federation. Therefore, the situation was being closely monitored over there as well. What exactly is the situation in Ing Country now? Do we need to make preparations in advance? If the restricted zone becomes uncontrollable, Ing Country will inevitably fall into chaos. We must take precautions. From the information we've received so far, the situation over there doesn't seem very good. During the high-level meeting of the Eastern Federation, questions were being raised one after another. At this moment, Elderly, as a special guest, was sitting at the questioning platform. The key to the success of this mission was actually Chungu and his team, and since Elderly was the one who sent Chungu, he naturally had the most authority to speak on the matter. Ladies and gentlemen, Chungu is the most outstanding new student of the Divine Capital Academy in recent years. He has already proven his value through his actions. Elderly paused, then smiled slightly, and said, "And what you need to do now is trust him." When Elderly spoke, his words were concise and straightforward, and the smile on his face showed absolute confidence in Chungu. If even Chungu couldn't make it out of that restricted zone unscathed, then at the same level, there would almost be no one who could escape from that zone. Instantly, the conference room fell silent. They all trusted the authority of the Divine Capital Academy and could only wait for the final outcome now. After a period of stomping and roaring, the gorilla was enveloped in black mist, and the surrounding air became violent due to its rage. The abyss was riddled with cracks everywhere, and it seemed like it was only a matter of time before it shattered. Suddenly, the gorilla grabbed a towering tree beside it, held it in its hand, and with a casual swipe, turned it into a weapon. Black energy swirled around it as it swung the weapon toward Chungu. This gorilla clearly possessed a certain level of intelligence, though it was still somewhat inferior to those magical beasts with true human-like intelligence. It was more like a giant infant. Swish! Its weapon swung with incredible speed, almost in the blink of an eye, descending from the sky like lightning, catching everyone off guard. Meanwhile, Chungu, suspended in midair, reacted at the fastest speed, using the Blood Moon blade to block the attack head-on. The tree trunk, seemingly reinforced by the black mist, was as tough as the Blood Moon blade. Chungu plummeted rapidly toward the ground. It happened so fast that even he couldn't react in time. Bang! When Chungu hit the ground, it created a deep pit several meters wide, with blood mist and dust flying everywhere, obscuring the scene. Ooh, oh, 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 oh. Although it was a minor victory and Chunji's current state was unclear, the gorilla was overjoyed. It raised its head and let out a triumphant roar. Su Li and Mayano Yuzuki stared unblinkingly at the spot where Chungu had fallen, their hearts tightening. If they had been the ones to fall, they would have been reduced to pulp. But Chungu. Ha! Ha! Earlier, Chungu hadn't fully entered the zone, and the gorilla's roar had only irritated him. However, this recent blow caused his blood and energy to surge wildly, pushing him into a state of frenzied battle intent. The blood-red light in his eyes seemed ready to burst forth at any moment, turning everything around him to ashes. As the dust settled, he laughed maniacally, his gums even visible, having reached the peak of madness, unable to control his facial expressions. He slightly bent his body, and with a swish, he shot into the sky, finally meeting the gorilla's gaze at eye level. Ha! Ha! He continued to grin, his crazed eyes no longer seeing a towering beast, but a prey ready for slaughter. Swish! In the next instant, right in front of the gorilla, he slashed his own left hand. The fall earlier hadn't injured him, failing to unleash his full power at 2,700%. A real man relies only on himself. Instantly, his blood surged wildly, his aura skyrocketing, and his hysterical, spine-chilling laughter grew even more frenzied. Ha! Ha! He laughed, his mouth stretched wide, almost unable to be contained by the blood-colored emperor's helmet. Below, Su Li and Mayano Yuzuki watched in utter confusion. What was going on? Being so ruthless that he even slashed himself, what kind of madness was this? Ha! Ha! Though Su Li was baffled, she still chuckled dryly and exclaimed, as expected of the man I chose, ruthless enough to slash himself. I'm impressed. Mayano Yuzuki glanced sideways at Su Li. Was that even a human thing to say? Slashing yourself makes you a real man? What kind of logic is that? Is this what men are like? I don't understand, but I'm deeply shaken. The two of them stared intently at the utterly crazed Chungu, eager to see how he would deal with the 100-meter-tall gorilla. Ugh! The gorilla felt the aura emanating from the man before it. It was as if he was declaring that the gorilla was his prey, ready for slaughter. This infuriated the gorilla, and it roared furiously at the sky. The person in front of him had gone mad, ruthless enough to even attack himself, striking first to gain the upper hand. The gorilla swung a large tree, charging toward Chungu. Whoosh! Chungu, grinning widely, suddenly shot forward, heading straight for the gorilla's massive face. Ugly and still making a racket. You really deserve to die. Chungu murmured to himself, and in the blink of an eye, he was right in front of the gorilla's nose. The Blood Moon blade swiftly descended, slicing off half of the gorilla's nose. The gorilla instantly began jumping in pain. Chungu, who could enter a weakened state at any moment, had no time to waste and continued to dart around the gorilla, slashing wildly at it. Big has its advantages, but small has its perks too. Was it your mouth making all that noise earlier? Ha! Chungu laughed maniacally as he approached, slashing twice at the gorilla's mouth. The gorilla dropped its weapon and began clutching its mouth and nose, jumping in agony. Was it this hand you used to hit me earlier? Chop it off. Swish. Skill card, Crescent Slash. The gorilla's entire hand was severed cleanly, just as the gorilla was about to jump again. Why are you jumping? It's annoying. Swish. Another slash, and one of the gorilla's feet was severed cleanly. Roar thud. The gorilla collapsed to the ground, raising clouds of dust. Chungu, dissatisfied with every part of its body, continued his judgment. Why were you shouting so loudly earlier? Can't hear? Then cut off the ears. You dared to look at me with your eyes earlier? Blind them. Each time he delivered judgment, he would announce it aloud. Hearing these words and witnessing the scene, Su Li and Mayano Yuzuki couldn't help but worry about their own eyes and ears. They felt that the already insane Chun-gu might say the same to them at any moment. The two instinctively covered their ears, exchanged glances, and smiled bitterly. Too brutal, too bloody, not suitable for children. Finally, skill card, unmatched shatter. Skill card, crescent slash. With one strike, the towering 100-meter gorilla was split in two. The scene was so gruesome that words could no longer describe it, and further elaboration might harm the viewer's mental well-being. Su Li and Mayano Yuzuki saw everything clearly. Was this still the usually cheerful and gentle Chingo? Where was his humanity? Moreover, this gorilla didn't seem all that impressive. It had been so loud earlier, but now it was dead just like that. Wasn't its death a bit too casual? No dignity at all. Whoosh! At this moment, Chun-gu let out a long breath, and the energy and blood within him gradually calmed down. He couldn't help but feel that the two dark, corrupted beasts he encountered today were far less formidable than the one he faced last time. Could it be just an illusion? Chun-gu murmured to himself, gathering all the items dropped by the gorilla into his arms. As the gorilla died, the abyss began collapsing at an accelerated pace. Crack, 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 crack. Fine cracks appeared everywhere, making it clear that they wouldn't be sent out normally. Swish! Chun-gu bent down and shot forward, quickly arriving in front of the stunned Su Li and Mayano Yuzuki. Grabbing them, he rushed out of the abyss. Crack, 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 crack. The closer they got to the abyss entrance, the faster the abyss began to collapse. The air started to tremble, creating resistance. Meanwhile, outside the abyss, crack, 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 the barriers separating the abyss, the secret realm, and the real world could no longer hold and began to emit the sound of imminent shattering. Everyone in the Forbidden Zone looked around in panic. They knew that the beasts were finally about to break free and escape. Crack, crash, roar, howl. Tens of thousands of beasts finally broke through the spatial constraints and poured out from the shattered space barriers. Be careful, hold the formation, don't panic. Find cover. Everyone began to think of ways to survive. They realized the worst-case scenario had finally happened. Tong Bai and Yang Fan, who had originally planned to move closer to Chun-gu and his group, had to stop and find cover to fend off the tens of thousands of beasts. Moving toward Chun-ji's group now was clearly unwise, especially since they didn't know their exact location. Fortunately, the beasts didn't mutate upon emerging otherwise. They would have been doomed. Ki. At this moment, a burst of sinister laughter echoed from a mass of black mist deep within the Forbidden Zone. Just as Chun-gu had suspected, the two beasts he encountered were not particularly strong because their purpose was to break the barriers of the Forbidden Zone and release all the beasts. Most of their power had been used for this purpose. A true catastrophe was only just beginning. So many beasts. Seeing the countless beasts surging from all directions, Jean Yale exclaimed in excitement, her previous sobbing tone nowhere to be found. In her hand appeared an umbrella. It turned out her earlier fear was all an act. Who would have thought? Hee. The abyss ahead seems like it's about to collapse. Chun-gu and the others should be coming out soon. Let's guard the supplies. Quan Zian shouted loudly, entering a battle-ready state. In truth, she felt a bit panicked inside. After all, Chun-gu had only gone in less than an hour ago. How could he possibly come out so soon? But since Jean Yinzhong and Jean Yale were younger than her, if she panicked now, it would truly be over. The only thing she could do now was to steady the hearts of the two girls. Chun-gu, you must come out alive. Quan Zian took a deep look at the abyss entrance, which seemed on the verge of collapse, and murmured. Jean Yinzhong and Jean Yale's expressions were also grim. Although they appeared younger, they were actually about the same age as Quan Zian. What Quan Zian could see, they could naturally see as well. However, given the current situation, they could only accept what Quan Zian said and try to stay calm. The two sisters exchanged a heavy glance at the abyss entrance, nodded to each other, and prepared for battle. But before they could act, three figures flew out from the abyss entrance and landed in front of them. Brother Chun, Sister Yoshi, Brother Suli, Brother Chun. Seeing Chun-gu and his group emerge, the heavy weight pressing on the hearts of the three finally lifted. Thankfully, they managed to come out safely. But what else with coming out of the dark abyss in just 1 hour? Another question popped into their minds. Although they knew Chungu was strong, couldn't he possibly be so strong as to only need 1 hour, right? Despite their doubts, the surrounding magical beasts had already charged forward, leaving them no time to ask unnecessary questions. Moreover, Chungu looked extremely exhausted. He, that Chungu, he came out of the dark abyss in less than an hour, and he emerged from another abyss of dark invasion. Nagayama Nobuhide's spy had originally planned to flee, but just before escaping, he witnessed this unbelievable scene. As he ran, he hysterically shouted into the walkie-talkie to Nagayama Nobuhide on the other end. At this moment, Nagayama Nobuhide and his group were searching for a suitable place to fight. Surrounded in the middle, Nagayama Nobuhide's eyes widened like copper bells upon hearing the news. 10 hours was already absurd, but 1 hour? What does that even mean? Is this a joke? Is that dark invasion abyss your personal amusement park, Shingo? Nagayama Nobuhide gritted his teeth and muttered. But soon, the tens of thousands of magical beasts around him pulled him back to reality. Instead of worrying about how many hours Chun-gu took to emerge from the abyss, it would be better to focus on his own situation. This matter, Tong Bai, who was busy dealing with the magical beasts in front of him, didn't he hear, nor did he have the time to listen. Their current situation wasn't looking good either. Facing tens of thousands of magical beasts simultaneously was not something an ordinary magic card master could handle. Meanwhile, Tianming's spy, Xiao Lu, had fled at the first sign of trouble and had no idea about Chun-gu's current situation. Outside the restricted zone at this moment, various roars echoed within the zone, one after another. Just hearing the sounds was enough to know the sheer number was overwhelming. The faces of the people surrounding the restricted zone were pale, their hearts in their throats, and their breathing was almost at a standstill. Judging by the numbers, if these magical beasts broke out of the restricted zone, most ordinary people would face only one outcome: death. What on earth is going on? Standing outside the tent, Nagayama Masakazu also looked pale and restless. Judging by the current situation, things inside the restricted zone were not looking optimistic. Meanwhile, some high-ranking officials, dignitaries, and wealthy individuals present had already started cautiously planning their escape routes. When disaster truly strikes, they certainly wouldn't stand with the majority. What they would do, without a doubt, is flee in advance. While panic reigned outside the restricted zone, chaos also engulfed the inside. Some teams that had retreated to the edge of the zone at the first opportunity now found themselves unable to leave. The only option left was to resist with all their might. Some teams that wanted to retreat hadn't yet reached the edge of the forbidden zone and were unclear about the situation. At this moment, they were retreating while fighting. If they later discover that the forbidden zone is inescapable, who knows what their feelings will be? Fortunately, these guilds and mercenary teams are the elite at their current level. As long as they find a safe spot, holding out for a while shouldn't be a problem. As for how long they can hold out, that's hard to say. Right now, Nagayama Nobuhide, Tianming, and others are also searching for a position that can be both offensive and defensive, trying their best to fend off the approaching magical beasts. It's just the beginning, and those magical beasts haven't fully gathered yet. If they completely merge into one mass, that would be a huge problem. Most Magic Card Master teams don't have the ability to face tens of thousands of magical beasts head-on. Meanwhile, on Shinji's side, everyone was too busy to talk, all entering combat mode and surrounding Chun-gu and the supplies in the center. Huff huff. At this moment, Chun-gu wasn't doing well either. After 2 battles, he had used 5 magic recovery cards and 3 stamina recovery cards. Even with the stamina conversion from the Blood Emperor, he couldn't compensate for the massive stamina expenditure. Moreover, the most troublesome issue was the depletion of mental energy. Without a recovery card for mental energy, he could only recover through rest. Chun-ji's mental state was not only worrying, but he was also in a weakened state. Although he didn't say it out loud, everyone present could see it. After 2 major battles against entities corrupted by dark invasion, surviving was already a blessing. If he showed no signs of fatigue, then he would truly be a god. Unfortunately, Chun-gu is ultimately human, not a god. Huff huff. Chun-gu quietly sat on a large rock, his chest heaving violently as he gasped for breath. Although his equipment had been removed and his skill cards had stopped functioning, he was still in an excited state, with his blood and energy surging uncontrollably. The reason he entered such a frenzied and manic state after using skill cards was due to the surging of his blood and energy. It was as if he had been injected with adrenaline for no reason, leaving him in an extremely excited state, completely unable to calm down. After a while, Chun-Gu finally stopped his heavy breathing, raised his head, and looked around in all directions, his gaze indifferent. The surrounding team members occasionally glanced at Chun-Gu, each one visibly worried. Although they hadn't personally experienced the two battles, they could almost imagine the situation. After such battles, even an iron body wouldn't hold up. Brother Chun. Jean Yale glanced at Chun-Gu, pouting slightly, and murmured with concern. Her sister, Jean Yajong, also turned to look at Chun-Ji's back, biting her lower lip, a trace of worry flashing in her eyes. The boss is already too exhausted. I need to step up. At this moment, Su Li's eyes flashed with cold light as he moved through the darkness, hunting the magical beasts that were charging forward. He couldn't help during the Dark Invasion, but now he couldn't afford to be useless anymore. This is the first time I've seen him like this. Quan Xian fought while her beautiful eyes flickered with concern. From the time she met Chun-Gu until now, it was the first time she saw Chun-Gu showing signs of fatigue. At this moment, she felt that this man needed her protection. Instantly, Quan Xian's confidence surged, and the sword in her hand became even more fierce. Chun-Gu-kun. At this moment, Mayano Yuzuki, like the others, was somewhat worried about Chun-Ji's condition. Using recovery cards excessively was actually a form of physical overexertion. But before the group could finish worrying and planning to protect Chun-Gu, their lips trembled slightly as they witnessed a jaw-dropping scene. Thousands of skeleton warriors, hundreds of skeleton generals, the skeleton king engulfed in hellfire, and necromancers capable of resurrecting ordinary undead began appearing around them. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding empty spaces were filled, and they started launching counterattacks in all directions. Jean Yale and the others, who initially wanted to protect Chun-Gu, were dumbfounded. He still has the strength to summon so many monsters? Huh. What kind of international joke is this? Instead of worrying about him, we should worry more about ourselves. This is just unnecessary concern. This makes us look completely useless. Quan Xian and the others sighed helplessly, stopped their actions, and looked at Chun-Gu with resignation. Who, at this moment, Chun-Gu, sitting there, let out a long breath. Although he had entered a weakened state, as long as he had magic power, he could summon magical pets, so there was no need to worry too much. Suli, quickly go around and see if there's any normal game alive nearby. Don't let all of it get ravaged by those monsters. Chun-Gu looked up and said to Suli, "Ah, got it, boss." Hearing this, Suli nodded and disappeared from everyone's sight. Sai, Quan Xian, and the others secretly sighed. To avoid looking completely useless, they each guarded their positions and continued fighting. After resting for a while, Chun-Gu got up and started setting up a tent. Judging from the surrounding situation, it seemed unlikely they would be able to leave today. Moreover, the sky was overcast, and it probably wouldn't be long before it started raining. Not long after, Chun-Gu finished setting up the tent, took out some food and drinks, and began eating and drinking leisurely. Outside was a scene of blood and chaos, but inside the tent, he was living a relaxed and carefree life. "Boss, not bad. I found a wild boar that ran into a tree and killed itself." Before long, Suli appeared in front of Chun-Gu, grinning as he held up a large wild boar. Chun-Gu stepped out of the tent and nodded. "Not bad. Not bad. You clean the pig, and I'll gather firewood and set up a simple wooden shelter." "All right." Suli nodded and immediately got to work. Meanwhile, Chun-Gu began collecting wood and built a simple wooden shelter between a few large trees. After all, it was going to rain soon, and without a shelter, it would be hard to barbecue. From a distance, Quan Xian, Jin Yalu, and the others watched this scene. They looked at the tens of thousands of monsters around them, then at the two men, Chun-Gu and Suli, leisurely going about their business, and sighed deeply. Is this the time to prepare for a barbecue? As expected, men are truly strange beings. Jin Yajung couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. Then, she re-entered battle mode without the slightest hint of slack. Rumble before long, dark clouds rolled in over the forbidden zone, and the smell of rain in the air became noticeable. Crackle. Chungu had already completed his preparations. The bonfire was lit, and Suli placed the wild boar on the grill, repeatedly brushing it with sauce. Sizzle, sizzle before long. The surface of the wild boar began to sizzle with oil, and the surrounding magical beasts quickly caught the scent, becoming increasingly agitated. Magical beast, stay. Damn it. What do you take us for? We're here trying to kill you, and you're over there having a barbecue? Magical beast be. So fragrant. Kill those skeletons around him. Snatch that kid's roasted boar. Let him know what brutality means. Magical beast C. Kill him and steal the barbecue charge. Meanwhile, Quan Jion and her group immediately felt the madness of those magical beasts. Looking over at Chungu, the two of them were happily barbecuing, while the magical beasts had their eyes turning red, clearly wanting to eat. The scene was simply too bizarre. Rumble before long, the sky finally opened up with torrential rain, and Quan Jion and her group retreated. Chungu, however, sent out a group of skeleton knights, undead knights, death knights, and underworld drakes to tightly surround their group. As the rain poured down, the outside was a scene of blood and chaos, while here it was a bonfire and a barbecue feast. No matter how you looked at it, the contrast was striking and visually impactful. Sigh. At this moment, Nagayama Nobuhide wiped the rain off his face fiercely and finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had finally found a gorge-shaped cave, which only required a few people to completely block the magical beasts outside. It was undoubtedly an easily defensible and hard-to-attack location. Your Highness, we finally have a place to settle down. This is great, one of Nagayama Nobuhide's subordinates said with a smile. Nagayama Nobuhide shone his flashlight around and smiled with satisfaction. We got lucky. This is indeed a good spot. I bet the other teams don't have our luck. After pausing for a moment and thinking, he laughed. So what if Chungu is strong? Can he still be luckier than us now? Nagayama Nobuhide said this and looked around the cave again, becoming more and more pleased. Even if he's strong, with such high-intensity battles, he's probably not doing well now. He might even be dead, someone beside him said with a chuckle. Well, not necessarily. His team members aren't simple either, but their situation definitely isn't as comfortable as ours. Nagayama Nobuhide smugly took out an energy bar and casually started eating. Tong Bai, Yang Fan, and their group also found a place that could barely shelter them from the rain and fend off the magical beasts. However, the location was mediocre and the situation was far from optimistic. Lightning flashed, and as far as the eye could see, countless magical beasts were surging toward them. This filled them with unprecedented fear. Casually wiping his face, he kept rotating positions to fend off the approaching beasts as much as possible. Over on Gu Tianming's side, they were stationed at a mountaintop that was easy to defend but hard to attack. However, the opening was quite large, requiring several people to barely block it, and the situation was far from optimistic. Brother Gu, things aren't looking good for us. What should we do next? Someone asked, their face ashen. Gu Tianming replied nonchalantly. What are we complaining about? At least we have a place to stand. With this terrain, it's already pretty decent. If we rotate shifts, we can hold out for quite a while. But as for Chungu and his group, I doubt they're as comfortable as we are. When I ran back, Chungu had only been inside for less than an hour. Who knows how they're doing now? Maybe they haven't come out yet. Or maybe they're already trapped in that abyss, never to escape for the rest of their lives. Sixie, the scout, said gleefully. Those secret realms and abysses collapse completely not long after they open. There's no way he could have gotten out in less than an hour, right? Someone added. As long as we make it out alive, this mission will be considered complete, even if Chungu and Mayano Yuki don't make it out. The people on Gu Tianming's side were quite satisfied with the thought that Chungu and his group were likely trapped in the abyss. Meanwhile, Chungu and his group were roasting a wild boar and drinking beverages, far more comfortable than the drenched and miserable group on the mountaintop. However, the wild boar was enormous and would take some time to cook thoroughly. The group sat around chatting idly, while Chungu walked into a nearby tent and lay down. Finally, he had some leisure time to review his gains from the past 2 days. He first took out a peculiar item from his pocket. Magic artifact, blood sand, can coil around the user's wrist. When used, it envelopes the weapon or fist, increasing weapon damage by 50%. A wisp of blood-colored sand flowed between Chun Ji's fingers, and a piece of information surged into his mind. Increasing weapon damage, not bad. Too bad it doesn't enhance magic power, what a pity. Chun Gu sighed inwardly. In truth, he had hoped for something like the Ring of Magic Power, which could increase magic power by 50%. Still, this magic artifact wasn't bad, and he couldn't complain too much. Unfortunately, there were no other magic artifacts, nor did he obtain any super card fragments, which was somewhat disappointing. At the moment, he had over 500 blank cards and 2 special blank cards, which meant he could open another big batch. He started with the 2 special blank cards. Magic card name, Knight of Calamity Frankel quality, epic type, magic pet card skills, Knight's descent, punishment of calamity description. He was born a sinful man. His father was a ruthless demon who killed without hesitation, and his mother was a vile and wicked woman. He grew up in sin, committing murder, arson, rape, and plunder, an irredeemable villain. Cursed by tens of thousands of souls, he ultimately met the punishment he deserved. The 4 Horsemen of Calamity, just one more to complete the set. Nice. Chun Gu was very satisfied with the first magic card and nodded, directly placing it into the source of magic. The 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse, possessing 3 cards simultaneously, activates the additional effect. When 3 horsemen are summoned at the same time, their overall strength reaches legendary level. At this moment, a thought once again flashed through Chun Ji's mind. Not bad. Not only did I obtain a card of the 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse, but it also enhanced the combat power of the other 2 cards. Chun Gu smiled contentedly. In the blink of an eye, another knight with an overwhelming presence appeared outside. Its appearance directly caused the strength of Death Knight Gaia and Undead Knight Aquino to skyrocket, and their killing speed suddenly increased. Amidst the torrential rain, the 3 knights charged into the midst of the magical beasts, as if entering an uninhabited realm, slaughtering recklessly. Meanwhile, Chun Gu infused magic into the second special blank card. Magic card name, Space Jump quality, Divine Phantom level type, skill card effect, allows instant short distance space jumps. The jump distance is related to the user's mental power. Consecutive jumps are possible, but each jump consumes 10 times the magic of the previous one. Description: do you believe in gods? Gods can achieve what humans cannot, and you now possess such an ability. Space jump, something only gods can do. But you, lucky one, because of me, have become an existence equal to the gods. Rejoice. Space jump. Chun Gu was already very satisfied with the first epic level Apocalypse Knight card. He hadn't even held high expectations for the second special blank card. Unexpectedly, happiness came so suddenly it turned out to be a magic card that could be used for space jumping. What this meant didn't need much explanation. High mobility skills are extremely rare skill cards, let alone space jumping. He had indeed become an existence akin to a god. However, for a magic card of this level, although consecutive jumps were possible, the magic consumption for the first jump was likely not small, and the consumption for the second and third jumps would probably be even more terrifying. But this is so frustrating. Chun Gu looked helpless. His magic power was already insufficient, and now he had such a terrifying card, but couldn't he use it freely? This was more painful than death. I need magic. I need a lot of magic, Chun Gu roared in his heart. After a while, he calmed down and continued drawing cards. Being anxious wouldn't help, he could only take it one step at a time. He started drawing ordinary blank cards. The first card, a low-level magic card. Normal, understandable. You can't expect to draw another Divine Phantom level magic card right after, can you? Would that be reasonable? Even for a Luck Emperor, it would seem unreasonable, right? The second card, a low-level magic card. Normal, understandable. The 42nd card, a low-level magic card. Chun Gu's mouth twitched slightly. This was already the 42nd low-level magic card. As a Luck Emperor, he was gradually unable to comprehend this. Doesn't a Luck Emperor deserve some face? Even 2 intermediate-level cards would be fine. Face is still important. The 43rd card, an intermediate-level magic card. Alright, I feel respected. Chun-Gu nodded in satisfaction. The 44th card, an intermediate level magic card. Sure, no problem. The 88th card, intermediate magic card. Chun-Ji's mouth twitched. Speaking of respect, starting from the 40th card, they've all been intermediate magic cards, but they're the kind that are common and unwanted. He always feels that while his European emperor, luck has earned him respect, it hasn't fully earned him respect. The 107th card magic card name. Mental recovery card type. One-time special magic card effect. Instantly restores 80% of the user's mental energy. Description: you might have seen magic cards that restore magic power, physical strength, or even heal wounds, but chances are you haven't seen a card that restores mental energy. I have to say, kid, you're incredibly lucky. This type of magic card is quite rare. Exactly what I needed. Perfect. What truly exhausted Chun-Gu today was the excessive consumption of mental energy. He had been wishing for a magic card to restore mental energy, and unexpectedly, here it was. Timing is everything, and while it came at the right moment, he definitely wouldn't use it now. There's no need. He'll save it for a more troublesome situation in the future when it could save his life. Carefully storing it away, he continued drawing cards. The 182nd card magic card name. Magic recovery card. It's a card that restores 30% of magic power. Not much, but still decent. Most of the recovery cards Chun-Gu draws restore less than 60%, which is why he had to use so many magic and stamina cards today. These cards have already proven their value, so the more, the better. He stored it away immediately. The 201st card magic card name. Skeleton Archer Bronze Direct Upgrade. No hesitation needed. The 262nd card magic card name. Nether Scythe Quality. Legendary type. Equipment card. Scythe type weapons are also quite rare. Naturally, Chun-Gu wouldn't use it, but the weapon's level speaks for itself. Some people might even change their usual weapon just for this magic card, as legendary weapons are not common. These cards are reserved for guild members to exchange, and Chun-Gu tucked it into his pocket. The 296th card magic card name. Frost Arrow Quality. Legendary type. Skill card effect. Exclusive skill for bow-type weapons. When shooting arrows, it automatically applies a 30% slow effect and increases attack power by 50%. Description: do you know what slowing down means? While others slow down, you speed up. You can kite them, toy with them, and eventually finish them off. Or you can chase them down, close in, and then finish them off. Are you satisfied with that? Not bad. Although Chun-Gu doesn't use his golden bow often, who knows when it might come in handy. As for this skill card, there's absolutely no reason not to take it. When facing tricky magical beasts, he can easily switch between the Blood Moon Blade and the Golden Bow, kite the enemy, find the right moment, and strike with precision. Simply perfect. Chapter 342. Magic Card Name. Ghoul Black Iron. Chapter 382. Magic Card Name. Dance of the Umbrella Quality. Epic Type. Skill Card Effect. Exclusive skill card for users of Umbrella-type weapons. After activating Dance of the Umbrella, the user's physical strength, power, and speed increase by 300%. Description: if a burly man with a tiger's back and a bear's waist owns and uses this card, I despise him. This card is not meant for him. Please don't insult my eyes. This is prepared for those beautiful and adorable young girls. When she dances in the rain, she will undoubtedly be breathtakingly beautiful, like a fairy. Chun-Gu couldn't help but glance through the tent at Jin Yazhong and Jin Yale outside. Clearly, this card suits them well, but they would need to exchange guild points to obtain it. Moreover, their advantage is that their magic cards are interchangeable. The weapons they use are the same card, meaning not only can they share it, but they can also use it simultaneously. Two young girls wielding umbrellas and using this card amidst a horde of magical beasts would certainly be a sight to behold. Chapter 422. Magic Card Name. Stamina Recovery Card. Brother Chun, the roasted boar, is ready. Come out and eat. Just as Chun-Gu was exhausted from drawing cards, Jin Yale's sweet voice came from outside the tent. Glancing at the few remaining magic cards in his hand, Chun-Gu put them away and stepped out of the tent. Drawing cards is indeed tiring. He needed some barbecue to reward himself. Crackle. Chun-Gu and his group gathered around the campfire, eating roasted meat and chatting leisurely. Outside, The blood-soaked storm continued, with magical beasts constantly approaching. From time to time, the roars of high-level magical beasts could be heard. At such moments, Chungu would use shared vision to observe the surroundings. The atmosphere among the group was quite cheerful and relaxed, completely belying the fact that they were surrounded by thousands, even tens of thousands, of magical beasts. Boss, you've worked hard today. I toast to you and to our new world. Su Li, slightly emotional, stood up with a glass of juice. On this journey, Chungu, as the boss, guild leader, and team captain, had undoubtedly played a pivotal role. Without him, how could they have experienced such a scene? It was truly an eye-opener. When they returned, everyone's points would surely increase significantly, and their team would undoubtedly become the talk of the Divine Capital Academy, their reputation soaring. Brother Chin, thank you for your hard work. I want to toast to you too. Big Brother Chun, I toast to you as well. Everyone present stood up one after another. Today, if it weren't for Chungu, they would have undoubtedly perished here. Their gratitude towards him was heartfelt, and their respect for such a strong leader was profound. Thank you, clink, clink, clink. Chungu stood up, and everyone clinked glasses, the atmosphere growing increasingly harmonious. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the weather in the Forbidden Zone grew increasingly harsh, with thunderclaps becoming more frequent. Outside the Forbidden Zone, however, the breeze was gentle, the moonlight serene, and the scene peaceful, forming a stark contrast to the chaos within. Shuchi Nagayama, along with other chaebol and corporate tycoons, sat in a temporarily constructed building, gazing out through the glass window. Although it was a temporary structure, it was 6 stories high and equipped with everything one might need, exuding luxury. Such a building could probably sustain an ordinary family in opulence for dozens of generations. Shuchi Nagayama sat at the head of the long table, showing no interest in the premium steak before him, quietly watching the lightning and thunder in the restricted zone outside. After a while, he casually picked up the red wine on the table, took a sip, and fell into deep thought. The changes in this restricted zone had been full of twists and turns, and anything could happen. It seemed he needed to make plans early. Hearing the intermittent roars of beasts, he couldn't help but furrow his brows, looking somewhat irritable. He had anticipated that such a day would come for the nation of Ingwa, but he hadn't expected it to arrive so suddenly. Crack! Crackle! Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap exploded in the restricted zone, its light flickering on Shuchi Nagayama's expressionless face, making it impossible to discern his thoughts. Meanwhile, the chaebols and corporate tycoons seated on either side of the long table exchanged glances, their expressions varied. Outside the restricted zone, life was peaceful, but when they looked toward the zone, it felt like an apocalyptic catastrophe. Once it ended inside, it seemed their turn would come next. The situation in the restricted zone doesn't look good now. Even Chungu and his team from the Divine Capital Academy are likely in grave danger. Someone couldn't help but say. I heard that the third prince has a team of 50 or 60 people with him. His Majesty need not worry too much. On the other hand, Chungu and his group, being the main force of this mission, are so few in number that they probably can't be relied upon. The third prince is also one of the top scorers in the Divine Capital Academy. We should place more hope in him. Yes, yes. The others present didn't have much faith in Chunji's group of 5. When faced with overwhelming numbers, without absolute strength, one could only rely on quantity. And Nagayama Nobuhide himself was not weak. The people he had gathered were all elites. That was their hope. Let's hope so. Shuchi Nagayama withdrew his gaze and looked at the people seated below. As for what they were truly thinking, he could guess a bit. These people were merely trying to comfort him, and he had already received news from the Eastern capital. Each and every one of them had already started transferring their assets. In such a situation, there was nothing he could do. After all, most of their funds were in banks under the jurisdiction of the world government, and as the Emperor of Ingwa, he had no authority to interfere. Besides, these people were an essential part of Ingwa, contributing significantly to its tax revenue. If he acted against them, he wouldn't gain any advantage. Now, the only ones he could pin his hopes on were Chungu and Nagayama Nobuhide. He was well aware of his son's capabilities. If it were an ordinary relic or forbidden zone, perhaps he could truly rely on him. but this restricted zone before them. Shuchi Nagayama sighed inwardly and instead placed his hopes on Chun-gu. Although that day he only met Chun-gu and casually chatted and flattered him, he could discern some clues from Chun-ji's gestures and demeanor. Chun-gu is definitely not simple. What he displayed was far beyond what someone his age should exhibit. He also knew that his son, Nagayama Nobushige, planned to target Chun-gu and Miyano Yuzuki, but he did not stop him, as he did not want someone like Chun-gu to grow. He wanted Chun-gu to resolve this forbidden zone, but also did not want him to come out alive. This is human nature. Your Majesty, I firmly believe in this. Based on the third prince's strength, he is definitely more reliable than Chun-gu. Indeed, the third prince's side must have already stabilized the situation. It won't take long to resolve the matter inside. Your Majesty, just wait for the good news. The third prince's strength is evident to all. Securing a spot on the leaderboard at the Divine Capital Academy is no easy feat. Moreover, his team members are also prominent figures on the list. Although everyone present had their own plans, Nagayama Nobushige's strength was undeniable. After some comparison, they naturally trusted Nagayama Nobushige more. Heh, Nagayama Masakazu chuckled lightly without saying a word, instead shifting his gaze to the forbidden zone outside. At this moment, Nagayama Nobushige's side had indeed stabilized the situation. Using their advantageous position, they were continuously slaughtering the magical beasts trying to rush in from outside. Your Highness, this place is simply perfect. Just standing here and rotating to absorb magic power is enough. It's truly wonderful. Nagayama Nobushige's subordinate approached with a smile. Of course, a place like this is something other teams couldn't find even with a lantern. Nagayama Nobushige grew increasingly smug. Indeed, such a safe place. There probably isn't another like it in this forbidden zone. As the group laughed and chatted, their gazes suddenly shifted and their expressions froze. Beep, unknown creature. It was a snake with a head 4 or 5 meters tall, staring at them unblinkingly. Is this place too safe? Nagayama Nobushige muttered, his mouth twitching as he locked eyes with the snake. The creature was unknown, making it impossible to accurately gauge its strength. However, judging by its size, it was far beyond what they could handle. They were indeed too safe for their own good. Yes, it is indeed too safe. Someone beside him replied blankly. Then what are you standing around for? Run! Nagayama Nobushige roared, and instantly, everyone in the cave began to panic and scramble. If the tycoons and corporate giants outside saw the contrast between Nagayama Nobushige and Chun-gu at this moment, one wonders what they would think. Wow, this spot is really great. If we keep guarding here, it won't take long for our magic card master level to rise significantly. This place is amazing. I want to stay here for a year. It truly is a great spot. I won't leave even if I die. A group of people fighting at the gorge-shaped entrance were extremely satisfied with this location, repeatedly expressing their admiration. Help! Quick, run! At that moment, a discordant voice rang out from behind them. Turning around, they saw Nagayama Nobuhide and his group stumbling toward them in a panic. Behind them, a giant python with a gaping, blood-red maw was devouring people. In an instant 3 or 4 were swallowed at once. Didn't I just say I'd rather die than leave? That's right. Smack. That person slapped his own face hard, then stood up and shouted at the beasts outside. The python is coming. Run for your lives. Without hesitation, he stepped on the faces of those beasts who had been planning to charge in and dashed outside. The beasts whose faces were being trampled looked utterly dumbfounded, question marks practically floating above their heads. Weren't you supposed to fight us to the death so we could rush in? What is going on with this script? As Nagayama Nobuhide and his group ran across the stunned beasts, the creatures finally caught sight of the enormous python, whose head alone was 4 or 5 meters tall, rampaging out from within. Its gaping maw didn't spare even ordinary beasts. Everything in its path was swallowed whole. Run. The beast is coming. The beasts screamed in panic and began sprinting alongside Nagayama Nobuhide's group. Never in their wildest dreams had they thought they'd experience a day when they too would be chased by a monster. Indeed, what goes around comes around. For a moment, the scene was utterly absurd. A giant python was chasing both humans and beasts. Those savage beasts from earlier were now competing with Nagayama Nobuhide's group to see who could run faster. When Nagayama Nobuhide's group gained a slight lead, the beasts on the side would catch up and overtake them. But soon enough, Nagayama Nobuhide's team would reclaim their lead, creating a hilariously chaotic spectacle. Never in a million years did I think Nagayama Nobuhide, would end up racing alongside beasts, he muttered in exasperation. That python was definitely not something he could handle. All he could do was compete with the surrounding beasts. Whoever was slower would be the unlucky one. From time to time, Nagayama Nobuhide would even kick at a beast that was about to overtake him. "How dare you try to outrun me?" he shouted, kicking the creature over and cursing it, displaying none of the dignity a prince ought to have. Thankfully, his team consisted of elites. Despite the chaos, they only lost 4 or 5 members and still maintained a force of over 40, which was already quite impressive. Sigh, who would have thought Nagayama Nobuhide, would see a day like this? He lamented after kicking over another beast that was about to pass him. Someone immediately chimed in. "Your Highness, if we're having a hard time, the other teams are probably even worse off. They might have been wiped out entirely. I wonder how Chun-Gu's group is doing." Nagayama Nobuhide couldn't help but muse aloud. How do you think they're doing? After the way he exhausted himself earlier today, they only have 6 people. They're definitely in a worse situation than us. Meanwhile, over on Chun-Gu's side, hoo-hoo. Outside, the storm raged, lightning flashed, and thunder roared, with the sounds of battle echoing in the distance. Yet Chun-Gu's group had already settled down to rest. Indeed, they were worse off after feasting on roasted wild boar. They were too full to do anything else and had no choice but to sleep where they were, waiting to see what tomorrow would bring. At this moment, all around them, thousands of skeleton warriors surrounded the area tightly, with skeleton warlords stationed nearby. Additionally, whenever an ordinary undead fell, nearby necromancers would immediately revive them. There were also 3 Scourge knights rampaging through the groups of magical beasts. Overhead, dozens of netherworld wyverns guarded the skies to prevent any magical beasts from entering from above and threatening Chun-Gu and his team. The area where Chun-Gu and his team were located was as solid as a fortress. If it weren't for Chun-Gu being in poor condition today and only able to summon these forces, the numbers could have been even greater. However, it was already enough to fend off the surrounding magical beasts. Moreover, dozens of hellhounds roamed the area, constantly collecting whiteboard cards scattered on the ground. The situation in the Forbidden Zone changed daily, and no one knew what would happen next. If they waited until the battle was over to clean up the battlefield, it might be too late. Each whiteboard card was worth 10,000 yuan, and for someone like Chun-Gu, who was frugal, wasting them was absolutely unacceptable. Boom, boom. Torrential rain poured down, accompanied by thunder and lightning. That night, some were running or fighting in the rain, while others were sound asleep. By the next morning, the rain still showed no signs of stopping. Early in the morning, Chun-Gu stretched lazily and, through shared vision, discovered that the surroundings were eerily quiet, with no trace of magical beasts. On the ground, blood mixed with rainwater, along with countless magical beast corpses. Judging by this, the number of magical beasts wasn't as exaggerated as I thought. My magic card master level hasn't improved at all. Chun-Gu couldn't help but sigh. After the battle ended yesterday, his magic card master level was Platinum 7 stars, and after a night of fighting, it was still Platinum 7 stars, which left him somewhat dissatisfied. The improvement of a magic card master's level meant enhancements in magic storage, physical strength, power, and speed, all of which were crucial for him at this stage. If Nagayama Nobuhide heard Chun-Gu say this just after waking up, he would undoubtedly be envious. Not long ago, after running all night, they had just managed to shake off a giant python and were feeling relieved. But when they turned around, they encountered another group of magical beasts. As far as the eye could see, there were at least 2,000 to 3,000, if not 4,000 to 5,000. Ding! Emerald 5-star Unicorn Rhino. Ding! Emerald 6-star Rare Silver Horned Rhino. Ding! Emerald 7-star Elite Gold Horned Rhino. Ding! Emerald 8-star Lord Level Rhino King. What made them even more desperate was that most of the magical beasts they encountered last night were only Platinum level, but the ones they had just run into were all emerald level. Moreover, the moment these rhinos spotted them, they all turned their hostile gazes toward them. "Run!" Nagayama Nobuhide cried out in despair, shouting as he continued to flee. Meanwhile, Tongbai from the Eye of the Storm and Yang Fan from the Azure Dragon Gang were not faring much better. The reason they had taken on this mission was that they had heard the legendary freshman of the Divine Capital Academy, Chingu, would be coming, and they wanted to witness his prowess and strength firsthand. In the Forbidden Zone, their strategy was simple: fight if they could, and if not, try to get as close to Chingu as possible. Man proposes, but heaven disposes. Who could have foreseen such a special situation today? It can only be said that their luck is unfortunate. Unlike the Hong men, who were early on hired by Changshan Xinxiu for additional support and had arranged reinforcements in advance, their team now numbers around 40 to 50 people. Meanwhile, both sides here barely have 10 people each. When facing higher-level secret realms and abysses, their elite skills make them invincible, but when confronted with thousands or even tens of thousands of beasts, the advantages and disadvantages of numbers become glaringly apparent. Last night, at the beginning, they indeed found relatively safe positions and resisted for a while. However, as time went on, the number of beasts increased, the weather worsened, and Tongbai's shelter was directly split open by a lightning strike. On Yang Fan's side, a mudslide caused by heavy rain flooded their shelter, forcing them to leave. In the end, both sides had to rush out into the rain overnight, wandering aimlessly like headless flies in the Forbidden Zone. Ding! Platinum 8-star Poison Sting Mouse. Ding! Platinum 9-star Valley Mouse. Ding! Emerald 1-star Elite Abyss Undead Mouse. At this moment, Yang Fan and his team had just eliminated a group of pursuing spider monsters. Before they could rest for a moment, thousands of rats came charging from the other side. Huff huff, each of them bent over, gasping heavily, feeling an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. Before coming here, they had prepared themselves for the possibility of dying from a dark invasion, but they never expected to be beaten to death by a swarm of beasts. That night, the number of beasts they eliminated was even more than what they had managed to kill in 2 or 3 days combined before. Even though they were elites and carried a large number of recovery cards, the intensity of the battle left them with no hope of survival. After killing these rat monsters in front of them, how many more beasts were waiting for them? In the end, would they still be unable to escape their fate of death? Ding! Emerald 1-star Earth Scorpion Tiger. Ding! Emerald 2-star Enhanced Berserk Tiger. Ding! Emerald 3-star Rare Giant Scythe Tiger. As they were thinking this, thousands of tiger monsters appeared on the other side, moving at incredible speed with a clear target charging straight at Yang Fan and his team. "Captain, what do we do now? At this rate, do we even have a chance to survive?" Both sides combined, there are probably 5,000 to 6,000 beasts. Most of them are even emerald level. They're far stronger than the ones we just faced. We're doomed. This time we're really doomed. I've imagined countless ways to die, but I never thought I'd be worn down to death by a swarm of beasts in a war of attrition. Ha ha ha, looking at the swarms of beasts charging at them from both sides, a shadow of despair loomed over everyone's hearts. Based on what they knew, there were thousands or even more secret realms and abysses in this Forbidden Zone. Even if they managed to kill these 2 groups of beasts in front of them, what about the others? Clang! It's over. It's all over. Someone's weapon slipped from their hand and fell to the ground, and they slumped down in despair. He was utterly exhausted. Even if he kept going, he couldn't see any hope of survival. Creak! Yang Fan saw this scene, gritting his teeth tightly. Even he began to waver. There were too many, far too many. It was impossible to kill them all. "Captain, what do we do now? What should we do? Are we really going to die here? I don't want to. I don't want to die here. I haven't even had the chance to properly honor my parents. How can I die? My family, my friends, they're still waiting for me to return. I don't want to die. I don't want to die." The team members let out hysterical screams. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, no one wanted to die like this. In this situation, we have no choice but to fight and keep running toward Chun-gu and his group. Maybe he's the only one who can help us. Yang Fan looked in the general direction of Chun-ji's group. Chun-gu? Will he really help us? In this situation, even Chun-gu might not be able to protect himself, right? Our team has 10 people, and there's only has 6. Can he really do it? The team members couldn't help but look up at Yang Fan. They wanted to believe, but they were also afraid that this hope was futile. When hope completely turns into despair, that kind of despair is the most fatal. Don't forget, he's someone who survived the Dark Invasion, a legendary freshman of the Divine Capital Academy. If even he and his team can't survive in this forbidden zone, what hope do we have to despair over? Yang Fan could only do his best to console them. At this point, if they lost the will to fight, they were as good as dead. That's right. If even a legendary freshman like Chun-gu can't survive here, what are we compared to him? Is our life more precious than his? In that case, let's go all out and head toward Chun-gu and his group in one go. We, the Azure Dragon Gang, either die in battle or fight to the end to survive. We must not give up. In an instant, the group began to encourage each other, no longer hesitating, and sprinted madly in the direction where Chun-ji's group might be. Right now, Chun-gu was their only hope. Run quickly, I'll cover the rear. Aya, your hearing is sharp. Pay attention to the sounds around us. Yang Fan held his spear as he ran, issuing orders. Yes, Captain. Aya, holding Harame daggers, said no more and led the way at full speed. From now on, if you're injured, use a healing card without hesitation. If I or anyone else gets surrounded, don't hesitate, keep going and find Chun-ji's group. Do you hear me? Yang Fan's spear moved like a dragon, taking down a leaping tiger as he shouted loudly. Hearing this, the team members couldn't help but tear up. Fortunately, the rain was still pouring, hiding their tears. In the face of a true farewell, memories involuntarily surged in their minds. They remembered the first time they met. They remembered the scenes of fighting together as a team. They remembered the moments of celebration together. Unexpectedly, they had to face such a scene. Swish! Yang Fan's spear whistled through the air, piercing 2 tigers in one strike. He shouted at the team members ahead. Do you understand? Yes. Understood. The team members responded loudly while fighting, but tears uncontrollably streamed down their faces. Meanwhile, the situation on Tong Bai's side at the eye of the storm was even worse. Their team of 10 had already lost 2 members. Just moments ago, they encountered a king-level magical beast, and everything happened in an instant, leaving no time for rescue. Tong Bai, the captain, had watched helplessly as they died right in front of him. Companions who had shared life and death with him, dying right before his eyes, their bodies mangled and bloody. He saw it all clearly. His mental state had already been deeply affected. Kill! 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 Tong Bai swung his curved blade, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Captain, if this continues, we won't last much longer. Captain, what should we do next? His companions around him shouted hysterically. Kill! 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 Tong Bai turned a deaf ear, focused solely on slaughtering the magical beasts around him. He had gone mad. Captain, snap out of it. If you keep this up, you'll only get more people killed. Captain, 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 we're all counting on you to lead us out alive. Tong Bai's team members continued to shout. Alive? Get out alive? In an instant, Tong Bai snapped out of his frenzy. Yes, it was true that he had watched 2 team members die right in front of him, but there were still 7 people alive. What am I doing? What am I thinking? Slap! Slap! Tong Bai slapped himself hard across the face. The rainwater on his face scattered with the force of the slaps, and he finally came to his senses. Survive! Survive! He looked around in panic. Surrounding them were countless magical beasts and piles of corpses stacked like mountains. His brain began to work rapidly. Head toward Chun-ji's team. Heading toward Chun-ji's team is our only chance to survive. Although the magical beasts blocked their path, forcing their way toward Chun-ji's team wouldn't be easy. But this was the only solution he could think of right now. Captain, since last night, we've been moving wherever there's a path. Do we really have to force our way toward Chun-ji's team? Can we even make it through? Yeah, given the current situation, it won't be easy for us to break through. Some team members expressed doubts about Tong Bai's plan. This is the only way. The only way. Tong Bai fixed his gaze on the direction and said while fighting his way forward, Since we encountered the magical beast horde yesterday, we've been wandering aimlessly like headless flies. And now, aren't we still powerless? If we can find Chunji's team, maybe there's still hope for survival. With such a massive horde of magical beasts, maybe we should look for Nagayama Nobuhide's team instead. When we entered, Nagayama Nobuhide had a team of 20 or 30 people, which is definitely more secure than Chunji's 6-person squad. That's right. Although Chungu is very powerful, under absolute numbers, perhaps Changshan Shinshio, who has more people, is more worth seeking out. Besides, Captain, you have a walkie-talkie to contact them, don't you? Captain, let's go find Changshan Shinshio. While breaking through with Tong Bai, his team members tried to persuade him. Changshan Shinshio. Tong Bai sneered coldly while fighting. Changshan Shinshio is just a useless fool. Don't be fooled by their numbers, they may not be better than Chunji's group. Before coming here, Officer Chu repeatedly reminded me that if we encounter danger, we must stick close to Chungu. But, Captain, the team members still wanted to say more, but Tong Bai roared. Shut up. Listen to me. We're heading towards Chunji's direction. Only by finding Chungu do we have a chance to survive. Changshan Shinshio is absolutely not someone we can rely on. After a pause, Tong Bai continued hysterically. Chungu is the one who resolved the Dark Invasion. Can Changshan Shinshio do that? He can only bark like a dog, using despicable tricks to deal with Chungu. He doesn't even dare to confront Chungu and his team head-on. And you still expect him? Are you all crazy? At this, the group of team members finally woke up as if from a dream. That's right. Chungu is the one who resolved the Dark Invasion. If even he can't fight these monsters, who else can we rely on? This whole night, I must have gotten my brain fried from the rain. Yes, let's head towards Chunji's group. If we don't find him, it's just bad luck. But if we do, only he can lead us out of here. Finally, the team reached a consensus. Although the road to Chunji's group was incredibly difficult, the 8 of them could only grit their teeth and push forward. Over at Gu Tianming's side, thanks to their numerical advantage and Gu Tianming's pair of highly perceptive eyes, they were the most stable team apart from Chunji's group. Gu Tianming seemed to have some special magic card, as he was always able to avoid large groups of monsters in advance, instead encountering smaller, lower-level monster groups to kill and evading before other monster groups arrived. Boss Gu, you're the best. If it were any of us leading, we'd be in big trouble. Someone following behind Gu Tianming couldn't help but exclaim. Heh. Gu Tianming chuckled lightly, looking rather smug but saying nothing. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words. From the current situation, it's no longer suitable to act separately. I think we should join up with the 3rd Prince's group and then make further plans. Someone nearby suggested. Walking cautiously at the front, Gu Tianming stopped and glanced back at the person. After thinking for a moment, he nodded and said, Indeed, with the large number of monsters in the Forbidden Zone now, there's nothing that can truly threaten us. As long as we have enough people, we have nothing to fear. Li Zi, you're the scout. You're good at finding people, so you take the lead. I'll handle avoiding those large monster groups. Gu Tianming said to Li Zi in the distance. Yes, boss. 6th brother stepped forward and responded, and the group began to converge towards Changshan Shinshio. Meanwhile, Chungu and his team had already packed up their supplies and started advancing. Chunji's goal was always clear the mountain range in the center of the Forbidden Zone. Along the way, skeleton warriors formed a quadrilateral protective formation on both sides, while 3 disaster knights led a group of skeleton knights patrolling and charging around. Above them, a netherworld dragon was responsible for guarding, ensuring a very steady advance. However, due to the heavy rain, the muddy ground greatly hindered their progress. Chungu and his team, on the other hand, were seated in simple sedan chairs with roofs to shield them from the rain, being carried forward. This formed a stark contrast with other teams that were struggling desperately. Not great. Why can't I see many groups of magical beasts? Chungu lay in the sedan chair, constantly switching his vision, and sighed. From the time they set out until now, he had hardly gained any magic power or received any blank cards. The other team members around him were also sitting idly in their simple sedan chairs, caught in a state of blissful boredom. Although being carried forward like this was nice, it somehow felt meaningless. Humans are such creatures, too idle is no good. Too busy is no good either. Truly pathetic. Sigh, following Brother Chun is very reassuring, but it's also so boring. Jean Yale held her face in her hands and sighed. Initially, when she saw so many magical beasts, she thought there would be a big battle, but unexpectedly, it turned out like this. I always feel so much pressure following Brother Chun. Jean Yajong, sitting nearby, also sighed. Meanwhile, Quan Zian was sitting in her simple sedan chair, secretly glancing at Chen Gu in the distance and giggling to herself. This man is really so gentle and considerate. On a rainy day, he even had the skeleton warriors prepare sedan chairs with roofs in advance. Truly, so thoughtful. Men like this are rare. Sitting in her simple sedan chair, Mayano Yuki felt a bit helpless. She had never imagined that there would be a day when she would be carried by magical pets. She originally came to the Forbidden Zone for training, but now it had completely turned into enjoying life, hadn't it? Moreover, she couldn't understand how Chingu came up with such a genius idea. At this moment, Su Li urged the skeleton warriors carrying the sedan chair to move quickly forward. He approached Chingu with a cheerful smile and said, "Boss, I have an idea. Not sure if I should say it or not. If you have something to say, just say it properly." Chingu glanced at Su Li, speaking irritably. He couldn't understand where this guy got such a pretentious way of talking. Su Li rubbed his hands together, leaned forward, and said to Chingu, "Boss, how about we split into 3 teams? You lead one team, I'll stay with Mayano in another team, and the other 3 can form the 3rd team. If we advance separately, the chances of encountering magical beast groups will increase significantly." After thinking for a moment, he continued, "A forbidden zone like this is rare. The more magic power we can gather, the better. What do you think?" Chinga thought about it and felt that Su Li's suggestion made a lot of sense. Such a vast number of abysses and secret realms are rare to come by, and the number of magical beasts emerging from them is undoubtedly considerable. Who knows when such an opportunity will arise again? So, when it can be cherished, it must be cherished. If possible, he hoped that by the time he left this forbidden zone, his magic card master level could reach Emerald 3 or 4 stars. Alright, this forbidden zone isn't particularly dangerous. Instead of wasting time here together, it's better to split up and gather as much magic power as possible. Chinga nodded. This forbidden zone isn't dangerous? Not dangerous? Really? The people around him twitched their lips upon hearing this. But this forbidden zone is really dangerous. Only Brother Chin would think it's not dangerous. Ha ha. Jean Yale said with a dry laugh, while the others chose to remain silent. Although they had slept soundly last night, they were well aware of what had happened around them. If it weren't for Chingu, they couldn't even imagine the consequences. Afterward, Chingu began assigning tasks. "Suli, you go to the left with Gongye." Chingu said to Suli and Gongye Yushi beside him. "Yes." Suli and Gongye Yushi nodded firmly. "Quan." Chingu turned his gaze to Quan Zian's group, intending to call out her full name. However, he still felt uneasy about Quan Zian. If he followed up with a serious reminder, it might come across as a command, which would seem disrespectful. So, he used a gentler address. "Zian, take the 2 sisters to the right. Remember, no matter what happens, don't act recklessly. If you encounter danger, let the magical pets I assign to you handle it, and wait for my rescue." He actually started using such an affectionate term? What does this mean? Quan Zian couldn't help but blush and nodded slightly. "I understand." Not long after, Suli and Quan Zian's group set off, but the excitement on their faces from earlier was gone. Looking back, each of their teams was accompanied by 3 imposing Calamity Knights and over 100 Skeleton Knights. Additionally, 3 Netherworld Wyverns circled in the sky, over 300 Skeleton Warriors surrounded them, and there were even 2 undead mages. Where on earth does Brother Chun get so many magical pets? With this lineup, do we even need to do anything? Jean Yale complained to her sister, Jean Yajong. "Looks like we'll just have to compete with Brother Chin's magical pets for work." Huh. Jean Yajong sighed helplessly. At this moment, Quan Zian wasn't paying attention to the 2 sisters' conversation. Instead, she was holding her face and giggling foolishly. He actually called me Zian? In front of so many people, he called me so affectionately. Isn't that inappropriate? If people find out you have feelings for me, wouldn't that be embarrassing for you? Or did you do it on purpose? He, Quan Zian, giggled foolishly. Zian's sister, Zian's sister. At this moment, the two sisters beside her suddenly called out, snapping Quan Zian back to her senses. Wow, what is it? Jean Yale pouted and repeated her dissatisfaction. Brother Chen is so mean. He sent so many magical pets over. We can't even play properly. Jean Yajong nodded in agreement. Sai, you two little girls, don't speak ill of Chen Ge. He's doing this for our own good. Why don't you understand? Quan Zian immediately said seriously. You two little girls, how can you speak ill of Chen Ge? What's bad about him? I think he's great. He always considers us in everything. Hearing this, Jean Yajong and Jean Yale froze, staring intently at Quan Zian. They felt that Quan Zian's words were strange, but couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. Suddenly, Quan Zian seemed to realize her mistake and quickly corrected herself. I'm not saying Chen Ge is that great, but it's not to the point where you can call him bad, right? Jean Yale pouted and said, I was just joking. Her big watery eyes stared at Quan Zian, full of grievance. Quan Zian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seemed her brain had short-circuited earlier. What was she even saying? So, she quickly replied, all right, later, I won't make a move. I'll let you have all the magical beasts. Is that okay now? Okay. Instantly, Jean Yale was as happy as a child, showcasing her acting skills and quick change of expression to the fullest. Quan Zian shook her head and started thinking about the scene earlier when Chen Ge looked at her and said, be careful, don't overdo it. At this moment, Chen Ge was still advancing along the planned route. Su Li and the others were moving diagonally to the left, while Quan Zian and her group were heading diagonally to the right. Wherever they passed, the Skeleton Knights led by the 3 Calamity Knights could take out a portion with a single charge. Then, the Skeleton Warriors would follow up to finish off the stragglers and collect whiteboard cards. Although there were obstacles along the way, they were steadily progressing. Meanwhile, Ge Tianming, who was heading to meet up with Changshan Xinxiu and his group, had just evaded a large group of magical beasts and was now battling a smaller group. Thud, thud, thud. Ge Tianming, with his goatee, wielded 2 giant hammers, swinging them with great force. When facing magical beasts mixed with platinum and emerald levels, he struck with heavy blows. His timing and movements were commendable. Perhaps among top-tier magic card masters, they wouldn't be considered much, but among regular magic card masters, those at platinum and emerald levels were considered above average. It's important to note that most magic card masters are limited by their own magic source levels and card levels. For their entire lives, their magic card master rank would be stuck at gold, silver, or bronze tiers. Magic card masters are already rare, and this category accounts for 86% of all magic card masters. Those who reach platinum or emerald levels make up 8%, diamond accounts for 2%, and those who achieve master or grandmaster levels are less than 1%. As for those who reach the king level, they are even rarer. And let's not even mention those top-tier existences among the kings. Now that Ge Tianming and his team have reached platinum and emerald levels, it means their magic sources and magic card quality are not low. Whirlwind Hammer. Ge Tianming spun rapidly among the group of magical beasts, slaughtering the surrounding beasts continuously. And those following him were certainly no pushovers either. This kind of small magical beast group isn't too stressful to kill, and it provides a lot of magic power. It's so satisfying to kill them. Thanks to Brother Ge. Otherwise, where would we find such a good opportunity? Comfortable. So comfortable. While fighting, the group didn't forget to flatter Ge Tianming. As the saying goes, flattery always works. Hearing these words, Ge Tianming naturally felt secretly pleased and quite proud. But before he could enjoy the moment, he suddenly heard the sound of galloping hooves through his enhanced hearing. Uniform and rhythmic, numbering around 180, and not ordinary hoofbeats, they were equipped with horseshoes, which meant knights. Knight-type magical beasts often represent extremely high combat power and are the most difficult to deal with. Regardless of their numbers, retreating is the wisest choice. Retreat. Ge Tianming shouted loudly, picked a direction, and ran without hesitation. Seeing this, Everyone present followed Gu Tianming without hesitation, retreating while fighting. Gu Tianming had already proven his abilities, so there must be something very difficult to deal with or a large group of magical beasts approaching otherwise. He wouldn't be so decisive. Before those iron hooves arrived, Gu Tianming and his team had already shaken off the small magical beast group and hidden in a forest. Captain Gu, what's going on? Someone asked. Gu Tianming immediately made a silencing gesture and whispered, "It sounds like a night squad, numbering around 180. Hearing that there was a night squad, everyone present held their breath. This was within the forbidden zone. It was impossible for a magic card master night squad to appear. That meant it could only be humanoid magical beasts, which were certainly not something they wanted to encounter. Nay, clop, clop, clop. Soon, the sound of iron hooves grew closer, and the neighing of warhorses could be heard. In the blink of an eye, 3 knights clad in ancient, heavy armor and riding warhorses shrouded in black mist appeared before them. Although the 3 knights were different from each other, they exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression, making anyone who saw them instinctively hold their breath, fearing they would be discovered. In another blink, the knights charged into the small magical beast group that Gu Tianming and his team had just been dealing with, cutting through them like a hot knife through butter. Following closely behind them was a group of uniformed skeleton knights, each with formidable combat power. What an overwhelming sense of oppression. Thank goodness for Boss Gu, otherwise, we'd be in big trouble. If they had caught up to us, we'd be in serious trouble. The group whispered quietly, secretly feeling fortunate. They're undead knights. This type of magical beast spares nothing in its path, not even ordinary magical beasts. They must have come from some high-level secret realm or abyss, right? Huh? Why didn't the magic card master wristbands give any warning? The group from Hongmen gathered together, whispering softly, some of them confused. They knew the opposing side was strong, but there should at least be some kind of warning, right? His Liuzi, the scout in the team, took a deep breath, noticing something unusual. He hadn't seen those 3 imposing knights before, but he had seen those skeletal knights behind them. So many if these were summoned by Chen Gu. Wasn't he the number a bit excessive? A trace of doubt arose in his heart. What is going on? Gu Tianming noticed this and turned to look at Liuzi behind him, asking. Liuzi, being a scout, must have some other information to react this way. Gulp. Liuzi swallowed hard and whispered to Gu Tianming, "Captain, look at those skeletal knights behind them. Don't they look a bit like the ones Chen Gu summoned to transport supplies that day?" As soon as he said this, Gu Tianming's eyes widened abruptly, and he stared at those skeletal knights carefully. Without the reminder, it might have been fine, but with it, Gu Tianming felt that everything matched. This isn't even a matter of resemblance. This is exactly the same. Gu Tianming whispered in shock to Liuzi beside him. Although this team included people from Changshan Xinxiu, those invited by the opposing side, and members of Hongmen, when they stood apart, it was clear that the Hongmen people grouped together. When Gu Tianming whispered in shock, the ones who heard him were all from Hongmen. As soon as he said this, the surrounding Hongmen members snapped out of their daze and turned to look at those skeletal warriors one by one. After a few charges, along with the 3 leading undead knights who exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression and dealt devastating damage, the already small group of magical beasts had been wiped out. That day, Chen Gu summoning 10 at once was already outrageous. Over 100 of them now. Could it really be him and those 3 leading ones? If they're magical pets summoned by Chen Gu, they must at least be legendary level. That aura, that damage, it's absolutely incredible. No way, right? Yeah. We haven't even seen Chen Gu and his team, yet the Hongmen members whispered among themselves. But before they could finish speaking, they saw a neatly aligned army of skeletal warriors. They were arranged in a quadrilateral formation, and inside were 3 women being carried on simple sedan chairs. Additionally, there were several wyverns circling in the sky, though they were hidden among the trees and hard to spot. Seeing this scene, Gu Tianming and everyone present twitched their mouths and glanced at their own disheveled appearances. Each of them looked like drowned rats, while the others it was as if royalty was traveling, with an air of grandeur that formed a stark contrast. What are they here for? To play? Someone stared blankly at Quan Zian and the other two women, asking in a daze. It feels like they're from a completely different world than us. Is this the world of top-tier magic card masters? Is this the caliber of students from the Divine Capital Academy? No wonder I didn't pass the entrance exam back then. I really wasn't good enough. Comparing yourself to others, it's infuriating. Everyone present couldn't help but sigh. It seems that Chun Gu doesn't have 10 Skeleton Knight cards, but rather a single God-tier magic card that can repeatedly summon magical beasts. At this point, even if Gu Tianming were foolish, he should have figured it out. However, even among God-tier magic cards, there are differences. Chun Ji's card should belong to the top tier of God-tier magic cards. Moreover, being able to summon so many magical pets at once indicates that Chun Ji's magic source is likely quite powerful. Additionally, judging from the combat performance of those knights earlier, Chun Ji's magic card master level should be nearing emerald level. After the college entrance exams, ordinary magic card masters are usually around bronze 5 or 6 stars. I heard Gu was silver 1 star. How long has it been? His magic card master level is almost emerald now. Gu Tianming swallowed hard. It had taken him 5 whole years to advance from silver to platinum 9 stars, which was considered fast, and it was the reason he could become the team leader for this mission. But Gu, he only took about 2 months? How many magical beasts must he have killed to level up so quickly? Gulp, Gu Tianming swallowed hard again, gritting his teeth, feeling an unprecedented pressure. This situation often indicates that the opponent's magic source level and magic card level far surpass his by several times. Want to kill someone like this? What a joke. If he must be killed, it would require someone whose magic card master level far exceeds Chun Ji's to act quickly and eliminate him. Otherwise, Chun Gu, who cannot be used by the Hongmen, will become a major threat in the future. This kind of person clearly exhibits the early traits of those super top-tier magic card masters. In the early stages, they almost always dominate everything. In a short time, Gu Tianming's mind was in turmoil, and he began to formulate other plans. Quan Zian and the other two did not linger, but continued moving diagonally forward. Before long, they completely disappeared from Gu Tianming's sight. Someone like him, a generation might not produce even one. And I happen to encounter him, and they want me to kill him? Am I too lucky? Should I draw a card to celebrate? Huh. Gu Tianming stood up, took a deep look, and casually pulled out a blank card. Since he was so lucky, he might as well draw a magic card. Magic card name. Extinction Hammer Quality. Rare type. Skill card effect. Exclusive skill for hammer users. Can inflict 5% armor penetration and 40% extra damage on the target. Description. Do you understand what extinction means? It means less talk, more action, and keeping your guard up. Got it? Ha. Gu Tianming's mouth twitched. He was indeed lucky. Normally, out of 100 cards, he wouldn't even get one high-level card. But today, he managed to draw a rare card, and it was even hammer exclusive. This was too lucky, but it also felt like he was overly lucky, which made him even more uneasy. He directly placed the magic card into his magic source, and said to the people behind him, "Let's go." He continued heading in the direction of Changshan Xian Xiao and his group. "Sai, what do you guys think? Chun Ji's 6-person team, why have we only seen 3 of them? Where are the others? Could they be dead? What are you thinking? It's estimated there's another undead army like this over there. Damn, if that's true, what level of magical source would that be? Well, that's why they're called legendary newcomers. Don't you understand the value of being a legendary newcomer? Every student in the Divine Capital Academy is extraordinary, and if someone is labeled as legendary, you should understand their worth." The members of the Hong sect were talking one after another, though most of them already had their own guesses and calculations in mind. They just didn't voice them. Meanwhile, things were not looking good on Tong Bai's side. Su Che, watching yet another teammate fall among the horde of magical beasts, Tong Bai screamed hysterically. His voice was so sharp it seemed to pierce the heavens. The original 8-member team had now lost another person, leaving only 7. Watching his teammates fall one by one before his eyes was unbearably cruel. They had never encountered such dire circumstances before. Trying to force their way toward Chun Gu's group was far from simple. Swish, swish, swish. Tong Bai, consumed by rage, swung his blade madly, trying to carve a bloody path for his remaining teammates. Ding, Emerald 2-star Ice Demon Bear. Ding, Emerald 3-star Enhanced Ice Demon Bear. But before they could finish off the magical beasts on one side, another group of beasts surrounded them. Without the ability to fly, facing such a massive number of magical beasts, their ultimate fate seemed to be nothing but death. Don't give up. Don't give up. Despite everything, Tongbai still shouted to his teammates not to give up. If they gave up, there would truly be no hope left. As long as we find Xingu, we'll definitely survive. Tongbai killed another magical beast with a backhanded strike. His companions around him were already showing signs of exhaustion. There was no hope in sight. The magical beasts seemed endless. Before they could finish off one group, another would appear. At this point, they were caught in a desperate situation, and even the thought of breaking through seemed like a foolish dream. They had long lost the strength to speak, only venting their last reserves of magic and energy. Thud, 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 thud. Nay, nay. At this moment, the ground trembled, and the sound of iron hooves and warhorses' neighs could be heard. Is it reinforcements? Are they here to save us? In an instant, a glimmer of hope rose in Tongbai and his teammates' hearts. But soon, as 3 towering undead knight commanders and hundreds of skeletal knights appeared, the smiles on their faces froze. Undead-type magical beasts. We actually encountered a group of undead knights. Ha ha. It's over. Tongbai's teammates all let out bitter laughs, the hope in their eyes gradually turning into despair. Look, they're slaughtering the magical beasts charging at us. Tongbai was also in despair, but when he saw the undead knights attacking the magical beasts, he couldn't help but feel a glimmer of joy. By the way, the biggest characteristic of undead-type magical beasts is indiscriminate attacks. Maybe we still have a chance. Ha ha ha, we still have a chance. This is really great. Tongbai's team members were swinging back and forth between despair and hope. If they could survive, who would truly want to die? They were the elite of the Eye of the Storm, with promising futures that most people envied. As long as there was even a sliver of hope, they still wanted to struggle. The group, as if injected with adrenaline, slaughtered the magical beasts rushing toward them while hoping the undead knights would attract the surrounding beasts' attention and give them a chance to escape. Huh, no, something's wrong. At this moment, Tongbai, who had just killed a magical beast, suddenly narrowed his pupils. Those undead knights seemed to be heading straight for them. The undead knights are indeed slaughtering the surrounding magical beasts, but their target seems to be us. Is it really over? Why are we so unlucky? Tongbai's team members couldn't take it anymore. Just as they saw a glimmer of hope, those undead knights turned their attention to them, plunging them into the depths of despair. How could they have such high aggro? Weren't undead supposed to attack indiscriminately? The leading 3 Scourge knights charged through the emerald-level magical beast horde like a hot knife through butter. After several charges, the 3 knights were getting closer and closer to Tongbai's team, and the oppressive feeling brought by their towering figures was growing stronger. Damn it, are you kidding me? Even the undead are targeting me because I'm good-looking. It seemed they had reached some kind of breaking point. One of the team members stopped despairing and instead began to laugh bitterly. The other team members, caught in the cycle of hope and despair, started to lose their composure and began to mock themselves. Looks like we overestimated our abilities. This time, we were too confident. Sigh. Even the undead are giving us special attention. Our status must be too high. Looks like we're doomed today. Whatever, let it be. After all, weren't we already prepared to die? Exactly. Magical card masters die every day. At least we're dying in the Forbidden Zone. It sounds a bit more impressive when people talk about it. Complete despair brought them a sense of relief, but their hands didn't stop moving. At this moment, Tongbai also calmed down completely. Being surrounded by so many magical beasts was bad enough, but now they were targeted by those undead knights, who were charging at them as if determined to kill them first. If that's the case, then so be it. Ha ha ha, whatever. Whatever. Let me have a sip of my favorite happy drink. Saying this, Tongbai casually killed another magical beast rushing toward him and opened his treasured happy drink. If death was inevitable, then his cherished happy drink must not go to waste. Finally, the three undead knight commanders had reached them. Nay, nay, the three war horses, shrouded in black mist, raised their front hooves and let out piercing cries. In the face of their majestic figures, Tong Bai's team appeared small, helpless, and pitiful. Finished. The three war horses raised their front hooves, and the oppressive force made Tong Bai and the others despair, involuntarily giving up resistance. They all closed their eyes, waiting for death to come. In their view, a commander of undead knights like this must at least be at the level of a lord or even a king. However, the continuous battles had made them forget that the magic card master's bracelet still hadn't shown any notifications. After a while, Tong Bai and the others, who had already prepared for death, felt no pain, only the sound of fighting near their ears. Slowly opening their eyes, they discovered that the three undead knight commanders were slaughtering the surrounding magical beasts that had charged forward, encircling them in the middle. After a long pause, Tong Bai asked with a bewildered expression, "What's going on?" The team members, seeing this scene, were equally dumbfounded. Who knew? Are they planning to save us for last? Maybe they want to save us for last and roast us. No way. Faced with this situation, the team members let their imaginations run wild, mainly because they had never seen a summoning-type magic card master, nor did they think any magic card master could summon such a disaster army. The only thoughts they could come up with were these bizarre ideas. Are we lucky or unlucky? One team member sat on the ground and smiled bitterly. Whatever, my recovery card is gone, and I don't have much strength left. Whatever happens, happens. Another person also plopped down on the ground. Quick, look, what's that? At that moment, someone pointed at the distant army of skeleton warriors and exclaimed, "Swish, swish, swish." Instantly, all the team members present turned their gaze in that direction. They saw a neatly aligned army of skeleton warriors, with several netherworld wyverns circling above their heads. But what was most unbelievable, someone was being carried by those skeleton warriors on a makeshift sedan chair, heading toward them. It's Chun Ji's team members, Su Li and Mayano Yuki. Despite the heavy rain affecting visibility, Tong Bai immediately recognized the approaching figures and exclaimed in surprise. Why are they being carried by skeleton warriors? What happened? Why are these undead carrying them? Why does this scene look so eerie? Tong Bai's team members were on an emotional roller coaster, completely unable to comprehend the scene before them. Looking at their own sorry state, and then at the two people on the sedan chair over there, it felt as if they were refugees while the other two seemed to be on a sightseeing tour. That Su Li seems to be waving at us. What's going on? Tong Bai asked in a daze. Mainly, he couldn't understand. He couldn't understand this scene at all. Tong Bai and his team stood frozen in place, not daring to move, and could only stare blankly as Su Li and Mayano Yuki approached them. Although there were many magical beasts around, under the charge of those three disaster knights, they had long been thrown into chaos, split into several small groups. As Su Li and his group rushed towards Tong Bai and his team, the skeleton warriors protecting them were no pushovers either, slashing through enemies with ease. Before long, the 300 skeleton warriors, along with the carried Su Li and his companion, arrived in front of Tong Bai and his team. Their eyes met. I heard your voice earlier, so I immediately sent the Scourge Knight Corps to rescue you. Not too late, right? Su Li asked with a smile. You sent the Scourge Knight Corps to rescue us? Tong Bai and his teammates couldn't help but glance around at the undead Knight Corps and the hundreds of skeleton warriors. Uniform and imposing, their presence made the beasts around them seem like a disorganized rabble, utterly insignificant. So, you're saying all of these are yours? Are all these undead pets summoned by you? This is way too overpowered, isn't it? A group of people exclaimed in disbelief. With such an undead army in this forbidden zone, wouldn't it be a massacre? I don't have that kind of ability. All of this was summoned by my boss. Su Li replied with a smile from his makeshift sedan chair. If he had this kind of power, he would have dared to show off back at the Divine Capital Academy. All summoned by Qin Ge. Tong Bai froze for a moment, pointing at all the undead around them and asked. All of this was summoned by Qin Ge alone. They had thought the army was formed by several people summoning their pets. Summoners were generally considered a weak class even if someone had one or two high-level pet cards. Most would use them as secondary support in battle and wouldn't rely solely on summoning. After all, summoning a single pet consumed a significant amount of magic power. For most people, it wasn't a worthwhile trade-off. Not everyone had S-level or even SSS-level magic sources or magical equipment to enhance their abilities. Even magic recovery cards were used sparingly, only in critical moments, as most people couldn't afford to waste them. Of course, exceptions like Quan Xian existed. For someone like her, such cards were not in short supply. What is this? Su Li glanced around and chuckled lightly. This was the result of Chun Gu exercising great restraint, as he needed to ensure his own magic power remained sufficient. Additionally, summoned pets had a time limit. Once the time was up, they would disappear, and Chun Gu would summon another batch. Thus, he kept the number within a relatively reasonable range. What is this? Though it was just 4 simple words, they revealed a wealth of information. In other words, what was in front of them was far from Chun Ji's limit. Looking around, Chun Gu and the other 3 were nowhere to be seen. Since they dared to split up, it was natural that each group had an undead army of similar size accompanying them. This is the caliber of the legendary freshman from the Divine Capital Academy. This is his confidence. This is truly incredible. Back when Chun Gu had 10 skeleton knights transport supplies, it felt a bit strange. How could someone possess 10 high-level skeleton knight magic cards at the same time? Now they finally understood. Chun Gu probably had a god-tier magic card that could be summoned repeatedly. Although they were surprised, it was not entirely unexpected. For someone who could stir up chaos single-handedly in a place like the Divine Capital Academy, it would be more surprising if they didn't have a god-tier magic card. At this moment, under Mayano Yuzuki's signal, Su Li noticed that Tong Bai's team was missing a member. In the distance, there was a shattered corpse. Instantly, the smile on Su Li's face faded, and he said solemnly, "What are your plans next?" Clearly, Tong Bai's situation was not looking good, and there was no need to gloat. After all, they hadn't done anything to him. "We originally wanted to join you and hoped to stick together," Tong Bai said earnestly to Su Li, then turned to look at his exhausted teammates and the corpse of their companion not far away. They had come with 10 people, but now only 7 were left. If Su Li and his team hadn't arrived in time, they might have been completely wiped out. How about this? Since heading toward our boss doesn't make much sense now, why not join us? We'll take the lead, and you can assist us as we push forward together. Su Li gazed into the distance at the center of the Forbidden Zone, where towering mountains loomed faintly through the mist and rain. Of course, if you don't want to continue, I can send a squad of undead to escort you out, Su Li added. He was unaware of the fact that leaving was impossible. It was natural for Su Li not to know this, and Tong Bai immediately replied, "A restriction has formed around the Forbidden Zone. It's impossible to leave. We'll go with you." Oh, Su Li responded nonchalantly upon hearing this. Hearing such a casual reply, Tong Bai and his companions felt a bit disheartened. Oh, when he heard this news, he just casually said, "Oh." When the magical beasts emerged from the secret realm and abyss, and we realized we couldn't leave, do you know how desperate we felt? When he heard this sentence, he didn't even show a hint of emotion. He truly didn't take this Forbidden Zone seriously. Indeed, the joys and sorrows of people are not shared. Afterward, Su Li ordered the Disaster Army to continue clearing the surrounding magical beasts. Together with Mayano Yuzuki, he buried Tong Bai's fallen companion under a large tree. Ever since the world underwent its mutation, people died every day in unknown places, eventually forgotten by the world. The rain kept falling. Standing before the grave mound, Su Li couldn't help but feel a flood of emotions. "Maybe, one day I'll end up like this too," Su Li murmured. The dangers of this world were unimaginable, and everyone's fate was uncertain. Our boss will definitely lead us to a new world. Before long, Su Li clenched his hands tightly and murmured to himself. Beside him, Mayano Yuzuki also looked sorrowful. What she had always feared was dying in some unknown corner like this. Now, I can only trust Chun Gu. All of Mayano Yuzuki's hopes were now pinned on Chun Gu. Whether facing Nagayama Nobuhide or her cheap father Nagayama Masakazu, her only hope now was Chun Gu. hoping he could lead her to avoid such a miserable death. After a simple funeral, Suli let them rest in place for a while he and Mayano Yuzuki joined the battle. This place might be a desperate land for Tong Bai and the others, but for Su Li and Mayano Yuzuki, who had strong support, it was absolutely a treasure trove of feng shui. As soon as the monsters were killed on one side, more surged in from the other. As soon as one side was cleared, another group appeared. It was simply relentless. Su Li moved constantly between darkness and light, the heavy rain soaking him completely, but what Tong Bai and the others saw was merely a cold-blooded, emotionless killer. One dagger for one kill, precise, ruthless, and efficient, without the slightest hesitation. Chen Gu was indeed very strong, but the strength displayed by Su Li was also beyond their reach. And then there was Mayano Yuzuki, that gentle and serene woman. Though she spoke little, she was tranquil and beautiful. She fought using water as her weapon, and in the heavy rain, not even her shoes were wet. Her movements were graceful and captivating, a sight to behold. Forget about Chen Gu. Even the other members of this team are forces to be reckoned with. It seems the excitement at the Divine Capital Academy has only just begun. Compared to them, we are still too weak. Tong Bai and the others lay there, their minds racing, unable to sleep. Watching Su Li and Mayano Yuzuki fight, they sighed inwardly. Meanwhile, Yang Fan and the others from the Azure Dragon Gang had to admit their luck was exceptionally good. After identifying their target, they sprinted all the way and eventually discovered a narrow passage, barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through, let alone the monsters. Thus, they advanced along this narrow path, which conveniently led in the direction of Chun Gu and his team, even taking a break along the way. Not long ago, they managed to shake off the monsters behind them, emerged from the narrow path, and encountered a small group of Platinum 4 or 5-star monsters. They couldn't defeat the high-level, large groups of monsters, but surely they could bully these lower-level, smaller groups, right? Of course, they had to strike hard. At this moment, they were venting their anger on those monsters, killing with great enthusiasm. I can't beat those in front, but I can definitely beat you. Why are you roaring? I've been annoyed by you for a long time. Ah, this feels great. If only we could encounter more of these small monster groups. That would be perfect. All right, stop dreaming. Most of the monster groups in this forbidden zone are not to be trifled with. Just enjoy showing off here while you can. Exactly. Who knows? The next second we might run into a group of monsters far beyond the norm. As one of the team members grumbled, they suddenly looked up and saw, on a distant hill, 3 imposing undead knights appearing in their line of sight. Nay, the warhorses beneath them were shrouded in black mist, their front hooves raised as they neighed, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression and an imposing aura. Clop, clop, clop. Immediately after, the 3 of them spurred their horses into a wild gallop, heading straight toward Yang Fan and his group. Their speed was astonishing, and it was a full-on charge. Following that, from behind the hill, hundreds of skeletal knights emerged. A dense, dark mass of them appeared, making one's scalp tingle. There must be hundreds of them. Who was it that just said we encountered an abnormal beast horde? Step forward. Yang Fan was speechless. Just when life seemed to be getting a little better, they ran into this situation. Wasn't this pushing them to their deaths? Smack. The team member who had spoken earlier slapped himself hard across the face. If you can't speak properly, then don't speak at all. Always spouting nonsense. Are you satisfied now? What are you all standing around for? Run. Yang Fan immediately shouted angrily, bolting in the opposite direction of the undead knights. This direction happened to be the opposite of where Chun Gu and his group were. But given the current situation, was there even a choice? These were undead beasts, each mounted on towering warhorses. If they encountered them, they wouldn't even know how they died. The best strategy was to flee. Oh my god, an undead army. What kind of bad luck is this? How did we run into a beast horde of this level? We're really as expected. This forbidden zone is no joke. Yang Fan's team members were in tears, each running faster than the other, tears streaming uncontrollably. Why is life so hard? Wah wah wah. From now on. If it's not necessary, I won't speak again. From now on. Look at the situation behind us, and you're still thinking about the future? Focus on the present. As they ran, the group glanced back. The beast horde they had just been dealing with was trampled flat by a single charge from the undead knight regiment. With this kind of force, did they even have a chance to survive? Now, their only option was to run back to the passage they had come from earlier. Maybe there, they'd have a slim chance of survival. But before they could run far, they came to an abrupt halt, their faces turning grim. A massive beast horde surged out from directly in front of them. It was the same large beast horde that had been chasing them for the past 2 days. Ding, Emerald 3-star Rock Serpent Beast. Ding, Emerald 4-star Enhanced Silver Serpent Beast. Ding, Emerald 3-star Elite Lava Giant Lizard. Caught between a wolf and a tiger, they found themselves in a valley, flanked by steep cliffs on both sides. Without the ability to fly, there was no way they could climb up. What was this? Was this a trap to catch them like rats in a jar or fish in a barrel? Gulp, everyone present stood back to back, swallowing hard, their faces pale. They had just started to enjoy a brief moment of peace, and now they were about to lose their lives. Who could they even complain to? This is bad, someone said through gritted teeth. The Undead Knight Regiment on one side, though smaller in number, was an elite force and even more difficult to deal with than the thousands of beasts on the other side. Da-da-da, roar, howl. The Undead Knight squad charged straight towards Yang Fan and his group, while the opposing beast horde was equally relentless, rushing towards them as well. The two sides were like torrents, and Yang Fan's group of 10 seemed utterly insignificant in such a situation. Everyone, we, the Azure Dragon Gang, will die standing if we must. Any objections? Yang Fan drew his weapon and spoke to his companions, back to back. No objections. The members of the Azure Dragon Gang displayed astonishing unity in such a moment. Each one had a solemn expression, exuding a heroic determination to face death. It seemed that the Azure Dragon Gang's ability to cultivate such spirit in its members was unmatched by other super guilds. Da-da-da, howl, roar. As the Undead Knight squad and the beast horde approached, the ground began to tremble, tightening everyone's hearts. They're coming. They're here. The Undead Knight squad was the first to arrive, and someone, sensing the danger, couldn't help but shout, "Fight them! Fight! Kill them!" In an instant, the Undead Knight squad was upon them, and 5 people shouted as they charged forward, ready for a fierce battle. However, just as they were shouting their battle cries and rushing forward, the 3 towering, imposing undead knights suddenly split apart and bypassed them. The Skeleton Knight squad following behind also orderly bypassed them. The group, who had been shouting battle cries moments ago, suddenly fell silent, staring blankly at the scene around them. What was going on? Were they being treated like air? What just happened? In the blink of an eye, the Undead Knight squad charged into the massive beast horde and began slaughtering indiscriminately. What does this mean? Yang Fan and his teammates asked in confusion. Maybe they saw our aura and got scared, one teammate said with a wry smile. No way. Is it really that outrageous? All of these, summoned by one person? If all these undead knights were summoned by Chingu, then it would explain why they aren't attacking us. That explanation makes way more sense than the nonsense we were coming up with earlier. No way. With this kind of formation, the group stopped in their tracks and looked back at the undead knights again. The more they thought about it, the more it made sense. But this realization was far too shocking for them. Look over there. When everyone turned to look, someone pointed forward, and they saw a neatly arranged army of skeleton warriors, with a netherworld dragon circling above them. Upon closer inspection, there were also 3 women being carried on makeshift sedan chairs, walking toward them. This formation was unparalleled. Isn't that Quan Zian, along with Kim Yejung and Kim Yeo? It's definitely them. What are they? The skeleton army marched toward them at a steady pace, exuding an air of solemnity and a murderous aura that was seamlessly connected to the momentum of the previous undead army. Damn, what is this? Where did they get such an army? This is seriously cool. Could all of this really have been summoned by Chungu alone? Maybe, probably, possibly, it really is. Yang Fan and his team stood frozen in place, their mouths twitching as they waited for Quan Zian and the others to approach. Everyone, long time no see. Before long, 300 skeleton warriors stopped in unison in front of Yang Fan and his team. Quan Zian and the Kim sisters raised their hands to greet them. Lo, long time no see. Looking at the skeleton warriors in front of them and the netherworld dragon overhead, Yang Fan and his team forced a dry laugh and returned the greeting. Upon closer inspection, there were two figures in tattered robes and wizard hats standing among the skeleton warriors. Judging by their attire, they were most likely necromancers. This setup didn't look like they were here for a mission. It was clearly a force sent to conquer new territory. How are things on your side? Do you need any help? Quan Zian asked with a smile. Yang Fan and his team exchanged glances, each looking like a drenched chicken, utterly disheveled. Miss Quan Zian, we were just on our way to find Leader Chun to ask for his help. We didn't expect to run into you here. Where is Leader Chun? At this moment, Yang Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. With this kind of formation, they could definitely relax. Su Li suggested that we stay together, but it was a waste of time, and there weren't enough monsters to farm, so we split up. If possible, you could actually join us. Since they had coincidentally met, Quan Zian naturally intended to lend a hand. The new world was still in its early stages and faced numerous troubles. Upon returning, the situation would likely become even more complicated. Showing goodwill to a super guild like the Azure Dragon Gang would ensure that they wouldn't make things difficult later on. Rumor had it that the leader of the Azure Dragon Gang, Lu Jiyuan, was bold and straightforward, always repaying kindness and seeking revenge. If they could save one of their teams, it would be worth it from any perspective. As the daughter of a financial magnate, Quan Zian might be considered arrogant, proud, and dismissive of others, but her capabilities were undeniable. Then we'll trouble you. Yang Fan quickly expressed his gratitude. As for the undead army before them, there was no need to ask. The situation was already clear. Chun Gu's possession of a Phantom God-level magic card had been confirmed back when he stirred up the storm at the Divine Capital Academy. However, no one had expected his Phantom God-level magic card to be this powerful. You must be tired too. Let us find a place to take shelter from the rain and rest for a while. Meanwhile, the undead army here can deal with that large monster group ahead. Quan Zian continued. All right. At this point, Yang Fan and his team naturally had no objections. Meanwhile, other teams had gathered together, forming new groups to resist the widespread monster attacks. As for Nagayama Nobuhide's side, although they had a large number of elite members, they still had to avoid direct confrontation when faced with the overwhelming number of monsters. By now, they were no longer on their originally planned route. Finding them would likely take some time for Gu Tianming. Time quickly passed, and night fell. Su Li, Tong Bai, and the others sat around the campfire, eating barbecue and chatting casually. Around them, the undead army continued to provide protection. By the way, Brother Su Li, we received news over the past couple of days that Nagayama Nobuhide seems to be planning to target your boss. If you're separated like this, it'll be easy for Nagayama Nobuhide to strike. They know your boss is a summoning-type magic card master and seem to be planning to take advantage of your current separation to attack your boss. Being apart will definitely force Boss Chun to consume a lot of magic power. At a time like this, it's the perfect opportunity for Nagayama Nobuhide to make a move. Perhaps we should regroup with Boss Chun in advance. Thinking about the news they had heard over the walkie-talkie earlier, Tong Bai and his team couldn't help but feel worried. After all, they had benefited from Chun Gu and couldn't afford to be ungrateful, right? My boss is a summoning-type magic card master. Su Li was momentarily stunned upon hearing this conclusion. Shouldn't he be a hexagonal all-rounder? Su Li began to ponder. He started thinking about what areas his boss might still lack in. If he ever came across related magic cards, he would definitely offer them to him. Also, it seems like I haven't borrowed luck from my boss in a long time. If I get the chance, I must ask him to lend me some luck again. Chun Gu is a summoner. Mayano Yuzuki, who was nearby, was also taken aback. Because she had long been accustomed to it, she had taken it for granted. Now, hearing what Tong Bai and the others said, she finally woke up as if from a dream. High-level magic cards are extremely scarce resources, and most people have their preferences. Those who use weapons naturally focus on the weapons they use, crafting and exchanging related magic cards. Like her, who uses water elements as weapons, she builds her deck around that. But Chun-Gu seems to be the type who develops comprehensively. Not to mention his explosive individual combat power. Just look at his magic pet cards, each one is unique. The combat power displayed by those surrounding skeleton warriors is far beyond what normal low-level skeleton warriors can possess. Moreover, those 3 undead knight commanders exude an aura that is definitely above epic level. Having just one of these types of magic cards would make a magic card master stand out. But Chun-Gu actually has 3. In addition, those undead mages who can revive skeleton warriors on the spot, is that even reasonable? And he also owns at least 2 legendary Dragonling magic cards, which is completely abnormal. Where did he get so many high-level magic cards? Given his situation, could he really have drawn them all himself? Sure, he looks good, but not to the extent that he can draw whatever he wants, right? This doesn't make sense. Mayano Yuzuki fell into deep thought. She just couldn't figure out this man. Chun-Gu, who was shrouded in mystery, he was completely incomprehensible. More importantly, his individual combat power is already abnormal. What kind of normal person can face a 100-meter-tall magical beast alone? And is his magic expenditure even reasonable? No matter how you think about it, he shouldn't be able to summon so many magical beasts at once. It feels like even an SSS-level magic source isn't as outrageous as him. One doubt after another surged like waves, constantly crashing into Mayano Yuzuki's mind, making her increasingly confused. Some time ago, she seemed to have completely gotten used to Chun-Ji's strength and overlooked all of this. Brother Suli, why aren't you saying anything? If it really doesn't work out, should we head over to Boston overnight? Just to avoid any unforeseen problems. Tongbai, seeing Suli and Mayano Yuzuki lost in thought, couldn't help but speak up. No need. No need. Suli waved his hand casually and said, with someone like my boss, it's already good enough that he doesn't go looking for trouble with others. Who would have thought they'd actually rush to deliver trouble to him? After a pause, he continued, here, instead of worrying about my boss, we should be more concerned about ourselves. Finally, Suli added a polite smile. Suli's ambiguous attitude left Tong Bai and his team utterly confused. As for Mayano Yuzuki, her brows furrowed slightly, as if she was pondering something more important, still lost in thought. She clearly didn't care about the possibility of Chun-Gu encountering danger. Tong Bai and the others exchanged glances and sighed quietly. Suli and Mayano Yuzuki's attitude indirectly indicated that the surrounding magic pets were not even Chun-Ji's limit. As for where his limit truly lies, we'll just have to wait and see. Anyway, it's impossible to imagine just by thinking, just like these magical pets around. In the following period, Chun-Gu firmly held the middle line and steadily advanced. Meanwhile, Quan Zian and Su Li, on both sides, led the others in a steady and cautious advance. Additionally, those guild teams and mercenary teams coming from other directions, upon realizing they couldn't leave, initially planned to stay near the Forbidden Zone. However, large groups of magical beasts began driving them toward the central mountains of the Forbidden Zone. Forcing themselves to stay at the edge of the Forbidden Zone was almost a dead end. As for Nagayama Nobuhide and Gu Tianming's side, Nagayama Nobuhide's team seemed to have offended someone, as the number of magical beasts they encountered each time was always over 4,000 or 5,000. He could only rush around the Forbidden Zone like a headless fly, but the general direction was still toward the central mountains of the Forbidden Zone. Gu Tianming's team tried to contact Nagayama Nobuhide via walkie-talkie, but couldn't reach him. They could only rely on Liuzi's intuition to search. In the process of avoiding those large groups of magical beasts, they also kept moving toward the central mountains of the Forbidden Zone. As time passed, the Eastern Federation received news from the Mi Federation. According to the information from the Mi Federation, the Forbidden Zone that appeared in country this time is not accidental. A magical beast escaped from the Mi Federation's number 7 demon god Forbidden Zone and ended up in country, forming the current Forbidden Zone. In a grand conference room, relevant personnel reported to the senior officials of the Eastern Federation. The Mi Federation never considers the interests of other countries. Now they release the information at this point, it's outrageous. A magical beast escaped from the number 7 demon god Forbidden Zone, and they still tried to cover it up. They clearly don't care about the safety of us allies. In this world, there are many demon gods and pillar gods, but the top-tier demon gods number 108, while the pillar gods number 72. The number 7 indicates the power level of this demon god. As for why it's divided this way, it's not because someone fought them and came to this conclusion, but rather based on the scale of the forbidden zones they pollute and control. The known top-tier demon gods and pillar gods control forbidden zones that span tens of millions of square kilometers. The number 7 demon god forbidden zone, in particular, has a control area exceeding 1 billion square kilometers. Any magical beast that emerges from there is not easy to deal with. They treat us allies as nothing. I think this alliance doesn't seem to matter much to them. According to the information, the forbidden zone in Ing country is now sealed, and the situation inside is not optimistic. It seems we need to make preparations early. Wasn't there talk of a legendary freshman from the Divine Capital Academy inside? Is there no news about them at all? The restrictions have affected communications, so we have no idea about the situation inside. If the forbidden zone expands, the polluted magical beasts inside might quickly grow into demon god-level entities. In response, we should issue a stern statement to the Mi Federation and lodge a strong protest. It is necessary to file a complaint with the world government and hold them accountable. Generally, such forbidden zones of demonic gods are heavily monitored by personnel. If any anomalies are detected or magical beasts escape, the relevant government would issue an early warning to the world government and its allies. However, the way the Mi Federation has handled this clearly shows they waited until the situation could no longer be concealed before revealing the news. Such behavior is truly despicable. We have already initiated preliminary negotiations, but the Mi Federation currently holds the rotating presidency. They control the discourse within the world government, and we can't get the response we want. This year is already coming to an end. By the time spring arrives next year, we will have to compete for the next rotating presidency. We don't know where or in what form this competition will take place, but we must plan ahead. If the Mi Federation secures it again, who knows what will happen in the next 5 years? The current world is composed of many federations and small nations, overseen by a functioning world government. The rotating presidency represents control over the global discourse, a position of significant importance. The last time, 5 years ago, the Mi Federation managed to secure the rotating presidency by sheer luck. As a result, the global situation has worsened over the past 5 years. If they are allowed to continue, who knows how the world will end up? Understood, responded the relevant personnel. The situation is unclear now, and we need to send a delegation to the Ing nation for an on-site investigation. This time, let Elderly lead the team. Since he has so much faith in that child, we shall wait and see together. Let us proceed with that. The meeting ended under a rather oppressive atmosphere. Among the attendees was a significant figure. He had a broad frame, dressed in an Eastern-style suit, sitting there with a face chiseled like a blade, showing no expression. He sat quietly, exuding an aura of authority without anger. Even after all the attendees had left, he remained seated, hands clasped, his thunderous and resolute eyes seemingly deep in thought. Not just the world government or the Mi Federation, even our Eastern Federation is nothing more than a loose alliance. I need a solid ally to rebuild my Shinzia with me, not this laughable Eastern Federation alliance. This man was none other than Lu Jiyuan, the leader of the Qinglong gang. As a powerful figure capable of rivaling the Federation, he held a pivotal position within it. In his view, surpassing the world government was less important than transforming the Eastern Federation into an unshakable, powerful nation. Rather than relying on other allies, it was better to strengthen oneself and become an unbreakable force. "Boss, it's time to go," someone whispered. Lu Jiyuan nodded slightly and stood up. Before leaving, he took a deep look at the information about Chun Gu displayed on the large screen. The situation in the Ing nation doesn't look good. I wonder if you have what it takes. Lu Jiyuan smiled faintly, a hint of hope in his expression. Then, he left the conference room. Meanwhile, Nagayama Masakazu was still anxiously waiting. Outside the restricted zone, the sun was shining brightly, and the sky was clear, while inside the zone, it was stormy with thunder and rain, and no one knew how long it had been going on. So far, they were completely unaware of the situation inside the restricted zone and could only wait for updates. However, as time passed, his expression grew increasingly grim. Numerous conglomerates and companies began to take noticeable actions, ready to flee without hesitation if the restricted zone completely fell. Nagashima Shoichi and the elites, tycoons, and corporate giants spent almost every day waiting for news in a temporary setup on the 6th floor. At this moment, someone came in from outside, hurriedly ran up to Nagashima Shoichi, and whispered something in his ear. Just as the message was delivered, the phones of the elites and tycoons also started receiving notifications. According to the Mi Federation, the restricted zone in country has been formed due to the escape of a beast from the number 7 demon god restricted zone. Bang! Upon hearing this news, Nagashima Shoichi's face turned ashen, and he slammed his palm on the table in front of him. This news was undoubtedly devastating for him. A naturally occurring restricted zone and one formed due to contamination by a demon god were entirely different concepts. When the initial teams entered the restricted zone, they reported that the situation at the center was abnormal, and now it was finally clear. This is bad. Nagashima Shoichi gritted his teeth and muttered under his breath. What is the Mi Federation doing? Revealing this kind of information only now? What do they take us for? If they had informed us earlier, perhaps we could have eliminated the beast before it grew stronger. But now, look at the situation we're in. The Mi Federation is simply outrageous. With their capabilities, they must have known in advance. They did this on purpose. Now that the Mi Federation is the rotating chair, even if we lodge a complaint with the world government, it won't make any difference. How by the time the complaint is processed, our country might already have turned into a demon god restricted zone. The Mi Federation is truly despicable. Even the most composed individuals present couldn't help but lose their cool. The Mi Federation's actions were too ruthless. Nagashima Shoichi sat quietly at the head of the table, clenching his teeth, but he was utterly helpless. With country's current strength, it was impossible to contend with the Mi Federation. He was like a mute swallowing bitter medicine, unable to voice his grievances. Your Majesty, given the current situation, we must make plans as soon as possible. The teams inside the restricted zone may be elite, but against beasts contaminated by the demon god, they likely stand no chance. That's right. In most cases, when faced with such situations, no matter the power, retreat is the only option. If our country becomes a restricted zone, it will likely affect neighboring countries as well. Sigh one after another, they expressed pessimism, showing little confidence in country's future trajectory. At this moment, Nagashima Shoichi raised his head and scanned the room, speaking in a deep voice. Why panic? Even if it's a beast corrupted by the demon god, there are still distinctions to be made. With so many elite teams in there, I refuse to believe they have no chance at all. Seeing Nagayama Masakazu's displeased expression, the people below quickly changed their tone. That's true. Until the very last moment, no one can say for sure that they'll lose. Didn't something similar happen a few years ago? In the end, that corrupted beast, apart from affecting the surrounding secret realms and abyss, turned out to be incredibly weak itself. That's right. We can't completely lose hope. After all, retreating from country wouldn't benefit us at all. Of course, who would want to drift to other countries when we can steadily develop in country? Nagayama Masakazu, as one of the 6 emperors, was far from simple. If he were truly provoked, the people present would likely face dire consequences. Their relationship was one of mutual exploitation, merely maintaining a balance to some extent. For now, we can only wait and see. Everyone turned their gaze toward the forbidden zone outside the window, where dark clouds loomed and lightning flashed. As days passed, all the teams within the forbidden zone moved toward the mountain range at its center. ZZZ on this day, Nagayama Nobushige, who had just shaken off a large group of beasts, was about to sit down and rest when he heard static from the walkie-talkie. Hello? Is this Captain Go? Nagayama Nobushige's previously bitter expression instantly turned into joy. His team had lost 7 or 8 members, leaving over 40. If they could join forces with Gutiming's 40-plus people, they'd have 70 to 80 in total. At least they wouldn't have to run at the mere sight of a slightly larger beast group. Third Prince, long time no see. It's me. Where are you now? I've been searching for you for quite some time, and finally, we can get in touch. Gu Tianming breathed a sigh of relief on the other end of the walkie-talkie. Nagayama Nobushige had been hard to track down. Along the way, if it weren't for discovering their traces, he would have thought they had already become beast fodder. Where at? Nagayama Nobushige immediately described the prominent landmarks around him. The fact that the walkie-talkie was working indicated that they were already close, and Gu Tianming's team quickly located them based on the description and joined forces. Captain Gu, we've finally regrouped. This is great. After days of hardship, Nagayama Nobushige had been unable to eat or sleep well, enduring high-intensity battles daily. As a prince, when had he ever suffered like this? Now, at last, the clouds had parted. After exchanging pleasantries, Gu Tianming led them to a relatively safe spot to rest. Captain Gu, what's the situation in this forbidden zone now? Did you see Chen Gu and his team along the way? Their situation shouldn't be much better than ours, right? Nagayama Nobushige asked with a smile. Gu Tianming glanced at the disheveled Nagayama Nobushige in front of him. Gone was the noble aura of the third prince. He now looked more like a wild man. Thinking back to the team member of Chen Gu we saw that day, it was like heaven and earth. This clearly shows the disparity in strength between the two sides. To be honest, third prince, we didn't see Chen Gu, but we did see. Gu Tianming recounted everything they had witnessed in detail, especially describing the undead army they had encountered. I see. Upon hearing that not only were they living more comfortably, but they even had skeleton warriors carrying sedan chairs, Changshan Xian Xiu felt even worse than when he had been defeated. If Chen Gu's team members were treated like this, then Chen Gu himself must be living a god-like life. It seems, Chen Gu possesses a phantom god-level magic card that can replicate magical pets. Changshan Xian Xiu furrowed his brows. He had already mentally prepared for this information. It was not unexpected. Third Prince, besides those undead-type magic pet cards, he also has a young dragon card. With this setup, it's going to be difficult for us to act. Gu Tianming once again voiced his concerns. Changshan Xian Xiu suddenly raised his head and looked at Gu Tianming across from him, speaking in a deep voice. Captain Gu, you've taken a large sum of money from me. If you go back on your word, will your Hongmen business still continue in the future? First, he applied psychological pressure on Gu Tianming. Then Changshan Xian Xiu changed his tone and continued. This mission has indeed been unexpected. Once we're out, I will definitely pay an additional large sum, but… He shifted his tone, emphasizing, Chen Gu must die. Of course, he wasn't going to throw himself into danger without a plan, so he laid out his reasoning. No matter how powerful Chen Gu is, his magic is limited. He has split his team and sent out so many magical pets that all consumption. Changshan Xian Xiu continued speaking to himself. Even if he has a phantom god-level magic card and can summon young dragons, how many can he summon at once? 4 or 5. Could he possibly summon 30 or 40? Seeing Gu Tianming's strange expression, Changshan Xian Xiu continued. Of course, I'm not saying that young dragons and undead armies aren't powerful, but the number of magical pets Chen Gu can summon is ultimately limited. When we act, we must not be reckless. We should strike when he has separated from his team, preferably when he has sent out the young dragons he summoned. That's the best opportunity to make a move, one strike to take him down. What do you think? Separated from his teammates, with his summoned young dragons sent out, such a situation doesn't seem very likely, does it? Gu Tianming thought Changshan Xian Xiu's idea was somewhat far-fetched. I'm talking about opportunities here. If such an opportunity arises, we act. If not, we let it go. What do you think? Changshan Xian Xiu saw hesitation in Gu Tianming's eyes, and all he could do was try to reassure him. As he had said before, Chen Gu must die. This man alive is a disaster. All right. Gu Tianming looked at Changshan Xian Xiu and nodded solemnly. But in his heart, he cursed. This guy is really brainless. I've explained it so clearly, yet he is still thinking about killing Chen Gu. Do you really not know the meaning of the word death? The plan was tentatively set, and under Gu Tianming's leadership, their journey became relatively smoother. 120,000 square kilometers might be insignificant in the current world, but for those traveling on foot, it was quite vast. The road was uneven, with numerous groups of magical beasts lurking and watching them like tigers eyeing their prey. Reaching the center of the Forbidden Zone would require a significant amount of time. At noon that day, Chingu, who had been following the predetermined route, finally arrived at the foot of the mountain range at the center of the Forbidden Zone. Looking up, the entire mountain range was shrouded in mist, making humans standing there seem as insignificant as ants. However, the seemingly tranquil mountain range emitted a faintly strange aura, causing an inexplicable discomfort. It seems this final battle won't be easy. Even when facing the two monsters during the Dark Invasion, Chungu hadn't felt this way. However, instead of fear, this feeling sparked a bit of anticipation in him. Currently, he had 3 Ultra Card fragments, and he needed 2 more. From his perception, the powerful entity ahead was bound to drop one. What level of magic card can the Ultra Card produce? It's really exciting to think about. Chungu gazed at the towering mountain range before him, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Through shared vision, he checked the positions of Su Li and Quan Zian. They were still quite a distance away from him. Since that was the case, he decided not to wait any longer and planned to go up alone to take a look. After all, the situation was complex, and having too many people around might distract him. If possible, he hoped to eliminate whatever was up there before Su Li and Quan Zian arrived. Then, they could happily hunt some small magical beasts and head home. Wouldn't that be perfect? Just as Chungu was heading up the mountain, a group led by Changshan Xinshu, who were being chased by a large group of magical beasts, suddenly appeared, frantically running through the dense forest behind him. Those magical beasts stopped not far away. They didn't follow us, someone shouted loudly. Then, Changshan Xinshu and the others stopped in their tracks, looking back to see the magical beasts hesitating at the edge of the forest, unwilling to advance. Whoosh, whoosh. Only then did they stop running, breathe a sigh of relief, and begin gasping for air. Even with Gu Tianming's presence, they had encountered a massive group of magical beasts. If they hadn't run fast enough, they might not have survived. We're already at the center of the Forbidden Zone. Those magical beasts must be wary of something, which is why they didn't follow us. Gu Tianming stepped forward and said. The group looked ahead at the mountain range. At this moment, a scout named Liuzi spotted a familiar figure through his binoculars. Isn't that Chungu? After scanning the surroundings, he continued. It seems like Chungu is alone, and he's heading up the mountain. Upon hearing this, Changshan Xinshu and Gu Tianming quickly grabbed the binoculars to take a look. His clothes were clean and tidy, his demeanor relaxed, and he walked unhurriedly. Although his face wasn't clearly visible, just by observing his unhurried and indifferent demeanor, it was certain that it was Chungu. No matter the situation, Chungu always displayed an extraordinary calmness and composure, giving off an enigmatic aura. Earlier, the disaster army that had been following him had just reached the summoning time and disappeared. Since there were no magical beasts around, he decided not to summon them again, conserving his magic power for when he reached the mountain. It's definitely him. He's alone. Let's follow him and see. If there's a chance, we must kill him. Changshan Xinshu was extremely excited. He was eager to kill Chungu, and his urgency was palpable. He clearly hasn't reunited with his separated team members yet. This is indeed a good opportunity. If he summons his magical pets and sends them out, that would be the perfect time for us to strike. Beside him, Gu Tianming cast a peculiar glance at Changshan Xinshu ahead and then said, It seems Captain Gu, you also think my idea is feasible, right? After all, he's a summoner, inherently weak. As long as we kill him, no matter how strong the summoned magical pets are, they won't matter. Changshan Xinshu turned back, asking proudly, Isn't that right? Gu Tianming smiled and nodded but didn't respond. Let's go, follow him, and find an opportunity to strike. Changshan Xinshu couldn't wait to pursue, but was suddenly pulled back by Gu Tianming. Captain Gu, what are you doing? Changshan Xinshu frowned. Gu Tianming immediately replied. Third Prince, it seems there are no more magical beast groups here. With 70 to 80 of us moving together, the target is too large. It's better to split into 3 teams: left, center, and right, and advance. We'll stay in contact via walkie-talkie. If the timing is right, we can surround him from 3 sides and strike in one blow. Isn't that better? That makes sense. Hearing this, Changshan Shinshio nodded solemnly and reiterated, "That makes sense." Afterward, the group of 70 to 80 people was divided into 3 teams. Changshan Shinshio led one team, Gu Tianming's Hongmin group formed another, and the remaining external recruits made up the third team. Third Prince will head out first. Third Prince, if there's any issue, we'll contact you via walkie-talkie. All right, Changshan Shinshio's team, the largest, took the center line, while the other 2 smaller teams advanced on the left and right sides, forming a semi-encirclement. However, after Gu Tianming's team left, the smile on Changshan Shinshio's face suddenly froze. Changshan Shinshio was no fool. After all these days, he could guess with near certainty what Gu Tianming was thinking. He hadn't brought it up because, with a major battle looming, tearing apart their alliance wouldn't benefit anyone. When the opportunity to eliminate Chun Gu truly arises, Gu Tianming's team will undoubtedly act. If not, his own team won't make a move either. Nobody here is a fool naturally. Everyone will act according to their capabilities. Heh. Changshan Shinshio chuckled softly as he watched Gu Tianming's team disappear into the distance. Meanwhile, Chun Gu was silently making his way toward the mountain peak. This mountain is very tall, estimated to be several thousand meters high. If one wants to climb it, it might take some time. As the altitude increased, that strange feeling became more and more pronounced, causing Chun Gu to furrow his brows. He raised his head and took a deep look at the majestic peak hidden within the misty rain. Finally, something that makes me feel a bit uneasy, Chun Gu murmured, but he took out a stack of blank cards from his pocket, roughly 400 to 500 of them. At this moment, the unease didn't make him retreat. Instead, it gave him the feeling that he could draw good cards. Since that's the case, I'll draw as I walk. When the feeling comes, it can't be stopped. If not now, then when? Chun Gu directly infused magic into the first blank card. Magic card name: Thunder Dragon Hatchling quality. Legendary type: Magic Pet card skills. Thunder Breath. Thunder Inferno description: it is a thunder element hatchling dragon with unparalleled damage. Don't be deceived by its silly and cute appearance because it's truly powerful. Even its owners should avoid getting too close to it. Indeed, when the feeling comes, it's different. This was just an ordinary blank card, and the first one turned out to be legendary. This feeling was indeed reliable. Could it be the special ability of a luck emperor? Chun Gu thought to himself, but his steps didn't stop. He continued walking and infused magic into the second blank card. Magic card name: Magic Recovery card type. One-time consumable card effect. After use, it can quickly restore 60% of the user's magic power. Description: the Magic Recovery card is great, but don't use it consecutively. Nice. When the feeling comes, it really can't be resisted. Chun Gu carefully placed the Magic Recovery card into his pocket. This type of card can be taken out directly when needed. The third card, a low-level magic card. After drawing 2 high-level magic cards in a row, getting a low-level magic card seemed reasonable, right? The fourth card, a mid-level magic card. The 80th card, a mid-level magic card. During this time, aside from a few mid-level cards, the rest were all low-level cards. The 92nd card. Magic card name: Evolution. Hell 2-headed dog quality. High type. Special magic card effect. Use on the mid-level magic card, Hellhound, to evolve the Hellhound into a 2-headed Hellhound with even greater power. Description: 1 dog head needs protection. 2 dog heads mean the target being watched needs to protect their own head. So, a 2-headed Hellhound is stronger than a 1-headed Hellhound. Makes sense, right? Letting the Hellhound evolve from mid-level to high level means its damage and speed will improve. Pretty good, but a high-level 2-headed Hellhound means I'll need to spend more magic power to summon them in the future. Chun Gu murmured, directly using the card on the Hellhound in the magic source. The solution to his earlier concern was simple. If he found another Hellhound card, he could just supplement it with another one. As for how to use the 2 types of hounds, of course, it would depend on the situation. Chapter 172. Magic card name: Flame Control quality. Legendary type. Skill card effect. allows control of fire elements for combat, with skills and weapons gaining additional fire element damage. Description: in this world, there are elements like wind, thunder, water, fire, electricity, and so on. Fire elements also vary in strength. The flame control you have now is the lowest level among element cards. While useful, its damage is average. Although the description says so, element cards are quite rare. After such a long time, even Chungu, known as the Luck King, has drawn this type of magic card for the first time. However, as the description states, Flame Control is the lowest level element control card, while Mayano Yuzuki uses an epic level Water Element Affinity magic card. The difference in rank between magic cards naturally results in incomparable damage. If one could possess a God-tier element card, the power would be unimaginable. Not bad. Better than nothing. I'll use it for now, and if I get something better later, I'll replace it. Chungu muttered to himself and directly used the card. Although the mountain range at the center of the Forbidden Zone wasn't raining, the surrounding long-term rainfall had left the sky overcast and the air extremely humid. With the Flame Control card, Chungu instantly dried his slightly damp clothes. So comfortable, the feeling of damp clothes was quite unpleasant, but as his clothes were thoroughly dried, the relief was indescribable. Chungu couldn't help but sigh. This card isn't so weak after all. He made this remark. A card that could make him feel comfortable was a good card, surely no one would disagree, right? But if people knew that Chungu found an element card useful simply because it could dry his clothes, one can only imagine their reaction. What do you take element cards for? They're legendary level element cards. If you don't want it, could you not waste it? Feeling completely refreshed, Chungu continued drawing cards. For intermediate and advanced magic cards, unless they were particularly rare, Chungu wouldn't even bother to glance at them. It was purely a waste of his time. Card 199. Magic card name, Mental Recovery Card. Although it only restores a mere 20%, this type of card is extremely precious, and Chungu immediately stored it away. Card 222. Magic card name, Skill Amplification Card. Epic level quality, Epic type, Special magic card. Timing is everything. This feels pretty good. Although it's not God tier, it's still quite remarkable. Chungu was quite satisfied with this round of card draws. Currently, he possesses 5 legendary level skills: Flame Control, Crescent Slash, Unmatched Shatter, Wind Blade, and Frost Arrow. Among these, Flame Control and Unmatched Shatter are the most important. However, compared to Defense Breaking, enhancing the weight of element cards is definitely more significant than single-target defense breaking with Unmatched Shatter. So, without hesitation, he decided to upgrade Flame Control. In the source of magic, golden light shone brightly, and soon, a brand new element magic card appeared. Magic card name, Frenzied Flames Quality, Epic type, Skill card effect. You will control an extremely frenzied flame, granting you extraordinary damage and dazzling brilliance. Description: this is an epic magic card, possessing unparalleled radiant brilliance. It burns as fiercely as fire, letting people understand the meaning of scorching heat. Go forth. Shine to your heart's content. A good card is a good card, and the boost is decent. If only I could pull a mythic level card. That would be even better. Chungu glanced once more at the mysterious mountain and murmured, one more mythic card, one more layer of security. Card 252. Magic card name, Death Whirlwind / quality, legendary. A skill card for axe-type weapons, completely useless to Chungu, so he stored it away. To be honest, can I get a mythic level card? This luck of mine deserves some respect. Chungu murmured as he opened card 253, a low-level magic card. Even so, Chungu remained calm. Card 254, low-level magic card. Card 342, low-level magic card. Card 443, low-level magic card. From then on, Chungu kept drawing low-level magic cards, and his expression grew increasingly grim. Forget not pulling a mythic level card, he wouldn't even mind getting a mid-level card. But no, all he got were low-level magic cards. This was a huge insult to his so-called lucky streak. A man can be killed, but not humiliated. Chungu gritted his teeth, murmuring as he infused magic into the final card, card 555, with little hope in his heart. Magic card name, secondary fusion quality, mythic type, skill card effect. This is part of a series. When you possess a mythic level fusion card, this card can unleash its effect, allowing your magic pets to undergo secondary fusion. Description: letting two magic pets fuse, is it strong? Yes, it's strong, but not strong enough. If you could fuse 3 magic pets, it would definitely be stronger. As the saying goes, 3 is greater than 2, right? No problem there. However, the prerequisites for using this magic card are quite harsh. Don't even think about having a mythic level fusion card, the chances of that are almost zero. So, I am your unattainable dream. Chun-Gu stood frozen in place for a long moment, his mind completely blank. Sometimes, happiness comes so suddenly, it catches you completely off guard. Forget what I just said. Thank you, Chun-Gu solemnly nodded. Then, he glanced at his magic source, a legendary frost wormling, a legendary fire wormling, a legendary thunder wormling, a mythic fusion, a mythic super fusion, and a mythic time acceleration. What kind of terrifying existence would these cards combine to create? He didn't dare imagine. It was simply unimaginable. With this newfound confidence, as he walked up the mountain path, even his movements changed. He had been somewhat reserved earlier, but now, with his long legs, each step he took was twice as big as before. Who else? First, a thunder hatchling dragon, followed by a phantom god-level fusion card. The feeling of drawing cards today is definitely not a coincidence. Maybe it's my special ability as a luck master? Chun-Gu laughed and said, its name is Feeling the Vibe. While he was still rejoicing, Chun-Gu suddenly sensed something unusual and immediately activated vision sharing. Both Su Li's group and Quan Xian's group were surrounded by tens of thousands of magical beasts. Moreover, through the vision of the 2 plague knights, they could see even more magical beasts continuously surging from afar. Such a situation had rarely been seen for such a long time. At this moment, Su Li and Quan Xian's groups were caught in an unprecedented fierce battle. The 3 plague knights, 100 skeleton knights, and 300 skeleton warriors summoned by Chun-Gu seemed like ants trying to stop a chariot in the face of the massive horde of magical beasts. It felt as though they could be swallowed by the countless magical beasts at any moment. The situation doesn't look good, Chun-Gu muttered as he began drawing cards. Skill card, Infinite Summon. Skill card, Frost Hatchling Dragon. Skill card, Fire Hatchling Dragon. He summoned 10 of each, and they immediately flew rapidly in 2 directions. Frost Hatchling Dragons and Fire Hatchling Dragons had a unique synergy, so Chun-Gu only summoned these 2 types of hatchlings. Roar, roar, swish, swish, swish. 10 hatchling dragons flew over the heads of Changshan Nobuyuki and Gu Tianming, who were hiding in the dense forest. Everyone present could see it clearly, and the scene was utterly shocking. 20 hatchling dragons, a full 20 of them. Just by looking at them, it was clear they were purebred dragons, definitely of legendary rank. Such a sight was simply unbelievable. TW. Gulp 20 hatchling dragons. He just summoned them like that. What a powerful phantom god-level magic card. At this moment, Changshan Nobuyuki, hiding there, was not only trembling in his eyes, but also in his body and heart. A super summoner like Chun-Gu was absolutely unique on a global scale. Your Highness, are we really going to make a move against Chun-Gu? Someone beside him hesitated. They weren't fools whether it was Chun-Ji's magic pet cards rank or his phantom god-level magic cards. They all proved his extraordinary abilities. Even though he was a summoner with a weaker physical constitution, facing such a powerful summoner, they had to carefully weigh their own capabilities. Could they really break through these powerful magic pets and reach Chun-Gu to kill him? Changshan Nobuyuki's face turned from ashen to pale. At Chun-Ji's level as a summoner, he was already in a league of his own compared to other summoners. The difficulty of making a move against him was self-evident. If they could succeed in one strike, it would be fine after all. Once a summoner dies, the summoned magic pets disappear. But if they failed in one strike, they would have to consider their own fate. Changshan Nobuyuki squinted his eyes and looked at Chun-Gu in the distance. At this moment, Chun-Gu had found a large rock to sit on, lowered his head, and began checking Su Li and Quan Xian's situation through vision sharing. In Changshan Nobuyuki's eyes, It seemed as though Chun Gu was exhausted from using too much magic power. It seems that these 20 young dragons have consumed quite a bit of his magic power. We're not entirely without a chance. The stronger Chun-gu appeared, the more desperate Nagayama no Buhide became to kill him. If Chun-gu remained alive, it would pose a significant threat not only to his claim to the throne, but also to Ing country. If he were allowed to continue growing, he would become unstoppable. Zzz, the sound of static electricity crackled as the walkie-talkies of the three teams connected. Third Prince, should we continue? Both sides of the teams were already wavering. 20 young dragons, despite their elite status, they had to weigh their options carefully. Such combat power was even stronger than a team of magic card masters of the same level. If it weren't a situation of life and death, there would be no reason to act. Everyone, you've seen Chun-gu's strength. Ordinary summoners are nothing, but he is no longer a normal summoner. He is capable of competing with any type of magic card master, and even surpassing them. Nagayama no Buhide gritted his teeth and continued. Captain Gu, does your Hongmin really allow someone like him to exist? His existence is fundamentally an unknown variable. And don't forget, he has established the guild New World. Someone like him, forming such a guild, if he is allowed to grow, what will become of Hongmin? He then turned to another person and said, Mr. Wells, you've seen the strength of the man before us. For whatever reason, I believe none of you would want to see such an existence emerge, right? The threat he poses isn't just to a single guild, he directly threatens your Mi Federation. Swallowing hard, he continued, look at him now. It's obvious that his current state is due to excessive magic consumption. He is not strong enough at the moment. If we seize the opportunity, a single strike will be no problem. Both sides fell silent again. In today's world, everyone was focused on their own interests. Compared to those motionless demon gods and pillar gods in the forbidden zones, threats like Chun-gu were far more immediate. As for those demon gods and pillar gods, as long as they didn't directly threaten their survival, they wouldn't take them seriously and preferred internal conflicts to resolve their own issues. Just like now. All right, Third Prince, let us observe for now. If an opportunity arises, we'll strike together and kill him. Wells finally spoke. In that case, let us keep watching. If a good opportunity presents itself, we'll aim directly at Chun-gu himself. After all, summoners are inherently weak. We're not without a chance. Gu Tianming echoed. Only then did Nagayama no Buhide breathe a sigh of relief and turned his gaze to Chun-gu, who was still sitting there with his head bowed. Meanwhile, outside the Forbidden Zone, the delegation led by Elder Li had already arrived at the base where Nagayama Masakazu and his group were stationed. Welcome, everyone. On behalf of the entire Ing country, I extend my sincerest welcome to you. Nagayama Masakazu, accompanied by the dignitaries and tycoons of Ing country, came out specifically to greet them, speaking polite words. Thank you, Elder Li, and the people behind him slightly nodded, standing upright with calm composure. In this world, although Changshan Masakazu had declared himself emperor, they did not buy into it, and only responded out of politeness. How is the situation? Any updates? Elder Li, as the representative, asked. Although Changshan Masakazu was somewhat displeased with their attitude, he did not show it. Instead, he gestured politely. Elder Li, this is not the place to talk. Let's go upstairs. From there, we can get a clearer view of the situation in the restricted zone. Elder Li nodded slightly and followed Changshan Masakazu toward their temporary building. Soon, Elder Li and his group were invited to sit in a meeting room on the 6th floor. Tea was served first, and then someone began to explain and report on the current situation in the restricted zone. After listening to the report, Elder Li's wrinkled face furrowed deeply. He got up and walked to the window, looking out toward the restricted zone, sighing silently. The beasts that managed to escape from the number 7 divine demon restricted zone were truly troublesome. Meanwhile, on Quan Xian's side, the 3 Calamity Knights were fighting fiercely among the beasts with a group of skeleton knights, while 300 skeleton warriors formed a tight circle around Quan Xian and her group, continuously fending off the attacking beasts. Of course, Quan Xian, Yang Fan, and the others were not just sitting idly by. They fought, relying on Chun Ji's army of calamities. Their location happened to be on a hill, giving them a clear view of the surrounding situation. The beast horde surrounding them had not yet been eliminated, and more were surging in from all directions. They had no idea which way to break through. All they could do was grit their teeth and fight. The only thing that gave them some relief was that whenever a skeleton warrior fell, the necromancer standing beside them would revive the skeleton warrior, allowing them to hold on for so long. Roar, hiss, beep, Emerald 6-star Lord level Bloodstone Beast. Beep, Emerald 7-star Elite level Wind Spirit Beast. Beep, Emerald 9-star Lord level Evil Spirit Orc. At this moment, a large number of high-level beasts appeared around them. In terms of both size and combat power, they were far superior to the ordinary beasts. More importantly, there were so many of them. This is bad. There's way too many. Did we just stumble into a beast nest? This. Yang Fan and his team members' faces turned pale one by one. In the face of such a massive beast horde, they were nothing. Even the usually cheerful Jean sisters had become unusually serious, fully focused on the battle, which showed just how dangerous the situation was. Fortunately, the surrounding army of calamities kept them from falling into complete despair. Everyone, even the young lady, isn't afraid. We, as the elite members of the Super Guild Qinglong Gang, must fight to the end with all our might, Yang Fan said to his team members. The other team members couldn't help but glance at the Jean sisters in the distance. The elder sister, Jean Yajong, was still maintaining her composure and elegance, but the younger sister, Jean Yale, had nothing to do with the word fear. If anything, she seemed more excited. Compared to these people, it's simply worlds apart. Yes, Captain. Understood. No matter what, at times like this, they naturally couldn't show any weakness. Kill! Yang Fan roared and was about to charge in. Roar, roar. At this moment, a series of dragon roars echoed, causing their steps to falter. They looked up at the sky and saw 10 young dragons of 2 different colors flying toward them. Immediately after, the dragons began spewing dragon breath, clearing the surrounding magical beasts with terrifying damage, as if they were harvesting crops. Yang Fan and his group froze in place, their mouths twitching. That's great. It's Brother Chin's young dragons. I didn't expect Brother Chin's support to arrive so quickly. Jean Yajong, Jean Yale, and Quan Jion all stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky. Meanwhile, Yang Fan and his group stared blankly at the sky, lost in thought. In fact, they had heard some rumors about Chungu having legendary young dragons before coming here. But seeing them in person left them utterly speechless. From the current situation, Chungu had already broken away from the conventional image of a summoner. He had elevated the role of summoner to an unprecedented level. But where on earth did he get so many high-level magic pet cards? The Azure Dragon Guild, as a super guild, invests billions every year in magic cards. The high-level magic cards available for internal members to exchange are quite limited. Magic pet cards like Chen Ji's are extremely rare. But he, not to mention those young dragons in the sky or the 3 undead knights in front, even the undead mage beside them, who was still muttering non-stop, was a rare sight. And what's more, it could even resurrect ordinary skeleton warriors. This is absolutely an explosive magic pet card. Where on earth did he get so many high-level magic pet cards? Just opening one of these would already cause a sensation in the Magic Card Master Circle. Where did he get so many high-level magic cards? Yang Fan turned to ask his team members. Sai, I've already asked that cute little girl about this. It's purely because Chungu is handsome, so he gets such good draws. A female team member said with a love-struck smile. This left the other members speechless. Indeed, Chungu, with his height of 1.8 meters, was undeniably handsome, and he carried an indescribable extraordinary aura. But to say that he could draw so many magic pet cards just because he's handsome, wasn't that a bit much? Although he's handsome, so handsome it's almost tragic, his luck is even more tragic than that. Is this even reasonable? One team member said with a bitter smile. Then what other reasonable explanation is there? This can't just be explained by having money, the female member retorted. The group fell silent once again. Indeed, rumors had it that Chungu didn't come from a wealthy or aristocratic family. Apart from this explanation, nothing else made sense. But just because someone is handsome, Does that mean they can do whatever they want and smoke whatever they like? That doesn't make sense. A group of people unconsciously touched their own faces. Actually, they were quite handsome too. Even if they weren't as handsome as Chungu, they were still very close. Why couldn't they do the same? This was definitely a question worth pondering. The situation on Su Li and Tong Bai's side was even worse than Quan Xian's group. They had somehow ended up in a large canyon. At this moment, they were trapped in the middle of the canyon, with magical beasts charging in from both ends. To make matters worse, magical beasts occasionally jumped down from above and died upon impact. What were they even thinking? Bad luck really does come in waves. Even drinking water gets stuck in your teeth. In this situation, breaking through is just a dream. What do we do now? We only had a few good days. Tong Bai and his teammates wore bitter expressions. During their time with Su Li's group, thanks to the undead army, things had been smooth sailing, and many of them had significantly leveled up. They thought it would continue like this until they could escape safely, but now this happened? Looking at the exits on both sides, all they could see were magical beasts, including a large number of high-level ones, glaring at them menacingly. They also had to constantly watch out for magical beasts jumping down from above and crushing them. Even though Chun Gu's undead army was strong, it was still somewhat insufficient against the waves of tens of thousands of magical beasts. Due to the terrain, the usually unstoppable undead knights had their combat power greatly restricted. Shu, don't speak. At this moment, Su Li, after swiftly taking down a few magical beasts, crossed his arms and looked up at the sky. He seemed like a devout believer, praying for something. The people around him were utterly confused. At a time like this, he still had the mood to pray? Besides, was there even a god in this world? If there was, could they open their eyes and take a look? Not only were Tong Bai and his group baffled, but even Mayano Yuki beside them looked completely puzzled. Su Li seemed so mysterious and enigmatic. Roar, roar, just as everyone was filled with doubt, dragon roars echoed above their heads. Suddenly, 10 young dragons swooped down from the sky and began spewing dragon breath at the surrounding magical beasts. What? Was this the power of faith? Tong Bai and his companions were so shocked their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. 10. A full 10 young dragons. These were purebred dragons, and even though they were young, 10 of them were already incredibly overwhelming, especially seeing them with their own eyes. Of course, they had heard rumors that Chun Gu possessed young dragon cards, but seeing him summon so many young dragons left them utterly astonished, like a storm raging in their hearts that wouldn't subside for a long time. Clearly, Chun Gu, as a summoner, had shattered people's preconceived notions about the profession. His appearance had redefined what it meant to be a summoner. But where did he get so many high-level magic pet cards? Among magic cards, skill cards had the highest drop rate, followed by equipment cards, while magic pet cards had the lowest. Their guild spends billions every year, yet they can hardly see a few magic pet cards worth their attention. But Chun Gu seems to have stirred up a nest of magic pets. Could he be the legendary heaven-fed summoner? With heaven's favor, even a pig could rise to become a strong contender. Aha, of course, such a comparison is somewhat inappropriate for Chun Gu, our savior. Tong Bai corrected himself inwardly. However, even with the addition of 10 young dragons, the situation on Su Li's side and Quan Xian's side was still far from resolved. The main issue was the overwhelming number of magical beasts pouring in, and they kept coming. At this moment, Chun Gu began climbing again, but his gaze kept switching between Quan Xian and Su Li's sides. It was clear that the situation on both sides had not improved. The 10 young dragons were not enough to alleviate the crisis. Chun Gu immediately began summoning. Skill card, Infinite Summon. Magic Pet card, Skeleton King, Romanally. Magic Pet card, Skeleton Knight Bronze. Magic Pet card, Skeleton Warrior Black Iron. Magic Pet card, Skeleton Archer Bronze. Skeleton Warrior Bronze. In the blink of an eye, 2 armies led by Skeleton King Romanally descended the mountain. The numbers weren't too large, each army consisted of 2,000 units. Specifically, there were 200 skeleton knights, 300 skeleton warriors, 700 skeleton soldiers, and 1,000 skeleton archers. Even Nagayama no Buhide, hiding in the distance, began to waver. Is this for real? Is there no end to this? What kind of legitimate summoner can summon so many magic pets at once? This is simply unbelievable. Such a massive summoning of magic pets not only demonstrates Chun-Ji's level of magical energy source, but also highlights the tier of his God-tier magic card. If God-tier magic cards were to be ranked, then Chun-Ji's card, capable of continuously summoning magic pets, would undoubtedly be at the pinnacle of the pinnacle. What is his limit? Does he have any more tricks up his sleeve? Nagayama Nobuhide's once steadfast heart began to waver. Meanwhile, Gu Tianming and Wells on both sides clearly witnessed this scene as well. In their hearts, they redefined Chun-Gu, Super Summoner, an unprecedented, overwhelmingly powerful existence that redefined what it means to be a summoner. They had already been hesitant about provoking Chun-Gu, and seeing this scene only deepened their doubts. This time, the intercom between the three of them remained unusually silent, as if they were all digesting the information before them. A threat like Chun-Gu, of course, must be eliminated as soon as possible, but not by magic card masters of similar levels. It would require a crushingly powerful master to deliver a decisive blow. After completing the summoning, Chun-Gu, confident that Su Li and Quan Zian were no longer in danger, continued climbing toward the mountain peak. At his current pace, by the time he reached the summit, his magical energy should have recovered sufficiently. As Chun-Gu climbed, the black mist hidden within the mountains began to gather the surrounding darkness, gradually revealing its form. A tiger over 3 meters tall, with a pair of massive wings on its back. Its walking posture was extremely graceful, but the dense, almost viscous black mist surrounding it made it impossible to see its true appearance clearly. Its eyes were similar to those of a normal tiger, without a trace of ferocity, yet wherever it walked, it exuded the aura of a king of beasts, needing no embellishment whatsoever. Hiss! It took a deep breath, and then slowly headed toward the peak of the mountain range. Maintaining its elegance, every movement it made revealed its strength and nobility. As time passed, Quan Zian and Su Li eventually received Chun-Ji's army of undead. With the addition of thousands of undead soldiers, they quickly stabilized the situation and began their counterattack. This was exactly the scene Chun-Gu wanted to see. He thoroughly enjoyed the continuous flow of magic power converging toward him. At this rate, by the time he found the magical beast in this mountain range, his magic card master level would rise to emerald rank. Such speed was simply unimaginable for most magic card masters, but for Chun-Gu now, it was still too slow. In this world, information spread rapidly, and the rise of a genius could not be hidden. Once the news spread, lacking sufficient strength would be fatal. He had to seize every moment to grow stronger. Thanks to Chun-Gu, Su Li and Quan Zian had also reached around platinum rank. Even their growth speed was enough to make any magic card master sigh in awe. When Yang Fan and Tong Bai saw Chun-Ji's army of thousands of undead again, they were no longer as shocked. Constant amazement had numbed them, and they had come to understand Chun-Ji's extraordinary power. Roar! Early the next morning, a thunderous tiger roar echoed through the Forbidden Zone. The roar caused the magical beasts within the zone to instantly prostrate themselves on the ground. Even the warhorses under the 3 Knights of Calamity began to tremble. It seemed to be a shudder from the depths of their souls. Crack, 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 crack. Immediately after, the barrier covering the 120,000 square kilometers began to emit sounds, and numerous cracks started to appear. Roar! Another earth-shaking roar erupted, and from the center of the mountain range in the Forbidden Zone, a powerful airflow spread in all directions. Wherever it passed, not only magical beasts but even flowers, grass, and trees seemed to tremble. At this moment, Chun-Gu, who was the closest, was swept by the wave of air, but his expression remained indifferent, showing no emotional change. His sleepy eyes slowly turned toward the mountain peak not far away, and he frowned slightly. Sleeping so soundly, why are you barking like a dog? Chun-Gu felt a bit annoyed. For some reason, it seemed like he was having a bout of morning grumpiness, and a surge of anger was rising within him. Although the wave of air did not harm Chun-Gu, it frightened Longshan Xinshu and the others who were secretly following him. When the wave of air hit, they all involuntarily fell to the ground. their calves trembling uncontrollably. Every pore on their bodies opened up, and what entered was the seed of fear. As this fear seeped into their pores, it began to take root and sprout in every corner of their bodies. Every cell in their bodies started to shiver, and soon their hearts and souls began to tremble as well. The fear reverberated continuously in their hearts and souls, and they vaguely saw a beast shrouded in black mist revealing a cruel and disdainful smile at them. Its lips curled slightly, a mockery that came from the depths of its soul. No, no, don't come closer. Nagayama Nobuhide had already fallen into a hallucination, seeing a tiger over 3 meters tall with a pair of wings walking toward him mockingly. Its graceful form was terrifying to the extreme. The wave of air continued to spread in all directions, and the beasts lying on the ground began to tremble violently. Some even let out low, mournful cries, as if begging for mercy. Huh. Meanwhile, Quan Ji Yun and Su Li also felt their bodies weaken, overwhelmed by deep fear. An indescribable, suffocating pressure filled their entire beings. Accompanying it was an intense sense of despair, as if all their struggles were utterly meaningless, as if their resistance was nothing more than the futile efforts of the dying. At this moment, their will to fight seemed to have been stripped away. They sat there limply, like soulless shells, their faces blank. Even the Calamity Knights summoned by Chun Gu fell from their mounts one by one, collapsing to the ground and convulsing. The wave of air continued to sweep outward, reaching beyond the restricted area. Ordinary people who had been waiting outside immediately blacked out and fainted. In their dreams, they were being stared at by a pair of eyes, their souls trembling and quaking. This was after several waves of buffering, yet some people still died or became mentally incapacitated in an instant. The only ones who could remain composed in such a tide were the powerful magic card masters, such as Elder Li and Nagayama Masakazu. However, even Elder Li and Nagayama Masakazu, standing by the 6th-floor window, had pale faces. Just 2 tiger roars had caused such a scene. If the opponent mutated into a demon god-level being, what would happen then? Thinking of this, their expressions grew even grimmer, and they were speechless for a long time. They didn't know what words could describe their current feelings. Even Elder Li, who had been full of confidence in Chungu, began to waver. It wasn't that he lacked resolve, but the opponent's displayed strength had reached a level where it was hard to believe anyone could defeat them. On Blue Star, there are many forbidden zones of demon gods and pillar gods. So far, most magic card masters have only been able to eliminate those demon gods and pillar gods that are not even ranked. No one has ever touched the truly powerful demon gods and pillar gods. And the beast in this forbidden zone before them came from the 7th demon god forbidden zone. How could it not make people tremble with fear? Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the forbidden zone erupted with dazzling lightning and continuous thunder, illuminating the originally gloomy area outside the forbidden zone as if it were a sunny day. Behind Li Lao and Nagayama Masakazu were those nobles and tycoons, most of whom were high-level magic card masters. At this moment, some of them could barely stand by holding on to nearby tables and chairs. They exchanged glances, their faces ashen to the extreme. In their view, the country of Ing was beyond saving. Meanwhile, Chungu, awakened by the noise, was irritated. He looked up toward the source of the sound and immediately saw the beast shrouded in dense black mist. It stood atop the mountain range, like the absolute king of the mountains, overlooking everything below and roaring wantonly. Crack, crack. Chungu originally thought it would take a long time to find the opponent, but unexpectedly, he encountered it so quickly. Stretching his body, he began to draw cards. In the next moment, dressed in a blood-red emperor's attire, holding the blood moon blade, his wings suddenly spread open behind him. His entire body emitted blood-red flames. With a crouch, like an arrow released from a bow, he flew toward the mountain peak. Early in the morning, what the hell are you barking at? With his skills fully activated, Chungu entered his battle state, and his slight morning grumpiness was completely magnified. His gentle face gradually twisted, and his eyes burned with endless fury. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of the winged tiger. He first slashed at its head to stop it from barking further. Clang! Buzz! Chun Ji's slash landed solidly on the beast's head, and the blood moon blade emitted a resonant hum. Despite the strike, the beast actually took the blow head-on with its head. "You're tough. You're impressive." Chun-Gu gritted his teeth and dodged to the side just before the beast could deliver a massive slap. The gust from the slap brushed past Chun-Ji's cheek and directly shattered the moss. The netherwing twin tiger let out a desperate roar. The surrounding black mist surged wildly in all directions, even obscuring the already gloomy sky. Within the forbidden zone, there was a deathly silence. At this moment, it seemed as if this area had become a land of extinction for all living beings. The group, including Nagayama Nobuhide, who had already fallen into an illusion, inhaled the black mist and collapsed to the ground, rolling their eyes upward. Within the illusion, that terrifyingly powerful entity seemed to be devouring their life force. They convulsed violently on the ground, their condition dire. The magical beasts that had been lying prostrate on the ground gradually calmed their trembling bodies, but their pupils turned white as they raised their heads toward the mountain at the center of the forbidden zone, letting out cries in unison. Their cries sounded like the most devout pleas and mournful wails directed at the netherwing twin tiger. Quan Xian and Su Li's group were relatively better off, as they were farther from the mountain in the forbidden zone and did not experience the same dire situation as Nagayama Nobuhide's group. However, after inhaling the black mist, their pupils dilated continuously, as if they had seen something terrifying. They wanted to make a sound, but their voices were stuck in their throats. They sat there in a daze, completely lost in a state of stupor. The roar and black mist emitted by the netherwing twin tiger were not inherently harmful, but instead drew out their deepest fears and amplified them infinitely through other means. Chun-Gu, however, remained unaffected. The unease he felt only made him more excited, transforming into intense battle intent. The more obvious the danger signals emitted by the opponent, the more exhilarated Chun-Gu became. The black mist continued to surge outward, and the undead army summoned by Chun-Gu turned to ashes upon contact with the mist. The few young dragons in the sky, though not as miserable as the magical beasts and disaster knights on the ground, also fell to the ground, their expressions listless. Their spirits were significantly damaged by the roar of the netherwing twin tiger. In the face of a truly powerful magical beast, even dragons were too young and weak to stand against it. Soon, the black mist spread beyond the forbidden zone. Wherever it passed, a large number of people suddenly lost their lives. Some magic card masters fell into prolonged unconsciousness. Still standing on the 6th floor, Elder Li and Nagayama Masakazu squinted their eyes, quietly observing. Within the forbidden zone shrouded by the light screen, the dense black mist churned, barely allowing glimpses of lightning and the sound of thunder. The current casualties around the area were insignificant compared to the true catastrophe that would ensue if the forbidden zone completely lost control. Most ordinary people lacked the money and ability to survive such a calamity. Chun-Gu, no matter what, you must survive, Elderly murmured in his heart. Chun-Ji's strength was evident to all. Though hesitant, Elderly did not lose hope. If he couldn't rely on Chun-Gu, who else could he count on? Nagayama Nobuhide? His ranking of over 200 on the Divine Capital Academy leaderboard relies on his status as a prince and his powerful background, but it has little to do with his actual strength. Such a person might be able to add icing on the cake, but he absolutely does not have the ability to turn the tide. Moreover, while Mayano Yuzuki has some strength, her abilities are limited, even inferior to Nagayama Nobuhide, let alone Su Li or Quan Xian, the new students of this year. As for those sent by the super guilds, they may be elites, but they are absolutely incapable of bearing the banner of turning the tide. And those who do have such abilities are unlikely to be sent out by the guilds to take risks. Chun-Gu, everything depends on you now. Elderly stared intently at the forbidden zone where black mist surged, murmuring to himself once again. Meanwhile, Nagayama Masakazu's expression changed repeatedly. Judging by the current situation, if the people inside cannot deal with the beast within, once this beast completes its mutation and becomes a demon god-level existence, the nation of Ing will be doomed. With Chun-Ji's abilities, can he really deal with such a beast? Nagayama Masakazu couldn't help but feel doubtful. Although he had personally elevated himself and the nation of Ing to the throne of the six great emperors, in reality, it was his father, Nagayama Tensei, known as the Blade Emperor, who was the true contributor. As the heir to the throne, he had never experienced a true life and death battle, nor had he encountered beings at the level of demon gods or pillar gods, which is why he was so uncertain. If his father, the Blade Emperor, were here and sensed that aura, he would undoubtedly conclude, Chungu is doomed. Faced with the unknown situation in the Forbidden Zone, everyone present chose silence, quietly watching. However, most of them had already prepared an escape route. If the people inside failed, they would leave the nation of Ing at the first opportunity. Clang, clang, clang. At this moment, Chungu was engaged in a fierce battle with the Netherwing Tiger. The man and the tiger clashed in mid-air, locked in an intense struggle. Each collision generated powerful shockwaves that dispersed the surrounding black mist, and the only thing maintaining visibility around them was the scorching, blood-like flames emanating from Chun-Ji's body. Clang, clang, clang. The battle was a dazzling display of sparks and lightning. Chungu attacked with near madness, yet he failed to inflict any damage on the Netherwing Tiger. Meanwhile, his hand gripping the Blood Moon blade trembled violently. It was too strong. This was merely a Netherwing Tiger that had not yet become a demon god, and even with his 270% combat power, he could only fight it to a draw. The intense vibrations directly affected the blood and energy within his body, causing them to surge even more wildly with each tremor. Cluck, 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 cluck. This situation did not anger Chungu. Instead, it made him appear even more frenzied. Though his mouth was closed, he emitted a chilling, eerie laugh. Where was the sound coming from? It was impossible to tell. The only thing visible was his blood-red eyes, which were now open wider than ever, as if his eyeballs were about to burst out of their sockets. That extreme madness seemed ready to tear him away from his human form at any moment. Whoosh! A black and a red figure shot towards each other once again. Bang! Red light and black mist exploded the moment they collided, creating a violent shockwave. Immediately after, Chungu, like a red meteor, shot towards the ground, finally crashing into it and forming a massive pit several meters deep. Meanwhile, the Netherwing Tiger hovered steadily in mid-air, completely unscathed, not even moving an inch. Roar, seeing this, the Netherwing Tiger let out a victorious howl towards Chungu, filled with provocation. Crunch. At this moment, Chungu, who had fallen to the ground, clenched his steel teeth tightly, his gums fully exposed, his expression growing increasingly ferocious and terrifying. Damn it! Damn it! The frenzied flames on his body seemed to sense his hysterical rage, suddenly surging several meters higher, with the temperature increasing several times over. At this moment, Chungu seemed to be jumping madly, completely devoid of his usual gentleness and refined demeanor. Around him, not only were there flames, but also a raging force of blood energy, causing the black mist that had originally shrouded the sky to instinctively retreat, as if avoiding Chun-Ji's extreme madness. From the current situation, even though Chungu had pushed his combat power to 2,700%, his overall strength was still far inferior to the Netherwing Tiger. But Chungu did not back down. Whoosh! Like an arrow released from a bow, he charged towards the Netherwing Tiger once again. Bang! And immediately, he was swatted away again, creating an even deeper pit in the ground than before. Yet he still did not stop, continuing to charge forward. Whoosh! Bang! Chungu was like a machine devoid of emotion and pain, left only with extreme madness. No matter how many times he was swatted away, he would resolutely rise again and charge forward. Jia, 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 jia. Finally, the previously frenzied Chungu revealed a sly smile at the corner of his mouth, as if he had already won the ultimate victory. Through repeated attempts, he discovered that the Netherwing Tiger had been consistently protecting its abdomen. That was its weak point. So, once again, he slightly bent his body and flew towards the Netherwing Tiger in the sky. Roar! The Netherwing Tiger maintained its elegance, letting out a tiger roar towards the charging Chungu. This time, it planned to directly finish off this amusing little creature. Although weak, It had shown an extreme madness that intrigued the tiger greatly. However, it was about to enter the next stage and had no time to continue playing around with this little creature. Indeed, despite Chen Ge giving his all, the opponent hadn't even gotten serious yet. Everything so far had merely been casual play. This was the true power of a beast that had escaped from the number 7 divine demon Forbidden Zone. To it, mortals were nothing more than toys. It grinned, preparing to deliver the final blow to the charging Chen Ge. At this moment, though frenzied, Chun Ji's mind was exceptionally clear and calm. Swish! The tiger claws of the netherwing tiger descended, aiming straight for Chun Ji's face. If Chun Ge were to take it head-on, death would be inevitable. Now, suddenly, a victorious smile appeared at the corner of Chun Ji's mouth. Skill card, Space Jump. When he reappeared, he was already at the abdomen of the netherwing tiger, piercing it with the blood moon blade, even pulling out its intestines forcefully. Ga. Finally, the one who was treated as prey by the opponent found this opportunity and struck a fatal blow. Even though the enemy is strong and I am weak, in the end, you will still fall under my blade. Jia. Chen Ge grinned, stuck out his tongue, and licked the scorching tiger blood. His eyes bulged, madness fully revealed, as if he had reached the peak of satisfaction at this moment. So what if he was slapped away by the opponent? The ultimate victor is the only one worthy of laughing alive. Ha! He then reached out and pulled out the heart of the netherwing tiger. Looking at the massive, still beating heart in his hand, his eyes bulged even more, and the bloodlust in his gaze was completely unleashed at this moment. At the moment Chun Ge pierced its body, the netherwing tiger's eyes widened in disbelief. He actually found my weakness. The reason he attacked so frantically earlier was actually to find my weakness. He's not crazy. I'm the one who's crazy, not understanding the situation. However, the netherwing tiger also began to grin. Smack! A paw slapped Chen Ge, sending him flying once again. Its grin was full of mockery toward Chen Ge. As Chen Ge was sent flying, his grin gradually faded. While airborne, he saw the contempt in the netherwing tiger's expression. Damn it! I pulled out your intestines. Why are you laughing? And your heart is in my hand. Why are you laughing? Who are you laughing at? At this moment, although Chun Ge realized the opponent wasn't completely dead, he still couldn't believe it. Even in this state, it's not dead yet. Anyone would curse at this point, right? Bang! However, at the moment he landed, a helpless smile appeared on his face. He hadn't intended to be so cruel, but since it had come to this, he could only try out the new Phantom God-level magic card. You're so strong. You must be really powerful, huh? Lying in the deep pit, Chun Ge muttered with a grin. Meanwhile, the netherwing tiger barely stabilized itself in midair, starting to shove its exposed intestines back into its belly. Finally, it landed on the highest peak of the mountain, suddenly opening its massive bloody maw. Its form and features began to distort. As it opened its bloody maw, the magical beasts in the Forbidden Zone, who had already submitted to its feet, began offering their souls to it. A woo roar, various piercing howls echoed within the Forbidden Zone, faint and distant, near and far. Some magical beasts refused to surrender their souls, letting out hysterical roars, as if protesting their unwillingness to the netherwing tiger. Standing atop the mountain peak, the netherwing twin-tailed tiger lowered its head, then suddenly raised it again, letting out an earth-shaking roar that echoed through the heavens. It was the oppressive cry of the king of all beasts. Since the opponent refused to submit and was unwilling to offer up its soul, it would simply take it by force. It wasn't he just tearing apart the souls of those magical beasts, but also the souls of the people around it. Meanwhile, Chen Ge, clad in the blood-red Emperor's attire, had already risen from the deep pit. He looked up at the netherwing twin-tailed tiger. A powerful protective barrier seemed to have formed around it, and charging at it now would likely be futile. Besides, he had just ripped out its intestines, and its heart was still in his hand, yet it wasn't he dead. If he went up now, it seemed unlikely he could finish it off. Its head was as hard as iron, and the blood moon blade couldn't even cut through it. If that's the case, then let us go head-to-head. Chen Ge muttered to himself. First, he used 2 magic recovery cards on himself, then began drawing cards. Magic Pet Card, Frost Dragon Hatchling. Magic Pet Card, Fire Dragon Hatchling. Magic Pet Card, Thunder Dragon Hatchling. Just as Chun-Gu was summoning his magical pets, Nagayama Nobuhide and the others, whose souls were being forcibly torn apart by the netherwing twin-tailed tiger, suddenly snapped back to their senses. Damn it, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I'll fight you to the death. At that moment, Nagayama Nobuhide displayed an intense will to survive. Despite being so close to the netherwing twin-tailed tiger, his desperate desire to live drove him to resist fiercely. He was a prince of the Ing Kingdom. He was destined to inherit the throne of the Ing Kingdom, to become one of the 6 great emperors, to lead the Ing Kingdom to become one of the 4 great empires. How could he die here? I still have so much to do. Even if Jesus himself came today, he couldn't take my soul. Who the hell do you think you are? At the brink of life and death, Nagayama Nobuhide unleashed a mental strength beyond imagination. He truly couldn't bear to die. At this moment, his desire to live completely overcame his fear of the netherwing twin-tailed tiger, and he began frantically pulling his soul back. Screw you, you damn bastard. Nagayama Nobuhide kept cursing at his fear, gradually regaining control over his soul. And the people around him, weren't they all prodigies in their own right? Perhaps they were slightly weaker compared to someone like Chun-Gu, but among their peers, and even among magic card masters, they all had bright futures. They still had so much they wanted to achieve. Except for a very few, most of them began to desperately pull their souls back as well. In the face of true life and death situations, humans often unleash unimaginable willpower and resilience. Quan Zian, Su Li, and the others, though initially paralyzed by the fear emanating from the netherwing twin-tailed tiger, had also fully regained their clarity as their lives hung by a thread. No one wanted to die miserably in this desolate, nameless corner of the world. What's more, they all had a pillar of strength to rely on. That man, who would unleash unparalleled power no matter the difficulty, would save them. What they needed to do was resist with all their might and wait for his salvation. They understood that no matter how powerful others might be, if they gave up on themselves, even a god could not save them. Su Li and Quan Zian each erupted with a strong will to survive, reclaiming control over their souls one by one. Yang Fan and Tong Bai also held on to their belief in returning, and naturally, they would not fall easily. The powerful force unleashed by the netherwing tiger not only forcibly devoured the souls of every living being within the Forbidden Zone, but also gradually spread to the outskirts of the zone. Around this area, a large number of people had already died, and many had begun to flee long ago. Those who remained were individuals with strong confidence in themselves. Li Lao and Nagayama Masakazu were the first to feel a force pulling at their souls. That force was extremely domineering and urgent. If it were an ordinary person, they would be taken away instantly. However, Li Lao and the others only felt its presence. Moreover, since they were far away, they easily calmed themselves down. Such a powerful beast. It can even pull at people's souls. After a moment of heart palpitations, Li Lao said with lingering fear, "It's just a beast from the 7th demon god Forbidden Zone, yet it possesses such immense power. I truly can't imagine what kind of world-destroying power those top-tier demon gods must have." Nagayama Masakazu's heart trembled, and he immediately asked, "Li Lao, if one day those demon gods want to destroy us, do we really have the ability to resist? Do we truly have any chance of survival?" Li Lao fell into silence. Since the mutation of Blue Star, there had never been any news of those demon gods, who controlled tens of millions of square kilometers, emerging. He didn't know, but looking at the current situation, he began to worry about this world. If that day truly came, all humanity could do might be to accept this helpless fate with resignation. After a long while, seeing that Li Lao remained silent, Nagayama Masakazu spoke again. "Li Lao, do you think Chun-Gu can deal with the beasts inside? Given the current situation, I'm afraid even the top-ranked student from the Divine Academy wouldn't be able to handle it. This beast has probably reached the level of a demon god. It will be extremely difficult. I had thought the beasts in this Forbidden Zone would be hard to deal with, but I never imagined they would be this terrifying. It's truly inconceivable." Before Li Lao could respond, the nobles and tycoons behind Nagayama Masakazu began to speak one after another. Their faces were pale, and it was clear they had completely lost hope of eliminating the beasts inside. "Shut up. Who asked you?" Nagayama Masakazu suddenly turned around and snapped angrily at them. At this moment, the nobles, tycoons, and corporate giants were no longer willing to endure. Their relationship was merely one of mutual exploitation they could tolerate once. But this time, Nagayama Masakazu had gone too far. Was he taking advantage of their patience? Li Lao quickly sensed the tense atmosphere on the scene and immediately turned around with a smile, saying, "Everyone, please calm down. The magic card master wristbands of the people inside are still functioning, which means they are still alive. As long as they are alive, there is hope. Why rush at this moment?" The atmosphere in the conference room finally began to ease slightly at this moment. Meanwhile, in the Forbidden Zone, the Netherwing Tiger continued to devour the endless stream of souls while looking up at the sky, and Chun Gu summoned all 3 young dragons. Next is Skill Card, Fusion. Among the 3 young dragons circling in mid-air, the Ice and Fire dragons merged into an Ice-Fire 2-headed dragon amidst the distortion of space. Skill Card, Secondary Fusion. Immediately after, the Thunder Dragon merged with the Ice-Fire 2-headed dragon. Roar in an instant, a massive 3-headed dragon appeared in mid-air. Although the 3-headed dragon was still in its juvenile stage, its size was already larger than that of an adult giant dragon. With a roar, it startled the Netherwing Tiger on the mountaintop, causing it to quickly shut its blood-red mouth and glance downward. It saw a massive 3-headed dragon flying and circling, roaring wildly. A 3-headed dragon? Too bad it's still a juvenile, weak, helpless, and pitiful. Seeing the 3-headed young dragon, the startled Netherwing Tiger showed a look of disdain. But at that moment, it watched as the 3-headed young dragon in front of Chun Gu gradually grew into a massive 3-headed adult dragon. Roar the dragon's roar created a wave of air that surged directly toward the face of the Netherwing Tiger. Instantly, the tiger's wide-open eyes involuntarily squinted. At this moment, it finally felt a hint of pressure and revealed a satisfied smile at the corner of its mouth. "Heh, not bad, little one. You actually managed to summon such a powerful magic pet? You don't seem as useless as you look." The Netherwing Tiger cast an approving glance at Chun Gu, but it did not show any fear. In the blink of an eye, the tiger's eyes began to widen. It was only a little over 3 meters tall, while the juvenile 3-headed dragon was already much larger. Now, it was growing even bigger. Millennial 3-headed dragon. The Netherwing Tiger, which had been looking down on the 3-headed dragon, now began to look up at it. In just a blink of an eye, the opponent had already grown into a millennial 3-headed dragon. At this moment, it felt immense pressure, took a deep breath, and accelerated its soul-devouring speed. Roar just then, the massive millennial 3-headed dragon let out a dragon's roar toward the sky, causing the surrounding black mist to retreat rapidly, not daring to approach even a bit. Crack! Crackle! Immediately after, the millennial 3-headed dragon summoned the power of heavenly thunder, and countless bolts of lightning exploded around it, forming pillars of thunder. The scene was incredibly spectacular. At this moment, Nagayama Nobuhide and the others stared at the deep pits blasted open at their feet, their facial muscles twitching. So close, just a little closer, and they would have been struck by lightning. If word got out, who knows what people would say about them. Just now, Nagayama Nobuhide, who had completely awakened from the fear of the Netherwing twin tiger, could no longer see Chunji's shadow. He had no intention of seeking trouble with Chun Gu either, as he was holding onto the surrounding trees, trying to descend the mountain. The thunderbolt just now almost sent him away. What on earth? What kind of monster is up there? Nagayama Nobuhide clutched the large tree beside him tightly, his lips trembling as he looked back at the mountain range behind him. He couldn't see anything, but the roar just now was clearly a dragon's cry, and not an ordinary dragon either. That sound was distant and ancient, definitely from a massive, old dragon. At this moment, his calves were cramping uncontrollably. He wanted to go down the mountain, but his legs simply wouldn't obey. The people around him were also pale-faced, cautiously swallowing their saliva. Their calves were cramping too, making it impossible to stand steadily. Fortunately, the dragon's cry was mostly symbolic. If it had been as aggressive as the tiger's roar, they might have fainted again. Your Highness, do you think? Do you think that kid Chingu is still alive? He was always ahead of us, someone said at this moment. So what if he's a summoner? Even if he can summon the Scourge Legion, what does it matter? In the face of absolute quality, the Scourge Legion is nothing. Maybe he's already become a meal for those two monsters up there. Exactly. In the face of absolute quality, individual strength is key. When facing a group of monsters, he's indeed very strong. But when it comes to extremely powerful individuals, what is a summoner like him worth? With just those few young dragons of his, under that dragon's cry earlier, they're either dead or crippled. They simply can't hold on. Before Nagayama Nobuhide could speak, the others around him started chattering incessantly. Hearing this, Nagayama Nobuhide suddenly began to feel regret. If a summoner like Chingu could be used by him, he could truly be deployed as an army. He would even be much stronger than the Magic Card Master team he was leading. What a pity. Then, Nagayama Nobuhide said to the people behind him, he is indeed a powerful summoner. There hasn't been one before, and there probably won't be one in the future. But summoners, apart from their weak physical bodies, the individual damage of their summoned magical pets also has a limit. Ultimately, they can't compare to the sheer strength of orthodox Magic Card Masters. After thinking for a while, he continued, unless he can summon a phantom god-level magical pet. Otherwise, he is doomed to die on the mountain. A phantom god-level magical pet? I've never heard of anyone owning a phantom god-level magical pet card. Having one card that can infinitely replicate phantom god-level magic is already outrageous enough. How could he possibly have another phantom god-level magical pet card? If he did, he would have ascended to the heavens long ago. Exactly. He is indeed strong. When doing Secret Realm or Abyss missions, his absolute numbers do give him an advantage over any of us. But in the face of absolute quality, he really doesn't stand a chance. No wonder he was able to raise his score to around 100,000 during the college entrance exam. He relied on group fights. We, fighting one-on-one, really can't compare. Phantom God-level magic card, Scourge Legion, 50,000 points a month. Thinking about it now, it makes sense. He alone is worth an entire squad of ours. Unfortunately, every path has its own advantages and disadvantages. Unable to move forward, the group forcibly changed the subject to steady their nerves. All right, that's enough. Let's hurry down. If we're lucky, those two magical beasts inside might mutate and break the surrounding restrictions, giving us a chance to escape. Nagayama Nobuhide said in a deep voice. No matter what, the magical beasts on the mountain were about to transform into demon gods, and their control over vast lands of Ing country was already a foregone conclusion. No one could change this situation now. What they needed to do was to save their lives and escape. The others stopped talking, continuing to support themselves on the nearby trees as they made their way down the mountain. Meanwhile, Gu Tianming and Wills also received the notification and were heading down as well. In their view, they were just lucky. The tiger's roar from above had a much weaker mental suppression effect on them compared to the magical beasts, which was the only reason they survived. In such a situation, there was no point in thinking about anything else. Escaping was the priority. As for killing Chingu, forget about Chingu. They were barely alive themselves, so why bother with him? He was probably already eaten by that thing up there and digested by now. The teams from three directions slowly made their way down the mountain. Meanwhile, Quan Zian, Su Li, and the others had regained their senses and were waking up the people around them. When they heard the earth-shaking dragon's roar, especially Quan Zian, she couldn't help but recall the scene in the Secret Realm with Chingu. Chingu had summoned an indescribably powerful ancient dragon. It was the same feeling. In Jin Yazhong and Jin Yale's minds, their first thought was also of Chingu. Jin Yazhong sat there, secretly letting out a sigh of relief, and said to her younger sister beside her, "It's Brother Chun. It seems everything is about to end. This Forbidden Land journey has really been so long." Her younger sister, Jin Yale, pouted, "So boring. I really want to see what kind of dragon it is. Brother Chun is so mean, not taking me with him." She started throwing a childish tantrum again. Jin Yazhong glanced at her sister and shook her head. Adults are fighting, what's a little girl like you getting involved for? Little did she know, when she used this tone, she was only 1 minute older than her sister. But being 1 minute older still made her the elder sister, and 60 seconds was enough for her to act all mature in front of her younger sister. Su Li stood up, looking at the dense lightning in the sky, and let out a sigh of relief. Although he didn't understand what had happened, he knew that everything was about to end. Mayano Yuzuki, standing nearby, noticed the smile on Su Li's lips. It seemed to signify that everything was coming to an end. Against such a powerful magical beast, does Chun-Gu really stand a chance? Mayano Yuzuki wanted to believe in Chun-Ji's strength, but the magical beast made her involuntarily feel a tinge of doubt. Meanwhile, Tong Bai, Yang Fan, and the others stood there in a daze, their minds filled with questions. Could Chun-Gu really stand against such a powerful being, one that could annihilate all the magical beasts in the Forbidden Zone with just a roar? Also, what was that dragon roar? Is there an even more powerful magical beast appearing? Or could it be? Is Chun-Gu still alive? Looking around, apart from the ground littered with magical beast corpses, there was no sign of the magical pets summoned by Chun-Gu. It wasn't that they doubted Chun-Ji's strength, but the enemy was simply too overwhelming. Crack, crack, crack. Although the Forbidden Zone was shrouded in black mist, obscuring the specific situation inside, the dense beams of light that flashed momentarily were clearly visible to the group outside. Following this, it seemed the barrier was reaching its critical point, on the verge of collapse. And then, perhaps two demon gods would be born simultaneously. A dragon, a tiger. Wasn't there supposed to be only one? How did it become two? And one of them is even a dragon. Judging by the sound, it doesn't seem like an ordinary dragon. It must be an ancient dragon. The Federation of Me can't say a single truthful word, can they? They really don't care about the safety of their allies. This is outrageous. Allowing the Federation of Me to take the rotating presidency and hold the voice of the world government is utterly irresponsible to everyone. Everyone present was filled with righteous indignation. This was beyond inhuman. If they could utter even one truthful word, it would be a miracle, but alas, they couldn't. A dragon? Heh. Elderly let out a bitter laugh. It was already troublesome enough for an ordinary magical beast to grow into a demon god, but now there was a dragon too. The situation was becoming increasingly complicated. Screech. Nagayama Masakazu's tiger-like eyes widened as he clenched his molars, unwilling to speak. He had anticipated the complexity of the situation in the Forbidden Zone, but not to this extent. He had expected it to be critical, but not this dire. At this moment, his face was filled with despair. He could already foresee the ultimate fate of the Ying nation. To build such a nation, he and his father had endured unimaginable hardships. Yet, in an instant, everything had turned to dust. And in such a situation, he was powerless. That sense of helplessness drove him to despair. Screech, screech. At this moment, some of the aristocrats and tycoons had begun to leave. They had waited long enough. If they had held any hope for Elder Li's words earlier, now all that remained was despair. No matter what, they had to leave. Hearing the sound of the doors opening and closing behind him, Nagayama Masakazu turned to glance back. Those aristocrats, tycoons, and corporate giants were already leaving one after another. Heh! Nagayama Masakazu let out a faint laugh, his gaze dark and cold, yet he was helpless and had no reason to stop them. After all, their relationship was ultimately one of mutual interest. There will only be one demon god in the Forbidden Zone. The two magical beasts inside will likely fight each other, and the barrier could break at any moment. When that happens, focus on saving people first. Elderly paid no attention to the situation in the conference room, instead focusing on the safety of Chun-Gu and the others. The Magic Card Master's wristband was still functioning, which was the only thing that gave him comfort. As long as they were alive, there was still hope. Meanwhile, inside the Forbidden Zone, after stripping and devouring the souls of most of the surrounding creatures, the form of the Netherwing Tiger had grown significantly larger. But as it stood on the mountaintop, it was still in stark contrast to the 1,000-year three-headed dragon before it. At this moment, it looked more like a docile and harmless kitten. Roar! Knowing it was being suppressed in terms of aura by the thousand-year three-headed dragon, the netherwing twin-tailed tiger let out a roar at its opponent. Its ferocity surged, and a dense black mist erupted from its body, rushing toward the three-headed dragon. Roar! The thousand-year three-headed dragon responded with a roar of its own. What followed was ice, fire, and lightning, three dragon breaths. In the blink of an eye, the two massive energies collided, then suddenly contracted, and finally exploded outward, rippling in all directions. Wherever this immense energy passed, anything nearby was instantly vaporized, and even things farther away were uprooted, with grass and soil flying into the air. Longshan Nobuhide and the others, who had been slowly making their way down the mountain, were forcibly blown away, performing a series of high-difficulty faceplants. Some unlucky ones even ended up with their faces pressed into some kind of magical beast droppings, creating a scene that was momentarily quite comical. Quan Zian, Su Li, and the others had no choice but to activate their skills to forcibly resist. Roar! Howl! The dragon and the tiger roared at each other, beginning a direct clash. Boom, boom, boom. Their simple collisions generated shockwaves, like a drop of water falling onto a calm surface, creating ripples that spread continuously outward. Longshan Nobuhide and his group got up again and again, only to be blown away by the powerful shockwaves over and over, performing more faceplants. They made their way down the mountain in this manner. From a distance, they looked like a group of toads hopping down the mountain. As the battle between the tiger and the dragon grew more intense and frequent, they fought recklessly in midair. Even the massive mountain beneath their feet seemed less majestic in comparison. From a distance, Chun Gu watched the mountain-sized thousand-year three-headed dragon and felt utterly insignificant. Although the battle between the two sides was fierce, Chun Gu knew that the thousand-year three-headed dragon was toying with its opponent. It seemed to be extremely excited, perhaps because it was appearing for the first time. Boom! In its confrontation with the thousand-year three-headed dragon, the netherwing twin-tailed tiger had been at a disadvantage all along. At this moment, it was swatted by one of the dragon's wings and sent flying into a nearby mountain peak, flattening the massive peak in the process. Scrambling to its feet, it bared its teeth and looked up at the thousand-year three-headed dragon in the sky, letting out another roar. Howl! At this point, it seemed to exude a sense of impotent rage. Roar, roar, roar. Now, the amused thousand-year three-headed dragon stopped holding back and roared at the netherwing twin-tailed tiger. The massive sound wave directly blew the once menacing, crouching tiger ready to pounce away. For a moment, the previously dominant netherwing twin-tailed tiger appeared somewhat flustered. Just ended already. Time acceleration and fusion cards were both continuously consuming magic cards. With Chun Ji's current magic power, he couldn't hold out much longer. He gave the thousand-year three-headed dragon its final command. Roar, roar, roar. The three heads of the Millennium three-headed dragon began to howl towards the sky, responding to Chun Gu. Their successive roars sent chills down the spines of Nagayama Nobuhide and his group descending the mountain, causing them to stumble and crawl in fear. The dragon's might from the Millennium three-headed dragon was no joke. At this moment, both Elder Li and Nagayama Masakazu looked grim. The continuous roars made them realize that there wasn't just one dragon inside, there might be three dragons, or perhaps a three-headed dragon. If it's a three-headed dragon and it completes its mutation to become a demon god, then it won't just be the entirety of Ing country falling under its pollution and control. I'm afraid most of the Eastern Federation will be unable to escape its grasp. Elder Li's face turned pale. Meanwhile, Nagayama Masakazu's mind was in chaos, with only one thought repeating in his head. Ing country is doomed. Roar, howl. A tiger and a dragon met once again. This time, under Chun Ji's command, the Millennium three-headed dragon did not hold back. Seizing the opportunity, it used its massive dragon claw with lightning speed to grab the tiger. From a distance, the once ferocious and imposing netherwing tiger now looked like a small kitten, casually held in the grip of the Millennium three-headed dragon. Howl! The Millennium three-headed dragon applied a bit more force, and the netherwing tiger let out a piercing scream. The black mist that had been surging within the forbidden zone began to slow down. Then, The Millennium three-headed dragon used its other claw to start tearing the Netherwing tiger apart. Howl, howl! The Netherwing tiger let out agonized screams, and in the next moment, it was torn into two halves by the Millennium three-headed dragon. Roar, roar, roar! The Millennium three-headed dragon then let out a victorious roar. From afar, Chun-Gu finally breathed a sigh of relief, flying towards the Millennium three-headed dragon and grasping the white card and super card fragments floating in midair. But before he could celebrate, a mass of black mist began to rapidly form in front of him, absorbing all the black mist from the Forbidden Zone. The absorption was incredibly fast in the blink of an eye. All the black mist in the zone had been completely consumed. Then, the mass of black mist transformed into a twisted black hole. Roar! Everything happened so quickly that Chun-Gu was caught off guard. The Millennium three-headed dragon seemed to sense something. With a roar, it flew forward and swallowed the black mist sphere into its mouth, then soared into the sky. The massive figure of the Millennium three-headed dragon flying at incredible speed finally became visible to everyone around. Quick! Look! What is that? Someone behind Nagayama Nobuhide exclaimed, pointing at the sky. Nagayama Nobuhide's group immediately stopped in their tracks and looked up at the enormous Millennium three-headed dragon in the sky. They were close enough to see it clearly, and the visual impact of the dragon was overwhelming. Each of them stood with their mouths agape, faces filled with disbelief. What a massive dragon! The dragon's aura emanating from its body was enough to make their hearts tremble. Is this a dragon? If we had one like this, it would be worth it. Too cool, right? Is this the most powerful existence in this Forbidden Zone? They were all watching in a daze, their mouths wide open. They never expected that they would actually have the chance to see the Millennium three-headed dragon. Quan Zian, Su Li, Tong Bai, Yang Fan. Although they were a bit far away, they could clearly see the scene of the three-headed dragon soaring into the sky. To them, it was simply a visual feast. Moreover, people outside the Forbidden Zone, no matter how far they had gone, all stopped in their tracks and looked towards the Millennium three-headed dragon. A Millennium three-headed dragon left everyone so stunned that they were at a loss for words. The scene was indescribably shocking. Whether it was the dignitaries and tycoons planning to leave from the helipad, or the delegation sent by the Eastern Federation, Li Lao, Nagayama Masakazu, all had their pupils contracted, staring at the scene in disbelief. The Millennium three-headed dragon. Where on earth did this monster come from? What does it mean for such a monster to become a demon god? Just as everyone was overwhelmed with shock, one of the heads of the Millennium Dragon suddenly exploded. Bang! A surge of black mist instantly engulfed the massive body of the Millennium three-headed dragon completely. Then, the black mist dissipated, but the immense impact radiated towards the ground. Crack! Crackle! The restrictions of the Forbidden Zone completely shattered. The people in the distance were fine. Li Lao, Nagayama Masakazu were also fine, and Quan Zian and the others only had to shield themselves from the aftermath. Nagayama Nobuhide and his group, however, were affected by the shockwave and staggered back several steps. The unluckiest of all was Chun-Gu, who was closest to the explosion. If the Millennium three-headed dragon hadn't reacted immediately, he might not have survived. But the shockwave sent him flying, already weakened as he was. Chun-Gu was like a shooting star, plummeting towards the ground. The place where he landed was right next to where Nagayama Nobuhide and his group were standing. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. As Chun-Gu fell, a cloud of dust was stirred up, catching Nagayama Nobuhide and his group off guard, causing them to cough repeatedly. What was that? Why did the three-headed dragon suddenly explode? That overwhelming pressure suddenly disappeared. Is it all over? What just fell down? Nagayama Nobuhide and his group waved their hands in front of their faces to clear the dust while speaking, their faces full of confusion. At first, it was so terrifying, but the ending seemed a bit too abrupt, didn't it? Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Almost lost my life. At that moment, they heard a voice coming from the large pit in front of them. The voice sounded so familiar. Boss, it seems like there's someone in the pit. Why does the voice sound like Chun-Gu? It can't be, right? I think it sounds like Chun-Gu too. The group exchanged comments one after another. Soon, the dust settled, and they stepped forward to see the situation in the deep pit clearly. Chun-gu, his clothes in tatters, was lying in the pit, coughing violently, looking utterly miserable. Huh. It's really like searching high and low only to find it effortlessly. Seeing the miserable Chun-gu lying there, Nagayama Nobuhide's face lit up with joy. Those two powerful magical beasts seemed to have self-destructed, and this formidable enemy, Chun-gu, had fallen right in front of him. It was truly a double blessing. Could there be anything more worth celebrating? Zzz, Your Highness, what happened over there? From a distance, Gu Tianming and Wells noticed the situation and turned on their walkie-talkies to ask. Ha! Nagayama Nobuhide couldn't help but grin and said, "Come over quickly. Chun-gu has fallen right in front of me. He's dying, ha ha." Nagayama Nobuhide was overjoyed. Is there really such good fortune? Gu Tianming and Wells were stunned for a moment and quickly headed over. Meanwhile, lying in the deep pit, Chun-gu looked at the people above him gloating and smiled bitterly. Are you even human? Third Prince. Your Highness, the Third Prince. Without the oppressive presence of the Netherwing Twin Tiger and the Millennium Three-Headed Dragon, Gu Tianming and Wells quickly arrived nearby. Nagayama Nobuhide squatted by the edge of the pit, nodded at the group approaching, and didn't rush to make a move. Instead, he beckoned to the two of them, saying, Come here. This kid's half-dead state is quite amusing. All right." Gu Tianming and Wells hurried forward, stood by the edge, and looked down. At this moment, Chun-gu had lost his usual composure and was lying miserably in the deep pit, his chest heaving violently. Judging by his condition, things didn't look optimistic for him. He was like an ant that could be crushed at any moment. They secretly breathed a sigh of relief. A summoner's body is very weak once someone gets close. It's almost as good as being dead. And now, they were only a few meters away from Chun-gu. Even if he weren't injured, or even if he used a healing card or recovery card, at such a close distance, it would still be fatal for a summoner like Chun-gu. At this moment, Chun-gu lay quietly in the deep pit, looking at them, like a lamb bound hand and foot, lying there silently, waiting for them to slaughter him. His Highness the Third Prince is truly chosen by the heavens. It seems the two magical beasts in this forbidden zone self-destructed, and the shockwave blasted this kid Chun-gu here, allowing you to deal with him personally. Congratulations, Your Highness the Third Prince. Gu Tianming and Wells congratulated him one after another. It's a pity we didn't see that little girl, Mayano Yuki. Otherwise, we could have dealt with her too, and that would have been even better, Nagayama Nobuhide said with some dissatisfaction. He had always disliked Mayano Yuki, but he couldn't deal with her openly. Now, with the chaos in this forbidden zone, it was the perfect opportunity. Your Highness, we've investigated Mayano Yuki. In fact, she poses no real threat to you. You can keep her around and toy with her slowly. Why rush? Gu Tianming said with a smile. That makes sense. Nagayama Nobuhide nodded, and then turned his gaze back to Chun-gu in the pit, intrigued. Chun-gu. Oh Chun-gu, I must say, you really are strong. To think you actually have a Phantom God-level magic card that can duplicate magic pets. Nagayama Nobuhide pointed at himself, speaking with envy, jealousy, and resentment. Up until now, I've spent no less than 10 billion every year on card draws, and I only have a few legendary-level magic cards. And you managed to draw a Phantom God-level card. He paused, then asked with some jealousy, how is that possible? A poor kid from a destitute family like you, drawing a Phantom God-level magic card? I, the dignified Third Prince of Ing Country, haven't even drawn a Phantom God card yet. You're so damn lucky. Did you save the world in your past life to deserve this kind of luck? The jealousy in Nagayama Nobuhide's eyes was almost overflowing. He was truly envious. Seeing Chun-gu remain silent, Nagayama Nobuhide continued to ask, Damn it, I just can't figure it out. You're a broke nobody, and having one Phantom God-level magic card is already unbelievable. But where did you get a Dragon-type magic pet card? And those undead cards of yours aren't low-level either. How did you draw them? Nagayama Nobuhide's eyes were filled with deep confusion toward Chun-gu, as he couldn't understand or make sense of it. After thinking it over again and again, Nagayama Nobuhide continued. With your family situation, you can barely afford food, and yet you manage to draw so many high-level magic cards. Isn't that bizarre? Hearing Nagayama Nobuhide's doubts, the people around couldn't help but look toward Chungu, who was lying in the pit. They were also puzzled. Given Chunji's family background, he shouldn't have been able to afford many card draws, yet he had a Phantom God card and so many high-level magic pet cards. It was completely illogical. Just as Nagayama Nobuhide said, he himself spent billions every year on card draws and only managed to get a few legendary-level cards. Could it be that Chunji's luck was so extraordinary that every random draw resulted in a high-level magic card? Chungu, speak up. Maybe if you tell the truth, the third prince might be in a good mood and spare your life. Gu Tianming was also curious. Could it be that Chungu had some other method? Although the idea of having a method for card draws sounded absurd, given Chunji's situation, it was hard to think of any other explanation for how he managed to get so many high-level cards. Magic pet cards had the lowest drop rate among all magic cards, and that dragon card of his was almost comparable to a Phantom God level magic card. With his family background, how many cards could he afford to draw? 100? 1,000? 10,000? Who did he think he was? With his family's situation, even 100 cards would be a stretch, let alone drawing so many high-level magic cards from 10,000. Chungu, just tell us. If you really have some method, I promise the third prince will show you mercy, Will said in broken language, trying to persuade him. During this time, he had also learned about Chunji's situation from others and found it truly strange. The tone of this world had been set hundreds of years ago. Without background or power, most ordinary people had no chance of standing out. Yet Chungu had broken this rule, which was indeed bizarre. As soon as Will said this, everyone around perked up their ears, eager to hear what Chungu had to say. At this moment, Chungu was still lying there, motionless. He was truly exhausted. Although this great battle didn't last long, the mental, magical, and physical energy he expended from fighting alone to summoning the Millennium Three-Headed Dragon was terrifying, something only he himself could truly understand. Chungu slowly sat up from the deep pit, stretched lazily, and then looked around at the crowd full of anticipation. Clearly, they all wanted to know the answer. Only spending $1 billion a year? You think you're qualified to compare with me? Looking at Nagayama Nobuhide's hopeful expression, Chungu glanced at him and chuckled. Nagayama Nobuhide's mouth twitched upon hearing this. At this point, this guy's mouth was still so stubborn. He wondered if he could still keep up this attitude later. Nearby, Gu Tianming and Wells, who were watching eagerly, were momentarily speechless upon hearing this. In their view, Chungu was just being sour. Oh, someone spends $1 billion a year on card draws, and you think they're not qualified to compare with you, a poor guy? No matter how you look at it, it reeks of jealousy. Have you spent hundreds of billions, or even thousands of billions in a year? Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue with such big talk? This guy's mouth is really tough, but he just needs a good beating to realize he's not invincible. You're just a summoner, so why act so arrogant at such close range? If we wanted, we could turn around and wipe you out. You're really asking for it. Asking for it. Hearing Chunji's words, Nagayama Nobuhide felt as if a bone were stuck in his throat. He sensed Chunji's deep disdain for him, leaving him momentarily speechless. Yeah, you're still thinking about going back? Are you still dreaming? At this moment, seeing the situation take a turn, Gu Tianming stroked his goatee and chuckled lightly. Immediately, the people around joined in the laughter. Is this kid brain damaged? Looks like he thinks he's doomed. His mind's a bit muddled, starting to act foolish. Yeah, you're just a summoner, barely alive, lying here in front of us. Can't even stand properly, and yet you dare to provoke the third prince? Are you out of your mind? Could he already have gone mad? Ha ha. Ha ha. The people around burst into laughter, completely disregarding Chungu, the summoner standing right in front of them. Chungu, do you think you can leave here alive today? Nagayama Nobuhide sneered as he regained his composure, his face full of mockery. Yeah, you're a summoner, and we've gotten close to you. Do you think you still have a chance to survive? Kid, you really think you're something, don't you? Chungu. You. Just as the crowd continued to mock Chungu without restraint, suddenly, Chungu made a swift move. appearing right in front of the man who had just been spewing vulgarities. A horizontal blade, wrapped in flames and blood, pierced through his body. In an instant, the words he was about to say were cut off, and he stared in disbelief at the man before him, whose entire being radiated a violent and bloodthirsty aura. His eyes were wild, but the corners of his mouth carried a deep mockery, as if he regarded him as nothing more than an insect. Such violent blood energy. Gulp he just used what seemed like spatial teleportation. He seems to have more than one phantom god-level magic card. At this moment, they felt the madness emanating from Chun-Go, and once again, they were overwhelmed by a sense of despair. Judging by the current situation, they had clearly misjudged Chun-Go. He seems to be more than just a summoner. Wells pointed at Chun-Go, who had just impaled someone, and said in a trembling voice, "Ice Palace correct." Chun-Go made another swift move, appearing in front of Wells with an extremely cruel smile. With a reverse slash, he directly split Wells in two. Even though he was split in two, Wells had not completely died yet. His blue eyes suddenly contracted, and he said in disbelief, Such incredible power. I activated one legendary and two epic magic cards, yet I couldn't block a single slash from him." Afterward, his corpse fell to the ground, sinking into endless darkness. He's not just a summoner, he's also a berserker. This kid was pretending to be weak all along. He was just hiding his true self. This kid hid himself well. Damn it, Run. How can one person possess so many magic cards, and they're all high-level cards? Seeing Wells being split in half by Chun-Go with a casual motion, most of the people present were thrown into panic. Adding to their terror was the oppressive madness exuding from Chun-Go, weighing heavily on their hearts and plunging them into deep fear. If someone were to ask them now what it felt like to face a demon god, they would unhesitatingly describe this exact feeling. "Run, run!" Gu Tianming roared at his teammates behind him and began to flee, not even daring to glance back at Chun-Go. Damn it! They said he was a summoner, and now he's turned into a berserker? This brat, so young, to deceive and ambush someone in their 20s like me, such dishonor. I advised this young fellow not to chase me, or else. Gu Tianming suddenly came to an abrupt halt, his pupils contracting sharply. Because that blood-covered man, whose eyes were brimming with a crazed hunger for blood, had appeared right in front of him. He grinned, a smile so chilling it made one's very soul tremble. That kind of despair shot straight from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. Thud! Gu Tianming immediately dropped to his knees. Master Chen, please spare me. I was only following orders." Before he could finish his plea, the maniacal Chun-Go had already leaned in close to his face, grinning at him wildly. Then, he grabbed Gu Tianming and lifted him with one hand. At that moment, it felt as if all the strength had been drained from Gu Tianming's body, leaving him without even the energy to speak. His entire body began to tremble. Meeting Chun-Ji's bloodthirsty gaze, all he saw was sheer madness and an insatiable craving for blood. This man, it was as though he intended to devour him alive. This beard, I don't like it. Chun-Gu's bulging eyes gleamed as he spoke with a twisted grin. Gu Tianming wanted to say he would shave it off, but as he opened his mouth, his teeth chattered uncontrollably, rendering him speechless. Chun-Go, however, began plucking out Gu Tianming's goatee by hand, muttering to himself, "I don't like it, so it has to go." The scene was too gruesome, too horrifying to describe. All that could be heard were Gu Tianming's soul-rending screams of agony. Eventually, his entire being was engulfed by the flames emanating from Chun-Go, leaving behind nothing but a pile of ashes. No, please. Stay away from me. Hee. Ha. Even though they tried to flee, they were little more than turtles in the eyes of Chun-Go, who now had wings. Chun-Go chased after them, as if hunting prey, until their lives were utterly erased from this world. Even their corpses were incinerated by the flames that clung to them. In the blink of an eye, the people brought by Wells and Gu Tianming were all either dead or gravely injured. Chun-Go suddenly turned his head and fixed his gaze on Nagayama Nobuhide and the others, who stood frozen in place. The people surrounding Nagayama Nobuhide huddled together in terror, their eyes locked on Chun-Go, trembling uncontrollably. They could never have imagined that within this forbidden zone, there existed something even more terrifying than those two monstrous beasts. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the blink of an eye, Chun-gu was already upon Nagayama Nobuhide and his group, who had hastily formed a defensive formation. In his eyes and at the corners of his mouth danced the bloodthirsty madness. Gulp, Nagayama Nobuhide and the people around him all swallowed involuntarily, their minds in turmoil. At this point, begging for mercy was probably too late. Nagayama Nobuhide clenched his teeth, his eyes filled with deep fear toward Chun-gu. This kid Chun-gu was not only a powerful summoner, but also a berserker, and it seemed he possessed a god-tier magic card in this area as well. Otherwise, with the strength of Wells and Gu Tianming, they wouldn't have been defeated without even a chance to struggle. Chun-gu was simply a monster. How? How could a poor guy like him have so many high-level magic cards? Why? When I first awakened, I spent over 100 billion just on card draws, and in the following years, I spent tens of billions annually, yet my magic cards are still inferior to his. Why? Kill him for me. Nagayama Nobuhide was almost driven mad with jealousy. The psychological gap made his face distorted and unrecognizable. Yes, the people following Nagayama Nobuhide were all his trained death warriors. At this point, although hesitant, they still charged at Chun-gu without hesitation. Skill card, Blood Sea Inferno. Chun-gu stood quietly in place, and those who rushed toward him were instantly reduced to ashes in the intertwining of blood and fire. Until their deaths, they hadn't even touched the hem of Chun-ji's clothes. Everything happened in an instant, leaving only Chun-gu and Nagayama Nobuhide, who was holding a katana, at the scene. At this moment, Nagayama Nobuhide finally felt unprecedented fear. This kid was truly despicable. If you'd said something earlier, I wouldn't have provoked you. Chun-gu. Oh Chun-gu, you're really too cunning, too despicable. Nagayama Nobuhide felt the overwhelming presence of death, and all that remained in his heart was deep despair. So many people, in such a short time, all killed by Chun-gu, with even their corpses burned to ashes. He seemed to have no chance at all. Standing opposite him, Chun-gu noticed the fear in Nagayama Nobuhide's eyes, tilted his head slightly, grinned, and revealed his gums in a satisfied smile. Then, he used the epic magic card Iron Fist of Justice on himself. In the next moment, with a flash, he was already in front of Nagayama Nobuhide, delivering a fatal punch to his head. Boom! In an instant, the force of the Iron Fist of Justice, accompanied by raging flames, caused Nagayama Nobuhide's head to vanish in a flash, and everything inside his head was instantly vaporized. Thud! Immediately afterward, Nagayama Nobuhide's body went limp, collapsed to the ground, and began to burn. To Chun-gu, these small fry were insignificant and didn't take much time to deal with. But at this moment, he had reached his physical limit. Spotting a direction, he suddenly flew off and finally landed near Su Li and Miyano Yuzuki. After seeing Su Li and Miyano Yuzuki clearly, he collapsed in defeat and completely lost consciousness. Today, he had almost used up all his mental cards, magic cards, stamina cards, and healing cards. The reason he acted so suddenly just now was that in a few more minutes, he would enter a weakened state, leaving no room for further action. Boss! Su Li almost immediately saw Chun-gu. With a swift movement, he was already in front of Chun-gu. After confirming that Chun-gu was merely exhausted, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He then began to scrutinize the people and surroundings to ensure no one harbored any ill intentions toward his boss. It seemed that the change in Su Li's demeanor was felt, and understanding his concerns, Tong Bai and the others, who were initially rushing over, gradually slowed down and stopped at a relatively safe distance. After inquiring about Chun-ji's condition, they too breathed a sigh of relief. Although Tong Bai and the others regarded Chun-gu and the others as benefactors, human hearts are unpredictable, and Su Li's caution was absolutely necessary. Meanwhile, Miyano Yuzuki stood a little distance away, looking worried but not approaching. The concern in her eyes was evident. At the same time, back at the base, Nagayama Masakazu's eyes widened in disbelief, and he slumped into the chair behind him in despair. He had just received news that his son Nagayama Nobushige's magic card master bracelet had stopped functioning. The implications of this were self-evident. But everything had clearly ended. So how could this happen? It didn't make sense. Contact the rescue team inside immediately and search for traces of Nobushige and the others. Hurry. Nagayama Masakazu said in a deep voice as he regained his composure. Yes, Your Majesty, his subordinates responded and went to make contact. Meanwhile, Elderly, who was nearby, was still in shock at how abruptly everything had ended. He hadn't yet grasped what had happened. When he heard that Nagayama Nobushige's magic cardmaster bracelet had stopped functioning, he jumped out of his chair. It wasn't until he learned that Chun-gu and the others' magic cardmaster bracelets were still operational that he finally relaxed and didn't bother to console Nagayama Masakazu. After all, the life and death of the Prince of In Country had nothing to do with him as long as Chun-gu was fine. That was all that mattered. Not long after, Chun-gu and the others were already on the plane back to the base. Apart from Chun-gu, who was carried onto the plane on a stretcher, the others were mostly unharmed. When Quan Zian and the others boarded the plane, they saw Chun-gu unconscious on the stretcher, and their faces changed drastically as they rushed forward to inquire about his condition. Brother Chen, what's wrong with you? Big Brother Chen, please don't let anything happen to you. Jin Yajong and Jin Yale leaned over Chun-gu, crying. Although they knew Chen Ji's life wasn't in danger, they were still heartbroken. Quan Zian, sitting nearby, shook her head helplessly. With them acting like this, even if Chun-gu was fine, they could cry him into trouble. At that moment, Chun-gu suddenly woke up and looked helplessly at the two young girls around him. I was just taking a nap. What's all this fuss about? Anyone who doesn't know might think I'm dead. Brother Chun, it's so good that you're awake. Big Brother Chun. Jin Yajong and Jin Yale broke into smiles through their tears. Tap, tap, tap. Before long, the helicopter carrying Chun-gu and the others landed on the helipad near the base. Elderly, Nagayama Masakazu, and the dignitaries and tycoons who had originally planned to leave were all waiting nearby. Suli, Quan Zian, and the others disembarked from the helicopter one after another, while Chun-gu, who had fallen asleep again, was carried down. Elderly hurriedly stepped forward to check the situation. Suli, Quan Zian, and the others greeted him one after another. Elderly nodded slightly, walked over to Chun-gu, checked his condition, and only after confirming that Chun-gu was fine did he breathe a sigh of relief. The group then turned to Changshan Masakazu and his people, greeting them as well. Is Chun-gu all right? As the Emperor of In Country, and since Chun-gu was invited to help them, Changshan Masakazu maintained the necessary courtesy and asked. He is fine, but his and the others' conditions are not very good. Things here are mostly settled, so we'll head back to Dongdu to rest for now. The aftermath, naturally, was for In Country to handle on their own, so Elderly didn't need to linger. The magical beasts whose souls were devoured by the Netherwing Tiger would drop whiteboard cards, so there was no need to think about collecting whiteboard cards from the battlefield. Has anyone seen my son, Changshan Nobuhide? Without seeing Changshan Nobuhide's body, Changshan Masakazu still held on to a sliver of hope and couldn't help but ask. After entering the restricted area, we didn't see him. Later, the area became chaotic, and we didn't see him again. Yang Fan replied. Beside him, Tongbai hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, Haven't seen him. They had just gotten off the helicopter and had no idea about Changshan Nobuhide's situation. However, Tongbai knew that Changshan Nobuhide had intended to attack Chun-gu, so something must have happened, but he didn't elaborate. At this point, saying more would be pointless. Claiming ignorance was perfectly reasonable. Not sure. Haven't seen him. Quan Zian, Su Li, and the others also shook their heads. As for Chun-gu, he was still asleep and completely unaware of what was happening around him. Sai Changshan Masakazu sighed, forcing a faint smile, and made a gesture of invitation, saying, Please, everyone, go ahead. I've already arranged everything in Dongdu. When the time comes, someone will assist you. If there are any issues, feel free to inform the relevant personnel. After hesitating for a moment, he solemnly added, No matter what, I am deeply grateful for your contributions to our In Country. I, Changshan Masakazu, will never forget it. The group said no more and headed toward another helicopter. Standing in place, Changshan Masakazu looked at Chun-gu lying on the stretcher lost in thought. His gaze toward Chenggu was somewhat complicated, but until everything was fully resolved, he couldn't make a definitive judgment. Subsequently, a larger-scale search of the restricted area began. Elderly, along with the group, first arrived at the nearby Yoshino city, then boarded a plane and headed toward Dongdu in country. Chenggu and the others were not in good condition, so Elderly planned to rest in Dongdu for a while before returning to the Eastern Federation. 2 days later, Chenggu had mostly recovered, and the mission was over. Since they were already in Dongdu, the group decided to take the opportunity to explore the city. After all, the world is vast, and who knows when they might visit again. Meanwhile, the search in the restricted area continued. However, finding a group of people in an area spanning 120,000 square kilometers was no easy task, especially since they had all been reduced to ashes by Chenggu. Chenggu could be said to have completely erased all traces, leaving no clues behind. All that remained were speculations. 7 days later, as there was still no news of Nagayama Nobuhide, Nagayama Masakazu had no other thoughts and simply instructed the relevant ministers to see off Chenggu and Elderly. That morning, Chenggu and his group boarded the plane back to the Eastern Federation. Meanwhile, on their way back, news quickly spread about the sudden disappearance of Nagayama Nobuhide, Gu Tianming, and Wells after the Forbidden Zone mission ended. Chenggu was alive, but the people sent by the Hongmen were missing. Naturally, the Hongmen's first suspicion was directed at Chenggu. Similarly, the ex-guild of the Mi Federation, to which Wells belonged, also pointed their suspicions at Chenggu. However, these were all just speculations. They lacked sufficient evidence and couldn't draw conclusions lightly. Besides, considering the short interval between the cessation of the Magic Card Master wristbands and the fact that Chun Ji's team was with members of other guilds, no matter how powerful Chenggu was, it was unlikely he could single-handedly kill so many people in such a short time. Moreover, the mission in the Forbidden Zone ended so mysteriously perhaps some anomaly occurred. Nagayama Masakazu, the Hongmen, and the ex-guild all felt that Chenggu was highly suspicious, but they also found it unreasonable. Coupled with Chun-Ji's identity as a student of the Divine Capital Academy, they could only exercise restraint as much as possible. After the Forbidden Zone mission ended, by the time the supersonic transport plane carrying Chenggu and his group landed on the Divine Capital Academy's helipad, it was already the end of the year. In 7 days, the monthly leaderboard update would take place. At that time, the Divine Capital Academy would likely be stirred up once again. Elderly, thank you for your hard work. We'll head back now. Midway, Yang Fan and Tong Bai had already disembarked from the supersonic transport plane. Now, only the Eastern Federation delegation and Chun Ji's group of 6 were left disembarking. At this moment, Chenggu spoke to Elderly outside the airport. All right, you all worked hard this time too. Take a good rest for a while. I'll discuss this mission with the school leadership and other evaluation committee members to reassess and grant you additional points as a reward. Clap, clap. Elderly patted Chun Ji's shoulder and said earnestly, "Thank you, Elderly." After bidding farewell to Elder Li and his group, they got into Quan Xian's luxury car and headed towards the dormitory area. Sitting in the luxury car, Su Li suddenly remembered something and said excitedly, "Oh, boss, if your points reach 100,000, you can go to the Changsheng Hall's Points Exchange Center to claim a high-level magic card. You currently have 770,000 points, so you can also claim a rare-level magic card. These are all leaderboard benefits." After a pause, she added, "This mission took so long, with such a large scale of magical beasts, plus the extra task rewards. All of us can claim these benefits. That's really great. I've had my eye on a legendary level magic card for a long time. I wonder if it's still there." Jean Yale said with some anticipation. Although she couldn't afford it before, she had visited many times and had been longing for one of the magic cards. "Will this mission allow us to reach 500,000 points?" Jean Yujung hesitated. Although this mission was difficult, she was still uncertain, being a freshman. "Don't worry. Maybe even more than 500,000. Mayano Yuzuki replied with a smile. Instantly, the mood in the car soared, and everyone looked hopeful. When Suli saw his boss's expressionless face, he knew that high-level magic cards and rare magic cards held no appeal for his boss. He continued, Boss, you probably have over 1 million points and can claim a legendary magic card. If you reach 2.5 million points, you can even claim an epic magic card. As for the mythical level, Suli frowned slightly and murmured, "It seems to require 5 million points, but it seems no one has ever reached that. Most students at Shindu Academy graduate with around 3 million points. Perhaps for Chungu, rare and legendary magic cards were nothing special, but for most people, they were unattainable treasures. They might spend 1 billion and still not draw one. Not bad." Hearing that legendary and epic magic cards could be claimed, Chungu instantly perked up, looking forward to how many points he could earn this time. "Look, it's snowing." Suddenly, large snowflakes began to fall outside the car, and Jean Yale exclaimed in surprise. The group quickly rolled down the car windows to enjoy the moment, while the students walking nearby noticed them. Look! Look! Chun Ji's team is back. It's Quan Zian, sitting in the car like a queen. I still prefer Mayano Yuzuki, the kind of woman who smiles so gently. What do you know? Aren't those twin sisters beautiful and adorable? I like the younger sister more. The male students naturally noticed Quan Zian and the others first. Meanwhile, the female students were all staring intently at Chungu in the car. It's Chungu. It's Chungu. He's finally back. This time, after being away for so long, will he break another record? I heard from my family that this time the mission in the forbidden zone of Ing Country was extraordinary. If they hadn't been lucky, they might not have made it back. Since they did, their points must be high. He's just sitting in the car, motionless. Paired with the snowy weather, it's simply heart-stirring. That Suli is pretty good too. I heard that ever since he started following Chungu, he's completely changed. Who you follow determines what you do, of course. A group of female students kept their eyes fixed on Chungu in the car. The news of Chungu and his team returning from Ing Country quickly appeared on Shindu Academy's official website. Latest news: Chungu and his team have returned to the academy. In 7 days, the academy's points leaderboard is expected to see another storm. Image of Chungu and his team sitting in the car. JPG. First comment: oh my god, they've been gone for quite a while this time. Now that they're back, they're probably going to turn the academy upside down. Second floor: according to reliable sources, Nagayama Nobuhide and his team are all gone, while Chunji's team returned completely unscathed. Doesn't this mean that Chunji's team is on a higher level than Nagayama Nobuhide's team, whose average ranking is over 200? Third floor: I heard that the situation in the forbidden zone of Ing Country this time was quite complicated and related to the Mii Federation. For Chunji's team to return unscathed, they must have gained a lot. Fourth floor: maybe Nagayama Nobuhide's team was just unlucky. Chunji's team has several members who aren't even on the ranking list. How can they compare? Maybe Chunji's potential is higher than theirs, but I doubt their average level is better. Fifth floor: I agree with second floor's point. Don't talk about luck if you enter the forbidden zone and others survive while you die. It just means you're weak. There's nothing more to say. For a while, the question of whether Nagayama Nobuhide's team was stronger or Chunji's team was stronger became the focus of debate among the students. The main point was that Nagayama Nobuhide and his subordinates were all ranked over 200 on the leaderboard, while Chunji's team had 3 members who weren't even ranked, which naturally raised doubts. More people were looking forward to the leaderboard update in 7 days. After all, whether they were strong or not would ultimately be determined by the points. At this moment, Chungu and his team had returned to their dormitories one after another. If students were assigned a major task and couldn't update their points during that time, the academy's leaderboard would freeze their rankings until they returned and updated their points, which would then adjust their rankings. So at this moment, Chungu was still in dormitory number 563. I don't care. I just want to stay in Brother Chen's dormitory. I don't care. Originally, Jean Yajong and Jean Yale lived in regular dormitories, but now Jean Yale was clinging to Chunji's leg, refusing to leave no matter what. This dormitory is so big. Brother Chen must feel lonely living here alone. Let me keep him company, Jean Yale said tearfully. She was crying with her words, but not a single tear was actually falling. The main reason was that she couldn't bear to leave after seeing Chunji's dormitory. Jean Yajong looked at Chungu helplessly. Forget it, it's such a big dormitory anyway. Staying for a couple of days doesn't matter. In a few days, you should have your own dormitory too. Chungu sighed helplessly. The main issue was that this little girl was too clingy, holding onto his leg with her big watery eyes blinking at him. He really couldn't say no. Thank you, Brother Chun. As soon as Chungu opened the door to his dormitory, Jean Yale darted inside, leaving Chungu to sigh helplessly. Not long after, Chungu was completely speechless. It was one thing for Jean Yale to join the fun, but Jean Yajong and Quan Jion also quietly moved in. Sigh. Actually, Chungu had expected this. Watching the three women wandering around his dormitory, he couldn't help but sigh again. In the end, he had the staff bring in a few beds and gave each of them a room. And to be honest, the dormitory was really spacious. Even with the three of them staying, there was still plenty of room. In the evening, Chungu hosted a celebratory banquet. After completing this mission, everyone had worked hard, and as the team leader, boss, and president, he felt it was necessary to show his appreciation. That night, upon returning to the dormitory, Chungu called home. Brother. As soon as the call connected, his younger sister Chun-Chi's soft and eager voice came through. Chungu chatted with Chun-Chi intermittently for a while, followed by his parents' urgent concern. After talking for about an hour, Chungu finally hung up the phone and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, the group headed towards Chongqing Hall. Having arrived yesterday, they hadn't rushed to submit their mission, choosing to rest for a day before going. Along the way, Chungu walked at the front, while the other five followed behind, either brimming with confidence or smiling radiantly. The events in Ing country were still causing a stir, and they were undoubtedly the most talked-about figures in the Divine Capital Academy, attracting the highest level of attention. As the six walked along the road, people around them whispered and instinctively made way for them. Soon, they arrived at Chongqing Hall. The hall was bustling as usual, with people coming and going. However, as Chungu and his group entered the main hall, the lively atmosphere instantly turned silent, and all eyes were drawn to them. Excuse me. Chungu, already accustomed to such scenes, smiled as he stepped forward, intending to go to the second floor. After all, they now received missions on the second floor, so naturally, they had to submit them there. Oh, sure. The student blocking the way quickly snapped out of it and made way for Chungu and his group. Subsequently, other students also cleared a path for them, their expressions filled with respect. Thank you. Chungu maintained his usual gentle demeanor as he passed through the crowd and made his way to the second floor. As his figure disappeared around the corner of the second floor, the previously silent first-floor hall erupted into a buzz of chatter. Hey, what do you think? How many points will Chungu earn this time? Hard to say. Last time, he earned 500,000 points in a month. This time, it's been more than a month. The forum is going crazy. Some people are saying he might make it into the top 200 this time. Are they insane? The top 200 requires at least 1.5 million points. I heard his 500,000 points last time included bonus points. Even though this mission took longer, can he really earn that many points? I heard that the super beasts in the forbidden zone of Ing country ended up self-destructing. It's hard to say for sure. That's nothing. I heard an even more outrageous claim. Someone said he might break into the top 100, and they were absolutely certain about it. Top 100. He currently has 770,000 points, which means someone thinks he can earn at least 1.23 million points this time. Even if he stirred up a nest of beasts, there's no way he could get that many. That does sound a bit exaggerated. Based on the time and circumstances of this mission, I think 600,000 to 700,000 points might be possible, given the special situation. 600,000 to 700,000 points. If Chungu earns 6 to 700,000 points, then each of his teammates should at least get 2 to 300,000 points, right? Wouldn't they all make it onto the leaderboard? If 3 people suddenly make it onto the leaderboard, that's truly insane. Mayano Yuzuki and Su Li's rankings will skyrocket as well. By then, not only will we go crazy, but the entire Shindu Academy will go crazy too. A group of people fell into a frenzy of discussion. The debate shifted from how many points Chungu could earn to how many points his teammates could earn. If this time Chungu and his teammates all make it onto the leaderboard, it would be a significant shock not only to Shindu Academy, but also to the Eastern Federation. At this moment, Chun-gu and his team were already seated in a private room on the second floor, waiting for the relevant staff to come and settle the task. Knock, knock, knock. Hello, I am the staff responsible for settling your task. May I come in? A familiar voice sounded from outside the door. Please come in. Chun-gu, sitting at the head seat, spoke while brewing tea. Subsequently, the person who entered turned out to be an old acquaintance, Alan. She was still wearing her work uniform, looking as youthful and vibrant as ever. Hello, everyone. I am the staff responsible for settling your task, Alan. Alan stepped forward and respectfully greeted Chun-gu and his team. Students who could enter Shindu Academy had already achieved a significant leap in status, and those who could sit on the second floor were the future pillars of the Eastern Federation. Alan dared not show the slightest negligence. Long time no see. Please have a seat. Chun-gu gestured politely. Alan was momentarily stunned, but, seeing Chun-ji's warm smile, still took a seat. Normally, no one would invite her to sit down. Chun-gu seemed to treat everyone with such courtesy and kindness, completely devoid of the arrogance others displayed. The difference between people is truly striking. Please have some tea. Chun-gu pushed a cup of tea toward Alan. Facing Chun-gu, the legendary freshman, Alan felt a bit overwhelmed. She quickly accepted the tea and took a cautious sip. Then, Chun-gu smiled again and said, Please settle the points for my teammates first. As soon as Chun-gu said this, Alan picked up the relevant device and looked at Jean Yale, who was grinning beside him. Please, Jean Yale pouted and extended her arm with the magician's bracelet. Beep. The data was recorded. Done. Alan smiled as she retrieved the device, then glanced at the screen displaying the calculations. Swish, swish, swish. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, 400,000, 500,000, 600,000, 666,722 points. Finally, the number stopped at an unbelievable figure, causing Alan's beautiful eyes to widen in shock. 666,000. 666,000 in one go. What kind of concept is this? Looking again at the cheerful, adorable girl in front of her, she had actually earned 666,000 points in one go. What on earth did they do in that forbidden zone? How many magical beasts did they encounter to earn so many points at once? Were they not completely unstoppable in there? Gulp. Alan stood there with her mouth half open, unable to speak for a long time. She seemed to have already envisioned the scene of this adorable little girl slaughtering her way through a horde of magical beasts. This big sister, it's my turn now. Jean Yajong extended her magic card master bracelet again. Hiss. Alan took a deep breath, snapped back to reality, and smiled as she placed the device on Jean Yajong's magic card master bracelet. Beep. Registration complete. Alan couldn't help but glance at the calculation screen again. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, 400,000, 500,000, 600,000, 666,271 points. Although Jean Yajong's score was slightly lower than Jean Yale's, it was mainly because her younger sister was a bit crazier and killed slightly more, which is why her score was so high. Ha ha. Alan completely lost control of her expression and let out a dry laugh. How many magical beasts must they have killed to each score 666,000? Did they wipe out an entire magical beast nest? Looking at the two pure and adorable little girls in front of her, Alan really couldn't imagine the brutal scene of them slaughtering magical beasts. As for why it was brutal, 2 scores of 666,000, if that's not brutal, then what is? Alan, being a professional, quickly regained her composure and continued to input the scores of the others. Su Li, 759,900 points. Mayano Yuki, 607,200 points. Quan Jion, 599,800 points. Su Li's team had one less member to begin with, so naturally, their points were distributed more generously. Moreover, Su Li had a Phantom God-level magic card and was an assassin, making her the absolute main damage dealer, so her points far exceeded the other 4. As for Mayano Yuki and Quan Jion, they ultimately didn't have Phantom God-level magic cards, so their combat power couldn't compare to the other 3. It was normal for their scores to be relatively lower. Seeing the massive scores of Chun-Ji's team members, Alan was completely stunned. The average score for these 5 people in this mission was over 600,000, which clearly showed how dangerous this mission was. For Magic Card Masters at the Platinum or Emerald level, this was simply unimaginable. Alan had been working at the Divine Capital Academy for quite some time, but the score calculations for Chun-Ji's team were getting more and more outrageous each time. Although she hadn't been working on the second floor for long, even among the elites of the elites on this floor, she had never seen scores as absurd as Chun-Ji's team. How dangerous must this mission in the Ying Kingdom have been to result in such massive scores? Alan sat there, staring blankly into space. Please have some tea. Chun-Gu poured more tea for Alan. Thank you. Alan nodded woodenly, picked up the teacup in front of her, and took a sip. Her expression was still dazed, her mind filled with images of Chun-Ji's team during this mission. Although she wasn't from a prestigious family, working at the Divine Capital Academy meant she had heard some things about the restricted zones in the Ying Kingdom. People were saying that this incident in the Ying Kingdom was related to the demon god restricted zone of the Mi Federation, and that this time, Chun-Ji's team was in grave danger. At first, she had just listened to the rumors, as she wasn't a magic card master and didn't fully understand the situation. But seeing these massive scores, she finally understood everything. It's my turn. Please. Chun-Gu put down the teacup in his hand and handed his magician's bracelet to Alan. The bewildered Alan slowly came to his senses and looked up at Chun-Gu, who still maintained his warm smile. All right. Alan picked up the device again. Beep. The input was complete. This time, not only Alan, but even Jin Yale, Jin Yajong, and their group couldn't help but glance at the calculation panel. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, 400,000, 500,000, 600,000, 700,000, 800,000, 900,000, 1 million, 1,100,000, 1,200,000. Still rising. At this moment, Alan seemed to notice the gazes of the people around him and quickly put the device away. Before the results are announced, these figures are only accessible to relevant personnel. The group of people nearby didn't seem curious about their own scores. Instead, they crowded around Chun-Ji's. This finally made Alan react. Sorry, this data is not final and cannot be revealed to you in advance. Alan covered the screen, apologizing. The group beside him reluctantly withdrew their gazes, but their expressions were far from calm. 1,200,000, and still rising. How high would it go? Their leader, president, big brother, he had practically consumed all the magic and points they could get, and later he even consumed an entire line by himself. How absurdly high could his score be? What a pity they couldn't see the final figure. Over 1,200,000, and still increasing, while the boss's original score was 770,000. With the extra points from the mission in the Forbidden Zone of Ying Country, this is definitely going to exceed 2 million points. He's going to break into the top 100 within just half a year of school. Suli stared at Chun-Gu in disbelief, his mouth agape. At this speed, it might be the peak value since the founding of the Divine Capital Academy, right? He could even imagine the top 10 on the leaderboard trembling in fear, though so far, he had only met the third-ranked Yishio in person. Ah! Jean Yale's mouth hung open, but no sound came out. She looked at her sister in disbelief. Then, she mouthed silently, 1,200,000. Jean Yajong slowly shifted her gaze from her sister's face to Chun-Gu, who was still calmly brewing tea. She could sense from Chun-Gu that he regarded this as a matter of course, which made him appear so composed and unperturbed. Moreover, 1,200,000 was merely what they had seen, not the final figure. How astonishing would the final score be? Mayano Yuzuki sat nearby, her beautiful eyes lingering on Chun-Gu, her thoughts racing. 1,200,000. A godlike existence. He shone like those true powerhouses standing at the pinnacle of this world. Recently, she had been wondering whether the disappearance of Nagayama Nobuhide and his group was related to Chun-Gu, but she couldn't figure it out. A layer of mist enveloped this man, mysterious and powerful. At this moment, however, Quan Zian was thinking about the new world. Based on the current point situation, The New World Guild might reach SS level or even SSS level in one go. It should be noted that a normal emerging guild, backed by strong forces or substantial funds, would typically take 3 to 5 years to reach this level. Yet their new world, whether in terms of personnel numbers or financial resources, was far from being able to compete with those guilds. And now, such a guild was about to be promoted to SS level or SSS level within just a few months. The scale and guild level were completely disproportionate. Next, once the points leaderboard of the Divine Capital Academy was updated and the guild level was finalized, their new world would undoubtedly face unprecedented challenges. These challenges would come from all directions. Sigh, this is all thanks to our dear guild leader. Quan Zian helplessly glanced at Chungu. Her only hope now was that Chun Ji's final points wouldn't be too outrageous, so their new world could settle at SS level. SSS level? Maybe give them a bit more time. Sigh, what a troublesome man. Quan Zian couldn't help but sigh again. She could only blame herself for being too arrogant back then, and later secretly vowing to protect the best Chungu. Being the woman behind such a man was truly exhausting. Sigh, Quan Zian felt emotionally drained. Meanwhile, Chungu continued to sit there, calmly sipping tea, completely unhurried. After all, at times like this, being anxious was useless. All they could do was wait for the results. Everyone, since the settlement is complete, I'll head out first. Alan stood up and said, "All right, thank you," Chungu replied gently, and Alan slowly exited the room. After closing the door to the room where Chungu and the others were, she glanced at the screen of the device in her hand. Instantly, her eyes began to tremble, her pupils dilated, as if she had seen something unbelievable. She stood quietly at the door for a long time, unable to recover. Clap. Alan, what are you doing? At this moment, another staff member happened to pass by, patting Alan on the shoulder, then hesitantly glanced at the room where Chungu and the others were. That's the room where Chungu and his team are. Judging by your expression, their task points this time must be quite high, right? The staff member looked Alan up and down, grinning as he asked, "How many tens of thousands? Hundreds of thousands. Heh, what you said is just the tip of the iceberg." Alan forced a bitter smile. Naturally, she couldn't reveal the truth and quickly headed to the workstation. After Alan and the others left, Chungu and his team finished their tea and also left the room. By coincidence, they ran into Yi Xiu and his team coming upstairs. Chun Ji's group of 6 was on the staircase, looking down at Yi Xiu's group. Meanwhile, Yi Xiu's group of 5 was climbing the stairs, naturally looking up at Chun Ji's group. The moment the two groups saw each other, they stopped in their tracks and sized each other up. Seeing Yi Xiu and his team, Chun Ji's lips curled into a meaningful smile. The leader, Yi Xiu, upon seeing Chungu, had his already indifferent gaze turned even colder. He stood there quietly, locking eyes with Chungu. He could sense the mockery in Chun Ji's eyes, but chose not to react. Just as he had said before, with Chun Ji's current ranking, he wasn't even qualified to warrant a response. Behind him, his teammates also scrutinized Chun Ji's group one by one. Except for Yi Kan, who was eyeing the Jin sisters, the others all focused their gazes on Chungu. To be honest, Chungu did bring an invisible pressure to them, even though his team hadn't yet threatened their ranking. As for Yi Kan, he seemed completely indifferent to Chungu, his gaze brazenly fixed on the Jin sisters, Quan Zian and Mayano Yuki. His eyes were filled with greed. Whether it was the long-haired, straight-haired Quan Zian in her uniform and short skirt with a cold expression, the gentle and soft Mayano Yuki, or the adorable Jin sisters, they were all captivating presences that made people want to take another look. More than anything else, Yi Kan envied Chungu for being able to team up with a group of beauties. Hiss! Suddenly, Yi Kan snapped back to reality and turned to look at Chungu. Just a moment ago, he felt a chill that made the back of his neck tingle and goosebumps rise. When he met Chun Ji's gaze, Chun Ji's eyes were cold and indifferent, as if he hadn't said anything, yet it felt as though he was silently conveying, "If you don't want your eyes anymore, I wouldn't mind helping you out." Hiss! Yi Kan secretly took a deep breath, his expression changing, losing his earlier nonchalance. There was nothing to say to Yi Xiu's group. Chungu broke the stalemate first, leading his team past Yishio's group without a word. This situation, however, made Yishio's face darken. He turned his head to glance at Chun Ji's departing group. At the Divine Capital Academy, most students or teams who encountered them would instinctively make way, but this was the first time he'd met a team that completely disregarded them. For someone as proud as him, this was indeed uncomfortable. He began to calculate in his mind. After all, as a member of the Yi family, he didn't need to confront someone like Chun Ge head-on. There were other ways to deal with him. Chun Ji's team soon emerged from the Chongqing Hall. Initially, they had planned to go to the exchange center to claim their leaderboard rewards, but realizing that the leaderboard would be updated in a few days and they'd have to return anyway, they decided to wait and collect everything at once. You've all worked hard during this time. Let's take a break for now. You don't need to follow me every day. Go take care of your own matters. Chen Ge then turned to Quan Ziyan and said, "Shall we go to the guild together?" Quan Ziyan nodded slightly and called for her car. Before long, the group was neatly seated in the vehicle, heading toward the guild's base. Seeing this scene, Chen Ge couldn't help but rest his chin on his hand, observing the people around him. "Don't you have anything better to do? I actually wanted to have a good nap in the dorm, but the situation just doesn't allow it." Sigh. As expected, the joys and sorrows of people are not connected. Before long, the car stopped in front of the New World headquarters. The three big characters, New World, on the signboard were particularly eye-catching. Compared to the surrounding buildings, it stood out like a crane among chickens. President. Quan Ziyan had already asked her secretary, Xiao Ku, to notify them in advance, so the staff came out early to welcome them. For a guild that was just starting out, there weren't many magic card masters, but there were over 100 staff members. When they stood there to welcome them, the scene was quite grand. Before coming to the guild, Chen Ge had specially changed into a black suit. He nodded slightly and walked upstairs. He already had a good physique, and with the sharp suit accentuating it, he exuded a cold and capable aura. Not to mention the female staff around. Even the male staff couldn't help but take a second look. However, Chen Ge always felt that the title president was a bit awkward, perhaps because he wasn't used to it yet. Also, organizations like the Qinglong Gang call their leader boss, and the Hongmen call theirs master. Maybe he should come up with a more fitting title. Behind him, Quan Ziyan and Su Li were also dressed formally, following closely. Each of them exuded a strong presence. Perhaps they were overshadowed by Chen Ge, but in front of most people, they, possessing legendary and mythical level magic cards, were figures beyond reach. Soon, the group arrived at the third-floor conference room. Back then, Chen Ge had entrusted most of the guild's affairs to Quan Ziyan, and when she wasn't around, her trusted secretary Xiao Ke handled the related matters. The other staff continued with their usual duties, while Chen Ge sat in his seat, waiting for Xiao Ke's report. President, during this period, we have been optimizing the internal structure and have successfully integrated all the guild's operations. Xiao Ke, dressed in her work uniform, stood on the stage and began her report using the screen and documents. For some reason, during this process, all our operations have faced obstacles. Meanwhile, the few members we had have gradually chosen to leave. Now, our guild only has 10 magic card masters left. At this point, Xiao Ke paused and looked at Chen Ge, who was sitting there. Chen Ge didn't say anything, but Quan Ziyan, sitting beside him, asked, "What exactly happened? Have you figured it out?" Xiao Ke nodded and continued, "Yes, we have. At the time, we didn't accept the invitations from those financial groups and guilds, so they deliberately obstructed us. Additionally, most of our guild members, apart from a few from prominent families, are students from ordinary families. They targeted these students with a series of actions. Although we fought back, we were truly outmatched against their comprehensive suppression." After a pause, Xiao Ke continued, "Earlier, they were just warning us. Next, those large guilds and corporations are all watching the update of the points leaderboard at Shindu Academy. Once your points as the guild leader increase significantly, I'm afraid the pressure will only grow." "All right, I understand. How many blank cards have the members handed in so far?" Chen Ge had established the guild precisely for this purpose, so he naturally got straight to the point. Compared to other matters, he cared more about these questions. As long as there were enough valuable magic cards, they would surely attract others from Shindu Academy. He had already anticipated the current situation, which is why he appeared so calm. Seeing the young guild leader remain composed and seemingly indifferent in the face of such a report, Xiaoke couldn't help but be surprised. He was just too calm. However, she quickly regained her composure and replied solemnly. During this period, the members have handed in a total of 821 magic cards. Currently, no one has enough points to exchange for our guild's magic cards. All right, bring me all those blank cards now. Chungu nodded. Xiaoke was momentarily stunned, completely unsure of what the young guild leader intended to do. But as the secretary, she naturally had no reason to question him and quickly went to notify the others. Boss, aren't some people being too excessive? Are we really not going to do anything? Suli stood up first, looking indignant. Sitting at the front, Chungu turned around and replied with a smile, "Don't rush. Being anxious won't help. Only those with strength have the right to be angry." When Chungu spoke, his tone was casual, and there was even a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. It was as if he didn't take the matter to heart at all. This attitude made the other team members present secretly sigh in admiration. Shinji looks so handsome when he's this calm. Jean Yale excitedly whispered to her sister. But I think he looks even cooler when he's fighting like crazy. Jean Yajong pursed her lips, glanced at Chungu with a smile on his face, and whispered back to her sister, "I still think Shinji looks more attractive like this." Humph. Jean Yale shook her head proudly and muttered softly, "You clearly don't understand what handsome really means." Mayano Yushi remained silent, but she greatly admired Chunji's composure. Within this calmness, there seemed to be something indescribable brewing. Meanwhile, Quan Zian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Initially, she hadn't planned to tell Chungu about this matter, but considering his delayed reaction to Hongman's invitation last time, she had the secretary report the actual situation. She thought Chungu would be angry, but to her surprise, he was so calm. It seemed she had been overthinking, and this kind of man had a fatal attraction for her. Why didn't I notice before? This man is full of merits. Quan Zian sighed inwardly. Not long after, Xiaoke brought in more than 800 blank cards and placed them in front of Chungu. "Guild leader, they're all here." Xiaoke stood in front of Chungu with a faint smile and said, "All right, thank you for your hard work." Chungu smiled and nodded, then placed 3 magic cards in front of Xiaoke. "These 3 magic cards will offset the whiteboard cards I'm taking now." Although the guild was nominally his, it couldn't just give without receiving. He needed to show others his strength as well. Rare skill card, Sword Break Slash. Epic skill card, Beast Transformation Demon Wolf. Legendary skill card, Death Whirlwind Slash. Initially, Xiaoke had some doubts about Chunji's actions. After all, the internal operation of the guild definitely required cash flow, and whiteboard cards were the best form of currency, even though 800 cards seemed a bit few. But upon seeing these 3 magic cards, she was stunned on the spot. The value of any one of these 3 magic cards was no less than the 800 whiteboard cards Chungu had just taken. Moreover, these high-tier magic cards were actually the best form of circulating currency. "President, are these magic cards for internal exchange within the guild?" Xiaoke asked hesitantly. "That's right." Chungu nodded and continued, "From now on, keep all the whiteboard cards in the guild for me. For some magic cards that we don't use or that no one exchanges for, you can connect with other guilds to trade them. It can be for whiteboard cards or equivalent high-tier magic cards." Understood. Xiaoke carefully put away the 3 magic cards. Chungu did not reveal all the magic cards he couldn't use. For instance, the magic cards left in the guild by Quan Zian were only part of what Chungu had given her previously. This was mainly for the ordinary members to see, to show them that New World had the capability and plenty of high-quality magic cards available for exchange. As for the magic cards reserved for internal core members, Chungu naturally entrusted Quan Zian to manage them fully. Only by gradually exposing some high-quality magic cards would it not seem too conspicuous. After Xiaoke carefully exited the meeting room, leaving only the core members of the team, Chungu turned to Quan Zian and said, "Next, the guild will definitely face pressure from various sides. Thank you for your hard work. For these extra tasks, I hope to convert them into equivalent guild points for your use." Quan Zian had been running around tirelessly and had even borrowed a large sum of money for the establishment of New World. Both emotionally and rationally, it wouldn't make sense for her efforts to go unrewarded. Compared to money or other rewards, Quan Zian naturally needed guild points more, as they could be exchanged for the high-tier magic cards she had her eyes on. This would also ease Chun Ji's psychological burden, as he was essentially a hands-off leader. I've already discussed this matter with Xiao Ku. I'll show you the plan when it's ready. Quan Zian replied solemnly. As a strong and capable woman, she was clear about the distinction between public and private matters. All right, Chen Ge nodded and took out 3 more magic cards, placing them in front of Quan Zian. To avoid revealing too many high-tier magic cards at once, you can gradually display these as you see fit. Of course, our core members in New World will still have priority in exchanging them. Epic Skill Card, Whirlwind Storm. Legendary Equipment Card, Nether Scythe. Epic Skill Card, Dance of the Umbrella. When these 3 cards appeared in front of everyone, the crowd was stunned. Where did so many high-level magic cards come from? Is it really just because he is handsome that he can do whatever he wants? This doesn't make sense. Wow. While upon seeing the Dance of the Umbrella card, Jean Yale completely lost her composure. Her small eyes were practically glowing. That was a high-level skill magic card tailor-made for her and her sister. She wanted it so badly. Gulp, even the usually calm Jean Yajong was staring at the Dance of the Umbrella card in a daze. She wanted it so badly. Jean Yajong and Jean Yale unconsciously moved closer to the magic card, their faces almost pressing against it. But then they thought about it. There were so many magic cards they wanted to exchange for. The legendary Silver Moon armor from last time was still out of reach, and now there was this epic Dance of the Umbrella. They could only lament that they didn't have enough points. That's right, Sister Quan. I'll give you all the blank cards I have. You have to save this Dance of the Umbrella for me. Boo-hoo, Jean Yale said tearfully to Quan Jian beside her, while pulling out all the blank cards she had recently collected. Over 100 cards. Mine too. Jean Yajong quickly took out all her blank cards as well. The two of them looked at Quan Jian with hopeful eyes, afraid that someone else might exchange for the card. But there weren't many people who used Umbrella as a weapon, and there weren't many members in the guild who had more points than them. In reality, no one was competing with them for the card. All right, I'll save it for you. Quan Jian quickly nodded in agreement, unable to resist Jean Yale's pitiful, watery eyes. However, with the points the 2 girls currently had, if they pooled their miscellaneous points together, it might just be enough. Anyway, the magic cards were interchangeable between them, so it didn't matter who exchanged for it. They just had to wait for the points leaderboard to update. Hey, you'd better save a few cards for yourselves. If you borrow a bit of luck from the boss, there'll definitely be a surprise. At this moment, Suli suddenly jumped in and said. Then, he handed most of his blank cards to Quan Jian, keeping only a few for himself. He had a lot of things he wanted to exchange for, especially that B-level magic source card, so he needed a lot of guild points. Keeping a few cards was naturally to borrow some luck from his boss. Turning around, he took out a card and reverently approached Chen Ge, who was sitting there, saying, "Boss, please lend me some luck." As always, he acted like a devout believer, bowing his head in front of Chen Ge. All right, Chen Ge naturally placed his hand on Su Li's forehead. Lending a bit of luck? Sure, if it really works. Dressed in a black suit, with a calm expression, he placed his hand on Su Li's head, creating a scene that left Quan Jian, Mayano Yuzuki, Jean Yajong, and Jean Yale completely dumbfounded. What kind of bizarre scene was this? A proper guild, and you're doing this? Those who know it's a guild might understand, but those who don't might think you're up to something shady. What a strange scene. Quan Jian said, her mouth twitching. I thought being handsome meant you'd have good luck? Could it be that this is how I can spread my handsomeness to others? Jean Yale pouted. Mayano Yuzuki and Jean Yajong silently watched, just wanting to know what these 2 men were up to. Although they couldn't understand, they were indeed deeply shocked. Meanwhile, Suli paid no attention to them and instead reverently infused magic into a blank card. Magic card name, Shadow Impact Quality. Legendary type, skill card effect. Exclusive skill card for dagger users. Instantly increases speed by 200% for powerful displacement and deals 200% damage to nearby targets. Description: This is a skill card that grants the user explosive power and strong displacement attributes. Do you like it? After Su Li finished drawing the card, he grinned widely and solemnly placed the magic card in front of everyone for them to take a good look. See it? See it? Su Li said with a cheeky smile. Surprised? Unexpected? As long as you follow me, the boss, every day will be full of surprises. Instant burst, strong displacement, legendary level. This was almost the top-tier magic card at this level. After seeing the details, Quan Zian, Mayano Yuzuki, and the others widened their eyes, finding it hard to believe. Is it just a coincidence? Quan Zian stared blankly, unable to understand the logic behind this. Brother Chun, I want one too. I want one too. At this moment, Jean Yale blinked her big eyes and quickly walked up to Chun Gu, leaning her head toward him. Although the young girl was actually a year younger than Chun Gu, she looked incredibly adorable, like the girl next door, blinking her eyes with innocence and cuteness, tinged with a hint of urgency. Chun Gu smiled and raised his hand, patting her head. Is this okay now? Jean Yale giggled and infused magic into the first blank card. Magic card name, Dance of Snow quality, mythical type, equipment card effect. When the umbrella is summoned, snowflakes will fall. The umbrella bearer can guide the snowflakes in battle. The range and density of snowfall depend on the user's magic card master level and magic source. Description: a lovely girl strolling in the snow with an umbrella. What a beautiful scene. Truly captivating. The premise is, you must be a lovely girl. In the past, she had drawn a divine level magic card, but she had never drawn high-level magic cards consecutively. Su Li was touched once and drew a legendary card. After being touched, she drew a mythical magic card. If you told her this had nothing to do with Brother Chin, she wouldn't believe it. Jean Yale's big, sparkling eyes began to tremble, as if experiencing a magnitude 9 earthquake. They were filled with disbelief and astonishment. She quickly blinked her eyes, took a closer look, and immediately pulled out a second, third. Unfortunately, the rest were all low-level magic cards. It seemed this kind of luck couldn't last. That's enough. Don't be too greedy. Su Li, seeing Jean Yale's actions, said with a smile. Jean Yale finally got up reluctantly and displayed the magic card in her hand to everyone. Quan Zian, Mayano Yuki, and Jin Yajong were all stunned. What kind of logic was this? With Chun Ji's abilities, he could open a temple and gather followers as a god. Why bother being a guild leader? This was completely a waste of talent. Sister Quan, Sister Mayano, you should come and try it too. Jean Yale placed the magic card into the magic fountain and summoned it. Instantly, snowflakes began to fall in the area where she stood. She laughed lightly, like a snow elf, her laughter ringing like silver bells as she ran around. Quan Zian and the other two, however, did not get up to join her. They remained seated, each lost in their own thoughts. As a proud and aloof person, Quan Zian felt very uncomfortable being patted on the head by someone. So, even if it meant drawing a high-level magic card, she would never go over. Mayano Yuki, on the other hand, was actually 2 years older than Chun Gu. Just the thought of being patted on the head by him made her blush. She was more reserved and shy, always feeling that such a scene would be too strange. Jin Yajong simply thought her younger sister was childish. As the older sister, she would never engage in such childish behavior, so she stayed put. Not long after, the group left the guild and planned to head back. They had spent too much time in the forbidden zone of Ing Country and definitely needed a good rest. Next, they would naturally wait for the leaderboard to update. La la la. On the car ride, Jean Yale kept singing, completely unrestrained in expressing her joy. Her cheerful mood quickly infected everyone in the car, and they all began smiling as they watched her. In this atmosphere, Mayano Yuki, sitting next to Chun Gu, secretly took out a blank card. She carefully touched Chun Ji's shoulder and then injected magic into the card. Magic card name, skill amplification card, legendary quality, legendary type, special magic card. In an instant, her previously calm eyes suddenly contracted, filled with disbelief. She instinctively glanced at her shoulder, which was touching Chun Ji's, wondering if it was her own luck or if she had been influenced by Chun Gu. If Su Li's luck was her own, and Jean Yale's was just a coincidence, then what about her? Could it be that all three of them had such good luck? This. Mayano Yuki looked at Chun-gu again and again in disbelief, but at this moment, Chun-ji's attention was entirely on Jean Yale. Her happiness was indeed infectious. Meanwhile, Quan Zian and Jean Yajong, sitting next to and across from Mayano Yuki, noticed her little action and hesitated as they looked at her. Soon, Mayano Yuki snapped out of it, pointed to her arm leaning against Chun-gu, and then showed the magic card she had drawn to the two of them. She still couldn't understand whether it was her own luck or if Chun-gu truly had such an ability. One shock after another left Quan Zian and Jean Yajong stunned, unable to recover for a long time. They knew Chun-gu had good luck, but borrowing luck, such an intangible and mysterious concept, wasn't that too absurd? It was as ridiculous as praying to a deity in times of despair, but the facts were right in front of them, leaving them no choice but to believe. Since the two were currently staying in Chun-ji's dormitory, they began to think about how to approach Chun-gu and activate their cards. Although it seemed absurd, the truth was undeniable. How could they not believe it? At this moment, Mayano Yuzuki, without much hesitation, directly used a skill amplification card on her epic level elemental affinity. Magic card name: Moon's Water Quality, Legendary Type, Skill Card. Looking at her epic level elemental card being upgraded to legendary, Mayano Yuzuki was utterly incredulous. Amidst this disbelief, the group returned to their respective dormitories. Not long after, Chun-gu was watching TV in the hall, while Jean Yale was playing with her umbrella in the courtyard. Meanwhile, Quan Jion and Jean Yajung intentionally or unintentionally sat on either side of Chun-gu, inching closer to him. Before long, Chun-gu, who had been casually sitting on the sofa, found himself squeezed between the two. Yet, they both acted as if they had done nothing wrong. Sitting in the middle, Chun-gu could only sigh inwardly. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the ocean. Earlier in the car, Mayano Yuzuki's subtle actions hadn't escaped his notice, and now that Sundara Quan Jion and the cautious Jean Yajung's intentions were crystal clear to him, it left him both amused and exasperated. Well, if they want to act reserved, let them. He decided to give them a chance. Quan Jion, who thought she was naturally leaning against Chun-gu, carefully took out a blank card and infused it with magic. Magic card name: Domain, Sword Dance Quality, Mythical Type, Skill Card Effect. Exclusive skill card for sword-type weapons. Upon use, it activates a domain, enhancing the user's physical strength, power, and speed by 1000%. The domain's range depends on the user's magic card master level and magic source level. Description: within the sword domain, you will continuously comprehend the essence of the sword. The sword in your hand will dance along with it. Feel the intent. Quan Jion froze on the spot, unable to recover for a long time, her mind blank. Up until now, her father had spent nearly $1 billion on blank cards for her, and the highest level magic card she had obtained was an epic level 1, which she couldn't even use. And now, she glanced at her position next to Chun-gu, unable to believe that she had obtained a mythical level magic card just by sitting there. Was this real? Am I dreaming? Could it be that borrowing luck is really this absurd? She fell into deep thought, unable to comprehend what had just happened. How could this be so ridiculous? She looked up at Chun-gu, only to see him shrouded in a mysterious aura, faintly discernible. Mystery gives men a unique charm. A fatal attraction emanated from him, pulling her into deeper contemplation. After a while, she tried opening a few more cards, but found that they were all low-level ones, no different from usual. On the other side, Jean Yajung, also thinking she was naturally sitting beside Chun-gu, secretly took out a blank card and infused it with magic. Magic card name: Frozen Illusion Snow Quality, Epic Type, Skill Card. This card can only be activated in snowy conditions, and her sister's newly acquired equipment card fits perfectly. It's practically tailor-made. Could this be approaching the realm of divinity? It's as if it were destined. Brother Chun is truly a godlike existence. Jean Yajong's eyes flickered slightly, and her gaze at Chun-gu carried a hint of reverence. If there weren't others around, she would have wanted to bow down and worship him. If this isn't divine, then what is? However, she tried a few more cards afterward, all of which were low-level magic cards. It seemed that such good luck could only happen once. Chun-gu, having been surrounded for a long time, couldn't take it anymore and reluctantly returned to his room. Although he didn't know what cards they had drawn, judging from their subtle expressions, the magic card levels should not be low. It seemed that as the Luck Emperor, his presence also blessed those around him. That's great. After all, these people are the core members of the New World, and their strength is essential for the New World. Back in his room, Chungu also took out all the cards he had. In addition to the more than 800 cards Xiao Ku had just given him, Quan Zian and Su Li had also handed over more than 400 cards one after another. Now he had over 1,200 blank cards. Enough for him to have a good draw session. Unfortunately, during this Forbidden Zone journey, he had only obtained 2 super cards, and now he only had 4 super card fragments in total, still one short. If he were to take on a mission next, it would have to be a high difficulty one. He had been wanting to draw that super card for a long time. He directly infused magic power into the first blank card. Intermediate magic card. Second card, low-level magic card. Third card, magic card name, magic recovery card. During this Forbidden Zone journey, he had almost used up all his magic recovery cards. If he could replenish them in bulk, he would naturally be delighted. If he could get more that restores 60–70% or more, that would be even better. 42nd card, magic card name, Skeleton Warlord Bronze. This type of magic card can be directly upgraded upon acquisition. 66th card, magic card name, Stamina Recovery Card. 72nd card, magic card name, Hearing Amplification Quality, Legendary Type, Skill Card Effect. Upon activation, the user's hearing is enhanced by 100%. Description: for humans, the enhancement of the 5 senses can directly impact combat performance. So, don't underestimate auxiliary magic cards like hearing enhancement. They can bring unexpected effects in battle. As the description says, enhancing the 5 senses can definitely influence combat effectiveness. Detecting in advance allows one's speed to be maximized. This type of magic card is also rare, so it's best to use it directly on oneself. Chapter 99. Magic Card Name, Lich King Felba Quality, Mythic Type, Magic Pet Card Skills, Death Domain, Death Spread, Death Summon. Description: the Lich King Felba was originally a cowardly and pitiful human. One day, he learned powerful necromancy in a cave, but his cowardice and weakness doomed him to failure. In the end, he was devoured by the undead he summoned. Those undead reshaped him into a powerful, invincible being. His existence is a cruel fate for all living creatures. Mythic Level Magic Pet. Magic pets are already the rarest existence among magic cards, and the power of a mythic level magic pet is unimaginable. It seemed as if his thoughts were being sensed, as for a long time, all the cards he drew were undead-type magic pets. Today, it was even more outrageous: a mythic level magic pet, the Lich King. Looking at its skills, they were all area of effect undead magic, almost devastating to normal living beings. It could even perform a large-scale resurrection of the dead, including the magical beasts it had killed. The casting range mainly depended on the level of the magic card master. However, the magic power required to summon a mythic-level magic pet was predictably immense. Summoning something like this would save a lot of effort when dealing with large groups of magical beasts. Chungu happily placed this magic card into the mana spring. His army of calamities was rapidly growing stronger. He continued drawing cards and consecutively obtained a mana recovery card and 2 stamina recovery cards. Card 162. Magic card name, Limb Regeneration Type, one-time special magic card effect. After use, it allows your limbs to regrow. Description: with this card, even if you lose your head, it can grow back, but only if you're still breathing. This type of one-time magic card was quite rare. Although Chungu probably wouldn't need it, he decided to keep it. As the saying goes, better safe than sorry. Next, he drew a mental recovery card and 2 healing cards. Card 242. Magic card name, War Stomp Quality, Epic Type, Skill Card Effect. After use, multiple earth fissures appear around the user, dealing 300% damage to targets standing on the fissures. Description: war is inherently cruel. War Stomp mocks the weak and challenges the strong. Only those who survive are the true victors. This is my style. Use it immediately. Chungu directly placed it into the mana spring. Card 299. Magic card name. Scarlet Spear quality. Epic type. Equipment card. Card 324. Magic card name. Bloodline quality. Rare type. Magic pet card. This type of low-level magic pet card was completely out of Chun Ji's consideration. Card 366. As he kept drawing, Chun Gu went from sitting at the table to lying on the bed, and then he fell asleep. Can you believe it? Some people want to draw but can't. Some hire others to draw for them, while Chun Gu had to draw cards himself, and he got so tired he fell asleep. Do you think being in Oh Huang is that easy? The main issue is that there are so many cards, and few of them catch his eye. After drawing a few, he gets annoyed. Besides, there's still plenty of time ahead, no need to rush. After all, even counting money can get tiring. In the following days, Chun Gu either stayed in the dorm watching TV or was on his way to eat, completely lacking energy and showing no intention of taking on any tasks. On the other hand, Quan Zian and Su Li seemed to be full of energy, as if they were on a sugar rush. Taking advantage of the leaderboard not being updated yet, they formed a team during their free time and started frantically completing tasks. Their points and levels were far behind Chun Ji's, so naturally, they had to work harder. During this time, the world government sent out a message stating that next year's rotating chairmanship competition would take place in the Northern Federation. The task for this competition would be restricted to magic card masters of emerald and diamond levels, and only individual participation would be allowed, making the situation quite complex. The world government did not disclose specific information directly, intending to announce it when the competition begins. This news quickly spread within the Eastern Federation, which soon made a decision. Whoever could secure the rotating chairmanship position for the Eastern Federation would be granted a decisive voting seat in the parliament. Currently, the Eastern Federation is a relatively loose alliance, with the highest executive officer of the Eastern Federation decided through elections. At present, there are two major factions vying for power within the Eastern Federation. One is the Xinxia faction, led by Lu Jiyuan. They hope to reshape the Eastern Federation into the once powerful Xinxiao through the collective efforts of visionary individuals, aiming to become the leader of this crumbling world. The other faction consists of families, financial conglomerates, military cliques, and corporate giants. Naturally, they wish to maintain the current situation. The open and covert struggles between the two sides have never ceased, but the financial and military cliques have always held the dominant position. After the rotating chairmanship competition concludes, the next Eastern Federation election will take place, and the most critical voting seat has yet to be decided. Finally, the centrist faction proposed a compromise. Whichever side's representative secures the rotating chairmanship will gain the key voting seat. Although the Eastern Federation appears calm on the surface, it is actually surging with undercurrents. After all, everything that follows will influence the direction of the entire Eastern Federation. And the direction of the Eastern Federation could very well impact the global landscape. A single move could affect the entire situation. A groundbreaking transformation is quietly brewing.